clan of swordsmanship that dominates half the world, the lineage of the Rungkandle people. A renowned sword-fighting clan with all members born with superior physical strength and talent. They have conquered the world with extraordinary courage. To fight, have a good day, and see you again. To dominate and subdue. These three things describe the entirety of this clan. It is the place where Jin was born, the youngest son of the Rungkandle family. In the selection ceremony where a child's future is decided, Jin chose the patriarch sword, destined for the one who would lead the clan. Jin's father was quite pleased and looked forward to his choice. He praised, "You have chosen just as I hoped, the sword of the founder, the symbol of the Rungkandle clan. How interesting." Jin thought his future would be filled with success and fame. But a harsh truth shattered all his hopes. What was the point? Jin had to painfully accept that he had no talent for swordsmanship. He was always surrounded by countless jeers. How can a member of the Rungkandle family wield a sword so clumsily? Thus, he was known as the shame of the Rungkandles, the disgrace of the Rungkandles. A far cry from the Rungkandle standard, the most pathetic failure among all Rungkandle members. As Jin was diligently training with a wooden sword, his two older brothers, the Tona twins, approached. One of them taunted, "Hey, Jin, still swinging that useless wooden stick." The other chimed in, "Just leave him be. I guess he won't use any sword unless it's a special one." They burst out laughing, mockery clear on their faces. Where would he even find a special sword like that? Right. Where is Barasada? Why is he swinging a wooden sword like that? Jin resignedly continued his practice, gritting his teeth and enduring their harsh words. Seeing that Jin showed no reaction, one of the Tona twins arrogantly stepped closer. "Hey, why aren't you answering your noble older brother? I'm talking to you." He became more aggressive, kicking Jin hard in the stomach and knocking him to the ground. The other Tona twin looked down at Jin sprawling on the ground, feeling even more smug. Useless trash. Jin saw this and tried to get up and retrieve his fallen wooden sword. But just as he was about to pick up the sword, his other brother stepped on his hand. While pressing down, he said to Jin, "Why are you so obsessed with this thing? It's useless." As he spoke, he pressed down even harder, as if to crush Jin's hand along with the wooden sword. Jin gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain without uttering a single cry. Just then, the first brother found a book on him and laughed triumphantly. "Ha, what's this? Basic sword theory." He crumpled the book in his hand and looked at Jin with contempt. "Hey, do you think you'll get better just by reading theories about swordsmanship? This is why weaklings like you shouldn't be given opportunities." The twin held the wooden sword with a malicious glint in his eyes. Seeing that he was about to break the sword, Jin screamed in terror, "Stop, give it back to me." They ignored Jin's pleas and ruthlessly broke the wooden sword. Having been granted this opportunity, Jin screamed in desperation, "Wait." Not only did they break the wooden sword, but the book was also torn into tiny pieces by the Tona twin. "You've forgotten your place." Jin could only sit there, watching helplessly as they trampled on his belongings. "Stop." The two of them had completely extinguished Jin's hopes, yet he continued to cling to them. Jin sat on the ground, stunned, looking desperately at the scattered wooden fragments. "You didn't have to do that." Before Jin could finish his sentence, one of the Tona twins grabbed his hair from behind and pulled his head back. He asked menacingly, "What did you say?" "We did this for your own good." "Why do you keep talking back? Is that what your nanny taught you?" Hearing them mention his nanny, Jin retorted, "Julie has nothing to do with this." The more Jin resisted, the more they bullied him. "Look at the way you defy us. It seems we need to teach you some manners." In Jin's eyes, his two brothers looked like two cruel and inhuman demons. Jin dragged his bruised body, bullied by his own family, yet he struggled to stand up, steadfastly holding on to his initial resolve, whether bullied by his brothers or by everyone else. To non-existent talents. "I don't care about that. I just need to try my best. If I try, I will surely be acknowledged by the clan and become a part of the Rungkandles." That's what I believed. But in the end, all my efforts went unrecognized. On a day with a clear blue sky and golden sun, Jin was still mercilessly exiled from the clan. "Jin, from this moment on, you are banished from the clan." Standing before the great gates of the Rungkandle clan, Jin could only stand there in silence, then let out a long sigh. All his persistence, effort, and desire for recognition had finally vanished into thin air. For his commendable efforts, Jin clenched his fist, his face showing clear unwillingness. But so what? He still had to accept the fact that he had been kicked out of the clan. This is how he was exiled from the clan at the age of 25 and began to wander aimlessly. It was only when he met his master that Jin realized he truly had a talent. Not just that, Jin had a talent for magic, something forbidden in the clan. 3 years later, in his study, Jin was still diligently researching magic, connecting the mana in nature with the mana of a mudge to recover, then enhancing the transformed mana. While Jin was still engrossed in his magic research, a shadow had appeared behind him. The shadow flickered in and out of existence. By the time Jin realized it, he had been transported to another dimension, a different world. Darkness enveloped everything. Jin immediately raised his guard. He quickly asked, "Who are you?" The tall, dark figure with a cold aura spoke, "I am Solderit, the Lord of Shadows. Jin, I wish to form a contract with you as the God of Shadows. If you sign a contract with me, you will not only be able to use the power of shadows, but also gain the ability to remove any curse." After speaking, the large black shadow blinked, and a curse in the shape of a sword appeared around Jin. The shadow pointed at it. "Oh my, contractor, it seems you've been disliked since you were a child. Your talent was erased by a low-level curse." Jin, who had been astonished since being brought into this space, was now stunned by such a shocking revelation. He asked in confusion, "A curse?" The black shadow briefly explained to Jin. "Yes, that curse is called Blade of Illusion. It suppresses talent and swordsmanship. A terrible curse that should not exist in the Rung Candle clan." The curse was a sphere sealing a sword, wrapped in countless iron chains. The entire sphere glowed with a fiery red light, as if wanting to incinerate the sword. The black shadow reached out, touched the sphere, and slowly removed the chains one by one. "I see. Perhaps this is what drew me to you. From this moment on, no curse can harm you again." As soon as the words were spoken, the entire sphere and the chain sealing Jin's swordsmanship power shattered into fragments and disappeared. Jin's eyes widened in amazement at the power of the shadow before him. Everything happened so fast that he hadn't even had time to react. After completely removing the curse for Jin, the black shadow quickly departed. "What's left is for you to become a supreme magic swordsman. Jin, it is an honor to watch over you." After speaking, the black shadow quickly disappeared, returning Jin to his original position. After returning to his study, Jin stood stunned for a moment, processing all the information that had just transpired. It took a long while before he reacted, as if to confirm that what the shadow had said was true. Jin quickly ran to grab his sword, then quickly walked out the door. He immediately swung the sword. Jin remembered what he had learned and demonstrated a little. Indeed, as soon as the sword was drawn from its sheath, it revealed a hidden power within. The tip of the sword carried a whirlwind that swept everything around it. Just as Solderit said, with every swing of the sword, Jin could reach a new height. Jin was engrossed in his practice. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. "So light. I don't feel any weight. It's like I'm just swinging my arm." Remembering the past taunts, Jin felt re-energized, practicing tirelessly. The most pathetic failure in the history of the Rung Candle clan. Now, a single slash carried terrifying power, the strength he had always desired. Suddenly, Jin had a bold idea. "If I add magic to this, does that mean we'll have an organization?" No sooner said than done. Jin immediately cast a spell, combining it with the power of his sword. It was a terrifying combination. A single sword strike swept through like a thunderous storm, erasing all existence. Seeing the result, Jin was quite satisfied. "Finally, my efforts have paid off." Before he could rejoice for long, the sight of Jin practicing with his newfound power was seen by a troop of knights. They were also silently assessing him. After a wave of dizziness subsided when Jin woke up, what greeted him was a scene of chaos. In his ears were terrified screams. "Did I just hear something?" Screaming. Jin tried to get up, but his body was now crushed under a rock, blood flowing incessantly, soaking the ground around him. Jin weakly cried out, "My body feels so heavy, for what reason?" Jin lay there helplessly, unwilling to accept his fate. He had just achieved a little success, and now he had to meet his maker so soon. Why, he was not resigned. Even so, he cried out for help in vain. "Master, Solderit, is anyone here? I can't believe I'm dying in my sleep. Because after all, I'm just a useless wish. I didn't even get a chance to use the magic and the power of Solderit that I received. If things have come to this, why was I given a chance?" And just like that, Jin went to meet the king of hell in the rubble. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, he found himself awake again. Before him were all the members of the Rung Candle clan. He wondered to himself, "Clan members, what is happening? I'm sure I was dead." Around him now was a lush green lawn dotted with countless swords. Beside him, Julie smiled brightly and comforted him. "Cheer up, young Master Jin." He looked at her smile in bewilderment and asked himself again, "Julie, why is she here?" Suddenly, from a distance, Jin saw a glowing sword. It was much brighter and more beautiful than the surrounding swords. He recognized it instantly with just a glance. That sword is Barasada. After observing the situation, Jin realized he was at the selection ceremony. He had returned to the past, becoming the 1-year-old Jin, the youngest young master. This time, just like in his previous life, he would still choose that sword. Jin took step after step, approaching it, then slowly reached out his hand to touch the sword Barasada, the sword of power. Jin turned to look at the clan members, his resolve hardening. I have chosen the patriarch's sword. This life, I will make my own choices. Seeing Jin touch the patriarch's sword, all the members of the Rungkandle clan stared wide-eyed in astonishment. How can it be? The patriarch's blade, patriarch, young master Jin has. Cutting through the excited murmurs, the head of the clan spoke. The young master has chosen Barasada. The selection ceremony ends here. Take the young master back to the Storm Castle. 6 years later at the Storm Castle, the sky poured down with torrential rain, and lightning flashed relentlessly. Inside the library with countless towering bookshelves, Jin, still just a child, was trying to reach for a book, but his height was limited, and he couldn't reach it. He quickly pulled a chair over and stood on it, thinking to himself, it's been 6 years since I came to the Storm Castle. According to the clan rules, I have to live here until I'm 15. So, 3 more years to go. How boring. While lost in thought, a terrified scream shattered the quiet atmosphere of the house. Jin was startled and looked towards the door, asking, what's wrong? The maid, her face pale with fear, collapsed to the floor. In the young master's room, there's a dead bird. Jin calmly went to investigate. He saw a bird with white feathers, a gash across its belly. Its feathers stained red with blood, a gruesome sight. Seeing the bird's corpse, Jin frowned. He knew immediately who the culprit was. The only ones who could do such things in the Storm Castle. Just as he predicted, the culprits appeared. Seeing the maid's horrified expression, they sneered. Oh, look at that. How pitiful. Seeing their triumphant expressions after their evil deed, Jin patiently turned away and dealt with the bird's corpse. My older brothers. The Tona twin laughed gleefully, but with a hint of regret. TSK. The maid saw it first. What a waste. The other Tona twin flashed a wicked smile and chimed in. That's right. We brought it here for you to see. So, do you like the gift from your older brothers? Moved to tears, are you? Jin silently looked at the bird's corpse in his hand and remembered his past life. These brothers of mine, I know they will become notorious murderers after becoming vanguards. And yet, children not even 9 years old would kill an innocent bird just to provoke me. Seeing Jin's silence, they thought he was scared and laughed even more cheerfully. The first Tona twin grinned sleazily, staring at Jin. Don't you dare cry for real. It was me. Still seeing no reaction from Jin, they grew impatient. Hey, are you even listening to us? So, you think you can ignore us just because you chose the patriarch's destiny? How can someone like you walk around without carrying Barasada? Jin was losing his patience with them and let out a sigh. The Tona twin became more and more mocking, moving closer to Jin to provoke him. Huh? What did you say? You spoke so quietly I couldn't hear you. After speaking, the Tona twin grabbed Jin's shoulder, putting all his strength into a punch, wanting to hit Jin hard. But what he expected didn't happen at all. Jin was faster than him, blocking the punch with a single move. The Tona twin felt Jin's overwhelming magic power, and his eyes widened in fear. Looking at Jin, as if he were a demon, Jin looked straight into his eyes and threatened. You brothers are too loud. Shut your mouths. Then quickly punched the Tona twin straight in the face, causing him to fall backward. The Tona twin was hit, but he still hadn't realized the danger and remained defiant. You. Before the Tona twin could finish his sentence, Jin landed another punch, causing him to immediately collapse. After 2 consecutive powerful punches, the Tona twin couldn't get back up. Jin was furious and wanted to teach his two brothers a lesson. I've had enough of this. I can't take it anymore. A straight punch to the stomach lifted him up. The Tona twin was lifted up and then thrown straight to the ground. After giving his two older brothers a thorough beating, Jin finally relaxed and withdrew the magic from his hand. From now on, it would be better if you don't show your faces in front of me again. Suddenly, a guard knight entered from outside. After seeing the situation, he immediately asked, Young master, what is going on here? Jin quickly hid his hand, which was still emitting a magical aura, behind his back, and Khan asked again, Young master Jin, what is this? His gaze shifted to the 2 brainless brothers who were beaten to a pulp and lying in a corner. Jin coldly glanced at his 2 brothers lying on the ground. They suddenly burst in and started fighting each other. Obviously, Khan didn't believe him and asked again, What did you say? Jin turned back to him, looking impatient. Didn't you hear me? They fought each other and passed out. Khan saw the wounds on their bodies and thought to himself, as expected. Even the youngest young master of the Rung Candle family is a ruthless one. Despite thinking this, he didn't ask any more questions aloud. Is that so? I understand. I will take the Tano brothers to the doctor. Jin gave a cold command. No need for that, Khan. My brothers need to go somewhere else. Jin then ordered Khan to drag the Tano brothers along with him. Follow me. Outside, the rain poured down, forming large puddles. Jin pointed to a tombstone, wanting Khan to lay his brothers on it. Khan placed the two children down, but still felt uneasy and asked, Young Master Jin, you really want to leave them here? The storm is getting stronger. Jin stood under his raincoat, thinking. Thinking about the outrageous things they had done, Jin felt cold. He didn't want to forgive them. His face was emotionless. My brothers need to understand the seriousness of what they've done. Seeing his determined expression, Khan immediately obeyed the command. I will respect your decision, young master. Jin didn't stay either, and turned to leave. Khan, after watching his departing figure of Jin, noticed a certain energy around him. He was extremely surprised, frowning in thought. This energy is definitely not aura. Could it be mana? If so, then this is no longer a simple family quarrel. I need to report this to the patriarch. Immediately, Khan turned to a nearby soldier and called out, Hey, the soldier, seeing him, respectfully asked, Yes, sir? Khan swept a sharp gaze over the soldier and ordered, Bring me a horse. At that moment, Jin had also returned to his room, looking down from above. He saw Khan hastily preparing a horse. He silently calculated he's going to report to father, just as I thought. Seeing Khan urging his horse to gallop away, heedless of the weather and the storm outside, Jin thought Khan is not just our guard knight, he's also our supervisor. In Khan's eyes, this looks like magic, so he certainly can't stay here. As Jin thought, he moved his fingers, and a stream of black magic appeared, like a thin wisp of smoke enveloping his hand. Spiritual power. The only proof of my pact was Solderit. Thanks to this power, I know the pact is still valid in this life. Furthermore, the immunity to curses that Solderit granted me through the pact has freed me from the curse of the illusionary blade. Jin clenched his fist in resentment. The foolish son of the Rung Candle family is no more. This life, my life, will be completely different from my past one. The only thing left is to go see my father. By now, the sky had begun to brighten. The storm also ended, and Khan had already met the head of the Rung Candle clan and reported everything he had witnessed. That is all, sir. Siren, Jin's father, after hearing the whole story, sat there in silence. The young master fought with the Tona brothers. Khan, gather the knights. I will go see my youngest son. In a flash, the knights of the house, the Rung Candles who were present, were all the elite of the clan, their presence overwhelmingly grand. A young man respectfully reported, We have summoned the 7 vanguards of the Rung Candle family and the 200 knights under their command. Siren sat on his horse, looking at the cavalry. Good. The cavalry this time has also gathered all the departments. Talented faces. After a quick overview, 1 round, he ordered, to the Storm Castle. Because of the emergency summons for the cavalry in the middle of the night, Mary, the 7th vanguard of the Rung Candle clan, asked doubtfully as she walked. An emergency summons. Do you know anything about this, big brother? I just asked Luna, but I bet she doesn't know anything either. Mary let out a huge yawn. I was busy fighting witches. Diffus, the 4th vanguard of the Rung Candle clan, walked with his chin in his hand, thinking, next year, the Tona twins will leave the Storm Castle. Maybe it's about that. Suddenly he turned back. Maybe it's to see our youngest brother. Hearing Defoe's, Mary was quite surprised and raised her voice to ask again, the youngest. Why? Diffus explained. During the selection ceremony, that kid chose the founder's sword. Remember? Mary finally remembered. She exclaimed exaggeratedly, that's right. But then she also thought it wasn't a big enough deal to summon the cavalry in the middle of the night. But father came back here just for that. Diffus didn't know either. Nor could he know what their father was thinking. Luna, the first knight of the Rung Candle clan, who was walking ahead, heard their loud discussion and immediately turned back to remind them Mary Diffus. Mary realized they had been talking a bit too loudly and said shyly, Oops, sorry sis. Thinking back on what DeFoss had just said, Mary seemed a little unhappy. Father came all the way back to see him? Is that kid really that useful? At the Storm Castle, Jolie was adjusting Jean's clothes. She announced quite cheerfully, The patriarch is coming to see us. I guess he suddenly wanted to see his son. Jean didn't seem too bothered and said dismissively, Perhaps. Jean thought to himself as he turned his back for Julie to brush his hair. Khan probably told father everything. Khan is quite naive. So he probably didn't tell father I use magic. He probably just reported what he saw. Julie gently held the comb, tidying Jean's hair. Could you turn this way a bit, please? While Julie was focused on combing his hair, Jean thought about the reason his father was coming. The youngest son can use a power other than magic and aura. Father probably wants to come back to check what that power is, to see if that power, or I myself, can become a useful asset for the future of the clan. At that moment, the cavalry had arrived at the storm castle. The great gates opened, and before the main entrance stood a line of majestic knights in a straight row. A unified sound echoed, demonstrating the immense power of the leader. We are honored to meet the patriarch. Siren strode majestically into the grand hall. With an imposing aura, he immediately ordered upon entering, "Bring the Tona twins here." The Tona brothers were brought to kneel before Siren. He sternly called their names, Detona, Hedona. The two children below immediately bowed their heads, not daring to show their usual defiance. "Yes, father." Before they could say a word, he immediately accused them. "I heard you fought with Jean. Tell me, what was your fault?" They stared wide-eyed in fear, frozen stiff. After a long moment, they managed to come up with an excuse to justify themselves. "We're not at fault. It was Jean who hurt us." They still hadn't realized their mistake and immediately blamed Jean for everything. "That's right, father. That power was strange. It wasn't aura. It looked like magic." Seeing their father's eyes narrow into a line, they became even more eager to add fuel to the fire. "In our clan, using magic is forbidden, right, father? If Jean used magic, we must interrogate him quickly, or he'll find a way to hide it." Mary and Defoe stood silently by, watching the Tona brothers' act of playing the victim. They sighed in exasperation. Truly, hopelessly foolish. Without letting them continue to fabricate stories, Siren cut them off. "Enough, you two. Listen carefully to this." He looked straight into their eyes and warned sternly, "If you continue this behavior, you will not be able to survive in this Rung Candle clan." Only then did they realize they had gone too far. They began to regret it, looking at their father in fear. He paid no more attention to the two brothers and ordered, "Bring Jean here." As Jean entered, he saw the Tona brothers walking out with dazed expressions. He understood. "My father, Siren. He is the strongest, and also the most ruthless person I've ever known as the Genesis Knight, the pinnacle of demigods." Before being granted that title, he was just an ordinary human. However, after being conferred the title, he gradually lost all worldly emotions, becoming a person who only knew the glory and future of the clan. "Therefore, to my father, those who have no talent for the sword, like me, are just trash." Jin clenched his eyes shut. He had decided, but this time it's different. In this life, no one can look down on me. Thinking this, Jean felt a surge of courage to face Siren. He strode in majestically, without any fear or panic, and calmly faced it. Seeing Jean's attitude surprised everyone. They glanced at his calmness. Mary was also quite surprised. She leaned forward to get a better look at the youngest son of the family. Defox saw her eager attitude and frowned, annoyed, but Mary didn't bother to pay him any mind. Jin entered the hall where countless people were standing around. He calmly knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Patriarch." Hearing this distant form of address, Siren was slightly displeased. "Patriarch? You don't call me father." Jean looked up and explained, "All my brothers and sisters are here, along with many guards and over 100 clan members in attendance. Therefore, I believe father is here today on official business. I thought it would be more appropriate to address you this way." Luna, standing nearby, was also amazed by Jean's thoughtfulness. Siren also praised, "Very good." Jean did not become arrogant because of the praise. He remained humble. "Thank you, Patriarch." Karen went straight to the point, "But today I am here for a different purpose. You can call me father. I will ask you a question, just like I asked your brothers." Karen asked with a serious face, "Where do you see yourself as being wrong?" Jin clenched his fist and made his resolve. "Yes, I just wanted revenge. As a Rung Candle, we repay kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity." Jin said this with a righteous expression, not feeling that he was in the wrong at all. Mary also had some admiration for her youngest brother. True to her character, she repays favors and avenges grudges. Karen was silent for a long while, then turned to everyone and said, "Everyone here, except for the youngest, leave." Just one sentence from Siren caused a stir among the people. "Young master, has he passed the Patriarch's test?" A general, seeing the crowd gossiping too much, reminded them the Patriarch has given his order. "Don't dally." Immediately, the soldiers lined up neatly and marched out of the grand hall. "As you command." Mary also followed the others out. The youngest son intrigued her, confronting father directly. "This kid's got guts. When only the two of them were left inside, Siren explained why he wanted to talk to him privately. I asked everyone to leave because I have something to ask you. The Tona twins told me that you have an unusual power. The Rung Candle clan forbids the use of magic because if you delve into magic, you could be captured. You will no longer be able to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. So what power did you use? If you dare to meddle with magic, I will certainly not let it slide. Jin was silent for a moment. Then he smiled. Yes, that is. Jin remembered the source of his power. If father knew about this power, he wouldn't be able to turn a blind eye. Because the power of Solder, Jin politely asked. I don't know what it is either. I'm not sure if it's magic or aura. I also don't know what to call it. If you don't mind, may I ask you to judge this power for me? As he spoke, a sphere immediately appeared in Jin's hand. Inside was a blue-white color, enveloped by a dark, black aura. After witnessing Jin's power, Siren frowned. Surprise was evident. This is the power of the founder of the Rung Candle clan. Siren stared in amazement at the sphere of power Jin had just created. That powered shadow energy. The shadow energy of Barasada. Does that mean this child is destined to become the master of the clan? Under Jin's expectant gaze, seeking an answer, father, he confirmed yes. That is the power of Solderit, the god of shadows. Jin still didn't quite understand. The god of shadows. Siren explained. That's right. Solderit made a pact with the founder of the Rung Candle clan, Lord Tamar, and has been on our side ever since. But because Lord Tamar passed away, Solderit no longer appeared in Rung Candle. I don't know the reason for this, but it seems he is trying to connect with Rung Candle through you. Jin asked further, father, I'm curious about one thing. Is that god stronger than you? In truth, Siren didn't know this for sure. He thought for a moment. I don't know, because I've never fought a god. Hearing this answer, Jin thought to himself, father has never fought a god. That's truly the most arrogant answer I've ever heard. At that moment, Karen approached him, then ruffled his hair with approval. My son, that was a good question. Thanks to your innocent question, I just found a wonderful topic of conversation. I think visiting you today was a wise decision, so let me ask you a question in return. That power, how do you want to use that shadow energy? And of course, not to disappoint Karen, Jin answered clearly that I want to use the shadow power to serve the interest of the clan. Patriarch Karen, hearing Jin's words, frowned and asked again for the clan. Then he laughed heartily and said it was the most ridiculous lie he had ever heard. You beat your brothers to a pulp, then left them in a storm, and then you say you'll use this power for the clan. Then he asked him to tell me the truth. Jin's hands trembled. Just as I thought, he won't let this go so easily. So after a struggle, Jin finally had to say, I want to use this power for myself. But unexpectedly, Karen was quite pleased with his honesty. All right, I like this straightforward answer. Then he left, but not before adding, I will be watching you closely from now on. After his father left, Jin let out a sigh of relief. His tense body gradually relaxed, making him almost unable to stand. Great, I got through that safely. Getting permission to use shadow energy as I please is the best outcome. But that also makes my father have expectations of me. This is an unexpected result. This life, compared to the previous one, is like heaven and earth. Jin clenched the power in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Completely different from my past life. Before leaving with her father, Mary suddenly turned back and gave Jin a gift. Hey, little one. Here, take it. Seeing the carefully wrapped box, Jin stammered, Sister Mary, what is this? Mary didn't give Jin a chance to refuse and immediately handed the box to Julie, who was standing beside him. Here, hold this. It's heavy. Julie quickly held out both hands to carefully take the box. Ah yes. Mary pointed to the box. This is a special gift from me to you. After handing over the item, Mary flashed a mischievous smile and didn't forget to remind Jin, cook it, chew it well, and then get strong quickly, got it. Mary quickly returned to the cavalry ranks. DeFoss saw her return and asked, where's your luggage? Mary casually smiled. I gave it to the little one. What's up? Watching their departing figures, Jin wondered, Sister Mary, why me? When he opened the gift box, a brilliant golden pink light shone out, surrounding Jin and Julie, who stood frozen in place, stunned by the precious gift. This is a phoenix heart. At that moment, Jin thought, giving this to a 7-year-old boy. Sister Mary is truly insane. To talk about Mary Rung Candle, she is a star knight, and the 7th knight of Rung Candle, also known as Wine Fairy. She had another name that not many people knew. The Mad Woman of the Southern Domain. The reason this fighting sister gave me this is very clear. Get strong quickly and become my rival. If I ate this as a child, I will not only have fire resistance, but it will also be a kind of elixir that will strengthen as I grow. As Z thought about it, the phoenix heart is necessary for a 6-star mage to safely summon a phoenix. In this life, I might be able to summon a phoenix. While lost in thought about the phoenix heart, Julie had already quickly prepared the heart and brought it up. Young master, have you been waiting long? Seeing the dish laid out on the plate, Jin was taken aback. Thank you, Julie. Julie placed the hot soup on the table. Young Mistress Mary has given you a wonderful gift. Please eat it before it gets cold. Jean was about to eat, but then said helplessly, but before that, brothers, if you have something to say it quickly. The Tona twins were hiding in a corner, drooling at the sight of the soup on the table. When they realized Jean had discovered them, they stopped hiding and shamelessly ran out to beg for food. It's nothing. It just looks like too much for you to eat alone. The other Tona twin chimed in. That's right. I saw Julie carrying a big bowl. Jean was speechless at their reasoning. You want to eat it that badly? Hearing that, the two kids' eyes lit up, and they nodded repeatedly. Then do as I say. You two need to do one thing. And so, a little later, the Tona brothers were seen digging a tunnel under the storm castle. They grumbled as they diligently dug the tunnel. Why? Why do we have to do this? That's right. There's nothing here. Why do we have to do this? What will happen if someone sees us digging it up? The Tona twin dug energetically. What are you talking about? Obviously, the little one will be punished. What can happen to us? Tona saw that his brother had a point. You're right. We just need to eat that soup. Yeah. And besides, the little one is a bit scary. It seems they have finally reached the place Jean needed. This tunnel was right above the secret room. In the center of the room was a large glass tube inside which was the body of a tall, muscular man, exuding an air of mystery. After digging for a while, the Tona brothers finished their work and returned. Looking disheveled and covered in mud, Julie, seeing the state of the two boys, rolled her eyes in shock. Jin was sitting there waiting for them. Welcome, brothers, you're here quickly. They shouted back irritably. Shut up, we did as you said, so give us the soup. Jean appeared generous. I've placed it on the table. The two boys forgot their fatigue and ran quickly to the dining table. Really? When they looked down at the dining table and searched, they couldn't find any bowl of soup. Where is it? They only saw the tiny spoonfuls of soup on a plate. Despair rendered them speechless. They looked at the tiny bit of soup with dark faces. They were furious, but couldn't beat Jin. So they had to grit their teeth and bear it. Yes, isn't that little? Jean was indifferent, ignoring them. I said I'd give you some, but I never said anything about how much. But I kept my promise, right? So, please, help yourselves. The Tona brothers looked at the tiny spoonful and gritted their teeth in anger. Yeah, thanks a lot. In the evening, the rain was quite heavy. Jin quickly put on his raincoat and went to the tunnel that the Tona brothers had dug. Standing in front of the tunnel, Jin exclaimed, I thought they would do a sloppy job, but they actually finished it quite well. After some assessment, he concluded that with this thickness, I think 1-star magic should be enough. The wall isn't too big, so I can use magic to break it. Since my mana keeps increasing and I can't do anything about it, he gathered magic into a ball of energy and directly destroyed the layer of earth surrounding the secret room. With a loud bang, the obstructing wall was shattered, revealing the secret chamber before Jean's eyes. He was joyful. Finally, I'm here. The secret chamber of the Rung Candle family. Standing before the door, he thought, I never had the chance to enter here in my past life, so it feels strange to be here now. He said he had to say the keyword. Jean thought for a moment, then smiled. Perhaps he knew what the keyword was. Jin immediately spoke a few keywords. The child of Rung Candle has come to control Moroccan. And then the gate slowly opened after the incantation. Jin surveyed the room, the secret chamber of the Rung Candle family, used to store the secret text of the families they had defeated over the past 1,000 years. And only the vanguards of the Rung Candle clan were allowed to enter. Jin exclaimed, It's quite spacious. He remembered in his past life, an older brother had told him about this room, saying he didn't need to know about it because he would never become a vanguard. Jin felt lucky, but you helped me a lot. Brother, thanks to that, I now know the key to enter. Now I will make use of it. Then Jin proceeded deeper and discovered something strange. Before him was a man sealed inside a giant glass tank. What is that? As he got closer to observe, Jin noticed the black aura surrounding him. There were also some strange marks on his face. Jin guessed, so, is this a person? Jin reached out and gently touched the transparent glass surface, feeling the black aura inside. How can something like this? But then he suddenly remembered, don't say it. In the incantation to enter the room, there was a line. The child of the rung candle has come to control Moroccan. And if his guess was not wrong, the thing sleeping soundly here was the Black Dragon Moroccan. It is said that the Black Dragon Moroccan was defeated by the first vanguard of the Rung Candle clan and fell into a deep sleep. He had always thought it was just a legend, but now Jean saw him with his own eyes. But I never thought it was real. After a fleeting thought, Jean pushed aside his thoughts about Moroccan and continued to search for the secret archives. I don't have time for this. Where are the secret archives? Are they here? And while he was searching, Moroccan's body seemed to begin to stir. A slight movement appeared in his hand. Jean, still engrossed in his search for the secret text, finally found it. Standing before a large bookshelf, Jean was amazed and a little excited. These are secret texts from all sorts of clans. Let's see. I'll check out the Kung-Gung clan since they are also swordsmen. After flipping through a few pages, Jin mused. It's quite difficult compared to 3-star magic theory. I want to take them with me, but it'll be easy to get caught. With that, she quickly took out a notebook and a pen. I'll copy them down every time I come here. The next morning, Jean quickly returned to the Storm Castle as usual, obediently sitting and reading under Julie's care. Until nightfall, he followed the tunnel to the secret room to copy the text. That evening, as Jean was diligently copying the secret text in the secret room, he suddenly heard a strange noise. Jin immediately stood up to investigate. Who's there? He quietly hid behind the door, observing the situation outside. No way. No one at the Storm Castle can come to the secret library at this hour. A cold voice rang out. Hey kid, who are you? Entering through the door was the Black Dragon Moroccan. Facing Moroccan left Jin utterly astonished. He stood frozen on the spot. Moroccan. Why is Moroccan? In my previous life, I never heard about the awakening of the Black Dragon. Calm down, since Moroccan is the guardian dragon of my clan. He might let me go if I'm respectful and act like a child. After thinking it through, Jean adopted a respectful attitude and replied to Moroccan. The child of the Rung Candle clan greets the guardian of the clan. But the response was Moroccan's furious laughter when Jin dared to call him a guardian. You call me a guardian? Jin looked at him in terror as his anger erupted like a volcano. He roared in fury. You just called me a guardian. How dare you treat me like some cheap guardian? Damn you, Rung Candle. You say that about me. I can't take my anger out on this kid. But I'm coming here. You're annoying me. After a moment of rage, Moroccan sat down and sighed. Damn it. It's been a long time since I smelled such a fragrant scent. The only thing I can smell is a child. Moroccan approached Jin, sniffed him, and asked. Jin stood still in fear. Watching Moroccan examine him, he stammered, Sir. Moroccan immediately detected. Why do you smell of shadow energy? Jin asked back. Shadow energy. Moroccan pointed at him accusingly. That's right. Even though I've been asleep for 1,000 years, I still remember the smell clearly. This particular scent of shadow energy should only be on those who have a pact, like Tamar. Jean immediately understood the reason for Moroccan's awakening. Is it because of the shadow energy on me? Moroccan was now like a puppy, sniffing everywhere. Where is it coming from? Here. Suddenly Jin had a bold plan. So, should I give it a try? Jin smiled. Sir Moroccan, run. Moroccan turned back to look at him with a gleeful expression. Oh, that's right. You know something. Don't you? Jin immediately unleashed his shadow power. Can you tell me about this? My father said this power is from the god of shadows, Solderit. After clearly seeing the sphere of shadow energy created by the boy in front of him, Moroccan froze for 5 seconds. He trembled and shouted, Hey, Solderit, are you kidding me? Are you serious? The more he spoke, the more dejected Moroccan became, collapsing to the ground, crying without tears. The 1,000-year pact. Is this little child? Jean silently watched the large man in front of him writhing and screaming. Suddenly, their eyes met. Moroccan shyly lowered his head. Hey, kid. Jin replied seriously, Yes, Sir Moroccan. Moroccan felt like life was not worth living anymore. You know, I actually made a promise to solder it, and it seems you need to cooperate with me to keep this promise. It's you. Jin stood still on the spot. A promise to solder it. Moroccan explained seriously, I will tell you the details later. But I just woke up, so I can't think straight. And I don't think you'll understand since you're so young. But I should still formally introduce myself to Solderet's contractor, right? After speaking, Moroccan stood up and transformed into the form of a majestic black dragon. I am Moroccan, the representative of Solderet, his friend, and the last descendant of the first shadow creature, according to the 1,000-year agreement. From now on, I will accompany you. Jin's eyes widened in amazement. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Accompany me. Moroccan, in the form of a large black dragon, looked at Jin seriously. Tell me your name. Contractor of Solderit. Jin looked straight into Maraka's eyes and flashed a victorious smile. He touched hands with the Black Dragon. Jin Rung Candle. I am the 13th and youngest child of the Rung Candle clan. The gloomy sky from the system's introduction. Black Dragon Moroccan, Mount Moroccan. The place of raging winds was named after this dragon. The Black Dragon Moroccan ruled this place long ago, but 1,000 years ago. Moroccan was defeated in a battle with Tamar Rung Candle. History records that after the Storm Castle was destroyed, Moroccan fell into hibernation. Jin thought to himself, but that's not the truth. Just the founder's words about the Guardian Dragon. Those who make pacts with gods will cooperate with the Guardian Dragon. But since there is no information about the Guardian Dragon Solderit, there are still many doubts. Jin pondered further. Can I understand that? Because Moroccan was hibernating? Since Moroccan has awakened, does that mean I'll have a Guardian Dragon too? After thinking for a moment, Jin was stunned. Moroccan is here. Moroccan was overjoyed. Oh, you're here. Jin awkwardly held the food. My nanny gave me some food to take. Then Jin continued to think. Since I'll be with Moroccan for the next few days, I should ask him a few things I'm curious about. And that's how Moroccan woke up. I kept him in the secret library for weeks. Suddenly, Moroccan turned to ask while munching on a piece of cake. Why did I fight Tamar? Moroccan lazily lay down on the ground 1,000 years ago. How am I supposed to remember? Hearing that, Jin was sure of one thing about Moroccan. Moroccan interrupted Jin's train of thought. All right, but is this all the strawberry cake there is? Jin sighed and shook his head. That stupid strawberry cake. And Moroccan was still mumbling. 1, 2, 3. How only 7 pieces? Jin thought in frustration. His mind is only on that strawberry cake. After finishing the cake, Moroccan asked Jin, what do you do when you come here? Jin gently touched the book and replied, I take notes. I bring blank journals and write down what you secretly tell me. Moroccan wondered, huh, really? So, you understand a little bit, huh? Jin sighed, about 30%. The rest I don't. Moroccan waved his hand. Don't give up hope for a child your age, it's overwhelming. Other kids can't do it. They're too lazy. That's just a normal kid. Jin lowered his head and emphasized, I'm a Rung Candle. This is normal for me. I have 12 brothers and sisters, but I also have parents and elders. If I want to eliminate them, I have to work even harder. Moroccan wondered if, as the founder, he would understand how much of this book. Jin continued to fall into deep thought. If I compare myself to the strongest individual of humanity, how much do I measure up? Suddenly Moroccan spoke up, Tamar. I don't think he understood a single line in that book at your age. The old man sat down and lectured, but theory isn't always right. He didn't read books, but he was still a very good fighter. You have potential like Tamar, but you're not as good as Tamar. What Moroccan said shocked Jin, his pupils constricted. Jin asked, so I'll never be like the founder? Moroccan replied, no. That vague statement left Jin confused, and he had to look up. Moroccan explained, you are a contractor of solder just like Tamar. And you are smart enough to read those books. You are still young, so don't be hasty. Just train hard, okay? Then he rubbed Jin's head vigorously, and you will become as strong as Tamar. Who knows? You might even surpass him. Jin turned sharply and asked, really? Moroccan replied nonchalantly, of course, kid. Do you know what Soldere's nickname is? Jin stammered, no. I don't know. Suddenly a black hand appeared, grabbing the miniature planets in the galaxy. Moroccan's voice slowly echoed, it is infinity. Soldere's power has no limits. Which means his contractor also has no limits. So don't be down. Have faith in yourself. Because I'll teach you a new special move to cheer you up. Then Moroccan slapped Jin on the back so hard that he cried out. What was that? Murakami explains, releasing shadow energy. Jin didn't understand and asked again. Release shadow energy. The Hook Long replied. That's right. All creatures that use shadow energy must get used to it. So this is the beginning and end of shadow energy. But it will be extremely dangerous if you don't learn it properly. So learn slowly and seriously. Jin was excited. Okay, I'll do that. So, Moroccan, what should I do first? Moroccan pondered. You? First you have to learn how to unlock your mana. Jin didn't understand and asked again. Unlock my mana. Then he asked, why? While asking, Jin thought, I've done this so many times in my past life. Moroccan explained, releasing shadow energy is about unlocking and moving your mana. You have to master these two things. From now on, you'll have to practice this for 2 to 3 years. Jin couldn't believe her ears and thought to herself, 2 to 3 years. That's too late. Moroccan shrugged dismissively. You don't even know the basics. So I can't teach you anything too advanced. You know. To be more precise, the next thing you need to learn is how to move your mana. Jin held out the blue flame in his hand and asked, Hey, can you teach me now? Moroccan was completely shocked, not believing what he was seeing. He trembled. No. How did you do that? Jin said modestly, I've been able to do it for a while now. Moroccan just kept muttering. Impossible. You know how to move mana. Seeing that Moroccan didn't believe him, Jin demonstrated by moving the mana from one hand to the other in a very show-offy way. Moroccan couldn't believe it. Oh my god. Then he let out a sigh. Only a genius of geniuses can do that. You're an extraordinary kid, aren't you? Alright, then I'll show you how to release shadow energy. Jin, impressed with himself, thought. It worked. Then he replied softly, okay? Shadow energy originates from darkness. All darkness in this world is born from Solderit. The shadows are beginning to creep everywhere. So Solderit is the master of all shadows in this world and the sole contractor of Solderit. Suddenly, a black shadow crept under his feet, causing Jin no small amount of fear. The darkness grew stronger, rushing in with a sudden, swift force. Then it gradually enveloped that corner. Moroccan continued to explain, in other words, you can also be the master of all the shadows in the world. So what do you think, kid? Murakami smirked. This is the release of shadow energy. Jin was stunned, then turned back. A massive shock occurred at the edge of a forest. A large dragon fell before a silver-haired girl. According to the arriving soldier, Miss Luna, the side has been cleared. We have 5 more areas to clear, and our mission will be complete. Luna turned back and said softly, Of course, for months should be enough. Tell the knights to rest. Luna's gaze fell into deep thought, as if pondering something. A painful cry filled the air. Luna was ruthless. One more thing. The soldier, not understanding, replied, Yes. What is it? Luna asked. What does a 9-year-old boy usually like? Half a year after meeting Moroccan, Tona left the storm castle. To Tona waved, We're leaving now, see you later at home. Jin replied, Yeah, take care. Then he sank into a quiet space. Suddenly, he heard someone call out, Young master. This made him turn back, confused, not knowing what was happening. Julie cheerfully held a birthday cake. Happy 9th birthday. Only then did Jean realize and silently calculated, My 9th birthday party. Jean was happily stunned. Thank you all very much, Julie. Could you share the cake with everyone? Julie replied softly, Yes, young master. While they were chatting, someone from afar called out, Young master Jin. Jin turned and wondered. Khan bowed his head, looking guilty. I'm sorry for the sudden interruption, young master. Jin asked, What is it? Khan replied, Well, a white-haired girl walked in with a solemn expression. And as she got closer with her long, beautiful white hair, Khan was breathless. Lady Luna has come to visit. As soon as he finished speaking, both Julie and Jean were stunned, unable to believe their ears. Jin thought to himself, The first night of Rung Candle is also a 9-star night. The eldest of the 13 siblings, the white whale Luna Rung Candle. Although she is the strongest among the Rung Candle siblings, she has no interest in becoming the patriarch. Therefore, she has left the quagmire of the succession war. She is truly a lone white whale. And because of that, Sister Luna has never paid any attention to any of her siblings. And our relationship should be described as strangers rather than family. That's the distance between us. However, that older sister decided to come to the Storm Castle without prior notice. Did something big happen to the clan? If not, perhaps she found out I've been going to the secret library. Not letting suspicion overwhelm his reason anymore, Jean asked, Sister Luna? Luna replied softly and gently, You've grown up so much, little one, Jin shyly said. If I had known, I would have dressed up more formally to meet you. Luna felt like she was melting. Such sweet words. Does one need to announce a visit to their youngest brother? After hearing her say that, Jean couldn't believe his ears. Luna pitied. But you look pale and unwell. Then she gently knelt down and placed her hands on his shoulders to get a better look at Jean. Jean was startled and replied, Oh no, actually I'm just a little nervous. Luna raised an eyebrow upon hearing that. Jean whispered, This is the first time I've been this close to you. I don't know why I feel so anxious. Luna asked again, You're anxious? Luna fell into a dark and deep thought. The tradition of the Rung Candle family is that siblings must watch out for, deceive, and even trample on each other. Jin thought, Did she come here to test me? Then suddenly Luna clenched her iron-gloved hand. Then she fell silent, not knowing how to face Jean. Luna finally replied, Yes. It seems I was lacking in consideration. He looked up in confusion. Strange. Luna was troubled. You may be young, but I forgot that you are the youngest son of the Rung Candle clan. She replied with remorse. I'm sorry. Not stopping there, Luna even knelt down to show more sincerity. Little Jin, I have something to talk to you about in private. Can you dismiss your nanny and bodyguard for a moment? She asked with an extremely kind expression. Jin thought to himself. She wants to talk to me in private, not wanting to keep her waiting. Jin replied immediately. Yes, sister. But his thoughts were still racing, though I don't know the reason. It seems like it's not a bad thing. Luna said kindly. Din, my youngest brother. The reason I came to see you so suddenly is because I need to tell you something. Jin replied. What is it? Luna recalled and replied. The last time father visited you, your performance caught the attention of all the other children. This means that by the time you leave the Storm Castle, all your brothers and sisters will be keeping an eye on you. Then Luna gently placed her hand on Jin's. Then Luna became more serious. But little one, I hope you won't lose your own happiness by joining the clan's battle. I sincerely hope you will not be harmed by the traditions of the Rung Candle clan. Jin was shocked and didn't quite understand what she was saying. Then he explained to himself. The reason she gave up the position of patriarch is as simple as that. If she didn't want me to get involved in the rivalry between my siblings, why didn't she ever warn me even once in my past life? Was it because I wasn't worth talking to? Or because the other children didn't see me as a rival? Jin replied, Sister Luna, I appreciate your words, but I have absolutely no intention of staying out of this fight. Luna was serious. Jin, I'm serious. I'm not saying that just because I think you'll have to face me. Please, I know you, but I've been through an assassination attempt. Hearing Jin say this, Luna's face darkened and she asked, Then what? Jin continued, That's why I absolutely cannot escape this struggle. Luna radiated shadow energy and demanded to know, who dared? Who would dare to do that right here in the Storm Castle? A wave of indignation filled Jin's room as his sister, seemingly gone mad, questioned him. Who was so bold as to try to kill you in this place? Tell me, Dizin, who wanted to kill you? He answered fearfully, I can't confirm that information. I mean, to be fair, I haven't been able to identify the person yet. On the other hand, although they wanted to eliminate me, look, I'm fine, sister. Luna gripped his two arms tightly. Not all your siblings hate you. Thank you for letting me know that. I'm happy from the bottom of my heart. Luna was sad. Jin, my little brother, she said, then hugged him tightly. Leaving Jin in disbelief at what was happening, Luna was in pain. This means you're already involved in this family war. It hurts me so much. Jin hugged her back, but couldn't help thinking. I didn't expect Sister Luna to be such a warm person. Then he gently patted Luna's shoulder. Don't be sad. After a moment of wallowing in sorrow, Luna ruffled Jin's hair and said, Yes, today is a good occasion. We shouldn't talk about these things. Today is your birthday, and I actually came here to give you a gift. Luna slowly took out a small wooden box from her pocket. Here, then Luna opened the wooden box, and inside appeared a necklace of an exquisite green color. Jin was stunned. A necklace? Luna said. Can you turn your back, please? Jin politely replied. Yes, sister. Luna said kindly. If you ever encounter something you can't handle on your own, then you should break the green gem on this necklace. When you do, no matter where you are, I will come to your side. So remember to always wear it. Happy 9th birthday, Jin. Jin was touched. Thank you, sister. Then Julie brought a freshly cut cake for Luna. The two siblings intimately fed each other cake. Yuli was moved by the warm scene of sisterly affection. After eating the cake for a while, Luna left. It's getting late, I have to go now, Jin said cheerfully. Yes, take care, sister. Moroccan waited impatiently. Hey, you're here. Who gave you that thing around your neck? Jin replied, It's my birthday. Moroccan trembled and pointed at the pendant. That person must love you very much to give you something like this, Jin, not knowing, asked. What is it? Moroccan said seriously, the relic of the Demon King organ. Over 1,000 years ago, countless people risked their lives just to obtain one of his relics. Jin asked, Is it that magical? Moroccan replied, Of course. It grants the wearer resistance to magic attacks from 5-star and below, as well as increasing the wearer's magic power. I guess it also has summoning abilities. Jin, seeing this, said, You know a lot about it. Moroccan looked away and replied, Well, that's because we lived in the same era. He was quite famous. But this thing belongs to the person with that powerful energy who just arrived. Right, Jin handed the cake to Moroccan and replied, Yes, my eldest sister dropped by. Wait a minute, you could feel her energy from all the way here. Moroccan replied, Well, your sister probably felt me too. Hearing that, Jean was startled and asked loudly, "What?" "I mean, she won't tell the clan, right?" Murakami said. "You're worrying for nothing. She was the one who gave you that precious gift. Would she really report it and leave you to die?" Jin was dumbfounded. "Is that so?" Murakami explained. Yes. You can trust that sister of yours." Somewhere else, Luna also sensed it. I'm sure I can feel a source of energy I've never felt before. If my little one is planning something. Meanwhile, Murakami tasted the cake and was so delicious he wanted to cry. The taste of heaven. This left Jin speechless. Luna continued her internal monologue. "I should pretend I don't know anything. Just remember one thing, Jin, my brother. No matter what you do, no matter what you become, I will always be on your side. The time at Storm Castle, which I thought was boring, has brought me many things, recognition and expectations from my father. The phoenix heart I received from Mary, relationship with Luna, and even the encounter with Murakami, the dragon warrior. These were things I didn't even dare to dream of in my past life. Now I'm 10 years old. With superior strength, I'm ready to leave the Storm Castle and go to the main castle. Seen to people in a fierce duel, a massive explosion. Dying quickly charged at his opponent like a fierce beast. Their hands clasped together. Kang thought as expected. It's no wonder he has the master's attention, even though I'm the one evaluating when I train with others. His gaze was as if he was the one assessing my teaching abilities. Con, let's stop here for today, Jin, alright. Suddenly someone called out, "Young Master Din." Jin wiped his sweat and turned around. What? Have a problem with today's training session? Con bowed his head. It has been my greatest honor to teach you until now. You will be leaving the Storm Castle soon, but I promise to do my best to teach you until the very end. Din was satisfied. Alright, I'll be in your care until then. Jin was playing with fire under the candlelight. He touched through the fire without fear of getting burned. Din was satisfied finally. Then someone called out, "Young Master." It was Julie. She was hot. "Oh my, isn't it hot?" Diane said shyly, No, it's just like warm water. I'm glad Lady Mary's gift is starting to work." Julie bowed. "I've only heard about the Phoenix Heart, but I've never seen its effects. It's truly magical." Jean, me too. Then he fell into deep thought. I've absorbed half of the medicinal power. I'll have absorbed all of it in a few more years. Julie smiled and walked out of the room. We will be leaving the castle early tomorrow morning. So please let me know if you need anything, Jean, okay? As Julie was leaving, she saw the strange books. Julie spoke up. "Young Master, should I pack these books, Jean? I'll read them in the carriage." Julie turned around. Understood. Is there anything else, Jean? Just those books are enough. Julie kept mumbling. Understood, I'll prepare some strawberry shortcake for your snack. Jin stammered. That's fine. Julie, I'm going for a little walk. Julie was surprised. What? At this time, Jean, I'm sorry. I'll be back. Jin peeked out. Moroccan. Hey, you're back, kid. Jin approached. Remember, I'm leaving the castle tomorrow. Moroccan replied, of course. You don't know how long I've been waiting for this day. Jean, so how are you going to follow me? Moroccan was overjoyed. Don't make a big deal out of nothing. I'm the legendary Black Dragon. Even if I've gotten weaker, this is nothing. I'll take a path that no one will notice. Jean, you've gotten weaker. Why didn't you tell me something so important? Moroccan, hey kid. How can I be okay after sleeping for so many years? Jean asked, so can you recover your strength? Moroccan, of course. You will become stronger than me, because I am your guardian. So hurry up and become a magic swordsman like Tamar. Jean, you said the Rung Candle clan used to be a family of magic swordsmen, right? Actually, that was what Jean heard from Solder in his previous life. The Rung Candle clan originated as a clan of magic swordsmen, and the founding patriarch of the clan, Tamar Rung Candle, was the strongest magic swordsman in history. Almost no one knows this truth, Moroccan replied. The reason the Rung Candle family gave up magic and pursued the pinnacle of swordsmanship is due to an oath established 1,000 years ago. Well, even though I'm the guardian of the clan, I'm sure they'd be very annoyed if I showed up. If it were 1,000 years ago, both I and you would be revered for bringing the noblest existence to this world. Jin was confused. The Rung Candles really would. Moroccan smiled brightly. I think it's too ridiculous, huh? Anyway, I'll hide well, so don't worry. Jin, alright. So, what are you going to do with it? Someone will find out when they come to the library and see nothing there. Miraconda. I can only cast illusions with dragon magic, Jean said worriedly. What if even the illusions are discovered? Moroccan got angry. Hey, I'm a shadow dragon, you know. Things like illusions are a piece of cake, so don't worry. But as I said, I haven't fully recovered my strength, so the illusion won't last long. Muraka said seriously, but I'll try to hold it as long as I can until I can fully recover. Please enjoy. Alright, thank you. Murakan was touched. I would appreciate it if you respected me more because you're very kind. Jin fumbled. Oh, actually, today I brought something special. Murakan wondered. Something special. Jin Moya, a cake made from the first strawberries of this color, and wine I brewed myself. Murakan was surprised. What? Jin warned, don't get drunk and create some weird illusions. Muraka was like a child. What did you bring? You good little boy, raising you was not a waste of effort. Why don't you introduce yourself to your nanny? Jin hesitated. I'll consider it. Julie was careful. Young master, you can't expect a comfortable life. Just like at Storm Castle, it's the same at the main castle. Of course, you've trained very hard. But it will be even tougher when you get to the main castle, and you'll be busier. I won't be able to make you cake whenever you want anymore. I comforted him. Don't worry, I know. I'll do my best at the main castle too. Julie knelt down, her hand on her chest. Yes, I will also dedicate myself to you. Someone announced, Young Master. The two knights spoke in unison. Knight Guards Jerome and Hose welcome Young Master Din. We will escort you safely to the Garden of Swords. Alright, Jin, I'll leave it to you then. Let's go. The group began to move on October 30th, 1790. I finally left the castle, the sound of neighing horses echoing to the sky to begin a new journey. To the main domain of the Rung Candle people, the Garden of Swords. The carriage sped up. Inside, Julie looked out the window. It's snowing. It'll probably block the road very soon. We should stop by a village and wait for the snow to stop. If the snow is too thick, we can't use the teleportation gate. Jin said cheerfully, okay. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently, throwing them both off balance. Julie worriedly called out, Young Master. The knight outside also shouted, Ambush, please stay in the carriage. Jin held him close and comforted him. Young Master, don't worry, it will be all right. Jerome and Hose are 7-star guards, and I'm here too. All the assassins are dead. Get them. Yuli was silent. The enemy has about 20 people. Looks like mages and warriors. It's very likely there are archers too, but probably none of them are above 7-star. Jerome and Hose are still holding them off. Hearing that, Jean was in disbelief. Then he shouted, Gilly, let's get out of here. Julie was confused. What do you mean? Jean said seriously, the guards of Rung Candle, under any circumstances, are not allowed to neglect the protection of Rung Candle's bloodline. One of them should have stayed by my side. Hearing this, Julie also realized. So, you mean one of them is a traitor? Or someone is impersonating them? Jean replied. That's right. There must be a weapon in this carriage. We have to get out of here, Julie. Julie was angry. I understand, young master. Then, Julie summoned her weapon with a very firm voice. I will protect you as a member of the Rung Candle clan. If I act out of line, please forgive me. Then Julie rushed out of the carriage, her voice firm. Young master. When I return to the castle, I will willingly accept my punishment. Jean, now is not the time to talk about that. Let's go to them. I want to confirm something, Julie said, confused. Confirm what? Jin explained. Those people they are fighting might be our allies. If they came here to kill me, they would have killed me as soon as I got out of the carriage like this. But it's strangely quiet. Julie quickly understood. I see. Young master. Mukura shouted, go find Jin Rung Candle. Team 3, block the left wing. Jin, as expected. Julie also replied, the symbols of the demon and the black peach. The Maitel Magic Clan and the Black King Mercenary Squad. The person in the white cloak shouted, over there. We've found Julie McLaurin and Jean Rung Candle too. The crowd chanted, everyone, prioritize protecting Din Rung Candle. The red-haired man then introduced himself. I am Makara, captain of the Black King Squad. We are under the orders of the Rung Candle family to rescue Jin Rung Candle. Mukura gritted his teeth, damn you. How dare you lay a hand on the young master? Jin thought to himself, it seems they're just imposters. If they were really 7-star guards, there's no way they'd be struggling against these people. The two were surrounded. Julie shouted, who are you? What is your purpose? Whose lackeys are you? The bald-headed man smirked. What a stupid question, you bitch. Who has time to answer the dogs of the Rung Candle family? Julie was speechless and turned to ask Jean, what should we do, young master? Jin said coldly, kill one of them. Cut off the other one's hand and bring him to me. Upon hearing the order, Ryu Lai bowed. As you command, she said, then darted away. The bald man had no idea what was happening. Julie's eyes grew increasingly brutal. With a Ken sound like cutting a watermelon. The white-haired man, seeing this, backed away in fear as he watched his comrade being sliced like a fruit. But before he could run, he was struck by a slash on his arm. The man stood stunned, the sound of the blade whizzing past. Then his blood sprayed out. Julie's eyes narrowed. The man was terrifying. A kick from the heavens sent him crashing to the ground. At this point, Julie's eyes softened a little. Then she gently grabbed his hair and dragged the white-haired man towards Jin. Mukuro, your master seems to have underestimated his opponent. To become a servant of the Rung Candle family, the level must be at least 7-star. Jin mocked. So if you want to assassinate a Rung Candle child, you should at least reach the 8-star level. The white-haired man screamed hysterically, "Stop talking nonsense. This is just the beginning. The Rung Candle family is about to meet its doom." Dai said softly, "I wish it were so." The sentence made Mukula, who was standing beside him, freeze on the spot. Jin Thou Mai, I have no interest in the Rung Candle Empire. I only like the Jin Rung Candle Empire. The white-haired man didn't expect to have met a daredevil. Bow your head before. The white-haired man shouted, "Let's go." Jin recalled the name Jibo Yu, the renowned wizard family that ruled the other half of the world. Jibo. If the Rung Candle clan is famous for its supreme swordsmanship, the Dipo clan is known for reaching the pinnacle of magic. Thousands of years ago, after the founder of the Rung Candle family passed away, Dipo made a humiliating oath demanding that magic be stripped from Jukenden, and so magic in Rung Candle was sealed. Therefore, to the Rung Candle clan, the Dipo clan is a 1,000-year-old enemy. No wonder I was wondering who would dare to act so arrogantly. So it's a believer of the Zippo clan, Jean sneered. Julie, take him and dump him somewhere. Interrogating him won't get us anything. Julie, as you command, the white-haired man cursed. You bastard. Jean thought to himself, of course, to the Zippo clan, the Rung Candle clan is also a sworn enemy. The white-haired man barked, just kill me already. Jean still thought to himself. They've always been plotting to terrorize Rukanden, however. This incident was probably not instigated by the Rung Candle clan, but by the believers acting on their own. Strange. No matter how good they are at disguising themselves, it's hard to fool a 7-star knight. Don't tell me he's involved in this. Julie respectfully bowed, placing her hand on her chest in a salute. Young master, I have done as you instructed. Jin crossed his arms and replied, Thank you, Julie. Jin approached and asked Mukura, You said you were the captain of the Black King squad, right? Mukura nodded. Yes, sir. Jin calmly looked at Mukura. I was able to escape successfully because you diverted their attention from me. When I return to the Rung Candle Castle, I will report your merits. You will surely be handsomely rewarded. Now, help me set up the teleportation gate. Mukura placed his hand on his chest and bowed. I will do my best. Mukurako looked at Jin in disbelief, thinking, a child from the Rung Candle family. How can he wander outside the castle for so long? He's only 10 years old, yet he already has such confidence and maturity. Mukura thought seriously. Perhaps what he said earlier. He remembered the scene of Jin's confidence. I am searching for the path that will usher in the era of Jin Garenkadel. Mukuranji. These are not meaningless jokes. He is truly serious about doing this. Mukura turned back and ordered, Two of you, no, everyone, listen up. Before we finish setting up the teleportation gate, be mindful of your actions. Do not do anything foolish. Understood? The brown-haired team member protested. What, Captain? What you're asking is unreasonable. The bald team member complained. Since when do we have to worry about things like this? The team member with the headband looked blank. Why is the captain suddenly going crazy? Mukira snapped. Just be quiet and do as I say. Yuli turned back to remind. Captain Mukura, I think we can depart now. Mukura was startled and replied, Understood. Mukura placed his hand on his chest. Then let's set off. As they were moving, Mukura asked, Is it okay for us to just leave them behind like this? Julie replied, It's fine. Julie explained, Whether they're alive or dead when they're found. This will be a warning to their comrades. Jean praised, Well done, Julie. She replied, Thank you, my lord. Yuli bowed. They said we'll reach a village in about 2 hours. Jin was calm. I see. I guess we'll have to rest there and wait for the snow to stop. Suddenly Jin called out, Julie. She was curious. Yes, Jin understood. Don't worry about what happened during the escort. It wasn't your fault. Even a 9-star knight like Khan didn't notice. Jinan said. A 7-star warrior like you would naturally have a hard time noticing anything unusual. It's not like I'm teaching you what a guard knight should do or anything. Julie blamed herself. I'm sorry. Dai looked at her and thought, Julie is still the same as in my previous life. Jin thought to himself, as a nanny of the Rung Candle family, Her fate is bound to the child she is raising. Ginny, in my past life, Julie was my nanny. Jin remembered the scene of Julie being bullied by other nannies and thought, because I had no talent, she was also despised and humiliated. Jean thought, but Julie never blamed me. On the day I was expelled from the Rung Candle clan, Julie was also kicked out like me, and she. Ginny told me, young master, I'm sorry I couldn't take good care of you. She bowed her head and said that to me. Jean bit his lip, thinking, I don't want to make things difficult for someone who has always been so kind to me, but the current situation is different from my past life. Julie also needs to strengthen her resolve. Julie clenched her fists slightly and said, young master, I am willing to accept any punishment for what has happened. Jean snapped. Stop blaming yourself like that. This is an order, Julie. Jean turned back. As long as you're my nanny, you're the only guard knight I need. Jean said, if you let trivial matters like that affect you, how can you escort me in the future? Julie stopped her evil deeds. She turned back seriously, so don't make me repeat this again. Is that clear? Julie bowed her head in compliance. Yes, young master. I will rectify this. Julie thought to herself, to think that the young master is this concerned about me. She was determined. What he said was for my own good. I have to be more careful to make sure he doesn't get hurt by anyone else. Julie encouraged herself. Young master, I will do my best. Jin felt a sense of relief from her mood and felt lighter. That's a relief. It seems she's regained her spirits. The door opened to reveal a warm light, and the words, welcome. The group entered in. The innkeeper asked, how many rooms do you need? Mukira replied, 2 rooms for me, then silently calculated those people and the fake guard knights. Diane looked up and smiled. If I'm right, it's highly likely that person had a hand in it. Jian visualized the large figure and silently called out in his heart. Shape-shifting sorcerer Buba Gaston. Di thought, shape-shifting is the strength of the dragon clan, but even dragons can't shape-shift perfectly. Jin thought, only Pupa is the only existence that can create a perfect transformation. He used that ability to disguise himself and commit various crimes to wreak havoc on the world. Jean tiredly opened the door to the room with anxiety. If Pupa is really involved in this, then things are getting more complicated. Jin thought, even though he hasn't done anything terrible yet, Mukula, before going out, said carefully, if you need anything, just feel free to call me. Jilly replied, thank you. Captain Mukula. Jin sat on the bed to rest. In my past life, when I was 20, the Bi-Moon Special Task Force captured him. If I could make Pupa an ally, it would be very useful. Dai frowned and thought, but I have no reason to invite someone who has pointed a sword at me to be my ally. Jin, drowsy, yawned and thought, before Pupa causes any more trouble, I need to check carefully if anything has changed from my past life. Julie turned back. Young master, I will stand guard outside. Seeing no reply, Julie turned back suspiciously. Young master. She then saw Jean had fallen asleep on the bed. Looking at Jin sleeping soundly, Julie exclaimed, oh my. She smiled gently, keeping quiet to let Jean rest. The cat's tail, with its glossy black fur, swayed back and forth. The constant meowing from outside the window was so annoying that even the sleeping Jin couldn't help but feel irritated. So noisy. Jean scratched his head, waking up drowsily. Did I fall asleep? As the noise from outside the window seeped in, Jean stretched and thought, even though I've trained by myself many times back at the Storm Castle, but this is still too much for my 10-year-old body. But what's that sound? He looked over, causing the black cat outside to freeze, stiff as a board, and said drowsily, The atmosphere was as quiet as a series of question marks running through. Then Jin, surprised, widened his eyes and asked, could you be? He remembered the time Murakam laughed heartily. Isn't it funny? I'll always hide and follow you. So don't worry. Jin also laughed at that time. All right, I understand. Looking at the black cat outside the window, screaming in anger and scratching the window, Yang laughed and trembled. You said you would hide and follow me. You mean turning yourself into a cat like this? The black cat Moroccan angrily opened its mouth, causing Jin to hold back his laughter. All right. I'm sorry. He opened the window to let the cat in. I was just a little surprised because I didn't expect you to be in this form. Dai looked at the cat, which was emitting black smoke. I thought you would disguise yourself as one of my servants, like the stable boy. Moroccan returned to his human form, angry. Hey, if I did that, all the knights in your family would notice me. Moroccan was angry. Do you know how hard it was to follow you? His stepping foot tripped on a raised wooden plank, and so Moroccan fell face first, hitting the wall of the room. He cried out, Julie, hearing the sound, burst into the room, frightened and worried. Young master, what happened? She then saw Moroccan squatting, holding his forehead and trembling. Yuri's face darkened and she snapped, You? Who are you to be following my young master? She held Moroccan's Zazer iron claws, ready to strike down on his face with a murderous look. Tell me everything quickly before I send you to the afterlife. Who the hell are you? Jean hurriedly intervened. Wait, Julie. This person is. Moroccan couldn't believe it. Julie, is that Julie? Moroccan stood up straight, his face flushed. Oh, my little strawberry shortcake. I've finally met you. Julie, hearing this, looked disgusted as if she had seen a flea. Strawberry cake. Moroccan said confidently, I've been looking forward to the day we would meet. She was bewildered. What? Jin stood by, helplessly covering his face, thinking, this is a mess. Let me introduce Moroccan to Julie. First of all, Moroccan here is the guardian deity of the Rung Candle clan, the Black Dragon Moroccan. Then Jean turned to Julie. And this is Julie. Before Jean could finish his sentence, Moroccan interjected. I know who she is. She's my precious strawberry shortcake, isn't she? Julie bowed and said with a slightly trembling voice, This humble servant of the Rung Candle family apologizes for being disrespectful to the guardian god. Please forgive me, Mukana. Seeing Julie like this, laughed loudly. Don't worry, my little strawberry shortcake. I am more than happy to forgive you. Julie asked with a slightly confused expression, Hey, Sir Moroccan, may I ask why I am a strawberry shortcake? Moroccan replied with a confident tone. Because you are wonderful, beautiful, and make the perfect strawberry shortcake. Julie screamed with a stunned face, turning to look at him. So he's the reason you requested strawberry cake every day. Can you sit down for a moment and let me explain, said Jiki. Julie lowered her face and said in a slightly hurt tone, There are so many things I don't know about you, young master. Dai looked at Julie. I'm sorry for lying to you, Julie. Julie replied, No. I've always known the young master's talent is amazing, but first magic, then solderer's contractor, and now a dragon. As a servant, I'm just surprised and happy for you. Julie was now filled with curiosity. Jean replied, Anyway, Julie, you're one of us now. The guild can't know the truth that Moroccan has awakened and my relationship with him. At least for now. Got it, Julie replied in a soft voice. Yes, young master. I understand. Moroccan stepped forward to shield Jin, looking at Julie excitedly. You don't need to worry. Strawberry shortcake. I'll always be by the kid's side anyway, Julie replied. Thank you for your kindness, Sir Moroccan. Julie wondered, Oh, so, the loud noise from before when you transformed, is it gone now? Jean was replying, No, that was when he turned to Moroccan and said, You should be more careful. Moroccan whispered to Jean, Don't lecture me. I fell. Woo-hoo-hoo. Moroccan suddenly stood up and laughed loudly. Julie looked at Moroccan's current state with some fear and turned to look at Jin. Young master, are you sure he's reliable? Jin looked at Moroccan's current state and replied helplessly, I guess so. To the Mytel teleportation gate, Yuli stood before Mukura. Well done, Black King team. Mukura asked about a cat. Was it here before? Julie continued. The Rung Candle clan will reward you handsomely for your efforts, Mukuran said. This mission was also a valuable experience for us. I am very excited to see the future of the young master of Rukandon that you are taking care of. Mukura was curious, but Julie McLaurin had a question for her. Julie replied, Yes. Mukura said, A talented person like you. Why did you leave the McLaurin family and become a nanny for the young master of Rukandon? Julie hesitated to answer. Julie turned her back and glanced at Mukura. There's nothing important to discuss anymore. Mukura said awkwardly, I'm sorry, I overstepped. Zuladab, it's okay, then. Stepping inside, the receptionist greeted Julie and Jean. Welcome to the middle teleportation gate. May I see your documents? To Canlin of the Huftister Alliance. Thank you. You're from the Rung Candle family. The receptionist was respectful. It's an honor to meet you. Please follow me. We will arrange for you to have premium seats. We will be there in a flash if you can wait here for about 2 hours. Then, travel safely. Julie called softly. Young lady. Jean turned to look at Julie. Julie said with a slightly anxious and apprehensive look, Actually, as a servant, I'm very worried. If Moroccan is exposed for something, we can't handle it. Jindab, you're talking about my magic. Of course, no one in Wukandon can do that. Don't worry, I know. So I'll keep it a secret. Suddenly there was a noise behind them, and they both turned around, as if he had discovered something. The glorious golden dragon, that is. Zippo, a white-haired young man with 2 large bodyguards, DVAO. Jin observed in silence. Who is that? So familiar. This person is Viradini Zippo. She looked at Jin and said in a not-so-friendly tone, I had a feeling I didn't want to go to Hewfester today. I didn't think I'd see those annoying rats here. Julie silently glanced at Din. Viradini Zippo turned to look at Butterfly. But your cat is cute. Viradini Zippo cheerfully petted Butterfly. Come here. Good kitty. Suddenly the cat got angry and scratched Zippo's hand, making Zippo scream. The soldiers immediately shouted, Young master, then turned to scold the cat. You brat. Viradini looked at the two guards. It's okay, it's just an animal. I must have scared it. And drawing a sword in front of the Rukenden family is not helpful. Viradin Zippo glanced at Jean and Julie sitting there. I was just curious and wanted to tease them a bit, but I didn't think there would be no reaction. I guess the youngest son of the Rukenden family is quite calm. Viradin spoke up. I am Viradin Zippo. I want to apologize for my rudeness just now. Jin looked at Viradin. Viradini Zippo, the genius mage, is the person with the highest potential to inherit the Zippo clan. A role model for young mages. A person of ability and style. I used to think he could leave me far behind in terms of a mage's skills. Well, that was before. I didn't think I'd meet him when we were the same age. This is a very happy feeling, isn't it? Jean turned and gently stroked Butterfly. I was also wondering what kind of person you are. It's good to know you're not a complete idiot. Viradini said. Oh, what's your assessment? Jean said. Even if you're enough. If those guys draw their swords, you'll have the experience of walking around Hewfesterdorf without bodyguards. Oh, and you might lose a few fingers. Viradin Zippo laughed loudly. Even your jokes are violent. Jindab with a grim face, you think I'm kidding. Viradin Zippo seemed a little scared when he looked at Jean at that moment. Alright, let me give you some advice. If you meet another Zippo person or find yourself in a similar situation, don't make a hasty decision to cut off their fingers. Otherwise, it will be painful for both parties anyway, he joked, with the bottom of Viradin Zippo. My father, Siren Rukanden, and your father, Silly X Zippo. Do you think they would interfere in a children's fight? Berardini Zippo seemed a bit hesitant upon hearing that. Viradin burst out laughing. You're right. They probably just come to pay some gold or something. Hey, I learned something from you. I'll repay this debt when I can. Jean replied coldly. Don't wait. Pay it back now. Viradini Zippo seemed a bit awkward. Oh, of course. What do you need? Jean Dap, I would be very grateful if you could be quiet until the teleportation gate is active and not disturb my rest. Viradin Zippo was surprised and thought to himself, HMPH, Dankanden, this guy. He'll probably get stronger in a few years. If it weren't for his guild, I would have asked him to be friends. Zippo kept staring at Jean so much that his guard had to gently remind him, Young master, your image. Viradin Zippo suddenly had a thought and his eyes lit up. Wait a minute. If he's a member of the Rukanden family, is it possible that he'll become my sworn enemy? I'm so awesome. The guard sighed and said, Young master, please. Jean, seeing Viradin's state at this moment, thought to himself, what a pain. His finger has probably gotten serious, and he's still acting like this. What's wrong with the Zippo clan? They're all crazy. The announcer announced, Thank you for your patience. The teleportation gate will be temporarily opened. You may experience headaches or dizziness as side effects. So all passengers, please. Viradin Zippo suddenly slammed the table and shouted, Zin Zan Kanden. It was nice meeting you. See you next time. Jean replied coldly, I'm fine. Let's not meet again. Change of scene. Jin has arrived in front of the Rungcandle family mansion. Greeting him was Pedro, bowing respectfully. We have been waiting for you, young master. This is the first time I've had the pleasure of welcoming you. I am the second servant, Pedro. It must have been a difficult journey to get here. I warmly welcome you to the main Rungcandle residence, the Garden of Swords. The Garden of Swords, where those who have dedicated themselves to the prosperity of the Rungcandle clan are honored to have their swords planted. In other words, this place is a symbol of the dreams and honor of all Rungcandle members. De coldly walked past. The Garden of Swords was also his dream, to plant his sword here before he died. My past self was weak and had no potential, a person with neither leadership nor intelligence. Why was I so foolish to think that just trying hard would change everything? This time, he looked up at the castle before him. In this priceless place, I will live a meaningful life. Upon entering, Jean was greeted by his parents and siblings. The woman nicknamed the Black Panther, Rosa Rungcandle, the matriarch of the Rungcandle clan, looked at Jin with a cold gaze. Long time no see, youngest son. DCN replied politely, Yes, mother. Rosa let out a cold snort. The black cat's eyes met the sharp gaze of the patriarch, Siren. He spoke, "Did you pick up a stray?" Jean cheerfully stroked the cat and replied nonchalantly, "I adopted it, father." Karen was quite surprised by Jin's answer. He rubbed his chin lightly instead of picked up. "You adopted it. It's good that you speak so politely." "That's right. When a rung candle receives something, this is the proper answer." Hearing Siren's words, Jean felt a chill as he sensed many eyes turning towards him. Rosa knelt down and stroked Jean's black cat. "Son, what is this child's name?" Jean replied, "His name is Butterfly Rung Candle, mother." Rosa was surprised by Jean's answer. Not only was Rosa surprised, but everyone else present was also taken aback. "What? Father, mother, even if it's just a child, this is unacceptable. How dare you give the rung candle name to a common animal like this, Julie? How did you raise our youngest brother? How dare a cat?" Julie stammered in fear. I'm sorry," Karen said sharply. "Enough." To calm everyone down, then he turned to look at Jean. "Youngest son, why did you give this cat the rung candle name?" Jean placed a hand on his chest and replied politely, "Because that way I will be responsible for him. He may just be an animal, but he is the first life I have taken in. So I think his name should also have value." The result was quite surprising before Jean's answer. How surprising. "But, youngest son, the weight of the name rung candle, understand it?" Jean replied confidently, "Yes, I understand it very well. If anyone insults Butterfly, I will be the one to pay the price." Siren lightly stroked his sword. "Youngest son, it seems you have a talent for making enemies. Look at how your other children are staring at you." Jin smiled faintly. "It seems so. However, I also have a talent for destroying enemies, father." Siren suddenly burst out laughing. A rare smile on the face of the head of the Rung Candle family appeared. "This child, you should all be worried, if you want to deal with this insolent youngest son." With that, Karen turned and left, leaving Din amidst the resentful gazes of his siblings. For years have passed in a flash. Early summer, 1794. Jean Rung Candle, now 14 years old, is a 2-star knight, a low-level military cadet. He was standing and talking to his trainer. "Young master, we will conclude the youngest young master's training session here. You've worked hard today." Din said doubtfully, "We only trained in the morning." The other trainer replied, "Didn't Lady Luna have a training plan for today? You probably forgot. This person is Garan Antomia, a low-level trainer for the Rung Candle Guards Cadet Corps." Jin placed the sword on the rack. "All right, yes, I'll go get something to eat." Grun said, "Are you planning to eat with the other cadets today as well?" Matriarch Dosa seems quite disappointed. Jin sighed. "It's fine. I don't want to have to participate in a staring contest with my siblings while I eat." Garan, hearing this, replied, "Understood. I will report back to her." Jin was sitting alone when a voice called out, "Young master, I've brought you some food." Jin replied, "Oh, thank you, Beloff." Beloff smiled. "It's nothing, young master. This girl is Beloff Smith, a low-level cadet in the Rung Candle Guard." Jia glanced at Beloff, who was devouring his food with gusto, and thought to himself, Beloff Smith, 13 years old, a commoner. After his training, he faced being stripped of his cadet status and expelled. Jin looked at Bellup. "Is it good?" Bellup turned to look at Jin. "Yes." As if reading Jin's question, Jin stood up abruptly. "Of course. I'm always grateful to the Rung Candle family. Thanks to them, I get to eat this delicious meat. And I'm also grateful to the young master who always shares his meat with me." Before Beolab could finish his sentence, Jin interrupted. Enough, stop. You said the exact same thing yesterday. Did you memorize it?" Beolab rubbed his head and laughed awkwardly. "Bellup, you must learn to control yourself with maturity. The truth is, your constant chatter makes others look down on you." Bellup was skeptical of Jin's words. "Is that so?" Jin looked at Belov with a stern gaze. "That's right. Stand up straight and be confident. Be confident that you are a cadet of the Rung Candle Guard Knights." Beolab said hesitantly, "But my grades are terrible. I can't even get to 1 star. Hearing this, Beolab sighed in resignation. Becoming a cadet of the Rung Candle family is not an easy task. No matter how low your grades are, you're still better than other 13-year-olds outside. Got it?" Bellup replied, "Yes." Dai looked at Beolov, who was engrossed in his food, and thought to himself, his personality is too naive. It's not an exaggeration to say he was targeted by his family. But how did such an innocent person, who was taught the way of a different master swordsman, after becoming the Empire's loyal dog, begin to walk the path of a ruthless assassin? When I heard he became a royal guard, I was very surprised. And when I heard he committed suicide, I was heartbroken. If I had abandoned him..." Jean used his fork to move a piece of his meat onto Bellup's tray. Bellup was startled. Young master, Jean didn't let Belop say anything more. I'm not hungry. You can eat for me. Hearing that, Beolof looked at Din with a radiant face. Young master. Dai looked at the innocent Beolof before him and thought to himself, I have to make sure you don't get kicked out this time. One lifetime of living in misfortune, and then dying is more than enough. After lunch, Jean strolled alone down the palace corridor. He was silently calculating. Shadow energy release is 2-star. Mana is 4-star. Swordsmanship is 2-star. It's going quite well. If I keep this up, I should be able to reach 3-star swordsmanship within 2 years. But before that, change of scene. Jean is now standing before Luna, preparing for the training session. Luna closes her eyes with a majestic demeanor and says softly, My adorable little brother, your training today will be the same as yesterday. However, you will have to defend yourself differently. Jin Dap. I understand, big sister. Luna began to guide Jin. Little brother, use your mind's eye. Look with your mind's eye. On the surface, Jean seemed to be seriously following Luna's instructions, but deep down, Jean was very skeptical of what was happening. I guess I have to go through this kind of training I've never heard of before. Luna said, Look with the eyes of your soul, for those who live to sharpen their blades. Having the eye of the soul is more important than anything else. Luna constantly reminded Jean, Don't open your eyes. Although Jean was doing as Luna said, his mind was distracted. The mind's eye, a realm that only knights above 7-star can achieve. Yet she's teaching it to a mere 2-star knight like me. Not only that, a normal mind's eye is achieved by channeling aura. But since I can't use aura while training, I can't understand it. Jin clenched his sword and encouraged himself. No, I choose to trust my sister. I'm sure she has some idea. Focus on the training. I believe that one day I will be able to understand this training. After a rather long time, the training session finally ended. Shedding her stern demeanor from the training, Luna encouraged Jean. You did well today too, Jean. You can go back now. Jean shyly placed a hand on his neck and replied, Thank you, Luna. Luna remembered Jean's image during training and thought to herself, as expected, I knew he would do well, but he always exceeds my expectations. He shows a focus and memory that is rarely seen in 2-star knights. With your potential, I'm sure you'll understand it soon enough, in just a few years. Luna looked at Jean's back with a loving gaze. Keep growing, my brother, Jean. The scene changes to the training session of the cadets. Garan stands in front of Jean. Welcome. Young master. They all look very tense. I'm sure they are. Garan turned to face the cadets who were neatly assembled below. He said in a stern voice, This duel counts for a large portion of your final grade. Some good points are a shortcut to becoming a guard knight, so I'm sure we're all very nervous. With that, Garan turned to look at Jean and said softly, Today is also an important day for you. Young master. Jean turned to look at Garan with a confused expression. Garan continued, Lady Rosa said that if you defeat 10 people of a higher rank today, you can join the intermediate training group at the beginning of next year. Jean replied coldly, Mother said that. That's good news. Then Jean turned towards the assembled cadets. Seeing Beolof trembling at that moment, Beolof was at it again. Belop's pathetic, frightened state made Jean sigh. I'll make sure he doesn't get expelled. But he should be more confident. Garen's voice boomed to steady the cadets' attention today. You will fight 3 times, and you will change partners each time. The 10 best winners will fight one-on-one with young Master Jin. As Garan finished speaking, all the cadets shouted in unison, Yes, instructor. The duel between the cadets began. Jin stood outside, observing and evaluating the fight. They're not bad. They didn't become interns for nothing. Garan, after pairing everyone up, turned to look at the remaining people. All right, those who were not chosen, return to your places. Yes, sir. Then Garan turned to look at Jin. Get ready, young master. Jin replied coldly, All right. Jin easily defeated his opponents one by one. 10. I'm best at 8, so I only need to defeat 2 more. And to do that, the person I need to pay attention to is... Cutting off Jin's train of thought, Garan shouted, Next, get ready. A girl with long pink hair, gripping her sword tightly with a confident expression, slowly approached Jin. I'm in your care, young master. This girl is Mesa Milcano, a regular class intern knight of the Rung Candle Guard. Diane looked at Mesa. Mesa Milcano, a noble who will become a guard knight after passing all the intern processes in the future. Mesa raised her sword into a ready stance, her face full of confidence. Today, I will defeat you at all cost. Jean was quite amused by Mesa's confidence. The match with Mesa is the most important thing in this test. Jean smiled faintly. All right, I'm looking forward to it. Then the two of them rushed towards each other. The blows that both sides landed were incredibly powerful. Even though they were fighting with wooden swords, the immense power caused them to clash, creating large flashes of light. Dai looked at Mesa's fighting style and thought to himself, Mesa, she's stronger than before, but not to the point where I can't defeat her. The problem is I have to defeat 8 more people after Coda. If that's the case, then Jinja continuously attacked Mesa's sword, making Mesa a little confused. Why is he only using simple attacks when he's already shown all his techniques? I'm sure he's doing it on purpose, but why? The sword in Misa's hand trembled with her anger. Misa looked at Jin's expression and his attacks and thought to herself, no way. Is he looking down on me? Thinking I can't beat him today either. At this thought, Mesa gripped her sword tightly and shouted, all right, let's do this. Young master. Mesa angrily swung her sword repeatedly at Jin. The cadets watching from the sidelines were all stunned by the intensity of the fight. The blows from Jin and Mesa grew increasingly powerful and damaging. Mesa encouraged herself. I won't be pushed back anymore. This time, I will surpass the young master. Mesa gathered her strength and leaped high, striking a powerful blow at Jin's sword. But beyond Mesa's imagination, Jin easily blocked Mesa's attack. Not only that, but he also broke Mesa's sword in half, sending it flying into the air. Mesa, seeing her broken sword, was bewildered and stood frozen on the spot. How? Before Mesa could do anything more, Jin pointed his sword at Mesa's neck. The match is over, Mesa Milcano. Then Jin sheathed his sword and said coldly, anyway, it's useless. Mesa looked down at the sword in her hand. I can't believe it. He attacked the same spot on my sword with those strikes. Our stamina and strength are the same. But I lost in precision and tenacity. Is something like that even possible? He's a child of the Rung Candle family, after all. Mesa approached Jin. Young master, I will dedicate myself to training, and I will definitely defeat you next time. Mesa reminded herself, I can't keep losing like this. Jin thought everything was going according to plan. As I am now, it's very difficult to face 10 interns directly. Despite my amazing victory over Mesa, I've made them misunderstand that they'll lose if they fight directly. Due to the cadets' unstable mentality, Jin easily defeated the remaining opponents after Mesa. Dai looked at his fallen opponent. With this, that's 10. Thank God everything went according to plan. Garan approached Jin and said, well done, young master. With this, you can be trained by a real Rung Candle in the intermediate group next year. Congratulations in advance. Jin Dap thanked Garan. I'll be in your care until then. Garan looked at Jin and said, it's almost lunchtime. We've finished the morning training. Jin hesitated. How much longer? Garan, hearing this, wondered. About 10 minutes. Why do you ask? Jin replied coldly. I still have to face one more person. Garan was skeptical. Who? Jin approached the rack and picked up his sword. Then he cleared his throat and shouted, Bellup Smith. Bellup, who was standing there, was startled when he heard Jin call his name and stammered, young master. Aye. Jin said softly, step forward. Let's fight. Belov hesitated, but before Belov could finish his sentence, Zin shouted and cut him off. Belov, please. Jin pointed his sword at Bealub. You can't survive in Rung Candle like this. Step up, step right up and fight me. I will defeat you. The heavy footsteps struggled to move forward. This heaviness was certainly not from the armor he was wearing, but from his current mood. Bellup was dejected and struggled to drag his wooden sword towards Jin Rung Candle, with thousands of eyes behind him staring at him. As for Jin, he stood there with a very majestic demeanor, waiting. After waiting for a while, Bealub reached a certain position, and he also began to raise his sword into a fighting stance. But his body was still trembling. Why did the young master choose me? Is it because I'm weak, so I can help him improve his military skills? Seeing Bellup's slightly flustered and frightened appearance, Jin said with an emotionless face, Bellup. Hearing the young master call his name, Bellup was startled and stood up straight, so much so that his messy blonde hair stood on end. He said loudly, why yes, young master. His anxious reaction made his comrades behind him burst into mocking laughter. Jin's tone was both concerned and slightly mocking. I'm quite tired from fighting 10 people. But you're different. You look fine. But I'm still stronger than you. That's why I want to fight you. Hearing that, Bealop instinctively raised his sword in front of him. He stammered, What do you mean? Before he could finish his sentence, Jin Rung Candle had already charged towards Beolab like a blazing fire. The surrounding scenery also turned fiery red due to the influence of Jin Rung Candle's power. Attacked unexpectedly, Beolab quickly used his sword to block a powerful blow, a Sika. Bellup also quickly used all his strength to push Jin away, but right after that, his feet clung tightly to the ground to stay upright. Then he became flustered. Young master, why did you? Jin remained silent and continued to charge at below, attacking. This time, it seemed he used more force to fight. The flashes of light from the attack and defense of these two people appeared and disappeared like electric fields. See. The difficult sword fight continued. While Jin relentlessly attacked, Below only blocked the blows and did not counterattack. This resilience also made Jin open his mouth to praise with a thoughtful look. Good block. Belov, like a hunted sheep, still trembled as he looked into his eyes and replied, thank you. Belov also didn't let Jin get too close for too long, as he quickly swung his sword to push Jin back. The force of Belov's push also sent Jin flying a long distance. Jin had to stab his sword into the ground to avoid being thrown further. As the tip of the sword scraped against the ground, it accidentally sent stones flying and created sparks. That was enough to show that Belov's resistance was no joke. Jin also took that opportunity to fling stones and dust at Below, causing him to lose his sense of direction and reflexively cover his eyes. Asika unconsciously retreated to seize the opportunity to spin on the ground and decisively kick Belov's leg. That decisive and unexpected kick left Belov unable to defend himself, and he fell down in pain. The boy Gen Z suppressed the physical pain and tried to stand up, but his eyes were already filled with tears. Belov now seemed to have shrunk under Jin's large shadow. He trembled as he looked up at Jin. Young master, why did you do that? Jin's voice came out arrogant. You think I just called you here to fight? I want to fight you, so I can kill you. Under the midday sun, Jin pointed his sword straight at Belov and spoke cold words, his eyes showing no flicker of emotion. Seeing that Belov was still not up, Jin ordered, get up. I will only go easy on you once. And Belov had now gripped his sword tightly in his hand. He tried to use his sword for support and stand up. The people standing around saw this and started talking. Some were scared for Belov. Others wanted him to stand up and fight to the end. The discussions made the stands more lively than before. Belov now began to show his strength. The sword in his hand seemed to have received all the power and shone with a mystical golden light. Everyone outside was extremely surprised. Mesa shouted, that is Aura. Looking over at Belov, he was completely different from before, looking much stronger. It must be the golden light emanating from his sword. That gave us this sense of grandeur from Belov. Misa, in a panic and worried, turned to her teacher and said, Teacher, we need to stop this match immediately. If we continue, the young master will be in danger. The teacher was also too surprised to speak, but then Jin's voice rang out, loud and clear. Swordsmanship instructor Garan and Tomia. This is an order. What you see today, carry it with you until you die. Every word Jin said was filled with killing intent. His eyes were also very cold, not looking at Mesa and teacher Anemia, even for a second, but staring straight ahead. Those eyes had turned a brighter blue. Teacher Anemia could only say helplessly, I understand. Mesa, next to him, was still dazed and scared, only able to nod her head repeatedly. His golden bangs flowing, Belov looked up with a bruised face. Is this really what you want? Young master. In contrast to Belov's respect, Jin replied with a bored tone, that's right. If you know how to use aura, don't back down. He raised his sword with a cold expression. Having endured from the beginning, Belov began to grit his teeth, preparing to show his power. You've made a mistake, young master. If you wanted to fight me, then you should have sought me out first. As he shouted, Belov swung his sword high and ran. A stream of light and power also followed the path of his sword, shining brightly. His eyes had now turned a mystical emerald green, filled with both resentment and resilience. Belov landed a powerful blow aimed straight at Jin, but Jin nimbly blocked it with his sword. However, from a flash of light and the way Jin's hair flew, it was clear how powerful this attack was. And it was that very attack that broke Jin's sword in two. The surface of Belov's sword still radiating Nava's breath. Ending the first blow, Belov concluded with a firm and beautiful stance, while on the contrary, Jin, whose sword was broken and lost its momentum, instinctively retreated sharply. For a moment, Jin's eyes became still, filled with thought. I didn't know he was this strong. I knew Belov was very strong. Following his train of thought, Jin remembered the first time he witnessed Belov fight whenever the cadets challenged each other. He could see through his opponent's skills and tactics. Furthermore, he knew how to avoid getting injured even when he lost. But I never expected him to be able to use aura. While Jin was still lost in thought, Belov, with a somewhat angry face, prepared to attack him again. But Jin nimbly retreated. He threw away the broken half of his sword. Then he directly used his bare hands to strike Belov's wrist as he was about to bring his blow down. Attacked so quickly, Belov's wrist was injured. He looked down at his trembling hands and gritted his teeth. Then suddenly something flashed past his field of vision. After that, the sound of clashing iron rang out. The situation was once again turned on its head as Belov was now being held in a chokehold by Jin. Belov still tried to fight back by pulling Jin's hand away, but he couldn't break free. Seeing that Belov was also getting tired, Jin let him go. Then he took a step back, not to see him more clearly, but to make Belov let down his guard. As for Belov, he knelt on the ground, his body trembling as he breathed heavily. What? Why did you stop? You said you wanted to fight to the end. So, you should have finished the match. You enjoy toying with people like this. De looked at Belov, who was spewing angry words at him, with a hint of sorrow. Then he asked back, "Is that what I am in your eyes?" Belov couldn't control himself and turned his head up to say loudly, "Then why?" Jin explained softly, "But provoking you in this way also hurts me a lot. It hurts me more than you think." Hearing that, Belov clenched his fist, still a little angry in his heart. "What do you know about me to torture me like this?" In contrast to Belov's anger, Jin calmly approached Belov. He bent down to pick up the sword just as he said, "I don't know who you are." He held the sword up high, "But I know one thing." Belov had gradually calmed down. Looking up in surprise, Jin's serious and sincere eyes looked at Belov. "Caring is something you can only possess when you become strong. You are weaker than me, and also kinder than me." He spoke as he placed a hand on Belov's shoulder, as if in encouragement. "I'm sorry, of course. I like that very much, but if you're that kind, you won't be able to survive in this hell." Jin's voice was soft and full of love. "Belov, become stronger so you can protect this kind heart." The people outside, seeing this, also showed empathy on their faces. A kind heart is a gift for us. And for others too. Jin's warm voice echoed in the quiet space for a long time. And the words from the bottom of his heart also made Belov realize something and burst into tears. Jan smiled and patted his shoulder. "I'm sorry for having to do such a difficult thing." Just then, the kitchen staff brought out a large pot and loaves of bread. It seemed to be very heavy. One of them realized the training session wasn't over and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness." Teacher Zhao approached Jin and Belov. "The training session is not over yet. We'll be back later." Seeing the people carrying the heavy food still fumbling, Ginlian said, "No, it's okay. Just bring it in." Belov had now calmed down and returned to his previous timid demeanor. "Young master, please come and get today's ration." Hearing that offer, Jin smiled and slung his sword over his shoulder. "All right, I'll go get your portion and mine." At that moment, a halo of light shone over Jin, making him look truly radiant. "So that's why my youngest son said that." Khan bowed and reported to Patriarch Karen about Jin's recent actions. "Yes, Patriarch." Then suddenly Siren turned around and burst out laughing. "I see. The boy has made his choice, hasn't he? He intends to protect the weak while he himself rules by force. If so, then let him continue. I want to see what he can do." Then he instructed Han, "Go back and tell the boy everything." Han bowed. "Yes, my lord." Karen bowed his head, his stern face flashing a sinister smile. "I will give the boy his first mission." In January 1795, at the age of 15, I was recognized as a 3-star knight. During the first holiday, some students returned to their hometowns. The rest trained on their own to test their progress. Upon reaching the intermediate level, wooden swords are no longer used for training. Real swords, custom-made, have taken their place. Many cadets have commissioned blacksmiths to forge their own personal swords. I was also trying to find a sword that suited me in the clan's armory. But Sister Luna wanted to help Jin find a sword. "Finding a sword that suits you is really hard," Jin said, because she said she wanted to choose a sword for me. All the decision-making power fell into her hands. Jin leaned against the wall, recalling this day 1 month ago. At that time, Luna had tormented him to insist on getting the right to choose the sword. "Jin, please let me choose a sword for you." Then he hung his head, contemplating and reassuring himself. "Whatever. She has a better eye for weapons than I do, so the sword she chooses will probably suit me." Cutting through his thoughts, Luna emerged from the treasure room carrying a massive sword. Dai looked on, his face frozen in disbelief. Luna looked at Jin and confidently introduced, "The sword is called the Slaughtering Veil. I used it a lot when I was your age. A big, sharp sword. I thought I'd use something like this at your age." She looked down at the sword affectionately. "I guess this is the original form of the granule I used to use." Then she suddenly turned to ask Jin, "What do you think of this sword, Jin? You like it?" Faced with such a difficult question, Jin twisted all the words he had to answer hesitantly. Sister Luna, I'm really grateful that you helped me choose a sword, but I don't think this sword suits me. Hearing this, Luna's face showed clear sadness, as she had put a lot of effort into choosing a sword for her little brother. I see. It's okay. I was just kidding. Diane looked at Luna's mood and thought to himself. I don't think she was kidding. Luna swung the sword, remarking to herself, but the slaughtering veil is a really good sword. It's a bit heavy, but not too much. She squinted at the sword with a sharp gaze. Looking at the empty sword on the ground, Luna sighed and said reluctantly, all right, I'll listen to you. I'll choose another sword for you. Hearing this, Jin silently sighed in relief. Luna said as she pushed open the treasury door, I really put a lot of my own effort into choosing a sword for you. Then Luna led Jin into the treasury. She said sincerely, a sword that only you can use, and this is my choice. Seeing the sword Luna held up, Jin was a little surprised. Because you also chose Parasada from the very beginning. So I think this will be the most suitable sword for you. Jin watched as Luna slowly drew the sword from its sheath, thinking to himself, the sword is. The sword linked to the Parasada used by the first patriarch, Bradamani. Jin held the Bradamani with an interested expression. You like this sword now, don't you? Jin answered immediately, yes. This is truly the most special sword among thousands of excellent ones. Jin looked down at the sword in his hand and thought to himself, this is the sword I told myself I had to get at all cost. I didn't expect her to choose Bradamani for me. Both Bradamani and Parasada are very suitable for using shadow energy. If I had chosen this sword myself, the others would have surely objected and forced me to give it up. Jin was very grateful to his sister Luna for choosing this sword for him. This Bradamani sword is what all my brothers and sisters wanted. So I don't know how to repay you for choosing it for me. Luna, hearing this, replied, that doesn't sound right. Jin, I guess you still haven't let your guard down with me, have you? She lowered her face, a hint of sadness in her expression. I'm a little disappointed. Jin waved his hands, denying it. No, it's not that. I'm being sincere. Luna moved closer to Jin and pointed. Really? But I'm also really disappointed. So please soothe this poor, disappointed little heart of mine. Jin was flustered. What? Then Luna asked him to close his eyes. Jin, we'll start training now. All right. Do you know what I'm talking about? Of course, Sister Luna. Good. But today I still have something to teach you. Jin was surprised to hear that. What? Luna placed her hands on Jin's shoulders. Your family may always try to bring each other down, but they are also the ones who love you unconditionally. She emphasized. Remember this in your heart. Then she suddenly grabbed Jin's shoulders and shouted, and don't be sad, making him jump and reply, I understand, I understand. I'm sorry. Then Luna switched to a confidential tone. I've lived a lonely life in my own family since before you were born. I've had enough of that life. So please understand that I don't want you to go through a life like that too. Jin trembled as Luna's hand was still gripping his bicep tightly, and he stammered a reply. I know, Luna. Luna turned around cheerfully. All right, let's start training now, Jin. Feel it with your whole heart. Very quickly, Jin returned to his room to show off his sword. Moroccan, what do you think? Expecting praise, he was surprised when Moroccan advised him, return it to Duakin. You can't master shadow energy yet, so you can't use it. Hearing that, Jin lowered his head and replied, Zyker. Moroccan continued, if you want to use Bradamani, you must at least reach 3-star shadow power. But you're just a 2-star kid. You can't imitate the awakened form of the sword. Jin looked at the sword with a doubtful expression, then affirmed to himself, I will soon reach 3-star. Then I'll be able to use it soon. Moroccan, hearing this, slammed the book he was reading shut and shouted angrily, how arrogant. Listen carefully to what I have to say. What's gone? Parasada and Bradamani are not 2 swords you can use carelessly. You must at least reach 3-star shadow power. That's the minimum level. Moroccan said as he roughly hit Jin on the head. Just use normal swords and wait until you reach 5-star shadow power. Got it. Jin struggled to get up. But he pushed Moroccan's hand away and smirked cheekily. You know, I'm not the impatient type. In short, I just need to reach 5-star power this year, right? Moroccan, hearing this, had veins popping on his forehead from anger. Grabbing Jin's head, he gritted his teeth and warned. Even if you rank first in the shadow power competition, mastering that power is still completely absurd. I'm telling you this for your own good. It's so absurd that even he would laugh in your face if you understand what I'm saying. Stop talking nonsense. Seeing the old dragon scolding him endlessly, he sneakily reached for his book while he was rambling on. Jin picked up the book and acted as if he was about to tear it, threatening, hey, say that again. What did you say? Seeing his favorite book threatened, Moroccan jumped in anger and swore. Damn it, hey, put it down. I said put it down at the same time. Julie rushed in from outside, calling, Young master. Jean, hearing her, turned around abruptly. Julie, what is it? Did something happen? Taking advantage of Jean's distraction, Moroccan snatched back his storybook. Yuli reported, Instructor Garan is looking for you. He was supposed to come here himself, but he said he needs to look at the map while discussing the strategy summary with you. So, he needs you to go there. Moroccan sat on the floor, hugging his book and crying with joy. Oh, my beloved comic, Jin. Focused on listening to Julie, wondered to himself, strategy. Julie replied seriously, yes, Instructor Garan has assigned you your first mission. After the break, you must depart immediately. Jin turned and walked away, scratching his head. Is that so? It's about time. I'm a 3-star swordsman now, but departing right after the break is a bit strange. Julie walked right behind Jean. I guess it's because it's a very difficult mission. Usually, missions of intermediate level and above are all assigned to them, Jean added. It's probably because my progress has been recognized that I was assigned this mission. Jean turned around and gestured confidently. I'll go check it out, Julie. You stay here and wait with Moroccan. Julie said softly, yes, young master. Please go ahead. Arriving at the appointed place, Jin pushed open the door. Stepping inside, Jin spoke. Garan, I hear I've been assigned a mission. Garan, holding the strategic plan, turned around and greeted him. Greetings, young master. Besides you, 10 other cadets have also received missions. You will be divided into 2 teams to carry out the tasks. This is a search mission in the vicinity of the southern border of the Din Empire. The Din Empire is near the land of the Beastmen, isn't it? It seems to be close to the area marked as the den of the White Wolf tribe as well. Dai, hearing this, thought to himself, low-level cadets shouldn't be sent to this area. If this is the first mission, it's quite difficult, and the execution time is shorter than usual. Jean thought as he reached out for the map. Young master, here is the map and detailed information about the members. Give it to me. After everyone looked it over, they were all surprised. My team members are all cadets with pre-intermediate results. There's even Bielov, a member with unstable results. Could it be that someone actively proposed this? A proposal? If my fight with Bellup was reported to my father, then this mission is probably a test for me. As he thought, he clenched his fists tightly. All right, father. I will definitely show you my unwavering belief. 3 days later, at the southern border, the objective of this mission is to find the heir of the Xing Kingdom, Semperville. We will set up a guard camp in the center of the southern border. When we arrive, once prepared, each team will begin their search and share information by sending someone to the camp at a predetermined time of day. Everyone, don't call me young master, call me commander. Those who are injured, stay in the camp and rest if necessary. That's all. Let's hope the scout leader is still alive. Bellows ran over to Jean to report the situation. Commander, Eddie once saw a beastman of the Watertail tribe. Jin, hearing this, calmly pulled down his hood. The Watertail tribe. Since they're just a gentle tribe that avoids carnivores, we probably won't enter the nearby White Land tribe's territory, Jin said, visualizing the beastmen. Then he turned and gave an order. All right, Biolob, since the snow will slow you down, depart 2 hours early and return to Area 13. Biolob obediently placed his hand on his chest. Understood, Commander. Jean turned to the remaining people. The rest of you, search Area 13. They all shouted in unison. Yes, Commander. Then he stepped aside to observe the beastmen, thinking to himself, I have a bad feeling about this. Father probably gave the mission directly, but everything is going smoothly. Or maybe I misunderstood that he wanted to test me with this mission. Jin thought as he walked towards the beastmen. The beastmen, seeing Din's group approaching, gathered around. One of them spoke up. Everyone. Another one, holding a fish, pointed at Jean. He looked so poor. The fish-wielding beastman approached Jean, held out the fish, and trembled. If you're sad, eat this. It's for you. Jean bent down close to it. Thank you, I'll repay you later. Then Jin continued to observe and ponder. Outside of Area 13 is beastman territory. Low-level soldiers would be no match for them. Jinzer pulled out the strategic map and continued to think. I don't need to push myself just to get results. I'll spend the next 3 days confirming the searched areas. Suddenly, an urgent call cut through his thoughts. Young master. Bella ran from a distance, looking panicked. Young master Jean turned around, worried. What's wrong, Bella? Biolob's panicked reply made Jean stand still. The second team was ambushed. Hearing this, Jin immediately turned around and raised his hand to give an order. All forces, prepare to move. Bella, What's the situation? Bellup replied urgently. Team 2 scattered to avoid the enemy. One person who escaped reached the guard camp to report the situation. Jean asked further. Did the beastmen ambush them? Biolop's face contorted in panic. No. They were ambushed by humans. It has been confirmed that 3 people attacked the rung candles with only 3 people. Jin replied seriously. No way, I'm sure they have more people. Then he turned back and called out in a near voice. Eddington, David, return to the camp to stand guard around. Making contact with the enemy is forbidden. First, report as deep as possible. Yes, sir. After assigning tasks while on the move, Jin once again fell into deep thought. There are too many enemies here. But what is their goal? Targeting Team 2 instead of Team 1. Where I am. I don't know who they are, but… Suddenly Jin stopped and gestured for the 2 behind him to halt. They've been attacked. Then he continued his thoughts. I'm sure they will pay for messing with the Rung Candle family. Then Biolop suddenly spoke up. Young master, there's blood. Under the white snow. There were footprints and dark red bloodstains. Bellup's face turned pale as he stammered, no way, Mesa, everyone in Team 2 is dead. Jin's voice came through. Reassuringly, calm down, Bellup. The blood is still fresh. Jin carefully knelt down to examine the tracks. No signs of a fall or dismemberment. There was a fight here and Team 2 fled. The footprints show that only one person ambushed them. Sierra's voice rang out. Young master, we found an abandoned bandage. It seems to belong to Hugh Fester. Jin looked at the bloodstained white bandage in Sierra's hand and praised. Well done, Sierra. Where did you find it? Sierra replied, in the west. Jin held the bandage in his hand, observing it, then imagined the strategic map, while treating the wounded after being pursued. They were attacked by an ambusher and moved to the west. Then Jin pushed himself up, and at the same time ordered Sierra to join the group with Ardington, and rely on them. Let's go. Biolot. Biolot obeyed the order. Yes, young master. Jin and Bellup continued to move through the snow. After reaching a stable hiding place, Bellup whispered, It's Team 2, young master. Yeah, I know. But, after observing the current situation of Team 2, Jin concluded, Mesa is not here. Not only that, the number of ambushers has increased by 1. Jin took out a small knife and at the same time ordered Bellup, close your eyes for a moment. After 2 seconds, attack the one on the left. Bellup obeyed and knelt down, drawing his sword. Understood. Jin began to perform a technique, a characteristic of the shadow energy that Murakami had taught him. The sharpness and destructive power of the material enveloped in the shadow energy increases, and it corrodes matter. Dai jumped out, thrusting his knife straight at the DIC. A stream of power shooting straight ahead. One of the 2 enemies was caught completely off guard by Jin's direct attack. The enemy was annihilated in an instant, surprising the man from Team 2. Immediately after, Biolop leaped from his hiding place to attack the other dazed opponent. What the hell? Then he suddenly glanced up. Biolop stared at him. From behind, Jin's Bradamani was drawn. Just as he was focusing on blocking the blow from Biolop, Zin charged straight from behind and attacked him from the back. Blood spurted out, a dark red color staining the ground. Jin pinned the enemy to the ground and turned to look at everyone. Everyone, are you all right? Although his body was covered in wounds, he forced himself to stay strong so as not to worry Jin. Young master, we're fine, but they've captured Mesa. We're sorry, young master, Jin replied. It's all right, prioritize treating everyone first. The enemy pinned under Jin looked at him with eyes full of resentment, but not wanting to die. He begged Jin to spare his life. Jin looked at the enemy on the ground and replied coldly, You're asking me to spare you? From your perspective, you seem to be the foolish believers of Zippo. I'll give you 2 choices. Jin glared and pointed his sword at Zippo's disciple. One is to die peacefully after revealing your faction, your purpose and base, or to shut your mouth and die a painful death like your comrades. Seeing the apostle's expression, Jin guessed that this man didn't believe what he was saying. I will keep my promise. My name is Jin Rungcandle. I swear on my family's rules and honor. Hearing that, the apostle closed his eyes tightly and begged, all right, please spare my family. I belong to a revolutionary group called Kinselo, Diane said, his doubt evident. Kinselo. Jin was startled, as if he remembered something. Kinselo. He means the terrorist organization that was active around the time I died. The world was in turmoil when they killed King Din and massacred the people. They called themselves the revolutionary group. But what Kinselo meant was to make their king the king of the world. Jin was indignant. You intend to incite a rebellion in the Jin kingdom by killing Jiang Kandan's soldiers. The other apostle hastily explained, I'm just a pawn, so I don't know much. I also don't know where the base is. But my branch is located at the entrance to the land of the beastmen. There are about 20 warriors and 4-star mages. Please listen, he said, bowing. Last question. Why did you capture Mesa? The apostle replied. It was to propagate, to promote our revolution. There was an order to capture a female soldier alive. Hearing this, Gemma was indignant. You filthy bastards, the other apostle replied. That's all I know. I looked coldly at the apostle. I will keep my promise. With that, Jin used his sword to take his life. Blood spread over a large area on the ground. Jin said, How long has Mesa been captured? Biolot replied, 1 hour. Hearing that, Jin wondered, so they are still near the entrance to the beastman's land. Go request aid from the base after completing first aid. Gemma, hearing this, was skeptical. I'm sorry, are you going alone, young master? The ambushers are 4-star warriors, and there are 20 of them in total. He's right, going alone is too dangerous, young master. Scott shouted, We are soldiers, so it's normal for us to die in battle, so please. Before Scott could finish his sentence, Jean replied coldly as he said, Scott. But with the soldier captured, a rung candle sun can do nothing. I'm stronger than you all think, so obey my orders. I'll consider any opposition as insubordination. You too, be a lock. Since all of Team 2 is injured, you are now their strongest soldier, so you must keep yourself sharp. You understand me, right? Bellup replied, I will remember. Young master. After that, Jin left for the rebel base. Diane visualized the scene of Mesa being tied up. Please, don't let me be too late. In the midst of the blizzard and the dark night, Din thought with difficulty. Our enemies have 24-star soldiers. He struggled to raise his hand to wipe the sweat from his cheek. Worried. But my swordsmanship is only about 3-star. Magic is 4-star. And shadow energy release magic is 3-star. With his thoughts, Jean kept walking deeper into the dark forest. The second speed development is quite good, but I can't deal with all of them at once in my current state. The top priority now is to rescue Mesa. At that moment, he cast a wind spell, creating a green whirlwind in his hand with the thought, I will try to avoid combat as much as possible and focus on finding Mesa. Jin used the terrain testing technique, releasing the whirlwind. It quickly spread out like a terrain net, covering the entire surrounding area. Jin continued to create a wind spell with the intention, and if I had wind magic here too, then the whirlwind he created was like a giant snake, winding and weaving through the trees, rushing forward. Following the whirlwind, Jean realized it was heading towards the meadow. Immediately, he rushed in that direction because, according to him, they haven't gone far yet. Jean was running forward quickly when suddenly an arrow appeared from the right and flew towards him. More arrows flew out from that direction, but Jean quickly cast a wind spell on his hand and dodged. It turned out to be Musie's group. They rushed to attack, shouting to each other, It's the Rung Candle Kid, get him. At that moment, Jean had cast a spell and drawn the sword from his hip. He unleashed deadly sword strikes at them. The sword strike split one of Musie's men in two, causing him to exclaim in astonishment, Magic? That Rung Candle guy is using magic. The astonishment didn't last long. Muse quickly reassured his subordinate, Damn it, just kill him. Without letting his opponent wait long, Dick quickly drew his sword from its sheath once more. The Musie's attack was quickly repelled by Jin. Seeing his comrade in a critical situation, the purple-robed mage created a flame on his staff and shouted, Get out of the way, Muse. The Muse spun to the side as the flame was launched towards Jin, as if wanting to swallow him whole. However, as the flame approached, it turned into a binding chain around Jin's arm, immobilizing him. Seeing an opportunity to counterattack, Muse flashed a triumphant smile. The smile hadn't even fully formed on his lips when Muse was struck by a single sword slash across his body, while he was still trying to figure out what was happening. Dealing with the flame on his hand, Din twisted his wrist and grabbed it. Then he pulled the flame strongly towards himself with determination. The other mage, not having had time to react to the current situation, was pulled closer by him. With his will, the mage remained stubborn. It doesn't matter if fire doesn't work. He shouted, Then I'll tear you apart with ice. Then a magic circle appeared, launching sharp ice darts. However, the ice darts didn't cause even a scratch when they hit Din. He easily swung his sword and shattered the darts, to the other guy's astonishment. He shouted in disbelief, Impossible. How? Before being cut down by Jin, he left behind a final bitter sentence, My magic. The battle finally ended. Jean slowly thought, Those damn Cancelo bastards. He gently sheathed his sword and continued his train of thought. It seems they have no intention of hiding their tracks. They're underestimating their opponents too much. He noticed the footprints and drag marks of something, and speculated that they had met someone else here and moved by a cart. Then Jean pondered, Cancelo is a group with the proper hierarchy. They'd probably divide their spoils according to rank. He held the map and turned to look at the battlefield, calculating. Since they wouldn't dare touch the reward reserved for a high-ranking person, now is the only chance for me to rescue Mesa safely. Looking at the map, Jin realized, I'm currently near the beastman's territory, so their base must be nearby. If so, decided, he used a fire spell to burn the map in his hand. I'll create a diversion and find an opening to rescue Mesa. The branch changes. At this moment, Jin, with a determined expression, unleashes burning flames. The flame was like a hungry demon, rushing to envelop and burn down an entire area of the sky. Adding fuel to the fire, Jin continued to use wind magic to help the flame spread faster. If I do this, they will run out to put out the fire. From within the blaze, a panicked voice shouted, Fire! What happened all of a sudden? They hid behind the building, silently observing them in their confusion. Where did this fire come from? Put it out now, water. Bring water. Suddenly, Din noticed someone shouting loudly. Don't you know how to put out a fire properly? The person shouting had a fierce appearance, large and constantly giving orders. Mages, use your water and ice spells. Is that their leader? De looked at this man and guessed. Is that their leader? Ada. Taking advantage of their panic and inability to handle the situation, acted. Boss. The fire won't go out. The other leader, being sharp, noticed something was wrong and warned. Do you think a fire like this would start on its own in this weather? Someone definitely started it. Find him. In the meantime, the leader was unaware that the instigator, Jin, had already closed in on him. At that moment, suddenly realizing something was wrong, the leader turned around and shouted At the spot where he stood, a blue light flashed. The subordinates below, obscured by smoke, didn't realize the situation and told each other, Move quickly. Call the mages, quickly. Having defeated the leader, Dian skillfully held the key in his hand. Good, I've found the way in. A door was opened by Din. The air inside made him feel a little unaccustomed. It's quite cold. Where could Mesa be? Suddenly, Din glanced over to a corner, where there was a door on the floor. A basement. Below, in the basement, was a long, flowing hair. Mesa, who was tied up, heard a familiar voice call her name, Mesa. She looked towards the sound. Young master. She couldn't help but worry and reminded him. Why are you? It's dangerous here. But Jean still gently asked about Mesa. Don't worry about me. Can you walk? Mesa was being untied by Jean and replied, Yes, but I don't think I can run. Hearing that, he said, All right, I'll help you up. Suddenly, the ground above them shook violently like an earthquake. Jean, who was helping Mesa stand up, was confused. What's that sound? Mesa, at this moment, seemed to have made a decision. Young master, she looked into his eyes and spoke from the bottom of her heart. Can you promise me one thing? As if understanding what she wanted to say, Jin immediately covered her mouth. Don't say it, Misha. But Mesa, with a determined expression, uttered every word. If we end up in a dangerous situation, just leave me behind. The young master is a very important person. Nothing bad can be allowed to happen to you. Of course, Jean would never abandon his comrade. He gently supported her and led her away. Let's go first. It's dangerous. When the two of them got outside, the place had become a brutal battlefield. The people from before had been taken down by someone and were lying motionless on the ground. They looked at this scene in disbelief. He looked at the wound on the shoulder of a man lying on the ground and realized it was the work of a beastman from a warrior tribe. Both Jean and Mesa looked in the same direction. The shadow of a giant wolf was illuminated by the fiery red flames. In its hand, it held a hammer tightly. He was a member of the White Land tribe, and his appearance was extremely aggressive as he exuded a sky-high killing intent. Mesa immediately instructed, Young master, I'll buy you some time, so hurry up. But before she could finish, she was knocked unconscious by a blow to the back of the neck from Jean. Young master. The man from the White Land tribe spoke with a contemptuous voice. You useless bastards. If you can't even put out a fire, there's no reason for you to live anymore. Then he looked at Jin and asked, You're the one who caused all this, aren't you, kid? Standing before his large figure, Jean showed no hesitation or fear and answered clearly. That's right. I am the son of Siren Rungcandle, Jean Rungcandle. He looked at the other man with a determined gaze and challenged him. State your name, beastman. The White Lang tribesman flashed a gruesome smile and his eyes turned white. Rungcandle. You are one of the Rungcandle children. A few days before the mission in the Ding Kingdom began, at the Rungcandle family residence, a young man in a white robe appeared. His eyes were closed, a sword in his hand, and he was surrounded by a terrifying black aura. His name was Jin. That sword is being enveloped by a strange black magical aura. Suddenly, Murakam appeared. He kicked Jin hard from behind, his eyes wide with fury. You fool. Murakam was furious, his body seemingly on fire. He shouted angrily. Do you want to die or something? I remember telling you. He grabbed Jin's shirt. You're not good enough yet, so if you release your sword, you'll just get drunk on shadow energy. He grabbed Jin by the collar. If you don't want to die from a shadow energy overdose, then stop trying to awaken your sword. Got it, Jin replied with a nonchalant, reluctant expression. Got it. The scene changes. Jin stands tall, his eyes sharp, his fist clenched, silently calling the name. Rung Candle, that's right, today is the day I hunt the most valuable prey. A monster roared. My name is Kurito Chuka. I am a warrior of the Chuka clan, the White Wolf tribe, a tribe known for its belligerence and bloodthirstiness. The weakest adult of the White Wolf tribe is a 6-star warrior. Everyone knows the White Wolf tribe despises the Rung Candle family. And the reason for that is because the first patriarch of the Rung Candle clan invited their god, the great White Wolf Havi, and killed him. Jin pondered. I can't escape from him with Meza. Gondapablev roared in anger. I will sacrifice you to Havi, so that his soul may rest in peace. One person thought to himself. Then choose. You will fight an honorable duel with me, or you will be torn to shreds while fleeing like a coward. Jinjgao raised his sword and answered decisively. I will fight you. He was excited. Good. So you are a Rung Candle with a sense of shame. Han raised his weapon and shouted. Then let's have a real fight. The battle exploded, sparks flying continuously. The hilt of the golden sword was extremely unique. A blinding flash of light, Jin's eyes widened as if something had shocked him greatly. The scene appeared, the battle was extremely fierce. Jin thought fearfully. He is indeed a member of the White Land tribe. I have to use all my strength to block his attacks. The attacks of the two men lit up the entire space. It seems the fight was very difficult for Jin. He thought again. But I still have a chance to win. I have a few trump cards that my opponent doesn't know about. The pendant, magic, and shadow energy. He thought that using the pendant at this moment was not worth it. A blue pendant lay in the palm of Jin's hand. If I can't overcome this danger, then it means I'm not qualified to become strong. The battle presented a large formation diagram separating Jin and Gondapablev. He continued to think. Using magic is also not suitable, as magic is useless against the people of the White Lang tribe. The crumbling walls were accompanied by Jin's persistent thoughts. And if someone from the clan is sent to investigate Cancelo, the guards will immediately detect traces of magic. If that happens, my violation of a clan taboo will be exposed. A blinding flash of light, Jin's train of thought was still ongoing. So there's only one choice left. As he thought, shadow energy. Gondapablev was attacked, he thought, release my sword. The fight was fierce. Gondapablev praised, good sword, you Rung Candle. He continued, it's not as good as your clan's famous black sword. And then Gondapablev had to acknowledge Jin's strength, but you are stronger than you look. Behind the smoke of the battle was the terrifying roar of Gondapablev. Dai thought, remember the feeling of releasing your sword that night. It's over. You Rung Candle. Gondapablev's words rose with his white sword. Gondapablev's terrifying face appeared. I will sacrifice you to Javier. Jin's gaze was incredibly intense. I have to remember it right now. Goltek Haplev's panicked eyes. Darkness envelops everything. Gondapablev was panicked. I can't see anything. The shadow of a person fighting in the darkness appeared. Jin's sword was surrounded by black aura along with his words. I also didn't understand why my clan was famous for their black sword. It wasn't until recently that I understood. Gondapablev was ambushed. Jin slashed at his body, leaving him stunned. What are you? Jin said emotionlessly, a good fight. The quiet tree was silent. The two fought until they were exhausted. Jin's eyes suddenly became extremely angry. He carried his sword and flew forward quickly. He knelt on the ground, surrounded by a dark atmosphere, along with criticism, useless thing. What can you do if you're so weak? What a fool. He doesn't understand his situation. You are a disgrace to the family. Even though we were born from the same mother, you are the greatest shame. Gondapablev walked up to Jin. What did I tell you? You damn bastard from the darkness. His figure appeared along with his harsh scolding. I told you that if you try to release your sword, with so little shadow energy, you will pay the price, right? Gondapablev thought. Are you going to eat dirt after getting drunk on shadow energy? Get up. If you lose your mind, you're beyond saving. Jin was slowly pushing himself up. Gondapablev continued to encourage Jin with harsh words. Don't you know what to do already? Jin thought to himself. Releasing shadow energy just recovered my strength. He said to himself. It's being swept away by the surrounding shadow energy. So I can't release the shadow energy properly. I can't let it get swept away again. Let's try again. Dian told himself to calm down, again and again. Jin placed a hand on his chest, panting heavily, covered in sweat. He asked himself, did I get through it? The pain is gone, but that makes me worried. My body doesn't feel any different, but I feel like I'm full of shadow energy. He pushed himself up. It won't affect my movements, so I need to get Mesa back. Suddenly there was a strange noise. Din exclaimed, who's there? Zembi Lo came out with a scared face and a stammering mouth. Please don't kill me. Jean calmly asked, so you're Kinsella. So there are a few survivors, huh? Semper hurriedly denied it. No, I'm not. The blonde-haired Semper, frightened, raised both hands to the sky, continuously explaining, I am Semper Vin of the Vin family in the Ding Kingdom. Jean was surprised. It's you? I'm Jean Rung Candle. I was ordered to find you. Zembi was so happy he burst into tears. Rung Candle. Oh my god, it's a Rung Candle. I'm alive. Dian thought to himself. I forgot about this because of Kinsella. I feel a little guilty because he's so happy. Semper raised both hands to show he was harmless, sweating profusely in fear. I am Semper Bill. I am a member of the Bill family in the Jiang Kingdom. Hearing that, Jean introduced himself. Is that you, brother? I am Jean Jonkendel. I was entrusted to find you. Semper, upon hearing this, cried with joy and cheered. Rung Candle. Oh my god, it's a Rung Candle. Thank you, God. Jian, seeing Semper so happy, felt a little guilty and thought, I completely forgot about him because of the Kinsella Guild. Seeing him so happy makes me feel bad. Semper expressed his gratitude. I will never forget this debt. Jean calmly sat down and carried Mesa on his back. It's nothing. We were paid to do this. Now let's go home. Jean wondered, anyway, Semper, how did the Kinsella Guild catch you? We thought we were looking for a missing person. Semper regained his composure. I followed my lover here. Jean was curious, lover? Did you two run away? Zembi hesitated a little. No, actually. Jean was surprised when he heard the second half of Semper's sentence. Everything is strange. My lover died 2 years ago. But from her face to her voice, even the 2 moles on her wrist, everything was exactly the same as when she was alive. It sounds crazy, but it's the truth. There's no way I could mistake her. Jean C2. Everything is exactly the same. Sounds like the actions of Bouvis Gaston, the shapeshifter. Jean pondered, they kidnapped Semper probably for money. What is the relationship between Bivert and the Kinsella Guild? This is the second time I've encountered him. I have a bad feeling. I should meet him in person to see what kind of person he is. Jin's mind was floating in the clouds. His workshop must be in the capital of the Duchy of Carano. I should find an opportunity while I'm still in the intermediate training class. Semper, moved again, wiped his tears. Thank you for listening without thinking I'm crazy. Jean spoke up. My clan will soon dispatch reinforcements. So let's go back. Jean hadn't even finished his sentence when Semper misunderstood again, moved to tears. You even summoned the guard knights just for my sake. Jean was speechless and thought to himself, it's not for you, it's for Mesa. Semper sincerely expressed, Sir Jean. I will remember this meeting for the rest of my life. Jean calmly looked down at Semper, who was kneeling on the ground. Okay, Sample said enthusiastically. If you need any help, just say the word. G replied. I will. Julie smiled and congratulated him. Congratulations on completing your first mission, young master. Your nanny is very happy. Jin replied. Thank you, Julie. Julie thoughtfully said. You must be tired. I've prepared a bath. Jin smiled and praised. As thoughtful as ever, Ju. Jin hadn't even finished his sentence when he heard a sound from behind. Jin smiled brightly and turned around, intending to pat Murakam on the head. Well, look who it is. My Nabi. Were you a good boy while I was gone? Murakam bared his sharp teeth and bit down on Jin's outstretched hand. Jin immediately threw Murakan away in a reflex action, causing Murakan to be flattened against the wall. You're not allowed to throw animals. Murakan is a dragon, so it's fine. Jin rubbed his hand angrily. What the hell bit me? Murakam was just as angry. Are you crazy? Is there something wrong with your head? Murakan repeatedly hit Jin with his small legs, his mouth constantly chattering. I remember telling you not to release your soul energy. How many times have I warned you that you could die? All for your own good. Din took the blow. Wait, listen to me. Murakam was so angry he transformed into his human form, grabbed Jin, and shook him violently and angrily. What is there to listen to? Is there anything more important than the life of the only person who has made a pact with Sadarerha? Julie worriedly tried to persuade him. Sir Moroccan, the young master has just returned. Moroccan paused, his face expressionless as he turned to lecture Julie. You step aside. Strawberry shortcake. This is a serious matter. Julie had to give in. Yes, I understand. Jean shouted again to clear his name. A cadet was captured right in front of me. Am I supposed to just stand by and watch? I was worried she might be in danger. Moroccan didn't think so. What about the pendant? Is it just a decoration to you? Its meaning is 100 times greater than just wrapping it around your neck. Jin disagreed. That's too wasteful. Who knows when we'll encounter a much stronger enemy? Moroccan was completely infuriated by Jin's words and couldn't believe he repeated that phrase. Wasteful, Julie worriedly said. Sir Moroccan. Jin continued calmly. Is this so shocking? Moroccan couldn't stand it. Julie caught him. He trembled with rage and cursed. You damn brat. Then Jin wondered again. Wait, but how did you know? I've awakened my sword. Moroccan replied. Your soul energy increased from 3-star to semi-4-star. Am I blind? Only now did Jin realize, I really do feel full of energy. Turns out I've leveled up. Moroccan warned, you should be grateful to Solder It for letting you live. Moroccan warned Jin that among the 10 people who experimented with soul energy overload, wait, now it's 11, whatever. Among all of them, 9 died. Jin paid attention to one thing. I can relate to one of the 2 people. It's me. Who is the other? 1. The first master? Moroccan was nonchalant again. No, it's me. Tamar must be dead. Jin was surprised. Jinxue waved her hand nonchalantly. So you and I are not that different after all. Don't worry. I don't want to go through that kind of pain again. I'm going to take a bath. Moroccan grumbled angrily to Julie about Jin, that brat, strawberry shortcake. You should starve him until he comes to his senses. Julie didn't side with Moroccan either. I'll go prepare food for the young master now. The pitiful Moroccan was left alone. Strawberry shortcake. The boy is jealous. In a room, a voice filled with doubt rang out. Diane fought and defeated a warrior of the White Wolf tribe. How could such an absurd thing happen? Another voice replied, of course it's absurd. They must be just bandits disguised as wolves. 2 people were sitting on chairs, talking. The white-haired man didn't believe it. How can a naive 3-star knight kill a White Wolf clansman? The black-haired man had a different thought. Actually, there is a way to do it. The black-haired person is in Rungkandle, the 9th knight of the Rungkandle family, and rested his chin on his hand and smiled as he stated his speculation. The one Jean fought was probably quite weak. The other white-haired person is Mew, the 8th-ranked knight of the Rungkandle family. Mew calmly crossed his arms. But it's still very meaningless, and even more unbelievable that Mother would trust its outward appearance. Anzai's flashed with a sharp glint. Is that so? Or is it me? Here I am. Haytona stammered, a little scared, of course. Daytona lowered his voice and spoke to Haytona. Do you think Jean really killed him? Haytona also couldn't believe it. He's a monster. But that's also too much. Haytona was worried about something else. The problem isn't whether he killed the White Wolf clansman or not, but that he's about to join the intermediate training class. Daytona also agreed, yes. The 2 imagined the situation then and worried, if Jean comes to the intermediate class, we're done for. The 2 Tona brothers were dejected and desperate. Daytona was in the same mood, yeah, as above. A voice cut through their whisper. Blockhead. Mew Anon had turned to look at the 2 of them. Mew sneered. What are you 2 whispering about? Are you that scared of Din moving to the intermediate class? Daytona and Haytona hurriedly denied it, of course not, and sneered again. Just be honest with your big sisters. A moment before, and was smiling brightly, but now her expression was cold and emotionless as she warned. Because the thing I hate the most is the tongue of a liar. It makes me want to cut that tongue right off. Haytona and Daytona trembled with fear. We're very scared of you, and said coldly, you want me to help you? The other 2 wondered, how? And expressed her idea. We will specially lend you our slaves for you to use. The 2 Tona and the other Tona were extremely surprised and overjoyed to hear that. The Rungkandle Intermediate class is essentially a survival game for qualified individuals, including a number of general cadets from 3-star to 5-star. Among them were new cadets and also those who had been stuck in the class for over 10 years. Mew Enon had gathered a small number of these outcast cadets and treated them like slaves, and said coldly, you can use them to destroy Jin. We hate him too. And then Mew flashed cruel, fierce smiles again. But if you don't arrange things carefully, you'd better anticipate the consequences, my beloved little brother. In Jin's room, he had just finished bathing and was still drying his hair, but his mind was constantly racing. I've successfully completed my first mission. So, joining the intermediate class is probably a done deal. On the other hand, I've also reached 4-star soul energy. Jin set a goal for himself, to be able to use energy effectively. I need to reach 6-star swordsmanship within 5 years at the latest. Jin pondered. A 6-star swordsman means becoming an excellent swordsman, and starting from 7-star will be considered a master swordsman. But that's only special for ordinary people. From 8-star onwards will be called extraordinary, and everything will completely change. Furthermore, out of more than 2 billion people on the entire continent, there are less than 100 who are 9-star or 10-star, and only one person who surpasses those standards, a demigod of the realm, the Genesis Knight. Jin clenched his fist. Jin silently resolved, this life, I will reach the origin level, no, even further than that. Jin began to plan for the future, so the first bridge to cross is my own advancement. The Tona twins are in the intermediate class. I had anticipated it even though I hadn't actually experienced it. Once I step into the intermediate class, I will be monitored by all my siblings, not just the Tona twins. Jin looked at the food prepared by Julie and remembered her instructions. Eat a lot, young master. Jin didn't know what to say. It's too much. Jin's eyes were full of ambition and determination. The beginner's class was only full of children of the same level, so the atmosphere there was quite friendly. But as for the intermediate class, you can't be soft-hearted in a place where strength and skill are the only things that matter. There's only one thing I need to do. I will dominate the intermediate class with my strength. Rosa sat in her office, intently writing something. Rosa said seriously, "Come in." Jin entered from outside. Jin said emotionlessly, "Mother, did you call for me?" The light from the window shone on Zosa's small figure. She stopped her hand upon hearing his voice. Zosa said gently, "That's right." Rosa looked at him and smiled. "I heard you completed your mission safely. Excellent results." "Thank you, Mother," Jin said. Rosa turned a page. "That's right, according to Bacho's report." She reached out and closed the book. Rosa said seriously, "You also refused my offer to change rooms." She placed both hands on the table. Dasha said emotionlessly, "As you know, that room is only for let those who may become the future head of the family, since the youngest was still a baby. Use it, so it's still empty. From now on, you will use it." Jin placed both hands behind him. He said seriously, "Thank you, Mother, but I will not accept it." Rosa questioned. "Why?" Jin replied, "It may be a good room, but in the end, it's just a room. And for me, that room seems a bit much." Rosa asked, "So you really don't want it?" Jin smiled. "Yes, I've made up my mind." Rosa tapped her finger on the table in a rhythmic pattern. She pondered for a moment. "All right, you may leave." Jin bowed his head slightly. "Yes, Mother." After he left, Rosa smiled helplessly. "I can't guess whether my youngest son is not greedy, or if he's too ambitious." Rosa thought, "The thing I just mentioned is the elder's room. The room for the child who will take over the Rung Candle family in the future." She imagined the scene of Jin being pointed at by many swords. The boy should know that the moment he steps into that room, he will receive support worthy of the room, but at the same time, he will be the target of the children who didn't get it. Rosa smiled. "I'm sure the boy realized I was testing him. Now, let's see how he performs in the intermediate class." Jin walked to where his comrades were standing. "Starting tomorrow, I will be studying in the intermediate class, and from the intermediate class, there will be many factions." Diane said seriously, "You will all be considered my faction, and you must endure all the pain and humiliation." Jin smiled faintly and said gently, "But don't be afraid. I won't let them get away with it, and they will stop when I completely conquer the intermediate class." Jin said sternly, "Until then, everyone must go together, or at least in groups of 3, even when not training, and try to avoid going around alone." The group shouted, "Yes." The next day, Z stood with his hands behind his back looking serious. "Attention, Z Rung Candle. Elder of the Rung Candle clan, 8-star knight, younger brother of Siren Rung Candle." He stood on the podium, his voice echoing around. "This year, 10 new people have joined us, and 27 interns have withdrawn." He and his comrades stood on the podium, and Z said loudly, "Newcomers should learn the ways of an intermediate cadet from their seniors. My job is to teach and grade swordsmanship. Unless I kill you, all situations and accidents are to be handled by yourselves." Jin looked emotionlessly at the crowd below. Z-Head said loudly, "Old soldiers, what is it that I always teach you?" The crowd below chanted in unison, "The Rung Candles don't need the weak." The people below had serious expressions on their faces. "The Rung Candles don't need the weak. The Rung Candles don't need the weak." His comrades, hearing the loud shouts, also broke out in a slight sweat. "The Rung Candles don't need the weak." Diane sighed, thinking, so noisy. These words are full of malice, trying to discourage us. Jin looked down at the two people below who were also shouting and thought to himself, the Tona brothers are over there. Dai looked at the person standing next to the Tona brothers and thought, the one standing next to them seems to be a senior cadet. I don't think they chose him themselves. I wonder if they got help from my sisters, Miu and Anne. He turned and walked down, thinking to himself, I'm sure they want to discourage the new recruits, but I'll show them they're wrong. He stepped down from the podium, step by step, approaching the crowd below. The Tona brothers, seeing this, were dumbfounded and thought to themselves, what the hell? Why is that crazy guy coming towards us? Don't even mention that from today on. We have sisters Miu and Anne backing us up. Diane gently drew his sword, and a flash of light emanated from it. He slashed his sword hard at Kazan, who was standing near the Tona brothers. Kazan looked at him with a fierce expression, but couldn't avoid Zin's attack. The Tona brothers were also bewildered by the scene. Ratch looked grimly at the scene below. Kazan looked at his severed right arm falling to the ground in fear. The people standing around were also horrified. Kajin knelt on the ground in pain, clutching his arm. Jin sheathed his sword and thought to himself, a warning is needed. Dai looked sternly at the crowd, call a doctor. He thought, it's not me, it's you. Detona was surprised. Jin, are you crazy? Why did you suddenly swing your sword like that? Jin bowed his head and looked at the person he had just attacked. Cadet, what is your name? Cajun's face contorted in pain. It's Cajun Romero, De said sternly. You know why I cut you? Detona angrily pointed his sword at Jin. Hey, why are you ignoring us? Draw your sword again. Jin looked at Detona with sharp, dark eyes. Brother, can't you see I'm talking to Kaijin? I'll accept your duel later. But for now, be quiet. You bastard. Heidona said angrily. How dare you act like that after cutting down my cadet? After saying that, Heitona realized what he had said and covered his mouth with his hand. His face full of fear. Din smiled, my cadet. Jin turned his head and smiled at Heitona. So this friend of yours is on your side, brother. I only cut him because he looked at me with such bloodlust. The surrounding crowd was horrified. They looked at Jin and the Tona brothers standing opposite each other, wondering, a power struggle? Ert smiled to himself, thinking, instead of discouraging their little brother, they were taught a lesson. He looked at Kazan kneeling on the ground, clutching his arm from what the Tona brothers had said. Kazan had publicly sided with them. Ret looked at Jin, who was standing arrogantly. He thought Jin's action was not just a random act, but a part of the Rung Candle's long-standing tradition, the power struggle. He just did something very bold. Jin stepped forward sternly. Cadets, listen up. I am Jin Rung Candle. Dai looked at the crowd in front of him. You can point your swords at me or ambush me like you just did, but as soon as you show even a hint of dissent, I won't hesitate to cut you down like I just did. The crowd looked at him in fear. Ratch said sternly, Jin Rung Candle, the 13th and youngest son of the family. Jin turned his head. Yes, elder. Zeled's eyes flashed red. You think you're allowed to behave like that in front of me? Jin, facing Z's pressure, remained calm. That's right. Z was skeptical. Why? Before the astonished eyes of the Tona brothers, Jin said emotionlessly, because I don't think I just fought the Tona brothers. I fought you, elder. Z's face was terrifying. Did held out his hand, and a golden light appeared in his palm. You're fighting me. Zeled's eyes flashed red. A golden sword formed from his power, his body radiating a terrifying power. Did pointed the golden sword at Jin's. Interesting. Explain, depending on your answer. Ret looked sternly at Jin's serious face. I could cut off your head right here, right now. After hearing Jin's challenge, Elder John Candon summoned a sword of light, his voice menacing. A duel between me and you? The Elder Rung Candle's face darkened, his eyes glowing a terrifying red. He drawled. This seems interesting. Immediately, the Rung Candle Elder pointed his sword of light at Jin and questioned him. Explain. Depending on your answer. Seeing this, Jin was not at all afraid. His face became serious. With a hint of anger in his expression, the old Jiang Kanden continued. I might just chop off your head right now. After that, Jin replied to Elder Jonkanden with a very calm and collected expression, showing no fear at all. You chose to use a very special kind of intimidation on the cadets, even though I was in this class. Suddenly, the Rung Candle Elder clenched his fist, his face extremely terrifying. Jin continued. I thought about it when you attacked me. As soon as he finished speaking, the Elder Jonkanden launched an attack at Jin, but luckily, this attack from the Elder Jonkanden didn't hit Jin directly, but just grazed past him. Jin's expression was still very calm, without a trace of fear. Jin's face was slightly cut due to the effect of the previous attack. The Rung Candle Elder looked annoyed, glared at Din, and said, "So, you're unhappy about me intimidating the cadets, so you caused this mess." Hearing that, Jin immediately replied, "Except for the part where I'm not happy. Everything else is true." Hearing that, the old rung candle replied, "If so, then you should have swung your sword at me. Why did you injure a cadet?" Jin calmly and nonchalantly replied, "That's because I can't beat you yet." Mesa, standing beside him, was very surprised and astonished to hear Jin answer the elder like that. At that moment, Jin flashed a sly smile. He said calmly, "If I knew I could win, I wouldn't have targeted Kajin or my brothers, but you." The sword of light in Elder John Candon's hand gradually disappeared. He replied to Jin, "It seems you don't value your life very much, do you? Or are you just reliant on the fact that you're the son of the patriarch?" Hearing that, Jin replied without hesitation, "That's not it." At that moment, Elder Jian Candle's expression gradually relaxed. Jin continued, "I don't think that not acting because the opponent is stronger is something a rung candle should do." Before the astonishment, surprise, and amazement of everyone present, Jin continued, "Losing one's life is just a moment, but honor is eternal, isn't it?" Hearing this, the rung candle elder suddenly burst into a strange laugh. He exclaimed cheerfully, "How foolish." Elder Rung Candle burst out laughing in front of everyone because of Jin's words. "An arrogant person like you is so foolish it makes this old man laugh." After that, Elder Rung Candle gleefully said to Jin, "All right, I'll yield to you. You truly deserve to live in the Rung Candle clan." The Rung Candle elder shouted to all the cadets present, "Cadets, do not forget this day. What you witnessed today is the expression of the Rung Candle clan. What this brat showed us today is the characteristic of our clan sword path." Next, the Rung Candle elder shouted with an excited expression, "Cadets, fight. Don't forget your characteristics." After speaking, the Rung Candle elder instructed, "Dismissed. Training begins tomorrow." The cadets reluctantly shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." After Elder Jonkenden left, Detona and Haytona immediately turned hostile, both grumbling. "Damn it, Jean didn't even glance at them and left directly. I'll give you some advice as your little brother." After that, Jean turned to look at the two of them. "Maybe now you're more afraid of your older siblings, but will it be the same in the future?" Hearing Jean's words, Detona and Haytona didn't know what to say and just lowered their heads to the ground. Don't just look at what's right in front of you. Looking far and wide will be better for you. Jean had just arrived home. He placed his sword down next to the black cat. The servant Julie, seeing Jean, greeted him, "Young master, you're back early." Hearing that, Jean turned to look at Julie. Julie replied, "Yes, young master." Jean said something to Julie that made her expression stunned, surprised, confused. "I've started a power struggle with the Tona twins." Jin, looking tired, continued, "But I think my two older sisters and Mew are backing them." Hearing this, Julie stammered, "Those two, is that so?" Jin replied, "Yes." Jin thought about what had just happened. "I injured a cadet on their side. After some more digging, it seems he belongs to my sister's faction." Jian thought about Haytona's horrified expression and continued, "Well, because he misspoke, he's now on their side. If she finds out about this, they'll be furious." Jean smiled faintly. "First of all, he can't have a 5-star knight on his side, because people only accept those weaker than them on their side." Julie broke out in a sweat, her expression slightly worried. "But both young ladies are already knights. There's an unwritten rule that knights only fight knights." Hearing that, Jean immediately replied, "It's fine. I'm actually quite happy that she started to discipline me. This is a big secret of my sister's. But since they are both knights, there's no reason for them to hit me." Jean sat down in the chair and continued, "The only thing they can do is mess with the distribution of my team members and the difficulty of the missions, thanks to their knight privileges, to make me more likely to get injured or die." Jean continued, "However, among the high difficulty missions, there are quite a few solo missions. And on a solo mission, who's there to supervise me? This means I can go all out on those missions." Hearing Jean's words, Julie seemed to have thought of something. Immediately, Julie cheerfully approached Jean. "If so, then this is a good opportunity, isn't it?" Jean replied, "That's right." Jin smiled faintly. "I just need to be grateful to my sisters and increase my achievements." Suddenly, Run picked up the black cat, startling it, and Jin held the cat in his arms, his expression cheerful. "I'm sure bringing a cat along won't be a problem," the cat exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" Jin continued, "Oh my. But Moroccan, I won't take you on a mission, because I have another mission for you." The black cat, hearing this, looked reluctant, turned back to look at Jin. "Another mission? What is it?" Jin replied, "I'll tell you next time, so until then, we both have to keep a low profile." Julie said cheerfully, "Yes, young master." At that moment, on Elder Jonkenden's side, he was instructing the cadets. Next, after you three complete the afternoon training session, you will receive special training in the secret training ground that only those with Jonkenden blood are allowed to use. Elder Runkandle stood with his arms crossed, serious on the podium. Those are the privileges for you purebloods, but don't expect the training to be easy. Understood? The cadets chanted in unison, yes, sir. The faces of the Daytona and Haytona twins were bruised. The old Jonkenden continued. Our family's swordsmanship focuses on power. It is destructive and unhesitating. To fight, to win, to possess. The characteristics of the Jonkenden family are all reflected in our swordsmanship. Elder Jonkenden continued. There is no specific definition for our clan swordsmanship, although there are some characteristic and secret techniques that only a few have learned. Jean listened attentively to Elder Jonkenden, thinking to himself, it seems my sisters are very angry. Elder Runkandle said seriously, the swordsmanship has no specific form, whether it's footwork or rules. This is the biggest difference between the Runkandle family and other clans. Then he looked down at the cadets. You know why our family's swordsmanship has no fixed form? Hearing this, Jinlin replied, because of the different physical abilities and talents that the Runkandle clan possesses. The Runkandle elder replied, that's right. He continued, to be a Runkandle means to have a noble bloodline, to possess a body and swordsmanship talent beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After that, he looked at Jean and continued, even if you're a little off, you're still much better than ordinary people. Suddenly, the Runkandle elder smiled sinisterly. The things you've learned are very easy and simple. Then he picked up a metal ball. Now I'll give each of you a steel ball. Dian took the steel ball, his expression doubtful. Looking at the ball, he pondered. What is this? Is there something inside? Steel shards. Elder Jonkenden explained. It's called a clear stone because when you hit it, a clear sound will ring out. After that, he picked up an iron bar and looked at the steel sphere. Now I will let you hear the 3 types of sounds that the clear stone produces. Listen carefully. Immediately, he struck the steel sphere without hesitation. The sphere emitted a sound that made Jin, Daytona, and Hitona all cover their heads with uncomfortable expressions. Elder Jonkendale asked, the sound is quite unpleasant, isn't it? After that, he continued to strike the steel sphere with the iron bar. This is the next sound. Surprisingly, the sound emitted by the steel sphere this time was not unpleasant at all, leaving Jean and Haytona surprised and astonished. The elder Runkandle stood solemnly before the steel sphere. As you just heard, the clarity stone produces different sounds depending on the force you use to strike it. The Runkandle elder continued, if you don't slash hard enough, it will produce a very dull sound. And if you slash it just hard enough, the sound will be wonderful. Hearing that, Jin seemed to understand the problem. He thought, I see. This is training so that every time I slash it, it produces a good sound, which means to train the ability to control strength, mental strength, and concentration. Dai thought seriously, considering the physical capabilities of the Runkandle family. This is a perfect exercise, though quite simple. He stared at the sphere and continued to think. But even so, this is just an exercise of continuously hitting the clarity stone. It's too safe to be a special training reserved only for the Runkandle family. Suddenly, the Runkandle elder smiled sinisterly. He swung his sword hard at the steel sphere. Now then, the final sound. Hearing this, Jean was extremely curious. So what is the third sound? I'm sure I heard a crackling sound from inside the clarity stone. To thought on, like steel fragments. At that moment, the Runkandle elder had swung his sword at the steel sphere. Suddenly, Dian seemed to realize something. He panicked, no way. Thinking of this, he rushed towards Daytona and Haytona and shouted in a panicked tone, get down. At that moment, the puzzle piece had gradually come apart. After that, the steel sphere immediately exploded. The explosion was enormous. Smoke and dust filled the air. The 3 of them, Din, Daytona, and Haytona, were lying on the ground. After that, the 3 of them sat up. Daytona and Haytona still didn't understand what had happened. What just happened? The Runkandle elder, seeing this, praised Jean. Oh, the young master seems to have good intuition. After that, he stood looking at the deep crater left by the explosion. Yes, if you slash the clarity stone to hard, it will explode like that. Next, the Runkandle elder flashed an excited smile. Alright, you all know everything you need to know. Let's begin the training. After the Runkandle elder struck the steel sphere, it created a massive explosion. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. The 3 of them, Jin, Daytona, and Haytona, were completely bewildered and confused after the massive explosion. What was that? The Runkandle elder, seeing the 3 of them avoid the explosion, praised Jin. Oh, The young master has good intuition. The Rung Candle Elder stood looking at the crater caused by the steel sphere. That's right. If you put too much force into those clarity stones, they will explode like this. The three of them, Jin, Detona, and Haytona, slowly stood up. The Rung Candle Elder continued. After Luna, you are the first one not to be injured by the explosion. The Rung Candle Elder stroked his chin, his expression serious. Most of your siblings were taught by me. Simple exercises like this are just a formality. I didn't expect anyone to escape the explosion. Hearing that, Jean was a little curious and raised his hand to interrupt the Rung Candle Elder. Excuse me, how did my sister Luna avoid the explosion? Hearing Jean's question, Detona and Haytona were extremely surprised. Hearing this, the Rung Candle Elder lowered his head and seriously thought about the past. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed to hear this. All your siblings did it, Jean replied. It's fine, isn't it? Elder Jonkenden recalled Luna's past. Luna was now standing in front of the exploding steel sphere. Luna said truthfully, she didn't avoid it like you did. She was also hit by the explosion. Just like the other children, Luna was thrown far away by the explosion from the steel sphere. The Rung Candle Elder, seeing this, immediately ran over to check on Luna's condition, but his expression was a little surprised. But the Rung Candle Elder was surprised because Luna's condition was completely fine. She was still safe and sound. She wasn't injured because she was too strong. Back in the present, after hearing Elder Rung Candle tell the story about Luna, all three of them, Jin, Detona, and Haytona, were extremely surprised. His eyes were wide with disbelief. Elder Jiang Candle continued, but from today, the three of you must train with the clarity stones every day in the afternoon. Elder Jiang Candle closed his eyes, looking very serious. Until you can master it to the point where you can hear its sound in any situation. Then you can stop. Understood? The three of them replied, yes, sir. Then, on a beautiful afternoon, in Luna's room. At that moment, Luna was relaxing in her room, reading a book. Nanny Nani entered the room, carrying a tray of tea. My lady. Luna, seeing Nanny Nani, immediately looked up. Nanny, thank you. Nanny Nani poured a cup of tea for Luna and placed it on the table. About what you told me last time, Luna replied, yes, about my siblings trying to assassinate Jin. After that, Nanny Nani sat on the chair next to Luna. Yes, now Lady Mu and Anan suspect me. They also know a lot about young Master Jin, so the possibility is very high. Luna looked at Nanny. They acted a bit recklessly, but for what purpose? Are they crazy enough to attempt an assassination in the Storm Castle? Luna picked up her teacup and looked at it thoughtfully anyway. They are forbidden from participating in the succession war with the Rung Candle clan. Luna's eyes seemed to hold a lot of thoughts. Furthermore, if father knew about their plan, this house would be turned upside down, and their lives would also be in danger. Nanny, seeing Luna's expression, immediately comforted her. Do you think it's possible that young Master Jin was lying? What if it was just a misunderstanding? Luna thought about Jin. He's 10 years old now, so I think both scenarios are possible. Besides, we've been investigating this for 5 years and haven't found anything. Luna thought of the scene where she was questioning Jin. Jin looked at Luna. I don't know, but I almost died. Luna continued. I don't think Jin was lying. He was very wary of me back then. Luna looked at her reflection in the teacup. It's not because the boy suddenly felt that way. I think it was his intuition. The boy sensed it. Hearing that, Nanny Nani wondered, so do we need to investigate Lady Mu in? Luna placed the teacup on the table. Yes, please, thank you. Being stuck in the stalemate is making me worried too. This is giving me a bad feeling. Nanny Nani replied, I'm the one who should be worried. I'm worried you'll be hurt by your siblings again. Luna, hearing this, looked at Nanny Nani and smiled. I've been through that age 13 a long time ago. You don't need to worry about me. After that, Nani said to Nanny. There, Luna rested her chin on her hand, suddenly remembering Jin's training and wondering, but is Jin doing well? Nanny Nani also wondered. About the training of Dai Zisao, yes, Luna replied yes. It's about time the boy showed me the results of his eye training. Luna closed her eyes, relaxing. He'll probably get a little hurt by the clarity stone, but he'll do fine. Watching him grow up makes me so happy. The next day, at Jin's training ground, the 4-hour afternoon training session began. Jin was training very hard at that moment, his face drenched in sweat. He was so tired he couldn't even breathe. Out of all the training sessions I've been through, this one, Jin was so tired he couldn't lift his head. This really makes me feel awful. Seeing this, the Rung Candle Elder, holding a piece of paper, sat in front of Din and said, Take a 5-minute break. Jin sat down to rest, his hand holding the sword trembled, his eyes closed tightly. At first, I thought this was training to help me control my strength and will. But the truth is, it wasn't from the beginning. I had to focus on trying to limit my own light energy. Jin was thinking of the scene where the Rung Candle Elder swung his sword and struck the steel sphere, in order to destroy the Clarity Stone without needing to use it, like his uncle. Now I still lacked the basic strength. Jin trembled, trying his best to hold the sword in his hand. I have to train to make my light energy even stronger. Jin took a deep breath to regain his strength. I have to train so I can hear the Clarity Stone clearly and destroy it easily. Jin sat calmly in front of the Rung Candle Elder. Don't rush, calm down. This is just what my siblings had to do before they reached adulthood in my past life. I'm sure I can do it too. At that moment, the Rung Candle Elder glanced at the three of them, then Daytona and Haytona. One by one, he looked at Haytona. All three of you are doing quite well, and you're all improving. Haytona was arguing with Daytona. You just said it was loose. After that, he looked over at the trembling Daytona. Daytona was arguing with the Daytona. Where is this crack? After that, Elder Jiang Candle continued to look at Jin, who was sitting calmly. But he is even more special. Elder Jiang Candle was overjoyed. He stroked his chin and smiled. Perhaps he will be able to break Luna's record. A little while later, the sky had gradually darkened. The voice of the Rung Candle Elder echoed. How ridiculous. At this point, only Jin was conscious. The other two, Daytona and Tona, had fainted and were lying on the ground. Elder Jiang Candle instructed Jin. Give this to your foster brothers. If they want to faint again tomorrow, they don't need to come. Jin obeyed, understood. After that, Jin left immediately. Daytona and Haytona also woke up and struggled to crawl home. The Tona twins passed out later than I thought. Anyway, a Rung Candle is a Rung Candle. Jin walked with a majestic posture, and the youngest child. After Jin left, Elder Jiang Candle suddenly couldn't hold back and shouted, why is he the youngest? He showed an expression of extreme regret. If he had been born 10 years earlier, he could have become a talent that swallowed the entire Rung Candle clan. That damn older brother. What to do? What a pity. The Rung Candle Elder was helpless, his expression full of regret as he sat on the ground. No matter how I think about it, it's the same. What a pity, what a pity. A month later, in May 1795, at the Intermediate Cadet Training Point, at that moment, the announcer was standing in front of the cadets. Attention, the announcer held the document, standing before the cadets, his voice clear. The first mission of the year for the intermediate class has been issued. Cadets who are called, please step forward. The first mission is a protection mission. The personnel you need to protect are new employees of Minch Smith and Heath. The chosen ones are Houston, Baiting. The announcer continued, the third mission is to subdue a monster. The target is OLC. The announcer read the document with a slightly dazed expression. The mission is in the unprotected area of the Curano territory. The chosen ones, reading this. The announcer was a little dazed and surprised. After that, he continued, Mesa, Bealop, Scott, Taimong, Kiko, Jusen, Eddington, Sierra, Vince, David, the next 10 people. Mesa and Bealop were very surprised to hear their names. After reading, the announcer immediately rolled up the stack of documents. There are a total of 25 Erosia. The announcer continued, Eros has a habit of moving in herds and together. So be determined to carry out the mission. Mesa's face became serious upon hearing this. The announcer continued, that's all. Becca will give you more details. Goodbye. After finishing, all the cadets became confused, looking at Mesa and Belov and gossiping. A newcomer is going to subdue Erosia. What can they do? Half of them are sure to die. Khan and Kazan flashed contemptuous smiles, looking at Mesa and Belop. Get ready to prepare the coffins and incense. There's still some time before the mission. You should have enough time to write something. The orange-haired guy also chimed in with Khan and Kazan, where you could go beg young Master Jin. Save us. We're so scared. Hearing that, Taimong got angry. What did you say? Mesa, seeing this, was very calm and immediately cut off Taimong. Never mind, Taimong. We can't beat them yet. And it's not even the mission yet. Getting injured would be a lot of trouble. Taimong was still angry. But Mesa, those bastards, and the young master. Suddenly, Mesa became angry. She looked at Taimong, her eyes wide. Her expression furious as she shouted, shut up and stand still. Have you forgotten? This is the Rung Candle clan. Mesa continued, we just have to carry out the mission we were given and return after completing it. Mesa's attitude became firmer and more determined. That's the only way we can defeat them. Haytona now gritted his teeth and swung his sword down at the sphere with all his might. When the slash came down, then as the sphere erupted with a massive blast of air. His face became panicked at this situation. Damn it, a scream rang out, and a huge explosion erupted. Shaped like a rocket, it shot off, leaving only a terrified scream behind Detona. As for Detona, he could only watch in horror. Jean, who was standing to the side with his eyes closed, heard an intermittent call. What, Jean? Now he opened his eyes coldly and looked in that direction. Jian only had time to get into a defensive stance, using his hands to block the lightning-fast attack. Detona at this moment looked on in panic. Hick, Jean, are you okay? I didn't mean to. Jean replied with a slightly pained expression. I'm fine. Can you take this somewhere else? Detona could only be flustered. Okay. I'm sorry. Later, while the two brothers were cleaning up, Jin thought, it's been a month since I started training with the Clarity Stones. Those have already blown it up, faster than I thought. But what was that feeling I just had? He thought as he looked down at his hands in silence. It's like the direction of the iron stone was being pulled in. It was pulled along the path of the flying arrow. Now, if the iron stone flew here again, I think I could dodge it easily. Could this feeling be related to Sister Luna's training? Before I forget that feeling, let's do it again. After thinking, Jean picked up his sword again in front of the sphere and started to get serious. Suddenly, a voice called out, Attention, you have been assigned a mission. The Rung Candle Elder announced at this time. The two Detona brothers both had distorted and grimacing faces. The event is the event. Detona clutched his head in anguish and lamented. Why does it have to be the Bemin Empire? I'm already feeling nauseous and bored. Detona also sat down in despair. I hate event clothes so much. They're so tight. The Rung Candle Elder also chimed in. I sympathize with you all. Thanks to you guys, the other siblings don't have to dance at the Imperial banquet. But his face was extremely stern. Even if it's an event, it's still a mission. How dare you complain? Try that attitude one more time, and I'll show you what it really means to want to die. The two brothers could only dejectedly say in unison, Jin, I'm sorry, uncle. Jin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and think helplessly. Sister Mu and An are being malicious to punish the brothers who are not good at swordsmanship. It's unbelievable that they were sent to the event of the Bemin Empire. Then he also explained that because this is a big event, the Rung Candle family also finds it difficult to refuse. There will be very strong people coming there for entertainment. Go and observe them. See if you can learn anything. The two replied again. Yes. Then the Rung Candle Elder called again, and Zin immediately replied, Yes, uncle. He looked down at the document. The mission assigned to you is, to assassinate a key figure. The target is the plaything of the master of the ice castle, Telaris, one of that woman's lovers. Jean listened, his face still calm, while Detona was startled and amazed. The Rung Candle Elder then asked, You know about the ice castle and its master, right? Jin replied again, Yes, uncle. Regarding the ice castle, only the giant tower rising from the western sea of the continent. The master of the ice castle, only the owner of that place. The 51st master of the ice castle, Telaris, is nicknamed the Star Spider of the Abyss. She is famous for her cruel torture of those who touch her lovers. The ice castle is an independent force beyond the control of the Rung Candle family of Zippo. You know how strong the ice castle and its master are, don't you? The Rung Candle Elder asked again. Then he presented a document with information about a person. The assassination target's name is Ankaro Chenderer. Currently, a member of the ice castle is his bodyguard, and he is in the lawless region. Mammoth, while Jin was closing his eyes in thought, the two brothers were terrified and exclaimed, What, Mammoth? Then the two of them panicked and turned to whisper to each other. Detona said, To have to go all the way to Mammoth, this must be a guard knight's mission. Detona also added, Jean has talent, but this is too much, isn't it? At this point, Jean still calmly spoke up. Uncle, I have a question. The person who issued this mission is the Chandler family. So, does the Chandler family want to kill their own descendant? Elder Jonkinde, upon hearing this, firmly replied, That's right. It seems the Chandler family has tried everything to bring Han back, but all have failed. They probably think it's better to kill Han than to let him reveal family secrets. So, you think you can carry out this mission? Hearing this question, Jean agreed with a cold expression. I will do it. Seeing that unwavering determination, the Rung Candle Elder couldn't help but be surprised. Why you? Then he observed Jean's calmness and couldn't help but admire him in his heart. This guy. Does he not know about the ice castle and Mammoth? Why did he agree so quickly? I was even thinking of telling the knights if he resisted. After thinking, the elder of the Rung Candle clan didn't say anything more and just said, Never mind, being decisive is good. The three of you will depart in 2 days. The two brothers were still very worried and stammered, Uncle Jin. Are you really going to Mimid? He said. If he wants to, why stop him? Afternoon training will be cancelled until the mission is over. Personal training will be limited so as not to interfere with the mission. The two brothers could only reply in unison. Yes, Jin also replied perfunctorily. All right, Uncle. At that moment, Haytona turned and called out, Hey, Jin, little uncle. Jin asked, confused. What is it? He stammered, It's. Then he suddenly became excited and said, if necessary, say that you are a member of the Rung Candle family. Haytona also chimed in, yeah. No one would dare to touch you. Jin, seeing the two of them so flustered, felt helpless and said, What's this? Worried about me and all that? Hearing that, the two of them hurriedly denied it. No, we're not worried about you at all. That's right. I'll deal with you later. So don't die before then. Jin paid no attention and turned to walk away with his sword, saying, Brothers, when I get back, change your mind. As he spoke, Jin coldly slashed at the sphere. The two brothers could only tremble and hug each other, their eyes wide with fear as they looked at Din. After slashing, Jin turned back and flashed a bright smile. Do you like my sisters or me? Suddenly, the voice of the Rung Candle elder rang out. Hey Tona, this is Tona. The two of them bowed in unison. Yes. Looking at Jin's back, he said, like the little one said, get ready. Don't provoke him before you're strong enough. If you want to live a long life, he reminded the two with a deep, meaningful expression. Very quickly, 2 days had passed. A group of people had gathered together. Young master, you are going to the lawless region of Mimid. Jin immediately replied, yes. Then Misa asked again, but young master, your hair color. Jin's hair color had now changed. Then he also explained, I will disguise myself. I can't be recognized as a Rung Candle. I understand. Then he also cheerfully reminded, my mission is different from yours, so I'll go to a different teleportation gate. I have to go through all your immigration procedures. Your mission is to subdue, right? Jin asked. Mesa immediately replied, yes. Suddenly he asked, you all look so down, what's wrong? Mesa and her teammates all looked unhappy. Then she denied it. It's nothing, we just wanted to say goodbye. Jin felt it was a bit exaggerated and joked to lighten the sad atmosphere. What's with the goodbye? It's as if this is the last time we'll see each other. Well, if we're unlucky, maybe some of us will die. But worrying won't change anything, right? So let's focus on the task at hand. I will definitely be back. Don't worry too much. Biolab forced a smile. Yes, young master. Please be careful. Jin patted his shoulder reassuringly. Yeah, see you later. Later, Julie exclaimed. How lovely, Jin replied, isn't it? Please protect them. The black dragon also spoke up. Don't worry, I'm the master. Before he could finish, Jin interrupted. Don't get caught and don't stand out too much. The black dragon gritted his teeth in anger. Oh my god, this brat. You're the one who needs to be careful not to get caught. And don't get complacent with your disguise. I'm leaving. A little while later, Jin had led his horse outside. Julie looked in one direction and said, Sir Mirakan is not here, so it will be very quiet. Jin immediately said, consider it a break. Julie, I'll bring back a souvenir. She immediately put her hands together sincerely, her face full of worry. But about the mission to assassinate the lover of the master of the ice castle, I'm still very worried. I know the young master is not an intermediate cadet, but Mammoth is still a very dangerous place. Please be careful on your journey, Din said as he mounted his horse. All right, I'll be back, he affirmed, leaving with a radiant smile. The scene shifts to the lawless region of Mimid, a gathering place for the lowest criminals. At that moment, a tall, large man carrying a weapon pushed open the door and shouted, Hey, you bastards! I'm here. Why isn't anyone responding? Someone inside immediately replied, Gio, who is this? Thonk, on the run again? The man called Thon entered the drinking area and replied with great pride, That's right, I'm back. The sanctuary of undisciplined criminals. I heard that I was to influenced by those terrible people. Suddenly, this group of criminals turned towards the door as if they had noticed something. Jin appeared with sharp eyes, his expression like a fierce demon. So much so that even the grass couldn't grow. At that moment, the people inside were surprised. A new person for real. Jin paid no mind, flicked a coin, and said, cold water and a simple dish. The sound of chatter rose. Look at this guy. The owner didn't say anything, just cheerfully caught the coin. By this time, he had already sat down at the table. Denton appeared, patted him on the shoulder, and asked, a newcomer with a big mouth, Who are you? A former 9th level knight traitor. Seeing that he had no intention of answering, the man moved closer, glared, and gritted his teeth threateningly. Hey, newcomer. Shouldn't you learn our rules if you're new here? Now, kneel down quietly and lick my toes. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp dagger was immediately pointed at his chin, and a large stream of blood splattered onto the table. Without waiting for the other guy to fall completely, Jean angrily slammed the table, stood up, and questioned coldly, How much longer do you want me to wait? The faces of the people in here showed clear panic and shock. Then a commotion rang out. Aha, he's dead, he's really dead. I knew this day would come. The whole crowd cheered, holding up their beer mugs. Jin, seeing the situation, could only bite his lip and frown, thinking to himself, As my master said, this place is full of real madmen. To be accepted by these criminals, you have to show them your skills and courage. Then he picked up the sword fragment and held it out. Then he spoke again. He helped me a lot in both this life and the last. I hope one day I can repay him, master. A little later, a glass of water and a plate of cake were brought out. The servant carefully said, I didn't poison it. Jin replied, Poison is forbidden here. I at least know that. He, seeing Jin's knowledge, showed more interest. You're young but you know a lot. Do you have family here? Jin placed a gold coin on the table and said, None of your business. He picked up the gold coin and got straight to the point, asking, what do you want? Opium. I have a good one. That's been selling like hotcakes lately. Or are you looking for someone? He answered while eating. The latter. Is there anyone named History here? An image of a young woman with long red hair appeared. The owner closed his eyes and shook his head. No, I'm sure. Jean immediately said, I see. If that's the case, then can you recommend some places to stay overnight? Preferably places that aren't infested with bugs. He quickly gave a suggestion. There's a suitable place for that. There's an inn called the Moonwell in the west of the city. That's where the king of Mimid stays, so there's no need to cause a commotion there like before. Sometime later, it was evening at the Moonwell Inn, west of Mimid. Jean was also here, thinking to himself, and Karo Chandler is the garbage son of a count, raised in a glass cage, who knows nothing of hardship. He came for pleasure and fun. He has nothing but his bloodline and his face. He's a bastard who bows to the strong and tramples on the weak. The reason he's in this dangerous city is to attract the attention of the mysterious castle master, who is currently preoccupied with a new lover. This is the inn he's staying at. The guy from before said there's a new opium den in Mammoth. He's probably doing drugs in his room. Since he is one of the lovers of the mysterious castle master, he must have a bodyguard with him. At this point, he had gradually walked up the stairs into the inn. I should start by getting a grasp of the situation in the room. By this time, Jean had already stepped inside the house. Someone inside was gritting their teeth and angrily questioning, Why? Why did you say you couldn't do it? Yesterday, when you got it from me, I didn't see any problem. Jin stopped and looked at the scene, exclaiming, Today must be my lucky day. Who would have thought I'd run into him right away? The bodyguard then said, We can't let you continue like this. But the man named Ankaro Gendler was still very resentful. Damn it, come on, I'm begging you. I can't live an hour without it. This man, faced with that aggressive attitude, could only say helplessly, no means no. Young master, you should also remember, our job is to protect you, not to indulge you. But the man named Ankaro Chandler pointed his finger, his eyes wide, and shouted, Shut up. I don't want to hear any more. Stop talking. If you don't give me that thing right now, I have my own ways. You bastards. I'll remember your faces. As soon as my love returns, you're all dead. The guard could only sigh. The other man took the opportunity to find fault. What? How dare you sigh in my face like that? He paid no attention and looked back, meeting the eyes of another guard. You damn barefooted, poor bastards, at the Chandler Guild I am. And Ankaro Chandler was still cursing when he was punched in the chest, his face contorted in pain. Damn it, how much longer do we have to protect this punching bag? I wish he would just die of an overdose. These bodyguards felt extremely annoyed by this addict and complained, Why is he keeping this lowly thing alive? The other person immediately reminded him, Silence. Our job is to do exactly as we're told. Acting on our feelings is unacceptable. Jin watched them go up the stairs and began to analyze. His bodyguards seemed to be at least 6th level swordsmen. Killing Ankaro would be as easy as breathing. The problem is what happens next. I need to find a way to lure him out and safely escape from his guards. In Mimid, using poison is a taboo. If I use poison to assassinate him, the entire Mimid will rise up against me. But his bodyguards are a huge obstacle in killing him for me. How can I secretly kill Ankaro right here in the Moonwell? Jean's face was grim as he analyzed. Suddenly he slammed his hand down hard with determination. All right, I've decided. His face showed clear excitement. Some time later, the sky had brightened. A voice rang out from outside. How many bodyguards does that guy have? The person following him immediately replied, 6 people, my lady. The young lady, after hearing this, folded the document in her hand and said cheerfully, I'm sorry, just because of one bastard who doesn't know his place, everyone has to work so hard. The 2 of them replied cheerfully, but today we'll put an end to that, won't it? My lady has come here herself to make things easier for us. The young lady immediately said, well, that's right. A guy like him can be killed anytime. You said he's staying at the Moon Well, right? Let's hurry. Good news should come early, right? The 2 of them replied, yes, my lady. The scene changes to another place. At that moment, the sky was erupting with flashes of lightning. Then the flashes of lightning began to converge. Please strike down into space. The ground below was shaken violently and everyone was dazed and struggled to stay upright. The 2 floors then spoke up, my lady. That is the direction to the private room. The young lady, affected by this, couldn't help but curse. What the hell, it seems we've chosen an unlucky day. She tried to resist the force and exclaimed. The scene shifts back to Jean. At that moment, he slammed his hand on the table. All right, I've made my decision. He looked up, extremely determined. After this moment, Jean had walked up the stairs and began to calculate. I will terrorize with the golden moonlight magic from my room. I am confident that if I had more soul power, I can create a destructive force equivalent to the 6th form. That spell will make them mistake the caster for a 6-star mage. Who would suspect a 15-year-old kid of being a 6-star mage? No one. Not even Barad and Zyphan, who just reached 6-star. Thanks to the characteristics of soul power, there will be no trace of me being the one who cast the spell, and no one will suspect me. Jin then took off his contacts and changed his appearance slightly, to make it look like an attack from outside. Summoning lightning is probably the most suitable spell. At that moment, a dark black aura appeared under Jin's feet. Releasing his spiritual power, the black aura began to rise and churn with dense strength. Some time later, Jin was completely enveloped in the black shadow of that aura, and in his hand, lightning also appeared. I have truly devised a terrible plan. His state became a little frantic, the lightning bolt spreading out more and more. It gradually gathered into a huge and powerful stream of lightning. Jin's face appeared in the lightning stream. Summon lightning. So this was Jin's doing. The young lady's group below was enduring this powerful attack. The young lady was excited. What? It seems we chose the wrong day. This young lady's name is Cyrus Adoma, captain of the 7 swords of the secret palace, daughter of the master of the secret palace. The power of Jin's lightning grew stronger and stronger. It rained down, making it impossible to see clearly. At that moment, Hai Ti-Tin, who was standing behind, speculated. It seems one of the people from the Moonlight Well has angered a high-level mage. Cyrus Edelmar also panicked and agreed. It seems so. But it could also be an attack aimed at the secret palace. Suddenly Cyrus Edelmar turned back and said, inside the inn are 6 of our people, not to mention my mother's lover. And Karo is also there. With that, she ran off urging, let's go. I don't care what happens to that Inkaro guy. Prioritize the situation of my people. The 2 ran after her, responding, as you command. My lady. As she was running, she saw a stream of lightning still flashing in the distance, hidden under the dark clouds. A second later, the lightning struck down, and the house in front exploded, everything flying up into the air. Those people ran out of the rubble, but not without cursing, damn it. What kind of trash did this? Hey, you bastard. You said you killed the Zeph image before. What if they're seeking revenge? I knew it. The 2 floors then rushed forward just as they ran, damn it. Cyrus Ektoma panicked and called out from behind to stop them. Wait, hold on, to floors. But at that moment, a flash of light appeared in front of him, blocking his path. An even larger bolt of lightning appeared again. It rained down below, causing everything to explode again. The 2 floors stood before this and couldn't help but exclaim in panic. What's going on? Cyrus Adoma was also bewildered at this moment, the powerful shock. That must have been the final attack. 2 of them continued, subordinate agrees, my lady. At this moment, Cyrus Adoma looked at the huge, smoking pile of rubble and prayed. I hope everyone is safe. At that moment, a hand rested on the fallen wall. Separately, among those people, he struggled just as much to crawl out of the rubble he had created. Perhaps because the final lightning strike mixed all of my spiritual power. It nearly reached the 7-star threshold. I was lucky to avoid a fatal injury thanks to the pendant. It seems all the guards of the secret palace are still alive. But where is Inkaro? If he's still alive, it will be a good opportunity for me. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him. Now, Lady Cyrus bent down close to Jean and asked, "Are there people my age in Mammoth too? Are you okay? So you were also caught in the attack?" His face was dazed, and he looked up at her with a start. Then Cyrus didn't wait for him to reply and turned back, saying, "Let's get out of here quickly. Stand up." The 2 floors approached and announced, "My lady, our people are over there. They're injured, but still alive." Cyrus said cheerfully, "That's good. It's good. Gather everyone outside. If they're still protecting Inkaro, order them to deal with him." He immediately replied, "As you command, my lady." Then she reminded him again, "Those attacks are similar. They must be the masterpiece of the same person. If you find him, tie him up immediately." The 2 replied again, "As you command, my lady." At this point, Jean was still stunned, analyzing Cyrus. Isn't she the daughter of the master of the secret palace from their conversation? It seems she came here to take care of Inkaro. His death has been arranged. I don't need to check on his condition anymore. The problem lies in the aftermath. It will be troublesome if she remembers my face. I will disguise myself as much as possible and take advantage of the chaos to escape. As he thought, he ruffled his hair and lowered his head to reduce his recognizability. Suddenly, at that moment, a guard announced, "I'm sorry, my lady, Inkaro died in the raid. My subordinates failed to fulfill their escort duty." Cyrus, after hearing this, nonchalantly said, "Really? That's good news. I came to relieve you of that duty. Having to keep an eye on that fool for so long must have been hard on you." Her words were directed at Ankaro's guard, who could only reply, "My lady." Then she suddenly jumped up on her toes. Cyrus raised her sword before everyone and said loudly, "The secret palace will temporarily occupy this inn. I am Cyrus Indoma, daughter of Telares, master of the secret palace, captain of the 7 swords of the secret palace. Anyone who objects will be considered an enemy of the secret palace." These arrogant words made many people feel dissatisfied. After that, everyone felt it was unbelievable and pointed their fingers in protest. "Don't make me laugh. Even if you are the daughter of the master of the secret palace. This place is Mamid. The secret palace dares to bypass the kings of this city to take over the current situation. You are overstepping your authority. Not to mention the reason we were attacked is likely because of the secret palace." These rebuttals also made Cyrus purse her lips in silence. A second later, with a single, cold, decisive slash, the sword passed through the necks of those people. Then, holding the blood-steaming sword, she spoke, "I have made it clear that anyone who objects will become an enemy of the secret palace. The king of Mammoth. Do you think you can look down on the secret palace just because of this role-playing game of being an emperor in this den of thieves? If this attack was really aimed at the secret palace, we will compensate you accordingly. But if the target of that midge was one of you, and the secret palace accidentally got caught up in that trouble, what would you do?" The remaining people, hearing those threats, could only grit their teeth and endure, even though they were furious. That's. Cyrus immediately turned back and glanced at them with a cold expression. "I think that's fair enough for the secret palace to occupy this inn. Fine, do as you wish. We're in the same boat anyway. We have to find and kill the midge who caused the attack." "I think so too. For now, let's find the midge among the survivors, not my people. There are no mages among the people of the secret palace here. Not surprisingly, it's very likely that one of you thieves has provoked the mastermind while messing around somewhere. So stop this meaningless resistance. And you?" At this point, Cyrus's hand rested on the fallen wall. "Why are you so slow? Didn't you hear me tell you to get out?" Jean, at this point, had smeared dirt on his face to conceal himself, and laughed foolishly, stammering in reply, Well, I'm a little scared. Not to mention my left leg is injured. I'm sorry." Seeing his snake-like appearance, Cyrus took out a vial and conveniently remarked, "Ahaha, you're too cowardly for a man, but you're a rather cute swordsman. Here, pull up your pants. You're lucky, too, to have survived the attack, and you even got to have the great Dixon series himself apply medicine for you. Feel honored." Cyrus, without a second thought, sat down and applied medicine to Jean's wound. Then he spoke up. "What must I do to repay this favor?" She just looked up, a sly smile on her face, and said, "It's not necessary. How can someone like you be able to repay the great series? Just consider it a beautiful memory and occasionally bow in the direction of the secret palace." Done. Cyrus stood up and turned to leave. But she didn't forget to wave goodbye. "Goodbye." Jin, his face smudged, also waved and smiled in reply. But after they were out of sight, he quickly lowered his hand and returned to his cold demeanor. Mission complete. The scene changes to another place. At that moment, an attack was launched. The knight was now slaying a monster. The monster, in pain, opened its mouth wide. Then the giant corpse fell to the ground with a thud. The shock was not small. A voice rang out. 18. The knight, after finishing the fight, stepped on the monster's corpse and said cheerfully, "I think we can all return home alive." The two boys excitedly high-fived each other. "Let's go home together. Then trample on the honor of those bastards who dared to laugh at us." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Diamond and Skirt, don't be careless. There are still 7 monsters left." Mesa reminded them with a serious expression, and they immediately replied, "Ugh, I know, Mesa. The orca always move in small groups. Now that they're wandering alone, it's quite easy to eliminate them. Perhaps the gods are on our side. Or, young Master Jin has received the protection of a god, and that positive energy has spread to others." Mesa frowned and calculated. Then she continued to distribute the tasks. "For now, continue searching quickly. Stay alert until the very end. Be careful." Suddenly, at that moment, there was a noise in the nearby bushes, and then the black head of the cat lord poked out from the bush. He turned and walked away with a dejected look. "So they think there are still 7 left. Hey, if they catch that many more, I can go home too." A few days ago, when Jin's squad received their mission, a group of ORCs were gathering when a voice rang out. "Is everyone here? Listen up, you Oro's bastards. From today on, make sure you always move alone." The black dragon stood there, reminding them. His face was extremely terrifying. "If you dare to disobey, or gather in groups of 2 or more, I will send you all away. Remember, if you understand, then let's get going." The other ORCs, after hearing this, could only dejectedly disperse, each going their own way. Back in the present, the black dragon was still walking by himself, muttering to himself, "That little brat always makes me do troublesome things. What's the point of a 1,000-year-old agreement? What's the point?" Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, causing the resting birds to fly away in a panic. The center of the universe, a moment later, the cat lord was hiding on a tree branch, observing Jin's squad below and thinking, When I get back, I'll make that brat buy me a new manhwa. And this body, that's all I can do." He lay flat on his stomach and couldn't help but sigh. To complete the mission without anyone dying. Suddenly, at that moment, a heavy footstep landed with a powerful tremor. The black dragon quickly entered a state of alert. He radiated a dark aura and sensed his surroundings. What is this energy? It's coming this way. At that moment, a giant shadow appeared in a hazy smoke. It seemed not easy to deal with. The black dragon had now transformed back into his human form, still silently observing. "Damn it. Where did those guys come from? I don't think they'll just go back like that." Luckily, they're only about 3-star. If it was Jin, a stream of power appeared in his hand, as if ready to fight. "That brat will definitely feel my barrier immediately." At this point, he threw that stream of power down below. A stream of black air descended, its power growing stronger with each passing moment. The impact was so great that it created a dark space. Belov, who was sitting and resting, also felt that something was not right. Then he looked up at the sky and guessed, it seems darker than before. Is it going to rain? Outside, the figure was getting closer and closer, holding a large rake. Suddenly a red eye lit up. Then a gloomy voice and the majestic appearance of the original black dragon appeared, questioning, "How dare you all?" He was flying in the air, facing the newly appeared giant creature. He spoke again, "Moving forces without my permission." Suddenly, the black dragon seemed to realize something. Not a living creature, but an ancient relic. The giant tomb guard before him now was a headless stone statue, but fully armed. The black dragon analyzed seriously. "I'm sure my dragon kind wiped them out 2,000 years ago. Furthermore, why are the giant guardians of the dead gods here? Whatever the reason, this reunion is not a happy one." Now he spit out a black pill surrounded by a dark aura. "I'll finish this in one breath." As the black dragon spoke, the pill emitted a stream of power. That stream of power swirled down onto the giant below. The giant's single eye flashed and let out an indescribable cry. The space was so shaken that it was impossible to distinguish the situation. A sharp flash of light appeared in that hazy space. Everything spun around for a while before it became clear. A moment later, only the black dragon and objects floating in the air remained. Then the black dragon also landed on the ground. Then Ngai transformed back into his human form. As he stretched his arm muscles, he exclaimed, "Hoo-hoo. Is it because I haven't used my strength in so long? My whole body aches. There's no way a tomb guardian would just randomly appear. No matter how many times I think about it, this is related to the Zippo clan. What the hell is happening to this world? I'd better keep it a secret from the kid. If something unexpected happens, I can protect him. If the kid continues to grow at his current rate for 10 years, he'll be able to fight against the Zippo clan. The image of Dian Tring Than appeared in the Black Dragon's imagination. The scene changes again to another space, in a room with a few people. At that moment, someone opened the door and entered. It was a chubby man wearing glasses. As soon as he entered, he announced, Sir Biscoe. There's trouble, my masterpiece, the Tomb Guardian. This is the shape-shifting sorcerer, Puba Gaston. Biscoe Ibriano, the leader of the Kinsalo Revolutionary Council, also closed the door and replied, I've heard the news. The children were attacked by a Tomb Guardian in the middle of the night. That's right. Bubba Gaston clutched his head. Gen Z. What kind of monster would do something so terrible as to destroy my masterpiece, eh? Biscoe approached and reassured him. Bubba, that's not important right now. The one who defeated the giant was a dragon, and a shadow dragon at that. I went to inspect the scene myself. Bubba Gaston, hearing this, had a contorted and confused face, wondering, A dragon? Are you saying the dragons have noticed our actions? I'm not sure, but I think they're warning us for now. Keep an eye on the situation around you. I'll send some useful people to you. Biscoe's face was cold as he made his decision. We should organize a meeting with the Dippo clan soon. The scene shifts back to Elder Jonkenden. He stood with his hands on his hips, laughing with great pride. Good. Everyone has safely completed their mission and returned to Mimid. The people who assigned this mission to you must be red-faced now. They'll surely go crazy over this. Jin, standing below, replied, Thank you, Uncle. Then the Rung Candle Elder reminded them, All right, entire unit, at ease, below. They chanted in unison, Yes, sir. A little later, after reuniting with the squad, everyone was happy and concerned for Jean. Young Master, it's so good that you're all right. Jean also replied cheerfully, Yes. Everyone did a great job. At this moment, Mail stood to one side, observing and speaking up. Have you all heard? I don't know how, but on that very day, Amudge coincidentally launched a terrorist attack on the exact guest house where the assassination target was staying. The comrade next to him, upon hearing this, became envious. Damn, young Master Din is so lucky. Mil also felt the same and continued, This world we live in is so unfair. Not only is he a member of the Rung Candle family, but he also has heaven-defying luck. There are some people who, no matter how hard they try, can't go beyond being a common class cadet. I don't know how strong those other people are, but young Master Jean is just under 4-star, and his new group is all 3-star, isn't it? Hey, Kaijin, are we just going to let this slide? Kazan, after hearing the question, remained silent and replied in a cold voice, No. What else can we do? Even if he is a despised youngest young master, he is still a pure-blooded member of the Rung Candle family. Mew, until Ladian gives a direct order, we can't. Suddenly Kaijin stopped and looked in one direction. Jin was now standing in front of them, the atmosphere falling into a momentary silence. Did he overhear everything? No way, from such a distance, they worriedly said to each other. Suddenly Jin flashed a faint smile and said, Too bad, but I heard everything, my dear friends. The two who had been gossiping with envy were stunned. At that moment, Jin asked, Cajun Romero, is your right hand all right? Cajun was still sitting there, his sharp eyes sinking into the darkness as he replied, It's fine. The medical staff said reattaching it wasn't difficult at all, and it was a clean cut anyway. Jin nonchalantly said, I see, but it seems you all are having a rather interesting discussion, aren't you? Kaijin also replied sarcastically, Yes. The worst thing that lowly people like us can do when faced with young Master Jin here is to talk badly about you behind your back. Please forgive me, but Jean, with an emotionless expression, said, Well, whether I forgive you or not doesn't matter, does it? Since I'm not a knight yet. But this has nothing to do with you guys, does it? Kaijin disrespectfully raised his voice in protest. To be precise, can't you just drag people like me out and beat us up with just a single word? Jin asked again. Why would I do that? Kaijin sneered, his voice rising. Because I'm acting quite impertinently right now. It's really an eyesore. Mail tried to intervene at this point. Hey, Kaijin, what are you doing? But Kaijin had already started to stand up. Is that so? Then his face became serious, in my eyes. Seeing the young master here being recognized by everyone after completing a mission, based solely on luck, is not pleasant at all. Jean stood there straight and tall, and retorted, I think there's some misunderstanding here. The reason I said you were an eyesore was not because you were mocking me, nor was it because you were being disrespectful to me. Before the opponent could reply, he touched the hilt of his sword and continued, Cajun Romero, a 5-star knight. Your skills surpass many other intermediate cadets. In fact, you might even be stronger than me. So why are you just standing there? talking bad about others behind their backs. After saying this, Jin, with a surge of excitement, drew his sword as if in a challenge. I'm sure I've told you before that you can challenge me anytime. Jin's sword was now pointed at Kajin. He then asked again, is that really okay? Jin affirmed. Yes, raise your sword. There's no reason for you to go easy on me. Let's settle this. At this point, Kyan's face and eyes were filled with killing intent. It sounds like you're suggesting we don't need to set limits on using aura, Jin confidently said. That's right. Kaijin had also drawn the hilt of his sword and reminded him, you'll regret this. Then, unable to hold back any longer, he rushed forward and slashed down with a powerful blow. Jin also quickly raised his sword to block. As he thought his attacks are indeed very strong. But compared to the people I will have to fight in the future, they're nothing. Kazan, at this point, used all his strength to swing his sword, his face contorted in a frenzy. Jin still confidently analyzed the situation and blocked the life-threatening attacks. At this moment, Jin seemed to be at a disadvantage, being pushed back. The arrogant, premature voice of Kajin rang out, have you seen the truth yet, young master? You are still too weak compared to me. He rushed forward, sword raised, as if to split Jin in two. He gritted his teeth and raised his sword to block the blow. But while Jin was focused on the sword strike, another force was rushing towards his chest. It was a kick from Kajin. Jin was kicked backwards. Not stopping there, a slash of sword energy like a bow was unleashed. Jin looked forward with a stunned expression. I can see it, he exclaimed with joy in his heart. Jin leaned back to dodge the fatal sword strike. Just like the day I was hit by Heitona's iron ball, I'm starting to see Kazan's attack trajectory. At that moment, a few strands of hair on his forehead were cut off by the sharp sword strike. Seeing the continuous sword strikes from Kaijin, he began to analyze again. The number of sword techniques he can use to cut through space is countless, but a 5-star knight can't use many. After regaining his composure, Jin seriously focused on blocking the attacks, especially since he was blinded by his anger towards me. Kyan's face was contorted with rage at this point, his teeth clenched as if he was about to go mad. At this moment, the two swords clashed directly. Jin silently calculated, I can end this in just 3 moves. Then he said seriously and confidently, I know your every move. You can't win. Kazan, hearing this, became even more furious and sneered. You're still saying such useless things, young master. Then, as if losing his mind, he used all his strength to attack. While Jin calmly calculated each step, first a slash from the left, then a surprise headbutt. He countered with a slash, and then retreated to dodge. Then, at that moment, Kazan, who was fighting like a madman, suddenly stopped as if he had sensed something. Han's final attack died in thought, and the blade of his sword began to emit a stream of power, an aura that a 4-star person couldn't even dream of blocking. Jin unleashed that slash immediately. Kazan was thrown backwards. The sword in his hand was sent spinning in the air along with dust and rocks. Kazan's body fell stiffly to the ground. More than pain. Kazan's face was filled with disbelief, and he exclaimed, How? How? That last attack was definitely. Now Jin approached and pointed the tip of his sword at his face, then spoke. Now I know how many years it will take me to reach the 5-star level. Jin stood there majestically and declared. Kajin's face darkened at this point, and he broke out in a cold sweat, dissatisfied. You tricked me, didn't you? I didn't know you were at the 5-star level. Jin immediately interrupted. No, I've never done anything like that. It's just that you don't know me well enough. I would never enter a fight if I thought I would lose, Jin said confidently as he sheathed his sword. Suddenly, at that moment, the two brothers, Heitona, rushed over and asked, Hey, what happened? Seeing the scene before them, they both froze in shock. Seeing Jin standing, while Kajin was sitting on the ground with a dark, struggling face, they couldn't believe it and exclaimed, What? What? How is this possible? The youngest defeated Kaijin. At this point, Jin just walked past and casually commented, It's not that great. The two brothers, still bewildered, turned to look after him. Yeah, that's right. The scene changes to another place. At this moment, a questioning voice rang out again. You said you were completely crushed by the youngest. Do you think we'll believe you? Kaijin stood there and reported, I am truly ashamed of myself. The person sitting behind the chair asked again, You didn't take a bribe or go easy on him because he's a member of the Rung Candle family, did you? Kaijin immediately affirmed, Not at all, my lady. Mew continued to wonder, So what is it? Are you seriously telling me a newcomer, at 15 years old, has reached 5-star in such a short time? Kazan denied it again. It's not just me. Everyone at the training ground saw it. That aura was definitely above the 5-star level. Hearing this, he looked disappointed. Huh? Forget it. It was my mistake to rely on someone like you. Get out. Kazan could only stand there, bowing his head in submission. After he left, the other two in the room fell into silence, and then looked up and asked, "Is the youngest threatening us now?" Mew immediately retorted, "Not just us, he's threatening the entire clan. In the youngest next mission, we have to mix in our own people." His face showed a clear, sinister look. That must be the place he's going to, so when he comes back, it can only be a corpse. The scene changes to the room. Julie enters with some things and says, "Young master, the sword garden is very lively. Everyone is amazed by your achievements." Jean looks down from the window and replies, "Really? Was the first patriarch, my father, and my sister Luna, because only those three became 5-star knights at the age of 15 in the entire history of the Rung Candle family. So that's 5-star swordsmanship, 4-star magic, and 5-star shadow energy. I didn't even expect to get 5-star swordsmanship. I just trained with the clarity stones as usual. I've reached 5-star already." Jin leaned against the window frame, looking out and thinking. It seems that when one of my 3 powers, specifically shadow energy, magic, and aura, gets stronger, the others are also affected. Before, when I overloaded my shadow energy, I also opened a flow of aura and mana. Since I'm the only one with all 3 powers, there's no information, but they are definitely connected. Suddenly he turned around in surprise. Seeing the flower pot on the windowsill, he asked, "Did you put these flowers here, Julie?" "Yes. Because the vase was empty when you left. I added some flowers. Should I throw them away?" "No. There's no magic or curse on them, so it's fine." Jin hurriedly stopped her. Julie, hearing this, replied, "I know." He said again, "Anyway, when the news of me becoming a 5-star knight at 15 gets out, my brothers will become restless," and sat down, his expression serious, including my brother Joshua, who was nominated to be the next head of the family. Joshua Jonkenden, when Luna Jonkenden renounced her status as the first knight. The second knight of the Rung Candle clan has become the leading candidate for the next head of the family. With the support of his mother, Rosa Rung Candle, he has now stabilized his position. The cat lord was still lying on the table, devouring sweets and listening to Jean's analysis. Even though hiding my skills right now isn't a bad idea, I decided that revealing my achievements would be more beneficial. Since the news of me being a 5-star has been leaked, news of me will spread beyond the Rung Candles. Stories about me will surely be published all over the world. The Black Dragon, after hearing this, licked his paws and said nonchalantly, "Oh my. Look at our little boy praising himself. I'm sure if you become the center of attention, your brother will behave." He also readily agreed. "That's right. More importantly, father will come to the sword garden himself." Both Julie and the Black Dragon were stunned to hear that. Father wants a different heir instead of Joshua. What about my sister Lunasa? Father has never been satisfied with any of my siblings. But Sister Luna, the only one who interested father, was not interested in the throne. So father decided that she was not suitable to lead the clan. After that, the position of the next head of the family of Jit Duo was confirmed. My brother Defas, my sister Gensha, and my sister Mary became the reserve heirs. This order of succession was extremely stable, but everything changed since I appeared. At this point, Jean was still calculating in his heart. Father doesn't discriminate based on age and gives everyone a chance. So father will give me a command just like when I was still in the basic ranks. I'm sure my father's order will include 2 things. First is a challenge. Can I overcome the age gap with my brothers, the candidates for the next head of the family? Second is protection. My father doesn't want me to die at the hands of my brothers before I've even taken the test. That's because I'm a special case. Julie also announced at this time, if your story is published in the newspapers, you will be flooded with letters of request to visit from numerous families and groups around the world. Jean replied, "You're right. To deal with all of that at once, there's nothing better than a banquet. When my father arrives, a banquet will be held. Nindiel, you go and prepare." Then he didn't forget to point at the Black Dragon and remind her, "You have to be especially careful with Murakano. We'll be in big trouble if he secretly transforms into a human and infiltrates the banquet. You understand, right?" Hearing this, he was startled. "Huh?" Then he jumped up and down. "Hey, am I a kid? I know that." But Julie quickly interrupted. "I will do as you say, young master. Where are the baked goods?" Very quickly, a few days had passed. Julie was arranging flowers and said cheerfully, "It seems the butlers have been very busy answering official letters lately. Young master, when I asked Pedro, the royal family of Bemin also sent an official letter." Jean replied, "The royal family of the empire. That's surprising. They must be very curious." Julie announced the plan again. The patriarch has sent his visit schedule through Khan. He plans to come in a month. The visiting dates for other clans will also be scheduled accordingly. But the other young masters and young ladies are quite quiet. Jin then closed the book with a nonchalant expression. If they want to punish me when I'm getting this much attention, it's no different from bragging that they're scared or hate me. For fame's sake, it must be. Suddenly, Mr. Puddle pushed open the door in a panic. Young master. He panted as he spoke incoherently. You've been assigned a mission. But the mission is the Colon Ruins. The scene changes to another place. At this moment, a burst of rage is being unleashed. After all, people who call themselves lucky like you, you're still working like this? The lucky ones were now standing in a line there, receiving the brunt of the anger. Mrs. Dosa was furious, her power erupting as she roared. How dare you send the youngest to Depot's territory, you bastards! At that moment, the door was pushed open. Seeing this, she softened her voice. You're here. Jin immediately replied. Yes, mother. A girl with long gray hair is Jancha Jankanden, the third-ranked knight of the Jankanden family. Next is Jeon the fifth knight of the Jeon family, and Bigo Jeon, the sixth knight of the Jeon family. Rosa asked again, have you heard that your next mission is the Colon Ruins? Jean calmly replied, I have. She had now regained her composure and said, that mission has been cancelled. You cannot go to Cologne. Both Mew and An were startled to hear that and called out, Mother. Rosa immediately lost control and snapped, Shut up. You bastards only think of ways to kill you. Mew patted his chest and nonchalantly questioned, Mother, is it strange that we're trying to kill him? And also added indignantly, That's right. Honestly, I don't understand why you're trying to protect him. What? At this point, she felt helpless and sighed. Huh? If you all continue to go crazy and talk nonsense like this, then... At that moment, voices of protest rang out again. Both father and mother have been secretly encouraging the siblings to fight each other. Isn't it because our family needs competition? I'm sure mother knows that every child here has grown up competing since they were young. That's right, mother. I've been sent on extremely dangerous missions many times, even though I've only just reached the intermediate level. Dosha, hearing these words, fell silent for a moment. Then she could only close her eyes helplessly and exclaim, Yes, you are right. Competition is necessary regardless of the method or hidden meaning. Then she asked a fatal question. But has any of you become a knight after only 15 years? Has there been? Both Mew and Ain were startled to hear this. Huh? Jean remained silent, and Mrs. Zoja spoke again. The youngest is very different from you all. If you had achieved what the youngest did as a child, I would have protected you too. But while everyone was questioning each other, Jancha stood in a corner, covering her mouth and yawning. She continued to jab at the pride of the other knights. In other words, you are not worthy of my protection. Seeing you all like this, even though you're already knights, I don't regret it much. Suddenly, the people who had been quiet until now were mentioned, and Jancha, Jun, and Vigo. Since you are also knights, the three of you will also have to take responsibility for the chaos caused by these two. Vancha will discipline herself right now. Jan and Vigo will each have to return a high-grade sword of the clan that they possess. Hearing this, Vigo was dissatisfied. Mother, what do you mean return a sword? Rosa immediately said, if I handled this my way, I would confiscate all of your high-grade swords. So be grateful that I'm only handling it this way. Lisa could only look annoyed but could do nothing but accept it. Jin was now standing in the midst of a pack of tigers and leopards. After a long discussion, Zisa turned to Jin expectantly. All right, what will you do now? Youngest son, in a situation where I've dragged uninvolved siblings into this, will you pretend and say I punished them? Or will you be content with this favoritism and become arrogant? Let me see how you handle this. She was looking forward to Jin's performance. At that very moment, Jin also called out to his mother. With a sharp gaze, the beard replied, Speak, my son. Jin immediately flashed a cheerful and innocent smile and announced his decision. I really like the mission Kai assigned me. Rosa, hearing this, was surprised and hurriedly asked, You know what the Cologne Ruins are? He answered confidently, much to the delight of his two sisters, Mew and An. Yes, it's a part of the Zippo territory that the Rung Candle family tried to conquer in the past, but failed. I understand that it's a dangerous place, but Jean's expression became sharp and confident before his decision. I have no intention of backing down from this fight. Jin stood there and said confidently, I really like the big mission my sisters have arranged for me. I know it's very dangerous, but I don't think there's any injustice. On the contrary, it's like a signal that my sisters value my abilities. And hearing this, asked in confusion, "What?" Jin spoke up again, "Isn't that why they sent me on this mission?" Now Zisa became suspicious. "Very brave. Or are you suspecting your own mother?" Jin replied straightforwardly, "No. If the mission arrangement suddenly changes, it will make those who work for our clan think that our clan's level and strength are declining." She frowned and retorted, "We don't have subordinates who would dare to doubt the clan over such trivial matters. Your sisters simply want to harm you. They are not allowed to fight you directly, so they use their authority to cause chaos." But he remained determined. "That's also the goal I'm aiming for. Mother, if I had to fight my sisters right now, I would surely lose. But I can fight back by completing this mission with excellence. This is a battle I have a chance of winning." Rosa still wanted to stop him. "Just one misstep could cost you your life at the Collins ruins. Are you sure you're confident?" But Jean still affirmed, "Yes, and I have a small request. If I can successfully return from the mission, please grant me the sword that my brothers have returned." The two people mentioned were startled and panicked. Jean continued to express his opinion nonchalantly. "I think that's the minimum I can receive as a reward, since you said this mission is extremely dangerous." After hearing that, she fell silent. Jiang, at this point, scratched his head helplessly. "Jean, why do you want to keep the sword we returned? If you need a sword that badly, I'll give you one of mine, so please give up this mission. You need to survive at least until father returns." Jean said in surprise, "What you're saying sounds strange. If you felt there was a problem, shouldn't you have stopped Anne and Mew when they entrusted this mission to me?" Before another argument could break out, Dose's voice rang out, stopping them. "Stop. If you really complete the mission and return unharmed, I will give you your brother's swords. You can all go now." The dissatisfied ones all called out unwillingly, "Mother." She stood there, deep in thought, worried that Jean would become like Luna. "I have trampled on the honor of the other children, but it seems I was worrying for nothing. When Siren returns, he will be very proud of Jean's growth." Her face showed clear satisfaction. At this moment, Jean had finished talking and had reached the door, suddenly, and spoke up. "What are you thinking? Dreaming that luck is still on your side?" Jin placed his hand on the doorknob and replied nonchalantly, "I don't know. My siblings may not know, but I'm extremely unlucky." Seeing his nonchalant attitude, she got angry. "Enough with that flippant attitude. This is not a personal mission, so you will never be alone during the entire journey down to the lower realm." Dean tried to be polite. "Thank you for your concern." Then Gilles glanced back with a cold gaze and said goodbye. "See you all later." A little later, Jean, dressed in white, was talking to Khan's group. Mail smiled and introduced himself. "We would like to introduce ourselves. Young Master Jean. My name is Malhass. I will be accompanying the young master on this mission." Rima also chimed in. "I am Rima Hass. It's an honor to be on a mission with you. Young Master, I want to apologize for my previous actions. We will not let you down." The two of them spoke with great friendliness. Kazan, at this point, had also restrained his personality and placed his hand on his chest, saying respectfully, "Me too." Jin heard this, turned, and left, then instructed, "All right, let's just let bygones be bygones and complete the mission well together." "Yes, thank you." "Young Master, thank you," they replied in unison. Jin, at this moment, turned and thought to himself, "Honor, my ass. All three of them are Anne and Mew's lackeys, so they will definitely stab me in the back when I'm in danger." At this moment, Mail took out a document and said, "I would like to elaborate a little on this mission. Our mission is to attack the totems. The location is Zidek Collins, and our specific targets are for totems. Zidiskoln. It was once a place where thousands of indigenous people lived in tribes. Currently, that territory is under the control of the Ziffin clan, subordinate to the Pylon Kingdom. The ruins were discovered a few hundred years ago by members of the Zipfin clan. After they found the historical site, they killed and enslaved most of the indigenous people. Of course, the current Jiffin clan claims to respect the native Collins people, but that is just to save face. Although on the outside, they are treated with respect, but in reality, they are just slaves with no policies to improve their situation, because the lives and rights of the Collins people are nothing in the eyes of most of humanity. The reason the Zipfin spared the Collins people was to preserve the natural environment of the place, and as a performance to atone for their past cruelty. The Zipfin clan often aims for reasonable laws, seeking voluntary compliance from those they rule. But, in the past, they went too far with the colon. The reason they were so obsessed with the colon ruins that they sacrificed their reputation was because of the relic mirror hidden by the natives. Jin and the Mail group appeared here and moved cautiously. The existence of the mirror was still confidential information known only to the Zipfin clan. But the truth was revealed before my regression, thanks to a brave journalist. The title of the article written by that journalist talked about Zipfan's actions being aimed at finding a certain relic. And the name of the relic, obtained from the accusations of the indigenous people, was the source of mana. Just by looking at it, a person could increase their mana stat to an incredible degree. By using that relic, the Zipfin created countless mass-produced mages. The Zipfin clan will begin creating mages in another 10 years, which means they haven't gotten their hands on the source of mana yet. The MAIL members looked at each other and nodded. Jin held his sword, determined not to let that thing fall into Zipfang's hands again. At this moment, a whispering voice was heard. "Young master, the mages are returning. Their location is the rendezvous point for the Giffen mages, and the totems we need are kept in warehouse number 3. MAIL outlined the plan. It's not hard to launch a surprise attack, but there will definitely be defensive spells. Kazan also chimed in with a sincere expression. Don't worry, young master. No matter what happens, we will protect you, even if we have to sacrifice our lives. Hearing those words, Jin couldn't help but feel speechless, but he replied politely. Thank you for the encouragement. To ensure a safe return, we must conserve our stamina. Let's rest for a bit. We'll attack in an hour, Jin said, offering an item. Kajin immediately replied, as you command. Jin handed out a packet of dried meat and said, Everyone, take some, thank you. MIL calmly took a piece and ate it. Rima and Kaijin, without a second thought, also ate to regain their strength. After letting the others finish eating, Jin spoke again. Well then, I will act alone. You all get some sleep. As he spoke, he pulled his collar up to cover his face. MIL was now in a panic. What do you mean? Young master. Kazan was also confused and wondered, huh? What is this? Poison. Jin immediately reassured them, don't worry, it's just a sleeping drug. They wanted to resist the drug's effects. No. Jin stood there watching each person fall. Then cursed, no, hell no, you want to make it obvious that you're here to kill me. He waited until they were completely unconscious before turning away. I'd be less suspicious if you all just acted like the bastards you usually are. Dian adjusted his collar. I guess it's a dog's instinct to obey its master. At this point, he had left that place alone. Scene changed to another location. 2 guards were on duty together. One was yawning, while the other was chatting happily. That's why I grabbed the bottle of wine. The gossiping soldier's face hadn't even relaxed before he looked ahead in horror. Jin appeared and kicked the other soldier in the face. The remaining guard in the black coat held his spear defensively and questioned, You? Who are you? Jin's sharp gaze flickered over, then he leaned back to dodge the incoming attack. His body spun in midair. Then, a sharp glint flashed and struck. The remaining black-clad soldier was quickly dealt with. With a blow to the neck, his face contorted in pain. After taking down these guys, Jin stood inside. Only 2 of them. It seems there are no other guards outside. Suddenly, he froze as if he realized something. Picking up the lock, he couldn't help but wonder. A very simple lock, with no warning magic cast on it. Well, sometimes they even let commoners guard warehouse number 3. It seems the Zippo clan doesn't value this place at all. Shall we take a look inside? Din recklessly opened the door and went in. Seeing the pattern on the floor, Din couldn't help but exclaim in his mind. A blood magic detection circle. It is widely known as a security magic used to confirm if the person being tested has the clan's bloodline and if they are pure-blooded. But its actual function is to distinguish between normal humans and demonic beasts. It can also confirm if a person has any diseases. Jin analyzed the blood magic as he sat down to observe it. So, as long as it's normal human blood, it doesn't matter whose blood it is. To quickly move back to where the guard was lying, he approached and made a cut on the man's hand to draw blood. So there's no need to use my own blood, which would only leave evidence. After collecting a sufficient amount, Din brought the blood and poured it onto the blood array. The patterns immediately began to change. After dealing with this, he calculated his next step. The first protection magic was also quite simple now. Where is that golem? Suddenly, the blood circle erupted with a powerful surge of energy. Jin was stunned. I used the blood of an unconscious guard, so it should be normal human blood. Yet the blood magic detection circle was still activated. That means that guy was already afflicted with some kind of disease. At that moment, in the air above the blood circle, the faces of ferocious golems appeared, baring their teeth and their eyes glowing as they looked down. To speculate it again, or that's not a human. A moment later, Jin had to quickly dodge. Damn it, what is this? Silent wind. He used that technique to stop the giant stone men who looked like they wanted to eat him. Because if there's a mage nearby, They can sense the mana being emitted, so I wanted to use as little mana as possible, but the story is different now. Therefore, Jean was now sweating profusely in the face of this development. The golem charged out as if it had gone mad. Jin silently groaned. It seems I can't avoid a fight. He quickly dodged the 2 attacks, his hand swiftly drawing his sword. The giant orc didn't just take the attacks. It suddenly roared in agitation. Then it slashed out with sharp claws, which Jin nimbly dodged with a flip. Then he tried to steady himself on the ground. Jin just bowed his head for a moment and then cursed. Damn it. With a single swing, he unleashed a powerful sword strike, attacking the golem in return. Seeing this, the creatures became even more enraged, grinding their teeth as veins popped all over their bodies. At this moment, Jean spoke. It seems you also know that aura is a very dangerous power. Suddenly, a golem waved its hand for a moment. This made Jean feel strange. It can heal its wounds that quickly. That healing speed is usually only found in high-level demonic beasts. However, those 2 are not demonic beasts. Just a moment ago, they were human. This is the Zippo clan's territory, where countless immigrant mages come. The indigenous people are being oppressed. And what about those mysterious monsters? Jin, after a moment of analysis, exclaimed again. Is it a primeval golem? Creating a primeval golem is a grave crime. The golem at this moment extended its claws and lunged. Could it be that the Zippo clan has been using this historical site as a laboratory specializing in forbidden techniques? Jin thought as he parried its powerful attack. A primeval golem possesses power nearly equal to a 4-star automaton, but that's about it. Their movements are not as refined as those of highly trained 4-star knights, so fighting them isn't difficult. Normally, this magical weapon, the primeval golem, will not stop attacking no matter how severely it is injured. However, as soon as their core is destroyed, they are finished. It's the head, heart, or torso. The core is usually in one of these 3 places. This point is no different even for primeval golems created with forbidden arts. If so, then first, Jin raised his sword and thrust forward. Jin brought a strike down on the golem's head, causing it to roar loudly. Its reaching hand had also faltered. Suddenly, another attack came from the side. Jin quickly saw it and leaned to dodge. Its strength and speed haven't decreased at all, but have even increased. The golem whose head Jin attacked was deformed but still frenzied and powerful. If it's not the head, then he continued to dodge the slashes. Jin used all his strength to plunge his sword into the golem's stomach. Then he continued his analysis. Then there's only one place left. Jin used all his strength to bring his sword down, splitting the golem in 2. Now as fear rolled out from its body, Jin couldn't help but exclaim in shock, unbelievable. You would do that to your own kind. Suddenly, the remaining golem was sneaking up on Jin from behind. Jin quickly sensed the killing intent from behind. Then he decisively swung his sword in a slash. The golem's eyes were bloodshot, its face contorted. It roared loudly as if it had gone mad. Then cracks appeared on the golem's body, and a surge of bright power flared up. A moment later, that body began to explode and shatter into pieces. When the second golem fell, Jin let out a breath. Phew, that spell was almost successfully cast. How brilliant! Suddenly, a sound rang out, breeze, and Jin immediately froze. The gloomy voice continued, please, kill me. The mangled golem on the ground begged for death out of utter despair. Seeing this, Jin fell silent for a moment, then pursed his lips and nodded once. All right, and a spray of blood shot into the air, granting the creature's wish. Jin stood there for a long time. I don't know what happened to these people, but Taejin gripped his sword tightly. No one in this world would willingly become a primeval golem, especially because once transformed, his eyes showed a cold fury towards those wicked people. One becomes an expendable pawn with no future ahead. Now is not the time to be angry. An unexpected situation has occurred, and I've also discovered the Zipfair clan's terrible secret. I also suspect she knew about this before signing me the mission. But that doesn't make my mission any more difficult. Even if I expose this, the Zipfin clan will just deny it. At this point, he picked up a piece of something from the ground. Creating a primeval golem is a high-level crime, and even a mere suspicion would trigger an investigation by the Empire. First, I must obtain evidence, then continue the mission despite my authority. The Zipfan clan will likely interfere with the investigation process. Anyway, I can't solve that problem right now. But the mages haven't taken any action yet, which means they just think this is a normal warehouse. They wouldn't guard this place so loosely if they knew there were primeval golems here. That leads me to believe that not everyone in Zittic is involved in the use of forbidden magic. HMPH, the protective magic on the stone slab is quite simple, but on the other hand, it's quite complex. Usually, it takes a lot of effort to break the protection. But with the death of the two primeval golems, whatever I do here, the Zipfin clan will have to cover it up quietly. At this moment, a sphere of power formed in his hand. The indistinctly shaped spheres split into two halves, fire and water. After separating the two powers, Jin spoke to himself again. That's why. The two powers grew stronger with each passing moment, transforming to become more brilliant and mystical. Jin calculated again. I'll use a little heat. Then he used the fire blast technique. The powerful surge of energy erupted, shaking a large area of space. Elsewhere, an angry voice of questioning rang out. What have you bastards done? Sent in on a mission in Dipfin clan territory. Are you insane? Mu Enin, beaten and struggling, sat on the ground, having to endure the scolding. That boy is a child, 10 years younger than you, Luna said sternly. Why would you do that? At this, one of them replied, You really don't know why, Sister Luna. Luna replied matter-of-factly, What if I really don't know? Or are you saying that you, the flag bearers of our clan, are power struggling with Jin? A kid who just entered the intermediate class. A flag bearer fighting a flag bearer, but haven't your actions gone too far? Isn't that an unwritten rule of the two-star clan war? The two of them listened silently to the scolding. Then Luna turned to leave, not forgetting to leave a final remark. You should be ashamed of yourselves, because I am very ashamed that you are the flag bearers of this clan. And hearing those words, yelled in frustration, eldest sister, you've never been interested in power. What right do you have to do this? Luna just confidently replied, I wouldn't say anything if you could defeat Jin. Hearing that, these kids exclaimed in shock, huh? Luna then announced the result. Jin just completed his mission at Ztak Collins. Mother will receive the report immediately. I'm sure you now understand why I said I was so ashamed. In the end, you only helped the boy. I don't even know if there has ever been a case in the history of the Rungkandle clan where a flag bearer was humiliated while correcting their youngest sibling. Now go. After hearing this, the two could only reply in shame, we understand. As the two were about to leave, Luna suddenly spoke up again. And one more thing. From what I've seen, Jin isn't very noble. From now on, you just should be careful. I'm really worried. This served as her warning. The situation got a little tense for a while. But you are also my younger siblings. A while later, only Luna was left in the room. Mrs. Nani, carrying some things, exclaimed as she entered. It's unbelievable that the young lady would punish her younger sisters right after returning. As your nanny, I thought you were at an easygoing age. Hearing that, Luna couldn't help but feel speechless. At my age, still easygoing? The woman immediately said, Well, it's true that the young lady had a very difficult time. I'm worried for the young ladies. Young Master Jin is not one to forget things, she said as she poured tea. Luna also sought her opinion. Nanny, you also think those two are no match for Jin, don't you? Nani quickly gave her opinion. Yes, within the next 5 years. I don't think they can defeat Master Jin, even in an official duel. I wonder if they were too hasty. Luna immediately said, Don't say such terrible things. They are still young and thoughtless. So Nanny, have you looked into what I asked? Nani asked back. You mean about the person who tried to assassinate Master Jin, right? Then she replied, It definitely wasn't the two young ladies. They were in the intermediate class at the time, so there's nothing more to investigate. Luna replied seriously, You're right. It probably wasn't Mary, Iona, or the Tona twins either. So, the remaining suspects are, and what came next? The names listed were Young Master Joshua, Young Master DPOS, Young Master Jian, Young Master Vigo, and Lady Lancia, a citizen of Vietnam. Aside from Young Master Jian and Vigo, the others are very difficult to investigate, Luna said. Taking a sip of tea, of course, the other three have solid foundations. We will have a huge headache if we try to investigate them for now. It's best to just watch. If we keep digging with only one purpose, we will only get into trouble. Mrs. Nanny chuckled at that, a wise decision, Melody. Despite the many attempts to harm young Master, he has grown up healthy. You don't need to worry. Switching back to Jean, he happily walked in and called out, Julie, Murakam, I'm back. Julie was incredibly moved to see him. Young Master, I am so glad you returned safely. Jin immediately reassured her. I'm fine, I'm strong. I'm sure it won't be long before you can't beat me. But she was still extremely worried, gripping his hand tightly. That place is very dangerous. If anything happened to you, I would sacrifice myself for revenge. The Black Dragon, hearing those heroic words from the side, broke out in a cold sweat. Little Strawberry, don't say such scary things. Then he turned to Jin and said, Hey kid, did you report properly? He immediately replied, yes, I'm sure everyone thinks I succeeded in my mission thanks to help. But I don't care. More importantly, look at this, you too. The black dragon, hearing this, became curious. Huh? What is it? Jean presented the jar containing the stone he had picked up from the golem and explained. That is the heart of a primeval golem. The two of them curiously observed the jar. The black dragon had to exclaim, you're lucky. Seeing you return in one piece, that golem must have failed. You found this in the ruins after all. But Jean recounted the shocking information. The two guards there turned into monsters and attacked me. No matter where I cut them, they healed. This thing fell out when I stabbed their hearts. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, a primeval golem. First, it was a giant living armor, and now it's a primeval golem. What is that Zipfin clan planning to do? After some thought, the black dragon said, if what you say is true, then this must be the Zipfin clan's masterpiece. You said those ruins are within their territory. Jin affirmed, that's right. Hearing that, he pondered for a moment. Take some time off. You and I need to go back to Collins. This made Jean look down in surprise. He explained with a serious face, I think I need to question them directly. What the hell is going on? Jean now also calculated to himself. I'm a bit hesitant to go back there because of the primeval golems, but it should be safer with Murakam. And if I'm lucky, I might even find the mana fountain. No matter what I do, the Zipfan clan will try to cover it up anyway. After thinking, he also decided, alright, I'll spare some time. Immediately after the mission was completed, Kaijin and the Hasp brothers also returned to the Rung Candle clan. But Mu and had their cadet titles revoked and were expelled from the clan. This was a very harsh punishment for cadets, but no one sympathized with them. And then, in June of 1795, an unclear impact was heard again, followed by a shout, stop. Elder Jiang Candle gravely announced, Jin, starting today, your pure stone training is over. From tomorrow, only the Tona twins will come. Jin replied, yes, uncle. Only Daytona in the back heard this, and tears streamed down her face in admiration. So jealous. Suddenly, he continued. Also, Jean, it seems that morning training with the cadets is no longer necessary for you. Next week, the clan head will have something to talk to you about. This information made the twin brothers' jaws drop, while Jin remained calm. The two of them whispered to each other, but everyone could hear. Could it be that father wants Jean to become a temporary flag bearer so soon? A temporary flag bearer means he'll have to leave the Rung Candle clan to gather honor to become a true flag bearer, right? Yes. He'll have to act alone without the clan's help. Jin, now in a place where no one could see, clenched his fist and cheered inwardly. Finally, I don't have to worry about others, and I can get stronger the way I want. At this, he couldn't help but break into a genuinely happy smile. Change of scenery to another space outside. Kyron Zenkandon's army was still marching on the road. Khan, walking behind, spoke up, clan head, we are only 2 hours away from the Sword Garden. Karen replied with some helplessness, the son of mine, whom I had in my old age, is truly something else. He keeps interrupting my training. I even thought about going into seclusion in the Black Sea for 10 years, but now, how many years has it been? Khan also didn't hold back his praise, continuing, ever since the Thunder Martial stage. I felt that young Master Jin was an incredibly unusual person, but I didn't expect him to be this unusual. The things he did in the Sword Garden truly stunned me. After hearing this, Karen thought for a moment, that kid's fighting spirit, his fighting spirit is no joke, even when he was just a child. From the first time I saw him at the Thunder Martial platform, his eyes were always burning with hatred, even though I think he tried to hide it. I also can't forget the way he provoked his other brothers as soon as he entered the Sword Garden. I'm sure no one ever taught him that, and as the youngest, he was able to instinctively sense the law of the jungle about eliminating opponents there. Back then, the young Jin confidently said, however, Father, I am also very talented at eliminating my enemies. The other kids knew this and tried to pressure the boy, but mission accomplished. Look at the result. Then came the announcement. The youngest young master has successfully completed the Collins Relic mission. Every time his brothers pushed him towards death, he survived and returned. He's already reached 5-star now. Actually, it wasn't the Mamid and Colon Ruins incident, but the first mission you gave the young master that interested me, clan head. He had to fight an entire White Wolf tribe alone, yet he still won. Khan added, speaking highly of Jin. The clan head did not refuse but agreed. Yes, I also thought he would use his servants as meat shields to kill the White Wolf tribe. But who would have thought he would handle it himself? And by doing so, he proved the vows he made to me. Then Khan asked again to be sure, clan head. Do you really think he wiped out the White Wolf tribe all by himself? Of course. Chiron replied without hesitation. Actually, to be serious, he didn't do it entirely alone. But anyway, he's an interesting kid. I must ask him about it this time, he said. As the conversation continued, the large gate appeared right before their eyes. Karen stepped down with a majestic presence. On both sides were two rows of soldiers respectfully welcoming him in. A chorus of voices rang out. Greetings, clan head. Rosa and Luna were standing there to greet them. She spoke. We have been waiting for you. Clan head. Chiron approached and praised. Rosa, you have done very well. Rosa glanced at Joshua posing beside her and said, Not at all, he prepared everything himself. So I didn't have to do anything. Chiron continued, If as you said, these grown children are doing so well on their own, then I wouldn't have needed to leave the Black Sea. These words made Joshua freeze, his expression stiff. The guest we are receiving today will be very sensitive to my presence. Wouldn't this make it more difficult for my children? He walked past, unable to help but glance at Rotsuo with dissatisfaction. Rosa, not noticing, said, That's right, for 10 days, we've prepared your favorite dishes. Well done. I'm really looking forward to it. Suddenly, Chiron's sharp eye caught something. Those were two swords tucked at someone's belt. Then Karen also called out, Gian, Vigo. Gian, sweating, replied, Yes, father. He immediately asked, Did you give the youngest the sword I gave you? Vigo hesitated, not knowing how to answer. That is. Gian could only reply, Our youngest brother took it from us. We told him that if he completed the Colon Ruins mission, we would give it to him. So, before he could finish, Chiron broke into an excited smile. Then he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Ah ha 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 ha. Then he placed a hand on Gian's shoulder and said, Good job. Remember to find a way to get it back. The youngest is quite clever, isn't he? Sometimes I wonder if he's really my son. Sometime later, Karen was standing next to Jean. He spoke first. This must be your first time attending a ball, right? Jean replied politely, Yes, father. As he said that, he thought to himself, In my past life, thanks to my master, I was able to attend a few balls hosted by other clans, but I was never able to attend a ball hosted by the main family. Even on the rare occasions I was invited. I also hid here, and they're like a criminal, but now I've become an honored guest with my father. Of course, at the cost of dying once, his eyes flashed with a cold glint. At this moment, Chiron continued, As you probably know, our clan rarely holds balls. That's because we only hold them on truly celebratory occasions. This also means that your achievement is very noteworthy. Jin calmly replied, Thank you, father. Suddenly, he clapped his son on the shoulder and asked, How many guests do you think we will have? Jin predicted, I think about 1,000 people. Chiron Gurku agreed. That's right, I heard we'll be welcoming about that many guests. An increase of about 200 people from the last time we held a ball 7 years ago. Do you know what that means? He asked again. Jin also answered calmly. It means that in the past 7 years, our family's reputation has increased. Other clans also often hold balls with 1,000 guests, but our guests today are all exceptionally outstanding people. For the past 7 years, all I have done is train and kill monsters in the Black Sea. Even so, our clan's reputation continues to grow. That's because I am the only Genesis Knight of this era. This means that if I disappear, it's highly likely that most of the people here will turn their backs on the Rungkandle family. Jin, after listening to his story, exclaimed in his heart, That's right, without father here, how could the Rungkandle family have such a great reputation? My clan, along with the Zippo clan, are the two largest clans, but as soon as father disappears, the disparity in military strength between the two clans will continue to widen, and the Zippo family will become the most powerful force. Then Jin clenched his hand into a fist as if to gather courage, then called out, Father, if you weren't here and those people all turned their backs on us, and the Zippo family kicked us while we were down, pushing us to a dead end, then I would abandon this clan, he said with a calm expression. Chiron, hearing this, exclaimed in disbelief, What? Jin immediately explained, If the Rungkandle family collapses just because you're not here, then that's a sign that the next clan head is incompetent. I don't want to die a meaningless death under such a clan head. How many of their weaknesses does our clan hold? Hearing this, he asked in confusion, Weaknesses? Jin immediately replied, Yes, in exchange for returning the sword I took from Brother Vigo. I asked him to show me the cooperation contracts that only the flag bearers are allowed to see. The head of the Vuanga family deceived the emperor and embezzled from the national treasury. But because they have us, they can still shamelessly attend this ball. The clever clan also recently asked us to help kill the mages of the Zippo family. The young lady of the Herald family once sold the family's treasures behind their backs. to satisfy her gambling addiction, and they asked us to retrieve it. Oh. And they haven't paid the cooperation fee yet. Just by looking at it like that, I already know many weaknesses that can kill without a blade. There are surely many more weaknesses in the contracts that only you and Mother are allowed to see. Chiron couldn't help but ask in utter amazement, so, you mean, even without me, you all can still use those things to protect this family? Jin confidently replied, if the head leading the Rung Candle clan is not a Genesis Knight, then success or failure depends entirely on their negotiation skills. That's right, Chiron replied. However, it's not just us who currently hold many of others' weaknesses. The Zippo family also has as many weaknesses in their hands as we do. Jin replied without surprise, I know. But the Zippo family will never be able to use those things most effectively. Chiron looked at his young but composed son and pondered. Why is that? Jin immediately said, because playing the villain is the Rung Candle family's job. Therefore, if the next clan head holds so many weapons but can't use them properly, I will definitely abandon this clan without hesitation. Then I will prepare to take revenge on the Zippo family, no matter how long it takes. Chiron listened and couldn't help but rub his chin and smile, finding it interesting. Ha ha ha, revenge. I see. You have to be alive to get revenge. Not bad. After saying that, he glanced at his youngest son and commented, the other children don't have the courage to mention the possibility of the Rung Candle clan collapsing in front of me, so they will either tell lies or cry and complain. But the youngest stated his exact intentions in a very intelligent way. A satisfied smile couldn't help but appear on the corner of his mouth. It's a pity I had him so late. It feels as if he possesses all of Luna's talent, Mary's beastly intuition, and D-Force's battle sense. It will definitely be 10 years, but at most 15 years, that I will hold this position of head of the Rung Candle clan. It seems I will be able to see if the youngest can change the clan's succession. After calculating, Chiron turned and walked away, saying as he did so, it seems most of our guests have arrived. Let's go in. Shin replied politely, yes, father. Suddenly, after walking a short distance, he spoke again. Oh, and after the party, there's something I want to talk to you about. Wait here until I call you. After hearing this, Jin clenched his fist and thought, the evaluation to become a flag bearer. It seems that after the party ends, I'll have to temporarily leave the clan. These 4 days of feasting will be quite long. He looked at Chiron's back and smiled. Suddenly at this moment, a servant ran in with a panicked expression and called out, clan head. Chiron asked seriously, what is it? The servant replied, an uninvited guest has arrived. Hearing that, his face became skeptical. What? A worry rose in his heart. An uninvited guest couldn't possibly be the Zippo family. Indeed, below, a group of people dressed in secretive clothing had appeared. Karen asked with a serious face, what? The Zippo family? The servant immediately replied, yes, sir. There are 5 of them in total. Who is it? The second in command, Anaran Zippo, and for other clan members. He couldn't help but curse in anger. What an insolent bunch. Then Chiron instructed, Hanser, tell Anaran Zippo to get lost. Only let the other 4 clan members in. Don't go there directly, send another servant. Hanser bowed and replied, yes, sir. As for Jin, he was still standing behind, calculating. Although it's true that Anaran visiting like this is extremely rude. To strike the second in command of the Zippo family so thoroughly as to not even let him in. Suddenly, Chiron turned back with a sharp, questioning gaze. Do you think my handling was too harsh? Jin immediately replied, no, I think it was very refreshing. The moment Undreen let his emotions overcome his reason and entered with his clan members, he ignored the permission of the Rung Candle clan head, Lachi, for his clan members to enter. That is something that cannot be overlooked in the Sword Garden, just as you said. Andre will have to obey my words, or he will have to leave his 2 legs here before he can go home. It's time to start the party, Karen said and continued walking. Arriving in front of the hall, standing from above, Karen spoke in a loud voice. Thank you all for coming. I am Siren. As the head of the Rung Candle clan, it is also thanks to this son of mine, whom I had in my old age, that I have this honor. So, first, I would like to thank my youngest son, Jean Zankadel. Following the introduction, Jean, standing beside him, also nodded politely. Chiron continued, as you all know, at this Rung Candle feast, there are only 2 things you must pay attention to. If anyone gets drunk and fights, they will be escorted by the knights straight to the arena. The loser must surrender, and the winner must be merciful to the loser, because this is still a party. After Jin heard this, he couldn't help but glance to the side and exclaim in his heart, so this is the banquet of fateful encounters. This is a gathering of over 1,000 very influential people on this continent. Among them are very complex relationships. If this were just a normal party, they would probably just exchange a few veiled insults and stop. But this is a party held at the Sword Garden. As long as they follow the 2 rules set by matcha, although they can't kill their enemies, they can still beat them up badly. And from then on, they will officially be considered the stronger ones. After the announcement, Song Kieran concluded with the sentence, "Now, everyone, please enjoy yourselves." Jin, standing beside him, sneered inwardly. This clan is truly insane. Suddenly, he turned to Jean and said, "Jean, you too," which made him show a question mark. He continued as if giving instructions. "If you see anyone suitable, you can pull them out too. But you are not allowed to challenge someone who seems weaker than you, unless that person has insulted you or this clan." Jean smiled happily and replied, "Yes, and I also know that no matter what happens, I can't lose." Kieran continued to walk, leaving a few words behind. "Of course, if you lose, I will take back everything you have. Not just the sword, but also your wet nurse." Jin, behind him, bowed his head. "I will definitely remember that." Then he looked at his father's back and thought, "Thinking back now, this is the first time I've been able to talk to my father like this. This is something I wouldn't even dare to dream of in my past life. Just now, we really had a rather harmonious conversation between father and son. But something like a close father-son relationship or becoming a filial son is not in my plan for this life. In this life, I just want to be able to surpass my father. That's the most important thing." At this time, in the hall below, people were gathering and chatting. Jean was standing alone holding a glass of water, when the twin brothers appeared on either side of him with excited expressions. "Ha ha ha. Congratulations on reaching 5-star, Jean." Both of them clapped Jean on the shoulder and said with a smile, "I'm sure it's okay for us to talk for a bit, right?" He immediately replied, "Of course." Then he also politely inquired, "How is your training going?" Haytona, when asked, replied cheerfully, "Much better. After switching to the weapon you suggested, my training has progressed a lot. Is that so? Congratulations." Then Jean leaned down and whispered, "Just stay until you're satisfied with the show, okay?" He could only break out in a cold sweat. Okay." Suddenly at this moment, a person appeared and spoke. "It's a pleasure to meet you, young Master Jin, of the Ken clan." "I am Jin," quickly interrupted the other person. You are the first flag bearer of the Ken clan." The twin brothers also greeted in unison. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Then they gave a forced smile. "We'll be going now, Jin." Jin also replied friendly, "All right. Good luck with your training." Thank you." After saying that, the two of them rolled away together. Then Jin stayed behind and offered a polite word to the first flag bearer. "When I was young, I heard many stories of your bravery." He stroked his chin and replied with a smile, "You're too kind." Suddenly at this moment, someone appeared from behind and patted Jean's head. "Hey, Jean Runcandle." He had an excited smile and said, "I was wondering, what kind of monster could reach 5-star at the age of 15? But it turns out you're just a kid. You must be at least 10 years younger than me. Nice to meet you. My name is Huser." Jean, caught off guard, was silent for a moment. Then he looked up with a sharp smile and greeted him. "Yeah, nice to meet you, Huser." Huser, continuing to be playful, teased, "You're a tense little kid, aren't you? I was a little rude, but you're acting like I'm a total bastard. You may be a rung candle, but in the martial arts world, I'm still your senior." Guyan just coolly fixed his hair. Huser immediately explained, "I was just expressing my pride in my junior. Why so tense?" Suddenly Jean said seriously, "Listen carefully. Hughes of the Tuco clan, your recent actions were an insult to those who have treated me with respect." He stood there with his back straight and accused Hughes. "If you want to use this senior-junior thing, you need to be more considerate." Huser, after being judged for a while, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What?" Jin didn't hesitate to list the first and second flag bearers of the Ken House. "The Royal Dragon Knights, the Black King mercenary group. Aren't they all your seniors? You must have seen how they treated me. Acknowledge your mistake and apologize to them." Hayu's face was contorted. It was unclear what his mood was. Jin continued, "Because I have already reprimanded you, I will overlook this matter this time." At this point, the first flag bearer approached and patted Huser on the shoulder to make peace. "Oh ho ho. My goodness, Huser. Young Master Jin here saved your life. I advise you to listen to him." The seniors next to them also advised, "It's okay. I knew that big mouth of yours would get you into trouble one day. Let it go. No need to be so tense with each other." After hearing this, Huser scratched his head. If my seniors have all said so." After making his decision, he bowed respectfully before Jean. "My sincere apologies, seniors. Please forgive this junior's mistake. I also hope you will accept my apology. Young Master Jean. He replied matter-of-factly, of course, Sir Huser. Then Hugh had to swallow his pride and leave. At this moment, a voice spoke up next to Jean. You're quite talented at making enemies. It would be good if you could just act like a normal kid. Luna appeared in a beautiful off-the-shoulder blue dress. Jean was also surprised and called out, Sister Luna. The two also walked together. Jean said, Today, I am the representative of the Rung Candle clan. Luna agreed. You are right. Sanko also had to remind him. But what if Huser dares to challenge you to a duel? He seems to be at least a 6-star. Jin confidently replied, If he dares to do that, I'm sure the clan head and elders of the Tuko family will intervene. They've been watching us for a while now. On the other side, the senior was still advising Huser. I told you to be careful with your words. Thanks to young Master Jin, you survived this incident. Luna also looked at them and said, Oh my. So, when you decided how to react, you considered them as well. Did some nobles secretly teach you how to handle these guys or something? Jin swirled his glass of water. If there really was a teacher who taught these things, I would be very happy to learn. Luna said, confused. You only need to learn swordsmanship. What's the importance of things like this? He immediately explained. It might be a bit hard for you to understand, but as the ostracized young master of the Rung Candle family, I need many things to survive. A question mark appeared above her head. Is that so? Sanko couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, he's so smart and brilliant. It seems that's why he was almost assassinated at the Thunder Martial Arena. I wonder who it was. The brother who recognized Jino's talent so early. Thinking about it, Luna commented again, anyway. I only participated because this is a party to celebrate you. But these things are really not my style. It's time for me to go do something more fun. Jean couldn't help but be surprised. So soon. She immediately replied, Yeah, you're not tall enough to dance with me. When you grow up, let's dance together. I'll take you to a very fun place. I'm looking forward to it, sis. Suddenly Luna said, before I go, I should leave a message for others like you did, right, Jin? Hearing that was confused. What do you mean? Luna suddenly placed her hand on Jin's head and pulled him closer as if caressing him, which made him feel bewildered. Songkong then winked and said, If you do this, everyone will understand that I think very highly of you. Now, out of fear of me, people will be much less likely to behave rudely towards you. See you later. Jean was still frozen in the previous position. Yes, goodbye, sister. Seeing Luna's action, the people around them started to whisper. Wow, is that really the white whale I know? She must be very fond of her youngest brother. In a nearby place, someone was also biting a handkerchief and hissing. UGH, so jealous. One day, Visuken, I also want to touch heads with Lady Luna. Buba bit off the handkerchief. Feeling excited, today, I will definitely write a poem praising Lady Luna, and I will recite that poem all night long. Bisco couldn't help but grimace and feel chills. Can you just shut up? Suddenly a call rang out, Bavert. At this moment, Buba was still feeling very unfair about the head touch between Luna and her brother. At this moment, a girl with shoulder-length blue hair in a wheelchair looked up and spoke. Don't be like that, brother. This is probably very important to Mr. Bivert. This is my brother's story, and I can only enjoy this party of fateful encounters because of you. We should respect him more. Bisco, hearing this, could only cover his face in helplessness. Majila. Buba, on the other hand, felt happier, as expected of Miss Majila. You understand me so well. I, Bivert, am honored to escort you. Oh my, thank you, Mr. Bivert. Dean stood alone on one side and couldn't help but sigh. HMPH. When those people left, he couldn't help but think tiredly. Playing the protagonist is so tiring. And where are those damn dip-bow bastards? It's a bit annoying. But should I go find them myself? Jean started to calculate again. Suddenly, a glass was placed forcefully on the table. To Jean's bewildered surprise, a familiar hairstyle appeared with the words, I wonder if this young lady here can have a drink with the rising star of the Rung Candle family. Cyrus Edelman appeared with a terrifyingly dark expression. Jean pretended not to know her and asked, you are? Cyrus approached him and introduced herself. Cyrus Indoma of the Secret Palace. She gave a sly smile. It's an honor to meet you. Young Master Jean John Cardell. Jean at this time also gave a calm smile in response to her. Ceres Indoma of the Secret Palace. It is a great honor to meet you. Young Master Din Rung Candle. Jean, while pouring wine into her glass, politely said, You are the daughter of the Secret Palace Master. I should be the one honored. Cyrus continued, You are the same age as me. How could you achieve such power at this age? I am very envious of the Rung Candle clan's innate physique, Jin confidently replied. I also think that is a good thing. Then he also complimented his opponent in return. But the secret palace is also an innately gifted bloodline. It's unimaginable how much the palace master of the secret palace treasures you. She, just as confident, asserted. That's right, because I am her only daughter, unlike you. As if realizing her slip of the tongue, she covered her mouth and corrected herself. I hope that wasn't rude, Jin, also being magnanimous, replied. Not at all. Everyone knows I'm the youngest son with many older brothers. I actually admire you very much. Having many siblings is tiring, Jin cautiously replied to Siri, but in his mind, he was still thinking, it's strange. I'm sure she recognizes me. But why hasn't she mentioned the incident in the mid? She couldn't possibly not have seen it, because I didn't have any dirt on my face at the time. Cyrus at this moment picked up her wine glass and said with a serious expression, now then, young Master Din, I want to ask you something. Jin immediately asked, yes, please speak, Lady Cyrus. Cyrus now showed a sinister expression. How is your injured leg? As if it was expected, so Din had a smile on his lips, but the atmosphere had already darkened. Then he answered frankly, it's fine. Thanks to some kind person who applied medicine to me themselves. I don't know how to repay them. Ceres couldn't help but be sarcastic. You're more thick-skinned than I thought. Young Master Din. So why were you at the Moonwell in Mammoth? I think I deserve an explanation. Why? My subordinate couldn't find the terrorists with magic there. That made me lose a lot of face and made me wonder if the young man I let go was the culprit. Jin calmly explained. You said magic, as you can see. I am a Rung Candle. Do I really look like a suspect? I'm sure you know my clan well. Cyrus seriously concluded. I don't think you're the suspect. But the fact that you were on a mission for the Rung Candle clan at that time. Maybe you hired a mage because you couldn't handle the mission yourself. That in. The only ones who could be the Rung Candle clan's target are the members of the secret palace. I think that's why you were there. I can't let that slide. After hearing this, Jin thought to himself, her mistaking me for targeting a member of the secret palace isn't entirely wrong, because I did injure them while trying to kill Inkaro. After thinking, he denied it again. I don't understand why that makes me a suspect. Isn't that just a theory? Cyrus chuckled. So you're going to deny it to the end? Fine. In that case, I have a plan. I will drag you to the arena and beat you to a pulp, then spit on your disgusting face. As she spoke, she pointed her finger at his face very arrogantly. I challenge you to a one-on-one fight, Rung Candle. But Jin replied with a contemptuous sentence. Father warned me not to fight with people weaker than me. She, upon hearing this, was in disbelief at being looked down upon like that. Jin then smiled and continued, but if you want to fight that badly, I have no other choice but to accept. Cyrus looked up at that nonchalant expression with extreme anger. A while later, Jin and Cyrus went out to prepare. A person spoke up. Young master, you've come to fight. He immediately replied, yes, you all can go. Only those in charge of treatment should stay. Oh, and bring me to regulation swords. The knight immediately obeyed. Understood. We will seal the arena until you two have finished your match. Then Jin stood there observing the series from behind. The fellow fighters and spectators will pour in to watch the match. She is the daughter of the secret palace. It would be too cruel to defeat her in front of everyone. Suddenly, she said, Jin Rung Candle, understand this before we begin. Jin asked back, what is it? Cyrus set the condition, if I win, you have to tell me everything that happened that day in Mammoth. No lies. Jin immediately agreed. I accept. Songin also set his own condition. And if I win, let's just say you and I never met that day. Cyrus found a loophole in his words and retorted, so you are hiding something. Then she shouted, let's go. Jin immediately raised his sword and attacked first. Then his sharp eyes scanned to the side. The two swords clashed, creating a rather large shockwave. This is, Jin assessed his opponent, an ability only the Indomar bloodline possesses, Ice Sword. Cyrus, holding her sword, continued the exchange while unleashing her own cold technique. At this moment, the blade was covered in ice. Jin, while parrying the sword, said cheerfully, I didn't expect you to use your ultimate move right from the start. I'm so unlucky. As the youngest son, I haven't even learned the clan's secret techniques yet. What should I do now? Ceres just stared at him and snorted coldly. Then she used all her strength to slash down and shouted, not my problem. At first, Ceres seemed to have the upper hand. She would strike once, and Jin would only parry and retreat. But that was it. He couldn't be hit. Jin Zankenden. At this point, Cyrus had also assessed her opponent. What a martial artist. It looks like he's not even trying. The more we fight, the stronger his true skills become. But it's useless. That 1-star gap can be compensated for by my countless level 3 ice swords. Since I'm weaker, and I'll have less stamina, I can't prolong the fight forever. When he counterattacks after observing my movements, I'll switch techniques and finish him. Cyrus is still just a 4-star knight, even though Coda can use countless ice swords. Coda will still lose to me in terms of offense and defense. Having realized this gap, I'm sure she will explode to change the rhythm. She will probably use a secret technique, but I still haven't determined how strong that countless ice swords technique will be. If so, then I guess I'll have to counter with my own secret technique. Among the countless secret techniques I read about in the Thunder Martial Arena, the strongest one I achieved was. Suddenly, a soft smile appeared on the series' lips. "It's over, Jin," she said. She suddenly disappeared in front of Jin, leaving only a puff of white smoke behind. Then a huge surge of power came crashing down from above, creating a not-so-small shockwave. Jin had to try to withstand that surge of power, the sword chi causing the surrounding air to form into ice shards. The one who appeared in the middle of the ice pile was the cold Cyrus. She appeared closer, and gave a cold smile. Suddenly, Jin also bared his teeth and laughed excitedly. Cyrus, seeing this, was startled and confused. "He's laughing, but I've already used Snowstorm. Even a 15-year-old 5-star sword prodigy can't possibly withstand the secret technique of the secret palace. So why do I feel so uneasy?" Cyrus, at this point, was psychologically affected by Jin's attitude and felt annoyed. And at this very moment, a sharp sword tip was pointed straight between her eyes. "Why so?" she asked herself, then quickly leaned to one side to dodge the dangerous attack. At this point, she was sweating profusely before Jin's gradually cracking blade. Damn it, Jin's face was now also filled with horror. A piercing scream rang out. Series. Then there was a powerful shockwave from the battle between the two people that spread around. After finishing that earth-shattering technique, Dig gritted his teeth and blamed himself. Damn it. I shouldn't have used the clan's storm of blades. How can a prodigy like Cyrus withstand this destructive power? If she can't dodge it, she'll either die or be crippled. As he thought this, he rummaged through the pile and called out, "Cyrus." Appeared, and at this moment, Cyrus was kneeling on the ground, leaning on her sword to support herself, surrounded by potholes and damage. Cyrus's face was stunned at her own attitude, valued my own life. I was afraid of death and dodged the attack. Cyrus and Doma, at this moment, seemed unable to believe the truth that had just happened. Jean also had a few wounds on his body, but still approached to help the worried Ceres up. "Are you okay? I almost got you." "I'm sorry." His expression at this moment was truly hard to describe. Cyrus had heard my warning, but still didn't try to dodge the sword storm. However, no matter how much she valued her pride and honor, Cyrus was still just a 15-year-old child. She was too young to suppress her desire to live. Jean placed his hand on Cyrus's shoulder and reassured her, "If I were in your situation, I would have gotten out of the way too. I would definitely do the same for my life, so please, don't mention this anymore." As he spoke, he thought in confusion, I don't know if saying that will comfort her. A moment later, she suddenly took out a familiar vial from her person. It was the same wound ointment from last time. She opened it and said, "Your face is injured." Cyrus gently applied the medicine to Jean's face. "I'll use this to repay you for saving my life." Jean also tried to calm her down. As the sole successor of the secret palace, aren't you taking your own life too lightly? Cyrus, after applying the medicine, stood up and dusted herself off, explaining, "Because this is the life I begged for. I will cherish my life again, so don't worry about that. Moreover, let today be the first day we meet." Having said that, the series resolutely turned and walked away. "See you tomorrow." Jean also stood up and pursed his lips as he watched her retreating back. The next day came quickly. In the hall, people were scattered about, fewer people than yesterday. Jean stood alone, drinking wine and analyzing. Starting today, everyone will be able to watch the matches. I wonder if the party will really start now. There are fewer spectators now, so I might be able to meet some of those Zippo clan members. I heard that the guests from the Zippo clan are all between 15 and 20 years old. Perfect. With similar ages, I'll be able to compare my magical skills with theirs. I did want to ask a few things related to Cologne, but doing so wouldn't be good. Well, anyway, once I become a reserve flag bearer, I'll have plenty of free time. Then I'll be able to investigate Cologne with Moroccan. With Moroccan's help, finding them on a fountain won't be a problem either. So this time, those bastards from the Zippo clan won't be able to send out a whole bunch of mages. This time, I'll be able to prevent such a terrible thing from happening. As he was walking, He suddenly saw the black dragon standing and observing something. Jin immediately meowed. Suddenly, someone else exclaimed, "Why is there a cat at the Rung Candle clan's ball?" Cyrus quickly picked up the black dragon, stroking it, and happily asking, "Where is your owner?" The cat, very pleased in her arms, meowed. At this point, Cyrus noticed the name tag on its neck and read it aloud. "Let's see. Your name is Butterfly. Butterfly Zankanden. Did the young master give you this name?" Jin, from behind, his two eyes glowing like car headlights, replied darkly, "That's right. Oh, it's that cat. I knew if I followed that cat, I'd be able to find you." The voice came from behind, making the two turn to look. Viraiden jumped towards them with excitement, his arms outstretched like a monkey. "We finally meet. Jin Rung Candle, you have no idea how long I've been looking for you." But Jin just asked coldly, "Who are you?" Viraiden couldn't help but feel hurt. "I can't believe you'd say that right after we met. How could you forget me? I think about you every day." Cyrus, holding the cat, watched the strange situation with wide eyes. Viraiden continued, "In that case, I'll give you a hint. Guess the first letter of my name is." Cyrus could only turn away and sigh. "What a weirdo. Let's go. Butterfly." The cat also looked helpless. "Well, do you remember the customer?" Viraiden was still hopeful, but Jin quickly dashed his hopes with a single word, "No." He couldn't help but lose his enthusiasm, but still tried to give a hint. "Damn it. Then guess again. The place where we first met was the teleportation gate of the Miteo Kingdom." Jin still flatly refused. "I don't remember." Viradini at this point could only be helpless. HMPH. Then he placed both hands on Jin's shoulders seriously. Hey, Jin. Your memory isn't as good as I thought. Listen carefully, and you must remember this. My name is V." Before he could finish, Jin said it for him. "Biraden Jippo." Then he pushed Viraiden's hand away and said coldly, "I tried so hard to pretend I didn't know you. It's obvious I don't want you to know I remember. Why can't you understand that and stop bothering me?" Despite this, Viraiden was still very cheerful. So you do remember?" Jin couldn't help but doubt the future. Will this idiotic bastard really become a 9-star midge at the age of 30 and be named the next head of the Depot clan? Still unable to stop, Viraiden continued to chatter. "Anyway, I was looking for you everywhere yesterday. I've been looking for you for the past 2 hours too, and yet I couldn't even find a shadow of you." Jin Lin said, "The ballroom may be large, but it's still just a ballroom. How could you wander around for 2 hours? But Viraiden still sighed and complained. "If I could use magic, I would have found you sooner. But this is Rung Candle territory, so I'm forbidden from using magic, right?" Jin, hearing this, couldn't help but wonder if he was lying or just really bad with directions. But I guess it's the latter. Suddenly, Viradini placed his hand on Jin's head and continued. "Anyway, I'm so glad to see you, Jin. It's been 5 years, hasn't it? I can't believe you're already a 5-star. I knew you were good, of course. I haven't wasted my time either. As a mudge, I'm already a 6-star. I've reached 6-star. Jin, after hearing this, just gave a non-committal HMPH. Viradini said smugly, "A level higher than your swordsmanship," but in Jin's heart, he was sneering. Unbelievable. The greatest prodigy of the Zippo clan, Viradini, at 18 years old, is only at the 6-star level. If I were in his position, I would have definitely surpassed 7-star. Is there some reason why he has to lie about his rank? Suddenly, Viraiden laughed strangely. "Ah ha ha ha. That expression of yours is the result of the tremendous effort I put into finding you. I am very much looking forward to the day I can compete with you. So try to practice hard to catch up with me." Jin couldn't help but sweat at this display. I don't think he's hiding his rank. Whatever the case, if Viraiden really only reached 6-star at the age of 18, then why did the current head of the Zippo clan, Celiac Zippo, I am the closest to him? This is a good opportunity for me to try to practice and prepare for the difficulties I will face later. After thinking, Jin immediately reminded him, "Viradini Zippo, I've said it before, but please learn to shut your mouth and say nothing." Viradini still smiled and said, "Oh, you talk just like my father. Everyone would say that. Anyway, why did the Depot clan come to the ball uninvited?" he inquired. And Viraiden immediately replied, That? It was because of me. I kept pestering Uncle Andre that I had to meet you." Jin couldn't help but feel helpless and thought, even though he's the vice clan head, he immediately stormed into the enemy's territory just because a child was throwing a tantrum. Viraiden was still very excited as he recounted. "We happened to be traveling to the Hugh Fester region when we heard news of the ball. I realized this must be fate." Jin replied matter-of-factly, "Is that all?" "Yes." Samjin waved his hand to dismiss the person. Alright, be grateful that this is a ball. Be quiet. Then scram. Biratin couldn't help but feel hurt and let down. Aren't you being too cold? I know your father is also being lenient with my uncle. You reminding me made me think. How about you promise me that one day you'll also come to the Depot clan's ball unannounced? He comfortably placed his arm on Jean's shoulder, but Jean ignored him and replied, Is that so? What if I cause trouble? Viradini gave a very confident smile. I always keep my word. Even if you do that, I won't kill you. And even if a fight breaks out, I won't participate. Jean, after hearing this, couldn't help but feel speechless. So stupid, Viradini. Suddenly scolded, was dazed and confused. What? What? Jean immediately explained. Because for a while now, an unpleasant person has been staring at me. Then Jean turned towards a person and spoke. Excuse me. Do you have something to say to me? Buba was sitting in a corner, holding a pink notebook with a furtive look. Young Master Din. Then he tried to ask, Well, when will Lady Luna be back? This made Jean extremely surprised. Wow. Buba then presented the notebook with the symbol of the two of them and explained with a blush. I mean, Lady Luna, won't she be coming back? I want to give her this. It's a collection of poems I spent all night writing. My love is overflowing in it. Once she reads it, I'm sure Lady Luna will understand. Viradin stood to the side, observing the two of them while pouring wine. Then he also took a sip. On the other side, Puba was still expressing through Jean that my appearance doesn't tell the whole story. Perhaps in the near future, you will become my brother-in-law. With Puba's perverted obsession, Viradini had to spit out the wine he had just swallowed. Dean, at this moment, gave a smirk, veins already popping. Huh? Buba, seeing his expression, was startled and scared. Young master, Din said as he took the notebook and growled. My dear guest, I see that. Seeing his life's work being torn to shreds, Buba was both horrified and regretful. You're doing, but Jean continued. You're asking for a beating. Jean angrily stomped on the pile of scraps and questioned. You not only like to call my sister's name however you want, but you also dare to call me your brother-in-law. I guess in your eyes, the Rungcandle clan is quite pitiful, huh, at this point. He was engulfed in killing intent. Bring this guy to the arena, Jin ordered. The knight beside him immediately replied, Yes, young master. But Buba panicked and explained, Haha, brother-in-law, and no, young master. Why are you suddenly doing this? Young master, please, stop. I was simply expressing my love. Any man has the right to express his love to anyone he wants. Young Master Din, how could you do this to me? Am I not a guest? Why are you treating a guest like this? And did I not say how beautiful your sister is, even though he was being dragged away? Puba did not stop talking. Jean walked coldly ahead. Upon arriving, Puba was set down, still bewildered. Why? Jin, very seriously, took off his robe and declared loudly, We will settle this with the duel. Buba was feeling extremely bitter about being brought down to the arena by Jin, and silently cursed him. Damn it. Why did he suddenly act like that? I just complimented his sister's beauty, and he dares to go this far. Buba, remembering the incident from 5 years ago, silently speculated. Or does he know I was the shape-shifting witch at our meeting 5 years ago? Impossible. No. But why would he do this to me? Jin stood firm on the floor and declared, This will be resolved. With both hands, he decisively pulled his shirt off, looking at Buba with a cold, challenging gaze, daring him to a one-on-one fight. When Bisco saw Puba being escorted by soldiers, he was so startled that he jumped to his feet. He froze and asked softly. Buba, Magila, sitting next to him, clapped her hands excitedly and laughed, her eyes crinkling. Oh my, brother, what's wrong? It seems Buba and young Master Jean are about to have a duel. Bisco, with a furious expression, pushed Magiella's wheelchair towards the arena. That fool. Let's go watch closer, Magella. She excitedly agreed right away. All right, brother. A huge question mark appeared in the series' head. What? She was feeling extremely confused. I tried to approach him to challenge him to a duel, while the party was still going on. But why does he have to fight someone like that? On the stage at this moment, Buba was on one knee, his face contorted as he looked up at his opponent. Viradin suddenly came over and eagerly introduced himself. I'm glad I begged my uncle to let me come here. I didn't think I would get to meet the heir of the Ice Palace. It's an honor to meet you. I am. Before he could finish his sentence, Cyrus decisively cut him off. Get lost. He immediately agreed. On the stage, the announcers shouted, introducing the main event of the banquet, the new star of the Rukanding clan. Young Master Jin, will participate in a one-on-one match. He didn't forget to ask questions to add to the excitement of the match. Who will be young Master Jin's opponent? I've never met this person before. Is he a reclusive master? Buba clenched his teeth and slowly stood up. Below, Biradin seemed amused and commented on the match. I heard he's with the Ibriano family. He may look like that, but he could be a formidable opponent. Jin's fist was flying like a rocket towards Puba, but he stood still and shouted, Young Master Jin of the Runkendall family, please give me a chance to properly introduce myself before we fight, or will you not even grant me that small bit of face? Buba had just screamed, I am, when he was punched squarely in the mouth by Jin without missing and ordered, Shut up. Jin coldly replied, I don't need to know your name. Buba gritted his teeth and swung his fist towards Din. He deftly dodged to the side, avoiding the attack, and silently wondered, he's a 6-star? Cyrus, after observing for a while, exclaimed, so young Master Din chose a stronger opponent. It looks like that fat guy is very focused. Viradin teased, if he makes a mistake, it'll be very embarrassing. Jin was now hit in the ear by his opponent. He burst out laughing and taunted Jin, you dare to hit me with your cat scratch kung fu. Buba seemed to have victory in his grasp. He threatened, I'll make you roll around crying and begging for mercy. Meanwhile, Jin quickly regained his composure and charged forward. He grabbed Bubba's face and pushed him back. Then he launched a continuous attack on his opponent, leaving him no time to breathe. Buba screamed in pain that reached the heavens. Viradini laughed as if he'd won the lottery and commented, It's over. He landed a lightning-fast blow after luring the other guy into a mistake, as expected of you. Jinna, you did a good job. Their attention was drawn to one side when they heard someone call out loudly, Brother Bisco. The person continued to shout, I don't understand what young Master Jin is doing. Majila asked sternly, wasn't the victory decided? Why is he still beating his opponent to that extent after they surrendered? She continued to wonder, it's already strange that the young master chose a weaker opponent. But you're just going to sit and watch without intervening. After all, he's the one helping me. Bisco replied, Majila, he is not weaker than young Master Din. He bowed his head and sighed deeply. Brother, your sister is very disappointed. Majila expressed, I want you to teach him a lesson in any way you want. Bisco was surprised and confirmed again, are you asking me to compete with young Master Din? The people present cheered excitedly. What a passionate young lady. Why don't you listen to your sister? Bisco, 3 parts helpless and 7 parts indulgent, pinched his forehead and agreed with his sister. Jin was startled and turned his head when he heard the call. Young Master Din, Bisco, with both hands clasped, calmly walked towards him and suggested, why don't you let him go and fight me instead? Jin fell into a train of thought, Pisco y Briano, a match with a 7-star knight. Whether I win or lose, I'm the one who benefits. Furthermore, being exposed to the Ibriano family's swordsmanship is a good opportunity to learn. After all, the head of the Ibriano family was also considered quite strong by my father. His eyes accidentally caught something. It was unclear whether it was a person or scenery, but it was enough to make him subconsciously freeze. But the image of Majila sitting neatly in her wheelchair with a devilish smile flashed in Jin's eyes. Majila Ibriano is truly a funny kid. She dares to push her brother into a difficult situation just to watch a good show. Jin spoke to his opponent, you really love your little sister, Brother Bisco. He replied nonchalantly, isn't that obvious? Young Master Jin, Jin replied in a low voice. I also have an older sister, so I understand how you feel. Brother Track Long. I also love my sister very much and intimidate my opponents. So I also love my sister very much. So from now on, I hope you'll watch your subordinate's mouths. Bisco narrowed his eyes and explained, it seems you've misunderstood something. The person you just beat to a pulp wasn't our servant, but a companion. Jin froze when he heard him continue. Perhaps he did something to displease you. Buba is here to help my sister move around more easily. I guess his actions weren't very appropriate for the Runkendall family's feast. Jin stood frozen in place, feeling a little confused by his actions. Bisco actually humbled himself and asked him to be lenient and forgive. Anyway, I assure you he means no harm, so I hope you'll be kind enough to let it go. Jin seemed to have realized something. Buba Gaston, the name from earlier. He silently questioned, is it the shape-shifting wizard, Bubba Gaston? Bisco Ibriano and Bubba Gaston. What is the relationship between these two? I'm sure the Ibriano family had nothing to do with Gaston when he was caught in my past life. Or Pisco knew Puba was a shape-shifting wizard. Jin gripped the hilt of his sword. This is annoying. I found Puba, but too many problems have arisen. I can't be distracted by a 7-star knight. Bisco started to raise his sword. Well then, do your best, young Master Din. In his heart, he told himself, just focus on this duel for now. On the surface, he calmly said to his opponent, I hope you will teach me more. With a sharp hiss, Disco lunged towards Jin's, the space seemingly split into by his blade. Jin was pushed back by him. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed silently, just with this technique, I can see that his strength is not just that of a 7-star knight. Bisco slashed so hard that Jin's sword glowed. He silently commented, his swordsmanship is even better than Uncle Z's. In a blaze of fighting spirit, Bisco charged forward. The light reflecting off the sharp steel blade made the space tremble in waves. His sword path. The heavy atmosphere felt like it was about to shatter. Jin braced himself against each relentless blow, the tide of battle seeming to turn against him. I can't predict it. The spectators of the match whispered in disgust. Young Master Din is being pushed back too quickly. Well, he's trying to withstand the continuous attacks. The Ibriano family's swordsmanship is famous for being tricky and unusual. That's right, the Ibriano family's swordsmanship always pressures the opponent, leaving them breathless. When they let their guard down, that's when it's over. Vradini, after hearing those words, curled his lips as if mocking them. They really don't know anything. The people of the Rungcandle clan always have surprising ways of handling situations where they are cornered like this. If the Ibriano family's swordsmanship is like a cunning snake, then the swordsmanship of the Rungcandle is that of a powerful rhinoceros. Even if its horn breaks, it will not stop attacking its enemy. Just as he was thinking, Ging glared at Bisco, then with all his might, swung his sword and slashed without hesitation. After observing Bisco's calm actions, he whispered to himself, it's clear Bisco is giving me an easy time. Jean stood hunched over, his hand on his chest, panting as if his heart was racing. Anyway, I'm creating a balanced fight with him. A 7-star swordsman, even though I'm only a 5-star. Jin felt dizzy and stared at Bisco. I'm reaching my limit, but I felt it, his sword technique. He recalled, it feels like that time, a haziness in my subconscious. Jin slowly closed his eyes. A powerful aura emanating from his sword and surrounding him. Bisco praised, that's a good sword technique, young Master Din. Then he shot towards Din like a rocket. Jin's eyes were tightly shut, his sword glowing brightly. The powerful clash with Bisco's sword caused it to crack. Then it shattered into 100 pieces, but Jin remained standing still. He had no reaction, even though Bisco was holding his sword to his neck. Space seemed to freeze at that moment. Jin suddenly fell backwards as if he had no strength left to resist. The host shouted, the winner is... Bisco slowly raised his hand. He gently touched the wound on his neck. Bisco's face was as gloomy as the sky before a storm, and his eyes were as cold as daggers. The host loudly announced the winner of the match. Sir Bisco Briano. Biscolic looked down at Jean lying motionless on the floor, a hint of doubt in his eyes. At the end, what the hell was that? Someone anxiously ordered, quick, bring young Master Din inside. The soldier hurriedly replied, yes, sir. A sense of confusion arose in Bisco's heart. When the sword broke, I felt a sharpness at my neck. Something made him feel uneasy. Impossible, in the final situation, did he reveal his heart sword. If young Master Din had reacted just a 1/10 of a second faster, and I reacted just a 1/10 of a second slower, watched as Jin was carried away by 2 soldiers. Bisco silently called out, Din Rungcandle, you are truly a fearsome person. Shin was slightly startled. A small groan escaped his throat as he felt something pressing down on his face. Din annoyedly raised his hand and ordered, get off. He furiously grabbed Moroccan's neck, lifted him up and shouted, I said get off really. Moroccan growled and let out a roar. Jin, after sitting up and looking around, asked in surprise, my room? He was curious. Did I pass out after fighting Bisco? Someone, seeing he was awake, greeted him, you're awake, young master. Jean put Moroccan down and asked, Julia, how long have I been asleep? She replied with a smile. 2 days. Jean was stunned. 2 days. He closed his eyes and sighed. So the banquet is over. I couldn't even say goodbye to the guest who went to the trouble of meeting me. Julie immediately reassured him. Don't think like that, young master. She smiled brightly and recounted, for the past 2 days, the match between you and Sir Bisco has been a hot topic. You performed excellently, and it was all because you showed your heart sword at the end. The guests who were present were excitedly discussing it. Bisco could have very well been stabbed. A 5-star who has reached the level of heart sword. I have very high expectations for the next generation, Julie positively told Jean. For him to be able to do that at the end of a match with an 8-star swordsman is already amazing. Remembering his sister, Jean thought to himself, That heart sword is still incomplete, but I've obtained what I wanted. The long, hard days of training with Sister Luna have paid off. At first, I couldn't understand that training method at all. I couldn't believe it would be this useful to me. He reminisced about the time he studied alongside Luna and her guidance. Don't open your eyes, though for now it will only activate when I'm in a critical situation. I can't be impatient. The fact that I was able to face an 8-star swordsman is already amazing, even if it was a bit clumsy. Jin looked up and smiled. Besides, I also gained a lot during this banquet. I confirmed Veraden's identity while at Zippo, and obtained something similar to a friendship with the heir of the Ice Palace. Furthermore, I discovered that Bubba Gaston and Pisco Ibriano know each other. Jean stroked his chin, deep in thought and analysis. There are many possibilities behind the shape-shifting case. I don't need to worry about it right now, so I'll gather some preliminary information first. After he saw the flower next to the forest, he exclaimed in surprise. A flower, Liu Li immediately explained. The heir of the Bang Kung left them when he came to visit you. She asked softly, does she like you? Jin replied, no, it's a legend of Bangkok. The meaning of these flowers is an endless battle. A corner of his mouth involuntarily lifted. It seems she wants to continue fighting me. Murakam, lying next to him, spoke with a helpless tone. Anyway, isn't this the first time you've received flowers from a girl? That's a great achievement, he exclaimed. Then he asked Julie, don't you think so? Little Strawberry, she didn't care about the question and changed the subject. Anyway, young master, Julie reported, the clan head has ordered you to see him as soon as you wake up. Din was startled and asked again, what? Murakam, on the other hand, had tears in his eyes because of his indifferent Strawberry. Julie continued, I think it's time for you to prove your worth. Jin's eyes lit up as he replied, all right, it seems I'll be away from home for a while longer. Then he asked, where is father? Jin walked quietly through the dark corridor. His father was waiting at the end of the corridor. Chiron slowly turned his head and said sternly, you've arrived. Jin stood silently in place and listened to him continue. It's been a long time since a child has come to see me in such comfortable clothes. Chiron asked Han, it seems you already knew you would be going away for a long time. Jin answered decisively, yes, I plan to leave soon. After seeing his somewhat pleased expression, he thought to himself, he seems interested. I don't know why, but after my regression, father is much easier to read. Karen probed, you know where this is? Jin replied immediately, the tomb, where those who have achieved great things for the clan are allowed to enter by the sword garden, and also the place where the heroes of the clan are buried. Chiron praised enthusiastically, very good. He added, in other words, the clan's heroes rest there. This tomb has existed for thousands of years. Karen continued in a low voice. Do you know anything about the first clan head, Temarung Candle? He is not buried here. Jin replied, yes, I also know that his tomb is not located in the sword garden. Chiron shared, the dark power you possess, just like him, is the reason we cannot revere the first clan head. After his passing, we signed a humiliating treaty with the Zippo clan that we would never use magic again, and that we would not honor the ancestors who used it. As a result, the gods of the Zippo clan gathered and placed a curse on the Rung Candle bloodline. Therefore, all Rung Candles born after the first clan head are unable to use magic. He repeated, when you defeated the Tona brothers with your aura. I didn't ask why you had that power. Do you remember? Jin responded. Yes. I even lied that I would use it for the benefit of the clan. Karen explained, fortunately, you were still a child then. If that happened now, I wouldn't let it go. Jin stood stunned at that statement. Chiron continued to ask, have you heard Sorta Red's voice? Jin recounted, yes. He called me a contractor. He thought to himself, even though I've never heard him in this life. Karen confided, perhaps it's not fair to your older siblings. He raised his eyebrows. All right, can you use that power to surpass your siblings and take over this clan? Jin expressed, I will leave and travel the world. If there is nothing more valuable than the Rung Candle, then I will take over the clan. Karen's lips curved down slightly, showing satisfaction. Then he raised his hand and posed a question, to be recognized. Your older siblings left the sword garden to go out and experience and train, but you left to find something more valuable than the clan. I'm not sure if I should be proud or say you're arrogant. Chiron held out his hand towards Jin. I will give you 5 years. During that time, you are free to explore your own values, then return with your answer. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted. Jin drew his sword, which was surrounded by a powerful aura, and confided, thank you, father, for everything. I will return to see you in 5 years. Yuli and Moroccan were waiting for him outside. When she saw him come out, she gently asked Han, are you done talking with the clan head? Jin replied, Yeah, I just need to leave. He suddenly stopped when he saw something. He called Julia when he saw her carrying a large piece of luggage. Din was stunned, that is. Julie was startled and lifted the bundle. Then she excitedly introduced. They say this will block aura. I learned about it when I overheard the old servants talking. Julie smiled, her eyes crinkling. It's a bit annoying because I suddenly can't use my powers anymore. As a servant, instead of making a name for ourselves, our reputation will be based on our masters, so please don't be embarrassed. This is for you. Young master, De solemnly promised, not just for the next 5 years, but I will always protect you. Julie, I'm sorry. She placed her hand on her chest, closed her eyes and said gently, please don't say that. Being able to follow you is more than enough, and I can regain my strength after you pass the test. Jin called out excitedly. All right, let's go. Jin slowly turned his head, a lump in his throat as if something was blocking it. His gaze lingered on the towering fortress behind him, a place filled with so many memories. Dean took a deep breath. 5 years from now, it seems this is just the beginning. The three of them set off just like that, with Din striding forward with determination. He smiled. Let's go explore the world. Inside the tomb, Chiron fell into a deep thought with just a single sword. That I had reached the demigod realm but still failed to break the ancestral curse of the Zippo clan. By contracting with Sodarit and dark energy, perhaps my wood son is the clan's only hope. He chuckled. That child may hold the power to free the Rung Candle clan. Chiron seemed to have high hopes for Jean. I'm very curious to see what the future holds for that kid. Jean and his companions were spending the night in a forest. A flame erupted in his hand, providing light and warmth for the group in the cold night. Julie wondered, young master, is it really okay for you to leave without a word of farewell? Jean slowly turned his head, feeling a little confused. Julie expressed her concern. The cadets in your team and Lady Luna will surely be very disappointed. He immediately reassured her. Don't worry, after all, Lady Luna herself is quite liberal. As for the cadets, it's a bit sad, but it's not like we'll never see them again. If I had mentioned it to them, they probably would have raised their swords along both sides of the road when I left. Julie nodded. That's right. They might have even done more than that. Then she asked, so, where are you planning to go? From what I've heard, most of the other flag bearers choose Mimid as their first destination. That is because eliminating villains is the most effective way to become famous. Jean exclaimed in surprise, famous for being evil. Before becoming a flag bearer of the Rung Candle, they must venture into the world and build a reputation from scratch to be recognized as a flag bearer. Also, another condition is that they cannot hope for help from the clan. For example, Lady Mary defeated all the strongest people in the northern part of the continent and became famous with the title of Northern Fury Mary before becoming a flag bearer. Diane stared at his hand and thought to himself, besides her, my other siblings all returned within about 6 months to 2 years. But father gave me a total of 5 years. There's only one reason for him to do that. The flame in his hand suddenly turned black, and Din silently speculated about his father's wish. Seek out everything you can to learn about dark energy, then return. He suggested, we will go to the Akin Kingdom first. Zuli was a bit curious. The Akin Kingdom? You mean the country allied with the Ludarua Magic Association? Yuli shrieked in surprise mixed with fear. Isn't that the Zippo clan's territory? Why are you going there? Jin laughed with amusement. When I went to the Cologne ruins for a mission, I heard that a large number of unregistered mages were aggressively ruling the land. It seems they are colluding with martial artists and causing a lot of trouble for the people of Akin. Julie exclaimed excitedly. That's a great idea, young master. She clenched her fist in determination. When I was a soldier, I loved dealing with those bad guys. I'm already excited. Dean's face stiffened. Actually, I've never heard of such things. This information is from my past life, he recalled. All those unregistered mages and warriors are puppets of the Dark Clan, called Texing. What I'm really interested in are the underground auctions organized by those guys. There are many items whose true value is unknown. I need to buy a few sword techniques and a ring. Yuli, after reviewing the amount of money they had, mused, young master, I don't think we can use the teleportation gate to enter the Akin Kingdom. She picked up a coin and frowned. According to clan rules, I can only bring 10 gold coins. And again, you are not allowed to reveal your Rung Candle identity. So, I don't think we will receive any help. Jin suggested if we can get to the Jin Kingdom, we can solve this problem. Jilin was surprised. The Jin Kingdom? But how do we? Jin explained, we can fly. Murakam's expression was slightly skeptical. Then he glared at him as if he knew the hidden intention behind his words. Jin asked sassily, What else are you going to do? Morocco, transform. He roared. Hey kid, are you okay? Julie was worried. Young master, we can't do that. What if someone recognizes us? Jean immediately calmed them down. It's okay. We have to try at least once. Julie spoke in a trembling voice, but if the clan finds out, Morocco, on the other hand, resolutely jumped to the ground. Black aura rose, accompanied by smoke and lightning. In a flash, Morocco had transformed into a giant dragon. He opened his mouth wide and reminded them, hold on tight. Morocco shared, to get to the Ding Kingdom before tomorrow, I'll have to fly very fast. Scene changed to the Imperial Palace. Luna was walking down a wide corridor. She suddenly stopped when she felt something strange. Luna turned her head to look out the window. Outside was the image of a dragon soaring, its wings beating powerfully. She was a little skeptical. Could it be Jean? Luna questioned. Is he riding a dragon right after being appointed a reserve flag bearer? She placed her hand on the window pane and exclaimed, oh my, he really is different. Luna's words held a hint of reproach, leaving without even saying goodbye to his siblings. She didn't forget to send her wishes to her younger brother. Hope you have good luck, my cold little boy. Change of scene to the Ding Kingdom. Jean and his companion landed in a forest. Julie leaned against a tree trunk and threw up repeatedly. Morocco worriedly cried out, Little Strawberry, are you okay? She cried out, my stomach. Morocco turned and scolded Jin loudly. Hey, you brat, you scared my little strawberry, see? Jin retorted. How is it my fault? It's because you fly weirdly. Morocco roared, you told me to fly. Then he turned to call Julie. Hey, little strawberry. He gently instructed, all right, slowly, take a deep breath. That's right, lean on me. Let's continue. When Jean saw Morocco anxiously taking care of Julie, he exclaimed, what a strange dragon. I need to get into the city right away. Morocco spoke up, no wait, kid. I'll take care of little strawberry. You go get some money quickly. Jin, while putting on his hood, instructed, you just sit still there. Don't cause any trouble. The scene shifts to the center of the capital of the Ding Kingdom, the Vin family mansion. Someone was sighing in frustration. It turned out to be Sember. He gazed at the moon and thought longingly, young Master Din. Sember, bored, confessed, even though a banquet was held for him. I only found out after it was over. He recalled, even if it was a mission, he saved my life. I want to meet him again to thank him for saving me. He remembered the promise he had made before. If you need help, please let me know. Jin at that time had firmly agreed. Okay. A slow sigh escaped from Sembo. He had no idea someone was quietly approaching. Under the river's surface, two figures were silently reflected. Sember, feeling remorseful, wondered, when will I get to see him again and repay his kindness? Suddenly a voice called out, hey Sember. He unconsciously turned his head and replied with a yes. Sember had just uttered who is it when he was choked by Jean. Sember cried out in panic. Jin quickly reassured him. Calm down, Sember. He gestured for him to be quiet and introduced himself. It's me, Jean. I saved you from those Kinslow guys. Then Jin let go of his hand. Senpu gasped and asked in amazement, but who is Jin? Why are you here? Jin explained. You told me to come see you when I needed help. You remember, right? He replied. Of course I remember. How could I forget your kindness? If it weren't for you, Jin, I probably wouldn't have. Before he could finish his sentence, Jin cut in. All right, good. I'll wait here. He said sternly, bring me some gold and money. Sember instinctively froze, then groaned. Sticky. Julie and Morocco have arrived in the Jin Kingdom. Jin fell into a train of thought. The rule states that one must conceal their identity as a temporary flag bearer, because one needs to enhance one's reputation solely through proficiency in swordsmanship, without any assistance from the clan. Before them stood an indifferent man with a pipe in his mouth. He flatly refused to let them inside because he thought they were broke. It was a given that the Rung Candle children would be dirt poor for the first month or two, as they had never been taught how to earn a living. But when Rajan brought out a heavy bag of gold, he changed his attitude immediately. Jin thought further, so until they earn a bounty from hunting criminals, or make a living as mercenaries, they are forced to experience poverty. But it's different for us. They were feasting on a lavish meal in a restaurant for the wealthy. Julie smiled, her eyes crinkling, and praised. The food in Ding Kingdom isn't bad at all. As she walked, she confided, I was prepared to tighten my belt for a few days like the other flag bearers, but the beginning was very smooth. It's all thanks to you, young master. Moroccan, walking beside her, burst out laughing and called out, little strawberry. He frowned and exclaimed, yesterday, you just asked Jin if this was extortion, young master. Your reaction changed quickly. Yuli's eyes darkened as she explained awkwardly. That's because. Jin immediately came to her rescue. It's not extortion. He explained. Semper was able to repay his debt to me in cash. Jin recalled the previous night when Semper brought out a large bag of gold. He had said he only needed to take a little, but he had happily replied, "Please take it all. It is my honor to help you." Then Jin turned to Moroccan and asked with a hint of doubt, "By the way, Moroccan, are you sure you don't need a lot? We're about to open the teleportation gate. What if you vomit again like last time?" He confidently told Jin to shut up and asserted that even if he did throw up, eating until he was full was the instinct of a dragon like him. After hearing that, he replied with resignation, "Instinct my ass. If it weren't for me, you would have been starving for days." Moroccan cleared his throat. "If you don't want to see me throwing up, then why don't you laugh at me? Why do you have to insist on using the teleportation gate?" Julie frowned and glanced at them, then said, "I guess someone is just trying to hide their dragon sickness." Moroccan was flustered. "Hey, little strawberry, that's not what I meant. I wasn't talking about you." Jean teased. "I was worried about Julie, but it seems the real problem lies elsewhere." He introduced the place we are heading to as the Ekin Kingdom. Is a member of the Lutero Magic Federation, which is controlled by the Depot clan. About 80% of the active dragons are on the Zippo clan's side. So flying here when we're not ready is not a good idea to provoke them. Flying into their territory without the Dweepo clan's permission is basically a declaration of war. Moroccan shouted, "What are you afraid of? More than half of those dragons will be terrified and retreat when they hear my name." Then he transformed into a cat and continued, "Everything is different now. There's no one flying around showing off their wings in the sky anymore. One day, I hope the world will become a better, more livable place." Jin reminded him irritably, "I told you not to transform randomly in the middle of the road. The Zippo clan is currently maintained thanks to the dragons, the gods who created the dragons, and the numerous Zippo clan members who have made pacts with those gods. In other words, the Jeonkanding clan is now very difficult to deal with. If father weren't here, the Zippo clan people would have probably blown up Jeonkanding long ago." Jean suddenly stopped as if he had just realized something. "Wait, now that I think about it, how did they gather so many people with contracts?" He wondered if it would be possible to gather that many in just one generation. This isn't just a coincidence. The security department, upon seeing Jean, held out a hand and requested, "Please state your identity." He was startled and let out in awe, thinking to himself that they had arrived. Jean, while presenting the passports to the security department, explained, "I am Jean Grey, and this is Julie Pitton. We came to the Ekin Kingdom for tourism." He held the passport and considered it for a long time. After a while, not short and not long, Jean and his companion also sat down on the chairs inside the teleportation gate. The loudspeaker blared, "This is an announcement for all passengers. We will begin teleportation to the Ekin Kingdom in a few minutes. You may experience side effects of teleportation, such as headaches or delirium, so please remain in a comfortable seated position." Julie shared comfortably, as expected from the identification card made by the clan. "We passed through the gate without any obstacles." Jean replied, "Of course. The person who gave it to me said this card is so real it could even fool the Vermont Special Forces." They had started teleporting. "Thank you for waiting. Instantaneous teleportation is about to begin." Moroccan, with teary eyes, huddled in Julie's arms. Jin fell into a train of thought. The Ekin Kingdom in my previous life. Jean slowly closed his eyes, but it had been 15 years already. He slowly opened his eyes when he heard the announcement. "We have arrived. Welcome to the Ekin Kingdom, part of the Lutero Magic Federation." Jin looked up, his lips tightly sealed, his deep gaze carrying a multitude of unspoken things. He recalled that before his regression, he had spent his final years in the imperial capital of the Ekin Kingdom. It had been a long time since his previous life, but the scenery hadn't changed much. You can see beggars and homeless people everywhere. The people on the street had gloomy expressions. Julie, after observing for a while, commented, "The city is strangely gloomy, even though the weather is beautiful today, isn't it, young master?" Jean knew the answer better than anyone. "It's all because of the tyranny of those damned, blood-sucking bastards. I remember hearing how terrible the dark times are now." He planned, "Now, let's find a place to stay first. We can find the place we need to go later." She replied politely, "Yes, young master." The sky was gradually darkening. The three of them had arrived in front of an old inn. Moroccan asked with a very annoyed expression, "Hey kid, do we have to stay in such a shabby place?" Julie, being understanding, analyzed, "The young master must have a plan in mind. Sir Moroccan, He crossed his arms and exclaimed, "Little Strawberry, we have the means. Why do we have to stay in a place like this?" Jin, as he walked to open the door, replied, "It would surely be wonderful, wouldn't it? Showing off wealth in a city full of criminals and illegal immigrant mages like this." Moroccan retorted, "Is that why we have to stay in a garbage dump that even orcs would avoid?" He ground his teeth in anger as Jin coolly said, "Say what you will, I'm going in." Jin seemed very familiar with this place. He calmly stepped inside. The innkeeper was lying on the table in a dejected manner. Dying got the question, "Are you the owner of this inn?" Then he looked up with drool still running from his mouth and mumbled a few words. After his brain processed it, he blurted out, "A customer." Z, while looking at the three new guests who had just entered, judged Moroccan to be a stalker. Jin is a fledgling swordsman, and the beautiful girl standing next to them, is she a maid? Z's eyes lit up, and he gave a sinister smile. He brought out 3 large glasses of orange juice. Then Ho Hoi said, "Welcome to Z's inn. We still have many empty rooms. 10, this is our inn's famous orange juice. Grab a glass and pick any room you like." When he saw Moroccan pick up the glass of water, he chuckled to himself. "That's right, drink up. When you wake up after drinking that, your lives will turn a new page in the underground auction floor beneath this house." Moroccan's face contorted in anger. Then he threw the glass of orange juice straight into Z's face. At this point, he just wanted to send the innkeeper to the ancestral altar to watch naked chickens. This lowly insect has lost its damn mind, hasn't it? Hanta asked innocently. "What does this mean?" Morocco jumped onto the table. Then he swung his hand and punched him straight in the head without missing. Morocco angrily questioned, "How dare you give us poison drinks?" Z huddled in a corner and asked back, "Pea poison? What do you mean?" Moroccan didn't care. He growled, "Right here, right now," cracking his knuckles. Moroccan threatened Z, "You're going to the underworld." Z, terrified, hugged his cheek and cried out, "Please, please wait. Let's negotiate." Moroccan seemed to have no intention of stopping. He punched Kibo in the face, causing Shep to contort his face and curse, "Negotiate my ass." Jin recalled, Z, a news vendor in the Empire as he called himself, was someone I owed a debt to in my previous life. The reason a weakling like me, exiled from the clan and without any foundation, was able to settle in Akin was all thanks to Jack's help. Because of that, he and I became close. But not for any good reason. He gritted his teeth as he remembered. He tricked me with the pretext of introducing me to an underground auction house, and took everything I had, except for my clothes. Needed the bridge of his nose. Just thinking about it is infuriating. But this regression is different. This time, it's my turn to use you. You damn bastard. Z, clearly not having learned his lesson, was still making empty threats. If you keep hitting me like this, I won't let it go. He tried his best to scream. I may look like this, but I'm a 5-star. Moroccan, while hitting him repeatedly, replied, "Who cares?" Z, realizing he couldn't fight back, changed his tune. "I was wrong, but it wasn't poison. It was a sleeping potion." Moroccan, who didn't pay attention to those words, thought, "It's all the same." Then silently calculated, "This should be enough." He ordered, "Moroccan, stop. Let's see what he has to say." Moroccan was surprised, "Huh? Why should I listen to what someone who wants to poison us has to say?" Zed trembled like a leaf and pleaded, "Please, please save me. I will make up for my mistake." Moroccan shouted in his face, "Shut up. Don't open your mouth if you don't want to get hit." Jean sat down leisurely and began, "I'll ask you a few simple questions." Someone angrily cursed. "Hey, you bastard," Jean calmly continued. "If you lie, you will surely die. If you tell the truth, you will live. I will judge your answers subjectively, based on my feelings and intuition." "Understood." Z hurriedly agreed immediately. Moroccan stood up and entrusted it to Jin. "All right, do as you wish." He began with the first question. "All right, what do you do for a living?" He, with his eyes half closed, cried out, My name is Z. I am an innkeeper and an information broker. And I am also a swindler. I also trade people and..." Moroccan, hearing this, only wished he could immediately send him to the Western Pure Land. Z rushed to kneel at Jin's feet and begged, "If you spare me, I will be very useful to you. I know a lot of things in the city. You can trust me." Jin spoke up, "It seems the reason you drugged us was because you wanted to sell us somewhere." Z nodded his head repeatedly. "Yes, that's right. I'm sorry." When Jin asked him where, Z froze for 2 seconds. "What?" A deafening explosion went off right in front of him. Rhett, scared, grabbed Jin's robe and replied, It's the Texan underground auction house." He stepped on Honda's hand and ordered more details. Z panicked and shouted, "Texan is a dark organization that runs auction houses, slaves, forbidden poisons, stolen items, and even ancient artifacts. It is everything. Jin seemed to have figured it out. Finally, the Tetsujin underground auction house. He said in a low voice, "All right, you will be safe for tonight, but you know what to do next." "Right," he blurted out. "Of course, my lord. Thank you. Thank you." Moroccan expressed his confusion. "Kid, are you going to waste medicine on a guy like him?" Julie also chimed in. "That's right. Young master, if you let him go, he might trick us again." Jin repeated. A dark organization and an underground auction house. This action made the two of them even more confused. Jin excitedly shared. What could be better than exploring those places then? Depending on his attitude and behavior at that time, it won't be too late to deal with him. Although the two of them didn't quite understand, they still agreed to follow. He turned to leave and called back. "We also need a guide and a kin. Let's use him." Then he opened the door and went outside. "First I have to find someone to treat Han." Leaving Moroccan and Julie behind, speechless, Jin let out a sigh. He said, exasperated, pretending to be ignorant when you know everything is really tiring. "But I don't intend to reveal that I'm a regressor, so I have to try." The doctor, after a while of diagnosis, advised it's best for him to rest until the bone heals. Then he put on his hat and left. "Well then, if you need me, please call my house," someone exclaimed. In the end, it was someone from the Lutero magic department. To just pick a random person off the street and find a talented healer. Kanzi, while looking in the mirror, cursed inwardly, "Damn it, these crazy people. After beating me up, they're now healing me." He glanced at them and raised a question mark. Who the hell are these guys? It doesn't really matter if they're the heir to a great martial arts clan, or the ace of the special law enforcement force. If I betray them, I'll be a goner too. Jin spoke up. "Well then, let's go." Rhett deservedly asked back, Huh? Jin growled, "We have to go." To the underground auction house. The tall bodyguards were standing guard outside a magnificent castle. One of them narrowed his eyes when he saw something unusual. He wondered, "Hey, Z, why are you bringing so many people today? Are they goods?" Rhett gritted his teeth. "Stop talking nonsense. Open the door. They are my guest." And so they entered smoothly. The guard opened the door for them to enter. Inside, the lights were blindingly bright. Jin glanced up, his expression unchanging. A large and luxurious chandelier was installed on the ceiling. The people there were all wearing masks and laughing and talking animatedly. There was even a band playing. Someone exclaimed, "How ridiculous, Jalam Murakam." He clicked his tongue. "When there's a whole orchestra here compared to a place run by gangsters, it's a bit." Z, while giving them masks, explained. "Everyone thinks the leader of Texan is Sanka, but the real leader is someone else." Murakam was startled and let out a Z explained, "If you want to go to the auction house, please wear these. It's better to cover your faces." Jin wondered, "So who is the real leader?" He replied, "A guy called the Luchanin. This place is decorated to Han's liking, but the truth is he just wants to hide his lack of education." Jin ordered, "Keep talking." Z shared, "To a small fry like me, Alu is very different. Not only can he clean up those dirty streets, but he's also a 7-star martial artist." He timidly continued, "It's rumored that he has a relationship with the Van Kendeng clan across the sea." Din was stunned. "Van Kendeng?" Moroccan sighed deeply. "Kid, just ignore him. Do you really think they associate with these low-life gangsters?" Julie nodded. "I agree, young master. No matter how many times I think about it, I can't remember anyone like that. Only Jean thought differently from them. No, there's one. The bastard who cursed me so I couldn't even swing my sword. If it's related to the magic department, it's very likely him. I couldn't dispel the 9-star curse. I don't think any mage belonging to Tetsusho could cast such a high-level curse. But in the 10 years at the Thunder Martial Arena, and 5 years at the Sword Garden, I still couldn't find the answer in a total of 15 years. I must at least grasp some clues." He told them, "We came here to find out everything, so the identity of that Alu guy." Jin's eyes showed absolute determination. "It's also worth investigating." Muraka was skeptical. "So what's the plan? Is it something like wiping out all the thugs on the first day?" Julie whispered, "The guards we saw on the way seemed to be elite soldiers. Some of them look like unregistered mages. I don't think it would be a wise decision to raid into the heart of the enemy's army." "Jean, don't worry. I have a plan." Julie was curious. "A plan?" Dean turned to look at Julie and Muraka. "Everyone, listen carefully." A moment later, Muraka hung the child. Muraka ran a hand through his hair and grimaced. "Sometimes I really wonder what's going on in your head. How do you come up with these things?" Julie was surprised. She covered her mouth. "It's a bit surprising. But who can really carry out that intention as a member of the Rung Candle family? Jin turned his head. He was calm, no need to worry. We can escape if a problem arises that we can't solve. Julie heard this and nodded. Red bowed, I'm sorry, sir. We've arrived. I've chosen a rather secluded spot for you. Dip pulled back the curtain, letting the light shine in. He smiled and gestured with his hand. Come. Welcome. Jean, Julie, and Maraka stepped out from behind the curtain. From above, looking down at the auction site and the guests below. Red smiled. With the flower of Tisin, the underground auction house. Jin and everyone else sat down. The sound from the auction block rang out. We will bring out the next item right now. On the block, a dirt-caked, wounded foot, shackled by an iron chain, stepped out. The host was excited. It doesn't matter where they came from or why they're here. The host looked at the group of people coming out, their hands chained together. Our first item is something you can use as you please without a second thought. This is a slave. A group of slaves came out, all of them large men. The host continued. They are in very good condition today. Look at the one at the end of the line. He looks very healthy. Jean, sitting on the chair, looked at the chained people below and asked Z, were you planning to sell us like them? Z scratched his head and gave a forced laugh. I was foolish. I hope you can forgive me. Dai stared at the people below and thought, slaves. I guess I should be glad that at least there are no children among them. Maraka crossed his arms and looked at Jin. Hey, kid. What do we do now? Jin said coldly. Wait. Jin said calmly. I heard that sometimes there are some pretty useful things put up for auction. If there's something valuable, I'll try to bid for it. Then we'll start figuring out how to act. Maraka glanced at Din. Dai thought about the item he wanted. I just came up with this plan. If my intelligence is correct, that item should be gathering dust in the warehouse. Can I steal it after the plan is executed? The auctioneer smiled and raised his hand. Now, next, right now. He shouted loudly. The auction officially begins. After his words, the crowd below roared with excitement. Jin coldly watched the reaction of the people below. Now we just have to be patient and wait. A week later, the auctioneer pointed. 20, 130. We have 130. Can we get 140? Z approached Jin and whispered, sir. Jin nodded to show he was listening to Z. Red looked down at the people below. You've just been sitting around watching for the past week. If you still don't buy anything today, the Tishin auction house might come and bother you. Jin calmly said, aren't you bothering me too? Z bowed his head. Of course. Please do whatever you wish, sir. Z stepped back, his face contorted in anger as he thought, damn it, do something, you bastard. At this rate, you'll be kicked out of here soon. Even if I have some connections with the auction house. He thought angrily, buy something, anything, before I lose my patience. A book was brought up. The host looked at it. The next auction item is our first magic book of the day. He smiled and gestured. This is the Grimoire of Matthew Guniak, the mage who once dominated the entire continent. We haven't been able to decipher it yet, but I'm sure there's a very wonderful spell recorded in here. A person from below. 80. The auctioneer pointed. Oh, we have our first bid. Does anyone have a higher bid? Jean covered his forehead and thought, not Matthew Guniak. It's Matthew Moniac. What an idiot. He remembered the library somewhere and thought. And all of Moniac's magic books are managed by the Dippo clan. So there's no way this book is authentic. It's been a week since I came to this Testian auction house. So boring, there's nothing of value. He looked down at the host and thought, the auctioneer is constantly spouting nonsense. The auctioneer smiled brightly. This is our next item. The book, after being auctioned, was brought down to thought. Those stupid mages are obsessed with that fake spell book. The auctioneer. The author of this magic book is. He raised his hand on me. The starting price is 500 gold coins. Jin looked down and thought. There are a few magic books like this. They're not famous, but they're quite like playing the lottery. If you're lucky, you get something good, otherwise. The price was slowly raised higher by the guests below. 60, 70, 80. Maraka placed his hand on Jin's shoulder. Hey kid. Maraka's face was serious. You should buy it. If that book is really by the Chemi I know. This will be a huge bargain. Suddenly, the auctioneer looked up at the upper floor in surprise. He was amazed. 150. Is there anyone who will bid higher? The guests below were surprised. Is he going to buy it at this price? He must be the son of some rich family. Jin looked at Maraka and thought, a magic book recommended by the Black Dragon Maraka. The host said, well then, 150, sold. Maraka sat on the side and muttered, why is it here, Jin? Hearing this, immediately thought, why? Let's see what kind of spell book it is that he's so interested in. The auctioneer said, "The next magic book is written by Sujilhist. It's the magic book of Sujilhist." The guests below were surprised. Hister. Who is he? First it was Genmi, and now this. Nothing but unknown things. The host noticed where Jean was standing. He was holding up his sign. The host said, 200. 200 for the first lot. The guests below were also surprised when they heard the first price. The guests looked up at where Jean was standing. 200. Who is that guy? Why is he only bidding on strange things? Muraka crossed his arms and wondered, "Hey, kid, what is it that you bid 200 on the first turn?" "Do you know this book?" Jin said emotionlessly. "I just thought it would be better to buy another magic book." Although his words were calm, his heart was filled with astonishment as he thought, "To think I would find it here. My master from my previous life, her family. I heard her family collapsed hundreds of years ago. I didn't think I would find a trace of them here." In his mind, he remembered the image of a woman holding a magic staff with bright red hair. The host said, "So, 200 gold for Hister's book is a deal," he thought to himself. "I'll give it to her as a gift if I can meet her again." Jean stood up, holding a mask in his hand. "All right, we should get moving. Let's go." The two books just auctioned were brought to him. Muraka stepped forward and opened Chenmi's magic book to look at it. Muraka exclaimed, "Jackpot, this really is the Zenmi I was thinking of. But what comes with it? A strange, complex line of ancient language." Ring thought to himself. "Of course, the only ones who can decipher that ancient language are me and my master." Z stood behind, rubbing his hands together in delight. "I'm so glad you finally bought some items. If you hadn't bought anything by today, it would have been very bad," he coldly said. Z, Rhett, hearing his name, straightened up. "Yes, sir," Jin calmly said. "I'm going to see Alu, the spider-legged one." Z stood up straight. Z was horrified. "But sir, you can't, even if you are my client, Alu." Jin stepped forward and placed a hand on Z's shoulder. "Then, relay the message to Alu." Jin smiled sinisterly. "Tell him that Baradan Zipfin has come to see him." Rhett was stunned. Dip thought to himself as he rushed to a certain room. Damn it. Dep was so excited his face turned red. He smiled brightly and thought, he's not a member of the Vermont Special Forces, but a pure-blooded member of the Zipfang clan. Z rushed to grab the doorknob and thought, good then. If I can rely on the Zipfang clan's reputation, I can leave this godforsaken place. Rhett threw open the door. "Get Alu out here now. Biradan Zyfan is looking for him," he thought in surprise. "Why the hell are there so many?" A group of very dangerous-looking people stood staring at him with a terrifying intensity. That made him freeze. A person stepped forward. He put his hands in his pockets and looked at Jin. "You are Baradina," he said. His face contorted as he looked at him. "Follow me. The boss wants to see you." Dit, with a bruised face, stood behind the group. Jin swung his hand and hit the first person hard, causing him to lean to one side. Jin held out his hand and a fireball appeared in it. "You bastards, are you mocking me?" The person who had just been hit held his face, looking at him in surprise. The fireball grew larger. Dit said sternly, "Hey, are you Alusaw?" The other person panicked and waved his hands. "No, sir, the boss. Sir Alu sent us to escort the three of you to see him." Sparks flew everywhere. Jin threw the fireball forward. An explosion from the ball, along with heat and destruction, spread around. The other person covered his head in fear, Ding calmly. "I've already revealed my identity, and yet he only passed on the message. Let me say it again." His eyes flashed blue. Din said coldly, "Tell him to come here and see me himself." Crawling on all fours to my feet, a veiny hand was placed on the floor. The whole group knelt on the ground at Din's feet, their heads bowed low. The man in red who was kneeling was Alu, the one managing this auction house. Alu begged, "I didn't recognize you in time. Please forgive me." Jin's expression remained cold as he listened to Alu's pleas for forgiveness. Z cringed and bowed behind Jin, a strange smile on his face as he thought, if anyone else had claimed to be Viradan Zippo, I would have died laughing, but not him. His presence is completely different. Z smiled, baring his teeth, his eyes sinister as he continued to think. He even used a fire spell earlier. That's a 5-star mana skill. Z continued to be able to use 5-star magic at that age. It would be difficult for anyone outside the Zippo clan to do so. A week ago, while going down the stairs, Jin's words surprised Moroccan and Julie. "I will pretend to be Viradan Zippo," Moroccan exclaimed. "What?" Julie was also worried. "Young master," that Jin, however, showed a confident attitude. "Even if that Alu guy has connections with the Zippo clan, he won't be able to tell the difference anyway." Jin revealed the specific plan he had calculated beforehand. "We'll strike him first. When he's scared, his judgment won't be as clear as usual. But Julie had a different thought. No, young master. The problem isn't whether you'll be discovered or not. Julie was very worried and thought, if in the future, this matter is discovered by the clan or the clan head, something will happen. Returning to the present, Alu heard Jin's order. Get up. Alu immediately obeyed and stood up. His giant, massive body was several times larger than Jin's, but he was very clear and respectful. Yes, sir. Jin took out the notebooks, his face expressionless as he asked Alu, take a look at this. What do you think these books are? Alu bowed his head in remorse and replied, magic books. I'm sorry. Sorry for taking those ancient magic books without the Zippo clan's permission. Jin threatened, the 2 magic books I'm holding are highly valued by the people of the Zippo clan. Jin sternly questioned, how much money have you made from them? Jin's aura terrified Alu. Sir Viradin, I sincerely apologize, but I am just a warrior. It is my fault for not recognizing the value of these magic books. I apologize, sir. I will do my best to recover all of those books, so please give us a chance. Jin slammed the 2 books into Alu. Do you think it's better to have someone like you retrieve them than for me to go and get them myself? Jin's eyes showed the oppressive gaze of a superior and the cruelty as he ordered Alu. Shut up and give me the list of customers who bought those books, as well as the amount they paid. Jin uttered words that made Alu despair. My clan will begin the investigation tomorrow. Alu and his underlings were silent, lost in despair and regret. It's over. In the Akin Kingdom, no matter how many times Texan tried compared to the Zippo clan, they were still just a group of common gangsters. Alu thought further, if the investigation reveals anything that displeases the Zippo clan, that will be the end of Texan. Alu handed over the entire customer list. The 3 of them, Jin, Juri, and Moroccan, checked it together. Alu stood in front of Jin. Those are all the people who appeared at the auction, Sir Viradin. Jin Shah asked, is there anyone else? Alu bowed his head and replied, there are. But they are all heavily guarded in the warehouse. Alu asked for permission. That's also the staff's quarters. If you allow me to go out for a bit, I can bring them here immediately. It will probably take about 2 hours, so if you... Alu hadn't even finished his sentence when Jin cut him off coldly. What the hell are you talking about? Jin's words made him clench his fist behind his back to restrain himself. You're probably going to destroy some important documents. Don't think I'm sitting here and can't guess your actions. When you work, do it carefully. Alright, if you want to, go. Alu trembled with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. But he still had to bow his head and listen to Jin's warning. You'd better investigate all the remaining people. Don't forget that you're still under my control. Alu bit his lip tightly. He could only obey and instruct his subordinate. Yes, I know. I will be back soon. While I'm gone, you show him around the warehouse area for inspection. The subordinate replied respectfully, understood. However, as he walked past the subordinate, Alu placed his hand on the person's shoulder and whispered instructions. Don't let him leave the mansion until I get back. The subordinate understood. Alu walked away, grinding his teeth in anger. You damn bastard, just you wait. You think you can control everything that's happening. He was furious, damn it. I've already spent a fortune on those Zippo clan people. Now I have to buy back those magic books? No way. The boxes fell to the floor, spilling the valuable jewelry inside. Moroccan was excited. Little Strawberry, take whatever you want. The 3 of them, Jean, Julie, and Moroccan, were rummaging through the room. Moroccan was frantically tearing everything apart. Julie was speechless. Is this really okay? Moroccan said confidently. It's all good. We'll just take whatever we feel we need. A book hit the subordinate in the head. Moroccan was annoyed, damn it. It's all just trash. Moroccan whispered to Jin, hey kid, about that Alu guy. When he comes back, he'll know you're a fake. What are you going to do then? Jin, while continuously searching for his sword, asked back. What do you mean? Jin calmly replied and suddenly noticed a box next to him. Then just choose what you can take and get out of here before Alu returns. DCN opened the other box. Inside the large box was a small, sparkling ring. The shiny ring emitted light. Dean smiled lightly, satisfied, found it. Julie always had a worried mood and asked, Young master, are we just going to keep doing these reckless things? I don't feel like this is right. Jean laughed again. I'll take that as a compliment, Julie. Z appeared, holding a thick stack of papers and shouting, Sir, I'm here. It was a list full of names. Z respectfully handed the stack of lists to Jean, complete information of the slaves he requested. I have also written their nationality and age. Jin didn't skimp on praise. All right, well done. Jin ordered, now it's done. Jin was about to tell everyone to leave when Alu's subordinate stopped him with his hand. The subordinate's face was expressionless. When the boss returns, He will give you all the auction house's records. The subordinate didn't let Jin's group leave. To wait until then, you can just stay in the... He hadn't even finished speaking when he was hit by a sudden attack from Jin. The jaw of the subordinate was twisted to one side. A tooth even flew out of his front row. The subordinate immediately fell unconscious on the ground. The others who witnessed Jin's decisive move couldn't help but be amazed. Young master. Rhett quickly flattered. You're amazing, sir. Not a single wasted motion, but in his heart, he was terrified. What? Why did he knock out Alu's subordinate like this? Jin suddenly turned his head to look at Z and asked a strange question. Z, have a family? Z was surprised but also answered reflexively, huh? Yes, I have a son. Jin's next words made him gasp in amazement. Take the boy with you and run away. Preferably to the Beaming Kingdom, Jin instructed. Give the leaders there my letter of introduction, and tell them what you know about this auction house. That's the only way to live. Z was confused again. No, I will still stand by you until the very end. In his heart, he didn't want to give up a good opportunity. No, it was hard for me to get this golden opportunity. Z was determined. Please let me fight by your side for the rest of my life. Z told himself. I want to succeed. I must seize this opportunity. Jin then poured a bucket of cold water on him. Sorry, but I'm not Reborn Zippo. Red was as shocked as if he had been slapped in the face. What? 2 hours later, Alu returned. I have just investigated Reborn Zippo. Alu looked at the subordinate lying flat on the ground. He, Reborn Zippo, has long, white hair completely different from the imposter. Another subordinate spoke up. Boss, Alu's face was grim. Speak. The other subordinate reported fearfully. They took the information and documents of the slaves and other customers in the auction house. The subordinate continued. Before they fled, they left a message. Texan's time is up. Alu's neck was full of veins from boiling anger. He ordered, go after them. The subordinate was stunned. What? Alu's large hand grabbed the subordinate's head. Alu's eyes were so crazed with anger that he lost his mind. Then he threw the subordinate like a sandbag. The subordinate was thrown into the wall, leaving a hole in it, and he was stuck there unconscious. Alu's rage made the remaining subordinates tremble in fear. Alu shouted, send everyone after them. We must bring those damn swindlers back here. Now Alu was filled with a destructive killing intent. I will kill all of them with my own hands. In front of the blazing fire, a voice spoke up. Hey, kid. Is this why you were wandering around this area? I don't think you'll gain anything from provoking Alu. We need to see if he has any connection with the Rung Candle clan. Murakam, sitting beside him, thoughtfully spoke. Alright, I guess I'll just see it as a farewell before we leave. Jin sat in contemplation, listening to Murakam. After all, he gave you the book, and even gifted you a masterpiece. I was shocked when I saw you take that thing out of the house. Yeah. Then Muraka looked straight into Jin's eyes and asked, how could you know about such ancient things and still try? Under the blood-red moon, which seemed to herald misfortune, hurried sounds echoed. Over there. They're hiding over there, informed the boss. Having been discovered, Murakam turned towards the sound and clicked his tongue. Ugh, you noisy brats. At this moment, Jin also slowly stood up and said, now then, a strong wind blew, sending leaves flying everywhere, and coldly suggested, shall we go for a change of scenery? Dene Alut, now drenched in sweat, appeared. I see you. He and his subordinates surrounded Din's group and shouted, you damn swindlers. How dare you do that? You think you can trick me, Alut, and then just run away. The more Alut spoke, the more he lost control. I will hang you all up in the market as an example. I will show you what happens when you dare to mess with the owner of the Texan underground auction house, me. Alute the spider. Suddenly, a sentence from Jean made him choke. The records of the slaves kidnapped from Beeman are already in my hands. Jean gently reached into his shirt to take something out. The transaction records for the grimoires the Zippo clan is looking for? Or the list of clients who dealt with you in a shady manner? Jin threw papers detailing Alud's crimes into the air, announcing, I've already spread them all outside. By tomorrow, this entire continent will be staring at you. This magic mail is quite convenient, isn't it? Standing amidst the papers falling like rain, Din looked at Alu with a mocking expression. Honestly, you're already dead, Alu. Learning the truth, Alu completely lost control. You damn brat, I won't let you die easily. I'll spare your dog's life. I will torture you. Every time you pass out from the pain, I'll wake you with flames. However, Jean paid him no mind and called out to Moroccan. Moroccan, hearing his name, asked, what is it? Jean then proposed, I want to have a one-on-one fight with this Alu guy. Hearing this, Moroccan sighed with a wry smile, and so, to grant Jin's wish, Moroccan single-handedly advanced towards Aulus's swarm of ant-like subordinates. What a headache. Seeing this, the furious Alut, veins popping, shouted, "You bastard! You think you can take us on all by yourself? Don't just stand there, attack!" Hearing the command, his mages immediately raised their staffs and cast fire magic. The rest stomped their feet on the ground, getting ready on Alut's command. "Spare that brat's life and bring him to me. Kill the rest." Alut's subordinates charged at Moroccan with their weapons. One of them swung his sword down with all his might. In contrast, Moroccan just gently raised one hand. The man who had swung his sword was instantly defeated in pain with just a flick of Moroccan's wrist. He was sent flying far away. After that one, Timur charged forward, full of fighting spirit. By the time those two realized it, it was too late. They were gently dealt with by Moroccan. The others who witnessed this scene no longer dared to charge forward. Moroccan looked at them with eyes glowing like a killing machine. A single stomp from him shattered the ground. Like a rocket, Moroccan shot forward, relentlessly taking down anyone in his path. From one guy attacked in the back, to another who took a full blow to the face. All of them were gently taken down by Moroccan. Not stopping there, he continued to charge and attack. Alut's subordinates gradually became as small as trembling animals before a jungle beast. They were now frozen in place, not daring to run or attack. Seeing his useless subordinates made Alut furious. "You idiots! What are you standing there for?" But one of the mages stammered awkwardly, "If we use magic now, we'll hit our own men." Hearing this, Alut ordered, "Then just aim for the ones in the back, you morons." Immediately noticing the warning, he said, "Julie, stay back for a bit." A giant fireball was being condensed. Along with that, blocks of ice and tornadoes were cast by the mages attacking Jin. The time was ripe, and they unleashed their powerful attacks. However, in this situation, Jin calmly assessed, all of them are below 5-star mages. The sparkling crystal on the necklace emitted a blinding light. All of Alut's men's attacks were blocked by Jin's defensive barrier. This sight made the mages unable to believe their eyes. At this moment, as the protective circle faded, Jin gently said, "Thanks to Sister Luna, everything is much easier now." Julie, behind him, sighed in relief, having escaped a disaster. "Even so, you left without even saying goodbye to the young lady, young master." Suddenly, a roar echoed. Moroccan, furious, with his eyes wide, shouted, "You weaklings have nothing but numbers, huh? You bunch of rabble. You're pissing me off." Following his words, a deadly blue energy radiated out. Moroccan unleashed a massive magic cannon and roared, "Just die already and make it quick." That surge of power was like a giant lightning pillar that swallowed the group of people. Alut and his subordinates fell like straw. He looked in disbelief at the rain of bodies falling down. Alut's eyes darkened. Suddenly, he let out a cunning smile. Alut laughed like a madman as he grabbed the sword from his back. He seemed to have gone berserk, swinging his sword and cutting down friend and foe alike. Jin on the side quietly watched the chaotic crowd. "What's wrong with the boss? The boss has gone crazy." That Alut guy relentlessly slaughtered his own subordinates. Looking at him, Moroccan said, "Has he gone mad? Well, that saves us some effort. Hey, kid, I've cleared out these ants for you as you wish. I'll leave the bastard to you." After slaughtering all his subordinates, Alut pointed his sword at Jin and shouted, "You bastard, who sent you here?" He desperately wanted to know the answer. "Who?" In response, Jin said, "It doesn't matter if I tell you or not. You're going to die anyway," he said quickly. As he finished his words, a powerful sword strike was unleashed. However, Jin just gently dodged to the side. The sword strike hit the wall behind him, creating a long crack. Thanks to that blow, Jin realized, he's fast. Alut raised his sword, which was enveloped in a terrifying power, and declared, "Right? I can't tell if you're telling the truth or not, but once I take you down, you'll be forced to talk. You bastards. I won't let you leave so easily." On this side, Moroccan chuckled with delight. Hey kid, you finally met a worthy opponent. I think the rumor about him being a 7-star martial artist is true." He cheerfully shouted a reminder to Jin. "Hey kid, he's different from that Pisco guy you fought before. This one just wants to kill you." Moroccan, standing outside the fiery battle, hooted, "Go all out and don't die." Alut pointed his sword at Jin and said, "So arrogant." He said angrily, "How dare a mirmage like you step forward? Are you looking down on me?" Ignoring his meaningless words, Jin was already in an attack stance. He quickly drew his sword from its sheath. A fiery clash between the two took place. The two swords collided, creating a blinding flash of light. Seeing his technique blocked, Alut gritted his teeth in frustration. He looked in surprise at Jin, who was parrying with his sword. A sword? He tried to swing his sword down to push Lujin back. Did gently step back to dodge the blow, hearing his curses, "Damn it. He continued to charge at him and shouted, "So you're not a mudge." Outlet swung his sword horizontally at Din. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and used his sword to block it. Alut gritted his teeth again in anger and unleashed a new attack with all his strength. The two clashed continuously in midair, creating magnificent sparks of light. The time had come. Din ducked and counterattacked. He decisively unleashed a long sword strike, but Alut vanished into thin air. He instantly appeared behind Din. He quickly realized the situation and turned his head back. At that moment, Alut had unleashed a ferocious slash. But it seems he didn't get what he wanted. That slash only grazed Jin's clothes, making him exclaim delight. As for Jin, he quickly retreated to maintain distance and think of a strategy. So fast. He hasn't even used his full strength yet, and it's already like this. Only then did Alut realize. So the fireball you shot out at the auction house was just an artifact. Damn it. I fell into his trap. Suddenly, his attention shifted. He's not the problem. In his mind, he looked at Moroccan with extreme confusion. But the one who single-handedly defeated all my subordinates. He's definitely stronger than me. Why is he just standing there? As for Moroccan's side, he was chuckling with delight. Looks like that kid is in a bit of trouble. Julie couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Sir Moroccan, are you really not going to do anything?" On the other side, Jean was still fighting fiercely, while on this side, Julie was worried sick. Even though it was the young master's wish, it's still a bit too early for him to face a 7-star martial artist. Hearing this, Moroccan immediately reassured her, "It's fine, little strawberry. That kid has to learn to value his life, right?" Julie, hearing this, realized, that's true. But before she could say more, Moroccan asked a question, and little strawberry, "Do you think he's going to lose?" Just a simple question, but it left Julie speechless. What? Back to the fight, a powerful slash was unleashed. However, Alut easily blocked it. Dean was now undeniably surprised by his strength. Outside the fight, Moroccan and Zuli were watching the battle with rapt attention. As for Alut, he was extremely bloodthirsty and wore a wicked smile. While Jin was still startled, he quickly seized the opportunity, raised his sword, and charged forward, shouting, "Your time is up." In this critical situation, Moroccan gave a confident smile. Alut froze as he realized something. A long time ago, when the magic swordsmen of Rungkandel were still fighting, a 2-level difference was nothing to them. Jin had now created a powerful fireball in his hand. He confidently launched the fireball. By the time Alut realized it, it was too late. The fireball, bigger than his body, was hurtling towards him at a breakneck speed. Unsurprisingly, he took the full, painful blow. He covered his face with one hand and wondered, wasn't that an artifact? Damn it, that means. Looking at Jin standing in a lava pit, he shouted in disbelief, "Are you a magic swordsman?" Jin was once again surrounded by blue electric currents, his eyes becoming more determined. The sword, now infused with Dean's power, was held tightly in his hand. Lightning bolts enveloped the sword, held it tightly in front of his chest. He seemed to have become a different person now. Jin plunged his sword into the ground, and lightning strikes from the sky rained down relentlessly. This was summoned lightning. The lightning strikes forced 10 Outlet to constantly dodge. The sky was now churning like a superstorm about to hit. On the other side, Alut struggled to block the descending lightning bolts. Suddenly, he shouted, "You fool!" He looked at Jin and finished, "If you just stand there like that, you'll die right away." Jin didn't pay any attention to his words. A dense surge of power emanated from his body. Summon helmet. Taking the opportunity while he was casting the spell, Alut struck him hard. What he saw left him stunned and confused. What? His sword strike left no wound on Jin at all. A dark power, as if wanting to devour Alut, made him exclaim in astonishment. Jin suddenly spun the sword he held tightly in his hand. As for the other outlet, he was still in a state of shock. A powerful sword strike was unleashed again. It immediately struck his body. Jin had gently slashed Outlet, stunning him. Although he had taken a hit, his facial muscles seemed to be frozen. Jin was now clad in a suit of black armor with a blue sheen. The slash from before had drawn Alut's blood. On the side, Jin also stopped after that slash. His mask gradually faded, revealing his jade-green eyes. Only then did Alut start to bleed profusely from the fatal slash. That he didn't even realize he had taken. Jin, with victory in his grasp, smiled confidently. The slash on his shoulder sent blood flying everywhere. Jin stopped behind Takken after slashing his shoulder, while he stood motionless. His face showed complete astonishment, while he remained calm behind his mask. "The wound on my body is bleeding, and my clothes are torn." His mask was still burning, not moving as if it had paused for a beat. Immediately after, it gradually faded, revealing his face and deep eyes. Blood spurted from behind Taken's body, but his expression remained completely calm. Taken gently sheathed his sword at his side, and the mask gradually dissipated into black smoke. On this side, Moroccan couldn't help but narrow his eyes in admiration. As expected of the Muta artifact, Yuli, confused, tilted her head. The Muta artifact, he explained. Thousands of years ago, he paused. Muta was created for Behemoth, the first king and a person greatly favored by the demons. Also during that time, a war broke out. The cavalryman held a sword, his whole body glowing with a golden light. A masterpiece sword that could block all attacks below 7-star. I don't know why it has fallen into the hands of these street thugs now. On the other side, Jin also looked at the brightly shining ring on his hand, lost in thought. The Muta artifact. In 5 to 6 years, this item will be handed over to the king of Behemoth. Jia concluded that during that period, the academy and everyone were in a state of chaos because of this helmet. That's why I can remember the exact location, position. And the very first day, it was discovered. Behind him, blood splattered all over. Ta fell to the ground in a cloud of dust. Jin turned his head to look at him. He calmly said, "Before you die, I want to ask you something. Lu." He also glanced over, listening to him with difficulty. Jin stood before Taken's large body lying on the ground, crossed his arms and asked, "I heard you colluded with the Candle clan. Is that true?" Moroccan, hearing this, also exclaimed, "You little brat, you should have asked earlier. That guy is about to ascend to heaven. How can he answer?" From there, laughter began to ring out. Boo-hoo, boo-her-her, boo-ha-ha. "All right, now I understand." Jin, hearing him laugh, also widened his eyes. Immediately after, he regained his composure, glanced at him, and smirked. "You are Jin Candle," he concluded. "So, you did fail, but you're just the youngest son." Hearing this, his face filled with disgust, he narrowed his eyes in assessment. Taken rose and asserted he can't be stopped. Jin stood silently, looking at him impatiently. Moroccan also came over, his face contorted in complaint. "What the hell is he talking about?" Jin calmly stated. "Alu Chan." Moroccan, beside him, glanced at him in confusion. "I don't think that's your real name. I think I need to investigate further." Jin crossed his arms and looked at Taken, voicing his thoughts. "A 7-star martial artist like you, leading a gang, must have a connection with the Candle clan." Moroccan asked back in confusion, "Kid, that's not strange. It seems one of your ancestors. A 9-star, opened the Mani Tavern." Taken remained motionless on the ground. Jin replied to Taken, "That's right, but I need to know who the name he just said is. I must find that person, because I will become the clan leader in the future." He raised his hand to rub his chin, his eyes deep in thought. "You have failed. You cannot stop him." Next, he looked at Taken lying on the ground. "He knew who I was and still said those words. So that means the sentence 'you have failed' means something related to the image." The image of that group of people appeared in his mind. As for the reason, he said, "I'm just the youngest son and can't stop him." He must have known about the power struggle among the siblings in the Candle clan. Sister Iona has left home, so she needs to be ruled out. Then he remembered the other pair of twins. The twin pair Mu and are also not it, because they are still too young and naive. The others are not smart or cunning enough to get involved in things like this. So there's only one person left who is always obsessed with rank and always makes things tense. When my talent is revealed, he remembered that person's sharp, hawk-like gaze. His figure walking down the corridor with full confidence is the next heir of Candle, Joshua D. Candle. He thought to himself, there is no one else with his capabilities. Whether this conclusion is correct or not, he looked up and smiled with deep, calculating eyes. I will find out soon. Then, in a vast blue sky, birds soared. The sound of selling newspapers here. Texan has been wiped out due to a joint investigation by the Zippo and Behemoth clans. The entire crowd in town gathered around the newspaper boy. With great excitement, Texan has completely collapsed. The news was introduced. The demons who always preyed on innocent people have been annihilated in just one day. The newspaper headline was written very clearly. On this side, Jean and Moroccan were also reading the newspaper and talking. Looks like Z did a good job. He frowned. TSK, then he commented. The Zippo and Beeman clans will definitely not let him go. Compared to his life, this price is too cheap. The other man slammed the table and threatened Deb, which scared him. He replied, This piece of trash has to suffer to get smarter. Jin said the newspaper, while Moroccan grinned, baring his teeth anyway. Zippo and Baimon have gained a reputation, but it looks like you benefited even more. He smiled. That's right. Rings, mages, 7-star knights, and even winning the battle. Behind her, Julie called out, Young master, The two of them turned to look at the same time. Her face was full of surprise, her eyes wide as she looked at the two. Even though he's a 7-star knight, that doesn't mean he's qualified for that title. You shouldn't be complacent just because you beat Alu. I think you need to be more careful next time. Jean replied to her, of course, it's nothing compared to the final boss, Julie, I know. I'll be more careful next time. Jean quickly walked away. Alright, thanks to Cadet. No one will be looking for us, so let's just rest and head to the next location. Murakami was confused. Where is the next location? Hearing this, Jin announced, Tycho, an independent city. Murakami's face showed a confused question mark. Zilly pointed her index finger and explained. If it's Tycho, then is it because of the 7-colored rainbow? Jin replied. That's right. Murakami was still confused, the 7-colored rainbow. As they walked, Julie explained to him, that is the largest news center in Taiken. Besides the news centers of Rung Candle, Depot, and Beeman, it is the most reliable place. Murakami put his hands in his pockets. HMPH. So, you're just going to use bad guys the same way you use Jeddah. Up ahead. Jin was giving money to a boatman. He looked at him. Sounds good, doesn't it? He also closed his eyes and smiled. TSK. That's just one of the other ways. The command was given, hoist the sail. The sail was pulled taut. The boat was launched. Jin was still lost in his own thoughts from now on. Whenever I use memories from before my regression while with Julie and Makarin, I need to come up with a good reason. But not just that. Things related to Pisco y Briano, Bubba, and Conchilo. Inside the cabin, O sat down on the bed. Plus, that Alu guy's past is connected to the Rung Candle and the fall of Colon. Taboo magic. There are too many things I need to investigate further, so. The 7-colored Rainbow News Center in Tycho is the most suitable place. Beside him, Murakami stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, looking at him. Hey, kid, what's more important now? Is that magic or whatever is left in the body of the Chenmi clan that I discovered earlier? He also looked at him. Immediately after, he made his own judgment. I think it's light magic. Jean was also surprised and looked over. Light? I thought it had disappeared since ancient times. His face was serious as he frowned. I'm not sure how. In the old days, Chenmi was the enemy of the Zippo clan. Murakami remembered the scene of the clan's people practicing some kind of power, with towering piles of magic books behind them. They are willing to wipe out anyone they don't like. This has always been the characteristic of the Zippo clan, so that's why there are no records left. Then he remembered the clan symbol and the decaying letters, adding, and if you can't break your power limit, it's possible that in the near future, the Rung Candle clan will meet the same fate. Hearing that, he was also speechless. Murakami quickly approached him and rolled up his sleeve. Therefore, learning these things is also very important, Jin asked in confusion. Are you going to show me something? Hurry up. I'm excited. At his excitement, he grinned, baring his teeth. Look forward to it. Because this is the magic you need. A black hole appeared in Murakami's palm. He reminded him, open your eyes wide and look carefully. He also curiously leaned closer to look at the energy sphere, muttering, light magic. But why is it black? A blinding flash of light shot out, making him widen his eyes. It glowed, causing everything to lose focus. Seeing him being tricked, Murakami threw his head back and laughed with delight. His hands on his hips. Ha 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 ha. How about that? Your eyes are tired after just a few seconds of looking, right? On the other side, his body was trembling, his hands raised to cover his face, muttering, Sir. Jean's eyes were so damaged that they were watering, his vision blurry, his hands covering his face. I guess I can use it for both defense and offense. Of course, it's called a flashbang. It's Chenmi's ultimate magic, and it's really powerful. Murakami stopped laughing and took something out of his pocket, his face frowning seriously. But compared to that thing, this, what are you taking out? It was a book. Murakami held it out in front of him, and he also looked up at it. This is an encrypted system that even Murakami had to go crazy over. I don't know what's inside, but it will definitely be useful. Hearing this, he also paused for a moment, then calmly said, just leave it there. One day, I will hand it over to someone who can read encrypted text. A week later, the boat docked at a certain port. Julie stood basking in the sun. She was excited. Beside her, Murakami, in his cat form, sat on her shoulder, his eyes filled with calmness. They were in Taiken, the independent city. The three of them quickly landed on shore. Julie exclaimed at the city's appearance. This place is really beautiful, young master, Jean considered in his heart. A city located on a small island, in the north of the central continent, not under the rule of Rung Candle or Jibbo. He scanned the entire port city, even though the population isn't high. But this is a famous tourist destination, You can see foreigners everywhere. Julie excitedly looked around at the bustling life here. The city looked so vibrant. You can guess from the name Independent City. She turned to him and smiled. Young master, shall we find a place to stop? Jean also looked around and confirmed, all right, let's go to the city center. At the same time, Muraka jumped down from her shoulder. Immediately after, he transformed, making the other to widen their eyes and look over. Murakan put his hands in his pockets, the smoke still not gone, and impatiently glanced at him. You're not going to choose some god-forsaken place again, are you? Jean, beside him, also complained. Sir Murakam, how many times have I told you not to transform in the city? But he argued back. Kid, I've told you many times too. People really don't care. Behind them, someone quietly observed the three and exclaimed. Wow, it was Lulia. She exclaimed, a cat just turned into a person. That voice made the three of them turn their attention. The little girl pointed at them, her eyes wide, holding a dinosaur teddy bear. That black cat turned into the black-haired uncle over there. How did you do that? Realizing he'd been spotted, Murakam froze, his mouth agape. Yuli next to him was no exception. Matt numbers you was saying dung. The bear in her arms also shone brightly, sparkling as it pleaded, teach Julia too. After a while of explaining, Jean concluded, so you saw wrong. Understand. How can a cat turn into a person? Lulia, eating an ice cream cone, calmly listened, hearing him call her by the wrong name. The little girl took the ice cream out of her mouth and corrected him. It's not kid. You have to call me Julia. And I didn't see wrong. A cat turned into that uncle. Uncle, why are you lying? Faced with the innocent questioning, he was also taken aback and speechless. Immediately after, he closed his eyes in frustration and repeated, I'm not lying. And I'm not an uncle. Lulia leaned forward, frowned and asserted, you are lying. And you are an uncle. He walked ahead in frustration. All right, since I bought you an ice cream, can you pretend that? The little girl interrupted. Don't make children lie, uncle. Hearing that, he was also at a loss for words. Behind them, the other two looked on in amazement. Julie wondered, what should we do? She propped her chin on her hand, her expression troubled. Should we take the child to someone in authority? Thinking she's lost, but if she spreads rumors there, won't we be discovered by the Zippo clan? Beside her, Murakam's face darkened. No need to worry, little strawberry. No one will believe that child. Hearing this, she shot him a reproachful look. If you had listened to the young master, in the first place, this wouldn't have happened. Murakam weakly retorted. Hey. Lulia stopped with the finished ice cream stick in her hand. In front of them was a fortress. Lulia recognized it, pointed, and exclaimed, This is the information center. Immediately after, the little girl looked sad and hugged the stuffed dragon in her arms. Julia doesn't like the army. Julie looked over and asked, Why? The people gathered around the little girl, waiting for her answer. Lulia's face darkened and thought, I don't like them. They always bother my mom. Julie, feeling sorry for her, grimaced and looked at Jean. This is not good. Perhaps this is the very place where violence and exploitation of civilians occur. He, beside her, also put his hand to his chin and considered. Her mother might be able to tell us a few more things. Jean made a decision. Let's go in and check it out. The guard saw them approaching and looked over. The person recognized her. Isn't that Julia? The little girl's face turned pale, and she pouted in dissatisfaction. The guard put his hand to his mouth and called back inside. Hey, call the commander. Little Miss Julia is back. Seeing this, he also stepped forward and asked, Wait a minute, you know this little girl? The guard just chuckled. Very well, in fact, she's our commander's daughter. His face was full of confusion. Commander, daughter. The little girl, seeing someone approaching, pointed excitedly. Lulia exclaimed, Mom. A silhouette appeared. Inside the building, a powerful figure strode out, his body exuding a killing aura. Dean narrowed his eyes cautiously, assessing the commander of the central district. The woman's face was stern and serious. He commented, I don't think that's her only position. Suddenly, the person grinned. She ran forward quickly, her hands outstretched in excitement. Julia. The little girl also ran over happily, Mom, in front of the crowd. The mother and daughter hugged each other affectionately. Elisa chided, Julia, I told you not to go far. The little girl hugged her mother's neck and whined, but you wouldn't play with me. She also held her child in her arms and caressed her. I'm sorry, my darling. After I'm done with work, I'll play a lot with you, Lulia replied. Really? You promise, don't leave me just because you're busy, like last time. Elisa indulged her child's wish. All right. The other three who witnessed the scene were also speechless. Suddenly, she spoke to him, which also made him look speechless. Almost everyone in the city knows Julia, so it seems I was careless. Alicia, holding her child, extended her hand towards him in greeting. Sorry for not introducing myself. I am Alicia Badger, commander of the Taikan outpost. The little girl also hugged her mother's neck and smiled at him. Jean took his hand and smiled. I am Jean Grey. I'm just a new tourist in Taikan. Elisa smiled. Ah, so you're a tourist? I should repay you with something. Need anything while you're here? Hearing this, he also smiled and expressed his wish. So, could you recommend a place for us to rest? Then Elisa mumbled, in that case, but before she could finish, Lulia called out to her. Mommy, mommy, she turned to look at her child. HMM? Then the little girl whispered something in her ear. Silence. Elisa took a pen from her pocket. She turned her head and asked the guard, do you have any paper? The person quickly took out a stack of paper and handed it over. Yes. Elisa quickly scribbled on the piece of paper. Then she tore the paper and handed it to him, while Lulia was still excited. Hello, uncle. The guard replied, hello, child. Alicia looked at him. This is a letter of recommendation with the outpost commander's seal. With this, you will be treated well anywhere in the city. He also calmly smiled at her and reached out to take it. Elisa continued. Thank you again for finding my daughter. Jean said humbly, not at all. We should be the ones thanking you. Then we'll be on our way. The three of them quickly left, with her quietly observing them from behind. Elisa was serious. Julia, the little girl innocently replied to her mother. HMM. Her face was very serious as she asked again, is it true that a cat turned into a person? The little girl was honest. Yes, but it seems those people don't want to talk about it. Hearing this, she quickly put her hand on her child's cheek and smiled, reminding her. Then let's pretend we don't know anything. The little girl also happily joked back with her mother. You're so good. Everyone has a secret, right? On the other hand, Elisa glanced with her red eyes and muttered to herself, transformation. In her mind, the image of his dragon form appeared, something only a dragon could do. That night in a guest house, everyone was working tirelessly. Julie rubbed her stomach. Wow. She sat happily on the bed and commented, the service is great. I only received this kind of treatment when I was in Hewfester. He was leaning against the wall. Opposite him, Moroccan was also sprawled out, confirming, this bed is also soft. It should have been like this in the tent. She wondered to herself. Is this the power of a letter of recommendation? He mumbled. Things seem to be going smoothly in Taikani. We've been lucky since we got here. He looked at them and smiled. Suddenly, Julie seemed to remember something, clapped her hands and smiled at him. Oh, now I remember. Can I have an ice cream like Julia's earlier? It's a Taikan specialty. Hearing this, Jean also looked at her and complained. Oh my, Julie, why do you ask me such questions? Go buy some. Hearing him say he also wanted to eat, she excitedly went out the door singing. Yes, I'll be right back, Jin muttered. It's been a long time since we've been like this. It feels like we're on vacation. Behind him, Moroccan sat with his hands behind his head, his legs crossed, and glanced at him. Hey kid, how are you going to meet the seven-colored rainbow? It won't be easy to meet them. On his side, Jean sat on the bed and slowly replied to Moroccan. First, I have to meet a certain person. He concluded in his heart. The seven-colored rainbow. The best information center in Taikan. In his mind, the image of a man appeared again. And in the center of that information center was a man named Supreme Sword Casimir. Jin explained further. He is a famous swordsman that everyone knows. He was even invited to be the swordsmanship instructor for the Rung Candle clan. The clan's symbolic sword, that's the only information the clan knows. He remembered the people there, including his mother's, but in another 10 years. He will publicly reveal his true identity as the king of Ming and use the information gathered from the seven-colored rainbow to seize supreme power over all three clans, Ming, the Dripo clan, and the Rung Candle clan. The image of his mother's being welcomed by the people while he also reached out to respond to them. He thought to himself, then he will gain all the support as the first king of the independent Taikan kingdom. His eyes narrowed as he brought his hand to his mouth, deep in thought. He is an extremely cautious person. Not only does he have excellent swordsmanship skills, but he also has the ability to be patient and wait for the right time for so many years. This is the person who can help me grasp all the information in the city. Jean was thinking when the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted him. The problem is, how do I approach Han? The room door was thrown open by Moroccan with a panicked expression. Her face was contorted as she announced with great seriousness. Young master, Sir Moroccan, something strange is happening. Julie interrupted and then added, There's no one left in this inn. All the staff and guests have disappeared. At this information, both of them widened their eyes in confusion. Julie concluded, I think something happened. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the darkness. It was Casm. He grabbed Julie's shoulder, and she froze in surprise. Julie turned her head, and the two people in the room also jumped up, their faces contorted. He spoke first. Hello, how are you all? Casm's face was full of cunning. Behind him were the guards. Is it okay if I come in? Murakam noticed his hand on Julie's shoulder. The whites of his eyes were filled with anger. Jin, seeing him, was also surprised. The sword Casmia. Why is he here? But before he could figure it out, a flash of light shot past. Murakam's hand slammed down, pinning him to the top of the door, much to his failure. Stunned me, his eyes wide. He from behind now panicked and shouted. Wait, then he kept trying to stop him. Murakam, stop right now. Taengai embraced Julie in her surprise. Murakam's body emitted terrifying black smoke, his eyes wide as he stared threateningly at the customer. He, on the other hand, put his hand on the hilt of the sword at his side, while he tried his best to stop him. Don't kill him. Julie, meanwhile, was stunned and observed their reactions. Murakam's enraged voice echoed. You just asked me if I was okay. Gossam's eyes were filled with chilling fear. His mouth opened to reveal sharp fangs. No. Murakam's eyes widened in astonishment. His body tightly wrapped by Murakam. His face pressed close to me, his eyes glaring threateningly. Killing intent surrounding him along with a curse. Do you think I'm okay? You bastard. Chasm couldn't escape, his eyes wide with fear. Chasm's face was alert. He calmly stepped back and stared at Murakam. As for Jin, he was still lost in his own thoughts. Supreme Sword Casimir. Why did he appear here? On the other side, Murakam was no exception, his eyes wide, his teeth clenched in anger. Jin, confused, considered to himself, we didn't cause any trouble, we just arrived in Taiken. He observed the soldiers surrounding the inn. More importantly, it's not just him, 3, 4, many others. He frowned in worry. At this rate, we'll be in danger. He reminded Murakam, please calm down. Sir Murakam, this place is too cramped. Then he reminded him again, if we fight here, Julie will also get involved. Hearing this, Murakam also froze, and the killing intent around him began to dissipate. Then his body began to retract its killing intent. His mood also calmed down without a word. He called out, you. Katmi, hearing the voice, also looked up in surprise. Murakam transformed back into his human form, his face full of anger. Holding Julie in his arms, the gradually fading aura questioned. You know who I am, Katmi? Hearing this, stammered in confusion. What? He quickly pulled Julie to his side, while she was still wide-eyed in amazement. Murakam angrily yelled in Kazm's face, you bastard, I asked if you know who I am. What's with the hello? How are you? TSK. I'm at a loss for words with you. Didn't anyone teach you any manners? He hadn't even reacted yet. His head was still tilted up in a daze. Murakam was still reprimanding him. You think just because you're carrying a sword and have soldiers following you, you have the right to look down on others? Behind him, seeing him calm down, he bowed his head and sighed. Fortunately, he stopped. Kasm was flustered by the questioning and stammered. Oh no, that's not. Actually, that's not what I meant. Murakam shouted at him again. What do you mean? Not what you meant. You just barged in here and caused trouble. Answer me. You bastard. Do you know who I am? Kami became even more flustered. I don't know. Murakam's hand pinned to the wall. Tightened as he cursed. Have you lost your ability to understand? Why are you still so disrespectful? From behind, someone called out, Sir. On this side, he also stepped forward to stop them. That's enough, Sir Murakam, isn't that enough? Next, he looked at Katmi and reminded him, if we are not wanted fugitives, then you should calm down and put your weapon away. Only then did he realize and look down at his side in astonishment. He stepped forward, and Murakam also moved aside. Jin smiled warmly. You are Supreme Sword Casimir, aren't you? I've heard a lot about your reputation, so I'm not too unfamiliar with it. Hearing this, Casimir also stepped aside, his hand sheathing his sword as he stammered. How do you know my name? Who is this young master? Beside him, Murakam hugged Julie and looked at me with suspicion. Jin exclaimed, Oh my, I forgot to introduce myself. Then he slowly smiled. My name is Jin Candle. Murakam, beside him, glared angrily. Hey kid, you. But he had already interrupted him. It seems you have a lot to say to me. Why don't we find a more suitable place? Dean looked at the dazed Kasim and confirmed. I will answer any of your questions. He couldn't answer. Then they sat at a table in the inn. Jean spoke first. Thank you, Sir Casimir. For disbanding the army. It feels like you trust me a little more. His face was alert. He pursed his lips and glanced at him, thinking to himself, I brought troops here because I heard a dragon had appeared. Casimir noticed Moroccan frowning uncomfortably at him from behind. But it seemed that was a wrong move. It only made him angrier. I'm pretty sure this man is the dragon that was mentioned. This feeling, this pressure, it can't come from a normal human. Then he looked at Jean sitting opposite him and concluded, if he hadn't stopped him, perhaps I and everyone else would be dead by now. Jean, seeing Casimir looking at him, also sat quietly without saying anything. Then he remembered his previous encounter with Julie, and that woman must be Julie McLaurin. I met her before I was deposed from the Pemont Palace. I still remember her military bearing in the training hall that day. At that time, he saw a silver piece of metal shining on her wrist. Casimir wondered in confusion, but I don't feel any aura from her at all. What is her relationship with these people? Casimir regained his composure, placed his hands on the table cautiously, and looked at him. You said you are Jin Zankenden, right? It doesn't seem like you're lying. But I have a question. Jin calmly replied, please feel free. Cami glanced at Moroccan, who was crossing his arms uncomfortably beside him, and asked, why are you traveling with the dragon from ancient times? Dragons only form pacts with magicians, with natural people, the ones who have made a pact with the gods or with individuals possessing superpowers. Cosma slowly added, and that's the Zippo clan. Hearing this, he also stared at him. He calmly replied, no, they don't know. Hearing this, Casma also smiled. If this gets out, your clan won't let it go. However, you just revealed a secret that affects your life so lightly. The problem is, here, it's not about whether I'm from the Rung Candle clan or not. Hearing him threaten, his eyes also narrowed. Kemi added, please tell me. But despite this pressure, he calmly asked back, knowing there's a dragon here, why did you still want to come? Beside him, Moroccan was also crossing his arms, his eyes glaring threateningly, which made Casim speechless. Hearing this, Casimir didn't hesitate to expose him. Since you've revealed such a big secret, I'll tell you mine. You've met my daughter, Julia, right? At this question, they all remember the little girl. He seriously added, the reason is, she doesn't know she's Julia. The reason I came here is because my child said she saw a cat transform into a person, Jean. Hearing this, also asked back, and you believe a child's words? Casimir denied. My daughter is not just an ordinary child. She is a contractor with Asmil. Behind the little girl was an eye of energy. Jean was confused. Asmil, are you talking about the seer god? He didn't hesitate to admit. Yes, the seer god. The image of the little girl hugging a bear and pointing at Moroccan appeared in their minds. Casim voiced his suspicion. There's no way my daughter, who made a pact with Asmil, could mistake something. Gia quickly spoke up to remind him. You should know that many powerful people in this world want to become contractors with Asmil. Is it okay for you to tell us so easily? Beside him, Maraka, hearing this, interrupted them. Wait a minute, something's wrong. His hand slammed down on the table, his face contorted in anger. If that child really is the contractor, then where is her dragon? Why don't I feel any draconic presence from her at all? At this strong reaction, Casimir was also startled. He explained, AZMILL's dragons are famous for cherishing their contractors. Yet they would abandon a child. That sounds a little strange. Jean, at this moment, also remembered the dragon's stuffed animal in the little girl's hand and widened his eyes in understanding. He gave his assessment. Although I'm not entirely clear on the situation, it seems something has happened. Hearing this, Murakam also frowned and turned to him. What? Kazma also admitted. That's right. He bowed his head, his face darkening as he explained, about a year ago, Julia's guardian dragon suddenly disappeared. This seems to be related to the Zippo clan or the Bemin Empire, but everything is still just speculation. Murakam protested, impossible. His face was full of impatience. His eyebrows whereupon, as he shouted in affirmation, no dragon in this world is stupid enough to get kidnapped. And for a whole year at that. For that long. Then, suddenly, Murakam lowered his voice as if he remembered something. Wait a minute, a year later. You little one, you said your daughter is 5 years old, right? Kasim looked up in astonishment. What? That's right. His face grew more and more serious. After a long silence, he explained. If that child really is Azimil's contractor at that age, and without a guardian dragon by her side, Murakam concluded, your daughter will soon go mad and become a vegetable. Captain's face was horrified, his eyes bulging. His eyes were filled with confusion and fear as he stammered. What? Murakam explained further. Listen carefully. A contractor with Asmil can see the future. Humans can't know. but seeing the future is already a great burden on a dragon's mind. The thoughts and mind of Lulia appeared. Maybe now. The child is too young to distinguish between reality and illusion, so everything is still normal. Murakami interrupted and added, but if she keeps observing the future without protection like now, then after about 1 to 2 years, her eyes will become uncontrollable, and her future will be crippled. Behind him, hearing this, he also widened his eyes in astonishment. Then Lulia walked down the corridor of memories hopelessly. Murakami added, "This is just a matter of cause and effect. If you see the future, you must follow it. If you dare to resist, you will be punished by AZ10ILL. This means that if a person sees someone's death, they can't do anything about it. Any contractor who dares to interfere with the law of cause and effect will be destroyed." Murakami tilted his head and glanced at Kasm, concluding from the very beginning, "That child was never in the same world as you and me." His face was filled with horror, his pupils constricted in confusion. Murakami affirmed, "I can tell by your face, I was right." Jin, beside him, also concluded, "If that's the case, then what you need to do is find the guardian dragon for the child as soon as possible." Only Katmi gritted his teeth in anger. Murakami added salt to the wound, "There's no other way." Immediately after, he knelt on the ground, bowing respectfully. "Omnipotent guardian dragon, although my superiors did not mention this, I am the head of the Seven Colors News Center. I am confident in my abilities. However, for the past year, I have not been able to find my daughter's guardian dragon." Seeing his action, Murakami just closed his eyes and crossed his arms. "I see. Meeting your daughter as soon as we arrived in Taikal wasn't just a coincidence, was it?" He recalled his encounter with the little girl and understood. "It was Asmil who asked you to help his young contractor, wasn't it?" Katmi trembled. "So, omnipotent guardian dragon, please," before he could finish. Murakami held out his hand and refused. No." Murakami affirmed, "Even if you beg, I can't do anything." Hearing this, he quickly widened his eyes in despair and looked up. Then Murakami pointed to An, who was sitting calmly behind him. "If you want something, ask my boss." He asked him, "Hey kid, what are you going to do next?" He also got up from his chair. Then he approached and helped coach me up. "Please stand up, Sir Kashmir. Although we are not very close, this is a matter concerning a child's life." His eyes were filled with determination. "First of all, please calm down." As for Kazm's eyes, they were lifeless and desperate. He affirmed, "Then let's go find the guardian dragon for Julia together." The cats sat on the ground, their heads bowed. "I will never forget the young master's kindness." Jin looked at him and couldn't help but think, "It's strange that I can't feel comfortable even when things are going in the right direction." His face was full of confusion as he thought, if even the Seven Colors can't find it, it means we need information from the Rung Candle or Zippo clan. There's no way. Beside him, Murakami turned to ask him, "Hey kid, aren't Taiken and the Zippo clan the same?" He also looked at him and affirmed, "No, Taiken is just a city. They're not related to anyone." Murakami replied, "Okay, great." Then he looked at Kasm, "Hey, you little thing. If you have so many resources, you must have gathered some information about the dragon, right?" He was also surprised and looked up. "Ah yes. That's right. We know which dragons live on which continent." Murakami quickly ordered, "Good. Then bring me all the information about the dragon in the B-Men Empire." Jin, hearing this, was startled and shouted, "Murakami, don't tell me you." Murakami grinned, baring his teeth, and raised his hand to scratch his head. "Oh well. This method isn't much different from the old days. As the old saying goes, there's nothing that dragon doesn't know." That evening, at a house in the forest, Ms. Kwai-Kinteo. Inside, Kwai-Kinteo was enjoying tea. The voice became more excited. "Ms. Kwai-Kinteo, please take a look at this." She, upon hearing this, glanced over. "Enya, you've arrived." Enya, waving the newspaper as she walked over. "It's news about Sir Jinna again, isn't it great?" "Miss, even though he's the same age as me, he's already reached level 5. Kwai-Kinteo calmly put down her teacup and praised, "Enya, you are also a talented contractor. One day, you will be like that too." Her face was full of doubt as she looked up, holding the newspaper. "Really?" Kwai-Kinteo affirmed again. Yes, Enya didn't stop jumping. "Unlike that child, the guardian is a black-haired man, compared to me who has a contract with Anta, the god of time, then." Hearing this, Quiganio's hand holding the cup handle froze. Her face was filled with anger. The surrounding temperature dropped noticeably. Enya, seeing that expression, was also stunned. "Ms. Kwai-Kinteo." Kwai-Kinteo gave an order. "Enya, go home and don't go out until I return," she expressed. The little bears were startled and looked. What happened? Kwai-Kintheo's face was full of anger, her hands so agitated it transformed. The surroundings were cold. Not really. It's just that something dark is coming here. On another side, Murakami was carrying Din and flying swiftly over the sea. He announced to him, "Kid, it will be quick." And he was confused on his back. Murakami's face was full of confidence as he flew and asserted, "In a moment, when I reveal my presence, the dragons and Beeman will come out on their own." He instructed him, "Hide well, don't get caught." As for him, he also pulled up his hood. "All right." Immediately after, Murakami stopped and stood in his dragon form on the water. His legs started to stir the water. "All right, let's begin." The water's surface churned under his frenzied wing beats. His eyes also looked down silently. Jin remembered Murakami and Kasim's conversation. "Sir," he gave the information to Murakami. "This is the list of dragons operating in the Beeman area as he requested." He looked at the list in his hand and narrowed his eyes. HMPH, oh, so they're hiding here. Murakami's eyes were drawn to two familiar names, the Earth Dragon and the Silver Dragon, which made him freeze. HMM. Then he also clicked his tongue. "This is on, never mind, it's probably fine." Hearing this, Jin was also confused. "What's wrong, Sir Murakami?" He closed his eyes and shrugged. "It's nothing, just a little dangerous. But relationships between dragons are like that." He, hearing this, became even more confused. But Murakami didn't explain further and just urged, "Let's go, kid. It's a long way." They turned to leave but were held back by Murakami. "Great dragon, please wait a moment." Being called by the name humans gave him, Murakami's face flushed with a mix of shame and anger. He turned around and shouted, "Stop it. Just call me by my name. Am I the leader of some cult or something?" Kami corrected himself. Then, Sir Murakami, after giving instructions, Kasim bowed 90 degrees and thanked him. The two also turned back to look at him. He pleaded, "Please let me follow you, so I can save my daughter." Murakami's face softened. Then he said gently, "I will tell you two things before I leave. Remember." Hearing that, he was also startled. "Murakami, if you're going to give such blunt advice again, first, from today until the dragon returns, you must exhaust your daughter all day. Because when she's exhausted, AZ10I's power will also weaken. Play with her as soon as she wakes up. Run around the house or something, tire her out, then put her to bed." Hearing this, Kazuma also smiled gratefully. "I understand. I will make her exercise all day." And the second thing is, before he could finish, Murakami gave the answer, "Ice candy." He reminded him, "Bring it here. Because of you, we couldn't eat it." Julie, hearing this, also covered her mouth and looked at Murakami. "Sir Murakami." Then she praised, "You're so gallant." He also laughed with delight and snapped his fingers. "Ha ha. Little strawberry, you said you wanted to eat it earlier." Julie shrewdly exposed him. "That's not it. You talk so much to calm Sir Casimir down." Murakami quickly froze at this exposure. Then he straightened up. "I don't care about the feelings of that creature. In reality, He closed his eyes and thought to himself, "Now he's pretending not to care." Returning to reality, Jin said proudly, "He's really thoughtful. Our black dragon, Murakami, on the other hand, seemed to see something coming. He reminded him when he saw the dragons from afar, 'Kid, they're coming.' They charged over at breakneck speed." Jin realized, It's Rarbus and Don'tdeal. That's right, I've beaten them many times." Then Murakami reminded him, "Put on your helmet, kid." Jin, on his back, also quickly put on his mask and complained, "How many times did you beat them that they came as soon as they sensed you?" He recounted his achievements. "Anyone who entered my territory would be beaten. That's how it was back then." He commented, "So proud, aren't you?" The roar of a dragon, Murakami, why the stranger? Murakami stood majestically before the two of them, the earth dragons Rarbus and Don'tdeal. Then he gave a reason, "I have awakened to carry out an important mission. You will assist me." The two dragons looked at each other with concern. "Should we tell him? It seems he doesn't know anything." The earth dragons acted awkwardly. "Oh, sister. Because of the high mountain and Sodarid's best friend. We don't know your situation. But now is not the time. Please stay away from this place." The other one stammered, "Leave quickly. Our young contractor is still here. We don't want any conflict on the Bemin border." Hearing this, Murakami also glared at them angrily. "How dare you tell me to retreat?" Murakami does not avoid any place. One of them lost patience. "Oh, come on, just leave for us. Because you keep showing off your presence, things have become so chaotic." Murakami lost his patience and gritted his teeth. "What did you say?" They announced. "Theo is flying here to kill you." He was stunned. "Oh," and from behind was confused. Jin wondered, if it's Theo, then is it the silver dragon Theo? What relationship do you have with the guardian of the time god on Ta? Hearing this, Moroccan also stammered. That he replied, an ex-lover. He was stunned and confused. The dragons, one begging, the other pointing in challenge. Please, big brother. I'm begging you. Can you just leave? Our contractor is just a child. They might die if they get caught up in this. The other dragons don't know you've awakened yet, do they? If you don't leave immediately, I'll spread the word. At the end of the sentence, it was as if he sensed something. On this side, Moroccan also sensed it and was startled. He reminded him, kid, hold on tight. He stopped. Bukpatha. A streak of light shot towards them like a rocket from a distance. A large energy pillar shot out, separating the three dragons. Water splashed everywhere. The water behind him was split, and the mountain on the small island was also broken in half. The earth dragons ran helplessly. Damn it, run first, I curse you. Murakan. Muraka watched them, confused. What the hell is? Muraka reminded him, kid, don't lose focus. Another one is coming. He quickly turned his head to look at the attack. A hand reached out, followed by a glowing energy sphere. It was Q-Canthal. Another blow was struck. Immediately after were three consecutive pillars of light. Moroccan, while dodging, gritted his teeth and looked up. Streams of energy shot straight down onto the water's surface, causing water to splash up. A large explosion appeared on the sea surface, not yet splitting the sky in two. Then it retracted, the water's surface churning violently. Immediately after, two large whirlpools were created. He assessed the situation. Even if I underestimate it, that's still level 8. A special move above that level. Jin stood silently assessing everything. To be able to unleash several such moves at once. From afar, Theo's angry roar echoed. Murakan. Murakam turned his head to look at her. Her hands were full of energy, her face contorted in anger. You bastard. That's still not enough to destroy you. How dare you bring those shameless bastards here? Behind Jin, seeing this, he was also stunned. Do we have to fight that terrifyingly strong monster? Moroccan said matter-of-factly, I guess so. He wondered, your ex-lover. How long have you known her? He replied as he charged forward. 500 years, about 5 years from a human's perspective. Then he changed the subject. Anyway, just stick that Bradamani into her whenever you get the chance. Got it. He looked at the sword by his side and reminded him, she's still your ex-lover. Isn't doing that a bit too much? Moroccan sneered, kid, it seems you still don't get it. Above them, Theo also quickly transformed, but I never attached myself to those things to increase my rank. Her body was large and beautiful, with a sharp, silver mouth. Moroccan affirmed, so when the situation gets bad, just put all your strength into Ma Kuang. You have to go that far to hit her. The silver dragon's legs were hidden in the smoke. Theo's angry roar and her silver dragon form stared at him. Even if you want to run, it's too late now. Murakan, her eyes narrowed, I will bury you at the bottom of the sea. Then Moroccan flew in front of Quicanal and advised. Wait, calm down, Quicanal. I know how much you hate me, but that doesn't matter right now. But she still glared at him angrily. He tried to negotiate. Let's resolve the important matter first and discuss. Then he sensed the killing intent and was startled. Theo opened her mouth and a magic circle appeared. Another blow was fired. Moroccan, while dodging, cursed, damn it. According to Lauvitu. On the other side, Moroccan stood still while Theo flew round. Now he widened his eyes. Then the blow from her was punched straight into Murakan. He on his back also received the aftershock, his hand clenching tightly. On the other side, Theo's mouth was wide open after finishing the technique. She quickly bit down on Moroccan's neck. As for him, he gritted his teeth and dodged with his neck. Immediately after, he backed away in frustration. Damn it. Why are you so hot-tempered? Behind her, her tail also joined the fight and whipped up. It went straight into Murakan's face. He stumbled back, his teeth clenched as he glared at Theo. His dry mouth opened wide and shot out a bolt of electricity. He was even muttering something, oh for the love of. But before he could finish, he cried out in despair. What the hell? At this distance, Moroccan was sent flying and slammed into the water. Something shattered. He was swallowed by the bright light. Moroccan folded his arms in front of his chest. Moroccan, with one eye closed and one eye open. Black energy radiated around him. Theo, seeing this, looked up in amazement. A massive sphere of darkness appeared behind Moroccan. Immediately after, it gradually faded. Then streaks of black mist coiled around Moroccan like an egg. Theo stood watching in confusion. Inside, he sighed in relief. Phew. At least I bought some time. On Moroccan's back, he also peeked out. Good thing I followed. If you were hit by that silver dragon, I wouldn't even have heard the news of your death. He looked at him. I won't die. No matter how strong Kukintao is, she can't get in here. Moroccan was still rambling on. But never mind that, creating an opening isn't easy either. Since we can still talk, we need to find a way to calm her down. Kikintel's hand quickly pinned itself to the surface of the sphere. Then she would tear it out. Kwaikentheo's face was contorted. This is a dark wind seal. How sad. Muricon. His mouth curved into a disdainful smile, surrounded by a thick killing intent. Moroccan was still stunned, not understanding. What was happening? How did you? Kwaikentheo sneered and cursed. You fool. She pointed straight at him. You don't know how weak you've become. If you think you're still the same as before, you're gravely mistaken. Hearing this, Moroccan's voice was still weak and hoarse. Kikontel, stop. Let's end everything here. Think about our past. I only came here because I had something to ask. Hearing this, Kikontel's eyes narrowed in anger. She roared, the past? If I think about our past, tearing you into 10,000 pieces still wouldn't be enough. Moroccan fell silent, unable to refute. Kwaikentheo's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, her hands clenched in agitation. Immediately after, she threw a punch that sent him flying. But Morocco quickly reacted and pushed Kikonteo down, stunning her. He took a bite out of her neck, causing her to roar in pain. Moroccan, while biting, reminded her, calm down, Kikonteo. Why are you doing all this just because we broke up? Her hand clenched even tighter in anger. Just broke up. Kwaikentheo spun around and punched him in the face again, cursing in rage. That's why you're getting a beating. Moroccan was beaten into silence. His eyes widened as he looked down. Then he shouted an order to Jean, right now. Quick footsteps ran up the dragon's body. He jumped up on the balls of his feet. Moroccan shouted an encouragement, go. Kid. Jin leaped into the air and drew his sword. Kukentheo, not yet realizing what was happening, looked up. What? Jin lowered his sword, his mask by his side. She was stunned, a human. He, on the other hand, was busy looking at Kwaikentel and calculating. Its outer scales are very difficult to penetrate. Even Moroccan's teeth couldn't do it. Which means it's even harder for me to cause any damage to it with just one move. He knit his brows, but then interrupted himself. His eyes were drawn to the wound he had bitten on her back, with a narrow gap. He looked at the beautiful energy again, and the remaining dark energy of Muricon was still around here. The energy from behind was sucked into the sword, to Kwaikenteo's confusion. The sword began to gradually transform with that energy. Jin pointed his sword at her, and she stood there, unable to react, watching the energy in front of her. He slashed down at the wound on her neck, unleashing dark energy. Due to the attack, she roared in pain. The slash plunged down powerfully, and dark energy invaded Kwaikentheo. The dragon's membrane at the point of the slash tore and broke. The blow slashed across Kwaikenteo's body. Her arm and one of her wings were broken, and he fell. Moroccan, waiting for this moment, rushed to catch him, kid, and fell onto his back. On the other side, a part of Kukentheo's body also fell into the water. The mask on his face vanished. Jin sat on the dragon's hand, panting. Ha ha, ha ha. He staggered. Moroccan also didn't hold back his praise. You've used all your strength, kid. However, well done. Jin was stunned and thought to himself, could it be that I somehow became a dragon slayer? Then Moroccan mumbled, all right, now let's pray that she has calmed down a bit. Hearing this, he also rubbed his back in horror. He glanced at him and shouted, what do you mean? It's not over yet? Of course not. A normal dragon would die after such blows. They looked down at the water. But when it comes to Kinteo, it's different. Dragons that control time don't die easily. A time wheel appeared in front of them, and his face darkened as he looked down at the gear. This Moroccan also looked down. Jin had a huge fear. Before we find the missing dragon, below the water's surface, the image of Kwaikentel appeared. Could it be that we're also missing? The time gear began to move, tick-tock. The hands started to move more and more. Immediately after, they spun wildly to the astonishment of both of them. Kwaikentheo's arm began to reattach. It was fished out of the sea, so it was still dripping with water as it reattached and fell. He stood on Kwaikentheo's hand and watched. As she turning back time, he was calm. That's why power and magic are two different things. But don't worry too much. Even though it's just a trick, it also costs a lot of power. Moroccan spoke up in warning, however, just in case. Don't move an inch. He stood motionless, silver hair blowing in the wind. Kwaikentel's body transformed back into a human form, floating in the air. Her face darkened. Kwaikentheo asked, are you calmer now? Kwaikentheo's face was as black as the bottom of a pot as she looked up at them. Moroccan didn't hesitate to mock her. I had no idea you still had so much feeling for me that you would go crazy like that, didn't we? Break up peacefully. Hearing this, Quike and Theo became even more enraged and trembled. Peacefully? She roared in frustration. You unilaterally broke up with me. You didn't even let me say a word. Is that your definition of a peaceful breakup? On the side, Murakam also shouted back in frustration. You would fly into a rage every time I mentioned breaking up. To be frank, I never cheated on you. It was all because our personalities didn't match. Jean stood to the side, his eyes closed in confusion at the argument between the two giant dragons. He picked up his sword and sheathed it, silently assessing. Is this really a conversation between dragons who have lived for thousands of years? Murakam gave up. Forget it. I didn't come here to argue. I came to ask you a few things. Quike and Theo froze and frowned. Wait, before that. She interrupted and then looked at Jean. That human, he is a contractor with Soderessa. Murakam replied. That's not important right now. Someone of our kind is in mortal danger. Hearing Murakam's words, Quike and Theo narrowed her eyes and looked at him suspiciously. Our kind? Murakam, you are truly a coward. She cursed. How many dragons have you killed, yet you still dare to speak like that? You must be joking. Murakam couldn't refute, his mouth clamped shut. Quike and Theo continued. If I have to think about the comrades who died at your hands. Murakam didn't hesitate to call out the blow, right? And among them were your brother's enemies. For your revenge, I killed them. People I had no connection with. Quike and Theo's face darkened and she choked. Murakam impatiently turned away. Forget it. It was my fault for asking you this. I should have gone to ask another dragon. Quike and Theo reached out and pulled him back. Wait, she shouted. Wait a minute. He, feeling pulled back, also turned his head to look. She scratched her head, her hands on her hips, her face filled with dissatisfaction. Really? Every time I see you, I get emotional. Just ask me. Also, I'm sorry for what I said earlier. Murakam got straight to the point. Recently, a month later, one of Azmill's guardian dragons has gone missing. Hearing this, she also understood. Missing? Are you talking about Lakai of Taiken? He was confused. That's right. Is there such a name? He looked at them like to children, narrowed his eyes, and sighed. Now, we're getting to the real problem. Quike and Theo mumbled. That's strange. That child was just taken away by Valletta not long ago. He, hearing this, frowned. Valletta. The image of that green dragon appeared in his mind with jade green eyes, the wind dragon Valletta, one of the draconic beings belonging to the wind element, and also the guardian dragon of the Depot Vice clan leader, Andre. He also remembered the old man in the robe who was the contractor with that dragon. So that means it's related to the Zippo clan again, returning to reality. Quagenelser sank into deep thought. I'm sure they said they would teach Loki draconic magic. She concluded. I think we should change locations. If I step back a bit, I might be able to avoid the trap and… From their inner Bembing, Muraka listened and he was still standing on his hands. She turned and instructed them. Let's go. I'll take you to my home. In a forest on the outskirts of the capital Pemen, the sunset had fallen. Jean spoke first. Sorry for not having a chance to introduce myself earlier. The three of them sat at a tea table. I am a contractor with Soderlect. Quagenel also replied. I know. You are a descendant of Tema, right? She added. And you are the youngest son, Jean Runcandle. Murakan was startled. I remember now. What? How did you know? Quacantal offered her thoughts. How can I not know when he emits a similar energy to Tema? The three of us spent a lot of time together 1,000 years ago. The memory of the three of them standing under the sun on a lush green mountain. She added, and I just guessed that he was the youngest son. The guardian dragon's reaction seemed quite interesting. Jin glanced at Murakam's reaction, and he was also startled. Quike and thou, huh? Quike and Theo gracefully raised her teacup to her lips and took a sip. Well then, let's get to the main point. Valletta took Loki away a year ago. Muraka looked at her. So you're implying that they tricked her by promising to teach her draconic magic, right? This doesn't sound very believable, Quike and Theo remarked, but it could be true. He informed her. Quike and Theo, the contractor with AZ10ILL is too young to master their powers. Hearing this, Quike and Theo was also startled. What? So isn't it very dangerous if they don't have a guardian by their side? Murakan confirmed. That's right, and I'm pretty sure Valletta knows that too. She mumbled, tapping her fingers on the table as expected. Do they have another motive? Hearing this, Murakan also retorted. Because you said as expected, did you know something beforehand? She was honest. When I took Loki and left, I stopped at Beeman. She said she would introduce Loki to me, but she kept eyeing my contractor, which was strange. He even insisted on meeting the young lady without a reason. That guy stood on the tree, quietly observing Kukintao walking on the forest path. You think with my personality, I would just let it go? She sighed in frustration. Haha. I had no other choice because the contractor's identity had been revealed. Because among the upper class of Bemond, there are many people close to the Zippo clan. If I just acted on my emotions, I couldn't have left the young lady here any longer. To got the main point, Ms. Theo, you said that your contractor's identity was revealed. But the contractor of AZ Mills was not, right? The fact that they knew about it and approached Lockie is quite suspicious. Seeing him ask, Murakami also glanced over. He agreed. This is indeed very strange. Could it be that a spell to identify contractors was created while I was sealed? Theo immediately denied it. Absurd. No one can know anything about the contract unless the contractor personally demonstrates their power. Then she made a point. Even if that magic really existed, what would we gain from it? Jin took a sip of tea. They would gain two things. First, they can minimize risks and eliminate contractors outside their territory. Matt Quiganio's eyes lit up as if he understood something. His face was calm as he put down his teacup. And second, if they kill the contractor, they will have a chance to make a pact with the clan god. Then he remembered the gears of memory and made his own judgment. Actually, it doesn't just stop at a chance to make a pact. I'm pretty sure they use a certain method. In my previous life, the god of time, the god who made a pact with Anta, officially appeared before the stone statue 15 years from now. Then he remembered the man in the robe. The contractor is a member of the Zippo clan. I am sure of this. They can make a pact with the god if they kill their contractor. And that's why Julia's guardian was kidnapped. He remembered the little girl sleeping with her eyes closed. Because I don't remember hearing any news about the Princess of Tychel in my previous life. Returning to the present, Teo sank into deep thought, her eyes vacant. It seems there are many speculations about this from you, little master. I can't understand. The Zipper clan already has so many contracts with the Dragon clan, so why? Are you unreasonably suspicious of the Zipper clan just because they are your enemies? He interrupted. Ms. Quaikentel, he exposed her. You are saying things that even you don't believe. Quaikentel's face also froze. The surroundings became hazy with astonishment. He spoke more and more passionately. I don't know how it is for dragons, but human greed is endless. Even when they reach the top, they will still not be satisfied and will want even more. Beside him, Murakami also lost his patience and scowled, shouting at him, Hey, kid. But he was still stubborn. They are also the ones who have ruled for thousands of years. No matter what they do, it's not strange. His eyes narrowed in affirmation. I'm sure that clan is planning something. What I'm not sure about is why you're pretending not to know. Finally, he came to a doubtful conclusion. Could it be that you fear the Zippo clan? Her face darkened in surprise at Jian's intuition. Murakami stood up, his face contorted in anger. Wait, Theo. We all know about the Zippo clan's greed. Furthermore, Duggeth must confess. But they are really talented. She was silent. He reminded her. A little precaution can't hurt. Right. I won't ask you for any help. Let's leave Beeman. Hearing this, Quiganio couldn't help but laugh, because she covered her face and threw her head back, laughing wildly. Boo-ha-ha-ha-ha. Murakami was stunned and confused. She commented, Murakami, you've really changed a lot. You can even sense danger so quickly now. The two people on the other side also narrowed their eyes in confusion. Immediately after, she stood up. All right, I'll get my contractor out of here first. And Murakami's face contorted as he followed her actions. She affirmed, I will help you. His face was full of surprise, his eyes wide. What, you? Theo turned and walked away. I need to confront Valletta and find out the truth. Murakami gritted his teeth and followed her action with a TSK. Murakami added, if things are really as you to say, perhaps this is the time to teach that clan a lesson. With just one call, the dragons will immediately fly here. She approached him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and he also followed her action. Moreover, this is also my duty to Tima, because one of his descendants is here. It reminds me of the old days. Murakami glanced past him and added, he even dared to anger me. He, on the other hand, was stunned. Her face didn't show any anger. Even that arrogance was just like him. She made an offer. All right, I'll call Valletta, and then, suddenly a sound interrupted her. Anya opened the door and laughed with excitement. Miss Q Canthal, I'm back. The three people in the room looked at the little girl. She was also surprised. Hey? These people are, Theo also reproached. Anya, I told you not to go out. Theo suddenly reconsidered. No, actually, this is better. I will introduce her to you. This is Enya, the contractor with the god of time, Anta. She was flustered. her face red with confusion, clutching the hem of her shirt. She formally introduced, Enya, this is my old friend and the contractor he is protecting. Parental looked at him, Jean Runcandle. He also nodded in greeting. Her eyes were cold, her glasses cracked. A loud noise echoed throughout the forest. Enya lost her composure and rushed over, her eyes wide. Oh my god, it's really Jin Runcandle. Oh my god, young Master Jin is right in front of me. Seeing such an exaggerated reaction, he also's face darkened and judged, Miss Quaikentheo. Quaikentheo covered her face in shame. Haha, about that, I forgot to mention. Enya's face was so emotional, it was on the verge of tears. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and shrieked uncontrollably, I have a fairy tale about you. Please give me your autograph, young Master Din. Faced with this lack of control, Quigantale reminded her, Enya, what do you think about maintaining your dignity as a contractor? The little girl also realized her gaffe and gasped, her eyes wide and her face flushed, haha. Then he bowed his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, because I've only ever seen young Master Jean in the newspapers, so when I saw him in person, I lost my composure for a few seconds. He, seeing this, was also speechless. Quaikentheo crossed her arms and judged, Enya was flustered, although the introduction was a bit late. But my name is Enya, I am a summoner, and also a special student at the academy. He quickly stood up, smiled and remarked, a former summoner. I heard that he put a lot of effort into maintaining the bloodline of the contractor. That means this little girl's talent. Is that amazing? His mouth reassured the little girl. There's nothing to apologize for. Enya, your enthusiastic greeting made me not know how to react. She smiled, her eyes crinkling. Then can I? Quaikentheo interrupted. Stop, she repeated. Never mind. Enya, I told you not to leave the house without my permission, right? The little girl, as if suddenly remembering, looked bewildered. Then she hurriedly explained, because it was a little boring at home. So I thought maybe it would be more fun to visit Lady Queen Cantel. Hearing this, Queen Cantel also widened her eyes in surprise. The little girl expressed her feelings, and when I went to see the young lady, boom, I saw young Master Jean right in front of me. It was so smart of me to decide to visit Lady Queen Cantel. Queen Cantel's hands, crossed in front of her chest, clenched tightly. Jean also noticed and thought to himself, a summoner and a special student at the academy, huh? She recalled in her thoughts Enya's discrimination and isolation. You damn Beeman nobles. I can imagine how terribly you bullied Enya without regard for the consequences. That's why I don't want to mention or have anything to do with those bastards. She couldn't help but curse in her heart. You scoundrels, the little girl said confusedly. Oh right, miss. Why is Jin here? He also stepped forward to answer. I came here for Miss Enya. Hearing this, the little girl was also surprised. What? He gently looked at her and explained. Perhaps someone is targeting Miss Enya, his current contractor. So, Jean interrupted, then smiled and coaxed. Will you come with me? His hand reached out. I guarantee I will keep Miss Enya safe. At this invitation and handsome face, Enya covered her face in surprise and widened her eyes. Take me, please. She reached out her hands excitedly and shouted, take me with you. It's not in vain that I've been praying sincerely to the great Anta for so long. Finally, it was granted. Seeing her excitement, he was also a little startled. Murakam turned away, closed his eyes, and complained, good heavens, it's so noisy. Parental also approached and reminded her, Enya, that's enough. She was frantic, her face flushed as she clenched her fist and shouted, I'll go. Please take me with you. Long live Anta. She raised her hands high in excitement again. Long live perseverance. Quaikentheo quickly came and slapped her. Enya cried out in pain, ouch. Immediately after, the little girl fainted. Quaikentheo reached out to catch her and sighed in relief. Haha, I was worried the child wouldn't want to go. She helped the little girl lie down gently, but it seems my worries were unfounded. Look how happily she accepted the offer. I bet if you told her to go to the Runcandle dungeon, she would follow. He was confused. Dungeon? My clan doesn't have such a thing. She complained. No need to pretend you don't know there's a dragon down there. Zin was officially stunned. Why you mean G? But before he could finish asking, Moroccan let out a loud yawn and stopped him. The two turned their heads to look at him. Immediately after, he fell asleep on the chair, which also left Quaikentheo speechless. Can't you just wait a little longer? But there was no response. Quaikentheo called him Jean Jonkandel. He also looked over. Yes, she explained. About the reason I agreed to help you. My loyalty to Trima and Enya's safety are only part of it. The biggest reason is, she interrupted, and then looked straight at the annoying face of Moroccan, who was sleeping like a log because the bastard had fallen asleep again from being too tired. She narrowed her eyes and mumbled, "He doesn't realize how weak he has become. I really want to keep my word. But he really can't face Violetta right now." Her eyes narrowed as she made a difficult decision with a cold gaze. "So, if I really have to fight Violetta, let me go out there." He asked back, "Is Violetta that strong?" She affirmed, "That's right. But it's also because that weirdo has gotten too weak." Qui Theo remembered Moroccan's majestic appearance before my attack on the South Sea back then. For the Moroccan of 1,000 years ago, it was probably just a joke. Suddenly, she made an offer. Now that you mention it, you need a place to stay before Violetta arrives, right? How about my place?" He was skeptical. "Is it okay for me to do that?" Qui looked at him. "As long as you're okay with it, it doesn't matter how long. But if you want that, you have to go convince that dragon. He will definitely throw a fit and refuse to stay at his ex-lover's house." They glanced at Moroccan, who was sleeping like a log, and smiled and remarked, "Silver Dragon Quincunthio, a dragon more thoughtful than I thought." Then he made up his mind. "All right, let's do as you say." She stood up on her hands. "Well, it won't be long now." They looked and wondered, "Is there anything else?" Quincunthio looked at Enya. "About 10 seconds from now, Enya will wake up. At that time, choose your words carefully and explain the current situation to Enya." Jin was stunned. "What, didn't you just hit her quite hard? Even a seasoned martial artist might not wake up that quickly." Before the words could be uttered, Enya below stirred, her eyes wide open. Then she mumbled, "Din, Thi Wu Ra." Din was surprised and turned his head to look. Quincunthio explained, "In this world, there are some things beyond our understanding." Her eyes were like a monster's, her hands reaching towards him trembling. "Din, young master." Quincunthio abandoned the child in the middle of the market. "There, the rest is up to you." After sitting down and calmly explaining, Enya understood. "It means that right now there is a faction targeting Tickle's contractor. And their next target will be me, right?" Her face was excited, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him with trust. "I believe you. Whatever Surgeon says, I believe it." The conspiracies and adventures surrounding the little girl, the dragon guardians, and above all, young Master Jean. "How romantic does that sound?" Jean exclaimed. "I'm glad you're taking this so well." They lit candles on the table as if telling a horror story. She laughed awkwardly. "If you stay optimistic, life will get better. I have to be mentally prepared to move to Taiken with my family in any situation." Then the little girl wondered, "When are we leaving?" Jean answered quickly, "As soon as possible." Enya scratched her head and smiled, her eyes crinkling. "If so, then we can leave tomorrow." "Speaking of family, I only have a 7-year-old younger brother and a pet dog named Puffy." Jean also agreed. "That's good. Then let's set off right away." Beside her, Quiglenel also cheerfully reminded her, "Enya, go back and pack your bags." Enya stood up and left. "Yes, I'll be done before it gets dark." The sound of the door closing along with the little girl's farewell. "See you tomorrow, young Master Jin." Quincunthio watched Enya's retreating figure. "As for the academy, just say Enya is sick." He also agreed. "Yes, if I tell them to let her drop out, they'll turn this whole area upside down." She confirmed, "All right, so now, I will focus on discussing that bastard Violetta." A sound from outside the door made the two stop. A human voice rang out, "Is anyone home? I've come to ask for some firewood." Quincunthio stood up, closed her eyes and sighed. "Firewood? The forest is everywhere around here. This person is really strange." Jean spoke up in warning. "Wait, Lady Quincunthio. Do you think that guest really came here just to ask for firewood?" She turned to him, confused. In his heart, he concluded, it's true that normal dragons don't have a high sense of alertness. Jean put on his mask and reminded her. "The person outside seems to be from the Bemin Special Forces." She mumbled. "What? Why are they?" He explained. "Perhaps it's because of Lady Enya. They must have been ambushing around here for a long time, and they're trying to find out which foreigner Lady Quincunthio brought back." On the side, the disguised peasant still stood in front of the door, smiling gently. Quincunthio mumbled, following. Her eyes were sharp, and she lost her composure. "They dare to follow me." Quincunthio opened the door in a rage. The other person spoke up. "Oh, there's someone in." Quincunthio rushed forward and grabbed his collar, lifting him up. Her eyes were filled with killing intent as she tightened her grip and threatened. "Confess honestly, you are from the Bemin Special Forces." The other person was being squeezed until he foamed at the mouth. Ak. "What are you doing?" "I'm not." Behind him, a footstep appeared. Quincunthio shouted and questioned. "Then who sent you here?" The red-haired man stepped out from inside the house towards the door. Ah, he said, seeing this, and also turned to look. The man reminded him, that hand of yours that's choking someone else. He paused. Theo, hearing this, also glanced over, and he asked, can you let it go? In the darkness, his eyes were sharp, warning, if you kill that person, the special forces will be here immediately. Theo, seeing him, also let go of her hand, her brow furrowed in anger. Oh, so you're the leader. The other person fell to the ground with a thud. Kek, she concluded. Good, then I just need to kill you. Her foot stepped quickly towards him. She raised her fist and gritted her teeth as she lunged at the weak point. His eyes flashed, his hand channeling energy, and it was done. A blow flashed in the room. Dust flew everywhere. Teiko punched him straight in the face, but it was like nothing. Cottonham spoke slowly. Enough. Her eyes narrowed in confusion. He also lost his patience and glanced at her and the arm on his face. Is that enough to piss you off? His face was cold. Does this help you calm down a little? He's standing in a corner observing, also had to exclaim. I didn't expect him to be fine after taking that blow directly. He's not an ordinary person from the Bemin Special Task Force. Then he noticed the mask hanging on Honda's face. That red mask is only worn by the Special Command Group of the Investigation Department. Then he looked at the red sword hanging at his side. The sword he uses is also exquisitely carved. The person who satisfies all these conditions. He recalled Cottonham's appearance for people in his team, the Emperor's right-hand man, the commander of Team 3 of the Bemin Special Task Force, Cottonham Ras. A person said to have masterful swordsmanship at Runkandle. He concluded. He certainly has a lot of power, based on the pressure he creates. This guy is at least a 3-star. Fortunately, I covered my face with Munna's magic charm. He swept his gaze around. Quikanteo commented, compared to humans, you're quite dangerous. Konem's eyes were cold. I apologize if I have offended you. We were forced to do this to confirm the identity of your sneaky guest. Her eyes darkened in anger, and she warned, now that you've confirmed it, I'll go back right away. You barge into my territory so rudely, and just say sorry. It turns out humans can be this arrogant. He seemed to have sniffed something and said softly, Lady Enya has just left this place. Then he looked out into the night and reminded her, do you think it's very dangerous to let the young lady go alone at night like this? Theo's face darkened at this threat. Konem reminded, if we fight now, you can defeat me. On the other side, a special agent was following Enya's departure. But you won't be able to help Enya if something bad happens. You still want to confront me. The man left, but not without warning her. I'll let it slide this time. Theo bowed her head, her face dark. He continued, so don't forget, his eyes narrowed, his expression grave. Then he glared and warned, there won't be a next time. You must prioritize what is most important to you. Theo glared at Cottonham, her anger a palpable pressure. He kept reminding her, the thing you use your whole life to protect. Her eyes widened in fury. The man also glanced at him without fear. You must be prepared to lose everything for your wrong choice. Then he interrupted. See you next time. In the night, Cottonham and his subordinate left. He announced, I have confirmed the appearance of the suspicious individuals. Go back and investigate their identities. Also, his eyes looked up, calculating something. He ordered, for now, all surveillance on the Guardian Dragon will be temporarily suspended. The other special agent was surprised. What, sir? He was flustered. But Commander, shouldn't we still observe the movements of Theo and the suspicious individuals? Cottonham raised his hand to rub the punched side of his cheek behind his scarf. He explained, if we keep provoking the Guardian Dragon, it will only make things worse. I will take full responsibility, so just do as I say. There was fresh red blood on his hand. He thought to himself, they must have some conspiracy. With this wound, Cottonham was also speechless. He made a decision, you will be in danger. Stop the close-range surveillance until you detect any strange actions from them. Then report to me. The special agent also understood. I understand. At the same time, Theo slammed the table and cursed, damn it. A piece of the table broke off. She was furious. Ha ha. I'm such a fool to leave Enya alone in this filthy town. If you and Murakam hadn't come, I would have lightly dismissed their power. He looked at her. Then he said softly, fortunately, nothing happened this time. We must prioritize protecting Lady Enya first. Theo interrupted. All right. She was determined, we must move out of here tomorrow. The next morning, on the vast sea, a boat set sail. Quigenel and Jean stood on a rock, looking down. He spoke first, fortunately, there's a merchant ship to Tychon. She also crossed her arms and looked on without replying. Seeing this, Jean also comforted her. Don't worry too much. Lady Q can tell. I've bribed the captain quite a bit of money. He won't abandon Enya. Theo was startled and glanced at him. He added, furthermore, Sir Moroccan will escort her. So don't worry. Below the boat, Moroccan had turned into a cat and was being petted. Beside them were the two Enya sisters. He was full of indignation. Theo sighed. That's right. That's why I'm worried. She turned to leave. So now I will immediately contact Valletta to see what she has to say. She is close and an important member of the Zipper clan. She might know many things. He also followed her. A week later, he arrived at Theo and Moroccan's house, standing at the door. He stopped and didn't speak. Below, he also praised, "Well done, Sir Moroccan." Moroccan's face darkened in displeasure, and he gritted his teeth, his mouth mumbled. Theo is stricter than I thought. He was stunned. Why did you suddenly say that? Morocco looked at the house in front of him and told Jin. The two of us built this house together in the past. I understand why she wants us to stay here. He wondered, is your heart being warmed? Moroccan's face darkened like the bottom of a pot as he turned back in frustration. Don't talk nonsense, you brat. It's rare for me to reminisce about the past. It's just a memory. The joyful conversation of the three in the house with a warm meal 1,000 years ago. In a house exactly like this, I spent beautiful days with Tima and Theo. No matter what we did, those were all happy days. Morocco winked and smiled at his friend, right? The memory of the other person gradually faded. A certain name appeared. Moroccan. Morocco's head throbbed like a hammer. He held his head and froze. Ugh, damn it. And from behind approached and asked Han, Moroccan, what's wrong? Is something the matter? He grimaced and complained. It's nothing, my head just suddenly. Theo approached and sneered. How pitiful. Are you tired after just a little flying? Seeing himself being looked down upon, he angrily shouted, Shut up, no matter how much I love. I'll never get tired of that. Theo reminded him, then sober up quickly. Her face was serious as she announced. I've received a reply from Valletta. She'll be here tomorrow night. Then a barren island south of Pema Beach, with black clouds covering the entire island. According to that place alone, the sound of the sea waves roaring. Her eyes were filled with annoyance as she crossed her arms and waited. The two of them, Moroccan and Jininup, were on a nearby cliff observing the situation. Before that, Jean asked, What are you going to do when you meet Valletta tomorrow? She looked at him, confused. What do you mean? I've already messaged her and made it clear that the reason I'm calling her here is to ask about the whereabouts of Amin Lachi's guardian. Her eyes narrowed coldly. If she dares to play dumb, I'll give her a piece of my mind. Moroccan exclaimed, how refreshing. Then he bared his teeth, closed his eyes and smiled. Not bad. Your personality is still the same, but you should also be careful with her, because now you don't have Enya by your side. I think you should just stay still and do nothing. Quiconto reminded, if something happens, I will fight alone. You don't need to interfere. Moroccan, hearing this, also glared and shouted at Quiconto. What? Hey. No matter how much I love, I don't want to be pitied by my ex-lover. She calmly closed her eyes and explained. Who said I pity you? Don't be ridiculous. This is Vienna. Then she expressed her thoughts. She also values the honor of the Dragon clan very much. So I think she will definitely come alone. You think I will lose to her? She tapped Moroccan's shoulder, which annoyed him greatly. She confidently put her hands on her hips. Stop worrying and relax. Returning to reality, Dai's face softened. Actually, I don't think she'll come alone. He looked at her and told himself, if the Zipper clan really did kidnap Loki and is plotting some shady contracts. Theo's eyes suddenly widened as if she sensed something. He understood. They will definitely be well prepared before they arrive. A gust of green wind blew up. Bong Rang used the wind to appear, accompanied by a man's voice. Ha ha. It is truly my honor to meet the Silver Guardian Dragon, Quiconto. The man held a weapon in his hand, his face dark. It's a great honor to meet you. The wings of the dragon, the vice-clan head of the Depot clan and Melzier's representative. He grinned, revealing his savage teeth, his eyes narrowing. I am Andre Zippo. Seeing this, Quigonto also angrily shouted, Valletta. Her eyes were filled with disgust as she questioned. I thought you said you would come alone. Really? I explained cunningly. When I received her letter, I was with Andre, just as I was interested in his representative. Andre was also very excited. Her eyes narrowed threateningly. So, I hope you understand. The guardian dragon said. Hat didn't hesitate to reprimand. Barada, you've been too mean lately. She sneered, HMPH. Well then, let's get down to business. I need to discuss his contract. Theo interrupted her. Retori. Then she got straight to the point. Where is Retori? Vuletta's eyes widened in surprise as she glanced at him. Immediately after, it roared with delight. Oh my, I was tricked. Of course. You've only been thinking about that this whole time. Quigontail, no less furious, shouted back. Answer me. Beretta. You took Retora a year ago, didn't you? Since then, Asmon's contractor has been unable to find her guardian. Her eyes were filled with confidence as she glared at Quigontail. Let me see. I don't know how you want me to answer. Retori, Vuletta softly confirmed, is very well. Quigontail's face darkened with anger as she roared. How dare you toy with me? She reminded him. Quigontail, I don't know what your relationship with Asmon's contractor is, but interfering in the Zippo clan's affairs is not a wise decision. Quigontail lost her composure and confronted him. You're really crazy. Barada. Did you really kidnap a dragon child who knows nothing about this world? Moroccan on the cliff, hearing the conversation, also gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. Jin also frowned and commented. So arrogant. Venleda wiggled her finger and chuckled. Haha. Oh my. At this rate, it'll be tomorrow. The whirlpool swirled and attacked Quigontail, surrounding her. Venleda, still arrogant and sneering, offered him this. Quigontail, she interrupted, then reminded him. Give me the contract and I'll spare your life. Her face contorted in contempt. Ha. What nonsense. Then she didn't hesitate to mock. You're just an old chameleon. Hearing this, Vuletta also froze in anger. She controlled the tornado to attack Quigontail. If so, then die. Quigontail. In the two whirlwinds, a loud explosion was heard. Quigontail transformed into a dragon and pushed the two tornadoes away. Her voice boomed with anger. I also have an offer for you. Vuletta was also a little startled by this pressure and gritted her teeth. Her face darkened as she gritted her teeth, her dragon eyes narrowing threateningly. Give me back Returi now, and I will let you die peacefully. Behind him, Andre laughed loudly. Oh, you dodged Vuletta's attack quite easily. The old man brandished the staff in his hand, laughing crazily with excitement. It's been a long time since I could fight with all my strength. Immediately after, a white sphere was created around the two with the technique Mana Unleashed. Outside, Jean quietly observed, this is the mana of a 9-star mage. This is the first time I've seen it since I was reborn. He remembered the old man's appearance from his previous life, Andre Zippo. Despite being rejected by the Rungcandle family, the man gritted his teeth in his robe, but he was still a member of the wealthy Zippo clan. The sphere quickly formed, separating from the outside space. I concluded that he had to wait and see Han's current rank. Inside, Andre crazily pointed his staff. Gather round, Silver Dragon, you are about to die. She flapped her wings. I have to get away. Her eyes rolled once. Immediately after, the attack arrived. Quigontail's face was full of confusion as she looked at the wound she had just been hit with. It can fly. Andre was still frantic. It seems even the wind is against you. Then Vuletta jumped up arrogantly. Unfortunately, all the wind on this island belongs to me. The ground and water broke, and dust flew. Ada frantically flapped her wings and used the wind to attack her. I am the king of Melja, the god of wind. No one can fly without my permission. You were never my opponent, Quigontail said, looking up. Vuletta opened her mouth and gathered energy. As for Quigontail, she narrowed her eyes in disdain. You fools, is that all you've got? Andre interrupted. Not enough. The old man clenched his fist, gathering powerful electric energy and frantically shouting. I will show you what true strength is. Lightning bolts from the sky relentlessly struck down. He stood on Vuletta's body. You don't really think I can only control the wind, do you? Immediately after, Vuletta also shouted, Die, Silver Dragon, and her mouth shot out the Raging Thunder technique. Resonating with Andre's thunder energy, the two powerful combined attacks rushed forward. Outside, Jean was so worried he panicked and shouted, Maracum. But he just calmly narrowed his eyes. No, it's not time yet, he then explained. It's true that Quigontail is a bit arrogant. On the other side, Quigontail tilted her head and looked at the attack. Quigontail confirmed further, but those fools are also very arrogant. A holy circle appeared above her head. Quigontail tilted her head and roared, the circle also growing larger. The surrounding space fell silent, and his eyes widened in amazement. Time. The motionless body looked towards Quigontail, and the incoming attack stopped in midair. It stopped. She opened her mouth and let out a breath. The attack in front of him quickly exploded. Above, old Andre was still laughing like a fool. The power to control time can even stop magic. It's been a long time since this old man has seen such a sight. The roar and pressure of Quigontail, Today I will tear that mouth of yours to shreds." Hearing this, Andre froze and cowered. He stood on Vunleta's body and frantically ordered, "You're so angry over just one spell. Vunleta, attack again quickly." Vunleta, but Ada remained motionless. Andre was anxious. "Move quickly." Vunleta's eyes widened and her mouth gaped in surprise. "My body, I can't move. Is it because of the time controllability?" Below, Theo stomped her foot in anger. Immediately after, she jumped up with her fury. Her hand grabbed Vunleta's tail. Immediately after, he spun around, causing Andre to be knocked away. "Damn it." Vunleta's face darkened. Her body was thrown to the ground by Theo, just flying everywhere. Vunleta lay flat. Immediately after, she kicked again. She roared in pain. Theo's mouth widened. She bit down on her neck, grinding her teeth until she drew blood. Vunleta roared in pain. On the other side, Andre ran over anxiously, full of worry. Vunleta. Theo on the side was still frantically grabbing her wings. "After you." Then she ripped off her wings in a rage. "Keep talking, you lowly reptile." Below, Vunleta lay helpless, pinned down by Theo with no strength to resist. The old man was furious, his mouth wide open. "Stop it. I said stop it, Silver Guardian." The Silver Guardian dragon was toying with its prey lying beneath it, annoyed. It turned and ordered the old man, "Shut up and watch closely. You're next." The white dragon laughed excitedly, its eyes filled with a primal desire like a beast uncaged. Ignoring its master's words, "I've taken care of Violetta, but I've overstepped my authority." The old man was gradually becoming quiet. Then he put his hand into a pocket. "I must kill that midge with the help of Jin and Murakhan." The words were serious. "You've gone too far." The old man seemed to dissolve into the dark, gloomy air. He seemed very angry, holding out a powerful object. That arrogance. Only the strong are worthy. Muraka recognized that object, unable to believe his eyes. That is, the thing he was holding was shaped like an egg, with black blood energy surrounding it. The origin stone. A presence was stretching itself. Murakan broke out in a cold sweat. It was like a harbinger of disaster. Impossible. It was destroyed thousands of years ago. A monstrous creature with a long, snake-like body and a hideous, grotesque face. How did this old bastard get his hands on it? Its perfectly aligned teeth shrieked, saliva dripping down. Its mouth was as wide as the sky, roaring impressively. The dragon Violetta stood motionless when she saw that pressure, her eyes frozen in fear. She was born as a silver guardian dragon and had long considered herself a powerful being. But for you, she was never able to free herself. That was just an illusion. Humans, dragons, and even gods. Everything will eventually kneel under the Zippo clan's flag. The old man's voice still echoed, a dark whirlwind in the air preparing to attack. "You must accept that. There is no right to resist." The white guardian's eyes glowed, roaring as it was struck by an attack. The Honda with its terrifying power was both mysterious and rare. The origin Honda, if one day, when the world faces a great disaster, it is a divine artifact created by the gods to ensure the world does not reach the brink of collapse. The golden hand holding the power of that stone, as if representing the strong. The thing created from the power of these gods in the end was also destroyed by their own hands, because its power was too terrible to the point that besides protecting, it could also destroy the world. The black dragon Moroccan immediately, while exerting his power, furiously and crazily wanted to aim at why a destroyed object was in the hands of that midge. Why? He roared bravely. "Q-can now." Because Yoletta was hit by a blow and was seriously injured in the abdomen. She clutched her wound and struggled to breathe. Ugh. What the? The old man's face broke into a smile. He arrogantly held the advantage. Her. That's the power of the divine eye. Silver guardian dragon. That weak and fearful look is the correct expression when meeting a truly strong person. Another surprisingly fast attack, the surge of power quickly arrived. It was him in his full black dragon form. "Stay away from Quan Can Tao," Tim said teasingly. "Oh, a black dragon." A person completely covered up silently looked at the ruins and the collapsed body of the white dragon from its severe injuries. "In the world, there are only two black dragons left. Looking at your appearance, it seems you are Murakhan of the Rung Candle. So, you have awakened after 1,000 years of slumber. In that case, the young man standing next to you must be your contractor." Removing his hat, Jean revealed his face, serious and then frowning. "So you're the youngest son who just left his parents' arms not long ago." Jean Rung Candle. "Originally I was just going to swallow up onto his contractors." The old man laughed with delight, his eyes turning purple. "But now the meal has become unexpectedly rich." The green dragon that had been knocked down earlier was approached by the creature from the origin stone. The old man announced beforehand, "Well then, to be fair, I will also awaken a sleeping friend." It quickly approached and hissed a few incomprehensible sounds. The dragon's eyes suddenly flew open. The pupil is not round. An overwhelming force descended upon it, and it took the full brunt of it. It immediately kicked its legs and flew off the ground. He could only speak to satisfy his excitement. "I shouldn't have saved my strength from the beginning." The green dragon staggered and regained its form. The surrounding killing intent was gloomy and terrifying. He sent a message, "I'm sorry, old friend." It also breathed softly, "Phew." A deep voice slowly rumbled, "I really thought I was going to die." Murakon started to find it hard to chew. The DEC voice of the green dragon also said hello. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Murakon?" A blow sent even pebbles flying. The two dragon heads gnashed their teeth, fighting dramatically. Murakon was furious and showed no mercy. "Shut your mouth, you damn mummy," the green dragon said softly. "Ha, you're weaker than before. But your mouth is still as venomous as ever." The green dragon roared and a ball of energy formed in its mouth. "Go back to your eternal sleep, Murakon." The black dragon also quickly launched a counterattack, a surge of pure black power. The power from the black dragon was quickly unleashed. The green dragon stood tall without a scratch, Murakon's attack having gone astray. His hand clenched tightly. Then he landed a powerful punch. From within the white smoke, the green dragon's sharp eyes were revealed. "That's right. If it's too easy, it's boring." The two dragons clashed again, this time at close range. The green dragon spoke with excitement. "This is so much fun, Murakon. I'm about to go down in history for killing a legend from the past." But the black dragon is no slouch either, responding very cleverly. "So quick, you crazy dragon." On this side, the old man was slowly approaching the white dragon standing in a corner. As he walked, he said, "Well then, we should continue on our side too. At first, I was just going to persuade and spare you." He approached, followed by the mascot, his expression amused and contemptuous. "But because you have seen this face, you must die." His eyes froze, extremely surprised. From one side of the two people, Jean was also quickly swerving. The old man calmly assessed. That's right, you're here too." Jean wrung candle. He said nothing, just remained silent and channeled his restraint into the technique he was performing. Before the old man could finish his words, he was approached by his lightning speed, preparing to attack. "One more little brat won't change anything." The green dragon looked on in confusion to see what was happening. The old man angrily counterattacked and charged forward, shouting loudly, "Andre." The green dragon quickly disengaged, rushing towards that direction. "Damn it." Jin, with difficulty, glanced back in surprise when he heard the green dragon's warning. "No, kid, get out of the way." It arrived just in time to use its tail to knock the other thing away. His eyes turned white, his teeth clenched tightly. The free fall caused him to crash down. Jin sat leaning against the rock behind him, struggling to catch his breath. His face was surprised as his two eyes widened, his face covered in dirt. The monster's huge mouth was charging forward. While the green attack was launched, he was the target. Z couldn't move from his spot and just stood there motionless. He turned his face away, covering it with his hand as a reflex. A terrifying pressure exploded, causing him to bite down hard to stay steady. The necklace fell and shattered. The bright, blinding target suddenly appeared. A blinding white light poured down from above right where he was, causing everything else around to seem to freeze. A sharp weapon appeared with a loving word. "Little one, you didn't even send a letter to let me know beforehand." A girl holding a large sword had managed to stop everything. She lovingly scolded him a few words. "But I guess there's something so urgent that you can't handle it, right?" It was Luna in her cool demeanor, protecting her younger brother. She looked straight ahead with courage and even made a loving request. Andre, this time, really had to look at the Rung Candle's siblings in a new light. His surprised eyes couldn't stop following Luna's every move. Is she the white whale? Luna looked at the two people in front of her with half an eye. They were basically no match for her. Her tone was neither heavy nor light. The vice clan head of the Zippo clan, and his guardian wind dragon. Good, this is worth me being called to help. When her appearance was neither hot nor cold, and she had no clear reaction to anything, Luna did not forget that her younger brother could not hold out for long and had sought her help. Youngest brother, it seems that somehow, you have held out for quite a long time fighting opponents of this caliber. Are you injured? Anywhere? Jin was still able to stand firm on the rock, his hand still firmly gripping the long sword, but his internal energy was really not much left. Being able to talk was already not bad, he himself had to admit this. Actually, I think I almost lost my life. And thanks to this opportunity, Luna, the sister, got to hear the words she had never heard from her stubborn younger brother's own mouth. Thanks for coming, big sister. With a single sentence from her younger brother, Luna felt as if her body was filled with abundant, surging strength, as if she had just been refilled with 10 units of blood. Majestically called out the opponent's name, Andre Zippo. Luna's majestic call pulled Andre from his spring dream back to reality. Her next sentence was even more threatening, startling him. How long are you going to play dumb? I really need an explanation for what you have to do with my little brother. Andre stood beside Venleda in a poor state, not daring to make a move, afraid that a single misstep would send him to the Western paradise by the woman in front of him. Jin stood outside observing the battle situation. At first, there was a flicker of fear, but then the fear disappeared. My opponents are the vice clan head of the Zippo clan and the wind dragon full of divine power. This was such a tense situation that before, I thought that even if my big sister came, it would be difficult to be sure of victory. But now I'm more certain. He was confident that Luna could do it. And he also trusted that his older sister would definitely be able to capture that disgusting old man and the rude wind dragon. This battle was over. Suddenly, a loud voice came from behind, causing Jean to subconsciously turn his head to look. Kid, we should retreat. Murakhan, with his right hand supporting the severely injured Cirrus, approached to help Legion and let out a long sigh. I'm sorry, because they can freely control the winds. I couldn't stop them. But he didn't deny one thing. But you have a good big sister, kid. If she had been just a little bit late, we would have been done for. We're still alive thanks to you. Now, hearing this, Jin just quietly sighed, his eyes still staring straight ahead, worried that Luna wouldn't be able to fight them, even though he had been confident just a few minutes ago. The wound on Andre's hand healed in an instant with astonishing speed, as fast as he changed his face. It was truly unexpected. Who would have thought the white whale would appear here? But with the current situation, it can confirm one thing. That crazy dark magic from Tae Lao is just like Lao's current state, crazily wanting to tear the opponent apart. The old man's shout echoed through the crevices, making people feel annoyed. Van Kanden has broken his oath with Depot, Luna Van Kanden said. Your younger brother has used magic. The Depot clan will not let this slide easily. Hearing this, Luna just sneered. This old man is too stupid. I understand, but don't worry. The female warrior raised her hand and pointed her blade straight at him, challenging him. This will never reach your clan, because she never intended to spare him. Andre was so enraged that his arms trembled, his mouth full of whiskers, his two rows of teeth clenched together, grinding with hatred, wishing he could knock her down with one blow to vent his anger. You lowly bitch. How dare you act like that? Then he, the dark thing in his hand, opened his mouth wide and rushed forward as if to swallow Luna. But she had no intention of submitting to save her life. Her resolute attitude was shown by a single slash across the large mouth. That dark thing quickly dissipated into nothingness, and Luna didn't even need to use much strength, gently making it vanish into thin air. And Andre watched his darling disintegrate and fly away, his eyes wide as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Luna, as it turns out, was not at all humble towards him. All the members of the Zippo clan I've ever met are all talk. Luna had struck a blow. Now it was her turn to counterattack. The small mouth also didn't rest idly. It had to half smile and mock people to annoy them. It seems the vice clan head is no exception. Luna's slash passed right in front of Andre. However, it didn't hit his body because that guardian wind dragon had blocked the blow for him. The old man thought he had really ascended to heaven because of Luna's single slash. His body really felt nothing but lightness. There was no pain from the wound. To be precise, he didn't feel injured at all. But that guardian wind dragon was not as lucky as the old man by blocking Luna's slash for him. He had also sent himself to the gates of the Western paradise. From foot to head, he was hit and injured, to his own astonishment and surprise. Luna didn't consider Venleda an opponent, and the fact that he had just blocked a slash from her for Andre made her look down on him even more. Well then, let's just consider it honing my blade. You're still maintaining your true form, aren't you? Dragon Clan, I don't mind, because that just gives me more places to cut. Vunlet, hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief that he would one day be looked down upon by a member of the Rung Candle clan like this. He immediately transformed back into his human form, his right hand still a black magic arm. Andre, outside, seeing the big show, gave the signal. Venleda is disappointed. As a guardian, Venleda is very aware of his position and volunteers to go into battle to fight for his master, protecting his master completely. I know. The glowing green spear was ready to fight alongside the black magic hand. These could also be considered Veleda's twin divine treasures, and also the thing that saved his little life in a battle that was not at all balanced. After all, he was just a pawn in Andre's hands. His skilled arm continuously spun the spear in the air, creating an invisible vortex. The end of the vortex had turned into a large whirlwind at the tip of the spear, also confirming that he was ready for battle. Luna had noticed the unusual dark aura emanating from Veleta, and thought to herself, that power is not magic. It's closer to a power, and it's also similar to the energy emitted by the demon race, and the reason this wind dragon is fighting so hard with me. Luna, after a moment of consideration, quickly recognized Veleta's weakness. It seems you need some time to use that relic effectively. Andre and Veleta's trick had been seen through by Luna. They were clinging to this thing to have a chance to live. Luna had seen this clearly. It's hard to believe that the vice clan head of the Zippo clan and a wind dragon have to bet their lives on such a crude object. Do you really think that thing can save your life? Veleta's whirlwind spear rushed forward like a storm, creating a small-scale whirlwind that had some potential to injure the person opposite. The combination of the spear and that dark, indistinct entity was still incomplete for Luna. It wouldn't pose too great a threat. She just leaned to one side and dodged it easily. Veleta still stubbornly charged forward, shouting curses, "You despicable bitch." He didn't know his place or his abilities. Once he opened his mouth, he didn't spare anyone except his master. To Luna, it was no exception. What the hell do you know to be jumping like that? The large blade in Luna's hand was ready. Now it was her turn to attack. The blade and the spear collided, shaking, sparks flying, smoke billowing. The sound of explosions grew louder and louder. Veleta used all his internal energy in the hope of defeating the female warrior of the Rung Candle family as quickly and neatly as possible. But unfortunately for him, Luna was not an easy person to mess with, and his strength was not inherent. Luna, she wanted to win this round without any difficulty, but she still had to use some strength against him. The blows were continuously launched. She blocked every one of Veleta's blows, but Veleta had to use all his strength just to temporarily maintain a balance. But it wasn't clear how long he could hold on. It's unknown how long has passed, but Veleta is about to be unable to resist. Luna was hardly affected at all. Launching a slash at him was also quite easy. However, the spear in his hand seemed unable to withstand the terrifying destructive power of the blade energy. With a loud bang, his strength became meaningless before Luna. This round, it seems Andre the Old Man has completely lost. Veleta was about to run out of strength. Luna just pushed a little more. He grimaced. It seems he's not going to make it. The blade aura swept past him, leaving him with a light blow that knocked him down without even using 2/10 of her strength. Veleta was knocked back. The more you get into it, the longer the injury slides in the direction of the push, the further and further away from Luna's position. He used all his remaining strength to resist, but could only prevent himself from being knocked down at the ground. That would be too embarrassing. Yet Luna was completely unharmed, and even had the energy to tease him. In the end, this is all you've got. Winning is winning, but we can't skip the mocking part. The blade in Luna's hand was ready. It's time to end this. Luna speculated. It seems you have nothing left to show me. The blade pointed straight at him challengingly, so I will end this quickly. It must be said that Luna really opened his eyes today. The blade in her hand suddenly glowed brightly to Veleta's amazement. A surge of light shot straight up to the ninth heaven, carrying with it immense, boundless power. Van Kenden's three-form sword style, the thing that will neatly dispose of Veleta, has awakened, shaking all things. Luna used 50% of her strength to control the sword style. The space became brighter and brighter, while for Veleta, it became darker and darker, like his bleak future. With a single leap, his entire body became light and shot up into the 9 layers of clouds. Perhaps Andre the Old Man also knew what would greet him next. A look of disbelief mixed with speechlessness was clearly visible on the old, wrinkled face with a mouth full of oil. Luna, from above, pointed her blade towards Andre and Veleta. Hundreds of thousands of meteors immediately fell like millions of swords, plunging straight into their faces. This is the power of a meteor shower. Dep, the old elder of the Rung Candle clan, once said, in other words, our clan's swordsmanship is like that of a conqueror. It has relentless destructive power. To compete, to achieve, to enjoy, the clan's ideology is imbued in the sword as a single entity. Jin had heard it before when he was at the clan elder's estate. The elder had reminded him, and because of that, the Rung Candle swords have no fixed form. There is only the goal of killing the enemy, along with the existence of the secret and final techniques. Remembering this, Jean suddenly discovered the breakthrough point of the sword style in front of him. He felt it was a bit familiar. And this is the thing that was relentlessly attacking Valletta and Andre in front of him. Was one of the clan's 3 exclusive treasures, the meteor shower. Countless meteors fell in front of him. This seemed, to say the least, made him exclaim, "How dazzling." Andre and Valletta could do nothing. Many things other than sitting still and waiting for these meteors to attack. Silently waiting for death. He himself had to admit that these things, besides being highly destructive, didn't look bad. How beautiful. However, beautiful things are often dangerous, and these stars are no exception. Once it locks onto a target, it will attack relentlessly without giving the opponent a chance to resist. Because it is so strong it's hopeless. Faced with such a relentless hailstorm, Andre suddenly froze. His eyes wide as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing was real. A loud call brought him back to reality. "Andre, are you okay? Wake up." Unexpectedly, Valletta accepted to sacrifice himself to shield Andre, protecting him until the very last moment. What a loyal dog. But that was still not enough to bring him back to the harsh reality. He still stared blankly at the meteors aiming straight for him and falling. Questions uncontrollably poured out. Isn't this too absurd? Because Luna's boundless and unimaginable power made him doubt his own existence. She didn't go through a contract with the Dragon Clan or use any ancient artifacts. How can such a power be reconciled with the power of a human? But there were still many things he didn't expect about her. He could slowly learn about them all later. Valletta's call always echoed in his ears. You just need to survive. As long as you're alive, we'll still have a chance to win. Valletta Sampa sacrificed himself to save a person, taking all the falling meteorites. He said loudly, "We can change the situation with magic stones." Although he had gone through immense pain from the meteor shower, which made him frown, he had no intention of giving up, stubborn until the very end. "Even if I die protecting you, you just need to use magic stones to bring me back to life, right?" Andre finally woke up. He clenched the magic stone in his hand and comforted himself. "That's right. It's not over yet. As long as I still have the magic stone, I won't die. As long as I have it, I am the embodiment of God." But this thought didn't last long. A large meteor was hurtling straight towards him. Although at this moment, his life was hanging by a thread. The blade in Luna's hand emitted thousands of smoke streams. Having just gone through a fierce battle, Luna frowned slightly as she looked at the aftermath of the battle. After the final shot she had fired, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. A corner of Valletta's wing lay sleeping horizontally on the ground. The spot where Andre and Valletta had been standing had become a small round hole. The surrounding debris radiated out in a circle, looking like it was about to collapse. Luna observed her achievement, and then reminded herself to practice more. To reach her father's level of swordsmanship, she turned her head to look at her younger brother's group standing in the distance. Her eyes softening a little. Her heart also felt a little lighter. But this was enough to temporarily teach the Zippo clan a lesson. Luna looked straight at her youngest, precious brother, her heart filled with satisfaction. The boy has been motivated. Actually, she also knew how far she could go, silently entrusting her hopes to this promising younger brother. If in the end, I still can't reach father's level of swordsmanship, then little one, you must. The thought was not yet finished. Behind her, a tall creature had appeared right in front of Luna, interrupting her unfinished train of thought. That dark thing of Andre's has been resurrected. It growled threateningly in front of Luna, as if telling her to know her place and retreat to save her life. Luna, bored, looked at the creature in front of her with half an eye, and lastly opened her mouth. "Now my pride has been hurt a little. I'll be annoyed if you keep acting like this in front of my little brother." Provoked in broad daylight by a girl, the dark thing's blood rushed to its brain. Its rows of sharp teeth clenched together in anger. It threw its head back and shrieked like a little chimpanzee, beating its chest and roaring. In complete contrast to Luna's unusual calmness, Jin, seeing this bizarrely shaped creature for the first time, couldn't help but wonder, "What is that?" Murakami, beside him, frowned and looked ahead, explaining, "It must be a kid. The clan that created the Origin Stone by using the contractor." Jin didn't know what that was either. "Origin Stone," Murakami continued. "It's like a weapon created for the gods to control their clansmen, judging by its appearance. It's probably a low-quality product." Mokon reached out and grabbed his shoulder, wanting to pull him away. But that didn't mean its danger had disappeared. Murakami had transformed back into his original form, a majestic blue fire black dragon, and coldly declared, "We will escape from here, kid." However, Jin is a good younger brother. How could he leave the person who saved his life here without saying a word? He shouted loudly, "Wait, Murakami." He also didn't understand why Murakami decided to leave. "We should fight together. I can't leave my sister here alone with such a dangerous enemy. But Murakami decisively dismissed it. No need. At this level, your sister can still handle it. Jin was still hesitant and reluctant to leave, his worried eyes always following his sister's every move. Murakami called several times, but he didn't listen. We have to go now, kid. Let's go. He gritted his teeth and swallowed, looking up at the sky in frustration. His past was not like this. After signing the contract with Solderer, I regressed and was able to meet Murakami again, starting with luck and skills superior to most of his siblings. However, Jin bowed his head again. Even he didn't know himself well. Right now, Ben doesn't even know where he stands, accepting to run away without any resistance. In this way, what's the difference between me and A-Clan's failure? It can't be like this. He clenched his hands into fist, silently making a resolution. I can't let myself go through that feeling of helplessness again. I must become stronger. Want to know. Murakami had always been silently observing Jin's expression, and in his heart, he also had hidden thoughts about the young boy in front of him. I know the kid is brave, but seeing him show such a high fighting spirit after witnessing such an event makes me feel very proud. That's right, that's enough. Don't let the fighting spirit boiling in you disappear. Murad Khan's vision, Jin is probably the person he trusts the most. You will become the best on this continent if you just let pride and effort burn forever in your chest. This was also a life-or-death gamble that Murakami had chosen. Until then, Murakami, I will watch over and protect you, my contractor after 1,000 years. Luna faced the dark creature, which was half a person taller than her, without any fear. You think just by changing your appearance a little, you can kill me? That's a failure in your own illusion. How pitiful. It suddenly disappeared from her sight. I don't know what his intention is, but looking at the expression on Luna's face right now, she's definitely bored. I don't know what this old hag is planning to do. It suddenly leaped high, creating a towering column of wind for Svart. The quiet surrounding space was also stirred up quite a bit because of it. Below, it stirred up chaos as earth, rocks, and dust were whipped up from the ground, blurring the entire area. Only Luna's position remained completely unaffected. It even formed a small, raised mound of earth. The dark creature threatened, its voice booming. Right now, I am draining the power of 12 gods. Its massive mouth roared, shaking heaven and earth. O Luna Runkandle, what do you have to fight me with? What do you have to defeat me? I have nothing but my sword. What a pitiful girl. Surrender, right now. In this place. Not even your father could do anything to me. Faced with such a threat, Luna showed not a hint of fear, only a surprising calmness. For a swordsman, a single sword is more than enough. The only thing she needed was a sword, and with that single sword, she would completely annihilate the towering dark creature before her. Provoked to a maddening rage, the dark creature is already massive, sharp teeth gnashed together, as if it wanted to charge and tear her apart instantly. Luna's expression remained unchanged, regardless of the various threats the creature before her employed, for she knew it was fundamentally unworthy of being her opponent. Thus, she would never concede. If you fight me with that disgusting magic you've spent a lifetime researching and immersing yourself in, then perhaps you might at least witness half the power I'm about to unleash. With a look of contempt and pity, Luna stomped her foot, preparing for her first strike. Wielding a fiercely burning sword of fire, Luna advanced step by step toward the dark creature on the high precipice, her declaration echoing with absolute conviction as she walked. Dark magic, researched for vile purposes. With a sword honed and tempered through countless battles, I will defeat you. Seeing a genuine blood aura for the first time, the dark creature was slightly surprised. I've faced many swordsmen, but this is the first time I've ever seen a blood aura. Despite a hint of apprehension, the creature was not merely worried. It was still determined to press forward. No. What does that matter? And the source of its confidence was its own delusion. Right at this very moment, in my demonized form, I have reached the level of a god. All right, come at me. It decisively charged at Luna without hesitation. Witness this power. I will make an arrogant bastard like you realize true helplessness and embrace defeat. With that said, the two sides clashed. One side darkness, the other a blazing sword of fire, creating a magnificent, once-in-a-thousand-year spectacle. The dark creature managed only one blow, which Luna easily parried. It was then hit by Luna's continuous attacks from the Mind Sword to the Blood Moon. Blood flowed unceasingly. The surrounding space was ravaged into a desolate, fiery ruin. It was clear that the dark creature had little chance of survival. Andre screamed madly, "How pathetic you are!" Luna, her face filled with killing intent, swung her sword. The space was sliced into like tofu, Andre's screaming face froze as if the film had stopped. Looking back, he saw that Luna's bright red blade had already been swung. Luna looked ahead. This is the Hussard Red Moon sword technique. A sword aura as red as blood shot forward, tearing up the ground beneath his feet. A single red line pierced straight through Andre from top to bottom, splitting him in half. The purple magic stone broke in two. A blinding purple light erupted violently. Andre exploded, creating a stream of dark purple gas that shot straight up. The magic then condensed into a small purple orb, forming a wine-sucking vortex. Gradually, the purple light of the orb turned pitch black. As it was sucked in along with debris and dust, Luna slammed her sword tip down, cracking the ground. She leaned on her sword to resist the suction and thought, I'm going to get hit. Suddenly, Jean's voice rang out, Big sis. Luna looked up and saw Murakami in his dragon form flying in the sky. Murakami extended a claw with Jin standing on it. Luna, stunned, called out, Jin. He reached out his hand urgently. Take my hand, sis. Luna stared at Jin, stunned. She smiled faintly to herself. Today, It seems my youngest brother is the one who saved me. Luna reached out her hand towards Jin's. Elsewhere, someone asked. The island has completely vanished. The red-haired man's back reported. Yes, and a vortex-like phenomenon swallowed something similar nearby. A large amount of mana was detected in the area. Although partly caused by humans, the truth is, it was the power of the silver dragon and the wind dragon. Amir asked, the wind dragon? Cottenham replied. The division suspects it was Valletta from the Zippo clan. Before this incident, there were reports that Valletta had crossed the sea. Cottenham reached into his coat to pull something out, about to say, here. Cottenham's next words made Amir glance back. It seems the wind dragon is dead. All that was seen was Cottenham's hand holding a pale green scale, slightly tinged with a grayish-black color. Amir asked, so that stream of mana, have you found out who caused it? Cottenham replied. Perhaps it was the contractors. Amir's tone didn't change as he repeated. Perhaps, Amir said. The contractor and their guardian dragon, and a worrying source of energy. I think we need to do something about what they're creating. Amir continued to ask, what about Andre? Cottenham replied, we are still searching, Your Majesty. Amir slammed his fist on the table in anger. He turned back, his face stern. Lately, there have been too many shortcomings in the reports. Have you identified who Kwai-Kintel's guest was? Cottenham replied, I have no excuse. Amir's face darkened as he looked at Cottenham. Amir said coldly, HMPH, saying that is useless. If you can't do it, who can? Make sure not to leak anything to the press. If Enya is not found by tonight, issue a missing person report. MIA gave the order to Cottenham, who was turning to leave. Deploy more personnel from the Special Task Force into the Zippo family's territory. Don't let any problems arise. Although we are still maintaining friendly relations, I want things to be more than that. He glanced over and asked, Cottenham, you know, don't you, that I am not a patient man. I think you know that well. Cottenham closed his eyes without answering. After leaving the room, Cottenham's words finally came through. I will not disappoint you. Your Majesty, the esteemed Emperor. In a small inn, a voice full of anger rang out in the dark night. What? They used a demon stone. Bisco explained. That's right. On the coast of BC Ming territory, there was a major clash between the Wind Dragon and the Silver Dragon. As a result, the entire island was wiped out. A vortex appeared on that island, so I'm sure the demon stone was broken. Buba, who was greedily chewing his food, spoke annoyedly with food flying out. Wait, how dare they destroy my product? I told them to use it carefully because it wasn't even finished yet. Buba said repeatedly, I can't forgive them, Sir Bisco. Go argue with them now. Those stupid mages don't understand their value. Bisco furiously used his hand to block the rain of food scraps flying at him and thought, those stupid Zippo bastards have messed everything up. Thanks to them, I have to postpone killing this pig. Mupa, still oblivious, continued. I know Sir Bisco is also angry. The killing intent is overwhelming. Bisco said, anyway, because of this, the commander is extremely angry. Bisco wiped his face. He wants to reconsider our friendly relations with the Zippo clan. So from now on, don't associate with them anymore. A bright cross-shaped spark exploded in the darkness. A piece of meat was skewered on a branch and roasted over a crackling fire. That fierce flame was spewed from the nose of a dragon. In front, someone with long, shoulder-length hair was casting a spell on a crystal ball. The person suddenly exclaimed, oh my god, Andre is dead. The red dragon gnawing on the meat heard this and questioned, huh? The long-haired person couldn't believe it. He definitely left with Valletta. He even took the demon's stone with him. The long-haired person replied, it must be one of the two of them. The long-haired person was a little surprised, Both the power of that silver dragon and the people involved are beyond our imagination. The red dragon was suspicious. Who is it? Then the red dragon suddenly remembered something. The shadow dragon was the one who killed the entire giant the Ma graveyard in Kinzello, right? The long-haired man was skeptical, not understanding why the red dragon mentioned this. The red dragon remembered that graceful figure with long, wild hair, Misa. If it was her power, it would be understandable. She wouldn't be afraid of the demon stone. The long-haired person asked back, Misa, Moroccan's older sister? The red dragon replied, that's right. On top of that, Parental is Moroccan's ex-lover. Not a complete stranger to Misha. The long-haired white man put his hand on his chin and thought, I see. The long-haired man was concise. Then we know what you have to do next. Catter. Catter snapped his fingers and asked, you want me to go find her? Catter refused. Impossible if the black dragons want to hide. Even if they leave, you can't find them. The long-haired white man laughed humorously. Ha, don't be childish. But anyway, losing the demon stone is a real pity. Catter bowed his head. My brother died and you're still so calm. The long-haired person tilted his head, squeezed his neck, and replied, of course I'm sad, but then the long-haired person thought of the unbelievably strong man and said, I already knew this would happen. I knew it. I was just shocked to hear that he recently attended Kyron's party without telling me. Caden replied, HMPH liar. I'll have to ask the creator of the Demon Stone to make another one. Without it, we won't be able to capture the Rung Candle clan before Karen dies a painful death. The same goes for the Black Sea King. The long-haired man sighed wearily. I think you're not the only one annoyed by this, Khan. Cardoni reminded him. Don't be so childish. Cardoni said, if you want to conquer the world, you have to be able to do that much. Or, Cardon said, if you want to become the supreme god, Kaliak. The long-haired man lifted his face completely, revealing a beautiful face with mysterious purple eyes. Elsewhere, a polite hand knocked on the door. A voice came from inside. Yes, just a moment. Julie opened the door crack and peeked out, asking, who is it? Before she could finish her sentence, she saw that it was the returning Din's group. Jean said cheerfully, we're back, Julie. She was so surprised her jaw dropped. Jean asked, can you prepare a lavish meal for us? We haven't had anything to eat on the way back. Julie looked over at Luna, who was smiling, and stammered, even, Lady Luna is here too. As she finished her sentence, she was so shocked that she fell forward and fainted. To everyone's astonishment, Moroccan's piercing scream echoed through the building. Little Strawberry. Someone held a fan and fan continuously stopped. La Murakan was anxiously fanning Julie, who was still in shock, lying on the chair and muttering, young master is about to be sent away. Luna, seeing the scene, said, it seems your maid is misunderstanding something. Luna smiled and turned to him. It seems she's very worried about you. You have a good one. Din said gently, she is indeed very good to me. He had someone call, young Master Din. Jean looked at the man who had just entered the door and called out, Sir Katmi. He replied, you've returned, but who are these people? Jean answered, this is a bit sudden. This is my eldest sister, Luna Rung Candle. Luna smiled warmly and greeted him. Hello, sir. So, you are the supreme sword Katmi I've often heard about. Katmi thought in shock. Luna Rung Candle, while outwardly being humble. I don't dare to accept the title of supreme sword. It is my honor to be of service to you. Then he looked at the other white-haired woman and asked, and who is this? Jin replied, she is Lady Enya's guardian dragon, the silver guardian dragon Kukan Tao. Kasim tensed up, thinking, another dragon. I can't self-destruct like last time. He bowed respectfully. I am Kasim, the host of the Seven-Colored Rainbow, and also an acquaintance of young Master Jin. It is a great pleasure to meet you all. Diane politely said, I arranged this on my own without informing you. I sincerely apologize. Kasim waved it off and replied, it's all right, young master. We are in the same boat now. Kwaiken Theo called out in a cold voice, hey, where's Enya? Her face was cold and filled with killing intent. Kazma then said, I was just about to tell everyone. Asmul just returned 3 hours ago. Jin was surprised today. Kazma replied, yes, Azimil is with Lady Enya and my daughter. Kajmi was a little skeptical, but I find something very strange. Azimil doesn't remember what happened when he was missing. At that time, Az10ILL was suspicious, kidnapped, impossible. The firm statement made Elisa so surprised she was dazed. Asmil was a little unsure. I only remember that Valletta insisted on not teaching me the dragon language. I don't remember what happened after that. Kajmer speculated, the boy is completely unharmed. So it's impossible to say that the Zippo clan was involved. Perhaps the boy was not kidnapped. Quake and Theo denied. Impossible. Those bastards confessed to me themselves. Muraka frowned. They've erased the evidence. Jinji or repeated the evidence. Murakam immediately explained they erased all traces related to the demon stone. And also as Mill's memory. The Zippers have always been like that. When things don't go their way, they erase everything. Katmi was curious. The Devil Stone, Din replied. It's an artifact they possess. I'll explain the details later. Yuli woke up in a daze and heard me exclaim, the Vice Clan leader and the Wind Dragon, plus a stone that can absorb the contractor of a god. The young master has really been through a lot. She sat up and saw Jean wondering, what are they plotting? The demon stone. There must be a reason why they had to make a copy of the original stone. Moroccan raised an eyebrow. They want to become gods. Somewhere, someone was walking through a place covered in a reddish-pink light. Murakam said, so they plotted to gather the power of all the gods. Murakam said and eliminate all who dared to oppose them to become the sole god ruling this world. The person who was walking looked up and smiled. It was Keliak. Katmi calmly said, for now, you all should rest. I will gather more information through the 7-colored rainbow. Lady Kwai can Tao if you need. I can take you to Lady Enya. Kwai Can Theo stood up, of course. He politely led the way. Yes, this way please. Julie then called out, young master. Murakam was startled. Little Strawberry. Jean turned back and asked, Julie, are you feeling better? Julie asked in confusion, yes. Why did I faint? Halfway through her sentence, her face froze. Stiff as a board. Julie stared at Luna and cried out, huh? Julie mumbled something meaningless, and then fainted again. Moroccan was startled. Little Strawberry. Luna was proud after successfully destroying the notorious underground gang. The independent city of Tikal has become safer. The vice clan of Zippo and Valletta have both been killed. You accomplished all that in just 2 months of being a flag bearer. Luna was slightly drunk. You can even use magic, even though you've never been properly taught. If you were caught, you would have probably lost your life. You're really the best, little brother. Yuli scratched the chin of Murakam, who was lying on her lap, and said softly, I thought if Lady Luna found out, we would surely die. I didn't expect you to know everything already. Luna replied, I scared you. Don't worry, sometimes I have to change my mind too. Julie said, now we just need to hide the clan leader. Then Luna dropped another bombshell. My father already knows. Julie, upon hearing this, was so shocked that her eyes widened and she pinched Moroccan's hip hard. Luna, on the other hand, was still nonchalant. Father knows everything, from the Tetsin incident to Andre's death, even the fact that I have Linkan. Julie was horrified. Why would you say that? This should be sad news. Jean came and said, don't worry, Luna. I have my own way. Julie called out, young master, help. Jean was calm. Tomorrow, my eldest sister and I will go see father. Julie was relieved again. So, you already have a plan. Luna was still drunk. Oh, we're going to see father. Done. Then Luna was startled. Huh? Julie was also surprised. The young master just said he was going to see Iker. Luna quickly advised, Jean, you must be out of your mind. Don't think that just because father doesn't say anything, you can do whatever you want. What are you going to do after you see father? Zindab, I will warn him that the Zippo clan is planning an attack on the Zankanding clan. Luna was serious about the evil stone. Wouldn't it be better if I went to talk to father? Do you understand the consequences of a flag bearer returning home on their own? Are you planning to give up the flag bearer exam? Jin replied. Father already knew that everything that happened was because of me, Jin said. So it might be better for me to go and talk to father myself. Maybe I can negotiate with him. Luna found it strange. Negotiate? I've grown up this much and I've never even thought of that. Luna sat down and said, if you continue to be so stubborn, she warned with a dark face, then he will kill you. Jean, on the other hand, was still nonchalant. If that's really the case, I believe you can stop him. Hearing this, Luna couldn't help but frown. She stood up and walked quickly towards Din. Luna stood opposite Jean. She looked straight at Jean with her cold and sharp purple eyes. He calmly looked back without any hesitation. Finally, Luna clicked her tongue. HMPH, she said, dissatisfied. You even dare to threaten your own family. I don't know how much more Julie has to suffer. Luna's face was nonchalant as she said, all right, I'll go with you. When are you planning to go? Jean replied, I plan to use the first teleportation gate tomorrow. Luna turned her head and replied, all right, the sooner the better. Julie asked with some confusion, Lady Luna, why? She explained, This house is full of people who just spend their days waiting to stab each other in the back. So at least it needs someone it can trust. Luna smiled. Your sister will be that shield for you. I believe you will find your own way. Dean smiled confidently. Of course, big sister. The next morning, Jean and Luna returned to the clan. Someone blocked the way and taunted. Oh. Instead of persuading him, surrounded by solemn soldiers, the person said coldly, You even brought him here. Vansha, her face filled with cold killing intent. Can you believe this, sister? Luna was silent for a moment, then called out, Little brother. Jean replied, Yes, sis. Luna said without preamble, I really should treat you better. Jean reluctantly said, Of course. Vigo appeared out of nowhere and cursed, You lunatic. Vigo shouted, Youngest uncle. You went crazy after leaving the clan, didn't you? How dare a reserve flag bearer seek out the sword garden? You said it was because you were too easy on him, and also said he had given up his position as a reserve flag bearer. If so, then you are also wrong. Luna, if I think about it, they've already prepared everything, just as I thought. Even father knew about this. Mary stood by the window looking down in surprise. So shocking. The youngest uncle gave up his flag bearer certification? Or did he suddenly get curious about what happens after death? Mary sighed and then got angry. No, shouldn't he grow up and fight me, his older sister? Mary's hand involuntarily squeezed the windowsill hard. DeFoz beside her looked on helplessly and was at a loss for words. Below, Vansha asked, Sister, why did you bring him here? Luna replied, I didn't bring him here. He came on his own. Vansha was unhappy. Then you should have stopped him. He's not in his right mind. Which means you aren't either. Luna clicked her tongue in annoyance. Then Luna changed the subject. Whatever. Where is father? Jansha was startled and asked back. Father. Seeing that scene, Jin thought for some reason, Sister Luna always struggles with Sister Jansha. She shifted her attention to Jin and asked, Oh my, youngest uncle, you've come to find Cha. He immediately answered bluntly, That's right, second sister. The answer made Zansha freeze. Vigo, from behind, was furious. You must have come to die. You're just lucky. You think you're better than the Tenaces just because you're better than them? Vansha let out a sigh. Then she stepped aside and said, Go. Father is in the study. Jean replied, Thank you, sister. Jean and Luna walked inside. Suddenly, Jansha drew her sword. She used the sharp blade to stop Luna from advancing and said, From here. Vansha said coldly, The first flag bearer must leave her weapon behind and wait. The clan had ordered the reserve flag bearer to go alone. Luna was a little surprised as she looked at the sharp sword tip pointed straight at her face. Luna gritted her teeth in anger. She asked with a killing intent, What if I don't want to? The other three flag bearers immediately charged forward with their strength. The three of them formed a circle around Luna. Vansha warned, This is your last chance, first flag bearer. This is an order from the clan head. Vigo held his sword and shield, staring at Luna, and bowed low and reached behind him to grab the daggers. Vansha said, Drop your weapons. On the other side, Mew held her sword tightly behind her back. Dansha finished, If you resist, you will be killed immediately. Luna frowned in annoyance and gritted her teeth. Suddenly Din spoke up, Don't worry about me. Jean turned his head and said, I'm just here as a member of the Rung Candle clan. No, I'm here to talk to my father as his son. It's nothing big. Well then. They all stared at Jin as he left. Vigo couldn't believe it. You lunatic. Jin walked down the corridor, thinking, It seems my other siblings don't understand father well. It's against the rules for a reserve flag bearer to return to the clan. Jean stopped in front of the door and thought, But father is not the type to care about rules. If I have a chance to talk like last time. Jean didn't remember when he was young, when Chiron put his hand on his head and said, That's a good question. At that time, Chiron walked past him and said, I will continue to observe you. Now, Jin thinks there will be no problem. Jin let out a sigh. He raised his hand. Diane gently knocked on the door. Suddenly there was a low, heavy rumbling sound. Then the door burst open with great force, as if it had been hit by a tank. The air inside blew out like a hurricane. Chiron's voice carried over. It seems I overestimated you. I gave you 5 years. Why are you here now? Karen stood in the room, holding a book and reading with his back to N. Jin thought to himself. I've heard about it. Jin thought to himself. That his sword aura at a certain level can completely defeat an opponent. Dai looked at Chiron's hand, which was emitting a faint white aura like a sword blade, and thought, when he uses a sword that emits an aura, he's almost reached the state of man and sword as one. He's softer than I thought. Karen was serious. Don't make me ask again, Jin Jankinen. Jean asked, Do I need a reason to visit my father? He thought to himself, I can't say sorry. Be confident, but not arrogant. Jin said, I came because I wanted to see you. Chiron, upon hearing this, was so surprised that his pupils constricted. Chiron thought to himself, he wants to see me? I've never heard any child say that. Not bad. Although he thought that, on the outside Chiron remained stern. How foolish. Did studying outside give you that silly family love or something? Jin replied, It's not from studying outside, sir. Jin said, I've always loved you, father. A strange red and black pressure shot out, startling Jin into a defensive stance. Looking at the man exuding that terrifying aura, Jin thought, this is killing intent. Din quickly thought, damn it, did I say something wrong? However, Chiron was actually thinking, damn it, I almost laughed. The killing intent disappeared and Kieran said, I didn't expect you to say that. Karen was serious. Enough nonsense. Get straight to the point. What did you bring me? Zindab, the vice clan leader of the Zippo clan, the one who was mocked at the banquet, Andre Zippo, is dead. Karen Lee looked at him and asked, Are you saying you killed him? Jin was honest. No. Sister Luna took care of him, and I was the cause of it. Jin said, There are a few more things if it's all right with you, father. Jin asked, Would you like me to report what happened? Chiron closed the book and replied, Is that so? Chiron agreed. All right. As he walked down the stairs, he said, Sit down. I will listen to you. Chiron understood. Yes, from akin to Bemin in this short period, you have indeed encountered many things. Yet, the reason you came all this way is because Zippo's right-hand man is dead. There will surely be turmoil within those bastards, just to say that. Is that all? Jin said, Andre is probably not his real right-hand man. Jin gave his reason, although it's partly due to my sister's great strength. Considering his status as the only vice clan leader, with the potential to threaten the Rung Candle family, that guy is not worthy. Though of course, all of this is just my intuition. Karen agreed. You're right. As you said, that bastard is just a vice clan leader. But that doesn't mean we can conclude he's the second strongest on their side. Chiron said, the one who holds the strongest political power after Daytona is CAC-CC. Although this is not something I can tell you at this time. Jin said, Father confirming that my feeling is correct. I am very grateful. And again, I haven't even told you the most important thing yet. Chiron asked, and that is? Jin replied, those bastards have been using a strange relic. Chiron was interested. A relic? Zindab. Yes, sir. And Andre called it the Demon Godstone. As I understand it, it is a copy of the Origin Stone that was created by the gods a long time ago. At least, that's what I've heard. He stroked his chin and mumbled, the Origin Stone. Karen asked, Did Muraka tell you? Jin was startled. He asked back, You knew beforehand? Chiron Derf. How could you not know that I know? I of course know you can also use mana. How could you hide that? Jin reluctantly said, Well, of course I knew you knew, but I didn't know you knew about Murakan. The corner of his mouth curled up. He laughed heartily. Just as you said, the story about Murakan was just my speculation. And yet you confess so easily. Karen was happy. Nabi Rung Candle. Who would have thought the great black dragon would fall from the divine altar and become a common house cat? Jin let out a helpless cough and thought, he seems very happy. Karen was serious. All right, so it's a copy of the Origin Stone. You've gotten yourself a pretty big and tough piece of the pie this time. I have to talk to Luna about this. In his heart, he thought, although I don't know the specific limits of Zippo's copy, its power is truly dangerous. Karen thought to himself, I wonder if the Black Sea King knows about this. Those guys are just a small piece of the Origin Stone anyway. If they know, they'll probably make a move. I'll have to go to the Black Sea again. Chiron was calm. I won't pursue this rule violation of yours any further. But you probably won't be satisfied with just this, right? Tell me one thing you want. Jin immediately said, just one small thing. That free city of Taikan. Don't let any other Rung Candle family members step into that place. Chiron was interested. That's where you secretly built your lair, isn't it? Karen agreed and set a condition. All right, but you have to pass this test of mine first. The underground master of Taikan, Sword Demon Chasm. Karen said, to prove yourself to me, subdue this person. Din, upon hearing this, was startled. He smiled to himself as he heard Chiron say, if you succeed, no member of the Rung Candle family will be allowed to set foot in Taikan without your permission. Chiron said, the deadline is 1 year. That bastard even refused the teaching position at Rung Candle. Prove to me that you can even charm that arrogant bastard. So Casimir was immediately brought to stand right in front of Chiron. He, with a pale and stiff face, looked ahead and listened to Chiron speak. Yes, that's right, Chiron said. That's how it is. Arrogant bastard. The cats tensed up and thought, this person is. He looked at Chiron and thought, the strongest swordsman on the entire continent, Chiron Runcandle. This is the aura of the strongest 2-star person. I feel like just facing him makes my stomach churn like this. Cut me, I instinctively clenched my fist. No, Casm reassured himself. I am a guest of Master Jin Koma. Why should I be afraid of Sir Chiron? However, when Chiron asked, so you are the sword demon Casm? He bowed his head and exclaimed loudly, please don't call me by the name Sword Demon. To dare to use this title in front of Sir Chiron is too shameful. Jin called, Father. Chiron replied, speak. Jin said, as for my relationship with Sir Casm here, it's as if we were destined to be together. Jin was serious, and since I have proven my relationship with Sir Casm, it's your turn to keep your promise. Casm looked at him in horror and thought, Master Jin, if you say those 3 things about destiny to me here. Casm imagined the scene of Chiron saying, sharing a destiny with the Runcandle. Then Taiken is Runcandle's property. Or Chiron would say, destiny, huh? Then Runcandle and Taiken can be like that too. That vision made him think in fear. He would say that, or come to conclusions like that, damn it. Then the separate independence of Taiken will. However, contrary to Casm's thoughts, Chiron was calm. This cunning brat, to be able to be so brazen after tricking his own father. Zindab, a trick. That's too absurd. I was just a little lucky. He pondered for a moment. Finally, Chiron agreed. All right, you've passed. From now on, no member of the Runcandle family is allowed to set foot in Taiken without your permission. The mothers, upon hearing this, were startled and amazed. Jean was calm. Thank you, Father. Chiron said, if there's nothing else, you can leave. Katmi thought to himself, Master Jean, from now on we will be forever bound by fate. Suddenly, he said, because I have a private matter to discuss with Casm. His joyful train of thought was immediately cut off. Zendab. Then I will wait outside the mansion. Casm raised his head in disbelief and looked at his fated companion, leaving him behind. Wait a minute. Master Jin. Karen approached. Finally, we meet, Casm. He trembled in fear and turned his head to look back. I could only see Chiron's whole body emitting a terrifying pressure. We can't say anything. Let's talk for a bit. Casm felt like he was about to die and could only reply. Haha, it's an honor for me. Please go ahead. Jean was walking when someone called him. Hey, youngest. Detona ran up and called. Youngest? The 2 Tonas walked together and asked, are you okay? Jin exclaimed. Brother Tona. Hey, Tona reluctantly said. You. Why did you do such a thing? What did father say? Did he let you live? Jin thought to himself. It seems that seeing the tense situation, they must have been hiding and watching. Jin asked, brothers, can you do me a favor? Hedona asked. What is it? Jin said. It's nothing terrible. The cadets in my faction, you know them. Please keep an eye on them until I return. Detona was stunned. Wait, my faction. But never mind that for now. You. Don't. Before he could finish, Jin had already walked far away, waving his hand and saying, since when have you all been so worried about me? Anyway, I'm counting on you. Detona was helpless, still the same as always. After meeting father, he's still so carefree. The 2 Tonas also agreed, as always, that guy is really a bit scary. Vigo, hearing the footsteps, glanced over. When he saw Jean walk out unharmed, he exclaimed in surprise. Youngest brother, Jean calmly said. Sister, I think you need to go see father. He said he had a few questions about that day. Luna was a little surprised to hear that news. Mew pointed her finger angrily and shouted, Youngest brother, don't you realize what the situation is now? Are you ignoring us? Jean was nonchalant. I'm sorry. This matter is really serious. It's hard for me to explain it to you. Mew, hearing this, got angry, and a vein popped on her forehead. What? You arrogant bastard. How dare you? At this moment, Casm appeared and said, So you're here? Master Jin. He turned around and asked, Sir Casm, did you have a nice chat? All I saw was his gaunt and haggard face, like a hungry ghost, saying, It was okay. It ended quite well. Oh my god. Mew stood up straight. Hey, you outsider. How dare you walk straight in like that? What kind of manners do you have? This is the Runcandle's garden, and you dare. Dansha suddenly interrupted. Stop. She sheathed her sword and said, It seems the clan head has taken care of this matter. We have no right to interfere anymore. Mew ground his teeth in frustration. Jin was grateful. Sister, you've worked hard. I'm always causing trouble for you. Luna replied. It's okay. Just saying thank you is enough. Jin immediately said, "Thank you for your help, sis." Luna asked, "Are you leaving already?" He replied, "Yes, I'm planning to go back and focus on training this time." Luna wished him well. "Alright, take care." Jin walked away and said, "Well then." He looked back and said goodbye. "See you next time, brother, sister." A month later, at the underground training ground, Chasm's mansion, Jin held his sword against the ground, panting heavily. The 30th duel between Jin Rungkandle and Elisa Becker. Jin's 30th loss. Elisa smiled at Jin and said, "Again." And there was about to be a 31st time when Jin Min smiled excitedly and made a request. "Just one more time, please." In early August 1795, the Depot clan officially announced the deaths of Andre and Valletta. But because they didn't publicly state the cause of death, many rumors rose. Some said they were killed in an internal conflict. Others said they died fighting against the leadership. There was also a rumor that they were assassinated for offending the king of Ba Ming. But the most credible rumor is that they died in a battle with the Rungkandle clan. People began to predict that a war between the Rungkandle and Depot clans would soon break out, and began to discuss whether sword or magic would have the advantage. The answer will be found when the intermediary power turns its back on one of the two sides. A guard enters the room with the clan head Kirin, lowers himself, then reports, "Clan head. Today the prince of the Sukin kingdom and 5 second-rate mercenary gangs have sent gifts asking for our help." Kirin flexed his arms slightly, return the gifts and accept their request. "Give a good sword to the Suk kingdom as well. Make sure he inherits the throne." The guard, hearing this, bowed respectfully. "Yes, I will send an 8-star knight there." Kirin dabbed. This is all the result of the cat and mouse game, the youngest caused on one of the Bamon Islands. He has already taken control of this clan. How insolent. Khan, hearing Kirin call his name, quickly replied, "Yes." Kirin picked up the robe on the chair and instructed, "I'm going to the Black Sea. If Kashmir sends a letter while I'm away, then bring it to me. Remember." Kirin put on the leopard skin robe, looking incredibly majestic. The cloth replied, "Yes." Switched to the training ground. Jin was frantically training. His whole body was drenched in sweat. His breath was heavy from overtraining. Holding the sword tightly in his hand, Jin questioned, "Even after swinging the sword 1,000 times, it still has to feel like the first time. I'm still too weak." The feeling of helplessness brought tears to Jin's eyes. Remembering the image of Luna before she died, Jin blamed himself. "If it weren't for Sister Luna, I would have died there. I have regressed 15 years, and I have reached 5-star in both swordsmanship and magic. I will soon reach 5-star in dark arts. But thinking about what will happen in the future, it's still not enough. I must become stronger. Father gave me 5 years." Jin still clenched his sword tightly, causing his palm to bleed. "I must become stronger than my siblings during that time." Jin encouraged himself, and then prepared his training stance again. Casimir stood below the arena, looking at Jin's exhausted state from overtraining, and said, "You should stop, young master." Hearing this, Jin turned his head to look at Casimir. "If you're like this every day, even with the Rungkandle clan's innate stamina, you won't be able to last." Enya also entered and stood next to Kashmir, seeing Jin's state. She was horrified. "Oh my, young master Jin." Dean sheathed his sword at the Enya and Kashmir sword testing ground. Enya walked over, took Jin's scarred and bloody hand and said worriedly, "Your hand is all scraped up. What should we do? You're bleeding so much." Caspia approached Jin. "I understand. You can't wait any longer. Although no one of the same age can compare to you, your opponents will be no pushovers either. But, young Master Din, haste is the most toxic thing. It will only make you go against the path you have chosen." Anya Kuisat used her spiritual power to heal the wound on Jin's hand. Jin gave a faint smile. "How embarrassing. Even though I know that avoiding it is not easy at all." Katmia cut Jin off. "There's nothing to be ashamed of. No one can train as much as you in one day. You're amazing." On the Ben's arena floor, there were numerous scratches from Jin's sword practice, with a few specks of blood. Casimir encouraged, "But how about changing your training method to something that will calm you down, Jin?" Hearing Casimir say that was skeptical. "Calm you down," Casimir replied. "A one-on-one duel with someone stronger than you." Dean, hearing this, seemed to have an epiphany. "You mean yourself, Kashmir." Kashmir was stunned by Jin's words, as if understanding Jin's meaning in his previous words. "Hung, what do you think? Even though what I've shown you lately has been quite poor." Then he drew his sword, and a blue light shot out from the blade, enveloping Kashmir. The light from the sword was so strong it made the ground tremble. Enya, seeing this, cowered in fear. Kashmir said coldly, "But I am the sword demon." Jin was also very surprised to see the surge of power. Casimir sheathed his holy sword. Let's fight when you've stabilized, for now. You will fight the strongest guardian of Takandi. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Oh. It's been a long time since I've seen my husband's sword. Alicia, carrying Julia, walked in. Casimir walked over to where Alicia and Julia were standing, smiled, and then turned to look at Jin. In 6 months, you will defeat my wife. Swordsmanship, magic, or dark arts. Use everything you have. Young master. Julia, hearing Casmian's words, clutched Alicia's clothes. Mommy, are you going to fight with Brother Jin? Alicia looked at Julia and smiled. Julia, it's not fighting, it's nurturing affection. Julia, hearing this, was skeptical. What is it? I don't like fighting. This worried expression of Julia made Alicia laugh. Well then, Julia, if Mommy and Brother Jin fight, who will you support? Julia innocently replied, of course, Brother Jin. Hearing this, Alicia was helpless. What? Julia, you have to be on Mommy's side. On this side, Jin stood watching the mother and daughter, thinking to himself, Alicia, besides her physical strength, she doesn't seem very strong. Suddenly Julia shouted, but Brother Jin is weak. Mommy said I always have to side with the underdog. Alicia, hearing this, laughed out loud. Boo ha 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 ha. Don't mind her, young Master Jin. My daughter can't lie. Jin, hearing this, his face darkened in embarrassment. It's okay. Alicia looked at Jin and said seriously, well then, let's agree on a time after I'm done with work and dinner, every day for the next 6 months. Jin, hearing this, was skeptical of every evil day. Won't that be too much of a bother for you? Casimir and Alicia, seeing Jin's expression, burst out laughing. Ah, don't worry. Young Master Jin, it will be over quickly. 2 days later, Jin and Alicia were standing in the arena. Jin, seeing Alicia's appearance, thought to himself, is she a fighter? Alicia wrapped her hands and reminded Jin, before we begin, I have something to say. I am a former member of the Baming Special Task Force. And as a member of the Baming Special Task Force, there is no mercy, so. Alicia looked at Jin with eyes full of killing intent. Even if you lose, don't be discouraged. Shall we begin? Then Jin got into a fighting stance and thought to himself, 6 months later. So there's a reason behind it. I won't be careless. Please, Mrs. Alice. They rushed at each other. From the current perspective, Jin is at a disadvantage compared to Alicia. Alicia charged straight at Jin, putting all her strength into her hands, which surprised Jin a little. Then Alicia punched Jin hard, a punch so strong it could destroy a city wall. After the dust settled, the unbelievable thing was that Jin had blocked Alicia's last attack. This made Alicia quite surprised. She thought to herself, he blocked it? Jin activated all his equipment and used light magic, which surprised Alicia. The light from the sword blinded Alicia. She had to cover her eyes with her hands. Immediately after, Jin began to get into a launching position. He jumped up and swung his sword straight at Alicia. Alicia, seeing this, quickly ducked, causing Jin's attack to miss. Then she put all her strength into her hands. Jin, seeing this, knew he couldn't avoid this punch. Will you call a doctor? Alicia replied coldly, of course. With that said, she punched Jin straight in the body, sending him flying into the air. Scene changed to the evening at a Taiko mansion. I was very surprised. Young Master Jin, I thought you wouldn't be able to attack a second time on the first day. Alicia, holding a teacup, looked at Jin and wondered. You didn't use much strength in the first technique. Were you trying to weaken the ground before we dueled? Hearing this, Jin was surprised. So you noticed? Alicia replied, very meticulous. I only realized it at the end of the match. And what was the light when we were fighting? That's the first time I've seen magic like that. The light Alicia was talking about was the light that radiated from Jin's sword during the first match, which blinded her. Zindab, that is an ancient magic called a flash veil. Before we started, I covered my sword with it. But it was useless. I guess I can't succeed with such petty tricks. Alicia was about to enjoy the tea in her hand. But hearing Jin say that, she froze. Petty tricks? What do you mean, normally? It's called a strategy, right? After saying that, she sipped her tea while thinking about it. The images of Jin's first match flashed through his mind as he thought. The reason he keeps failing. Defeating opponents stronger than oneself is not luck. It is thanks to opportunities and fluctuations created by careful calculation and prediction. Because he used it during a one-on-one fight, I find it admirable. But if it were a real battle, I could clearly guess his opponent's expression. Jin was now bowing his head, blaming himself. This is the first time I've suffered a complete defeat in this life. After using every possible strategy. Is it because she's from Baiman's Special Task Force? Then Jin told himself, in 6 months. To defeat her, I will have to face her for 6 months. Jean and Alicia exchanged sharp glances as if they wanted to kill each other. Thinking of this scene, Jean was filled with excitement. This will be fun. Outside, Kashmir was standing in a corner observing Jin versus Alicia. Then he wrote something down in his notebook. A month later, on September 22, 1795, an unprotected area in the eastern continent, also known as the Black Sea, a sandworm monster was about to approach clan head Karen when it was taken down by 2 of Khan's sword strikes. Khan heavily planted his sword into the ground, panting. The clan leader is the knight protecting Khan. Karen, hearing this, knew what Han had come for. He nonchalantly raised his hand. Khan approached Karen, presented the letter, and gave it to him. This is a letter from Casimir. It was received 10 days ago. Karen took the letter from Khan's hand. He frowned at the envelope. The content of the letter is as follows: to the esteemed Karen Rukandon. This humble knight takes the liberty of sending you this letter. I regret that I cannot express my emotions in gratitude. It is now night in Taikan. The stars in the pitch-black sky are shining so brightly, as if they are singing to me about my greatness. Chiron, to me, Casimir Al-Fryan, a humble swordsman. Reading up to this point, Chiron angrily crumpled the letter. I told him to report on the youngest. It seems he is a very sensitive person. Chiron's eyes at this moment looked as if he wanted to execute Casimir immediately. Khan, seeing this, immediately spoke up. I will tell him to shorten it. Karen looked at the letter in his hand and raised an eyebrow. When is he going to report to me about the youngest? I wonder what the youngest is doing on a deserted island. I know he's been getting knocked out by the Smear's wife lately. The first duel ended in 3 moves, the second in 5. The 7th 10th round, the 12th 25th round. In the 13th round, he endured 10 moves. This letter describes the 14th match. He has lost a lot, Karen just said, while imagining the matches, the fight scenes. Khan Han Ma Jin Phai Tri Qua. Khan, seeing Karen's state at this moment, was a little surprised. Is he finding it interesting because the young master is losing? Karen continued. Casimir's wife is from the 2nd Special Task Force of Bemend. Hearing this made Khan extremely surprised. I don't think that Special Task Force is something the young master can face with just luck. Congratulations, clan head. Chiron didn't pay attention to Khan's congratulations. He continued. Not only that, in the 14th match, it was written that he endured 12 moves. He broke his own limit. Chiron's voice suddenly softened. If he were the eldest son, I would have entrusted the clan to him without any regrets. But it's true. These words, coming from the mouth of the clan head Chiron himself, made Khan extremely surprised. Clan head, don't tell me about the heir. Karen didn't answer, but just nodded, implying that what Khan was thinking was correct. Khan, seeing this, thought to himself, this is the first time he has mentioned the heir in a personal capacity. There have been many times when he has observed, but he has never mentioned a specific person. The reason Joshua is in that position is because Luna withdrew. The clan leader never proposed him himself. Khan hesitated and spoke up. It's still very difficult, clan head. Hearing that, Chiron turned to look at Khan in confusion. Khan continued, his progress is very remarkable. But just because he is suitable now doesn't mean we have to confirm it. As if not understanding the meaning in Khan's words, Chiron wondered, why do you say that? Khan replied, he is not cold. Although he is kind, he is soft-hearted. Chiron agreed with this. You're right. In that respect, he's completely different. Khan continued, when necessary, a person must be able to abandon their family. Chiron was silent for a moment, then spoke. That's right. That is the nature of a rung candle. I understand. Go back, Han. Hearing this, Khan drew his sword from the ground and stood at attention, obeying the order. Yes. Clan head. Suddenly Chiron spoke up, wondering, but why did a letter sent 10 days ago arrive so late? Khan replied, I apologize. I try my best to be quick, but due to the large number of monsters, I was delayed. Hearing this, Chiron said nothing and coolly used a technique. I guess this is fine. Next time, make sure you can get here a day earlier. A clear path was opened by a single move from clan head Kiran Morza. Khan replied, yes, clan head. Cut to Jean and Alicia's training session. Jean, drenched in sweat and exhausted, sat on the ground. In contrast to Jean, Alicia was full of energy. She looked at Jean. Today is the 9th day. You're amazing. Young Master Jean, it's hard to believe you could push me this far. Jin wiped the sweat from his face and gave a faint smile. Ha ha. I need to try hard to be able to finish this in 6 months. Alicia put away her things and turned to look at Jean. Then let's have dessert upstairs. I heard Lachi made ice cream. Jean slowly stood up. I'm fine like this. I still have work to do. Hearing that, Alicia wondered, "Are you working on that today too?" Jin replied, "Of course. I still have a long way to go." Then he picked up his sword, and a surge of magic enveloped it. Jin swung his sword, preparing to practice. Alicia looked at Jin like that and thought to herself, "I feel it every time I spar with him." But the young master's progress is truly abnormal. It might be because his aura and magic are constantly increasing. And what makes that possible is the dark power that connects aura and magic, the power gained by making a pact with a god, is truly wonderful. Well, no matter how great that power is, it only has meaning because of his perseverance. Jin happily walked up the stairs and left, a hardworking genius. At this rate, just forget about 6 months. I think you'll be able to beat me tomorrow. The next day, the match began. Jin and Alicia's blows rained down, getting stronger and stronger. Jin swung his sword continuously, creating sword paths aimed at Alicia. Alicia, with her flexibility, her hands easily dodged it like this. The sword paths Jin created. Alicia gradually approached Jin. She aimed at the target, then swung her fist at Jin's. What an obvious feint. But beyond imagination, Jin dodged Alicia's blow, quickly retreating and appearing behind Alicia. Alicia, seeing this, was extremely surprised. Before Alicia could understand the current situation, Jin swung his sword, causing Alicia's arm to be injured from behind. Blood spurted from Alicia's arm. She clutched her injured arm in pain and knelt on the ground. Seeing this, Jin was worried. "Miss Alicia, are you okay?" Alicia replied, "I'm fine. It's just been a long time since I've been this seriously injured." Hearing this, Jin quickly sheathed his sword. "Let me call Miss Enya over." A while later, Enya arrived and used her spiritual power to heal the wound on Alicia's arm. Dai looked at Alicia with suspicion. That stab, Alicia could have completely avoided it. Something's not right with this duel. On this side, Alicia looked at her own writer and thought, "I was too careless. When my vision was obscured by the dark energy, I thought he would move exactly as before. So I didn't prepare to counter." Thinking about what just happened in the match, she blamed herself. Good heavens. After leaving my post, I've really become too complacent. She clenched her hands so tightly it started to become a hindrance to her. Alicia looked at Jin. "It's not even over yet, and I've already lost like this." Before Alicia could finish her sentence, Jin quickly said, "No, not at all. I think it's better to consider this match a draft. This victory, I really can't accept it." Hearing this, Alicia lowered her face and sighed. "I knew you would say that." Then she looked up at Jin. "I'm so sorry for being careless and losing my guard this time. It was really too disrespectful to you. No matter what you say, it's already happened," Jin said silently in response to Alicia's words. Alicia continued, "If it were the Jin of 3 months ago, I wonder if I would have lost just like this due to my carelessness." The wound on Elsia's arm was slowly healing. "You've gotten stronger again, haven't you, Master Jin?" She looked at Jin before her and remembered the image of young Master Jin she had met 3 months ago. She thought to herself, carrying within him a burning desire to advance, with both fighting spirit and extremely high talent, he is on a beautiful path to his destination. His aura and mana will both probably reach 6-star, and when that happens, I will really lose. On December 1st, 1795, in a port city, a place covered in thick snow on the ground. At this moment, Jin and Murakam were strolling down the street. Dai looked at the pile of king goods in Murad Khan's hand and wondered, "Murad Khan, why are you buying so much cold food when it's so cold?" Hearing this, Murad Khan replied annoyedly, "Cold food tastes better when it's cold, doesn't it? Besides, Little Strawberry said she wanted to eat too." Dai looked at Murad Khan. "Are you planning to make Julie's stomach explode?" As Jin was speaking, he suddenly froze. Ahead, Casimir and Julia were gradually approaching Jin. Casimir looked at Jin. Master Jin, Julia, in an adorable yellow dinosaur costume, was waving at him. "Jin Appa." Jin looked at Casimir with suspicion. "Casimir." Casimir said, "Could you spare a moment to talk about work with me?" Jin didn't answer, but his eyes looking at Casimir spoke for him, agreeing. Casimir and Jin walked and talked. Bisco Iveliano. In the declining Iveliano clan, due to the increasing scarcity of talent, there is only one talented person who seems to have the potential to become the next clan head. And that is the person you requested information about. Before we go any further, you know the organization, Kinshilo, Jin replied. When I was a young cadet, I had a bit of a run-in with them during a mission. In front, Jin and Kashmir were seriously discussing. While arguing, Julia, who was sitting on Murakan's head, grabbed his hair and shouted, "I want to go with Brother Jinker too." Murakan was annoyed. "Sit still, kid." Ignoring Murakan and Zulia behind them, Casimir continued, "Well then, quickly. Although I can't be sure yet. But that Bisco guy is very likely a member of Kinzello. Suddenly Julia grabbed Murad Khan's hair and pulled it straight up, causing him to cry out in pain. Ignoring Murad Khan's piercing scream. Casimir said he drops by the Carano territory once a week, and it's said that every time he goes there, he visits a very strangely named workshop. Explosion is beauty. The owner of that workshop is Buva Gaston. As far as I know, he is a member of Kinzello. Jean cut him off. So you're saying the two of them might have a closer relationship than just a master and a guest? Casimir glanced at Jean. For now, this is just a possibility. But since this Bisco guy goes there to buy bread every time. Jean cut Casimir off. It seems this Buva guy's rank is a bit higher than Bisco's. Casimir replied. Is that so? Hearing this, Jean seemed to realize something. He thought to himself. So that's why he personally showed up at the banquet. I always thought they were just a simple armed organization. But if that's a place an 8th level martial artist trusts to join, well, it's understandable. If Seth saw that those bastards from my past life dared to do such things, wouldn't the Rung Candle, Bemond, and Zippo families be unable to eliminate them immediately? Julia and Murad Khan were still not settled. Julia grabbed Murad Khan's hair and screamed. Brother Zinker. Murad Khan was also helpless and could only scream in despair. Hey, stop it, you brat. Brother Jean is still busy. Wait a little longer. Might argue with Julia, not paying attention to what was in front of her. Before he could finish his sentence, Moroccan had already slammed his head into a sharp block of ice. First, his head was aching because Julia kept screaming, and now he hit his head on the ice block, which pushed Moroccan's endurance to its limit. He was angry. Holding the block of ice, he shattered it, startling Julia. Then Moroccan threw the block of ice straight at Casimir's head, who was walking in front. Being thrown so unexpectedly made Casimir confused, not understanding what had just happened. Moroccan, on the other hand, blamed Julia. How dare you treat your father like that? What a naughty baby. Jean coolly ignored it, and then called out to Casimir, Sir Casimir. Casimir replied. What is it? Jean said. Have you heard any news about Alu the Spider Hand yet? Casimir shook his head. That bastard Lou. He has more secrets than I thought. The newsman at the 7-colored rainbow, and I have swept through everything like a wildfire, but still couldn't find any information about his whereabouts before he came to Texing. It was as if someone had deliberately erased all this information. Jin, hearing this, his face darkened and he thought to himself, it seems I really shouldn't have killed him back then. Then Jean turned to look at Casimir and smiled. I see. You're very productive, aren't you? Casimir, Dab, you think we're all from the same organization. We will definitely dig deeper into this Kinzello. Leave for you. And if there's any information about Alu, I will definitely let you know right away. Dai looked at Casimir. Thank you so much, Sir Casimir. I'm always indebted to you. Casimir, hearing this, smiled and replied. It's really nothing, but if you're really grateful, then please play with Iria for a while. Sir Murakan seems to be having a hard time. At this point, Zin and Casimir remembered Murakan and Zulia. Looking at Murakan's state now. Both of them were helpless, Zin replied. All right, but I don't think today is possible. It's almost time for the match. Do you want to come and watch? Sir Casimir. Casimir, hearing this, replied with interest. Oh, that's great. I'm actually very curious about Master Jin's achievements. Jin bowed his head and looked at his hands, coldly replying, You will definitely see it. Recently, I just discovered something. Scene changed to the arena. Elisa was surprised to see Casimir arrive with Jin. Huh? What is this? Can I, honey? Why did you come here? Hearing Elisa say that, Casimir was confused. Huh? I can't come. I came because Master Jin invited me to watch. Elisa replied shyly. It's not that you can't come here. It's just that I don't want you to witness me lose. Elisa's words made Casimir extremely surprised. What? Elisa turned to look at Jean and then continued, Isn't that right? Master Jean, anyway. Today will probably be the last time. If possible, I hope you will remember me as a good opponent, even long after. Jean stood below the arena, looked at Elisa and coldly replied, What's a good opponent? I will remember you as a good teacher and a good friend. Hearing the conversation between Jean and Elisa just now made Casimir stunned, his jaw dropping in surprise. What is he saying? Hasn't it only been 3 months? Could it be that in just that short time, he has already surpassed Elisa? Elisa was now in a fighting stance. Well then, let's begin. Jin on the side silently closed his eyes. Holding the sword tightly in his hand, he summoned Thu, the phoenix. A large blue circle appeared above Jin's head. A large stream of blue light surrounded him. a large blue phoenix gradually appeared. This made Casimir, who was watching from under the stage, extremely shocked. At the 6-star level, mages are granted the power to make a pact with anyone. However, no one knows which species of phoenix they will make a pact with, because mages can only open portals to that fiery world. The choice will depend on the phoenix itself to choose a worthy master. For this reason, mages all desperately hope that they will be chosen by a special phoenix. The rarest of the special phoenix species is the phoenix species that carries the power of blue flames. The cats, seeing Din summon the phoenix, were horrified and shouted, "How absurd! Young Master Din, you have made a pact with Tess." The mages who succeeded in summoning Tess were all masters in their respective eras. Jin drew his sword, and behind him, the blue flame of Tess lit up. "We should get started, shouldn't we, Lady Alicia?" Below, Alicia had already unleashed her killing intent. "Ready? I'm coming. Young Master Jin." Alicia charged straight at Jin's position with extreme speed. Tep bent its legs, spread its claws, and flew towards Alicia. The enveloping blue flame made Alicia retreat cautiously. Alicia, while retreating to dodge the blow, observed and thought to herself, "A 5-star fire-type magic. Not only that, the wings of the Tet spread wide with majestic power. The flame carried a strange power. If I happened to touch it, my body would gradually become heavier." As she thought, her knees buckled slightly. Before she could react, Tess continued to strike, creating blue flames that shot straight down at the ground, forcing Alicia to jump up with all her strength. Was it because of the pressure? An overwhelming force pushed my whole body down. If I had been hit by that attack, the amount of stamina I would have had to use would have increased significantly. I need to finish this quickly. At that thought, Jin suddenly burst out of the hazy dust with his sword in hand, attacking Alicia directly. While attacking, Jin calculated, "I can control the test for about another 3 minutes. I will take her down within that time." Jin swung his sword, and Alicia managed to jump up in time to dodge the direct attack. Alicia managed to dodge the attack in time, but was still grazed by Jin's sword on her bicep, causing her to raise an eyebrow. I had just landed and was catching my breath when suddenly, Jin jumped straight up and swiped his sword down at Alicia, startling her and making her jump back to dodge. Alicia panicked and asked herself, "A sword technique? No, that's defensive magic." Jin stopped, calculating after a series of recent attacks. Although Alicia used many different movements, they all had one thing in common: the overwhelmingness. She wants to completely overwhelm her opponent. No matter what the situation, she must be trying to regain her dominance now. Dean focused his power into his sword and charged straight ahead. "I will use it to my advantage to attack." Jin's sword path slashed straight at Alicia, forcing her to dodge to one side with an ugly expression. Before Alicia could do anything, Dean quickly turned his head. Alicia Kanzang. 1 line, 2 lines, then 3 lines, was drawn in a single note, which made Alicia panic and lie flat on the ground to avoid it. Immediately after that, Ding created a fireball from his hand. Fong straight created an extremely large surge of power. Alicia was struggling to face that attack when she seemed to feel something behind her. As expected, the test wings appeared again with blue flames. Before she could even process it, she had to turn back, facing Jean, who was charging straight at him with his sword. Standing between 2 attacks that were simultaneously charging straight at her, Alicia hesitated for a moment. Should I dodge? No, if I do that, I'll have to keep defending against attacks from young Master Din. That won't do. Alicia gave a sinister smile as if she had just decided on something bold. Alicia glared, her power erupting as she shouted, "Are you proving to me that you're a magic swordsman? Young Master Din." Jin didn't stop but swung his sword. Alicia used her hand to block Jin's attack, the white bandage tightly gripping the dark power emanating from the sword. His hand holding the sword raised straight up. Alicia's eyes were bloodshot, her other hand clenched into a fist. "I've finally caught you." She gave a triumphant smile, confidently throwing a straight punch. When Alicia looked again, only the sword and a small blue flame were left. Din had completely disappeared. Alicia was stunned. "He's not here. Impossible. I'm sure his weapon." The blue flame on the sword's hilt seemed to flare up more intensely. Alicia seemed to sense Jean appearing behind her, her face paling as she thought, "This pressure." Alicia turned her head and gave a forced smile. "Damn it." She swung her hand to attack. "You dodged back again." The attack hit Jean squarely in the face, sending him flying backwards. But surprisingly, the one who spat out blood was Alicia. Jean was sent flying, losing the mask on his face. Alicia calmly spoke up. "I should also acknowledge this match, shouldn't I? The victory is yours, young Master Jean." With that said, Alicia suddenly fell to the ground. Jin suddenly turned his head. A shadow of Din's scent spoke up. "Miss Enya. Sir Kashmir, please call Miss Enya. Scene changed to the mansion. Murakam's voice shouted, "Hey, Mike Ruby." "What? Say that again." "Yes, young Master Dean did indeed defeat Alicia in a match. I knew you would be surprised. To defeat Alicia, who is from the Baming Special Task Force, in just 3 months. Mura, hearing this, jumped up in surprise and grabbed Mike Ruby's shoulder, shouting, "No, not that. Jin, you little brat, what did you summon?" Mike Ruby, being shaken, stammered, "I'm sorry. Also, a phoenix. He has summoned the test." Theo, hearing this, collapsed in surprise. Her face, as if she couldn't accept it, mumbled, "No." Jin, on the side, was wiping his sweat when he suddenly heard a shout, "No." After a few hours of fighting and with the winner decided, Alicia, her body bruised, slowly sat opposite Jin and sighed, "I went a little too far. I used an aura shield to win, and in the end, that very thing made me lose. Who would have thought I'd lose twice because of a sucker punch from behind? When did you come up with this strategy?" Jin quickly drank gulps of water and then poured some over his head to cool down, speaking calmly right from the first match. He arrogantly slicked back his wet hair, saying, "That sounds too arrogant, doesn't it?" The water droplets still clinging to Jin's handsome face made him even more attractive. From the humorous words and the handsome, charming appearance, Alicia had to burst out laughing. Aha, if it's young Master Jin, then it's really true. Under the hazy moonlight, the two of them chatted intimately. Jin clearly showed his respect for his opponent. "Thank you very much for what you did for me, Miss Alicia. This unexpected thank you also made Alika blush. Also had a lot of fun. You can't imagine how proud I am of you, Master Jinna." "Alright, young master. What are your thoughts on defeating someone from the Baimun Special Task Force before turning 16? The two of them were having a very chill conversation when a loud, irritable shout interrupted them. "Kid," Murakan stood on the staircase railing, his face clearly showing his anger. Behind him, a white-haired girl followed closely. Jin, by reflex, turned towards the direction of the voice that called out, "Murakan, I heard." Before he could finish his sentence, Murakan cut him off, speaking in a hurried manner, "Tet. Call Tet now, hurry." Theo also showed clear panic and worry upon hearing this name. The magic was quickly cast, and with it, Tex also appeared in the form of a large, majestic blue peacock. It appeared with piercing cries and a radiant blue light. As soon as Tess appeared, Quigontail was as fast as lightning, kneeling down and bowing her head to the ground in reverence. "Your servant pays her respects to the Lord of Flames." Murakam, standing next to him, scratched his head, feeling awkward and uncomfortable at Kukintio's somewhat excessive reaction. He avoided Tess's sharp, angry gaze but still greeted it. "It's been a long time, huh?" As soon as Murakan finished his sentence, Tex charged at him. It continuously pecked at Murakan's forehead as if to vent all its pent-up resentment and anger. Murakan clutched his head in pain and cried out incessantly, "Hey, ow, slowly, wait a minute. What is it? What's wrong, ow? I have complete freedom of speech, oops, I'm free, ow, sorry." "Sorry." After hearing the apology, the soul in the test felt warmer. Why does it feel so refreshing? But that didn't stop Murakam's pathetic cries. "I've already apologized. You have to say something back." "OW, I still have to deliver a message." "Stop it. OW, really?" All the attention was still focused on Tex and Murakan, so no one noticed that Theo was still prostrated on the cold ground. She was trembling, probably afraid that Tex would also turn and peck her on the head like Murakan. Being attacked by the test like that and not seeing a single person come to his aid, Murakam shouted, "Kid, get this thing back quickly, it hurts so much." Dean, seeing the scene, was helpless. Alright." Then immediately the blue light and the test gradually disappeared. After being tasted by the test, Murakan held his swollen head and complained, "HMPH, why did you suddenly hit me like that?" "I don't know." Jin seemed curious and wanted to know the reason why Murakan came here and called out, "Murakan." Still annoyed from being beaten up earlier, Murakam sighed. "Oh, of course you want to know why the great Murakam had to bow down to a bluebird." Then Murakam began to lead the story. "That's not even Tet's true form. Only in the fire realm can you witness that guy's true form." Jin acted as if it wasn't enough and continued to ask, "The fire realm, isn't that the name of the world where the phoenix lives?" An image of a place blazing with fire, lava, and phoenixes appeared in his mind. Jin wondered, "I also know there are other realms out there, but this is the first time I've heard the name fire realm." Murakan continued, "Of course, because this is a term only gods and dragons use. That's just a name we use to make it easier to talk. Even the highest gods don't know its real name." As if he had just acquired new knowledge, was surprised. The gods don't know either. So that place is beyond their control. That's right. That's why even the fire god Sinu can't use the fire of the fire realm. Not seen enough, Emurakan revealed more. In the past, there were a few gods who left the fire realm in discord, including dragons like Quicontal and Taodai. And then a few people started causing trouble, which made Tess lose all her patience. And that was also the day we witnessed Tess's true power. Looking at Quicontal, who was still a little scared, Murakam continued. Tess was so angry that she burned 5 gods and 7 dragons right on the spot. Jin was a little skeptical because after all, Tess had been with him and had a connection with him. What? This Tess? Is she that strong? Then how strong must one be to release all that power? Murakam's sigh cut off Jin's hopeful eyes. Hands. That's impossible. No matter how strong you are, you can't completely release his power. It doesn't matter what you are. No one can completely release the power of an entity from another dimension. Jin, after listening, was very confused. Murakan continued to explain to him, that's basically a kind of balance. That's also why the gods who come to this world can't do anything. And because of that, Tess will never be able to use her full power in this world. Murakan suddenly slowed down and turned to look at Jin. But then again, he pressed his face close to Jin and shouted, someone like you should have been burned alive. How could you summon that dangerous old man into battle right away? Do you know how shocked we were? If the old man got angry and burned you too. Even though Murakam had spoken so loudly and spit flying, Jin still maintained his composure. Murakam, because of this, gradually lowered his voice and calmed down. He rubbed his head. But no, if the old man had done that, he wouldn't have chosen you in the first place. Jin, not quite understanding this, widened his eyes. Murakan annoyedly relayed the message. The old man told me to tell you those words. He likes you a lot. Congratulations, kid. On the outside, Jin looked innocent and dazed. But inside, he had his own thoughts. He had a different feeling about Tess and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Tess is much greater than I thought. Sinu, the fire god, is the one who rules the fire of this entire world. So of course, before Sinu's contractor, Keliek, along with the guardian Cadet, all fire-based attacks are useless. However, because I have the test, when the Rung Candle and Zippo clans fight, Jean Butcher smiled. In his mind, he was still scheming. That blue flame of yours will be a huge support for me. Time moved on to January 2nd, 1796, a place shrouded in a gloomy purple color, where a blue dragon lay sprawled on the cold stone. The white-haired man held the letter in his hand and assessed. It was chosen by the test again. Quite interesting. But I have no interest in Phoenix. Then Garen read each line of the letter. The letter contained a report about his son, Jin Rung Candle. His swordsmanship has improved greatly. He is developing at an alarming rate. He still didn't believe in his son's ability and said, and again, Jin's swordsmanship is only at this level. Although I allow him to use magic and dark arts, he is still a member of the Rung Candle family. Chiron closed his eyes in thought, holding the letter in his hand. He called his close servant, Khan, with a long scar on his face, stepped out and said clearly, I am here, Your Majesty. Then Garen asked him, I remember John Hiron has a nephew. Kang thought, the nephew of the Hiron family. I just received information about him a few days ago. Chiron advertised the Kinlong beast and exclaimed, what a stroke of luck. Kin reported the situation of the matter. Yes, it's about the request in the current competition to assassinate a pirate participating in that competition. And appearing on the list of participants is Dante Heron, who is registered under a false name. Chiron was also very interested and said, the current competition seems to be a competition between pirates. I also remember that 10 years ago, it was the person who won China. Khan continued. That was the young lady's first victory. 2 months later, he fought again. Karen, interested, ordered, we must bring him here. Hearing this, Khan was silent, his eyes hiding something very hard to guess. Karen seemed to understand his subordinate's thoughts, and he immediately said, with so many eyes watching, he won't be able to use magic or dark arts. He will have to use his sword to win. The eyes and the smile on his lips showed his calculation. Fighting a genius who is honing his swordsmanship will surely make the youngest realize something. That is a Rung Candle. He is forced to prove himself more with the sword. Chiron thought of the image of Jean with his sword in hand, still practicing. Returning to Jean, he was still training non-stop. He had just taken a short break, wiping the sweat from his face when a voice rang out. Young Master Jean. He turned his head to look back. The servant smiled brightly and then held up a letter, calling out, come over here and take a look at this. Jin was curious. What is it? It's an application to join the current competition. the other servant said excitedly. Jin was surprised and put the towel on his shoulder. What? That's a pirate's playground. Why suddenly? Before he could finish his sentence, a voice more cheerful than the person invited in the letter rang out. This was prepared especially for you. You've been working so hard lately. According to the 7-colored rainbow, it seems Dante Hiran of the Hiran family is also participating this time. As he spoke, he held the letter up high, cherishing it like a treasure. The young master probably also knows his grandfather, the current head of the Hiran family, John Hirani. He is a person who was evaluated to be on par with Sir Karen before becoming the clan head, and Dante Hiran is his most beloved grandchild. Aren't you curious to know how strong that person is? Jin propped his chin up and closed his eyes as if thinking. I see. He asked nonchalantly back, is it necessary to participate? Hearing this question, the servant was startled because he knew that if Jin had asked that, it probably meant he was thinking of not participating. Sweat poured out of him. Ha ha ha. Katmiya frantically waved his hands and feet uncontrollably. Young Master Din, don't. Please reconsider. That person is the next head of the Hiran clan. It's not always that you get a chance to rub shoulders with someone like that. Jin chuckled, nodded slightly, then shrugged and said nonchalantly, well, I have Sir Katmiya has already gone this far. Then I have no other choice. I'll participate too. Hearing these words, Katmiya was relieved. Thank you. You've made a very wise decision, young Master Jin. He knew that if he didn't participate now, it would make things difficult for Katmiya. I understood when Father requested a private talk with Sir Katmiya. Did Father ask him to do this behind my back? Make me fight the Hiran family's nephew? You mean he wants me to put swordsmanship first? It's true that father and son. Jin's thoughts were completely in line with what his father Chiron wanted him to do. While thinking, Jin glanced at the young man who was still flustered and anxious before him and thought, Sir Casimir, it seems you are not just an ordinary person either. The servant, Katmiya, suddenly spoke up to remind him, you should probably leave right away. The deadline for this is a bit short. Jin, hearing it was so urgent, was also startled. What? I just received the letter. Katmir yawned before Jin's surprise, because you've completed the persuasion mission. I'll leave the letter. Well, I wish you a safe trip. Then Katmir waved, winked, and quickly left. Jin now looked flustered. Wait a minute, Sir Katmir. A short time passed in the Belan Empire, an island in the south, where pirates participating in the competition were gathering. Among them, everyone was tall, muscular, and brawny. Looking around, it still felt a bit cold because the objects had faded a bit over time. And there were also traces of the previous competition. Those were the ropes. The chains were still tied to the wooden pillars. Jin entered cautiously. He looked around. This is the first time I've traveled alone to a place like this since Mammoth. A place even more chaotic than Mammoth, a tournament held in a place like this. The current competition, though called a competition, allows for the killing of one's opponent, and there are no restrictions on weapons. Even before the match, you can assassinate or poison your opponent. Looking at the people participating in this competition, Jin continued to assess. The grandson of the great Hiran clan is participating in a competition in a place like this. Is the head of that family crazy too? Well, the reason isn't too important. This will be a great experience. Jin's thought happened to be the same as that of a young man in a blue robe, with a cascade of white hair. He took off his hat in excitement. This place is still the same as always. So stinky it makes my nose hurt. Despite saying that, he still smiled, looking very expectant and eager. All right, let's have some fun. In the dark room with a rather tense atmosphere, each man was bald, with little hair but a scruffy beard, seeming to be drunk, with his eyes half closed, looking at the man in front of him, and let out a grunt of annoyance. Who are you? Jin, hearing him ask, immediately replied, I've come to participate in the competition. The bald man in the dreamy purple shirt, upon hearing this, waved his hand dismissively at the guest. Registration is over. Scram. It would be even better if you died in some corner on your way out. However, Jin just calmly replied, I'm pretty sure registration is still open until sunset. The bald man, having been called out, got angry and still putting on an act, scratched his ear. Ace, I'm not in the mood to fill out a registration form for you. Don't you understand? Or are you pretending not to? I'm very busy right now, so stop bothering me and get lost. Jin immediately recognized this bald man as someone who judged people by their appearance. He immediately put his hand on the side of his waist where his sword was pinned and smiled faintly. Preparing to teach him a lesson about never looking down on others. The bald man, seeing something unusual, immediately showed a questioning expression. What do you think you're doing, He held 2 gold coins tightly in his hand. Then Jin threw out 2 gold coins and punched the bald man in the face, causing Han's face to deform. Then he fell to the ground with a thud. The bald man groaned and slowly crawled up. The 2 gold coins clattered against his back. Jin stood up straight, his voice calm. Is this enough? Write my name down. The bald man ground his 2 shiny gold teeth together. KGHKD. Just when you thought there would be another comeback, he suddenly sat up excitedly. You little brat, you've got guts. I like it. Then he placed the pen on the paper and wrote forcefully. All right, I'll sign you up here. The bald man then held the paper out in front of Din. Your brat's name will be on board 13. Take this. The people inside will gently guide you through the rest. He put on his purple pirate hat, his purple eyes and dazzling gold teeth sparkling. With romance and love, I welcome you to this competition. Information about him appeared. The master of the southern island, the Sea King Gottmit. This arrogant brat. Jean Grey, board 13, he seems confident. Pick a decent name if there's no one else. I don't care if you throw him a shark bait. The pirate read the introduction paper as he walked. He looked at Din contemptuously. My God. This year there are as many young brats participating as there are ants. The other guy looked at Jin with half an eye. There's still one more. Like a bastard who dared to hit the captain. It's a shame you two aren't on the same board. I wanted to see you to tear each other apart. The underling chattered on as he led Din. As they walked, they passed a room where a bald man with many scars sat in a corner, his face dark. Well then, good luck. You two might meet in the finals, but you'll need a lot of luck. The pirate talked nonstop, but was ignored by Din, so he quickly finished his guiding journey. All right, this is the gathering place for board 13. I'll see you again if you're still alive. Diane looked at his fellow men, standing in the hallway. Hey, what about my room? The guide, hearing Jin ask, snickered. How should I know? Jin was speechless and thought to himself. So there weren't enough rooms for all the candidates from the beginning. Each room has 2 to 3 people. Dai watched the people beating up a weaker person. Do they want the contestants to fight each other in these shabby rooms? This is more like a survival game than a test of strength. Suddenly, a man with a buzz cut turned his head and wondered. Hey. He noticed Jin standing beside him, assessing. Who are you? He was annoyed. Hey, can't you see there are already 3 people in here? Get out of here, you. Dai raised his sword, interrupting the other guy. Now I will count to 3. A blue killing intent radiated from him. When I count to 3, all of you better be out of my sight. Without letting the others react, Jin started counting. One of the spiky-haired men was surprised, his voice trembling. What? Hey, wait a minute. Jin adjusted his glove. The other guy was still stubborn. You damn brat. 3. The spiky-haired man's face was terrified, his pupils constricted, his mouth agape. Immediately after, dust flew everywhere. Din punched the other guy straight into the wall. The 2 muscular men just calmly looked over without reacting. The others who heard the noise also came out to see what was happening. The unlucky guy who was punched into the wall was still gaping, his eyes blank. A while later, 2 large holes appeared on the wall, and 2 men were leaning against it in pain. Jin walked out with a cold face. He picked up his sword. Jin stood in front of the door and raised his gleaming sword. Asked the people standing outside, does anyone else want to stay? The men in robes and hats, upon hearing Jin's words, laughed loudly. Then the whole group rushed towards Jin at once. Die. But he just slightly curled his lip. Sword slashes swung continuously in the air. A large bloody gash was cut on the man's muscle. Jin swung his sword continuously. His eyes flashed with blue light. Continuously dealt with the other guys beautifully. A masked man saw everything, and his eyes widened in surprise. Jin held his bloody sword and looked cold. He continued to swing his sword, even though this place is a lawless zone. He stood opposite the men who were looking at him with hungry eyes, wanting to rush forward. Lin assessed. He is also not worth comparing to you. With MAIT. So for now. Jin gave a cold smile. I'm going to have to lose some sleep. A pair of hairy legs with old flip-flops walked down the gloomy corridor. Dean silently opened the book in his hand. The guide from earlier looked at Jin in disgust. This is a bit annoying. Hey, kid. He looked at the people lying on the ground. Are you going to kill everyone before the match even starts? Jin closed the book and smiled faintly. Oh well. Let's just consider this a small event before the main course of today. The other guy was excited. And here I thought you were just an arrogant little brat. He looked at Jin and exclaimed. The captain was right. You really are a spirited one. So that's the reason the captain let you in with the other decent ones. He then pointed to the back and signaled, boards 1 and 2 will start soon. You'll have to fight them later. So for now, if you want, you can go watch them fight. Follow me. I'll personally escort you. The other guy led Jean to a place that looked like an arena. His mouth was still chattering, just so you know. Using swords in the spectator area is strictly forbidden, so just sit there quietly, super rookie. He thought to himself. That's not too bad. Dai looked at the packed audience and thought, are there really this many spectators? I don't think anyone here will recognize me, but I should still be careful and disguise myself a little. Suddenly, Din heard people talking. Hey, have you heard about that rumor? What? The one about more than half of board 13 being taken out, damn it. I bet on one of them. What kind of monster did that? He slowly walked towards the two people who were covering their mouths and gossiping with each other. There's no other way. Among the contestants in the competition, I heard there's a spot reserved for the Rung Candle family's crest. Hearing this, Jean was surprised and his eyes widened. A man's voice rose, a reserve flag bearer from the Rung Candle family. The person sitting next to him, upon hearing this, wondered, what's a Rung Candle doing in a place like this? The other person whispered in reply. I heard this while drinking with some of Kopmat's pirate officers yesterday. He put his hand up and leaned closer, whispering that among the participants was a very outstanding young man. So it would be unreasonable if he wasn't from the Rung Candle family. The two men talked and laughed without noticing Jean sitting next to them, listening to everything in silence. Wow, if that's true, it could be Tona, or Jean Rung Candle. The other person replied immediately, if it's really Jean Jonkington, then it's a jackpot. Lately, there have been a lot of rumors about a young person who is already a 5-star. Jean glanced at the two people next to him and thought to himself, oh, so it's because of the Cantina people. I'm out of the question. But they even know the names of both of the Tona brothers. Jin sat quietly thinking, but it's true. It's time for the two of them to let the world know their names. If it's really them participating, then I'll hunt them down and make them stand guard. Fireworks exploded in the sky, which lit up with the beautiful patterns created by the fireworks. A person was smiling, revealing a set of teeth made of pure gold. The other man's voice boomed, and everyone fell silent to listen. Welcome, all you esteemed spectators, to the racing arena. So that's Cosmos, the host said. You all must be bored to death, right? Then please welcome our pirate king, Cosmos. He spread his arms wide and laughed with excitement. The people standing in the stands just kept chanting his name, Godmas, Godmas. The more people cheered, the louder he laughed. Laughing like a madman, he excitedly said loudly, everyone has answered my call this year, has gathered in full. I really don't know how to express my gratitude. Then he tensed his face, pointed down, and shouted loudly to start the matches. Light the fire and burn the spirit. At this moment, the Z-Food opening ceremony began. Each team consisted of 14 people. So far, there were a total of 13 teams and 180 to reserve martial artists. Kamo skillfully hosted the show. Hotu, and the first main character to step onto the glorious stage today is. A person slowly walked out onto the stage. All that was seen was him holding a curved, sharp blade like a hook. Cosmos continued, the person who made it to the round of 16 in last year's tournament, the darling of the High Saw Pirate Gang. Manis, who stepped out with bloodthirsty eyes and a sinister smile. As if wanting to devour his opponent, he continued to point to the other side. And his opponent is. Dana Hiran walked out coldly, a contestant appearing for the first time this year. Is there something hidden behind that youthful appearance? Let's welcome the young swordsman, Baumik, Dana Hiran's alias. The two people sitting next to Din widened their eyes and looked down at the stage. Jean also looked on in amazement. The audience was abuzz. We know the number of young participants has skyrocketed this year, but to this extent. Dai looked down at the stage, also stunned, inking 13, number 14. To let such a young kid participate, they're insane. Jin was stunned. Wait a minute, a kid. Thinking back, Jin heard from the pirate, there's one more besides you. A small guy who knocked out the captain. Looking back down at the arena, he was indeed too small compared to the pirate in front of him. Cosmos spoke again. Well then, the match, let it begin. Manus raised the dagger to his mouth, licking it as if he wanted to kill Bauman immediately. Baumik also slowly drew the blade from his back calmly. Begin. The match had just started for a few seconds after Godmost's words, and it was already over. The entire stadium had to applaud. Baumik defeated Manus with just one blow. He raised his sword, standing from a distance. He waved his sword lightly in a single motion. Manus's head fell off immediately as if cutting a fruit. The sword was too sharp. Your skill is too extraordinary. Every spectator stood up, mouths agape, eyes wide in astonishment. Manus's head simply fell, his eyes not yet closed, blood splattering everywhere. His body lost its balance, his knees crashing to the ground. Then he collapsed onto the arena floor. Everyone was stunned. What just happened? Did anyone even see anything? Gortmas put a hand to his head and sighed. Huh? Those damn pirates are probably about to lose their minds. Did that guy lose his head? No way, Jin thought to himself, looking down. Decapitating an opponent with sword key in the blink of an eye. Jin realized, I get it now, he is Dante Hiran. Jin recognized him quickly. Dante Hiran withdrew his hand, sheathing his sword. The match was decided in a single moment. The winner of this round is Baumik. Viraiden Zippo saw the moment and jumped up, shouting as if cheering for Baumik with all his might. Jin, sitting below, heard him, and his eyes widened. Viraiden Zippo was ecstatic. Yes, that's it. This is what you call a real fight. That's Baumik. I'm betting all my remaining fortune on Baumik. Go, Jin, Baumik. Baumik. Hearing this voice, Jin turned around, stunned, thinking to himself, Viraiden Zippo. Why is this guy here? Viraiden Zippo was still excitedly laughing and cheering loudly. Baumik. The people around, hearing his confident and excited tone, also joined in. Yeah, I'll bet too. Just betting on Baumik seems like a sure thing. He shouted loudly, go ahead and bet. No need to worry. Baumik is our future livelihood. Bet everything, even your property deeds. Jin thought shyly, isn't he supposed to be on a mission? Behaving like this while on a mission is going a bit too far. If he gets caught, it'll be a lot of trouble. I'll just quietly ignore him, Jin thought. Viraiden Zippo happened to notice the person below. Viraiden Zippo looked down at Jin with a surprised expression. Hey, what's this? You. What are you doing here? Hearing that, Jin flinched, his whole body trembling. It's been a long time. Dante Hiran also noticed the two in the stands. In the stands, he was still cheering his heart out. Dante Hiran recognized the person as Viraiden Zippo. The only time I saw him was at the Zippo family's banquet. To be welcomed by him in such a remote place like this. Dante Hiran raised his hand high, looking towards the two of them. I'm also very happy to see you again, Viraiden. These two were cheerfully laughing, joking, and greeting each other, while Jin hung his head low. Gortmas said loudly, all right then, before we move on to the next match, let's hear a few words from the first winner of today's tournament. Hello, Baumik. How are you feeling right now? Gortmas asked while he was busy greeting Viraiden. He turned around. He raised a hand to his mouth, taking a breath to prepare his speech. Right now, I'm quite happy to have just eliminated another seed of disaster from the world. He calmly continued, I hope that in his next life, that guy won't become such a pathetic pirate again. Gortmas laughed strangely, putting a hand on his shoulder and smiling. Indeed, the pirate profession isn't for kids, is it? He continued, but aren't you afraid that's saying that will upset many of the sea dogs here? How? Interesting. Little brat, do your best. All the pirates who just heard your speech are welcoming you with open arms. He calmly didn't respond to Gortmas's words. He laughed loudly, tipping his hat up. All right then, for the next match, may the contestants step into the arena. Inside the waiting area of the arena, someone said, I've seen the next matches, but besides Baumik, there's no one worth paying attention to. Sitting in the corner of the room, a sword by his side, it's almost certain that Baumik is Dante Hiran. He looks very young, but with that level of swordsmanship, there's no other explanation than him being a Hiran. Jin looked up. Can I win? If I use magic and shadow energy, there's a chance. Jin raised his hand, summoning darkness in his palm, but if I rely on the sword's edge, I'm not so sure. Jin clenched his fist, but nothing could be said for certain. The sound of footsteps echoed. They had announced that there would be about 3 to 4 matches each day. So my first match is probably in 3 days. So until then, two people were stealthily moving, looking for something in this prison-like place. Jin said to himself, I'll just have to overcome the darkness in this dungeon. A girl walked slowly through the shadows. Is she trying to say something? Before her stood Dante Hiran, holding a ring that was also his weapon. Viraiden spun it continuously. Viraiden Zippo spun the ring continuously. A mysterious white-bearded old man said, I didn't give that to you to play with like that. It is an item the young master is to use only when absolutely necessary. Please be more careful. Viraiden Zippo stopped spinning it, smiled and said, I'm sorry, elder. I just feel more at ease when I'm holding it. Is that why you called me here? The white-bearded old man put a hand to his head and sighed. The white-bearded man said, on an island in the north of the Bella Hill archipelago, a martial arts tournament is held annually. Perhaps you know of the God Mode Arena. Hearing that, Viraiden Zippo's eyes widened and he bent down, his mouth agape. The young man gestured with his hand. Nope. First time hearing about it. Oh my. A martial arts tournament organized by pirates. How would I know about that? Never. I'm sure I know nothing about it. The old man thought to himself. And I was wondering where he disappears to at this time every year. The white-bearded old man added, Dante Heron, who participated in last year's tournament and is the future head of the Heron family, has entered this time. The white-bearded man spoke. Go there and observe, if you have the chance. See with your own eyes the level of the person you will one day surpass. Reborn Zippo looked up at the sky and said, so that's why I came all this way after hearing that. And it's great that I can even earn some money. But why haven't there been any interesting matches these past 2 days? It's great to see Danny's skills, but that's about it. The 2 soldiers following behind whispered. Didn't he seem really excited? This year is so boring. Reborn Zippo lamented. Where have all the skilled fighters gone? Suddenly, he looked up at the tournament bracket. Seeing the name Jean Grey, he became curious. Wait a minute, is that really Jean? So he didn't just come as a spectator. In his mind, he was already imagining a match between Dante and Jin. Here we go. It's starting to get interesting. The sword was thrust firmly into the ground. Jin let out a sigh. Number of survivors, 147. Number of deaths, 35. Among them, only 5 died in combat. The others died outside the arena. Jin looked up and thought, the fighters from the other brackets will be here soon. I can't let my guard down. Who knows if I'll get stabbed while I'm sleeping? The sound of footsteps from afar. I've trained without sleep since my cadet days. But staying awake for 3 whole days is a first. Jean was surprised to see the person in front of him. Jean stood up, to approach this place without even trying to conceal your presence. Jin gripped his sword. It seems they are very confident in their skills. A person stood before the door. Jin was stunned. Wait. Dante Heron spoke politely. It's a bit rude since this is our first meeting, but could we talk? Jean was astonished. Bow, no. Dante Heron. Heron said, please let me sleep for a bit. If you agree, I will stand guard for you to sleep tomorrow. Jin looked up and said, hey, why so sudden? Where did you just pop out from? Dante Heron replied, I've been observing you since yesterday, and I can see that you are a true martial artist. So please let me sleep, Heron said, then fell forward with a weary look in his eyes. And just like that, he fell asleep right in front of Jean in an instant. Jean was left speechless. Jin looked at him. I didn't even have a chance to refuse. Does Heron not train or sleep? Jin suddenly looked down at Heron. He detected the strong smell of blood. He must have been bothered by a lot of people. With that, Jin thrust his sword into the ground, dismissing it. A group of people was fumbling around outside the iron bars. The leader looked inside. Wait, I'll give the signal. So, Jin appeared suddenly before the group with a less than friendly aura. The leader was shocked, his eyes widening in astonishment. With a single slash of the sword, the leader was completely taken down. Jin said coldly, haven't you heard the rumors? Anyone who enters this room must die. A person from the group raised his hand and said, wait, I know, Jean Grey. You're the one who killed the entire group of 13. Calm down and listen. We didn't come here for you. But right behind him, a person was holding a crossbow aimed straight at Jin. It's already drawn. If you hand over that Baumec kid who just went in. The arrow was flying straight towards Jin. Jin's eyes flickered. Seizing the opportunity, he caught the arrow that was closing in. Jin said coldly, poison, huh? Poison. Seeing this, the pirates were stunned. No matter what, going this far for a kid. I don't care who's behind all this. Jin showed his annoyance. But can you guys take responsibility for this? Dante Heron suddenly woke up. Heron looked ahead, stunned. Right in front of him was Jin, standing guard while Heron slept. He let out a sigh. Jin spoke up, the bastards chasing you are, in short, under the command of the pirate. One I do. Jin added, the last one spat it out before he died. They were planning to make some quick money by capturing a Kandan citizen. Heron smiled and said, you protected me, a stranger. Thank you very much. Heron covered his mouth and said, but my goodness, a Kandan citizen. I'm truly surprised. How could I make such a basic mistake? Heron said, where is this? I should explain since I owe you a debt. I am a noble, and also their target, even if I'm not a Kandan citizen. Heron continued, just consider me a noble from Beamond. I'm sorry, I can't give you more details. Heron was cheerful. Thank you for understanding. I owe you my life. How can I ever repay you? An eye for an eye, a life for a life. Hearing that, Jin became curious. Heron smiled brightly from this moment on. No matter what, whenever you are in danger, I will protect you with my life, no matter the cost. Looking at Jin, Heron continued, I swear on my honor. Please open the gate. All right, do whatever you want. I'm going to sleep now, so please. Jean lay down. Wake me up before the Group 13 match begins. And just like that, Jean fell asleep instantly. Rest assured, protecting you doesn't count towards the oath, so don't worry. Looking at Jean, Heron thought he seems cold, but he protected me. Someone he just met for the first time. Dante Heron smiled happily. Looks like I've found a good friend. The man with ferocious curly black hair and wide, glaring eyes shouted as he charged forward to strike. Dante calmly drew the sword from his back. He quickly slashed through at a single, cool-looking dash to the rear. Blood spurted from the curly-haired man's side. Then his eyes rolled back and he collapsed. Behind him, Dante stood perfectly calm. The announcers shouted loudly, and the winner is Baumik. He praised him endlessly. He has once again finished his opponent with just a single blow. He also glanced over, sheathing his sword. Cheers erupted from the stands. Baumik, Baumik. Baumik, Baumik. On the other side, a sword was also swung down, blood dripping from its tip. The announcer declared, and the winner is Jean. He sheathed his sword at his side while his opponent lay flat on the ground. The commentator hyped him up, a man who, despite his young age, is incredibly strong, Jean Grey. In the stands, he turned to look at the people sitting there, chanting his name, Jin Jin. Along with the resounding cheers, Jean, Jean. Dante also stood in the stands with his arms crossed, smiling at him. That Jean Grey guy is pretty strong, no joke. The crowd in the stands started chattering. He might even be stronger than Baumik, you know? A blindfolded person replied, aha. He's nothing compared to the prodigy of the Candon family. Danny's face darkened as he denied it in his heart. I'm not from the Candon family. Inside the arena, the fighters also looked out and heard the cheers. Jin, 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 Jin. The long-haired man crossed his arms mockingly. So, the contestants who made it to the final round this year are those two kids. The man in the red scarf squatting on the ground also gritted his teeth. Damn it, this year is ruined because of those snot-nosed brats. Someone approached from behind. Are you guys just going to sit there and take it? The two of them turned towards the voice at the same time. He had his swords on his back, his eyes wide with astonishment. They look decent enough, but they're just two kids. Before the winners group match begins, if we call for more people and corner them. Before he could finish, a man in a hood stopped him. Forget it. The group looked at him. The man reminded them, you can't beat them. The man in the black scarf sneered. Jean Grey's nickname is the Grim Reaper. You'll understand why when you hear the reason for it. He then approached, hands in his pockets, smiling despicably as he told the other two, besides, they share the same room. Really think cornering them will be effective. They stood up and looked at him. That man walked to the arena door, waving as he stepped up. I'm stopping you guys because you're also somewhat well known. It wouldn't be any fun if you died before the match even started. The remaining men watched his retreating figure, speechless. The man in the red scarf grumbled. Damn it, so be it. We'll stop here. The eyes of the man with two swords on his back popped out. What? The long-haired man lost his patience. Let's just get out of here first. The long-haired, dark-haired man sighed in relief. That's for the best. Luckily, looking at the program, we don't have to face those two just yet. The man in the scarf also looked grim. Yeah, I don't want to die here either. The long-haired, dark-haired man muttered. All right, we're the only ones who know about this. Never let Gortmas find out. Outside the door, the man in the scarf leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, eavesdropping on them. Then the cup was slammed down hard on the table, the water inside splashing out along with a curse. Those worthless bastards. Gortmas frowned in anger, manipulating the results to pick the winner later. So they've been secretly scheming behind my back like this, huh? The man in the scarf who had been eavesdropping beside him glanced over. So what are you going to do if you just leave it like this? The competition will be incredibly boring. The audience will figure it out eventually. Then he stood up. In that case, this will be for the best. He raised his hand, pushed up his chin, his brow furrowed in anger. Cancel the rest of the program for me, because either way, Jean Grey and Baumik will be the two contestants advancing to the final round. He remembered the other participants in the matches, like the one with the axe, the decent ones and the rest of the dregs. They will all be bait for the kids. Currently, he's being held at sword point by Dante, who looks ready to kill. He continued to pour wine into his glass with excitement, except for those two kids. Raise the betting odds on the rest of them as high as possible. So high that they'll lose sleep if they don't place a bet. Then Gortmas turned around with the glass, hands on his hips, head tilted back, laughing with delight. All right, the pace of the matches from now until the final will be as fast as sand. Let's go make some money. At the arena, ear-piercing screams. The excited men chanted wildly, Baumik, Baumik, Jin. On another side, Viradin sat next to people dressed in white, He excitedly crossed his arms, looking down at the arena. One is a super rookie who caused a huge shock from his very first match, and the other is the Grim Reaper, reeking of blood and flesh from his first fight. He asked the people with him, "Who do you think will win?" One of them replied, "Baumik." Another next to him agreed, "I agree, I think Baumik's swordsmanship is a bit more refined." A retainer also looked over at Varadin and exposed him. "Young master, you also bet on Baumik, didn't you?" As if hitting the nail on the head, he winked. "Me?" Then he shifted his gaze towards him, who was walking out from the arched entrance of the arena. "I bet on Jean Grey. 100,000 gold." His close retainers were aghast. "What, sir?" One of them looked at Varadin, confused, and explained, "Young master, the betting odds for Jean Grey are 3 times higher, even if Jean Grey wins. Will those pirates really have enough money to pay us?" But he just watched and smiled with interest. Well, Gortmas is a notorious pirate. He owns a few islands, and if he sells them... Below, Gortmas appeared. He spread his arms and shouted with excitement, "I must have kept you waiting for a long time. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Pirate King, Gortmas." Right after that, the crowd quickly threw broken things at his head, shouting curses. "Who cares? Hurry up and start the match. Bring out Baumik." Down below, the nobles weren't to be outdone, shouting, "Jean Grey, the Grim Reaper of Group 13. Where is Jean Grey?" While others vied to throw things at Gortmas, who could only curse inwardly. "You damn nobles. Next year, I'll double the entrance fee to teach you a lesson." Next, Gortmas cleared his throat. Let's skip the long-winded opening remarks and just call them out." He raised his fist high, his mouth shouting, "Boom." The cheering crowd also raised their hands in sync with the chant, "Mick." From the 2 side doors, they emerged amidst the roar of the crowd. Baumik. Donnie stood on one side, still adjusting his black gloves, the shouts echoing nonstop. "Baumik, Baumik." Gortmas shouted again, and his opponent is the Grim Reaper of Group 13, the nameless young swordsman. He also heard the call and stepped out, Jean Grey. His hand rested on the hilt of the sword at his side, his expression calm. Varadin's voice roared, "I believe in you, Jean Grey. I've bet everything I have on you." He raised his hands in excited encouragement. "Jean Grey, go for it." While down below, he narrowed his eyes and wondered, "Where is this go for it you're telling me about?" Immediately after, the two stood facing each other with Varadin as the referee. "Now then, without keeping you waiting any longer." He jumped up and with a swift gesture, gave the command, "Match." The two placed their hands on the hilts of their swords. The command was given again, "Begin." His feet froze. They circled each other. Both had their hands on their weapons, cautiously sizing up their opponent. Then they gradually backed away, still maintaining their guarded posture. Danny's eyes were sharp and cold as he watched him. Immediately after, he threw off his cloak and moved at the speed of light. He stood still, watching him. His eyes widened in shock as the sword came slashing down. Jin raised his hand to block Danny's lightning-fast slash. His sword pinned his opponent's sword down. They were quickly knocked back, forcing both of them to retreat. Danny's expression grew more excited as he smiled, his eyebrows knitting together as he shouted, "I knew these little tricks wouldn't work on you." Well then. He stared wide-eyed at the light that was gradually flashing before him. He raised his sword and smiled. The tip of the sword gathered golden energy. "This time, I'm playing for real." On his side, he also gripped the hilt of his sword, channeling his energy. Jin got into a ready stance, his face contorted as he shouted, "Bring out everything you've got and let's see it." On one side, Dante, seeing his vigor, smiled excitedly, while he stared intently at him. The two rushed at each other, clashing their swords, causing a loud explosion on the ground and sending dust flying everywhere, obscuring their figures. The people in the stands watched with their mouths agape. On the other side, Gortmas also crossed his arms, baring his golden teeth as he looked down. 2 swords, one of water, one of fire, clashed violently. Immediately after, Jean and Donnie clashed blades so fast the naked eye couldn't keep up. Danny's hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, energy still clinging to the blade. He attacked powerfully, and he also swung his sword to strike back. Jean's face was serious as he assessed, "I'm sure that first blow was Danny's fastest speed. But right now, he's only speeding up when necessary, so he can distribute his power efficiently." He turned around to Danny's surprise. He glanced at him. If that's the case, then he smiled, having realized his intention. The two clashed wildly again, their sword auras in disarray. Jin determined, "I have to match this speed." Below, Jin and Donnie clashed fiercely all over the place, while the people in the stand still shouted, "Go on." A spectator grabbed their short hair in astonishment. "This is insane. Who would have thought you could see a battle like this in this god-forsaken place? The person in front also cheered wildly, "Attack him." A voice rang out, "How's the kid's fight going?" Viraden crossed his arms, looking down with interest, a red light glowing around his body. He just smiled with fascination. His hand gripped his bicep tightly. Below, Dante looked at him with excitement, reminding him, "You've done well, Jean Grey. But if you're holding anything back, you better bring it out, because I'm about to." Dante was cut off as he matched his speed. His face was filled with astonishment, his brows furrowed. Dante reminded him, "Faster now," as he quickly sped away, leaving him in stunned silence. Danny's feet moved at a dizzying speed. He slashed at him from behind. Jin quickly ducked to dodge it. Jin's eyes widened as he glared at Dante with a murderous aura. The surrounding sword auras constantly intertwined and slashed towards them. The two quickly separated, standing back to back. Jin was so injured he coughed up blood, his eyes turning white. On the other side, Dante also turned his head and glanced at him in astonishment. Chaotic slashes and dust flew everywhere. Dante, in a desperate struggle, relentlessly slashed at him while in pain. And he also gritted his teeth to block. From the stands, frenzied shouts, "That's it, Baumik. That's right, keep hitting him. Send those reckless betters to the chicken coop. A little more, a little more." Only he, down below, moved with all his might while looking at him and assessing. That's right. This is his strength. He skillfully dodged Danny's attacks. He understood his destructive swordsmanship and the natural physique to execute it. He displayed an endurance that surpassed that physique. "You're doing this on purpose," he further confirmed. "As expected, you're also using a fake name." Jean Zandel on the side. He also gritted his teeth and swung his sword over his head to block his blow. And he quickly rushed forward, swinging his sword behind him, preparing to strike. But this is all there is. Dante rushed in from the side, so fast he couldn't even turn to look. He made a mistake. The sword flew towards Jin's neck. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes as he glared at the attack. His terrifying gaze was enough to make Dante freeze and stare at him. Immediately after, he sensed danger and jumped back. Up in the stands, Viraden and the other spectators' eyes widened in astonishment. What? Why so suddenly? Why did he back away? Dante gripped his sword hilt, breathing heavily as he looked at him warily. What was that just now? He looked at the lock of his hair that had been cut off, bewildered. Just then, I was cut. I was about to be cut by something. On the other side, he glared at him, his body radiating an oppressive, dark, killing intent. He grabbed his own jacket and complained. "Oh my God," he muttered to himself. "I accidentally let out a bit of killing intent. Things are getting serious now." He tossed his tattered cloak to the side, letting out a breath, whoosh. While Dante watched him warily, Jin reminded him, "It's my turn." Hearing that, he looked as confused as you. His hand raised his sword high. Immediately after, he moved quickly towards Dante and brought down a sword strike. He also raised his sword to block. Immediately after, his knees buckled with difficulty. The blows continued to press down relentlessly. Danny's face contorted in a struggle as he stared intently. And at the point where their swords met, the aura made it difficult for him to withstand. Invisible slashes rained down continuously, too fast for the naked eye to see. Dante realized, it's not just a simple straight slash. The power of every move is exactly the same. Dante coughed up blood in his struggle, gritting his teeth again. Not a single mistake. In front of him, dark auras attacked relentlessly. Dante cursed under his breath, "Damn it. Was I losing from the very beginning?" Suddenly, he raised his sword again, causing Dante to panic. No, if there's more, then. His eyes were still dark with anger, staring intently at him. "I'm going to kill him, Jin Zandel." A loud explosion echoed, accompanied by dust that obscured the arena floor. He lowered his sword and looked at Dante. "Don't kid me." He still stood there silently, following the shadow of his sword as it plunged into the ground. Jean looked up. "You dare hesitate in front of me? I am Jean Zandel." His gaze was like that of a killer, staring intently at him. "Don't disgrace this match," he growled. Dante Heron. Hearing that, Dante also froze, breathing heavily. His eyes filled with terrified shock. Then his lips curved into a smile. He raised his sword towards him, while he was feeling quite annoyed. Immediately after, Dante spoke first. "All right," he panted as he got into a ready stance, his gaze having regained its composure as he looked at him. "I accidentally showed you my bad side. Jin Zandel, will you still take me on?" Hearing that, he also smiled and sighed. Immediately after, he also brought his sword up. They touched the tips of their swords together. Danny's feet stomped on the ground, staggering. His gaze towards him was also filled with determination. He also furrowed his brow. Immediately after, they both jumped back, preparing their fighting stances. The two sides charged with their swords, not strongly towards each other. The sound of two swords clashing powerfully. Everyone's face was as tense as a drawn bowstring, their swords pressed close to their opponent. Under the pressure, the two swords sprang apart. Immediately after, the two moved again at their own speed, trying to slash each other wildly across the arena. His eyes turned white as he was slashed near his eye. On the other side, Dante roared wildly, his sword relentlessly slashing. He also didn't hesitate to swing his sword in response amidst the chaos. Jin's eyes narrowed. Then he also gritted his teeth and rushed forward to retaliate. On the other side, Dante was shocked as his sword was knocked back by him. His hand raised his sword high, and he stared in astonishment at his action. Jin's face was filled with madness as he screamed and charged forward. A blast knocked Dante away, but he quickly planted his feet on the ground to regain his balance. Dante swung his sword in a counterattack towards him. Immediately after, he slashed upwards, aiming straight for the neck, cutting through even the dust. But he quickly ducked down to dodge the slash. Dante spun the hilt of his sword. He raised his sword once more, preparing to strike, while he also stood up, gritting his teeth and looking at him. His face contorted in astonishment. He's reached his limit. How can he endure this? Dante Hiron, a once-in-a-century genius. The image of Dante standing tall before his family's banner, a talent blessed by the gods. However, he was born with a frail and weak body. He looked at his own gaunt hands, the thing that held back his talent. He remembered himself standing outside in the rain in a cave. He sank deep into hell because of this damn curse. That's what I learned. That's why I can feel it, Dante Hiron. Jin jumped off the ground, a thought flashing through his mind. Your loneliness through the endless darkness. On the other side, Dante quickly swung his sword to block. Jin recognized your disappointment as you look at your small body. He looked at Danny's helplessness. He gritted his teeth. Your struggle on the brink of life and death. Immediately after, his sword was knocked away. Dante, following the flow of the sword, to get to where he belongs. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward, recognizing his identity, Jean Zandel, the 13th son of the Zandel family. Their swords clashed once again. Dante acknowledged, you were born with a silver spoon. A healthy body, talent, everything. His sword trembled. But what I feel is despair. His deep eyes pressed closer to the sword, causing Dante to question, why are you so pitiful and desperate? His eyes were filled with despair, his face darkened. He muttered to himself, is it because of anger? Because you're the youngest? Because you're not on the list of heirs? The energy continued to radiate along with Danny's denial. No, not for those stupid reasons. I don't see anything else. I just want to become the strongest. Jin swung his sword, his aura as if he truly wanted to kill, just like this. How much longer do I have to endure to get to where I belong? He didn't hesitate to grit his teeth and slash down. Dante on the side also gritted his teeth and rushed forward. I don't have much left. Two streams of blue and yellow power clash. Dante repeatedly asked himself, how many times have I been disappointed? How many times have I been discouraged? Jin knocked Dante backwards. He monologued, his hand once again gripping the sword hilt in desperation. And how many times have I picked myself back up? The two once again pressed their swords together. I don't remember those things anymore. Danny's eyes suddenly trembled. He coughed up blood to his astonishment. The fight also paused. He wondered, what? His eyes were filled with a mixture of worry and astonishment. Danny's body. On the other side, Danny's body was cracking with audible creaks. He panicked. It's cracking. His body trembled. Jin gritted his teeth again. But to sheath his sword just because of that would be an insult to him. He swore angrily in his heart, damn it, and with a swing of his sword, knocked Dante away. His face darkened as he gradually lost consciousness. And he raised his sword, preparing to strike again, endlessly cursing in his head, damn it. Damn it. His face darkened with reluctance as he swung his sword. I'm sorry. On the other side, Dante flew far away, his body already unconscious. Please understand. The sword gradually touched his neck. Immediately after, Jean stopped, and Dante also stood still in midair. Danny's ragged breaths echoed, ha ha, causing him to glance over, his hand restraining his own sword arm. He smiled at him. Ha ha, that was fun. Immediately after, he also stared with wide eyes. Dante collapsed to the ground in front of him. Jin's eyes widened in alarm as he shouted, get a healer here. From behind, Viradin had already jumped down from the stands and placed a hand on Danny's back to assess the situation. He commented, it's worse than I thought. He also looked back in surprise. The healing matrix was activated by Viradin. He comforted him. Don't worry, Jean. Viradin frantically used magic and confirmed, I will definitely keep him alive. Viradin released a massive amount of blue healing energy. He standing beside also looked over worriedly. Viraiden. He was sweating from the healing effort, his teeth clenched. Don't worry, just watch. He muttered in his head, is what I want to say. The healing energy enveloped Danny's body. Jin assessed, but it's too late. It's beyond what magic can heal. Not just his bones, but his internal organs are damaged too. On the ground, he received treatment, his breathing shallow. Above all, his aura was also in chaos. Uncontrollable. The healing spell would only prolong his pain. But this was the only way for him to live. Viraiden suddenly shouted at him, startling him. Hey Jin, listen carefully. He took out something from his necklace and dangled it in front of him. This is a secret between the three of us. The white-robed guards quickly appeared. One of them shouted a warning. Young master, it can't be used here. But Viraiden stubbornly stopped him and urged, shut up. Come here and cover us with a white cloak. The cloaked guard quickly grabbed the cloak. Immediately after, they swung the cloak, causing dust to fly and shield the position of the three. On the cloak, a family crest was revealed. Gortmas saw it, his eyes wide with fear. Zippo. Murmurs spread through the stands. What? Is that the Zippo family? Why are the Zippo family here? Gortmas tried to stay calm on the announcer's platform. His mind was in turmoil. They came here to kill Baumik. Damn it, if we get caught because of this, we're dead. He grabbed the hat on his head, losing his composure, and shouting, everyone, close your eyes and ears. The crowd in the stands also closed their eyes and obeyed. Viraiden, seeing this, rolled his eyes and praised him with a grin, still holding the chain around his neck. That guy, he knows how to adapt quickly. He, from behind, was also bewildered. Viraiden, is that? He looked at the vial of medicine in his hand and explained. This is a gift from my family. He asked him a question. The blood of Numerous, you know about it. Hearing that, Jin's eyes widened in surprise. He recalled, Numerous, right before the founder of the Vankila Holy Land. The chaotic tears of the gods, the god of hope, who was killed in a horrific event. Numerous shed 8 tears and hundreds of drops of blood because of that event. First was a sky blue tear, the tear that resurrects the dead. Then there was a deep red drop of blood that healed all wounds and illnesses in an instant. The 2 tears of blood mixed, and at that moment, they became a topic of discussion and a priceless treasure. People reached out, searching for them. Many large organizations, like the Zippo family, scoured everywhere to find them, and now, it is a divine legacy only, mentioned in legends. Returning to reality, he asked Viraiden doubtfully, are you going to use it on Dante? He nodded. That's why I told you to keep it a secret. Hearing these words, he was also very confused. Why is that? Don't the Zippo and Hiran families have a bad relationship on the other side? He quickly took out the red teardrop. Jin looked at Viraiden, completely puzzled. Why would he go to such lengths? He asked him, bewildered. You understand too, don't you? Viraiden lifted Dante up, preparing to put the pill in his mouth. He explained, losing a rival is like losing a friend. His mouth was wide open, ready for the pill to be inserted. Immediately after, a blinding red light flashed before his eyes. The back of the white-cloaked guard also shone dazzlingly. Danny's body was laid still on the ground, glowing brilliantly all around. His mana was stabilizing again. He opened his mouth and began to regain his breathing rhythm. Viraiden laughed joyfully. He, behind, also widened his eyes in astonishment and craned his neck to look down. On the ground, Danny woke up, rubbing the back of his neck, his body moving in confusion. What's happening? Viraiden, seeing him back to normal, sighed in relief. Oh my, it seems there are no side effects. Dante was also trembling. Viraiden, Zippo. What are you doing here? He from behind stood frozen, his eyes filled with astonishment. The blood of Numerous. It revived Dante, who was almost dead. Then he questioned Viraiden again. You used this just for that reason? Viraiden stood up, resting his hands on his knees. Well then, Dante and Jean. Immediately after, Viraiden put his hands on his hips, covered his face with one hand, and tilted his head up to remind them. The price for using this is very high. You know that, right? He, behind, was startled, while Dante shot up in alarm. Numerous, you used it on me. How can I ever repay? His eyes narrowed as he looked at Viraiden with suspicion. Moreover, he's from the Zippo family. His condition is. Before he could think further, he pointed at him. First, Jean, you will. He reached out to him unexpectedly and winked. Treat me to a round after this is over. Jin stood there, frozen in confusion. Then he asked him again. Before he could answer, you'll be here for a while, right? I'm not taking no for an answer. While he was still staring blankly, Viraiden stated his condition. Oh, and when you see me again, don't pretend we're strangers. He regained his composure, put his hands on his hips, bowed his head, and sighed. Viradin asked him again. Understood. In his mind, he thought. Viradin Zippo. I thought he was an idiot. He's a damn cool idiot. Immediately after, he slapped his hand away while he was still laughing enthusiastically. He confirmed, I'll think about it. Night quickly fell at a restaurant in the city. The lights outside the door were turned on. Viradin exclaimed, looking at the spoils on the table. Ta-da! You're amazing. He chattered on endlessly. They said you could only take one of the winner's prizes. How did you get both? He on the side held the beer mug, his face contorted in annoyance. Dante also praised. You're really something, Jean, and he silently commented, when I was close to death here. They wanted me to choose just one. Next, he raised the beer mug to his lips. The level might not be suitable, but that's the limit. Beside him, Dante sat silently while Viradin laughed as if he'd hit the jackpot. Wahaha. That's right, both of you were close to death. Next, he pushed the bag of gold towards Dante. Well, it's not like I particularly need them. I'll give this to you, Dante. He looked over in surprise. Oh, Hiran doesn't lack for money. Immediately after, he excitedly picked up a gold coin, but as a souvenir, I'll keep it safe. Viradin, seeing this, slammed the table in dissatisfaction. Hey, me too. You should give me something too. He placed his hand on the chest beside him and opened it, drawing his attention. Then he took out a piece of paper. Viradin looked at him, puzzled. Is that a legendary treasure map? Are you planning to give me something that valuable? Immediately after, he threw the chest to Viradin, who was startled and looked up. Jean confirmed. No. On the other side, he quickly stood up to catch the chest, then announced, This is yours. He shouted happily, an empty box, thanks. He also replied doubtfully, Is that so? Then he looked at Dante. Hiran, let me ask you something. He also replied, What is it? He narrowed his eyes, resting his hand on the table to probe Dante. Why didn't you use your secret technique? I'm sure you could have. Faced with his question, he was speechless. He looked at him and asked back, Aren't you the same? His eyes narrowed. Dante winked, extended his hand and said with a smile, I don't know what other skills you're hiding. Saying that after not using your own power isn't fair to the person listening. He also couldn't help but praise he has good intuition. But on the surface, he remained calm and took a sip of his beer. What? I don't know what you're talking about. He smiled calmly and looked at him. If you feel it's unfair, you can fight me again. But no hiding any skills this time. Viradin's assertion surprised Dante. Same here. He smiled and looked over at him, adding, In the future, when we face each other as members of our respective families, I look forward to that day. Immediately after, he grinned with excitement. Ah, that's what I wanted to say too. But really, wouldn't it be better if we just sat together as friends? He also laughed helplessly. Huh? Jean didn't hesitate to tease. Is the successor to the Zippo family speaking such weak words? Hearing that, he blushed, turned to him and shouted, I didn't say that. If things get bad, what I just said is void. Anyway, bring more beer over here. He looked over at Dante again and cheered. What are you doing? Raise your glass. On the side. He also raised his glass and smiled. He thought to himself. Even if we're sitting here eating happily and clinking glasses, there will come a time when fate forces us to point our swords at each other. The three of them clinked their glasses together cheerfully, his inner self in constant turmoil. Is an enemy, but also a friend. A friend, but also an enemy. The outcome of this relationship. I don't know what it will be. Suddenly, Viradin seemed to remember something. His face went blank. Oh, right? Then he asked, Have you guys heard about the Viradin imposter? Hearing that, the beer he was raising to his lips froze. In another corner, Gortmas was in despair over his stolen winnings. Hearing that, Danny's eyes widened in astonishment. An imposter. And an imposter of you. In the Zippo family's own territory. I don't know who it is, but that person is pretty formidable. Viradin shrugged, closed his eyes, and sighed. Phew. And that's the problem that's been bothering you lately, Andre. My family's image is in tatters. Dante was flustered. Oh. I'm not saying this is specifically aimed at you, Jean, but the rumor is that the Cannon family is behind this. He raised his beer, closed his eyes, and didn't answer them. Then he turned to Viradin and cleared his throat. So what are you going to do about the imposter? He looked at him and answered honestly. Well, we're going to catch him at all cost. So I was thinking we'd need a special grade mage to investigate this. Jean's assessment surprised Viradin. I don't think that's a good idea. His hand put down the beer mug, his expression calm as he offered a suggestion. If it were me, I would use this rumor to draw him out into the open. Like if you announce that the Zippo family is looking for the imposter. You'll become a laughingstock. You're telling everyone that you're being toyed with by him. Finally, he concluded, you can catch the imposter after he does that. He raised a hand to his chin, closed his eyes, and thought, that sounds plausible. I'll tell them after I return to the family. Immediately after, he propped himself up with his hands and announced, well then, shall we end it here? Dante jumped, startled. It's over already? He quickly put his hands in his pockets, stood up, and left. I'll attract attention if I stay here any longer. Unlike you two, I'm very busy. Viradin glanced at him and complained, hey, is it because you're still keeping secrets, or is there something else? Jin closed his eyes. Just think of it that way. He bid him farewell. Well then, see you later. Suddenly, Viradin watched his retreating figure and called out, my good friend, causing him to stop in his tracks. His lips pressed together. Behind him, he watched him silently. Then all three of them burst out laughing. Her, he teased as he walked away. In your dreams. On another side, a voice spoke, Casimir. The letter showed the contents. Sender, Casimir. Recipient, Karen Zandel. Report, Jin Zandel has defeated Dante Heron and won in the Gortmas arena. Note, Jin Zandel has reached the 6-star swordsman level. After reading, this person complained. He sends this after I told him to just write a summary? Karen's hand trembled as he gripped the paper in anger. I'm being treated like an idiot. From behind, Khan, noticing something was wrong, also stuttered. Patriarch. Did something happen to the young master? He denied it, nothing. It says that Jin defeated the young master of the Heron family and has reached the 6-star level. Khan's face was serious as he listened. Immediately after, Karen crumpled the paper in his palm, his brow furrowed into a smile. Looks like he's working hard. And his hand burst into flames, burning the letter as he gave an order. Tell Casimir I want to talk to him soon. A murderous aura emanated from before him. Karen growled each word. I really want to meet this friend. Behind him, Khan sighed. Understood, sir. Elsewhere, Casimir's face darkened and goosebumps rose on his skin. He huddled in his chair, trembling and complaining. What's wrong? Suddenly I feel cold. Opposite him, he was also confused, sitting in front of the fireplace and still feeling cold. Are you sick? Sir, on the other side, Casimir replied. I don't know. Should I add more wood? Sorry, I interrupted you. Next, he looked at him. Could you show me the map? He fumbled behind him. Here, it's very vague, but I wonder what it's hiding. Jin placed the map on the table. Casimir looked at it, also bewildered. This is the first time I've seen a map like this. He stroked his chin, his face furrowed in deep thought as he stared at the map in his hand. There's no way to find it based on this. Ioria shouted in confusion. What is that? The little girl's eyes lit up while Moroccan lay on her head, looking bored. The little girl was excited. Ooh, a treasure map Ioria wants to see too. Let's go find the treasure. Suddenly, her eyes flashed a deep blue. Huh? Beside her, Casimir also looked over. What is it, my child, Ioria? But the little girl just remained silent and didn't answer. Immediately after, the little girl pointed at the map and confirmed. There's something important here, and here too. Something important. The little girl's voice trailed off, and everyone is protecting something very, very precious. Above, Moroccan also looked down, stunned, while her face was already contorted with sobbing, filled with horror and anguish. The sobs began, hic, hic. Casimir's face also hardened with fear. Ioria collapsed to the ground, clutching her head, while her father shot to his feet in alarm. Moroccan jumped off her head. She lost her composure, screaming in despair. No. Moroccan quickly transformed. He held the little girl in his arms, urgently ordering, the little girl is losing control. We have to call the dragon guard and calm her down now. Moroccan looked at Casimir and shouted frantically. What are you doing? Call Azil immediately. Hurry up, he also quickly turned around. Yes. Then Azil quickly ran over, his face full of worry. Moroccan lifted the little girl and brought her to the boy, explaining. The girl suddenly lost control after seeing something. You should calm her down. He also took the little girl in a panic. Leave it to me. Immediately after, he used his comforting power on the little girl. Ioria, take a deep breath. It's okay. I'm right here with you. Don't be afraid. I'm right here. Everything is okay. Just then, Elisa ran over, sweating with worry. What's wrong? Oh. Why is Ioria crying? Casimir looked at his child with a worried expression. Azil stopped her, Zion, causing her to look up at him. The boy awkwardly hugged the little girl, It's okay, she's asleep now. Elisa quickly picked up her daughter. Casimir, beside them, also looked on. Azil confirmed. She's calmed down now. Immediately after, Moroccan praised. Good job. This made the boy confused and scratch his head. Ah, Lord Moroccan, I haven't greeted you yet. He also asked the boy, it's fine. What did that kid see? The future. Azil honestly tilted his head. The past. Moroccan also understood and crossed his arms, his face contorted. Was that past so cruel? He walked towards the map. That's right. The condition for the signatory of Azil to see the past is that it must be the cruelest or most haunting thing. On the map, extremely powerful negative red energies emanated. Azil explained. When they see an object or place related to it, if I had been a little later, things would have gotten very bad. It's so cruel, let's talk about it. He covered one eye with his hand and stared at the map. It's the ancient land. A tribe appeared in the boy's mind. The people there isolated themselves from others, trusting only in the gods. They were worshipping the gods. But despite that, they were able to live in peace, protecting peace in the present. Then came men in masks and white robes, but that was before they arrived. The first to find them was a mage. They approached the natives, saying they wanted to learn about their culture. Those mages negotiated with the villagers, but they started making unreasonable demands and, along with that, ransacked the land in search of something. Azil explained further. This led them to murder the children here. The children died in pools of blood. Returning to reality, the boy concluded. And when there was nothing left to hide their intentions, they began to kill and threaten, demanding to be given something. Both Moroccan and Jin were stunned into silence. Moroccan, beside him, also understood. It seems the thing they were looking for was a divine artifact that the villagers worshipped. His eyes widened in astonishment as he remembered something. Natives, worship, and divine artifact. Next, he looked at the blank paper and pen on the table. Lord Azil, can you see what kind of divine artifact it is? He also confirmed. Okay. Wait a moment. Immediately after, he wrote down what he saw on a piece of paper and handed it to him. It looks like a silver mirror, but light is emitting from it. Jin glanced at it. Then he looked more closely at the faint lines on it and silently affirmed, I'm sure of it. That is the divine artifact, Ulta's ring. The source of Ulta's magic. A circular object with incomprehensible symmetrical drawings on its surface. Before my regression, it was a relic discovered by the journalist who exposed the brutality of the Zippo family. The Zippo family had ransacked Colon to find it. They beat innocent people and forced them into hard labor. A reporter recorded the grievances of the people here and how they were exploited. I witnessed this during a mission when I was a cadet. A petrified person was crying in agony on the ground. That ancient land is Colon. He noticed the symbol in the corner of the map. The mages are the Zippo family. So, this map, he paused for a moment and then asked himself, only points to where the Ulta's ring is hidden. At the same time, in a sunlit forest, someone was drinking like crazy. He laughed carelessly, removing the cork from the bottle. Damn it. I'll get attached to them if I stay here any longer. Below was a pile of corpses. All right, it's quiet now. He sat on the ruined structure in the forest, which had been overgrown with plants and grass. The sunlight shone down as he excitedly stretched out his hands. At least the wine here is delicious. Below was a pile of dead bodies. In a certain house, a girl was kneeling on the ground, praying earnestly. The sunlight from outside illuminating her. Her tears rolled down. It's finally time. The girl touched her red blindfold, wiping away a joyful tear. I must prepare to welcome the guest now. As for Jean, he was still lost in his thoughts, the source of magic. I never thought the map I got from the pirates, an image of it appeared in his mind, would be the key to something so great. He picked up the piece of paper with the drawing and stared at it thoughtfully. Moroccan, beside him, glanced at him with a frown. Kid, what's with that face? What are you thinking? He was startled by the question. Then he decided, I can't let them know I know about it. Jin closed his eyes to regain his composure. No, everything's fine. He also replied, HMM. All right. Then he turned to Casimir. While Elisa was still holding her daughter, he called out, Sir Casimir. He also turned around. Ah, young Master Jin. He looked at the sleeping little girl, her eyes still wet with tears. I'm sorry. Ioria had a bad experience because of me. He also replied to him. It's fine. It's something that one who is contracted to a god must experience one day. I had anticipated this. He looked at him and affirmed, Sir Casimir, please rest assured, I will always be by Uria's side. I will protect her no matter what. Seeing this, Casimir also smiled. Thank you, Lord Azil. Immediately after, his face became more serious. Now that we know this map is not ordinary, we must start taking action first. I will ask around if anyone can decipher the ancient language on the map. Let's leave this matter to the 7-colored rainbow to handle." Hearing that, he also smiled. "Then I'll leave it to everyone," he thought to himself, saying that. "But things will only get tougher from here on out." Then Jean thought about the slaves. After the residents of Colon were massacred by the Zippo family hundreds of years ago, they were nearly wiped out. The survivors are being held captive in Colon. Jin stood silently watching Casimir. "Can we find Ulta's ring before the Zippo family does?" 2 weeks later, on February 17, 1796, in a certain village, a drunkard was staggering down an empty street, mumbling incoherently, HMM. His head was spinning. He still held a bottle of wine, his face flushed and his mouth muttering, "Spinning and spinning, the world, my life." Suddenly, his foot twisted. His body quickly fell to the ground with a thud. Ugh. But he still raised the bottle of wine towards him. "Yeah, everything's spinning." Someone stood in front of him. "You don't look so good, do you?" He tilted his head up to look at the person. "Huh?" He smiled kindly. "We seem to be in the same boat. Why don't we chat for a bit?" He, however, was bewildered. "Kid, who are you?" Tia took out a bottle of wine and uncorked it. "Does that matter? I'm just a wine lover." Seeing the wine, he laughed heartily. "Oh, then you're a good person." Immediately after, he helped him into an alley. Ban was still singing, "Wine goes to my head." "Kid, are you an angel?" He replied, "Well, my hobby is just helping people," Ben affirmed. "My sister at home would love that." He glanced at him. "Your skin color is quite strange, isn't it?" Hearing that, Pan, who was drooling at the bottle of wine in front of him, calmly said, I hear that a lot. Everyone in my tribe is like that." He asked again, "Tribe?" He raised the wine to his lips and drank. "My hometown is very far from here." Immediately after, he took something out of his coat. "Let's stop here. I'll cry if I keep talking about it." "Far from here, huh? I happen to have something that's also far from here." His hand took out the map and held it in front of Pan. "But I don't know what's written on it." "Do you know?" He looked at it vaguely. Then his eyes bulged when he clearly saw the symbol in a corner of the map. The wine bottle slipped from his grasp and shattered on the ground. Ban flinched away from him, on guard. "You." His eyes were filled with confusion as he looked around. "No?" Moroccan and Azil also approached. Ban was bewildered. "You. Who are you?" He lost his composure and shouted, "You approached me because you knew I was a Colon native. Who are you, you brat?" He darkened his face and smiled. "I am." Then he paused and pointed at Moroccan, "The one who follows the orders of the Taikan garrison commander, Elisa. And that black-haired person and the blue-haired boy standing there are his underlings." Hearing that, he and Azil also stared at him with wide, confused eyes. "Hey, why are you saying it so bluntly?" But he remained nonchalant. "So what should I do? I have to say it that way." Moroccan was furious and reminded him, "You know that's not what I meant. Be more careful." He remained stubborn. It's fine. On the other side, Pan looked at them in confusion. You're not from the Zippo family." He looked at him. "Then how did you find me?" He calmly explained. "We just happened to get a hold of the map." Then he looked over at Azil. "This blue-haired boy is the guardian of Azil." He was flustered. And Ban was also alarmed. "Azil," he further affirmed. "That's right, and thanks to Azil's power, we saw the hatred hidden in the map." Then his mind recalled the moment the people were sacrificed in the pool of blood. Among them, people like you were exploited. We searched for people who knew about the map but couldn't find anyone. But coincidentally, he was interrupted. Then he added, "We found you, a person living in Taikan. Even if you ask how, it was truly just a coincidence." But Pan interrupted him. "Coincidence?" He was agitated. That was clearly no coincidence. Hearing that, he also seemed to understand something. Ben calmed down and looked at them. "Follow me, you guys. I think it's best if you meet my sister." They arrived at a wooden house. Inside, a young woman welcomed them. "Welcome." She stood in the candlelight, a small altar behind her, her expression calm. "The famous people of Taikan. I have been waiting for you." Ben bowed his head in embarrassment. "Lady Laosa, I brought them here without permission." But she just gently extended her hand. No, you did very well," and Moroccan, beside him, said suspiciously, waiting. That's different." He was also on guard. "Yeah." He looked around at Laos's intermittent holy power and wondered, should I even call it holy power? It's something that shouldn't be here. Is the holy power emanating from her because of her noble Colon bloodline? Or is it because she is the chosen one of their faith? She looked at them and was about to say something. Immediately after, She answered his question to his astonishment. The one born in the temple of the sword and chosen by the darkness. She looked again at Moroccan and Aziel and added, the last dragon of the dark dragon clan and the guardian dragon of the great and beloved child, Masmil. She looked at him and explained, no need to be so surprised. This is just a little trick. He, however, was still assessing this unusual aura. I've seen it before. His eyes became sharp. Laosa, could you be? And she just smiled back. He suspected a god. She placed a hand on her chest and smiled in denial. No, I am just an intermediary. Then she added, if I were a god, I wouldn't be hiding away like this after losing my homeland. Moroccan frowned. So you're the holy vessel of an ancient god. His eyes narrowed. You are very perceptive, but is that so? Your presence will disappear soon. The aura around Laosa gradually weakened. She remained calm. You are rubbing salt in my wounds, sir. Then Moroccan asked her again, anyway. This is the first time I have heard of an ancient god of Colon here. Which god do you represent? She affirmed, even if I told you, you wouldn't know. Moroccan was confused. Me. Then she looked at him. More importantly, could you show me the map? He also looked up at her. Then he took out the map. While you're looking at it, can I ask what it says? She took it without answering. Then she relayed the god's decree. He who has obtained the heart of Colon and is reading these words, please do not abandon us. I am here and I shout for us. We are but silent people. That is how we survived. The gods gave us a mission, but did not give us strength. How cruel. The three of them stood there, looking on in confusion. She gripped the map tightly. This was created by my late grandfather. This map has two possibilities. She paused and then explained, but instead of bringing it to the cruel Zippo family, it brought the hope named you, Jean Zandel. His face was calm as he absorbed the information. The efforts of daily prayer have been answered. Laosa reached out to him. So, could I make a proposal? Moroccan crossed his arms, confused. Hey, what do you mean, a proposal? Seeing that, he also exposed them to Laosa and Ban's astonishment. A proposal when you've lost all your power. I think you should be honest and just ask for help. We were planning on going to Colon anyway. He also determined that she should honestly ask for help. She touched her chin. My, how kind. She smiled. However, I don't believe in help that comes from pity, Jean Zandel. Then she asked him, it's been a long time since you've heard Soder's voice, hasn't it? Jin's eyes widened, and he froze in astonishment. She placed her hand on her necklace. I have something that can repay you. The image of the god appeared behind Laosa's figure. She affirmed to him, I will use all my remaining power and summon your god, Sodereth. They talked until the candles gradually burned down. The holy vessel of an ancient god and the contractor of Aziel. There are quite a few people snooping around this area. Moroccan looked at him as he sighed. What are you going to do, kid? He quickly agreed. All right, let's prepare to go to Colon. Then he added, but I'm not sure if I'm capable of saving all of you. It's quite difficult to guarantee that. But she just smiled and nodded. That's enough. She affirmed, then I will provide you with inside information on Colon. I hope it will be helpful. He also smiled in response. Thank you. That evening, in a forest, this is a restricted area. The historic site of Colon is currently closed. Casimir stood scratching his head, blaming himself. Maybe I should have sent a scout ahead. Beside him was Moroccan. HMPH. Even if you had sent a subordinate, it wouldn't change the fact that this is a restricted area. He also confirmed, that's true. Ahead, he was lost in his own thoughts. This used to be a freely accessible area before my regression, but it seems that during my time as a cadet, there were other changes. His eyes scanned the ground with a probing look. Normally, the horrors that happened here would have been discovered by journalists 11 years later. But in this situation, that probably won't happen. Jin looked at the no entry sign in front of him and confirmed there was no other way. Beside him, Casimir asked, Young Master Jin, what should we do now? He closed his eyes and sighed. We can't enter if this place is being used for magic experiments, as you said. Therefore, but before he could finish, he had already stepped into the forbidden area. Beside him, Moroccan also followed, leaving only Casimir behind, panicked. Young Master Jin. Lord Moroccan. He was flustered. Young Master Jin, wait for me. He quickly chased after them. Ahead. He also explained, isn't it strange that there's only a single sign in a restricted area? He looked around the forest of trees and leaves. There are no guards or magical traps for defense here. Would the Zippo family be so careless with such an important place? Casimir's face paled as if he understood. Come to think of it. Or have they already found the treasure here? He turned back to look at him and explained. They probably gave up because they couldn't find anything for hundreds of years. Moroccan also closed his eyes and confirmed. Maybe they're just using this place as a resort. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he realized something. He said cautiously, "Wait, stop." The other two also looked around, surveying the situation. Moroccan ducked behind the foliage and looked ahead. A group of people was doing hard labor. They are their people. The natives over there. Moroccan's comment made him look over, confused. HMPH. There's a rather troublesome person over there. Somewhere. A group of forced laborers toiled away while a certain man tilted his head back and drank. He was confused. Silver hair, is he a pure-blooded Zippo clan member? The way he's drinking in broad daylight. Casimir looked at the drunk, silver-haired man. Yes, he must be Muron Zippo. He frowned, his thoughts cautious. Muron Zippo. Also known as the madman among the mages of the tower. Instead of being known as the sixth son of Kaliark. He's famous as a deranged mage due to his eccentric personality. Then he looked at Casimir with suspicion. He's a pure-blooded Zippo. But he doesn't have any bodyguards. He also explained. He's the master of the 7th mage tower in Zippo. He's an 8-star mage and carries a bunch of artifacts with him. So it's understandable that he's confident. Now Moroccan was going crazy, revealing his claws and dark aura. So after I chop off his head, I just need to get all these people out of here, right? That's why I brought this germ with me. But he stopped him, which deflated his enthusiasm. No, our opponent is a pure-blooded Zippo. Since we've already killed Andre Zippo, this will be a big deal. He calmly explained further. Even if we kill Muron, we'll still need a reason for the Zippo family to be unable to intervene. There was a rustling in a nearby bush, catching his attention. Someone is in the bushes. The person poked their head out. Then he stepped cautiously into the forbidden forest. From behind, Jin quickly put a knife to his throat, his eyes sharp and cold. Who are you? Immediately after, he brought the knife closer, drawing blood from the person's neck as a threat. I won't ask again. The person stammered in fear. What? Then he raised both hands in fear as he held a knife to his throat. Dino Jaglin, I'm a journalist. Hearing that, he also froze. Dino Jaglin. He's the journalist who wrote the report on Colin in my previous life. Jin put away the knife and thought, the report will be published 10 years later. So that means he found out everything on his own. Then he looked at Dino and ordered, turn around. He clutched his neck in alarm and turned his head. He looked at his figure and commented, he's in his early 20s with a frail body. This young man started a war with the Zippo family. He couldn't help but feel admiration, but his face remained nonchalant. A journalist, huh? You came here to find a big story. Immediately after, he also took off his cloak. Behind him, Casimir and Moroccan also appeared, causing Dino to freeze in fear. He asked, what's the content? His face was bewildered. Before that, can I ask where you're from? He replied. Don't worry too much, we're just. His face put on an innocent expression. Passersby. Below. Casimir rubbed the back of his neck warily. Jin closed his eyes and explained, really, a friend of mine from this land asked me for a favor. But since you said you're a journalist, it seems our destinations and purposes are the same. Hearing that, Dino was horrified. You know the current situation of the people of Colin. Moroccan looked at him and asked, wait a minute, kid, can we tell this guy everything? Casimir, from behind, stopped his agitation. Lord Moroccan. Saying this is to help him achieve his goal of learning about this land. Moroccan was confused. Purpose? He calmly explained. He might have come here to get a real feel for and learn about this place. Young Master Jin will cooperate with him to help him get the evidence and reasons to attack the Zippo family. Then Casimir looked at Dino, who was silent. He has most likely gathered a considerable amount of information related to that matter. Dino took out a file from his shoulder bag. He held it in front of him. Please take a look at this. He read the timelines and contents within, unable to help but feel impressed. Even the native's diary. The contents of the book. January 3rd, 1796. 3 natives disappeared. I think Muron dragged them to the basement. January 5th, 1796. The natives I used to be in contact with have also disappeared. I have interviewed other natives. According to what they said, Muron used some magic on Tika. I can't erase the look in her eyes. Jean's face was filled with surprise. You're meeting him. I'm sure you also understand what will happen if the Zippo family finds this notebook. Dino didn't hesitate. It's fine. He remembered his meeting with Muron and affirmed. I've approached Muron Zippo before. A few days ago, he was drunk. And after I asked him a few questions, I learned that Muron doesn't have any bodyguards. Then he thought to himself, there's no reason for him to use you to get answers from me. It would be easier to just kill me. Casimir and Moroccan were also stunned. He quickly returned the notebook. Understood. Well then, Dino Jarlin. Jin smiled. Can I, as a favor? That night in the starry forest with the bonfire, Muron was drinking with the subordinate kneeling beside him, cursing, those old dog-faced bastards. A man held a pile of wine while he relentlessly cursed, just because I joked around a little. They sent me to this god-forsaken place? You damn old bastards. He beat the old man holding the wine to vent his anger. You think so too, don't you? You insect. Dino approached and asked, aren't you lonely drinking alone? Muron looked up, drunk. Yeah. Then he cheered up, oh, Dino. Having no drinking buddy is really lonely. And he emerged from the bushes with a bottle of wine in his hand, smiling with excitement. Muron reached out, his face drunk. I've been waiting for you for ages. I can't even communicate with these guys. His happy eyes narrowed, but then he looked at the three people who appeared behind him. You're not alone today. Dino approached, explaining cheerfully. Ah yes, they are travelers and storytellers. So I brought them along thinking you would like them too. Then he stood in front of Muron, scratching his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry. I brought them without asking for permission first. Muron closed his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. No, it's fine, it's fine. Where did you meet them? I met them in the kingdom of Verlin while searching for herbs. Everyone, introduce yourselves. He took off his hat and started the conversation. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Muron Zippo. Muron's face darkened with excitement, a grin splitting his face. He recalled the previous conversation with Veradin. He put his beer mug down on the table, closed his eyes, and sighed. Big brother Muron is a formidable person. The late Andre was also bad, but nothing compared to Muron. When I think about the things he's done, I still feel sick. I don't know what the elders were thinking, giving him the position of master of the magic tower. Dante looked over with a surprised expression and remarked, oh. So you talk about your brother like that. Is he that bad? Veradin explained. An innocent person like you can't even imagine. Then he called him. Anyway, Jean, and he also turned to listen. It's inevitable that we and the Cannon family will face each other. So, if you happen to meet Muron. Veradin's face was serious as he reminded him. Don't think about going easy on him, or you'll be in for a terrible time. Currently, Nolan is pointing at him, his face drunk and playful. That's right. You're going to tell me about your journey, right? He also smiled cordially. Yes, as Dino said, we have been through many interesting things. He exclaimed. Ho, you've been through a lot. Jin was modest. No, compared to Lord Zippo's mission here, it's nothing. Muron sneered. Immediately after, he looked at Dino and called out, hey, Dino Jaglin. He also replied, yes. Lord Muron. Muron began to recount his story by the fire. The first time I met you was 2 weeks ago, right? I was really curious about you. Think about it. A journalist daring to trespass into the forbidden area of the Zippo family like that. I was like, who the hell is this guy? Immediately after, he put his arm around Dino's neck, causing him to panic. I'm sorry. Muron quickly stopped him. No. I'm not blaming you. It's just that you caught my attention. His face was filled with madness as he asked Dino. But Dino, why are you investigating the natives here? Seeing this, he also darkened his face and glanced at him, while Moroccan gritted his teeth and stared. Then he laughed madly while Dino looked down at the slaves below. You've been snooping around while I was away. My God. I had to do a lot of work to deal with those who couldn't keep their mouths shut. Dino was horrified. Deal with them. Immediately after, he let go to his astonishment. My clever Dino Zaglin. Didn't you know? Guys like you have all been made to disappear by me. You didn't know about that, did you? Without waiting for his answer, he burst out laughing. Immediately after, he held his head and screamed insanely, oh my God, the stupid insect. You just keep scurrying around here while I let you. Then he got even crazier, screaming and throwing a wine bottle into the fire. What do you believe in to do that? It shattered, causing the fire to flare up. Dino recoiled, shielding his face with his hands, but Muron continued to scream relentlessly. Aren't you scared? I can't understand it, stupid, ha. Then he calmed down. But now I understand why you're so bold. Dino's face also turned pale as he looked at him in fear. Lord Muron, you're... Immediately after, he pulled down his facial muscles and laughed with insane red energy surrounding him. The Kingdom of Swords is the power behind you. Hearing that, both Jean and Moroccan looked at him calmly. Moroccan quickly grabbed Dino's bewildered shoulder. Then he scowled and pulled him back. He also quickly drew the sword from his side, right? The sword carried flames as it slashed a long arc. From within the flames that shot out from Euron's side, he was like a crazed monster. On the other side, he jumped back and watched. He was getting up on one knee in the fiery shield. His face was serious as he assessed the situation. A shield. I didn't realize he had used any magic to create a shield of this size. He remembered the moment he threw the wine bottle into the fire. Even if he hid the activation of the spell with that fire, there's no way I wouldn't have felt any magic present. What kind of trick did he use? Before he could figure it out, Moroccan frowned and shouted a warning. Kid, watch out. Even if he can partially hide his magic, it's impossible to completely erase the traces. The insane Muron stood in the fire, laughing like a madman. Moroccan affirmed. He's hiding something. Muron glanced at him. You are Jean from the Candon family, right? I guess the runaway priestess contacted someone from the Candon family, huh? He also looked at him. How do you know my face? Well, you probably wouldn't answer even if I asked. Jean drew his sword and held it in front of him, his eyes filled with determination as he declared, I will personally make you spit out the answers bit by bit. Muron Zippo. Muron mocked. Now that I think about it, Jean Zandel, the one who was a reserve prodigy. How did you manage to form a contract? On a personal basis. He also frowned at him. Yes, you're too loud. That obnoxious laugh and voice of yours. He cut him off and added, it's starting to bore me. At the same time, ice orbs appeared around Muron's fire sphere. He boasted, that's right, my apologies. Immediately after, the ice orbs appeared in greater numbers. He reached out from within the fiery shield and confirmed, all right then, let's begin. The ice orbs were launched at a dizzying speed. He skillfully dodged them. Jin jumped away as the ice spears plunged into the ground, shattering it. On the other side, Moroccan was also struggling to lead Dino to safety from the ice spears. He looked at that. Then he looked at the fleeing slaves and cursed, you bastard. Moroccan's hand tightened. He slammed a punch into the ground, causing it to heave up and block the attack aimed at the slaves. Moroccan ran and ordered, you over there, your hands are free. Get everyone back and take cover. Dino also quickly followed, running off. Yes. He turned to look at the slaves and pointed at them. Hurry up, everyone. Yes. But the slaves clutched their necks, unable to speak. You? His face was filled with despair. Immediately after, he cursed Muron Zippo in anger. You bastard. Causing him and Muron to turn and look over, confused. Dino's tears fell uncontrollably, filled with rage and disgust. You're a despicable bastard. How dare you do this? He looked up at the burns on the necks of the sobbing slaves and questioned, what have you done to everyone? A bastard like you should go to hell. Seeing his despair and indignation, Muron was thrilled. That's right, Dino, that's the face. I've always been curious what your face would look like if you knew about it. I like your expression. He taunted, silly Dino, while he just looked at him. Speechless, the insane Muron continued. Dino, you didn't know your place. He reached out, standing within the fiery shield, laughing maniacally. A nobody who knows nothing but to spy and wag his tail for his master. Are you happy now that you've saved those beneath you? Look, Dino, the reason these insects have become like this is because of you. It's all thanks to your grace. Dino's tears streamed down his face in regret as he gritted his teeth. Immediately after, Jean swung his fist in frustration, but Muron was still triumphant. I can't stop enjoying the look on his face. His eyes widened in shock. Immediately after, his body was sent flying. Moroccan's voice roared, that's enough of your posturing. His hand was a blur, a magic shield. Moroccan's voice echoed as if from hell. You can stop your rambling now. Jin took off his coat. Behind him was a dark, black soul. His face was filled with a murderous aura, as if he wanted to eat Muron alive. We're going to kill you right now. From behind, Casimir also looked on in bewilderment, even though he was caught off guard. I didn't expect him to be sent flying like that. That's the power of the dark aura. On the other side, Muron's shield was also being corroded. His face contorted in difficulty, and the surrounding flames dissipated. He cursed inwardly. This is annoying. This thing is neither magic, power nor aura. It's gradually gnawing away at my magic, like darkness itself. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening as he remembered something. Darkness? Impossible. A dark aura, then Jin Zandel. That must be. Immediately after, he laughed like a madman. Ha. So Saurire has once again sided with the Candon family. Behind him, he and his god had merged. Now then, Jin will wear the armor. His face darkened. Muron understood. He broke the pact. Then he bowed his head and looked at him. In front of them, glistening ice crystals on their heads were aimed. Jin warned, Moroccan, Sir Casimir, up there. The ice spikes floating in the air were aimed at them. Moroccan glanced at him. Damn it. Why didn't I notice it? He also frowned and explained. He hid his aura, so he kept using magic to distract us. On the other side, Muron stood calmly with his hands on his hips. As expected, you're quick-witted. Jean Zandel, I secretly prepared this move. How humiliating. Immediately after, the madman pointed at him and roared, however. It will be very difficult for you insects to keep your lives now. On the other side, Moroccan grabbed his leg. He threw him forward. Muron didn't anticipate the situation, and his face quickly changed. A priceless treasure. The ice blocks flew rapidly towards him. He also placed his hand on the sword at his side. The dark shadows slithered through, protecting him from the sharp ice spikes. On the other side, Muron again extended his hand, summoning a red energy ribbon. He raised his hand, brandishing the family's characteristic staff. In front of him was a wall of ice, and behind him was a wall of fire. From the darkness, streams of green energy shot out towards him. His eyes flashed with dark energy. A large explosion quickly echoed. Muron was frantic. I will use all my strength to deal with you. But he had already sensed that he was standing on the wall behind him, looking at him. He turned his head in alarm, terrified. Immediately after, he stared at him with his complete set of armor. The man was suspicious. What? He rushed forward with dark energy, causing him to shout, another new trick. You bastard. Muron swung his staff, summoning a wall of ice. While he continued to charge towards him with his sword enveloped in dark energy, he shouted, Don't come near me. With a single slash, his sword cut the wall in two. His face darkened as he watched them being corroded in alarm. No matter what kind of magic I use, it can completely erase all my magic power. Then he stammered, his mouth agape. This is Soderith's dark aura. His face showed extreme excitement as he tilted his head back and laughed maniacally. Well, this is getting a little dangerous. The red energy stream was released. Beneath his feet was a red magic circle, but chains shot out from it towards Jin. He frowned and smiled wickedly. I've got you now. The sword slashes cut through the light. The chains were shattered into many pieces by Jin. Immediately after, he jumped to the wall behind. Muron looked at him and laughed excitedly. Ha! Jean Zandel, you're making me a little nervous. He craned his neck and roared with madness, so it will feel great if I take your life. Thanks to you. Beneath his feet, dense magic circles were activated. This damn mining sight can finally shine. It's too wonderful. He dissipated the dark energy, sheathed his sword, and panted as he assessed. Is he crazy? Are they all magic traps? If I fight back, I'll run out of stamina. I need to avoid them? Then he called out, Moroccan, Sir Casimir. The two of them also ran forward because of this. Moroccan replied to him, I know. He ran towards the slaves and shouted at Dino, You guys, move quickly. Get them all out of the magic circles area. He was also urgent. Yes. And Muron watched them with a delighted smile. It's useless. The magic's range extends to wherever my eyes can see. But Dino ignored him and pointed towards the exit. Muron was still shouting uncontrollably. With all my sincerity. On the other side, Moroccan was still trying to save the slaves. He continued to mock relentlessly. Every nook and cranny. There's not a single empty spot. He stared at him with excitement. Well then, Jin Zandel, let's enjoy this together. Waves of energy flooded the forest. The explosions, the fires, the ice blocks, the poisonous sprouts relentlessly devoured love and blocked the path of Jin's group. His eyes widened. In front of him was a burst of energy from overhead. He quickly retreated and dodged it. Immediately after, his body prepared to fall to the ground. Behind him, a large red patch quickly blossomed. He turned his head to look at it, realizing in his heart, this is corrosive land. Just a light touch, and I could be turned into nutrients for the ground. Then he froze and drew his sword with determination. If that's the case, I have no choice but to face him head-on. He swung his sword and slashed straight into the flames in front of him. Immediately after, the fire vortex swallowed his dark energy. They merged and exploded in multiple directions, causing him to lose his balance. Jin glanced around. Something strange, even with the power of the 8 stars. How can he control so much magic? Is he hiding an artifact somewhere? He looked towards Muron, who was standing there watching him with his staff. That person also looked at him and assessed. That guy, does he understand the magic I'm casting? Then he remembered the moment he turned to look back. He avoided the pillar of fire without even touching the corrosive ground. Then, as he held his sword and slashed the fire pillar, he directly destroyed my fire pillar. The two energy streams merged and exploded. Muron thought to himself, that action couldn't have been done by someone who knows nothing about this magic. He denied it with a frown, Impossible, Jean Zandel. You're a magic swordsman. He, however, was still preparing to fight him. He didn't answer, just narrowed his eyes at him. He looked at him mockingly. Shouldn't you be hiding that? His hand raised the staff in front of him, laughing maniacally. Good, very good. You can do that because you're a magic swordsman. I'm sure of it now. You cunning bastard. But you've made this more troublesome. Then he muttered, if you also possess magic power. And his foot created a blue magic circle before he jumped up. A hand carrying ice energy approached, close to his face, startling him. The madman affirmed, I will crush you with a stronger magic power. Mana backlash is the most severe symptom that can occur to a mana user. He imagined the image of a man writhing in pain as he was consumed by mana. This happens when the magic inside the body goes berserk, and the internal organs are damaged and rupture. In a battle between mages, the one with less mana will suffer this symptom. A certain person dueled with another and caused that person to writhe on the ground. Unlike with martial artists, this is considered an effective method for ranking mages. Returning to reality, he looked at the hand holding the blue fire of Muron and concluded, until now, the damn Kandon family members had no mana, so backlash was impossible. Therefore, even if they were weak, we still had to use magic to face them. Muron excitedly attacked him with that hand. But with you possess mana. I don't need to waste time fighting, he said. And he was too stunned to react as he was attacked. Then he mocked him. What were you thinking, closing the distance with me like that? Just as expected, Muron Zippo. Muron's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at him. Then his hand produced a black energy ball and he announced, here, a gift. Jin placed it in front of his chest, his expression full of confidence. And Muron, unable to stop, still charged forward. Look carefully. Immediately after, a flash of light overwhelmed everything around them in the forest. Muron's eyes couldn't see clearly. He stood in the void, going mad. I can't see anything, darkness. Is this the power of the dark aura? No, it's completely different. I don't feel that. Just then, there was a strong light right in front of my eyes. His eyes were hazy as he seemed to understand something. Light? That's right. There was a strong light that emanated and blinded me. Muron was bewildered. So the next attack will be, and he had already swung his black-clad sword. Muron quickly raised his hand to block in panic. Then he managed to grab one end of the iron bar. Immediately after, he spun, creating energy that made him stunned. His arm was also cut off. Muron landed not far away, looking at him. His left hand was completely severed, his face a mixture of agony and exhilaration as he praised. An ancient light magic, huh? I didn't expect that. With his other hand, he held his staff, cauterizing his arm, and exclaimed, the power of light and darkness. Have you turned into the protagonist of a novel or something? He was also staggering, panting as he looked at him. He pushed the dark aura out of the wound. That perception and reaction speed are not like a much, more like a monster. He licked his lips and swallowed. Even though his mana isn't as strong as Andre's, in a one-on-one fight, he's a much tougher opponent. Muron looked at him smugly. Hey, what should I do? Should we continue fighting her? He, on the other hand, looked at him and calculated. Considering his extensive combat experience, besides the mana backlash, I'm sure he's still hiding something else. Muron glanced somewhere, his face wetting profusely. He seemed to have spotted something behind the rock. Then he laughed maniacally, which confused him. Hia. Then he looked back at the shadows of the trees. Jean Zandel. You must think I'm a madman and don't want to cooperate with me, right? But I can see that we are the same kind of people. Hearing him ramble, he closed his eyes and sighed. Are you trying to stall for time by talking nonsense? If so, that's really boring. Muron's expression grew even more delighted as he laughed and shouted. Are you trying to take my life? Sorry, but that's going to be difficult, because the demons are still protecting me. Then he raised his fingers to count. Let's see. So far, 1, 2. Muron kicked evenly, or maybe they sent 3. He, on the other hand, closed his eyes, trying to be patient. His eyes widened, losing his composure as he looked at him. Don't get too excited, Muron Zippo. What are you trying to say? Muron joked. Right? So you're a little interested now, aren't you? Jean Zandel. He raised his staff, surrounded by green sparks with blue energy above it. He asked him, You? No, I mean people like us always do everything to achieve our goals. You realize that too, don't you? That my control magic is even higher than 3 stars. Is this possible? Immediately after, he swung his hand back, blowing up a rock. His eyes looked at him as he shouted. Look here. Behind him, the The slaves lay dead like scattered stalks. How could those blessed by the Zippo family dare? That damn journalist and those filthy insects. Dust enveloped this place, the insane neuron. However, thanks to that, I can use them, he affirmed, as a kind of mono-amplifying weapon. At that, his sword-wielding hand froze. The madman joked, "Oh my, we're not done talking yet, are we? They look like corpses, but in fact, there are still a few who are still breathing." His eyes widened. The Muron extended his staff again like a madman, pointing it at him. "Because they're alive. They can help me replenish my mana. Now, Jin Zandel, you said you wanted to take my life, right? Well then, you need to get rid of these guys first." Behind him, a frail figure rose from the rubble. Muron looked at him with confidence, his mana amplified. "I told you we were the same kind of people, the kind who would do anything to achieve their goals. Now, hurry up and finish them off, and let's have one last fight, Jin Zandel." From behind, a girl shouted, "He's lying," causing Muron to glance over. She was bitter, crying and weakly shouting at him, "Jin Zandel, everything he says is a lie. There's nothing amplifying his mana. After torturing us, he found out." Muron gritted his teeth in anger and glared at her. The girl concluded, "The way to use the holy relic." Seeing that, he also looked at him, bewildered. "A holy relic? Don't tell me he's already found the Ulta's ring." The other guy was furious and questioned the girl. What are you doing now?" She was in pain, crying and sobbing as she trembled. "All of them have been oppressed to the bone. My miserable fellow tribesmen." Muron's face was filled with confusion as he stared at her. "Hey, shut up, you insect." The girl screamed in despair, her tears streaming down her face. "They're all dead." He roared in anger. "Shut your mouth, you bitch." But she continued to expose the truth. That insane murderer played with people's lives. He used us as lab rats, and when he got bored, he used cows. Muron was stunned, gritting his teeth and gripping his staff tightly in anger. The girl reminded him, he was lying. "Just now to control you. So." She squeezed her eyes shut, clutched the scrap of cloth on her, and screamed, "Please kill that madman." He had reached his limit, gritting his teeth in anger, growling each word, you. His eyes turned purple, widening. "You little rat who doesn't know her place, die." Immediately after, purple sparks appeared around her, causing the girl to be bewildered. Her eyes widened in horror. Immediately after, the flame swallowed the girl. Muron cursed in fury, "Damn you. How dare you ruin my play." He should have been screaming in agony after flipping over every single corpse. That was the highlight of the night. He was frantic. "I kept you alive because you were useful. And yet, die." A foot of someone appeared. It was Dino. He shouted at him from the bushes. Lord Jean. He also turned around, confused. "Dino?" He was urgent. "You must save her. She is Tika, the leader, and the only master of the natives here." He pleaded, "Please, save her." His face darkened. Then he looked at the girl writhing in the flames. "That's the secret technique of the Zippo family. The demon eye blue flame. I've heard of it before." He remembered, "Jean, have you ever heard of the blue flame?" He stood before the bookshelf and asked again. "Blue flame," the other person replied. "It's a secret technique, called the demon eye blue flame, something only the Zippos can use." It was his master. She sat in a chair, enjoying her tea, and explained, "Just by looking into the demon eye, the blue flame will appear, and it will never stop burning. Even if you try to struggle and escape, you will eventually be swallowed by it." He looked at her, bewildered. "How can I fight against a fire like that?" The master playfully lifted the teacup. "Burn it. Use a hotter flame that can burn away the blue fire." Now, a blue flame appears. The flame shot out like a powerful firebird. Muron's face was filled with stunned disbelief as he tilted his head back to look at the firebird before him. A hotter flame, yes. He held the girl in his arms. The blue bird protected the two of them. He assessed, "Well, this should be enough." On the other side, he was horrified, his eyes wide as he stuttered, "Hey, Tess." Muron's face was filled with bewilderment. He stood frozen with the blue flame still beside him. "Tess." He looked at the blue bird behind him and muttered, "Those chosen by Tess." And he was still holding the little girl. He affirmed, "Will become the greatest mages of their generation. And the chosen one is just an ordinary swordsman." Muron roared in anger, and a Zandel at that, a title I wouldn't even dare to dream of. He was still furious. "How dare you obtain it?" He, on the other hand, looked at him smugly. The girl in his arms began to stir. He carried her and looked at the blazing fire behind them. She thought to herself, "It's not hot anymore." Then she touched the blue sparks. "I'm sure my whole body was engulfed in flames just now. And yet there are no burns at all. It's as if this fire is protecting me." He suddenly spoke, startling her. "Thank you." His eyes flickered down. If it weren't for you, I would have been tricked by that guy. You can rest now, she warned him cautiously. Now is not the time to relax. Although Muron is using the power of the holy relic, he doesn't actually possess it. He put her down. Tika tugged on his arm. He only knows a few incantation words that he overheard while interrogating us. The real holy relic is in a secret place that only we know. You came here at the request of the priestess Laosa, right? She pleaded with him, tears welling in her eyes. When the battle is over, I will reveal the location of the holy relic to you. So please, put an end to this. She paused and then sobbed. The suffering of ours. He, on the other hand, remained silent, sympathizing with her. Then he looked at Muron's face, wrinkled like a monkey's bottom. Your expression is very interesting right now, Muron Zippo. You must be shocked to see Tess chose me. He raised his sword, the blue bird still protecting him from behind. Magic traps and those treacherous demon eyes. Have you used all your tricks on me yet? The game is over now. His eyes flashed as he pointed his sword straight at him, affirming, it's time for hell to open its doors and welcome you. Muron hesitated, then opened his mouth. Hell? Then he slammed his staff on the ground. You arrogant bastard. A powerful purple magic force was summoned. I was once the lover of the witch Hellerum. His eyes were white with rage. I was also the one who had the honor of raising a glass with the Dark Sea King. A giant purple vortex appeared. It brought with it an endless black hole behind Muron. He stood before the staff with a battered body. His face was vein with anger as he shouted, You said hell, right? He affirmed, Now you'll see, while he also frowned, watching him put on a show. Then the black hole began to sucken. The insane Muron cried, What real hell is like? On the other side, Tess opened its mouth as blue fire energy gathered. Muron's hand also reached out to strike. The flames rushed towards him. He was burned to the point of madness, gritting his teeth. Is this hellfire? The bird relentlessly spewed fire, and he looked at it and called out, Tess. He wondered, is Tess angry? And then looked back at Muron, his brow furrowed. Because of that spell. Behind him, an explosion echoed. It was Moroccan. He landed in front of him, his teeth clenched in anger, while he was also confused. Moroccan, where are the natives? He turned his head to look at him urgently and announced, I've evacuated them all. The spell just now was the possession spell of the Demon King, Organ. On the other side, Muron was still raising his shield against the flames of the hellfire. Moroccan shouted a reminder to him. So, while Tess is still interfering, you must stop it quickly. He stood up straight and looked towards the flames. Gather the dark aura, wrap it around the sword, and unleash all your strength. Immediately after, he also withdrew his dark energy stream, gritting his teeth to prepare for the attack. Moroccan threw the energy forward. It was sucked in by the black hole. He ordered, Kid, right now. Moroccan urged as he stood on the dark aura, step on the dark aura and run. He also held his sword, which was coated in dark aura, and his face darkened as he rushed forward. Moroccan shouted, cut through the spaceless door. His head went blank for a moment. Jin clutched his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Coughed in my head, damn it. This is horrible. He struggled to raise his head, his vision blurry. Mana backlash all at once. The energy of the hellfire was weakening. I can't maintain Tess for much longer. On the other side, Muron also noticed something. He bared his teeth and smiled wickedly. A voice like it was from hell echoed. It's time. He froze, his eyes widening. The screams echoed. My glorious and lonely life will end under the blade of Hellerum's star. A summoning circle of magic appeared. The insane Muron laughed proudly. And become the one worshipped by all creation before the gates of hell. He gritted his teeth again, blood still flowing. His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. Muron, seeing him, also frowned and looked over. Then he decisively jumped up, raising his sword over his head, his teeth clenched. He thought to himself, even if I swing my sword another 100,000 times, the tip of the black sword had gathered at one point, then everything would still be the same as it was at the beginning. He brought the sword down when the dark aura had been fully contained, putting all his will into the blade. His eyes widened as he decisively swung down. Muron's eyes were filled with fear. And slash! He cut through the magic formation to Muron's astonishment. He was also slashed to pieces, blood splattering. Jin jumped to the ground. The fragments of the magic formation scattered. Now Muron still hadn't reacted, his eyes bulging, blood splattering everywhere. A loud explosion carrying lightning and dark energy echoed. And in just a few short seconds, a multitude of cracks appeared. It caused the matrix that he used all his magic on to be destroyed in a flash. The fragments continued to fall. He also lost his ability to defend, his face pale and his mouth agape, speechless. A flash of light made his eyes bulge with astonishment, his body freezing. The green flame flared up and rushed towards him with great force. The flame gradually died down and drifted into the void, leaving only his charred body kneeling on the ground. At this point, Muron could only let out weak breaths. Hug. His breaths grew weaker, and the staff was revealed. He looked at him, panting, his hands still gripping the sword. The dark energy on the sword was also fading. The blade had gradually released the dark energies. Jin recalled the moment he held his sword, preparing to strike Muron, and suddenly felt something was amiss. The dark aura that the black shadow emitted was very different. Not only that, Dai realized this was the first time he had felt this way. And for a moment, he thought, is that a piece of the sword heart? Returning to reality, he looked towards Muron. At the top of the staff that Muron held in his hand as he collapsed to the ground, a green light shone. Jin's eyes widened and his mouth fell open, unable to believe his eyes. Muron could still reach out and raise the staff in his hand, forcing him to raise his sword in defense. But right before his eyes, he collapsed to the ground. His entire body shattered into small fragments, only the staff remained intact as usual. The battle was finally over. The tense nerves in Jin's heart finally relaxed. His words became disjointed. It's over. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't hold on any longer. The long-accumulated exhaustion hit him, causing him to collapse. From afar, Murakam and Tika saw it. Immediately after, Murakam rushed off, arriving beside him and shouting, "Kid!" He found him there, unconscious. In the midst of the rain, a thought echoed in his head. The magic staff used by the master of the Zippo magic tower has a very special function, thanks to a small runic character on its tip. What does it do? When someone waves the staff, that character will be activated and will send a distress signal somewhere to their magic tower. So you mean we can't let our guard down for even a second, right? And immediately, Lord Murakam called Jin back from his stupor. Wake up. At that moment, as if compelled by something, he immediately opened his eyes after the call. Jin. Before him now was Murakam, who had been waiting for a long time, holding a piece of paper that seemed to contain medicine. He called out the name in disbelief. Murakam. He just replied nonchalantly, "You're awake, kid." Then, before Jin could react, he directly poured the pile of powder into his mouth. "If you're awake, then drink this." He widened his eyes in surprise, unable to help but be suspicious of the powder that had just been poured into his mouth. What is this? Then a strong, unpleasant sensation stimulated his throat, causing him to cough dryly a few times. Then he immediately coughed up a mouthful of dark black blood, which made him extremely confused. Suddenly, Murakam began to explain, "You almost died from mana backlash, you know? You just swallowed a unicorn horn, a special medicine that is incredibly effective for people with backlash." Jin also noticed that his body no longer felt as tired as before, but his magic power still needed time to stabilize. "I do feel much better. My mana has also calmed down, but my dark aura and aura are still a mess." Then Kasm turned to ask about Jin's condition. "Young Master Jin, you did very well." At this point, Jin also noticed Kasm and thanked him. "Lord Kasm, thank you. When did you prepare all this?" But Kasm wasn't the one who prepared those things and looked in another direction. It wasn't me." Following Kasm's gaze, the people were carefully supporting each other as they slowly approached. It was them. Jin didn't know why the powder was at Dino's place. "Dino, how?" Dino smiled and replied, "I went drinking with Muron and heard that he was keeping a unicorn horn that he had mixed at home. And with Tika's help, they found the unicorn horn. After that, Tika went to look for it. Beside her, the girl lowered her eyes and then began to introduce herself. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Latika Mamutica. I am temporarily filling the role of priestess for Lady Laza." While speaking, she suddenly trembled slightly. The things that happened here. Before Jin's surprised gaze, Tika bowed her head and thanked him, even in death. "I will never forget this." Then she mentioned Laosa asking Jin to save them. The holy maiden, Lady Laosa, must have requested everyone to save us. Before the intent gazes of Jin and Murakam, she continued, but not in the literal sense of rescue. She would want help to restore our holy relic. Hearing that, Jin's expression froze for a moment and thought, "Restore? It's broken?" But Murakam suddenly cut her off. "Wait, hold on a second." Murakam raised a hand and scratched his head, his tone skeptical. "I am a dragon who has lived for over 3,000 years, but I have never heard of such a holy relic. At first, I thought it was just talk." Recalling Muron's power just now, he couldn't help but exclaim, "But the magical power of that madman just now was on a whole new level." Murakam, according to Tika's words, believed that Muron's power was borrowed from the holy relic. Do you mean that it is precisely because of your sacred relic? Muraka frowned in thought and then asked, the owner of that holy relic, what was the name of the god you worship? Before the intent gazes of the two people in front of her, she answered honestly, his name is Gum. However, Murakam had never heard this name before and wanted to know more about the god. So he asked another question. I've never heard of a god with a name like that. Which generation does that god belong to? Before Tika could reply, Kasim reminded them from a distance, well then, if this is true, then let's find that holy relic and get out of here quickly. He felt this place was quite dangerous and not suitable to stay. Although this is a rather remote place, it is still part of the Zippo family's territory. Who knows when they will find out what happened here? Turning to Tika, she seemed a bit flustered when explaining the problem they were facing. Well, there's a small problem with that. To get the holy relic, we have to restore it first. And there's only one way to do that. To restore it, we need solar energy to open the seal. Immediately, Murakan was bewildered. In the middle of a clear, moonlit night. Where would they get solar energy? He shouted. What? It's the middle of the night. Tika stammered in reply. So we have to wait until noon. And then continued to explain the next rituals. After that, we need to perform a ritual with everyone in the tribe. So, we still have to gather everyone here. After hearing that, Murakan scratched his head in helplessness. Why is it so complicated? We have to finish quickly before the Zippo family finds out. He didn't expect this to be so messy. Murakan involuntarily grumbled a few times in annoyance. Ugh, don't just stand there, get to work, you insects. Meanwhile, Jean was still sitting there in a daze when he suddenly spoke. Oh hey, the Zippo family, the holy relic, and the light of day. In his heart, a vague sense of unease lingered, but he couldn't remember what it was. What could it be? Something's missing, something very important. He began to connect the previous situations and analyze them. He felt like he had missed something very important but still couldn't figure it out. Muron can't do anything anymore. Tess finished him off. Besides, this is the most remote territory, a place abandoned by the Zippo family itself. And this was the key to reaching the final answer he needed. As long as there's no signal, then. Everyone turned to look at him in surprise at his words. The tower. He stood up abruptly, his hand clenched, as if he had found the answer to all his recent analyses. The magic tower, he spoke. Muron Zippo, he is the master of the Zippo family's magic tower. Murakan replied nonchalantly, yeah, so what? Everyone knows that. While Kasim was very surprised by the news, young Master Jinnah. How could that be? Jin took the DK staff from Muron's hand and said, we don't have time. He turned his face and raised the staff, a blue light radiating from it. Then said with a serious expression, they will be here very soon. At the top of the staff, the light shone more clearly than before, and a letter appeared on top. The letter F. In the night sky, dragons flew in droves. Atop the dragon, a mysterious man was standing. He was Mir Elner, the vice master of the 7th magic tower. Casimir said seriously, based on the recorded down character, he is indeed the master of magic. Murakan was annoyed. Elucidate, Microbe, explain clearly. What's the deal with the master of magic? I'm not too sure, but I heard that in the Zippo family's master's council, they have some trick to summon weaker mages. Murakan asked, wow, so they have things like that too. What about the descendants of that family? Do they know? Currently, the Zippo family is still developing continuously. I'm not sure about the truth of that matter. Dai said seriously, I heard Sister Luna say that when she passed by here. Then he thought to himself, thanks to my master's words when I was unconscious, I'm now fully prepared. The masters are solemn. Each tower has at least 100 mages, most of whom are at the 7th or 9th star level. But above all, we must protect the people. If they come in large numbers, it will be a real mess. Suddenly someone asked, Lord Kasim, how long will it take for them to get here? Kasim grumbled, because the 7th tower is located at the far northern edge of the 6 continents. Even with a teleportation gate, it would still take about 2 hours. Jin stroked his chin. 2 hours, huh? A whiny voice called out loudly, you're cutting me off. That was Jin. He was serious. Could I ask you for a favor? Casimir said, young master, is that plan feasible? Kasim shouted, just a little delay and everyone, including you, will die. Moreover, that person is neutral. You will definitely be rejected immediately, Jin said slowly. You don't have to worry about that. Even if they are offended, they won't refuse. There's not much time left, Lord Kasim. I'm counting on you. Jin's plea made Kasim grit his teeth and think. Then he replied, I understand. I will succeed. no matter what. Cass placed a hand on Jin's shoulder and gave him a final instruction. So, you have to come back alive, Jin, of course. A rock slammed hard onto the ground. Moroccan dusted off his hands. This should be enough, he said to Tika beside him. Yes. Thank you very much. Well then, now. Suddenly, she noticed something and glanced over. Then she said, we will begin the ceremony. They gathered into a success. Moroccan crossed his arms. Phew, I don't know if we can handle this. Behind him, Jin Holland. Instead of hearing a sound from Jin, Moroccan turned his head. Jin coughed and then raised his hand to see a mouthful of blood. I must have overdone it again. Moroccan continued, needless to say. You crazy kid. Who calls the enemy's subordinates after killing them? In my time, if you lost, there was no one to bail you out. Jin had a headache. I called CZL and Sister Luna too. And Sir Kasim has already gone to pick that person up. Moroccan, it's different, darling. We're trying to save the world. But will that microbe get here on time? Jin turned his head to the other side. He's using a teleportation gate. It'll be fine. Moroccan couldn't help but feel emotional. Yeah, if that guy is late, then we'll have to take the fall. At this moment, a group of people in bronze armor rushed over. The white-haired man shouted loudly, the vanguard has already seen the ancient ruins of Kolin. Report immediately. The people who saw the white-haired man created a magic circle before his eyes and shouted, there. Mito, standing on the crowd of white-haired people, continued to report. The natives are currently holding a ceremony. There are also just strangers there. Could they be outsiders, not yet seen? Where is the master? Hearing this, Miter's face tensed like a drawn bowstring. The bearded man, seeing this, said, Vice Captain, please calm down. Maybe they've taken him hostage. Midor was trembling with anger. If anything happens to my brother, then I will make them all kneel and beg to die under my heel. Muraka looked into the distance. Let's see, 6 fat dragons, huh? And about 30 mages. If something happens, I'll transform back to my original form to fight. But either way, the main forces of the Zippo family will arrive afterwards. Kid, take care, Jin said. Yes, yes. I know. At this moment, Murakam reminisced about the past. God, I remember back in the day. The sky was so peaceful. Then Murakam clenched his fist in anger, thinking, you damn bastard. The wound you stabbed through my heart 1,000 years ago. The scar still hurts to this day. A powerful red dragon stomped its foot on the ground, shattering the earth and rocks. Then a group of Zippo family members landed opposite Jean. Jean asked Moroccan, do you know any of the dragons in this group? It seems they are all fire dragons. Moroccan observed for a moment. I don't know. They are too young. And they are not fire dragons, but red dragons, a low-level species of fire spirits. They are probably all subordinates of Cardoni. Midor angrily introduced himself. I am the Vice Master of the 7th Magic Tower of the Zippo family. Midor Elner. Where is Master Muron Zippo? Jin said coldly, who knows? I haven't seen him. Then he thought to himself, Midor Elner. I've never heard that name in my previous life. Mito trembled with rage. I don't know why you're after my brother. His personality is a bit peculiar, making it easy for him to create enemies outside. Or, are you one of the Candon family's dogs? Jean, why should I tell you? Mito clenched his fist. I haven't even asked you to take off your mask or put down your weapon yet. Just answer the question. Is my brother even alive? He shouted angrily, trembling violently. I'm asking you as someone who shares his blood. I'm begging you. You have a family too. So you understand, right? If you tell me the truth, I won't lay a single finger on your family. Please, please just tell me. Jean sneered. What you're saying is quite funny. A beast who has caused suffering to so many others is now putting on a show of brotherly love. Stop talking nonsense. His face turned red with anger. How dare you? How can those insects be considered noble humans like the Zippo family? As he was casting a spell, his eyes widened. Behind Jean, something was glowing. It looked like a human head. Mito realized, all right, I understand. I was too late. Just you dogs aren't enough to leave a single scratch on him. You used some kind of trick, didn't you? His rage erupted. All units prepare to attack. Don't shoot, capture them alive. His subordinates began to cast their magic. The whole group created magic circles. He continued to scream. Letting them die right away is too easy. They must slowly rot in agony. I must make them grab my legs and beg for death. Use their blood and cries to pay tribute to my brother. Jin silently observed in his heart. All of them are at the 8-star level. This will be tough. Within the light, a smiling woman appeared. She said, I despise hot things. Midor turned to see the encroaching ice magic. She mused. Let's see now. A blind volley of ice attacks rushed towards him. A woman with mysterious black heels slowly approached. She spoke, her frosty hair flowing. I came here because I heard my daughter gave a flower to someone. Let's see now. A noble woman elegantly waved a fan in her hand. It seems I'm a bit late, aren't I? That woman was Talaris and Doma, the 51st master of the Ice Palace. A person who could completely freeze 8-star magic. Mito froze in fear. The air around here felt like it was freezing, but she was even colder than the air. Before Mito could process it, the white-bearded subordinate next to him shouted, "The master of the Ice Palace. The master of the Ice Palace, Talaris and Doma." Jin was pleased. It seems Lord Casimir was successful. Moroccan chimed in excitedly. I was wondering who the master of the Ice Palace was. That's impressive, kid. Ice only allows the chosen one to control it. I didn't expect it could be done in this era. Talaris said leisurely, Sweetie, go inside and rest now. As she finished speaking, the child disappeared. She turned and smiled. Well then. The ground froze with every step Talaris took. Her gentle steps created an imposing wall of ice. A circle formed around Jin, separating him from the Zippo group. By now, Jin had taken off his mask and bowed his head as Talaris asked, Are you the one my daughter gave a flower to? Jin replied, I am Jean Zandel. She said, Yes, I've heard a lot about you. How are you still standing? You have external injuries, but your internal ones are much more severe, aren't they? Jin acted as if it was nothing. It's not a big deal, ma'am. Talaris showed concern. At least you know how to talk. In that case, let me ask you something. Then she used her fan to lift Jin's chin. Are you really the one who killed my toy? Encaro or something? Was that his name? Jin thought to himself. That was from a mission when I was a cadet. It seems Cyrus wasn't tight-lipped. Talaris said, I'm not planning to take my anger out on you or anything. I was going to deal with him anyway. But do you know any decent men you could introduce me to? Like the Appa next to you, for example. Moroccan just smirked at that. You have a sharp eye. Talaris's eyes sharpened. Well then, Appa, why don't we have tea sometime? Anyway, Cyrus, take care of your boyfriend. Mom has to handle a few things. Cyrus jumped when she was mentioned. Boyfriend? I told you it's not like that. Talaris asked, Then why did you give him a flower? Cyrus was floored. It was so no one would approach him before we fought. You must be very busy. Jin lay down to enjoy the moment. Yeah, things have been a bit chaotic lately. Cyrus said, You mentioned Casimir, the one who brought the flower. He looked like he was ready to sacrifice his life. Cyrus recounted the moment Casimir held up the bouquet. The young lady you give to the flower to is in mortal danger. So please, save her, my lady. He even woke my mother up. My mom teased. You have good comrades. Jin closed one eye, exhausted. That's right, everyone is so kind. I don't deserve any of them, including you. Cyrus sighed. You don't need to thank me. I just don't like it when you get hurt by someone other than me. As she was rambling, a mouthful of blood sprayed from Jin. Cyrus worried. Are you all right? Then she thought to herself, black blood. He was fighting in this condition. Jin apologized. I'm sorry, but Cyrus cut him off. Don't say another word. Then she opened some kind of box. Jin had no idea what she was holding in her hand. Cyrus thought to think he had to fight to this state. I really don't like it. Outside, Talaris said mockingly, Oh, your hair isn't silver. You're not a pureblood, are you? Mider's face darkened. I knew this wouldn't be easy. Luckily, I notified the family before I left. If I just stall for time, reinforcements will arrive. He shouted loudly, I am Mito Elner, Vice Master of the 7th Magic Tower. I want to ask why you, the ruler of the West Sea, are interfering in the Zippo family's affairs. Talaris was bored. The Zippo family's affairs. It's been a while since I've made a move. Why don't you think of yourselves as the ones interfering in my business? Midor stammered that. Talaris said, Well then, I'll spare you. Get lost now. The white-bearded subordinate behind him shouted, Master of the Ice Palace. How dare you cause trouble on Zippo territory? Talaris said slowly, Zippo territory. Is that why you dare to speak to me in that tone? A venomous snake appeared behind Talaris, capturing him, causing the white-bearded man to freeze on the spot. Her eyes gradually became bloodthirsty. Shut up. The white-bearded man was so angry that smoke billowed from his breath. Then he collapsed to the ground, dead. Mito shouted, Third Elder. Seeing this, he gave an order. Raise the barrier. Make sure the cold wind doesn't get through. A torrent of fire magic. They combined into a powerful wall of fire. That's good. It rushed towards Talaris, but she just needed to flick her fan once. The flames that were about to rush forward all turned to ice. They gradually formed cracks. Talorus provoked. So, what now? Do you want to continue? He remained defiant. Even if we all die here, the world will forget you and the ice palace, not us. A small magic circle appeared on Talorus's shoulder. She looked down. Then that spot exploded with a loud bang. Mito went mad. This is the power of fire granted to me by the family head. Even you can't escape it. But his eyes widened. A spatial explosion? From within the thick smoke and fire, Talorus emerged. Cagliarch gave you his power. He must like you a lot. But it seems he didn't teach you the important things. About the ice palace, huh? So I will teach you. A lesson about ice. Talorus unleashed her overwhelming aura. Seeing this, Mito was shocked. He struggled against Talorus's magic, thinking, how? He was terrified. His eyes scanned his surroundings. Seeing his subordinates frozen, unable to move, Talorus approached him like a demoness, her voice deep and low. Oh my, why so surprised? Mito's face was drained of blood. He looked fearfully towards Talorus to hear her lesson. Is it because your clever trap vanished in a flash? Or is it because your arm has disappeared somewhere? Mito was even more shocked to see his arm had been shattered by the ice. Mito couldn't believe his eyes. I don't feel any pain, God. This is why mages are a problem. She laughed. Your enemy is standing right in front of you, yet you dare to look elsewhere. Is it because you're arrogant, or just stupid? This is something a warrior would never do. He continued to think. How can the difference in power be so great? It's my fault. Forget stalling for time, even if the support team arrives. They'll just be fodder for this monster. It's completely hopeless. Suddenly, a yellow magic circle appeared where he was sitting. Mito's eyes gradually lit up with life, and Talorus didn't know what the heck that was. In a flash, the yellow magic circle enveloped him entirely. Then it vanished, and Mito disappeared along with it. Talorus didn't know what was happening. What is this? After a moment, her expression turned serious. A white light high above made her look up. That is, the remaining mages were also lying on that magic circle. Another group appeared. Good job from now on. Just leave it to us. At this moment, the icy space suddenly disappeared, which made Cyrus wonder. She called out, Mother, is it over? While Talorus was gritting her teeth. Looking up at the sky, Cyrus was also speechless. That is, a massive airship glided across the sky. The Kozak, Moroccan said. That's the thing the Zippos used in the war. Is that madman that important to their family? Jin woke up, rubbing his head. Andre. The Zippos attacked again right after the Vice-Patriarch's death. Now they will retaliate for our actions. Jean thought. That body is a whole problem in itself. Like the people inside controlling it. The White Knight Society, the strongest team composed of selected members from within the Zippo clan. Damn it, from now on I might just become a burden. Talorus dusted off her hands and turned around. I'm going back now. I don't want to fight that thing here. Zandel kid, I'll move the natives to a safe place, so get ready to go now. Jin interrupted, no. Until the ritual is complete, I can't leave. Are you risking it, kid? Do I look like I'm asking you? I'm not here to listen to your complaints. Jin stood up, trembling. If they don't complete the ritual right now, we won't be able to stop the Zippos in the future. And victims like them will continue to increase. So, to prevent these tragedies from happening again, please help me. Talorus didn't know what to say. Jean was waiting for an answer from Talorus. Her footsteps gradually came to a halt. 1 hour. Finish everything within that time. And, after this is over, your parents and I will have a meeting to talk. Elsewhere, Tika, the leader, was praying with him. With her fellow people. Someone called out, Tika, Lord Jin. Jin was panting heavily. Is there any way to speed up the ritual? The Zippos are preparing for an all-out attack. Tika said gently, please go. We know what that thing in the sky is. We can't put you in any more danger. Before they find the location of the holy relic, they can't kill us. The only ones who have helped us all this time are you. Thank you very much. He approached and placed a hand on her shoulder. Tika, I haven't been able to help you yet, so I can't give up. I'll ask again. Is there any other way? Tika said sadly, if the priestess Laosa were here, maybe. But right now there's no other way. Cyrus approached. Laosa is a person who died. Tika replied, no, she is currently in Taikan. Cyrus said, really? That's good then. With that, she summoned the divine beast gate. Get on. If she's still alive, I can bring her here no matter where she is. Talorus looked up from below. Oh my god. And now my daughter is using those over-the-top tricks without permission. Daughter, you're having too much fun, aren't you? I don't know what he's planning, But I need to hold them off as promised, right? Protecting them from Zippo's strongest forces for 1 hour. Moroccan cracked his knuckles. That'll be a piece of cake. Besides, it's not like kids' dates take up that much time. Talaris was touched. Oh my, are you helping me, Dark Dragon? Moroccan was embarrassed. Well, besides revealing that I'm a dragon, I can't use my full power. Talaris held her ice sword firmly. All right then. Can I borrow your claws? We are the White Knights of the Zippo family. We'll get straight to the point, Ice Palace Master. The announcement from the airship echoed. Leave. This person was completely covered, raising two fingers as if transmitting a message. If you hand over the one who killed Muron Zippo and the others, we won't make a big deal out of it. The Dark Dragon and Ice Palace Master Talaris couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. A sharp ice sting blade appeared with the reply, if you want my cooperation, then bring Kaliark here. Talaris stood firm, pointing her ice sword to the sky. Then there's no other way. The White Knight standing there unleashed a powerful fire blast in response. The White Knight raised both hands to the sky, clasping them together. Miraculous magic formations materialized in the air. The White Knight clenched his fist, emitting streams of power. Then he shouted loudly, disperse. Immediately, the magic formation in the sky launched powerful attacks. Then, following the flow, they coiled together into a giant flaming arrow, plunging straight towards the Dark Dragon. He was also in a defensive stance. That stream of power initially passed through the Dark Dragon's body, but he still stood firm within that giant fireball, taking all the heat. His hands and arms were already burned to a crisp. Suddenly, another power appeared, and immediately after, that ice blade began to emit a cold breath. Talaris, holding that sword, slashed out a wave of sword ki. The stream of power slowly spread out. That sword strike, curved like a bow, was cutting towards the airship in the sky. The White Knight at this point continued to raise both hands. On his iron gauntlet was an item emitting a stream of power. A moment later, it transformed into a magic circle. Drop by drop, the power merged into a single force. At this moment, Talaris' sword ki had also reached the ship, but the White Knight's magic formation had appeared there as if to welcome it, along with a loud warning shout. Prepare for the aftershock. Hold the line. Team 1, raise shields. Then the White Knight began to wonder about the Dark Dragon. Who is the person standing before the Ice Palace Master? He countered my magic with his bare hands without even using mana. He's not easy to deal with. The Dark Dragon was now squeezing his smoking arm, but his eyes were still looking up, scowling. The White Knight gave another order to his subordinates. Report back to the family. I will use the war cannon. Cut to another place. At this time, someone was knocking on the door from outside. Ben opened the door at this moment and greeted, coming. Who is it, huh? As soon as he saw Jean, he was astonished. Young Master Jean, but Jean, with a rushed expression, asked, the Holy Maiden Laosa, where is she? The person inside the room immediately spoke up. I was waiting for you, young Master Jin. Jin immediately said, Holy Maiden, I will explain on the way, but Laosa interrupted. I'm ready. Let's go now. Despite saying so, she still felt extremely tense. Returning to Talaris' battle, she was still continuously swinging her sword, unleashing chilling sword ki slashes as if wanting to freeze the sky. Talaris stood in one place, dancing with her sword, sending out circles of slashes. On the White Knight's side, he was also continuously creating magic formations to block those sword strikes. But even so, it still couldn't prevent collisions and explosions, temporarily obscuring everything in the sky. As for the Dark Dragon, he was also continuing to unleash steel punches to shatter the fireballs that were launched at him. Then he looked up with a satisfied expression and exclaimed, Phew, you're pretty strong. Suddenly he looked down with a start. The Dark Dragon's hands were now frozen solid, and he couldn't help but be alarmed. Huh? What is this? Talaris nonchalantly said, a gift from the Ice Palace Master is better than nothing, right? The Dark Dragon smashed his to ice encased fists together. Then he spread his arms wide with excitement. I can't feel my hands anymore, but this is great. Then he used those icy hands to grab a boulder. That small body lifted the giant boulder high up. The White Knight's sharp eyes watched intently, and the Dark Dragon threw that boulder with all his might. Let's crash into the airship up there. Talaris was just thinking now. How ridiculous. The Zandel kid said the Zippos want this piece of land, so they can't use the war cannon. Both sides have to avoid casualties in this battle. At this rate, our side will win. On this side, the White Knight was also calculating in his mind. You're thinking that, aren't you? Ice Palace Master. It's frustrating, but I haven't been given permission to fire yet. Like the people performing some kind of ritual, and the two who suddenly disappeared. They are plotting something. This can't continue. At this time, inside, the Zippo men had reported to each other, Commander, an order from the family has arrived. What is it? Annihilate. After hearing this, the White Knight fell into silence. What's wrong? The Dark Dragon was confused by the strange silence. They've suddenly gone quiet. Have they given up? But the Ice Palace Master, Talaris, had already sensed something at this point. Impossible. And then it appeared, a signal flare shot into the sky. That stream of power erupted in a flash of light, illuminating Talaris's astonished face. Above in the sky now, a stream of power was gathering and coiling into a powerful energy ball. It was followed by an announcement filled with threats and warnings. Palace Master, I have just been given permission by the family head. You know what that means, don't you? This is your last chance. I will count to 3. Hand everyone over and leave. If you don't comply, I will annihilate everyone here. Hearing those words, she was so furious she let out a hiss. He counted the first second. 1. Talaris was still standing there, furious. At that moment, a spatial gate appeared behind her. She seemed to sense something and quickly turned around. The second count, 2. At this point, Cyrus had emerged from the spatial gate with a rushed expression. She was horrified to see her. Cyrus, along with Jean and Lorsa, froze as if seeing something terrible about to happen. Then the final count rang out. The White Knight above gave a short command, fire. Talaris quickly glanced upwards, following the White Knight's command. A powerful and swift force shot down as if to destroy all living things. That pillar of power collided, creating a huge shockwave, sending smoke and dust flying everywhere, obscuring the situation inside. Talaris stood there, shielding everyone, taking the full force of that powerful blast. Her hand gripped the ice sword tightly. Then she decisively slashed out countless sword key slashes at the attack in front. Then she also had to pause before that destructive power. Her sword strikes gathered into a giant blade. And at this moment, the giant attack from the Zippo side had descended. Talaris's ice blade stood there defiantly, receiving that power. That cone of energy finally impacted the ice blade. But that sword strike was immediately shattered, and the stream of power broke through. Along with it, golden fragments rained down. They plunged straight into the ground below, causing everything to explode. The fragments. Cyrus and Jean were also about to charge forward. She quickly explained that due to the special properties of the ice, everything that touches the blade of the mother's sword freezes. Jin reminded Laozi, Holy Maiden, get down and don't move. The streams of power passed through each other, making it impossible to see the situation inside for a moment. This warrior's eyes were as cold as ice, as if preparing to unleash his power. Jin had also drawn his own sword, preparing to fight. Black sword key slashes were unleashed along with Cyrus's ice sword strikes. The two of them relentlessly slashed out sharp arcs of sword key. Those sword key blades worked together to slash the fragments in the air. When they were cut, they turned into energy and rained down. Your skills have improved compared to before. A word of praise rang out, and the black sword was planted in the ground. Cyrus immediately retorted, I didn't think you could keep up with me with that body of yours. Jean was a bit helpless. The situation is not good either. I don't think we can easily do anything even if we bring the Holy Maiden to the ceremony. That ship, I can't believe it can fight on par with my mother. Those Zippo bastards have brought something quite formidable here. At this time, the White Knight above looked down and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. How on earth? To be able to block the destructive power of the Kozak cannon with just the strength of a mortal. Then he issued another warning. This is the final warning for you, Ice Palace Master. If you refuse to comply with our demands, we will kill all your guests, which means wiping this place clean. Hearing this, Palace Master Talaris couldn't help but let out a sneer. Then she couldn't help but feel it was absurd and laughed loudly in response. How ridiculous. It seems you people don't even have the courage to speak of killing me. Talaris pointed her sword at them and said confidently, I am the master of the Ice Palace. Talaris and Doma, even if all you arrogant Zippo family members attack together, you would never be able to kill me. No, your place and get lost now, you snot-nosed brats. The White Knights of the Zippo clan were now standing on the side of the airship looking down. Then he replied to her, That's right, killing you is impossible. But do you think you can protect everyone behind you when you have to face a barrage of bullets from the Kozak cannon? These words affected Talaris. This man continued, We will only suffer a little humiliation, but you will have to carry the dishonor of failing to protect your guest. Hearing that, Talaris said to Cyrus, Daughter, the woman you just brought, she must be the one needed for the ceremony of the people here. I just need to get her there. Right? Jin immediately affirmed, If you can do that, we will win. Hearing that, Talaris gripped her sword tightly. All right, if that's the case. She brandished her sword and said loudly, my daughter, listen carefully. I will block their attack. And you must find a way to get that woman to the temple. The ice palace or the Zippos. One of us will have to suffer a disgrace after today. Talaris's eyes went white, as if she had prepared to unleash all her strength to fight. Seeing her determination, the White Knight quickly turned back and ordered, load the cannon. Quickly, today. We will wipe Colin off the face of this earth. He turned back with a murderous aura. Jean, down below, peeled off the black layer on his hand and said, Cyrus, please protect the Holy Maiden. Cyrus, seeing this, asked in alarm, What? What about you? Jean calmly replied, I will clear the way. She was extremely panicked. What? You? Just you alone? You saw what happened just now. How are you going to deal with all those flying debris by yourself? You'll die. But hearing these words, Jean just calmly said, I've come this far thanks to many people. If I don't put my life on the line now, I can't do that. The two girls there just stood in stunned silence. Laosa was now lost in deep thought. Then voices from her memories emerged. Holy Maiden. Holy Maiden. Holy Maiden. That person shouted loudly with a plea. Please run now, Holy Maiden. Laosa was in a state of confusion as the person used all their strength to urge. If those Zippo bastards find out the location of the ruins, they will definitely do something to you. Holy Maiden, if you die, this land and this people, even the mission entrusted to us by Clam, it will all be for nothing. Please, go to a place where they cannot find you. It will be all right, Holy Maiden. Please live well. The old man, despite his severe injuries, managed a final smile. And help us by finding a savior for our tribe. With that, he pulled Laos along and fled, searching for the Holy Maiden. A moment later, the Zippos interrogated, You wretched insects. Tell me the location of the Holy Maiden before I burn you to death. They tortured the kind person who had saved Laosa, but everyone, including him, endured the pain, gritting their teeth and saying nothing. I told everyone this was the best we could do. But in the end, leaving everyone behind and running away was my choice. Laosa's tears fell as she was dragged away, able only to feel despair, hiding on a small island while gradually losing her holy power, praying to gods who would never answer, simply waiting for a savior to arrive. All of that was my choice. Returning to the present, Laosa was still silently brooding, as if she wasn't there, when a voice called out, Holy Maiden. Jin said seriously, even if we have to die, you must get there, you understand? Please put your life on the line. At that, Laosa's tears began to fall. She bit her lip as if making a difficult decision. After making her decision, she spoke with great determination. I understand. The energy cannon was now gathered and suspended in midair. The White Knight nonchalantly gave the order, fire. Jin stood in front to receive that stream of power, and Cyrus ran in front of Laosa to protect her. At the very front, Palace Master Talaris was unleashing a blue attack as if to split space itself to meet that. Cannonball. From above, the Zippo's fireball was launched at an incredible speed. It exploded in midair. The stream of power spread out, and Jin was already weaving through it. His feet struggled to stay grounded as he reassured himself. Don't think about anything. I only need to believe in one thing. I need to believe that every slash from my sword will be just like the first. Jin's slashes sent the descending fragments flying. He continued to clear a path for Cyrus to lead Laosa away. Keep going. I'll hold them off. Look out. The fragments were increasing in number, attacking everyone. Jin once again put all his strength into unleashing sharp sword strikes to deal with them. But the dark dragon had already appeared to shield Jin. Jin called out worriedly, Moroccan. He turned back and urged, They're swarming like ants. Get ready. On the Zippo side, the White Knight gave the order to fire again. Palace Master Talaris, who was struggling to fight back, was both angry and worried. The sky was now blindingly bright, making it impossible to see anything clearly. The dark dragon's face was tense as he roared, Don't stop, run. Meanwhile, countless fragments were still continuously raining down like arrows. Jin relentlessly unleashed sword strikes to deal with them. The dark dragon also continued to provide support. Despite their efforts, a few fragments still got through. Cyrus quickly raised her sword to block them. But at that moment, a timely sword strike from Jin appeared and sent it flying. The dark dragon, seeing this, didn't hold back his praise. You fight pretty well, kid. At this rate, he was feeling excited when suddenly a fragment pierced down, startling him. But he managed to dodge it quickly. Then the dark dragon noticed something to one side with a serious expression. At this moment, Jin had been pierced through the abdomen by a sharp fragment. Cyrus was startled and glanced back. Seeing that image, she exclaimed in horror. Jin. Seen from behind, Jin's head was now starting to transform back. I was able to get this far thanks to the help of many people. If I don't put my life on the line, I won't be able to bear the weight of the choice I bet on. Jin's words from earlier appeared in her memory. Laosa cried out in agony, Kirha. But at this moment, Cyrus rationally grabbed Laosa. She carried Laosa on her back and dashed away, cursing under her breath, damn it. Cyrus unleashed a sword strike and scolded, You idiot. Why would you do something like this? Why? Her face contorted with anger. Suddenly, a stream of power grazed her sword arm. Then another attack struck Cyrus's leg. She quickly used all her strength to throw Laosa far away. Laosa was thrown forcefully out of the area. She turned back in alarm and called out, Cyrus. Cyrus was beaten so badly she couldn't stand. Leaning on her sword with one hand, she reminded her, Don't look back. Don't make our efforts meaningless. Keep running. Laosa was momentarily stunned by this brutal truth. She clenched her teeth, swallowing her resentment. Then Laosa rushed forward, screaming in her heart, Clam, I will not continue to wait for your reply. The image of Jin falling before her eyes. Then there was Cyrus's helplessness. It took me too long to realize. Nothing will change just by praying. I've made my decision. Those fragments crashed down, destroying countless things. Cut to another dimension. At this moment, Jin's spirit seemed to be lost in an endless black screen. A voice called out, Quick, get up, get up, get up. Jin was in a deep sleep at this moment. Jin Zandel. When the name was uttered, his eyes slowly opened. Appearing before Jin's eyes was a cave with blazing lava pits. Beside him was Cyrus, covered in blood and unconscious. Palace Master Talar sat in pain, cradling her daughter. Further away, the damned Zippos were surrounding them. Mother and daughter, Talaris, were trapped in the middle. Jin opened his eyes and saw this, exclaiming in shock. Well, what is this? The space around him seemed to solidify and tremble. Jin quickly turned to look up at the falling rocks. It was the image of the dark dragon over there. The dark dragon was being controlled by something and was in great pain. Moroccan. Who is that? A dragon several times larger than normal, covered in a brilliant red color. The dark dragon was now being controlled by that vicious red dragon. This is Calyarch's guardian dragon, Cadet. The Zippo family must be very determined. In the end, Jin couldn't believe the result before his eyes. Have we failed? He looked down at his body lying on the ground. That face was completely silent, devoid of life. Suddenly, a voice rang out. You must be wondering when things went wrong, aren't you? Perhaps you shouldn't have ended things with Muron's death. Or perhaps the right choice was to let the people of this place escape. Neither of those is correct. Maybe you shouldn't have helped them in the first place. Aren't those regrets flooding your mind? To those words, Jin clenched his fist and replied, No, that was the path I chose. I have no regrets. What makes me furious is, he cried out in pain and despair. Even though I died, I, a weak and incompetent person, that still hasn't changed. Because of me, everyone. Because I was too weak and foolish. The voice continued, I see. Then do not forget those feelings. These words made Jin pause. That person snapped their fingers. Immediately, Jin was once again plunged into an endless stream of light. A new space appeared. Jin was lost in a place with small islands floating in the sky. He asked in confusion, This is? I am Clam. The voice continued, startling Jin. The one who sealed himself in the mirror with the help of Sodarith. I have been waiting for you. The toy chosen by Sodarith. Jin heard this and was extremely confused. Wait, what do you mean? Clam calmly explained. The pact is for 1,000 years. There's not much time left. After today's events, you must have realized the path you need to take, and the pain of those you couldn't protect. Jin's clenched fist trembled. I'm truly at a loss for words. He roared in anger. Now that everything is over, what's the point? Clam continued. It has no meaning. Nothing has any meaning. Let's continue talking. Outside, Clam finished speaking, and a light flashed. Jin hadn't had time to compose himself before he was stunned again. Then, right after in reality, Jin's body suddenly opened its eyes. He quickly sat up, panting. Jin clutched his head and lamented, Damn it, how many times have I woken up like this today? Suddenly, he realized something. Wait, waking up. At that moment, another voice rang out. Huh? You just woke up. Cyrus observed Jin's expression as if deep in thought. Then her radiant face appeared. Looking at your shocked face, you must value your life a lot. Right, Miss Cyrus? Jin was confused when a hand was raised. Hey you, I want to beat this kid to death. The dark dragon slapped Jin on the back, causing him to cry out in pain. He angrily questioned, Why were you unconscious like that? I thought you were dead. Now what? Jin bewilderedly called out, Moroccan? I thought you were attacked by Cardoni. The dark dragon heard this and was confused. Cardoni? Why are you suddenly mentioning that bastard? Then he grumbled again. And who was attacked? That guy had to retreat as soon as he met me. Dalaris then spoke up. You're finally awake. Honestly, I don't even know what you were thinking. But who would have thought you'd actually make a god descend? Jin, hearing those words from her, was confused. A god? What do you mean? The dark dragon immediately explained. You did it unconsciously, huh? The holy maiden caused a god to possess her body. And not just an ordinary god. As soon as he descended, he killed all the Cossacks. I don't know what he did, but those white-robed knights are lying right here now. And this powerful and rich magic barrier is used to help. I don't know who it is, but I don't think this is a weak god. But I don't remember anything. Then he called out to the holy maiden standing alone in the distance. Hey god, this kid is awake. Start explaining already about what you're planning to do. The holy maiden heard this and turned around. Her eyes blank white and her long hair as white as snow, looking very surreal. Jean, feeling a bit tense, asked, You are not the holy maiden Laosa. The holy maiden immediately replied, That's right. My name is Clam. Thanks to the sacrifice of this child, I was able to descend. Jean Zandel, the pain and death you experienced today, consider it a small lesson, along with what you wanted to obtain today. Hearing that, Jin speculated in his heart, so those things were just illusions. The dark dragon, on the other hand, was annoyed. Now I see, you've been playing tricks on my kid, haven't you? If you're late, don't act all high and mighty. Just answer the question. Why are you doing this? What do you want from my kid? I mean, this kid. But at that moment, Clam presented an item. I am waiting for the owner of this. Jin, seeing it, was extremely stunned. That is a mirror, Clam explained. I am the creator and source of magic power. But I could not withstand that power and nearly destroyed the world. At that time, Sodarith helped me. Palace Master Talaris was astonished at that name, Sodarith. Clam continued, He sealed me and my power in this mirror. The dark dragon, his face still grim, asked, The god of magic. Never heard of him. But Clam quickly performed a gesture. Look here. It is Sodarith's seal. The mirror transformed into a dark circle like a black hole. It is a seal made of dark energy. The dark dragon seriously commented, It seems very weak. So, you need someone who can maintain the seal. The true image of Clam appeared in the mirror. There is an infinite source of magic in this mirror. And that is me. If this magic escapes, this world will be erased. To prevent that from happening, I had Sodarith seal me. And the children of Colin have protected me for thousands of years. This made the dark dragon question angrily. Know what they have endured to protect you. You should have let someone with power protect you. Clam immediately explained. Colin at that time was very different from the Colin of today. No one could defeat them. But after I was sealed, my blessing could not reach them, so in the end, thanks to you, I can now end it all, thank you. The 1,000-year-old pact that Sodarith mentioned. Cyrus at this time exclaimed in astonishment, the contractor. The palace master also thoughtfully pondered. Behind Jean, where he couldn't see, her eyes lit up and a sinister, calculating smile appeared on her face as she thought. So he even has a pact with Sodarith. After Clam finished speaking, he held the mirror forward. Take it, Jean Zandel. Jean's image also appeared in that mirror. The power to protect the world, the one who possesses the power of Sodarith. Jean, having just received the mirror, was still worried. This is just holding it. Magic power flooded into my body. But every time magic power escapes from the mirror, the seal weakens. Did the Zippo family in my past life use this thing so recklessly? Then he immediately said, I guess I have to protect the seal instead of the Colin family. Clam explained, that is the duty that the people of the Colin family could not fulfill. Not only asked to maintain Sodarith's seal, because that seal is a gift Sodarith left for you. An image of a strange face appeared. This seal is a gift from Sodarith Zhao, Dinhoi. Clam immediately recounted. This is a masterpiece Sodarith created with all his power when he was at his strongest. It's not just condensed aura. This thing can be considered a part of Sodarith. At this, Jean's expression had relaxed. And he said, Of course this will be very useful, but Holy Maiden Laosa said she would summon Sodarith from me. This statement startled Clam into astonishment. He was silent for a moment as if thinking about something. It seems this child made a hasty promise in her final moments. He never responds to summons, not even to the dark dragon beside you. So how could you? I will apologize to you on his behalf. De seriously refused. It's okay, she didn't expect to receive anything in return. I am very grateful to her. Glam was unexpectedly pleased with Jin's attitude. In his heart, he thought, forgive it. But how did that child know? How did it know you are living your second life? And how did you get this second life? Glam observed Jin's calmness and wondered. Suddenly he looked down at his hand. Then he spoke, making Jin confused. We're running out of time. I've handed everything over. So I'm leaving now. Your decision has ended the painful mission of those children, therefore. I am very grateful to you, son of Soderic, our savior. Now I will enter the mirror. Before he could finish his sentence, Clam vanished before Jin. And may your journey be blessed. He completely vanished into thin air. At this moment, another voice rang out. Well, you live and you learn. A god being grateful to a human, how rare. Palace Master Talorus observed the scene and remarked, are you ready to go? It won't stay like that forever. We don't know when reinforcements will arrive. Jin immediately agreed. All right, I'll lead the way. Well then, let's get out of here. The airship in the sky was now on fire. Cut to another place. At this time, Laosa was floating in the mirror with Clam. I see. So that's why you didn't answer. Will you continue to live in the mirror? Clam replied. I'm sorry. I could only save everyone by borrowing your body. Your sacrifice saved them, not just you, but all the children of Colon. Pain for what? I have placed too great a burden on you all. But at this moment, Laosa respectfully bowed her head in gratitude. Thank you for listening to our prayers, for finally hearing my words, and for saving us. So, please don't apologize. Laosa's long somber face was now radiant and tears of happiness fell. Because no one is at fault in this matter. Glam fell silent. Then he lit up. What a relief. Therefore, I am all the more grateful that you are the ones who completed this mission. But Laosa said, I just hope that people won't only remember our suffering. Clam replied with a HMM, then exclaimed in his heart, Jin Zandel. This strong determination is connected to you. So I suggest you create a world where that pain no longer exists. As for Jin, he was now standing before the people of Colon. Tika said emotionally, they say it's been over 10,000 years. Our tribe has been the loser since ancient times, because we couldn't develop further. We quickly became a weak nation, and became slaves to the Zippos. After that, if the Zippo family had gotten the mirror, our sacrifices would have been in vain. It's so fortunate that the mirror ended up with you, Tika said, constantly wiping away her tears of happiness. Jin also replied cheerfully, no. The reason I'm still alive and standing here is all thanks to you people of Colon. However, he couldn't help but feel scared in his heart. If those damn Zippos had gotten the mirror, the world would have become a battlefield for the eradication of mages. Then he arranged, I will prepare a place for everyone to stay in the Hilbert Union. Tika was extremely surprised to hear that. Huh, Hilbert? Dino also chimed in with astonishment, Sir Jean. The Cannon family sanctuary isn't funded by the government, is it? You don't have to do this for us. Jean then presented a piece of paper and said, this is a letter from Lady Luna Zandel. Just show this when you get there, and they will help you. He replied in confusion, thank you. But Jin didn't forget to remind him as he turned to leave, if you're truly grateful, then badmouth the Zippos on as many pages as possible. But Sir Jin, Dino was still worried, will the Zippo family just sit back and do nothing? They will definitely increase their cover-ups, and even if I do it myself. Jin stopped and asked, do you think you're the only one who hates the Zippo family? Then he turned back with a cold and serious expression to analyze. Dino Jaglin, you are the trigger. When they read your articles, those who have been harmed by the Zippo family will gather. You will become a great journalist. Be confident. These words brought Dino into a halo of light and hope. After finishing his business, Jin returned and opened the door to his room. He stood before Palace Master Talorus and bowed. Now I can finally ask properly. Thank you for your help. Palace Master Talorus replied politely, it's nothing. Jin still voiced his concern, but I'm still worried that because of me, the Ice Palace and the Zippo family have become enemies. She, however, seemed unconcerned and said, no, now Calyarch will have to be more cautious of the Ice Palace. Because he didn't expect a high ancient god to descend, he probably thinks I've become stronger. Jin's expression was clearly happy after hearing that. Well then, that's a relief. Then Talorus continued, and I didn't just help you for fun. I was asked to. No need to thank me. Jin still felt a bit indebted, so he tried to ask, would you like some compensation? Talorus, as if she had been waiting for these words all along, put on a calculating expression. Huhu, compensation. What should I ask for from the kid who is the contractor of Sodereth and a magic swordsman? Hearing that, Jin broke out in a cold sweat. I thought he would say that. How much should I ask for? She, seeing that he wasn't quick to answer, spoke up again. She showed great excitement. This time, how about I let you off the hook? Since I also got some important information. Then she raised her head to look at Cyrus and asked, Daughter, you want that too, don't you? Cyrus snapped. Why are you asking me? Jean, on the other hand, was still confused, wondering to himself, she's really letting it go. Then he bowed respectfully. Thank you, Palace Master. Talaris was also very happy and drew a spatial gait, laughing as she said, Well then, we're heading back now. We've been out for too long. Suddenly, a voice called out, startling Jean Zandel. Before leaving, Cyrus continued her challenge. The next time we meet, let's settle the score. This time, let's decide it so that neither of us owes the other anything. It's very fair. Talaris, seeing her serious expression, teased. What a pubescent kid. Can't even speak your true feelings. Cyrus was flustered by the teasing. Mom, why have you been like this since yesterday? Then she left a sentence for Jean. Well then, we're off. Bye-bye. He could only helplessly follow the mother and daughter. Cut to another place. At this time, a pot with a purple solution was being boiled over a fire. Then a grotesque, thorny object with a split in it. Karen was now sitting in front of the bubbling pot. Suddenly, a voice called out, causing him to turn around. Well, long time no see. Karen, why did you suddenly come here? He asked back. I'll get straight to the point. Palace Master Talaris appeared with an air of extravagance and asked directly, Your youngest son. Would you like him to marry my daughter? Aha, this Palace Master has her eyes on our guys, brothers, her. Chapter 89. At this moment, a person was looking at a document. I see. So this is what happened. Kozak and the White Knight Order, and the Master of the 7th Magic Tower. It seems the youngest has gotten into some interesting trouble again. Luna sighed as she reviewed the situation on paper. Then she immediately asked, So, is the youngest still all right? Dino was confused and replied, Yes, it was a fierce battle, but after arriving in Taiken, he had fully recovered before we left. That's good to hear. Well then, let's get to the main topic. Luna folded the paper. Your name is Tika, right? What are your abilities? Tika, upon being mentioned, was startled and extremely tense. Excuse me. I can't just provide you with food and shelter, even if you are refugees. Hearing that, Tika still stammered, not knowing what to say. Aye. But Luna didn't make it difficult for her and immediately ordered Nanny, please find them some suitable jobs. Integrating with the people in the territory will help them settle down sooner. She bowed and accepted the order. Yes, my lady. Leave this to me, Taemin. Then Luna turned to Tika and asked, instead of just receiving support, I think this would be better. Is that okay? Tika's face lit up as she replied, Yes. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. Then it was Dino's turn, and he said, My name is Dino, right? He immediately jumped. Yes. Luna said cheerfully, If you need anything, just tell me. I will support you with everything in my ability. Instead, you must achieve the results that the youngest has requested. Dino fell silent. Then he clearly affirmed, Please don't worry about anything. I will not disappoint his expectations. 1 month after the incident at Kolin, the whole world was talking about the massacre of the indigenous people of Kolin, including the fact that an unknown adventurer had punished the Zippo family, the perpetrators of the massacre. Forces opposing the Zippo family, including the Cannon family, quickly spread the rumors. Although the Zippo family declared that this was an arbitrary act by Muron Zippo, a part of the Kozak was discovered at the scene, indicating that the Zippo family was deeply involved in the incident. The allied forces of Hugh Fester were enraged, while the Lutero Magic Federation tried to cover up the matter. The Emperor of the Beeman Empire unilaterally declared the Zippo family innocent, causing public opinion, which had been in an uproar, to gradually cool down. As a result, the Candon family, who had revealed the situation, gained a reputation in the eyes of the people, and Beeman received support from the Zippo family. The Zippo family's image began to tarnish due to the loss of honor and status. For that reason, Zippo was quiet for a while. From the death of the second-in-command to the Kolin massacre, this was truly a huge shock to them. Dino was now trying to organize the information. Both young Master Jean and Miss Luna. I thought that people in the Candon family were all warriors and were crazy about swords, but I was wrong. And another surprising thing is, suddenly a pile of letters was dumped next to him, causing him to stare with wide, confused eyes. It was Tika who brought them. She said cheerfully, See? They are all money and letters of support sent to us. Dino was still confused. Oh my God. All this? Tika explained. After being abandoned for hundreds of years, Now many people are paying attention to us instead of just complaining. Now we are all secretly praying for young Master Jin, until the unknown adventurer can be revealed to be young Master Jin. One day, he will become a formidable person, raising the status of the Kanden family, and soon bury the Zippo family. Cut to another place. At this time, Khan was walking alone on a rocky mountain path. As he walked, he calculated in his head, this is the third time, right? I hope Lord Casimir's writing skills have improved. Suddenly, a certain pressure seemed to bear down on him, making his expression grave. In front of Khan now was a sharp block of ice that had suddenly shot up into the air. His expression was utterly astonished. Ice. It was a giant, sharp block of ice jutting out. Beside it was Palace Master Talaris. Oh my hand was faster than my brain again. Why are you looking at me like that? Opposite him was Chiron. He was now extremely serious, emitting power. Stop playing games and answer me, Talaris. Are you bothering people just because of a marriage matter? Is that a new kind of teasing? But she just smiled slyly and said, I didn't come here just to cling to you like before. Suddenly, she looked to one side. Then she unleashed a sharp, icy sword strike. Khan received that attack, his eyes blackening as he struggled to block it. Then Talaris showed surprise and remorse. Oh my, a stranger, Karen's man, Kenna. Khan had quickly drawn his sword to block the ice sword strike from before. But he didn't forget to correct his name. It's Khan. Talaris greeted him warmly. All right, Khan, it's been a while. Karen at this point turned to Khan and said, Khan, you're here. Don't mind her, give it to me. Khan immediately replied, yes, Patriarch. Then he handed the Patriarch a letter. The content of the letter was, from Casimir to Karen Zandel report, massacre incident. Personally, Jin Zandel also killed Muron Zippo Moroccan. As he read, he asked, so it says the kid chopped off Muron Zippo's head? Khan immediately replied in full, not long ago. Someone stood up to help the people of Colon who were once massacred by the Zippo family. The articles say that an unknown adventurer punished the Zippo family and rescued the people. During the rescue, the master of the 7th Magic Tower, Muron Zippo, died. And Kozak and the White Knight Order also confirmed they were attacked. At the same time, the young master was also near that area. Karen was startled to hear a name and exclaimed in astonishment, Kozak? But the youngest isn't that strong. Then he turned to ask Talaris, did you do it? Talaris, with a playful expression, teased, don't look at me like that. I received a request from, I think his name was Casimir. He immediately replied, yes, but there was nothing written about you in the trial. Casimir, how dare that rascal keep information from me? Talaris asked in surprise. What? Are you going to scold him? Karen answered without hesitation, he needs to be warned. Hearing that, Talaris suggested, I don't think that's a good idea. Instead, you should reward him. Karen's face was filled with confusion. Reward? She immediately explained, Casimir, he is a person who has clearly defined whom he serves. He is not loyal to you, but to Jin Zandel. These words made Chiron fall silent and reconsider. He was deep in thought for a long time. Then he processed the information in his hand and replied, all right, I understand. I almost put the youngest in a difficult position. Consider this my debt to you, Talaris. Then Talaris returned to the original story, a debt. All right, so what are you going to do about the debt from your youngest son? Karen bluntly refused. Go to him and demand it. Suddenly, she laughed and said, how ridiculous. Anyway, I've said what I needed to say. I'm going back now. Before leaving, Bar still left a thought. Think about what I said earlier. Your youngest son and my daughter are a good match. Jin, in a faraway place, shivered and got goosebumps when he was mentioned. He quickly turned around. What is it? Julie, seeing his confusion, asked. What's wrong? Young master. No, I just shivered. Zindab, Casp sitting opposite, preparing to drink tea, also spoke up. You too, young master. I often shiver like that too. Julie's face was puzzled. Ever since returning from Colon, everyone has been like this. Is it because of the rapid growth or something? Thanks to the Ulta's ring, your magic power has increased. Perhaps that's a side effect of it. Keen laughed awkwardly to brush it off. Maybe. In his heart, he thought, I reaped a lot from the Colon incident. 6-star swordsmanship, 5-star spiritual power, and 7-star magic power. Became a 7-star mage just by having the Ulta's ring. However, I can't go any further because it might weaken the seal. Suddenly, at this time, a man walked in and called out, Young master. Casimir turned to look. There is someone who wants to see you. He says he's an intelligence gatherer for you. Casimir just chuckled and said, just make up an excuse and send him away. But the butler hesitated a bit. I was going to do that, but He said he knows the location of the secret base of one of the 7 colors. This made his face darken. Is he a retired member of the 7 colors? I've checked, including the 7 colors. This is his first time in Taiken. And yet he knows our secret. That bastard. Where is he? I asked him to wait at the entrance. Jin had now approached the window and looked down, confused. He knows a secret of the 7 colors. Who could it be? Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had seen something incredibly astonishing. Casm approached him and said with a laugh, I've shown the young master a ridiculous sight. I didn't expect us to be discovered by someone that even the guards of the 7 colors don't know. Jin was still exclaiming in his heart, that person is. Casm was still stunned when he saw the face of the person who came to find him. Seriously, he looks like a fraud. And Jin had already recognized him as Z. Jin remembered the old days. Z, the bait, the bastard who stabbed me in the back countless times. When I remember that time, I want to strangle him. But because he has a son, I spared his life. Looking at him now, there must be a problem. Z had now been brought into the prison and was kneeling on the ground in extreme anxiety. Casm stood before him and spoke. I don't know him. Speak. How do you know our location? He at this point took a gamble and replied, I am Z. I run an intelligence shop in Akin. Akin? Casimir asked in surprise. Are you the one from Texas, the one named Jester Todd? He replied, yes. Yes, I'm the one who gets information from them. For Akin, to prevent their tyranny, we plan to destroy them from within. That's right. That's it. Hearing this, Cass for the first time looked ahead, thinking to himself, I'm sure that's what young Master Jin did before coming here. Jin also nodded and smiled in response to him. Then Casm continued speaking to Tens. Answer my question. After you tell me our location, your fate will be decided based on your answer. Of yours, Z bowed his head and replied with a pitiful expression. For an intelligence agent, confidentiality is the most important thing. If you haven't accepted me, I can't say. Lord Casimir was surprised by the burst of laughter. Ha ha ha. Then Casm frowned, his eyes fierce as he shouted. How dare you put on an act here? I won't let you rest until you confess. But suddenly he shouted. And another thing. The 7-colored rainbow is investigating. I know information about Spider Legs Alu. I want to know. Casimir was about to come here but stopped, stunned. No, young master, he's just going to lie. At this point, a warning voice rang out. Jet quickly turned back with an indignant expression, thinking, young master, isn't Casimir the commander of the Tekin garrison? But why is he afraid of that guy? At this time, he looked behind him and, when he saw Jean staring at him, seeing Z look up, Jean, with a terrifying expression, asked, long time no see, Z. What are you doing here without my gift? He, upon seeing him, was like seeing a ghost, his face contorted as he stammered, You, the swindler, he shrieked in terror. Lord Casimir, this bastard is a fraud. He's the one who pretended to be Reborn Zippo. Don't trust him. Taiken will become the second Tessin. Casimir couldn't listen anymore and reached for a tool, interrupting. You're insane. After you. I will. At this moment, he was so angry he was about to draw his sword. Then suddenly, at this moment, the dark dragon pushed open the door and called out loudly, Hey, Mike Roby. Casm, upon seeing him, quickly hid his sword behind his back, sweating profusely in confusion. The dark dragon, his face contorted with anger, his veins bulging, asked, Why didn't I see you call? Where's the cream I told you to buy? Casm stammered. About that. I'm interrogating. Right now. What? The dark dragon loomed over the man and questioned him angrily. Wait a minute. You're the one who poisoned the Jews, right? Why are you here? Z's face was contorted in terror as he exclaimed in his heart. He's the madman from before. Why is he here? Wait a minute. He was just talking casually with Casimir. And what happened in Akin? This madman is a subordinate of that bastard. So the person with the highest rank here is. He had noticed Jin standing in the middle of the back wall. After calculating everything in his mind, he quickly kowtowed, slamming his head hard on the floor, and exclaimed, Oh my God, my lord, I was truly foolish not to recognize you. Tenjet just kept kowtowing. Seeing this, Jin exclaimed, Good, this is very much like you. Then he spoke up, It's fine, let's get straight to the point, everything about Alu the Spider. We didn't wait long and quickly recounted, his real name is Taken Marius, a former cadet of the Kandon family. Hearing that, Jin wondered, a cadet from the Zandel family. Marius, that name sounds familiar. Julie turned and whispered, Young master. Taman Marius, the eldest young lady's wet nurse, that is her surname. Hearing this, Jin froze in utter shock. Alu the Spider comes from the kingdom of Delki, a region affiliated with the Hufester power block. With a commoner status, Han passed the Kandin family's cadet exam. Z continued to speak loudly. The name he used at that time was Taken Marius. That is Alu's real name, but it has been erased. Jean called out to Julie as if to confirm. Julie, she affirmed, yes, that's right, young master. Wet Nurse Taemin also comes from the kingdom of Delki. De fell into a deep silence, as if unable to believe this truth. When did he take the test? Z immediately replied, in 1776, 20 years ago. Kasmet this time had drawn his sword and placed it on his neck, refuting, 20 years ago. The kingdom of Delki was plunged into civil war. The people had all evacuated because of the war. How could he take the test? You're lying, aren't you? But what he knew was only that. So he didn't know how to answer. No. Alu really. Julie at this point also chimed in. Young master. If that's true, then someone in the Kandin family must have helped him. After hearing that, Jin frowned, feeling a bit angry. He thought, the people in the Kandin family who could do that are the pure bloods or the wet nurses who support them. The wet nurses of the Kandin family not only raise the children, their power increases depending on the status of the child they follow. And 20 years ago was when everyone recognized Luna Zandel as the temporary family head. At that time, the eldest sister's wet nurse would have had great power. If they were really related, then the one who hated me in my previous life was probably. The back of a long-haired white girl appeared in his speculation. But Jean dismissed the thought. No, Taemin could have acted alone. So why? Then he spoke up to confirm again. Have you confirmed the information? Z hurriedly reaffirmed his information. I swear on my life. I went to Delki to confirm it. Jin immediately said, all right, then lead the way. He was momentarily confused and let out a huh. De stood there with his arms crossed in a cold voice. Now we're going to Delki. He calculated in his heart, Taemin Marius and Alu the Spider. I will personally confirm their plot. The kingdom of Delki is allied with the Hufester power block. At this moment, a bald man was being stepped on by another person who was shouting, you useless bastard. I told you, didn't I? What would happen if you weren't on time? The person being stepped on at this moment hurriedly explained in a panic. Don't do it. I'm doing this to support my daughter. If you continue, I'll report you to the authorities. Gabor shouted arrogantly. Huh? Report me? Have you forgotten? I have the Kandin family backing me. But at this moment, a voice from behind him made him freeze. Wait a minute. Vres, with his face hidden in the shadows and a sinister smile, asked, if this continues, won't it be a little troublesome? GRBR. Gabor was extremely panicked. You. Why are you here? Wait, then that guy is also nearby. At this moment, his eyes bulged, his face contorted with pain, and blood streamed from his nose and mouth. Then he coughed up a large amount of blood. The bald man who had been stepped on earlier was also extremely scared when he saw it, and was splattered by the blood. At this moment, Kyan suddenly appeared with contempt. How pathetic. After getting help from your mother, you still live like a gangster. At this moment, the bald man began to tremble and said, Spare me. He knelt on the ground and begged, I'll give you all my money, so please spare me. I won't say anything. My daughter is waiting for me at home, please. Kyan replied nonchalantly, God, we're not like those bastards. Then he sat down in front of the man and said, sorry, but we don't need money. The man hurriedly asked, then what do you need me to do? Sorry, someone said nonchalantly, then decisively cut off the man's head. Vres, with a flick of his wrist, had taken a life, and even looked cool doing it. I don't hate you. You were just unlucky. The pitiful man could only end his life in terror, unable to close his eyes. The moon was high now. Everything was fresh. It's all for that person. This evil couple appeared extremely sinister. Cut to Casper's side. At this moment, he was reading some information and spoke up. The Mario's surname is very common on the continent, but in the kingdom of Delki, only a special organization is allowed to use it. Explaining about the moon's sacrificial orphanage from the outside, it was just a normal orphanage. But this was where the Delki royal family trained orphans to become assassins or spies. It is said that those children would be allowed to become close to each other. Then they would have to kill each other. The survivors would become assassins. But later, that place was closed down, because the prince's faction won the civil war. 10 children from there were released and became free citizens, except for Alu who died. The other 9 are still alive as Delki citizens. After finishing, he handed the file to Jean. Here are their addresses. Dai took it and then urged, then let's go to Delki right away. In his heart, he calculated again, this could be a clue about Zipfel and the bastard who cursed me. I will definitely catch you. His eyes became sharp and full of determination. A while later, after finishing his preparations, Jin set off. Goodbye, Sir Jin, Gray, and Sir Z. Have a safe trip. Kingdom of Delki, teleportation gate. Jin was now being led by Z. On the way, DJET was looking at the information and recounted. The person who lives closest is Gabber Marios, probably a gangster in a district called Nantara. It'll take quite a while to get there. Should we find an inn first? But Jean quickly refused. No, we don't need to. We'll go to the western region where 3 people live. Then we'll find an inn. A moment later, they knocked on someone's door. Z knocked and called out loudly, "Hello, is anyone home?" No. Is no one here? But when no one came to open the door, Jean observed his surroundings and noticed something. Jean's gaze was directed at a group of people standing around, gossiping about something. Seeing this, he also approached to find out what was going on. Then suddenly his expression turned grave. Looking down below, it was a group of soldiers dealing with the murder case from earlier by the evil couple Akia. On one side was the bald head of the unfortunate man. On one side was Gaba's stiff body lying in a large pool of blood. As soon as Jin saw it, he analyzed poison and wind magic. Committing a crime with magic and Hugh Fester, that's bold. A citizen expressed his dissatisfaction. That damn Gabber. Just a few days ago, I saw him swaggering outside the door. Jean heard this and asked in surprise, "Did you just say Gabber?" The citizen turned and asked back, "Huh? Are you his friend?" He calmly replied, "No, I'm just surprised you recognized who it was from that mangled corpse." The citizen then recounted, "Yesterday I saw him drunk and passing by here. Not long after, I heard a scream, and then this happened. The one who died with him owed Gabber money. How pitiful." Damn it, after hearing that, Jin began to speculate in his heart, if they used poison, then the original target was probably Gabor, and then they killed the witness with magic. Strange, if you want to kill someone with poison, you should wait until he's alone. Why were they in such a hurry? Wait a minute. Hasty, when he realized something, his expression became extremely grave. Then he hurriedly called out loudly, Z. Z was startled and replied in a panic, Huh? What's wrong?" Jean hurriedly asked, "Who's next?" He fumbled through the documents and replied, It's Weatherway Marius, about a 2-hour journey from here." Jean made a decision. "We'll run there in an hour. I have a very bad feeling about this." However, when they arrived, they saw the man sitting stiffly in his chair. Z shouted in panic, You. Jin approached to observe the person and realized, it's poison again. He hasn't been dead for long, his skin color and posture haven't changed yet. It's a self-adjusting assassination poison. Then he spoke up, it's the same person. He was very confused, so. Jean came to a conclusion after his speculation. Someone is trying to kill all the survivors from the moon's sacrifice right now. He then urged, Quick, we have to hurry, yes. But when the 2 arrived, that target had also been dealt with. Blood was splattered all over the ground. But the 2 didn't stop and continued to speed up to find other targets. When he arrived, he stopped. In front of the 2 of them was a house filled with traces of death. He felt helpless and speechless at this moment. These marks, this is level 8 wind magic. Hellwind. And the magic is getting more and more intense. Z turned tensely and said, There are only 2 people left, my lord. If this continues, it will be very difficult to catch them, and we will become suspects for being at every scene. What about reporting to the guards? Ginan Jian said in a low voice, No, if we report it, we'll also be investigated. It'll be too late by then. Then he sighed. A moment later, a terrifying expression appeared on his face, as if he had been pushed to his limit. Phew, even if I'm just a probationary prodigy. How dare they look down on me on Kandon territory? Those bastards. I will catch them at all cost. Cut to another place. At this time, the 2 were still humming. HMM. Let's see who's next, huh? Is this the last one? Vress was looking at a list with names being crossed off on a piece of paper. She then said nonchalantly, It's more boring than I thought. You guys were trained like us, right? Why are they so weak? As she spoke, she squeezed Kuyon's shoulder. He, looking haggard and sleep-deprived, said, Not everyone is trained the same way, Vress. We are the chosen ones. Of course we're different from those defective products. All right. These stopped at this point. They stood in front of a rather large house, their targets, then put on a sinister, cruel expression and declared, Let's end this. Sharp cuts scarred the door. A second later, those cuts had sliced the door into many pieces and caused a large explosion. Kuyon stepped in and observed the inside. The 2 of them stood at the door, and inside, the objects were in disarray, and there was no one. he exclaimed in surprise. Oh my, I didn't expect this. Cut to Jin's side. At this moment, he was still running into the forest. Besides Z, there was another person following. Panicked voices rang out. Hey, that person. While running, asked in a panic, are all the people from the moon's sacrifice dead? Z continued to run while answering. That's right. Someone is getting ahead of us and killing them all. The last person was holding a bundle in their arms, extremely tense. Jean had analyzed that their killing order was from the spatial gate outwards. That's why we're always one step behind them. Therefore, we had no choice but to come to you, the one furthest away, that way. We can also save your daughter. At this point, a very confused little girl peeked out from the man's shoulder. That person spoke up. I'm sorry, but this is probably useless. Jean heard this and was confused. Huh. The man immediately explained. Although we are old, we have also survived very harsh training. Only the people can kill us so easily. Vres and Kuyan, they are on a completely different level. Jean continued to run, but couldn't help but be shocked by this. Weren't there only 10 survivors? No. He recounted that there were a total of 12 survivors from the moon's sacrifice, and the 2 who were chasing them were monsters trained by that person. Suddenly, at this moment, a terrible shockwave occurred right behind the man. Rocks and earth were thrown into the air. Jin turned his head in alarm and looked behind him. The man was thrown to the ground by the shockwave, but still managed to hold on tightly to his daughter. A pair of skinny legs appeared. Zen Marius. God, I thought I lost you. Brother Zen, you're really something. How did you know we were coming to visit you? This man's name is Zen Marius, according to her. Vres appeared with a terrifying face. How did you get so fast? Zen asked in a panic. Varys Kion. Why are you doing this? Kuyan frowned coldly. Sorry, but there's no time to explain. We've been up since early this morning. But before he could finish, a flash of light erupted. It was a giant iron pillar that struck down, creating a massive shockwave. The 2 of them were lucky to jump out and escape. Vris exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Why is there lightning all of a sudden? He was also confused. A mudge, now what? Jin at this point questioned the 2. You said your names were Vres and Yujin. I was wondering who was ruining my plans. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'll take the time to find out who gave the order. You've caused trouble on Canton family land. Jin stood in the wind, a lightning bolt streaking across his gloomy face. Then he sized up the other 2. They don't even bother to hide their identities. They look no older than 30. That girl is at least a level 8 mage, not from the Zippo clan. So who is she? Vres was now showing her confusion. Then she spoke up. You even have a bodyguard. How did you know, Brother Zen? Kuyan. Kuyan still had a contemptuous expression. How would that idiot know? I think that bodyguard is the one who knows. Hearing that, Vris smugly released his power. Is that so? Then let's turn Brother Zen into mincemeat, and then interrogate his bodyguard. After cutting off his hands and feet, Kuyan had recognized Jin's strength and warned, be careful, Vris. I don't think he is an ordinary person, but Ada seemed to sneer contemptuously. He careful? Kuyan, you're always careful. She stepped forward and then gathered power in her hand. That's why. No one is interested in you. Vres shouted loudly, then unleashed a sharp stream of power towards Jin. Jin at this point also raised his hand to block. He created a magic circle on his hand to block the attack. Vres, seeing him easily neutralize her attack, exclaimed in surprise. Huh? He blocked it. How? Am I tired? Kuyan, standing behind, felt speechless. On this side, Jean was still frowning and assessing. Level for magic, Wind Blade. She said she's been using magic since dawn, so now she's conserving mana. The real problem is that guy. The one who uses poison is probably him. He had already noticed Kyan on the other side. He saw him cautiously gripping his sword, a sword. I thought he was just an assassin, but he's a swordsman too. A swordsman who uses poison, even the stone. Even on the blade of his sword, a stream of green gas filled with poison was emitted. Z shouted at this moment. Z, who was confused, was startled and replied. Huh? Danan Tuk said, get Zen and run. Z became even more panicked and didn't know what to do. Huh? Hummy. I have. No. Wait a minute. No. How can I do that? How can I leave you behind? But at this moment, Kuyan had already jumped to attack. Tai Jin was also gripping his sword tightly. He raised his sword to block Kuyan's surprise attack. Jin felt his strength and was worried in his heart. Damn it, this guy is at least level 8. And he had a calm expression, as if he hadn't lost any strength. A magic swordsman. Hey, bodyguard. It seems your life is more valuable than that guy's over there. Why don't you give him to me and run away? Now what? Jin's sharp eyes replied, HMPH, my life is more valuable, but I also have more responsibility. Speaking loudly, Jin used all his strength to fight Kuyan. He continuously unleashed attacks. Then Jin shouted again, reminding Z, go quickly. Z was stubbornly trying to argue back. No, not even if I die. But Jin cut him off. Don't say things you don't mean, run, go. At this point, Jack didn't argue anymore and grabbed Zen's collar, decisively. Alright, if anyone survives, let's meet again. Z pulled him along, trying to escape. But at this moment, another voice rang out. Oh my god, I can't watch anymore. I'm about to cry. Do you think you can run away? Vress, looking crazed and vicious, unleashed her power. She charged forward with absolute confidence. Hold him off, Curran. I'll kill them and be right back. On Benzin's side, his clothes billowed in the air due to his speed of movement. He was immersed in the dark power. One hand holding a sword, the other creating an energy ball. He exclaimed, sorry, but before you go, shouldn't you receive your reward first? His expression at this moment was extremely excited as he responded to them. Vress was startled and turned to look. Kuyan's eyes also became grave, and the result was a powerful explosion, leaving only the white of the smoke visible. Vress turned to look and was stunned. I can't see what's in front of me. Kuyan also stared intently at the approaching light. Jin, at some point, had closed in on him and slashed out with his sword. A long wound spurted blood. Taidin held his sword firmly. His sharp eyes observed his opponent. Then Kuyan slashed back at him. Jin quickly jumped up to dodge. Vress at this time was still covering her eyes and crying out in a panic. What is this? I can't see anything. Kuyan, where are you? Damn it, Kuyan, she called out, looking back with red eyes. Kuyan stood there, his face dark, his hand clutching the long, bleeding wound. She was stunned speechless when she saw her injured comrade. I'm sorry. Then she erupted with powerful energy and extreme rage. Kuyan. Vress's questioning voice rang out. How dare you? How dare you do that to Kuyan? As a stream of power shot towards Jin. You damn bastard. I'll kill you? Her face was terrifying. But at this moment, Kuyan spoke, causing her to pause. Vress. He placed his hand on the wound to reassure her. Calm down. I'm just recovering. Calm down. We've overexerted ourselves today. If we're not careful, we'll have a mana overload. Vress paused for a moment, then obeyed. I understand. Jin, on the other hand, was still frowning and observing, inking. HMPH, just as I thought. They won't be defeated that easily. Suddenly, Kuyan reached into his chest pocket and pulled out a small vial. Tenkazan forcefully popped the cap off the vial with his hand. Inside was a green solution, like a poison. The smell from it spread around Jin, who had to smell it. Quickly covered his nose and was horrified. What is that? Is that disgusting or from him a poison? Then he suddenly tilted his head back and drank the medicine down. Immediately, the wound on his chest quickly and abnormally closed up. Jin thought to himself, I've heard of it before. Some people increase their resistance with poison, fighting fire with fire. Although it shortens their lifespan, they receive power commensurate with the price. After Kuyan finished drinking, he threw the empty vial down and said, a magic swordsman who uses both sword and magic at the same time. You're more annoying than I thought, and you even enhanced your sword with poison. I've never seen that kind of magic before. Although I have many things to ask you, I must prioritize the mission. His eyes narrowed, showing a sinister expression. I will give up on capturing you alive. Then Kuyan stomped hard on the ground, causing it to sink. In an instant, he disappeared from his previous position. Jin's pupils at this point also contracted, indicating the situation was very tense. Kuyan suddenly appeared behind Jin and stabbed down. Jin quickly turned and tried to dodge. Kuyan's eyes flashed purple, his face as dark as a demon's as he unleashed vicious attacks. The power of the man who had just taken the drug put Jin in a difficult position as they clashed. Suddenly, he realized the danger. Then, unable to block, Jin had to jump back to dodge. The hand with the magic power stone was raised again. Immediately, countless sharp spiritual rays shot straight at Jin. Dean had to try to dodge to the left, then again to the right to avoid those blows. His eyes were extremely sharp and alert. Then Jin turned his head and fought directly with Curran. When he felt his strength, he was also stunned. This bastard, what the hell is he? His swordsman rank is only at level 6, but his movements are faster than normal. He's definitely much better than that. At this moment, Jin let out a sly smile and said, it seems I have to deal with the match first. At that moment, a stream of blue power erupted around Jin. Vress, seeing this, was terrified. Huh? What? Blue flame. Impossible, this is. That giant blue flame rushed straight towards her. As the blue flame passed, only a faint black shadow and a piercing scream could be seen. Kuyan paused and looked back, stunned, calling out, "Vreeze, you got distracted. You're a man who really loves his sister." Jin's teasing voice echoed. At this moment, a stream of dark aura was enveloping Jin and Kuyan's position. He was bewildered as he was plunged into an endless dark space. From there, he couldn't help but frown in unease. It's so dark. What the hell is happening? Suddenly, a sharp line of dark aura flashed by. After Jin passed, Curran was cut twice in the chest, and blood gushed out. At this point, there was no more strength. His knees slammed onto the ground. His body was frozen there, and he exclaimed in his heart in astonishment, "An energy that is neither magic nor aura. An energy I've never seen before." Then, his face softened slightly, and he said, "You are a magic swordsman supported by the blue flame phoenix. I've encountered a truly difficult opponent, but I'm curious." Hearing that, Jin turned back to look, confused. Kuyan continued, "I don't know if reading will work on a bastard like you." A small wound was now visible on Jin's waist, but suddenly Jin's face contorted with ferocious veins, blood spewing from his mouth. He exclaimed in disbelief, "This is damn it." Before the words were out, Jin's body had already collapsed to the ground. At this point in the battle, Vress was burned to a crisp by the blue flame. Lying on the ground smoking and gasping for breath, painful, labored breaths echoed. Beside him, Kuyan was kneeling, motionless, and Jin was in no less pain and misery. Purple veins popped up on his face, his mouth constantly spewing blood because of the poison. Jin clenched his teeth in agony. Ugh. He encouraged himself in his heart, "I have to calm down, or I'll die." Then he tried to pick up the sword again, then used all his strength to prop himself up. His face was slightly distorted. On this side, Kuyang had also picked up his sword. His eyes quickly sharpened again as he turned to look at Jin. The two of them stood up, but were still hunched over from exhaustion, as if preparing for another battle. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, causing both of them to look over in alarm. "Found you, Prince?" "I've found them." A pair of silver boots appeared. It was a group of knights approaching. The leader ordered, "Archers, prepare to fire." The knights, "Follow me." While this person's presence was enormous. "I am the third prince of Delki, like a Delki. All of you, drop your weapons." She looked back and speculated in her heart, did Jeff call them? Then he turned around. Then Kuyan spoke, as if in warning, "Remember this carefully. I will come back for you again." He picked up Verz's unconscious body. His sharp eyes flashed with hatred. "Don't think you'll live in peace, you bastard." Then he decisively jumped away and fled. Like a Delki's warning shout echoed, "Don't lose sight of them. After them, we have to catch them." A group of knights immediately pursued the other two. Left behind was Jin, panting as he endured the pain. At this point, like a Delki called out to him, "Hey, who are you?" He approached and patted Jin on the shoulder. "Are you with them?" Then his expression turned to alarm. Jin's body had weakly collapsed. The third prince immediately called out loudly, "Where's the healer? We need to treat him." Mao shouted. Jin was still conscious, but couldn't move, just lying there trying to endure. "Damn it. I can't pass out now." But sometime later, Jin, who was lying in bed, woke up with a start as if from a nightmare, drenched in sweat. At this time, the third prince was sitting beside him with his arms crossed. Seeing him wake up, he spoke, "You're awake. This is my residence. Since I haven't been able to identify you, I brought you here." Jin regulated his breathing and then calmly asked back, "How long was I out?" He replied, 3 hours. "You're lucky you didn't die. The poison in your body is strong enough to kill a third-star swordsman. However, if you're from the Kandin family, it's a different story." Jin sat there silently, looking at him with wary eyes. And he was still thinking to himself, "So he really is Jin Zandel. Luckily I saw him at the ball." Then like a Delki spoke up, "What happened to the other two?" Despite a very serious wound on his chest, they were still able to escape from my knights. "How could you injure a monster like him?" After asking, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, calculating in his mind. He must have been a 5-star swordsman back then. Even if he matured, he could only reach 6-star at most. He must have had help to be able to injure that guy. But Jin just calmly replied politely, "First, I want to thank you." The third prince replied seriously, "It's nothing. Saving a member of the Kandin family in Hugh Fester is only natural, even if you are a reserve prodigy." Commatin coldly asked further, "Have you reported this to the city hall yet?" He immediately said bluntly, "If I had done that, you would have been dead by now. As soon as I brought you here, The people in power had already started sending soldiers to wreak havoc in Delki. Hearing that, Jin couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "They are comrades from Taikane. I've caused you trouble," he said, feeling guilty. But like a Delki just laughed. "Haha, no. But can I ask you for a favor?" He took a gamble. Jin generously replied, "Please, go ahead." Hearing that, he didn't hold back and got straight to the point. "When you become a prodigy, please send more guards to Delki, and the Delki gold mine that the Cannon family owns. I want a little of it back." Jin bit his lip and was silent for a long time. Then he uttered a sentence that made the third prince break out in a cold sweat again. "It seems you value my life too cheaply. I will send double the number of guards here, and all the shares of that gold mine." He was startled and horrified to hear that. So much? Is that even possible? "Please don't worry," Jin calmly reassured him. "In the future, there will be nothing I can't do in Hugh Fester." But the third prince was still skeptical in his heart. What does he mean by that? Even if he's a prodigy, there's no way he holds that much power, unless he wants to become the head of the family. He carefully assessed the person with the deep expression before him. Cut to some time later. From outside, worried voices could be heard. "Young master, everyone." Julie's eyes were brimming with tears. "You've only been rampaging in Cologne for a short while, and you've already made me worry." The dark dragon was also worried but grumbled and scolded. "You fought with an 8-star mage and a knight? You want to die." Jin couldn't help but feel helpless and raised his hand to stop them. "Sorry, everyone. I won't do it again." In his heart, he thought, no wonder Prince Delqui didn't inform the city hall. Not to mention Casimir, but also Lady Quike and Theo. Luckily, the situation is still stable. At that time, the three people standing there each had a different expression. "Everyone, calm down. HMPH, as long as you're okay. That's good." Even Z, who was quite battered, exclaimed happily, "Oh my god, seriously, you're back?" Jean asked with concern, "Z, what's wrong with you?" Z immediately pointed at H Long and accused. "I told him the situation, but he didn't believe me and even hit me." Casm spoke up at this time. "Young Master Jin," Jin asked back, "do you know what happened to Zenmarius?" "Yes, no matter how many times we interrogated him. He still said he wouldn't confess until you came here," Casm replied. After hearing that, Jin said seriously, "I understand. I'll go see him." A moment later, he appeared before Jin. Jin looked quite tense. Jin sat opposite and spoke. "I put my life on the line for you and your daughter, so I won't beat around the bush." "Speak. Who taught you?" "Both Kuyan and Vros." At this point, Jin couldn't hold it in anymore. He bit his lip and trembled, then blurted out, "The first prodigy of the Candon family, Luna Zandel's nanny." This made Jean's expression harden in shock. Zin used all his strength to utter that name. "Taman Marius. That person is our mother." Cut to Kuyan and Vers's side. At this time, they were kneeling before the nanny, whose real name was Tai Mun. She spoke with disappointment. "I have nothing more to say. Not only did you fail," she also had nothing more to say, "but you also revealed your identity to a magic swordsman. You two really want to die, don't you?" Her expression was cold and cruel. "Get out of my sight," she ordered. "From today onwards, our relationship is over." The two of them were extremely stunned to hear that. "Huh? Miss Tai Moon? What do you mean?" "Mean you're going to kick us out, Tai Moon?" Her expression cold and emotionless said nonchalantly, "Yes, you have made too big of a mistake." But at this moment, Vres shouted, "No." She looked down and saw Vres crying and hugging her leg, begging, "Miss Tai Mun, no, mother, please. We won't make a mistake again. There won't be a next time. Please don't kick us out. I'm begging you." But she just coldly kicked her leg away. "Let go. Don't look for me anymore." After saying that, Taman turned and walked away. Vres at this point could only cry out in sorrow, "Mother," but Kuyan held her back. Then he also spoke, causing Tai Mun to glance back. "Please take care of yourself." "Take care," he said, bowing his head respectfully. She bit her lip and was silent for a long time. A moment later, the door opened. She walked out of the small house hidden in the remote, dense forest. As she walked, she thought, that three swordsman is definitely young Master Jin. That dark energy is exactly as I heard from that person. He must have found a clue about me, and he will soon come to find me with the young lady. Even if they know the truth, it's fine. The young lady can't possibly kill me. What's more important now is the information about young Master Jin. He has dark energy, and also uses magic. That person doesn't know about this either. The hunting dogs are not completely useless. As she thought, a sinister smile spread across her face. At this time, In the abandoned house, only Kyan was left, hugging Vress. Cut to Jin's side. At this moment, he was still talking to Jin. Did you meet Taken? Jin asked back in surprise. Taken? You mean Olive the Spider? I killed him. Hearing that, Din was startled and horrified. Huh? Taken, or Olive the Spider, used to command a mafia organization, and before I killed him, he called the person who ordered him to kill me that person. Was that person Taemin? Jin asked again. Dang, hearing that question, became tense. He clasped his hands together, bowed his head, and recounted. 15 years ago, Taken said this when he left Delki. Taemin, mother, has made a deal with someone in a high position in the Kandon family. And if anything goes wrong, my siblings and I will be in danger, so we have to be careful. Jin asked further. Did you hear exactly what that deal was? Jen replied, no. Jin let it go. He organized the information. A Kandon is Taemin's superior. Then he stood up and decided, I have to go. Cast asked curiously, go where? Jin turned back with a cold expression to see Sister Luna, returning to another place. At this time, someone was holding a teacup and asked, are you comfortable here? It was Luna, showing concern for Tika. Tika replied gratefully, very comfortable, thank you. Miss Luna, for your concern. Lately, everyone has found a job, but Collins, we are finally living like human beings. Luna was happy to hear that and said, if the youngest heard that, he would be very happy. Suddenly, Luna looked outside. At this time, outside in the rain, on the other side of the gate, was a drenched figure. She exclaimed, that is, it's the youngest. Jin stood under the rain with a deep, sharp expression. A while later, the two were sitting opposite each other, talking. Luna listened for a while and then laughed heartily. How? She trained orphans to become assassins, and even ordered them to curse you. Little brother, that's your sister's wet nurse. Why would she do that to you? She doesn't know. Her laughter clearly showed that she didn't believe his words. Jin sat there with his head bowed, expressionless. Then Luna retorted, that must be fake news. She's traveling. Come back next time. And besides. But Jin interrupted, sister, I'm sorry. Immediately, Luna slammed her hand on the table in fury. Her face contorted, as if refusing to believe this. Don't apologize, as if it's the truth. How could she do that? Then she glanced up again, and saw Jin's pained and helpless expression. A moment later, Luna gritted her teeth and let out a growl, but still tried to deny it. It must be someone's plot. Jin could only look at his sister's panic with a heavy heart. Luna continued to come up with hypotheses to deny the truth. That orphan you saved must have been lying. And if she was really involved, then there must have been a reason. Yes, I shouldn't just sit here. I have to go confirm it myself. Let's go to the wet nurse's place. After making her decision, Luna immediately took Jin with her. During this time, Taemoon was sitting silently in a dark room, as if waiting for something. She closed her eyes but couldn't stop calculating in her mind. Vress, Kuyon, because you have revealed your identities, that person will deal with you. It's okay. They're just ordinary hunting dogs. I just need to raise new ones. But how did young master know this information? Did that mage make a mistake? If not, then why? She just sat there deep in thought. Suddenly, a sound echoed, causing Taemoon to turn and look. The door was opened. She immediately spoke up. The day has come. Young lady and young master Jin. Luna and Jin appeared outside the door. Luna questioned coldly. I'll get straight to the point. Vress Marius, Kia Marius. Do you know them? Taemoon fell into a brief silence, looking at the person opposite her. Then she also stood up and answered frankly. Yes, I know them, my lady. Luna asked again. What was the reason for secretly raising assassins? Why did they cause trouble with Jin? But she retorted, please listen to me. It wasn't my order. I was also very surprised to learn that my hunting dogs were involved with young Master Jin. She just closed her eyes and said that blatant lie. That's why I'm sitting here waiting for you. Luna's hand clenched and trembled. You think you can be forgiven with that excuse? When you secretly raised assassins without my permission. Luna's eyes welled up with the pain of betrayal. But Taemoon just calmly requested, please hand me over to the family court. I will confess everything there. Luna immediately asked back, are you running away? How could you? You're not the person I knew anymore. This made Taemoon realize that the current situation was not going according to her plan. Luna continued, your current actions, I can't understand them. Can't you explain clearly? But her hands trembled, and then she spoke, explaining, my lady, I'm sorry for hiding it from you. But the reason I raised subordinates was to survive. Luna was extremely shocked to hear that and exclaimed, What? Tai Moon explained her wrongful actions. Do you not know how many enemies you have in the family? And because of that, I know, we have to face danger every day. Luna asked back in confusion. What are you talking about? How dare anyone touch my people? She continued, just as I thought. The young lady has no idea. The servants in the residence are changed in less than a year, right? You know why. And the other guards and servants, none of them stayed for more than a year. Some only a month. Have you ever wondered why? Tai Mun's eyes were dark as she roared. They were all killed. Because of that. With your siblings, the ones you hold dear. Luna immediately retorted. Don't lie to me. If that's true, then why didn't you say anything to me now? But Taemin calmly said, I didn't say anything because I understand very well what kind of person the young lady is. Luna was extremely distraught. How absurd now. Then she continued, even if I told you, would you be able to lay a hand on your own siblings? My lady? Or just give them some token punishment? Didn't you give up competing for the position of family head? Because you didn't want to harm your own siblings? Nanny, I don't miss it. Luna's desperate tears streamed down her face. I no longer want to compete for the position of head of the Candon family. She said nonchalantly, the moment you abandoned your duty was also the moment your subordinates were seen as prey. Tai Mun said, clutching her skirt tightly in anger, as if it were Luna's fault. Returning to the timeline 35 years ago, the first time I felt what real power was. In that dilapidated orphanage, who was destined to be a loyal dog for the nobility, had my talent recognized by the Candon family and became a nanny for that family. I could finally live like a human, no longer having to live a beastly life. At this time, Tai Moon held the newborn baby and exclaimed, my fate is so unfortunate, but you, the firstborn of the Candon family, how lucky you are. Am I jealous? Of course not. On the contrary, I feel grateful. You have bestowed upon me this power. What a warm little genius. The Candon children born after her were all her rivals. However, that was never a problem because the family head had said that Lady Luna possessed more talent than anyone else. At that time, the small Luna held a wooden sword and cheerfully exclaimed, Nanny, I dueled with all the members of the beginner class, and I won them all. Joshua and Jansha even teamed up against me, but I still won. Hearing this, Taemin smiled brightly and praised her. How impressive. Keep up the good work. My lady. Suddenly, Luna said something that surprised her. But I don't like fighting, even though I'm really good at it. But, at that time, Tai Moon was worried. I used to worry about the young lady's innocence. But then I gradually realized that my worries were meaningless. When she grew up, Luna defeated her siblings and then warned, don't appear in front of me again, Joshua, or don't blame me. Get lost. Looking at you makes me lose my appetite, you garbage. Lick my feet for the rest of your life. That's more fitting for you. As time went by, when she turned 13, I no longer saw a trace of the innocence she once had. Only a sense of majesty. Time continued to pass. When she ran out into the rain, she heard Luna's helpless words, Nanny, I feel exhausted. She stood there, her back to them in the rain. Mother and father, my younger siblings, and all the clan members in the family, beside them. Now I just want to stop. I don't want to become the family head this way. But Tai Moon quickly refuted. No, young lady, to become the family head, you have no other choice. Hearing that, Luna made a decision. Well then, I don't need it anymore. Go. This stunned her. Young lady, take advantage. Luna felt hopeless about the family, but she had to kill a member of the family. That wasn't a satisfactory answer. I have to achieve something new to both help the family and not kill my clan members. I will become the sword that protects this family. When she turned back, tears of resignation streamed down that helpless face. At the age of 19, when the young lady's coming-of-age period came to an end, it was also the end of my revenge. Tai Moon, hearing Luna's decision, felt as if she had fallen into an abyss. Everything she had worked for so long had collapsed. Yes, the sacrifices and suffering I endured for the past 12 years. I originally intended to make the young lady the family head and use her to help me get revenge. However, she is a whale swimming out of a myth, while I am just a thirsty fisherman who can only watch. At that time, Tai Moon knelt down before Luna. I will follow you, my lady. That day, she had a new dream. She made it happen. She sobbed uncontrollably, Nanny, thank you for supporting me. And Taemin, as if she had lost everything, said, and my dream is shattered. And not long after, her younger siblings realized that she had changed. They began to hunt. The insane, inhuman things they did. Even someone like me who has carried out countless assassination missions. It's also hard to endure. At that time, Tai Moon heard those evil calculations and thought to herself, I can't let the young lady know about this, otherwise, she'll blame herself. I'm her nanny. I'm her nanny. We have to handle this ourselves. But how? Yes, I will raise loyal dogs, just as I once had to endure. I will select a few useful orphans. But in the end, her hands were tied and she was taken away. Taman Marius, the guide and top assassin of the sacrifice, Tai Mun, was tied up and kneeling before a person. That person made a request. I'll get straight to the point. I want your obedience and loyalty. If you agree, I will give you everything you want. But at that time, Tai Moon had refused, promised to kill me. The other person interrupted, listen to me first. You're always smiling, but I know very well what kind of emotions are behind that smile. Tai Mun, don't you want to be free? Don't you despise that useless princess? Come to me. I will give you true freedom. That day, the fisherman who had been gazing at the great whale finally heard the sound of salvation. Her expression contorted as she thought, if the young lady heard this, what expression would she wear? Returning to the present, Luna and Jean had turned to the door, and Tai Moon, still shrouded in darkness, spoke up, I'm sorry, my lady. I had hoped that even if I died, you would know nothing of this. Whatever the reason, the fact remains that I secretly trained soldiers and let them point their swords at young Master Jin. Even if I didn't give the direct order, it's still a crime punishable by death. I need to pay for this mistake. So I have already reported the entire matter to the main house. At that moment, a troop of knights entered. Jean was extremely shocked by the situation. The family's execution knights. Tai Mun. She really did go one step ahead. She stood there waiting to be taken away. Well then, I'll see you all at the trial. Jean, looking down from above, couldn't help but speak. It seems you have someone backing you. Taman Marius. I don't know who it is, but to have enough power to save you at the family court, there aren't many. But she just turned back and said nonchalantly, you're speaking nonsense again. I only have young Lady Luna. Even if I'm executed, I'll just consider it bad luck. Jean's face was cold as he warned, you talk too much for someone who's about to die. For a pawn like you. Do you think a person who does whatever he wants like him would be willing to save you? Tai Mun was momentarily stunned. Then she put on a calm expression and said, if you have nothing more to say, then I'll be going first. Jean said nothing and just silently watched her go. At this time, Tai Mun had already passed the knights. In her heart, she couldn't help but exclaim, as expected, he was able to get this far not just by luck. That's right. That person might have abandoned me, but young Master Jin, with the information I have on you, I can save my life if I use it to negotiate, so maybe. Suddenly, one of the knights spoke, causing her to pause. Taman Marius. That person sent her a message. Good job. Immediately after, the knight approached Tai Mun. A sharp blade was pointed at her. But at that moment, another force intervened. The entire group of knights was also affected. The questioning voice rang out. Why would a mere knight tasked with escorting a criminal dare to have any intention of killing my nanny? You bastards! Luna appeared with a distorted face from extreme agitation. A surge of power rose. Coiling and pointing her weapon out. It seems you've all forgotten who I am, haven't you? Luna erupted with power and questioned. You bastards, it seems you've all forgotten who I am, haven't you? He replied. And the knight was shaken by that stream of power. Jean remained calm and observed from above. So it has come to this, Taman. The family's execution knights will not oppose her. They are just subordinates of that person disguised as knights. The threats are useless. They are suicide soldiers. At this time, a suicide soldier had appeared behind Tai Mun with a sharp blade. Jean continued his speculation. Even if they have to die, they will still drag Taman down with them. And just as he thought, a group of suicide soldiers rushed towards her from behind. But suddenly, Jean had already jumped down. He jumped down and slashed straight, cutting off the suicide soldier's arm. His pupils flashed with a cold light. Then the blade swept past the neck of another suicide soldier. Immediately, a round head flew into the air. But several other suicide soldiers slipped past behind him. But at this moment, countless spinning attacks came from the room. It was Luna who had thrown her weapon with incredible speed. The weapon slammed straight into the ground, sending earth and rocks flying. A brown cloud of smoke rose. The other suicide soldiers had been stopped by a slash across their bodies. Tai Mun was stunned by this, and her body recoiled in disbelief. Because in front of her, another suicide soldier was swinging a blade down. But at this moment, a hand suddenly appeared and pressed down on his head. Luna erupted with power like a demon god, slamming him hard to the ground. Suddenly, the suicide soldier's hand holding the short sword rose up. Success. He stabbed Luna forcefully, as if to drag her down with him. But after slashing through, the crack on Luna's armor was only a tiny chip, which startled him, then made him exclaim, "What?" At this moment, Luna's hand grabbed the other's arm. She used all her strength to brutally rip that arm off the suicide soldier's body. A thick, agonizing scream echoed. Taemun, who was witnessing the scene from the side, was trembling all over. The current images of Luna choking a suicide soldier and lifting him up, Jin, beside her, slowly sheathes his sword. Then he glanced at Taemun and said, "I was right, Taemun Marius. Your master has no intention of saving you." Her face was pale, and she couldn't even utter a single word in response. Luna at this point was still choking the suicide soldier, her face dark as she spoke. "If you want to die with your body intact, answer my question." But suddenly her pupils contracted, as if she had seen something terrifying. After taking off his iron helmet, he saw a grotesque, zombie-like face, extremely terrifying. From within that mouth flowed streams of thick, clotted blood, looking extremely disgusting. Jin from behind spoke up, "It's poison. He committed suicide before you could interrogate him." Luna was so furious she swore, "Damn this." At this moment, Jin approached Taemun. "Things have come to this. You shouldn't pretend to be deaf and dumb anymore. Confess everything." Taemun, nanny, her face was pale, not a trace of her usual confidence remaining. Luna at this time had also noticed her and continued, "Even though I trusted you enough to entrust you with the investigation of the younger siblings, who wanted to target Jean, how could you have the heart to deceive me like that? How could you do that to me?" "Why, nanny?" Luna screamed in agitation, questioning. Suddenly, Taemun's expression contorted, and she let out a strange smile. "Ha, good. I knew this would happen sooner or later." But these words startled the two siblings. Taemun now appeared calm and resigned. "It seems I've really grown old. I never thought I'd fall for such an obvious assassination attempt." Suddenly, an undead suicide soldier took that opportunity to stab his sword at Taemun. Luna watched the scene in shock. Then she flew over to hug Taemun, wanting to save her, nanny. But it was too late. Taemun coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Young lady." Luna quickly reminded her, "No, don't talk anymore. The poison will spread throughout your body." Amun Thoithop said, "This poison is the same one Kurang gave me. Really, it's too late now." Her face was pale as she thought to herself, "That's right. This is what people often call karma, isn't it?" But Luna trembled in despair and cried out, "No, nanny, no. This isn't what I wanted. Please, nanny." She hugged Taemun, trying to pull her back. She also thought, "I don't want to die. I want to beg for the young lady's forgiveness to live on. I just want to stay by the young lady's side a little longer. Since when did things go so wrong? From the time she was captured and brought before that person. Was it the moment that what appeared in my mind was not the young lady, but rather hatred? This was the moment when things started to go wrong. Well, at least in this final moment, I must. For the young lady. After reminiscing, I will be able to see." Taemun called out, "Young lady," and was cut off. "And young Master Jin, please listen carefully to what I'm about to say." Luna panicked and interrupted, "Don't talk anymore, nanny, you'll bleed more." But she didn't listen and continued, "Even if I say it now, the sinful body cannot be cleansed. But I still have to tell you. 15 years ago, the mage who placed the curse on the young master was Kitathern. He's quite well known, so you'll find him soon. And the one who gave me this poison, that person is—" Luna interrupted, "Nanny, I understand. Stop." Taemun finally uttered the name. "The one who ordered me to harm the young master is Joshua Zandel. The second in line for succession in the Zandel family, young Master Joshua." Veins popped on Jin's face as he heard those words. He knows very well about the young lady's power and also about the pack. Ha. At this point, Taemun was in so much pain she had to cover her mouth. But unable to hold it in any longer, she vomited another large mouthful of blood. Luna was extremely panicked, nanny. Then she continued to apologize. I'm sorry, my lady, for harming you. I should have told you sooner. Even though I understand. Saying that what I did was all for you is just an excuse. So please." Taemun tried to raise her hand. A memory of the moment Luna declared her renunciation of the succession appeared. At that time, Taemun had knelt down to follow her. Then there was the image of her tear-streaked face in despair. Before that was the happy image of Luna in her youth. Then, when Taemun was holding the tiny bundle in her arms, she had seriously observed that tiny object. Luna at that time was still crying incessantly. But after grabbing Taemun's finger, she immediately fell into a peaceful sleep. Returning to the present, she tried to raise her hand to touch Luna's tear-streaked face and said in a broken voice, "Don't remember anything about this lowly wretch, okay?" Then that hand also slipped down. Luna quickly grabbed that limp hand. She held Taemin tightly in her arms in despair. Then she blurted out, "Mother." Cut to another house in the dark night. Inside, a person was stubbing out a finished cigarette. Joshua frowned, looking out the window and muttering, "Taemin Marius must be dead by now." Suddenly at this moment, someone spoke from outside the door. "Lord Joshua, the hunter of that Yule has come to see you." He turned around in surprise. Then he ordered, "Bring them in." "Yes," the other person replied. Then the two people who appeared were Kuyan and Vres. A moment later, after the two had entered, Joshua spoke up and asked, "Yule has sent you away." Vres immediately replied, "That's right." Then he asked again nonchalantly, "Why have you come to see me?" Vres's fist on the floor trembled. Then she also spoke up and made a request, "Lord Joshua, whatever you say, we will do. Please return mother's heart. It's nothing. Without our mother, we are nothing. Please, sir." Vres seemed very agitated. And Kuyan, calmer, reminded Berries, "That's enough." But she continued, "Lord Joshua, please, please help us. We will do whatever you want." After saying that, Vres looked straight at Joshua. Then he also stood up and replied, "Cousin and Berries, it's a pity, I can't help you." He sat down and touched Vres's hair. Then that other hand slid down her stunned face. "It seems you still haven't heard anything. You said Yule was very hasty in sending you away, didn't you? It's not because she doesn't love you, but because she wanted to save you." Then Joshua began to blatantly lie. She was murdered by an anonymous magic swordsman. Vres's pupils reflected the image of the person before her. She was stunned by this truth. Joshua continued his pretense. "Yule said she was in danger and asked for my help. I sent 5 knights to rescue her, but they also died with Yule." Vres couldn't take it anymore and buried her face in the floor. And Kuyan gritted his teeth and asked who that magic swordsman was. Vres fell into a frenzy and continuously muttered, "I'll kill you, kill you, kill you." Joshua recounted the characteristics pointing towards Jin. He has a pact with Soderer. There's no other information. Where he's from or who he works for. Kuyan was completely fooled. Hatred welled up, causing his eyes to bulge with bloodshot veins as he repeatedly affirmed, "I will find out. I will use my life to avenge my mother." Joshua stood up and continued to pretend to be helpless. "I understand how you feel. But now is not the time. Soon he will target you too. You must seize that moment. Can you trust me and wait? Because I also have a debt to pay him." The eyes of these fools lit up with determination. Then they quickly accepted the order. "Thank you, Lord Joshua. Leave it to us." Joshua was delighted to have deceived these 2 cows, feeling very happy. He secretly despised them in his heart. They're not even related by blood. Yet they want to avenge her. How ridiculous. You raised these hunting dogs very well, Taemin. And I also have to thank the youngest for killing Taemin and giving me this gift. Suddenly, another announcement arrived. "Lord Joshua, there is an urgent message. May I enter?" He immediately said, "Come in." After hearing this, Joshua was deep in thought. Is that so?" The foolish Kuyan, seeing his expression, spoke up, "Lord Joshua, is something wrong?" Joshua immediately put on a friendly expression. Something unfortunate has happened." Then he reminded them, "You did just go back. I will arrange a place for you to stay. Just wait here until you hear from me." Kuyan, eager to prove his worth, opened his mouth to ask for help. "We can help you." But Joshua refused. "No need. It's just some family matter." Immediately after, a shocking explosion erupted, and everything blew up in a huge cloud of smoke. The knights were sent flying. One who remained standing was panicked. "What's going on?" "The first prodigy." "Even if you are the first prodigy." Obviously, Luna had appeared. She stood in the smoke and shouted, interrupting him, "Shut up. Answer my question." His face contorted with rage. But the knight remained tight-lipped. "Stand back. You are violating the family law." At this moment, Luna had already closed in and grabbed the other's throat, questioning, "The law? Don't you dare say that word in front of me ever again." The other knights were confused and didn't know what to do. Luna roared, "This is the order of the first prodigy. You do your thing, and I'll do mine." So the knights didn't know whether to advance or retreat. At this moment, a footstep shifted. Luna used her power to suppress the knights down. A dark aura rose around her. Although she didn't move, an oppressive aura emanated from her. Luna's eyes were dark, and the space could only be seen in an unclear black and white. Everything was directed towards the group of knights. After unleashing her power, the group of people was thrown far away. Their bodies crashed to the ground with great force. After dealing with those guys, she spoke again. Done yet? Then get out of the way. I'm losing my patience. Luna swung her scythe down, looking like a reaper coming to take a life. Yes. Suddenly a voice rang out. Luna immediately glanced back. You're here. But you didn't even give me a heads up. Joshua emerged from the shadows. Why so hasty? His expression showed his displeasure. Your expression is really gloomy, big sister. As he spoke, Joshua revealed the hidden knights that he thought were strong. But Luna just said nonchalantly, You're pathetic, Joshua. You're so afraid of me that you have to hide behind those dark knights. Do you know I'm going to aim for your life? This guy sneered. Don't say such scary things. It seems you've had a bad day. If you're okay with it, tell me about it. I'll listen to you. We're family, after all. Following those agitating words, Luna gradually sank into darkness as if preparing to enter a demonic state. A strange, demonic aura emanated from her hand gripping her weapon tightly. Joshua, on the other hand, nonchalantly provoked in his heart. Yes, that's right, big sister. The little brother you want to kill is standing right here. Don't hesitate, swing your sword. Because the family will side with me. He calculated every small step like this, hoping Luna would make a mistake. But luckily, Luna managed to hold back. She let out a breath and regained her composure. Hey, little brother. As she spoke, Luna sheathed her scythe behind her back. It's a pity. I didn't come here to kill you. I came to give you one last warning. When that child returns, you won't be able to fight him. If you plan to hide like today, you better just run away. Because if you don't, you'll regret not dying today. With that, she turned and left. But Joshua still acted sinister. How sad. The strong sister of the past can only talk big now. Luna coldly cut him off again, pathetic, just like when we were kids. Leaving this much of a reminder, Luna left directly, so Joshua stood there and watched her go. Then he cursed under his breath. You can stay distant for now. I'll leave you alone for now because of the Zippos. But when everything is over and the Cannon family becomes mine, I will finish you off first. At this point, he was not a little stimulated by those words. Veins bulged on his face from rage. But he could only endure it and couldn't do anything. Cut to a rainy forest. Jean stood behind Luna and asked with concern, Are you all right, big sister? Luna was silent for a while, then turned her pale face and replied, Yes, I'm fine. Thank you, Jean. Thanks to your advice, I was able to control my emotions. Jean immediately explained that if she lost her composure, Joshua would use that as an excuse to control her. Now, Luna's hand clenched in determination. Yes, just as you said. He kept provoking me while hiding behind the HH Order. Hearing that, Jin exclaimed in his heart in surprise, The Dark Knight Order. The Dark Knight Order. Speaking of the Dark Knight Order, among the countless knights in the family, only the 10 most elite are allowed to join. The Dark Knight Order are those who only follow the orders of the family head and his wife. So how did they end up siding with Joshua? After realizing something, he couldn't help but feel annoyed in his heart. Damn it. I don't know how he managed to persuade father. But it's clear the Dark Knight Order has fallen to his side. In the rain, they stood before a small tomb. Go. Jean couldn't help but exclaim. What a terrifying poison. I didn't expect even corpses to be melted. Luna wiped her tears sadly. I can't even give my nanny a proper burial. I can't believe even those close to her had to endure this poison. So, it's understandable that she would betray the person who always cherished her. Jin immediately reassured. No, it's not like that. But she took all the blame on herself. It's all my fault. If I knew how to make her feel at ease, this wouldn't have happened in the first place. Now what? Hearing this, Jin could only look at her helplessly. Even if she betrayed her, to her, Taemin was still truly family. And Joshua, her younger brother, was now her mortal enemy. Now, what should you do? Who can comfort Luna's heart? Luna continued to confide, Since I was a child, I've hated the fighting between siblings. No, it was fear. I was afraid of the feeling of hatred and enmity between people of the same blood. In the past, I was afraid that my siblings and I would repeat that past. Yes, that's why I became the sword that protects the family. And thanks to me, none of us have to die anymore. Yes, I thought I had achieved that. But how foolish I was. She sobbed in the rain. Now I understand. All this time, I was just running away because I was afraid to fight. And this is the price I have to pay for that cowardice, from now on. There will be no more sword to protect the family. Jin was shocked by those words, big sister. Suddenly, Luna raised her hand to her weapon. She decisively drew her sword and plunged it hard into the ground. A stream of power spread out. Luna seriously declared, If others dare to target you, I will chop off their heads. And if you want, I will destroy anything that dares to stand in your way. From this moment on, my sword is yours." Luna, having said this, knelt down, resting her hands on the ground. In her heart, she constantly thought, "It's all my fault, Timon and Joshua. If I had been more self-controlled, then this wouldn't have happened. So, from now on, I will help Jean with all my heart, even if it means turning my back on all my other younger siblings. This is the price for my cowardice." At this very moment, Jean also knelt down before Luna with solemnity. He also plunged his sword into the ground and declared, "I will also fight alongside you. I will block all those who want to harm you, and even if I have to kill my own siblings, I will not hesitate. Do you still remember? No matter what you do or what you become, I will always support you." Luna was extremely moved by Jindy's sincerity. Then the corners of her mouth curved into a smile. She exclaimed happily in her heart, "Jean, my little brother." She remembered saying back then, "No matter what you want to do or what you become, I will always support you." At this moment, Jin's hand reached out. He hugged Luna and affirmed, "The day I return as a prodigy will also be the day I protect you. Because we are family." Luna at this point was teary-eyed with the love of her youngest brother. Therefore, the tears fell, releasing the heavy events that had just occurred. The two siblings hugged each other, their wounded souls warming under the rain. Luna thought to herself, "Yes, this arrogant little brother is my family. I will do whatever it takes to help him become the family head." Cut to another place. At this time, the dark dragon, so angry that his eyes and head were on fire, roared, "What? They invited Image to cast a curse, that bastard Joshua, even after so many years. This is still an unprecedented event since the Tima era." Julie was also wide-eyed and confused by this event. "I'm still not over the shock. That damn Joshua, oh, I'm sorry. I misspoke in front of you, sir." Thiu Ra, the dark dragon, beside her, encouraged, "It's okay, Ban Rao. Not releasing your anger will only make it worse." "How?" "Repeat after me, you dog." Julie innocently spelled it out. You dog XXX, Joshua XX people." The dark dragon continued his lesson in cursing, Ban Rao, phew. That's refreshing." Jin, seeing this scene, could only smile helplessly. A moment later, after becoming serious again, Julie began to wonder, but more importantly, why would Joshua want to harm you? "Young master," Jin immediately replied, "there are many reasons, but the most important one is that even though he knew I had made a pact with Soderer, he still remained calm." Hearing that, Julie agreed, but was still confused. "That's right. He even broke the rules of the Thunder Arena to harm you. But in the main house, he did nothing." Jean remained calm and said, "We will find out the reason soon." In his heart, he had already calculated, if my hypothesis is correct, then he is. He's after my pact. Considering what happened with Enya and the Zippo family's ability to steal pacts with gods. However, even Joshua couldn't be that close to the Zippo family. Does that mean there's another way to steal a pact? He was thinking when at this moment Casm walked in and called out, "Young Master Jin, I have found the location of the person you requested, Jin." He took the file, surprised. "It's already done." Casm affirmed, "Yes, he's a rather famous mage and is currently retired in Mentador, located in the eastern part of the continent. Since joining the Advanced Magic Academy in Zippo, he has always used the alias Amen. It's said that he is currently researching some kind of magic." Jin listened for a while as he read. Then he spoke up and gave orders. "Julie, Murakam, and Lord Kashmir, I have a request. For the next 3 months, please don't look for me." As he spoke, Jean created piles of red-orange fire in his hands. A side view of a restaurant. At this time, every lady had someone sitting there. Old Amen with the long beard was sitting there eating and drinking. Then someone holding a staff propped it up. The people sitting inside had noticed someone outside and were on guard. It was Jean, appearing in an all-black outfit from head to toe. His face was half hidden by the hood of his cloak, and he held a strange, empty staff in his hand. Jin calmly stepped inside. He walked straight to old Amen's table and spoke, "Excuse me, are you Amen?" The old man looked up in alarm. "You are." He quickly presented a new identity he had just created for himself. "I am an ambitious mage named Hugh Well, and I am currently on my way to enroll in the prestigious Mentador Magic Academy. But I heard that there is a very noble hermit here, so I came to pay my respects." Hearing that, Amen exclaimed, "An ambitious mage, HMM." Everyone in the inn seemed to hear it and turned to watch cautiously. Suddenly, Amen slammed his hand hard on the table. Then the old man roared a warning. "What are you looking at? Huh, you insects. Get lost, all of you." before I make you disappear into thin air." As he spoke, the old man waved his hand, creating a stream of power. Then that stream of power gradually diminished. Amma looked down at his hand for a long time. Finally, the old man relented. "All right, who are you?" Jin calmly replied. "As I said, I am an ambitious mage." But Amun directly exposed him. "Stop playing games. You're giving yourself away. That body is the body of someone who has spent their entire life training with weapons." This made Jin extremely surprised. And in this grotesque body exists true 7-star magic. An ambitious sorcerer. Huh? It seems you underestimate me too much. Reveal your identity, or I will make this body unable to use magic ever again. The old man's words were both arrogant and a warning. Jean's face was grim as she replied, "Then allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Huel Hyester, the last surviving member of the Hyester family." He took off his hood, revealing a carefully styled red hairdo and a distinctive pair of glasses. But when he heard that name, Alman was agitated and slammed the table, standing up and questioning. "Hyster, what did you just say? You're from the Hyster family, the only family that can compare to the Zippo family in magic." "You're lying. They were all massacred by the Zippo family." But despite those confident words, Dune just calmly pulled out a book. "Please take a look at this." Before he died, the mercenary leader who raised me since I was an orphan revealed my origins to me and gave me this magic book. The author of the book is Suzy L. Hyster. As soon as Alman saw the book, he hurriedly urged, Quick, let me see." Jin immediately reminded him, "I can let you see it, but you cannot touch it. I have sworn that without my permission, no one is allowed to touch it. If you want to touch it, you have to kill me first." Alman, who was already agitated, hurriedly accepted. All right, then you turn it yourself. Hurry up." A moment later, the two were silent. Jin was flipping, and Alman was reading seriously. Oh my. Alman trembled at this truth. This magic book is truly from the Hyster family. I've been searching for clues about them my whole life, so I'm sure I'd recognize it. I need to take a closer look. Then suddenly the old man asked, "Hey, have you decided where to spend the night yet? Follow me. I will treat you properly. This is where I conduct my research. No one knows about this place, and it is very heavily guarded." A moment later, the two appeared in another place. Then they sat opposite each other at a round table. "Now then, will you tell me? How did you, Hyster, survive until now?" Jean began to act, bowing his head with a sad expression. "I was raised by a small mercenary named Grey Cat as an orphan. Although I've held a sword since I was a child, I have no talent for it. As for magic, I grasped it immediately, as if I had known it all from the beginning. That was after learning about the family's history and the clan leader's last will." Hearing that, Alman became even more excited, a smile appearing from behind his thick fur. The old man had already calculated in his heart that it was the Hyster family's legendary magic, the thing that could even threaten the Zippo family, the masters of manipulating history. With it, he could explain this sudden achievement. On this side, Jean continued, "But since then, the Zippo family started hunting me. So I plan to enroll in the Magic Academy and hide my identity." Alman sympathized and continued, "Even 300 years ago, the Zippo family would not leave anything that could cause trouble. Not to mention a member of the Hyster family. The bounty is at least 10 million gold coins." Then he clenched his fists. 10 million. Choose, the old man spoke again. "Or you will live like this for the rest of your life, forever hunted by them, or you will become my disciple and make your mark in history." Then Alman confidently introduced himself. "My real name is Kid Dadhorn. I am called Kidith All the Flow." Hearing that, Jin acted agitated and quickly stood up. Really? Are you really Kistad Hun family?" Alman, seeing the admiration in Jin's attitude, was smug. "Oh ho, you know of me. Before a milk-drinking brat like you was born, my name had already spread far and wide." Jin also joined in with very blatant praise. "How could I not know? The story of you, Sir Kistan, becoming a 9-star without the help of the Zippo family is a legendary tale. I heard you even fought them and showed your bold style by teaching the Zippo soldiers a lesson." The old man at this point felt a bit embarrassed. That's me. You don't have to flatter me anymore, right? If you become my disciple, I will pass on to you the magic called Flow, which I named myself, and by following in my footsteps, you will imprint the name Flow into history. Well then, you choose. Will you become my disciple, Hyster?" The old man's face contorted with insane ambition. "The rare magical family, the Hysters, a long time ago, I accidentally discovered their traces, and since then, I have pursued them my whole life, as if I have been mesmerized by them. But at some point, The trail went cold, and just as I was about to give up, Huel Hister appeared before my eyes. With his magic book, I will be able to develop my flow magic even further. And if I pass on the completed magic to Huel, oh no, it has to be my disciple if so. My legacy will live on. An energy ball appeared, surrounded by swirling streams of power. It was the magic that Jin created in front of them all. The old man, seeing this result, cheered with excitement. Excellent. I think we can move on to the advanced flow system. And Lin expressed his gratitude. Thank you, sir. It's all thanks to your teaching, master. And Huel, Almond suddenly said, the Hister magic book. Can't you show it to me again? Jin paused for a long time, scared. Then he said with a reluctant expression, no, I can't. The old man, seeing this, asked impatiently, why not? Diane intended to explain. As I said, it's because of my personal beliefs. As the old man had angrily slammed his staff down. Then his face contorted in anger as he scolded, you and your beliefs. If I wanted to force that book from you, it would be easier than eating porridge. Even so, I have always respected that belief of yours. Give it to me now. Almond just nonchalantly gave the order. But when he saw Jin's cold eyes, he quickly recoiled. Then he regained his composure and bowed his head to retract his temper. Sorry, I misspoke. Just forget what just happened. Seeing the old man's quick change of face, couldn't help but feel speechless. Then he calmly replied, well then, how about this, master? Let's share our beliefs with each other. Hearing that, Almond was confused. Beliefs? How can we do that? Jin also got straight to the point. You should also entrust me with something as precious as your life. Entrust me with the Book of Flow. When he heard those bold words, his face quickly turned deathly pale. Then I will also. Jin was about to continue, but the old man, as if having made a decision, quickly turned and walked away. All right, but you have to wait there. The eternal treasury in Vankila Castle. The Book of Flow is currently stored there, so I have to go get it myself. Understood? Jin calmly replied, yes, master. The old man reminded him again, while you're waiting, study the advanced flow system, always. At this time, Almond was walking and calculating in his mind. The Book of Flow is the essence of my magic. I had intended to pass it on the day I leave this world. But then, what's the point of seeing the magic of the Histers before that? Hister's magic, if only I had it, I would have surpassed the Zippo family. Amandita, who was still outside, said loudly, then wait here. Well, I'll be back soon. And I will be able to leave my name for posterity if I have it. The last sentence the old man only pondered in his heart. The door closing before Jin's resolute face. After the old man left, Jin finally let out a sly and cunning smile. Sometime later, Jin was waiting when a voice called out, hey Huel, it's me. Jin immediately replied, you're here, master. Almond opened the door and asked, have you learned the advanced flow magic system? Jin immediately replied, you're here, master. Almond opened the door and asked, to quickly spread out his hand with the advanced flow magic system and proudly exclaimed, yes. This power feels so natural, as if I've always known it. Almond exclaimed in his heart with delight, just as I thought. This child is a genius. Then the old man praised with excitement. Well done. Here's what you wanted. Then they accepted the old man's book and replied with a confident tone. Yes, master. I will bring it right away. A moment later, Jin returned the book that Almond needed. The old man was so happy he was speechless. Oh, it will take time to decipher, but it doesn't matter. Heal well. You can also read the Book of Flow as much as you like. Jin, on the other hand, humbly replied, I haven't reached the level where I can understand the profound meaning in your masterpiece yet. Master, I'm already satisfied just being trusted and given it. The old man didn't pay much attention, hugging his treasure tightly and quickly turning away. Oh, if you want that, But since you've started learning the advanced flow system, we should start comprehensive practical training with living creatures. What do you think? Well, want to try with insects? Hearing that, Jin was astonished. You're talking about this insect. Can flow work against non-human opponents? But the old man retorted, well, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the insects that live in that town and look like us. Those living and jumping kids are the perfect training resources for us. The young ones, I also often use them for practice in real life. They are useless garbage that can't use magic, but their outer shells are all the same. The old man said with a contorted, perverted expression. But Jin said, if that's the case, then master, I have a request. He put his hand on his chest and said with a bit of urgency, before training, please use the flow directly on me, in a real situation. Wouldn't feeling it on my own body be more effective? Old Almond the Thee laughed excitedly. Ahaha, you make me so proud. Well then, if we just hastily kill them, the knights from the capital will come rushing here. Then the old man quickly created a magic spell and got to work. Well then, look carefully. What I'm showing you is the flow of Kondi. With this magic power, you can steal magic from your opponent and activate the flow. Now I will absorb your magic, so concentrate and feel it. At this moment, that stream of magic had already passed through Jin. Then suddenly the old man seemed to realize something and was extremely stunned. Why is the flow magic not working? Don't tell me Huwell's magic power has already made him break through to the 7-star. Oh no, this is not that level. His power is even higher than 9-star. When he realized this, Ammon's whole body shrank into a small dot. Tiny blood vessels popped up. A second later, the old man coughed up a mouthful of blood in pain, his veins bulging grotesquely. Almond knelt on the floor, questioning in both pain and confusion. Hugh, VKPL. Why how? But at this moment, Jin calmly pulled something out of his chest pocket and replied, Master. Look at this. This is a relic called the Ulta's Ring. It contains an endless amount of magic. Thanks to it, even when I was attacked by your flow, I was still safe, actually, if possible. The Zippo family would have abused it and brought a lot of suffering to this world. And me too, Jean said as he continued to reach into his pocket for something. He poured that solution on his head, and immediately the red hair from before gradually changed back. Because of you, I was also going to live the rest of my life in misery. The glasses were thrown down by Jin. 15 years ago, do you remember the child you cursed at the Thunder Arena? My name is Jean Zandel. I have returned from hell to kill you today. Jean slicked back his hair with a hateful expression. Old Ammon's face was contorted, his body trembling in disbelief as he uttered, You, it can't be. It can't be like that, even the mercenaries. I even confirmed if it was true. It turns out it's not. Dean nonchalantly said, That's right, because that's the story of the real survivor with the surname Hister. At this moment, Jean's foot had already pressed down on the old man's face. It's been 44 years. Kid dang. Jin forcefully stomped Ammon's face into the ground, then he spoke again. After enduring all sorts of contempt and humiliation, and even overcoming death, it took me 44 years to get here. Don't regret it too much. The book of flow that you've poured your life's work into, I will use it well. You won't regret it, will you? The flow magic that people rumored you created, it actually belongs to the Hister family, right? The old man, groaning in pain, couldn't help but be terrified to hear this. What? How do you know? Din declared, I will let the whole world know that this is the magic of the Histers. That way, all your achievements will disappear. Just keep hoping for a lot. You'll die in disappointment. Jean's face was dark, only his eyes glowing like a demon. Ammon's desperate scream echoed, No, it can't be. I will be remembered forever. Jin stomped down again with another layer of strength. A second later, only streams of blood were seen shooting straight up into the air. Obviously, it's being crushed. The request and the curse you made. That was the beginning of everything. You should be grateful that I let you go peacefully. But then, suddenly, Jean drew his sword. Then he decisively slashed out a few bright lines, and after slashing, he slammed his hand down. On the wall at this time was written the line, You will not get in piston gray. Jean Gray. A flame ignited on Jean's hand. Then Jean walked away, his feet now on fire from the flame he had created earlier. You won't succeed, Joshua, just wait. The normal house from before had now turned into a giant, unsalvageable fire, and Jin coldly walked outside. This is when it all begins. He also blazed with the fire of hatred. A large castle under a clear, gentle blue sky. Julie stood hanging laundry as a light breeze passed by. A lazy-looking dark dragon. Lying on top, he looked up with half-closed eyes. Don't forget to subscribe to support our channel. Julie looked extremely worried. Young master, you've been looking for that midge, Cadet, for 3 months now and haven't come back. The dark dragon lay there and sighed. Has it been that long? That kid is so cold. He turned his face away and continued with his lazy posture. After becoming my disciple, that kid said he would wait for the opportunity to defeat me. But sometimes I think that kid is really cunning. As the dark dragon finished his sentence, Julie brought her hand close to him. Every day, I feel uneasy. I don't know if the young master can deal with him. Julie lifted the dark dragon up, her tears streaming down. He always makes me worry about things I shouldn't have to. Do you know how much I worry every time he does that? Lord Moroccan, the dark dragon was suddenly lifted up. In her attitude, he was helpless. Don't worry, Bando. When the seven-colored rainbow investigated this, didn't they find out that Cadet trusts Jin very much? Jin will probably be able to outsmart that old man. The dark dragon smiled, trying to reassure her. So there won't be any problem. That old man listens to Jin's every word. Don't worry. Ban Rao. But the two of them didn't know. Jin had been standing by the tree, listening to their conversation. It sounds like I've made old man Kidart fall for me, doesn't it? Hearing Jin's voice, both of them turned in surprise towards the source of the sound. The dark dragon and Julie, seeing Jin's calm demeanor, were surprised in unison. Young master. Kid. Julie mercilessly threw the dark dragon far away, while she cried and spread her arms wide. Running straight towards Jin. You're back. You look healthy. I'm so glad. Jin looked at the girl before him gently. Yes, I'm back, Julie. At the same time looking at the dark dragon who was mercilessly thrown onto the green grass. And also at Lord Marakanen. He walked over, a book in his hand. This is the magic book I got from him. Help me translate it. At the sword garden, the space was quite gloomy with swords stuck in the ground. At the luxurious banquet table, but the atmosphere doesn't seem to be very harmonious. Joshua's expression was cheerful. He was using a fork and knife to slice a fragrant steak. Next to him were newspapers. In the newspapers was the shocking news, Jean Grey, the main suspect in the murder of Cadet Horn. Who are you really? Why did you kill Ketahal? And for what reason are you living in seclusion? Unfortunately, the essence of the flow magic is said to be stored in the eternal treasury. In the holy land of Vankila, Jean Grey. Hey, Tona suddenly spoke up. I'm sure that's the expected identity of the youngest. Tona, sitting beside him, reminded him, Hey Tona, your older siblings are here. But Hey Tona didn't even bother to listen. Don't tell me that's really the youngest. The name Jean Grey is also common. Tona was at a loss and could only whisper to Hey Tona. Hey, the youngest is also very good, but Kidith is a 9-star mage. It's impossible, so please, Dad. Suddenly, a thunderous sound crashed down on their dining table. Mew was the one who slammed his hand hard on the table. He looked extremely angry. Damn it. You stupid little brothers. You haven't even met a 9-star mage yet, and you're already talking nonsense. Who would believe that in just a few more months, those two will become prodigies? And took a napkin and wiped her mouth. What's wrong, Sister Mew? The way they talk nonsense is also cute. So cute that I want to kill them. Mary at this point also impatiently reminded, all of you, shut up. You're interrupting the meal. But someone felt resentful. Sister, we're not even allowed to talk about these things anymore. Mary cut in with a cold gaze. I said shut up. You felt it was unfair. Why didn't you say anything when the Tona brothers were talking? But you waited until I spoke to tell me to shut up. Don't say anything. Default was bored and picked up a piece of steak. That's enough, Mew. If you say one more word, I'll. A round of applause cut off the first words. Joshua sat at the head of the table, his hands resting on it, his expression still smiling. All right, that's enough. It's been a long time since we've eaten together. Don't get angry. And I also think our youngest might have killed Kitathan. But the words he just uttered surprised Mew. What? Oh, someone was also unexpectedly surprised. Big brother, even you? Joshua interrupted. Of course the youngest couldn't have done it on his own. Joshua interrupted. Joshua offered his theory. If that Iona kid helped him, it might have been possible. Mary's eyes suddenly turned fierce. Venture glanced with half-closed eyes. A hand slammed hard on the table. D-Force's eyes were annoyed. That's enough, big brother. You're guarding against Jean, a young prodigy, and you're dragging Iona into this too. D-Force. I'm tired of these schemes. Mary, sitting next to him, was just as angry. Big brother. Can you take responsibility for your words about Iona helping the youngest? Jaich's attitude was smiling, as if he didn't find it serious. It's just speculation. So there's no need to take responsibility for anything. A 9-star mage has died, but the cause of his death has not been revealed. This is a very difficult thing for someone to do, unless it was done by an unknown person. He explained, the Nameless Society is currently the #1 assassin organization in the world. It's also been a while since Iona joined that organization on father's orders. At this point, Joshua's eyes became somewhat more serious. I think so. The Wood Kid wanted to attract everyone's attention, so he made a deal with the Nameless. And Iona, who felt abandoned by her family, helped Jean to pull the Wood Kid to her side. Mary, with a wicked face, said, You've been hoping something bad would happen to Iona for a long time. And now you're saying it outright. Why is she suddenly involved with the youngest? Mew raised her hand in agreement. I agree. If Yonan really helped him, then the missions he did when he was a cadet would make sense. Miu's expression was completely dismissive. And that bitch Iona is currently in the Nameless Society. But I'm also curious what she thinks about her family. An attack aimed straight at Miu, sending tables and chairs flying. And was also startled. Sister. Miu was thrown against the wall. Her small body collided with the large wall. And the wall also cracked into many pieces. A hand gripped Miu's face tightly. Along with that, a punch was about to be thrown. But DeFoss managed to stop Mary in time. DeFoss reminded her, "Don't go too far, Mary." Looking at Mary's expression, which looked like she wanted to eat someone alive, DeFoss advised, "The more you react like this, the more things will go exactly as Joshua wants." Mary was so angry she couldn't do anything, only able to shout loudly, "Damn it." And Jansha looked as if she didn't care at all. Mary pushed him away from Defus's hand, of course, causing him to be caught. The seventh prodigy, me, can't possibly fight against the second prodigy, but her eyes were fierce. "All of you, remember one thing clearly. If we harm Iona, Father will not stand by and watch." Joshua still propped his hand up and smiled at what had just happened, and was also very annoyed at this point, but couldn't do anything. He went over to help the unconscious Miu. Foss reminded Joshua, "Sometimes you should speak more directly, big brother." Divas furrowed his brow, not feeling very happy. "If you're afraid of Iona, just defeat her and make her your subordinate. Don't use those threats to incite them like today. That's not the way of our Kandon family." Jitsua calmly uttered an unexpected sentence. "Then you should draw your sword, Defus." Vansha glanced up. DeForce looked at her. "Why do I have to do that?" The atmosphere at the dining table at this time became even more gloomy. Haitona and Detona cried silently in their hearts. "Youngest brother, we miss you so much." The sunlight streamed through the glass panes. The conversation echoed, "A 9-star mage has been assassinated." And the name Jean Grey was left at the scene. It was Donnie standing with Viraden. If it's Jean Grey, then it's definitely him. Viraden rubbed his chin. "You think so too? Well then, Dante, can you spare some time for me?" Dante asked back. "Time, right now." Viraden quickly explained. "No, not right now. Tomorrow or later is fine." Viraden's face was full of excitement. "Let's go meet Jean," Dante, looking at Viraden's expression, seemed to have guessed something. "Oh, you have a plan?" Viraden was excited. "Of course. Listen, my plan is..." The two of them whispered to each other. "Oh, that's a good plan, right?" Viraden couldn't wait any longer. "Well then, let's start tomorrow." But the two of them didn't know that a butler had been eavesdropping on their conversation all along. The butler entered the room to report. Dante Heron and Verendine Zippo were talking in the banquet hall. There are reports that the relationship between the Zippo and Heron families is not good. But with this news, we have confirmed it. The butler's expression was serious. The Zippo family is involved in Cadet Han's death. And Viraden provided information to Dante. Perhaps the Zippo family is looking after their allies more and cutting ties with families that don't share their views. Cadet Han is one example. Cottenham sat in his chair, arms crossed in front of his chest. Whether this is true or not doesn't matter. This will be a good reason to stop the Zippo family's actions. Leak the appropriate information to the press. The butler bowed respectfully. "Yes, I understand." Cottenham sat with his legs crossed, cursing in his heart. Those damn Zippos are acting very hastily. Not like them at all. It's as if someone is controlling them. Cottenham sneered, closing his eyes. "I don't know who it is, but it's not easy to keep up with them. Always." At this time, on another side, Lulia clung to Jean's leg, crying incessantly. "No, don't go. Brother Jean, play with Julia." Casa stood beside her and coaxed her. "Julia, young Master Jin is very busy. Please understand." "Julia." Julie raised a handkerchief to wipe her tears. "Young Master, your servant is so sad. You don't even get to rest properly. Who would have thought we'd have to leave immediately? And the young Master has to go to the village of the Nameless Organization." Samuel Sound. "Why are you going to such a dangerous place?" Jin smiled. "I need to get something. And there's someone I want to meet." Julie was surprised. "You know someone who lives in Samuel?" Julie's eyes widened even more in surprise. The night sky was clear with a full, bright moon. A girl was sitting and looking straight up at the sky. Someone called her name, Lady Iona. Iona didn't turn her head. "I heard that after becoming a prodigy, a member recognized by Father, he left the family to train. But what the youngest has accomplished is truly astonishing. I want to know how strong he is. I wonder if he'll come to Samuel." Iona reached her small hand towards the full moon as if wanting to touch it. Iona's eyes were full of anticipation. "I want to play with him." Kasim held Lulia in his arms and comforted her. Young master, when you're gone. I won't be here either. Jean wondered, is something wrong? Casm hesitated, that. Casm avoided his gaze. I left something in Beaumont, he thought to himself. Father brought him back for that reason, then he wished him well. All right, have a safe trip. The dark dragon burst in from outside the door. Kid, I'm done with what you needed. Seeing the dark dragon's busy appearance, Jin understood. Murakam, you've worked hard. The dark dragon held the notebook in his hand. Come here, let me write on your back. A white light was emitted. On Jin's back were written words. Good, with this, you can use Kid Art's magic. Jin looked at the dark dragon. It feels like I just got a cool weapon in the blink of an eye. Let's see the next episode. The dragon rubbed his chin as he handed it to you. I've looked at it carefully. There's a lot of useful magic. All right, from a whole guild of 7-star mages attacking at once, just one person can defeat them. Jin put his shirt back on. That's great, I'll try it right now. Jin used a technique. The aura on his body was released. Blue lights appeared, releasing dark energy. The blue vortex appeared powerfully, easily. The vortex seemed stronger and more ferocious. The dark dragon saw this and smiled. Oh, it's activating, Jin. Jin, someone from outside called out to Jin. Young master. Jin was surprised, and the circle of light temporarily retracted. Lady Enya, oh no. She got caught in it. Jin was horrified. Are you okay, Lady Enya? Enya's arm trembled. Gay. That. Enya's face was injured, but she still gave a thumbs up in praise. That was awesome, sweetie. You're amazing. I'm fine, do it again. Din was at a loss with the girl in front of him. Theo walked over and gave Enya a smack on the head. The dark dragon covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. Jin chuckled, finding it hard to speak. You've arrived, Lady Theo. Theo was cold. Yes. Theo gently carried Enya on her shoulder. It seems Enya has been bothering you. She's often like this in the morning. Jin quickly explained, it's my fault. When she wakes up, I'll come and apologize. But when Theo was cold, no need. She likes it that way. Besides, I heard you're going to Samuel. Jin admitted, yes, you must have known. She walked up the stairs. Actually, Samuel is a training ground for assassins for the Nameless Society. Travelers cannot move about freely because there's a possibility they will be assassinated. Right now, you can fend off the attacks of the cadets, but the longer you stay in Samuel, the stronger your opponents will become. In the end, the most skilled and savage murderers will target you. Jin could imagine himself being bound by invisible chains. I see. I never knew this before. Theo reached behind her. I can't guarantee that you or even your sister will survive against the real assassins of the Nameless Society. She took out a red bag, so take this, yes. Diane took the red bag in his hand. It's a treasure of the Nameless Society. Theo explained to him that if he was ambushed by them and couldn't deal with them, he should just show them this. You will be spared. Din smiled with a grateful expression. Thank you, Lady Theo. I don't know how to repay you. Her expression at this time was also cheerful. If you do well, my contractor will be more at ease. When you come back, help Enya with her training. Jin immediately agreed. All right. He clutched the red bag in his hand. Well then, I'm off. On September 4th, 1796, on the vast desert, a vehicle was moving. The person controlling the horse went straight ahead. This is the best condition. Jin sat inside, covered by a discreet heavy cloak. At Samuel, the city of assassins, the south gate, there are people standing guard in front. Din stepped down. The guard raised a hand to block him. Stop. Without a Nameless Society token, you cannot enter. He presented his token. The other person examined it. The token is here. So what is your purpose in coming here? He replied with a prepared answer. I just want to gain experience. The guard agreed. Yes, there will definitely be a lot of bloody experience. Now go in. When you leave, you'll get your token back. Jin had a cold expression. I have something to ask. The other person raised their eyes. What is it? Since the travelers set foot here, they also have to follow the rules of the Nameless Society? Behind Jin was the horse rider from before, his actions a bit mysterious, that, in a flash, the horse rider disappeared. He was holding a blade and rushing towards the camp. Now then, Jin quickly ducked his head. He gently gave him a punch. In a flash, he was knocked unconscious. He knelt down on the sand. Dai looked at him. It seems you already had murderous intent towards me, didn't you? Diane threw him a coin. You showed your murderous intent the whole way here. You have no talent for being an assassin at all. Change your profession. He turned his head to look at the guard. Are you going to attack me too? The guard showed no interest. We learn assassination, not martial arts. I would never fight anyone head-on. He put on his hat, I see. The large gate was opened. Before Jin's eyes were white castles. The symbolic color of the nameless is white. Everywhere were people in off-white robes. Because they were confident they would never leave a blood stain, even if they wore pure white clothes. To coldly observed, I can see the people in front of me, but I can't feel any murderous intent from them at all. This place is more beautiful than I imagined, but it gives me the creeps. In a clean, quiet city like this, anyone could be an assassin. The cadets will improve their strength after a long period of training, if they can survive here. They can live in that towering, nameless building. They will all see each other as rivals, and every day they will slaughter each other to advance to a new level. I looked elsewhere. So even at the inn, there's a risk of assassination. I don't want to have to struggle like I did during the competition in the family. So what should I choose now? Jin was standing opposite a tall, large person. That person looked at him and assessed. Strange. You want to rent a room? Yes. He then asked him, are you planning to fight the nameless cadets in Samuel, where assassination is allowed? Jin answered everything he was asked. That's right. The other person pressed on. Then, why don't you go to the inn? Jin took off his hooded cloak. I don't want to receive uninvited guests at night. That's very impolite. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and thought. Jin could also guess what he was thinking. You can't live here. He must be thinking that. He turned his head. Come in. I don't accept money. His eyes were filled with mystery. Because you will pay with your life. Diane followed him in. The room is upstairs. Don't worry. I won't attack you while you're in the room. He sat on the white bed. Are there any traps? He held his sword and watched intently. At least I can rest comfortably. I have to make a plan. Suddenly, Jin's eyes widened in shock. He stood up and prepared his posture for the whole afternoon. Jin couldn't believe it. Huh? The sound of clapping? He glanced around. I can't feel anything. Behind Jin, there was suddenly a black shadow. The two eyes of that black shadow glowed with a frightening, mysterious light. From behind, on the dark ceiling, a person hung upside down, hidden. That person's eyes glowed brightly, watching him menacingly. Then suddenly, the person's whole face lit up. Iona, as if waking up, cried out silently. Swift has been captured. I remember when she was peeking with her small figure and suddenly spotted him. She thought to herself, I saw a kid who looked like my little brother wandering around in the city. So I just followed him to see. But the moment I got a closer look, I was super excited. Iona happily clasped her hands. It really is my little brother. On the other side, Jin, feeling a bit uneasy, glanced around, falling into doubt. Did I mishear? There was definitely a clapping sound from the roof. Or am I just being overly sensitive and hallucinating? Iona saw her little brother looking around. The boy is very vigilant. It's understandable. This is Samuel, the Nameless Society's territory, so it's better to be careful. Suddenly she thought of something. Immediately, like a gust of wind, she flew over and sat right next to him. And Jin himself felt a tremor in the air. Using his fastest reaction time, he looked back. But beside him, it was empty. Iona cried out in her heart, oh my God. This kid just sensed my presence. Looking at him in disbelief, she stood right in front of him, covering her mouth in excited joy. It seems the boy's third eye has been half opened. To have reached this level at such a young age, I'm so proud. As his older sister, I can't miss this chance to test his skills. I have to play with him a little. Iona left with excitement. Oh no, I need to train the boy properly. Little brother, you wait. Her face sank into a strange, excited madness. Looking forward to it. Your big sister will play with you. Oh no, help you get stronger. As for Jin, he furrowed his brow slightly, because he was very clear. I sensed a presence. For days later, standing in front of the innkeeper with a less than pleasant expression, he said haughtily, you can go now. Jin calmly asked back, do you need me to pay for the room? The innkeeper was indifferent. I told you when you arrived. Hearing that, he became even more curious. Then why did you suddenly kick me out? The old master crossed his arms, showing a resigned expression, and sighed. It's simple. I've given up on assassinating you. I admit I've lost. When I saw you use the nameless token to enter here, I thought you were a master of a prestigious martial arts family, a young and talented person. Zinder made a face as he listened to him speak. But I didn't think you would be this strong. I couldn't find a single flaw in you. The old master's eyes were serious, his voice heavy. I admit I'm not on the same level as you. You're a rather strange person. It's the first time I've seen someone like you here. He silently met his gaze, not replying. He quietly recalled the premonition he had felt a few days ago. Jin was a bit self-deprecating. For the past 4 days, I've been trying to gather clues, only being vigilant because of that unexplainable presence. That's why he said he couldn't find a single flaw in me, because I haven't gone and done anything else. At this moment, the old innkeeper propped himself up on the table and continued. The fact that I couldn't assassinate the guest who came here is a big minus. I still have a promotion test coming up. I've given up, so I want you to go. But then, the old master walked towards the door and then glanced back at him. A gentleman speaks his mind. Recently, I haven't made any progress, thanks to you. I've learned something, so I'll give you a piece of advice, because I don't know. And the old master's hand gently opened the door. His voice was low and steady. When facing an assassin, you must treat them like a mudge or a swindler, always on guard. The moment you leave this house, they are the kind of people you will have to face. Jin didn't mind the clash and got up from his chair. Finally, as a minimum sign of respect, the old master gave him a blessing. Good luck. He also gently replied, thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye, he said, and as he walked to the doorknob, his mind was filled with thoughts, advice. Why? There's something very ambiguous here, very suspicious. Jin thought so just as he stepped outside and closed the door. His gaze fell upon a pile of dozens of animal traps were laid out on the ground, gleaming with a cold silver light under the moonlight. Diane was suspicious. A trap? Who set this trap? Now he was startled and remembered the old innkeeper's advice. When fighting an assassin, you must treat them as a mudge or a swindler. Yes. Jean had also noticed that a mysterious person was hiding on the roof like a waiting sparrow. The man aimed the blowgun at him. With a whoosh, the dart shot out quickly. Jin immediately turned his head, moving his sword just in time to block a dart, sending it flying. Now then, the mysterious man cursed once, and then immediately fled without hesitation. He quickly gave chase. You think? Don't. But before he could finish his words, his footsteps froze. Nguyen also fell silent. In front of him were 3 assassins in white, each with a different weapon, and the one in the middle controlled and manipulated the thin threads like a puppeteer, pulling them taut. All of them, without exception, every single animal trap just like that flew up with a clatter. It turns out that wasn't a mistake, but a feature. Jean was also a bit stunned and looked back. The animal trap powerfully sang out. He was surprised. The trap on the ground was pulled up. Dick quickly drew his sword, swiftly swiping past one side of the sword's hand and slashing hard. Then he was startled and realized something. His eyes widened. His sword was entangled by countless animal traps, making it tangled and heavy. The assassin on the other side suddenly spoke up. That sword is useless. Then he licked his blade and suddenly shouted loudly, it's over. Then immediately, along with his companions, they all rushed towards him. However, our male lead simply showed a bored expression and then waved his hand. With a single swing of his hand, he sent the pile of traps flying, instantly sending the 2 assassins' faces and noses tumbling. The jaw flew into pieces. Watching the crowd fly past behind, the remaining man was astonished. What? What else? Before he could even ask about his friend's well-being, his face was instantly filled with horror. Nyan, like a god of death, brought with him an aura of if you don't die, we all have to go, powerfully singing out. Then he immediately raised his hand in surrender. Wait, I give up. Then, with a thud, the inn's roof collapsed. The old innkeeper was also startled. Crazy. Dust was thick in the air. The animal traps were a mess. The assassins lay flat on the ground, their life status unknown, with only him standing firm amidst the wreckage. This man is free. We are very important and surprised. What is this? The guards caught the small bag that was thrown to them. The old man was serious. Jin, on the contrary, was very calm. You take it. I'm not the type to like being in debt to others. The innkeeper chose to open the bag. Inside were gold coins. Strange, isn't it? He exclaimed. I didn't expect you to beat those high-level cadets to such a state. And here I was, a mid-level person, fantasizing that I would. Without waiting for the old man to finish, he sheathed his sword. He decisively and coldly turned to leave. Farewell, this time. I'm really leaving. But life is often not so easy. With a whoosh of wind, it might not be possible. An arrow flew by. Dian immediately raised his sword and placed it in front. He broke the arrow in 2. Looking at the arrowhead, which was coated in a deep blue substance, he had a headache. First traps, now arrows. I don't know who's behind this, but it's really boring. Before he could finish his sentence, he was startled and looked up. A dense rain of arrows was falling on him. Jin quickly jumped high into the air to run and dodge. He was a bit annoyed. Damn it. I wonder how many people are targeting me. The situation is too unpredictable. At this point, instead of hiding, I should go to a higher place to track down the enemy, he thought. But from the void, several cadets appeared and surrounded him. From behind, someone suddenly rushed forward. Jin gritted his teeth. His cloak billowed in the wind. He quickly executed his skill, slashing out several sword strokes, sending the cadets flying back twice. To let those guys fall into the crates. Jin landed in a cool way that was beyond criticism. He lightly shifted his feet. Once again, he dashed away, dodging the volley of arrows. The arrow volleys always followed him. Wherever Din ran, the arrows followed closely, turning the wall behind him into a pink cushion. Din cursed under his breath, damn it, how many of them are there? On the other side, looking at the city scene below, it was noisy and smoky. Iona smiled happily. Wow, she looked on excitedly, praising, as expected of my little brother. This kid is adapting to the situation faster than I thought. It was worth spending the past 4 days observing his skills. Seeing the male protagonist running frantically, Iona's voice became even more appreciative. Work hard, little brother. Just play like this for a week, and your third eye will be fully opened. Suddenly, her tone paused. But if you're weaker than I thought and die in the middle of it, rest assured. Iona smiled brightly again. I'm sure I'll be very sad. But what can I do? Dying during training is a common thing. Stay safe, little brother. Returning to him, Jin was still struggling to dodge the long-range attacks from the cadets. Each one stuck straight into a hole in the wall. On the ground lay the corpses of the cadets. Dian stood firm and looked at the scene before him. His hand lightly touched the corner of his illusion. Leaning against a tree amidst the high, windy moon, coughed up a faint mouthful of blood. His mind was racing. They're very organized. All the cadets are acting under the command of one person. He coldly wiped the corner of his mouth. Whoever that bastard is, I'll definitely find him and beat him up. But what he didn't know was that right behind him, next to the coconut tree, his sister Iona was wearing a wicked smile. Suddenly, a sound attracted his attention. Din looked up. A speck in the sky. It looks like a piece of paper. Dian quickly grabbed it down. Reading the message on the paper, he smiled reluctantly. It seems things are going more smoothly than I thought. A person who can mobilize such a group of assassins. I thought it would have to be the top assassin of the Nameless Society. Looking at the paper with the message, let's play again tonight. He finally understood, but it turns out it was my dear sister. He crumpled the paper and chuckled to himself. All the better. I have another reason to demand what I want after enduring all this frustration. For example, relying on the 100 poisons antidote, a small tube the length of a finger. In his heart, he was happy, even bold enough to demand more. There are too many poisons in this world that I can't deal with. Even with the Kandon family's innate poison resistance, a prime example is Chu Man's hunter, Kuyan. His poison is a deadly type. Therefore, what I need is the 100 poisons antidote, a companion to the families. As for the physical body, this is a divine medicine only passed down among the best assassins of the Nameless Society. Those who drink it will be almost immune to all poisons. The youngest of the top assassins of the Nameless, Sister Iona, also has it. She was born with a poison-resistant body, so she doesn't need to drink this wine. So she was tricked by Sister Anne into giving her the 100 poisons antidote. Sister Anne will naturally side with Joshua just like in my previous life, so I must obtain it before this becomes an enemy's resource. Taking what is useful and weakening a future enemy is something I must do. But to do that, Dian slightly bent his knees. Then a series of violent explosions like rolling thunder echoed, shattering all the pieces of the road and roof tiles around here. And he had already moved as fast as a whirlwind. Dai's face was serious, his direction clear. Today, as if playing in challenges with Sister Iona, a line of light flashed by. A scythe chain shot rapidly towards him, just before his eyes, then stared in shock. He tilted his hand and used the body of his sword to block the Sith's blade. However, the scythe chain wrapped tightly around the body of his sword. Dian quickly plunged his sword straight into the ground. He gripped the chain tightly. His pupils once again lit up with a cold, blue light. Din held on and pulled the chain, and sent the unknown cadet flying. That person's eyes widened in astonishment. He also didn't hold back and slammed the chain down hard. The cadet at the other end was immediately slammed down by inertia. With a loud thud and a cloud of dust, after the dust settled, the figure of that person was seen slumped in front of a pile of rubble. Now what? Jin came forward with his sword. The cadet, seeing this, was startled and panicked, sweating like a pig. He flew over and delivered a kick. Another explosion rang out. He was kicked away. He slammed into the pillar behind him and collapsed. Falling in defeat, he groaned in pain. Jin's cold face was shrouded in darkness. He showed no emotion. Suddenly, he saw a dilapidated wooden door in the corner of the room. Jean's eyes narrowed slightly in high alert. He stood up straight, his tall figure like a pine tree, facing the wooden door. Jean gave an order. "Hey, stop hiding and come out." It seemed the person inside didn't expect to be discovered. He accidentally made a noise. He continued, "You don't look like cadets from the Nameless. Are you outsiders like me? I'm getting a little excited after being chased for 2 days. So it's best to show your faces while I'm still talking nicely." Before he could finish speaking, there was a movement at the door. As soon as he opened the door, he was met with the smiling faces of Veradin and Dante. 2 cheerful fellows, greeting him like a multi-level marketing salesman. "Jin, hello." His handsome face immediately contorted, his veins popping out. He looked extremely annoyed. The cold and aloof figure immediately shattered into pieces. He angrily pointed his finger and roared, "What's wrong with you two? Why are you here?" The 2 of them were also agitated. Veradin, at the head, roared back, "Why are you acting so cold? You know how hard we looked for you." Dante also chimed in, "That's right. I even had to use my private funds to get the Nameless token." Then these brats immediately changed their tune, writhing and wailing weakly. Veradin writhed, "Hahu, that bastard Jean Grey. You heartless person." Dante also whined along, "That's right. That's right." Jin was so angry he couldn't be bothered. He covered his face. "Whatever. Just tell me why you came here." "Well." And these fish still continued to be clueless and boastful. "To see you, of course. Because I miss the nights of fighting on the battlefield." Jean didn't believe it. His face became fierce, his expression on the verge of losing control. But in the end, it was he who gave up and relented. "All right. Let's just say that's it." Jean changed the subject and asked another question. "So what are you two doing here?" This time, these two became extremely suspicious. Veradin stammered in a panic. "That." Dante was a bit startled. He turned his face away and explained weakly, "We used all our money to quickly get the Nameless token, so we had to." Jean, hearing this, was speechless. "To brats from a prestigious and profligate family, huh?" He gave up. "I know, I'll treat you to a meal, since you came looking for me, after all." Hearing this, Veradini became excited. "Really in return." But before he could finish his sentence, the wall next to them suddenly collapsed with a loud crash. A cadet rushed out from the cloud of dust. Jean's voice still rang out steadily. "You'd have to do something to deserve that money." Dante let out a low hum, and he quickly understood. "So that's how it is." Then he reached behind him and grabbed the hilt of his sword. Immediately, a powerful jade-green aura descended from the sky straight down to the roof where they were. With a loud crashing sound, Jean raised his hand to block the falling debris, his face as innocent as a deer in the headlights. And below the hole in the roof, Dante, with his murderous aura boiling, dark and cold, his sword still in its sheath, the murderous aura. The body of that unfortunate cadet was already lying still. He released his hand and smiled provocatively at Jean, asking with excitement, "Is this enough?" On the other side, the wind seemed to grow heavier. A small hand shielded from afar, looking at the house with its missing leg. Iona was stunned, her voice low and deep. "What's wrong with these kids?" Suddenly, from behind, a voice asked, "What's wrong, Iona?" She turned her head in reflex. Immediately, her whole demeanor became cheerful as usual. Lord Owl, the man, with both his face and physique exuding a tough, strict aura, his muscles also rippling. On his face, he wore a bone mask covering the lower half of his face. Owl, 85th ranked Martial King. He was serious. "Listen, Iona, even if it's you, we can't accept another disturbance. Do you know how many cadets' homes have been?" Before Lord Owl could finish, Iona's angry voice roared, "That's not important right now, Lord Owl. I was having fun playing with my little brother, but some bastards from nowhere came and bothered me." All was startled. He himself never expected this to happen in his lifetime. His voice was decisive as he immediately asked back, "What? Who would dare to bother our Iona?" Iona's voice was filled with rage. "Over there." Lord Owl turned to look. "Who dares?" But before he could finish his sentence, it got stuck in his throat. He opened his eyes wide in surprise, looking at the two on the ground who were relentlessly chasing after Jean. Owl was a bit contemplative. The person in front is Iona's younger brother, and the ones following him are the next heads of the Zippo and Heron families. Lord Owl was astonished. Dante looked in horror as Veradin's soul gradually faded away. Not wanting Lord Owl to worry, Iona quickly jumped down from the railing. She said seriously, "I will handle this myself." "Wait." Lord Owl grabbed the back of Iona's collar and immediately lifted her up. His tone was firm. "If you go, they will die." However, Iona was much more fierce than her manager. She glared threateningly, her voice hoarse and cold. "That's what I intended." Lord Owl panicked. You can't. Iona was being held by the scruff of her neck, wailing. Why not? This is the first time my little brother from the family has come to see me, and those guys ruin it for us. I haven't even had a proper conversation with my little brother yet, Lord Owl said calmly. If you want to kill them that badly, how about this? Iona, let's play a game. Iona turned her head in surprise. A game? Lord Owl's tone became full of danger. That's right. A game where the lives of those people are the stakes. Starting tonight at dawn. For a total of 3 times. Send out a real assassin, not a cadet. If they die, you win. If they live, you lose. At this point, Lord Owl also released the scruff of Iona's collar. She was suspicious, huh? Then wouldn't the chance of my little brother dying with them also increase? Iona was sad, like a fish on a chopping block, poking her 2 fingers together and muttering, if possible, I don't want my little brother to die. It's been fun playing with him these past 2 days. He's very kind, Lord Owl said coldly, breaking through all her acting. Then there's no other way. You have to watch those 3 play together. Iona snapped in frustration. Ugh. Seriously, fine. Let's play, she pouted and grumbled loudly. But no matter what happens, Lord Owl, you can't interfere. I will also be the one to choose the assassin. Lord Owl replied, yes. You don't need to worry about that. But before that, do you know how many houses in Samuel were demolished yesterday? Iona looked up, bored, and replied, I don't know. Lord Owl continued, 37. That's all because you sent the cadets out to play with your brother. So remember to write a self-criticism. Iona cut him off. I'm busy. Then she slammed the door shut. After he left, he could finally let out a sigh of relief. At least I stopped Iona from going herself. Our nameless organization's fate was almost in jeopardy. If those 3 brats died, I'd be dead with the 3 families. Well then, I should act quickly. In the distance, the sun was gradually rising over the horizon. In the tavern, Dante and Viradin were sleeping together in a bed. Only Danny's expression was one of gritted teeth. Looking very uncomfortable, it was highly likely that it was his sleeping posture and his snoring. Jin sat by the bed, watching them sleep, muttering to himself. As soon as they heard they wouldn't be attacked in the morning, they went right back to sleep. Dante, your body is still weak, but your swordsmanship has become sharper. After learning the Heron family's secret technique, you must have leveled up. But this bastard Viradin, I don't even know what he's thinking. The damn genius who was so far out of reach in my previous life came to see me for no reason at all, and even said he would buy me food. Jean was bored and frustrated, letting out a worried sigh. He might really die here. He put his face in his hands, his expression dark and gloomy. How can I both use and protect them in the future? Sister Iona will start sending out stronger assassins. How should I prepare? As he was thinking, a person was already standing right in front of him. Startled, he blurted out. Looking up at Lord Owl, Jean felt a bit oppressed, as if he were in a lower position. I didn't feel any movement when he approached. Is he the best assassin of the Nameless? Then he denied it himself. No. Besides Sister Iona, there's no reason for a normal assassin to challenge me. If that's the case, Diane quickly thought things through. He looked up at Lord Owl and nonchalantly introduced himself. The youngest son of the Candon family greets the 85th Nameless King. Lord Owl was a bit quiet. You don't seem scared at all. This courage will be useful to you. Lord Karen is old, but he has a precious gem. But you've already recognized me and still won't adjust your posture. That's a bit too much. Tin sneered. I'm afraid you'll take my life, so I have to act brave. Because the Candon family doesn't bow to death. He, hearing that, commented nonchalantly, HMPH. What a cheeky brat. He just smiled faintly, but his expression was a bit strained and uneasy. Jin didn't understand why he was here. For a king to come here means no more guessing. He asked directly, what reason would a king have to come here himself? Is it because of something related to Sister Iona? Lord Owl was stunned into silence. As the atmosphere was about to reach a deadly point, he spoke up, but his tone was a bit off. In Samuel, even Lord Chiron has to speak cautiously. Jin was startled, and his eyes widened. The pressure from a king was intentionally released. Lord Owl questioned heavily. How dare a lowly bastard like you mention Iona? The oppressive pressure was shocking and powerful. He felt as if he were being choked, the pain making it hard to breathe. Yes. His tone grew more and more frenzied, the oppressive aura intensifying like a wild beast. That insolent one. You caused this mess and still act arrogant just because you have Iona's backing? The space seemed to become so condensed it was suffocating. Jean clutched his own throat. He gritted his teeth. I can't understand. I just mentioned Sister Iona, and he reacted so violently. But why? Finally, Lord Owl waved his hand, and the isolated space instantly dissipated like the wind. He looked down at him from above, as if disdaining a lower species, and arrogantly threatened, "Even if I tear you to shreds right now, it won't quell my anger. But out of respect for Lord Karen, I will let you go this time." Jin clutched his chest in discomfort, letting out heavy breaths. He forced a smile and thought to himself, the first time he mentioned my father's name was to justify himself, and after that, no matter what mistake I make, he'll have an excuse to spare my life at least once. Jin was never one to be unclear about the situation. So, he propped himself up on his knees and showed respect. "Please forgive me. I am still quite shallow and dared to say such unpleasant words. I am very willing to accept any punishment." Lord Owl was silent for a moment before speaking. "Starting tonight, real assassins wearing white masks will target you. I don't care what happens to you, but those other two must not die." Suddenly his name was mentioned. Dante and Viradin were both trembling like they were freezing, but still pretended to be asleep. Their eyes squeezed shut. His voice was still there afterwards. "So listen carefully and do as I say." Jean stood up, a bit suspicious. "Instead of cadets, you're sending real assassins to punish me." Lord Owl crossed his arms and said succinctly, "This is a game, Iona's game, with the target being the lives of those other two." Jin frowned slightly. Is he planning to interfere with Sister Iona's game? But why use such a complicated method? Don't tell me. Perhaps even the Nameless King can't stop Sister Iona. What kind of existence is Sister Iona to the Nameless King, or rather, to the entire Nameless Society? The assassins will attack you a total of 3 times. Lord Owl began to explain the rules. The 3 of you must stick together and find the center of the citadel. If you do that, at least you'll be able to survive for a day. Furthermore, you'll be able to survive for a day. Once morning comes 2 days later, you must find a way to get those 2 out of the citadel. Naturally, so you mean only I should stay? He didn't say anything. He continued to ask, "Is my life in danger?" Lord Owl was silent for a moment and then asked back, "Do you want any reward?" Jin raised his eyes slightly, his tone flat. "Give me wine and poison." Then he, as if hearing something ridiculous to the extreme, his eyes crinkled and veins popped up. "You're crazy. Even if Lord Karen himself asked, it wouldn't be possible." "If that's the case," Jin continued, and after a moment, it was unclear what condition he had proposed. Regardless, Lord Owl had agreed. "All right, but that's equivalent to the value of your life. But remember, you must save the 2 future family heads lying over there." Jin sneered. "I will definitely fulfill my promise." Then he still had something to say. "I'll give you one last piece of advice." He listened seriously. "If we wanted to, we could kill anyone in this world. But do you know why we don't use this power recklessly?" He replied coldly, "That's because the more powerful a weapon is, the more terrifying it becomes when held by someone, and if used recklessly, it will become an even bigger problem for oneself." Hearing that, Lord Owl instinctively asked back, "If you already knew, then why did you still mention Iona?" But before he could finish, he suddenly realized something. He froze, stunned. Looking at the young man before him, he suddenly had a thought. Could it be that this bastard doesn't know about the relationship between me and Iona? Just now, he really just wanted to ask why I came here. It was because of Iona. I got angry and accidentally threatened a kid. How embarrassing, even though I've realized it now. The level of embarrassment is really skyrocketing. I feel embarrassed for him. Regaining his composure and acting as if nothing had happened, Lord Owl cleared his throat a few times. All right, your answer is very good. Well then, I'll see you in 3 days." With that, he turned into a gust of air and disappeared. Jean was a bit bored. He ran away. Then, as if remembering, he bowed his head and noticed the 2 fish still sleeping soundly on the bed. Jin thought to himself, "I need to get them to go home." However, his thoughts changed again. "I'm sorry, but I have no reason to listen to you, Lord Owl." He smiled happily, a meaningful smile, and the sky was gradually setting. Jean, Dana, and Viradin were running like crazy in a desert village. He turned his head to look at them and warned, "You two, listen up from today on. We will be targeted by real assassins, not cadets anymore. You do need to focus." Dante looked at him and frowned, confused. "Brother Jin, even if our opponent is strong, we haven't seen anyone yet. Why are we in such a hurry?" Below, Viradin ran until he was out of breath and dissatisfied. "That's right. It's only been a little while since it got dark. The sun quickly set," he shouted in confirmation, "when I fought the cadets. As soon as the sun went down, I could already feel their presence. And as soon as it got dark, a spear was thrown at me, But right now, he was interrupted. On the dark road, nothing appeared. I don't feel anything, he said to himself. Actually, it's not that I don't feel anything. I don't feel their presence. His body continued to run like a flying bird. But he could tell that something was approaching them. He felt an eye watching them. This feeling was like being hunted by a hunter. Jean was confused by this feeling and just kept running. His eyes were hazy, and he bit his lip as he concluded. I knew there was a difference between cadets and assassins, but this is on a whole other level. At a tall, windswept tower, Iona sat on Owl's shoulder, covering her face with her hand and smiling happily as she looked into the distance, praising. As expected of my little brother, he's already acting. He narrowed his eyes and followed her gaze. Yona. Then he questioned. Did you send out the high-level assassins first? Are you really planning to kill your own brother? She innocently glanced at Iona and affirmed, HMPH, of course not. He was confused and explained to her, your brother is quite quick, so he's running away now. But when they start attacking, he'll be dead before he has a chance to do anything. Owl thought to himself, if that happens, the two behind him will die too. But Iona confidently affirmed, that won't happen. The little brother's third eye is already half open. Hearing that, he was also startled. What? Then he asked himself, he's so young, and he already has a third eye. Her eyes narrowed with pride. It looks like he's just moving on instinct, but that's not the case. I'm sure he felt something, even if it was just a little. In the past few days, his third eye has started to open, so his strength is also different from before. She followed Jean's running figure, and Al also confirmed, you're right. Immediately after, her face flushed. She put her hands together and tilted her head, her eyes filled with excitement. I'm so proud. Al, as if seeing this, was speechless. He thought to himself, this is the first time I've seen Iona react like this. Immediately after, he looked at him running frantically below the village. His name is Jin Xiao. Maybe I should also. He paid attention to him, but he was completely unaware and just kept running, putting a little hope in him. Suddenly, Din felt something, his eyes wide with horror. He spread his arms, and in front of him, a large explosion occurred. He shouted, stop. The two people behind also managed to break in time and were panting beside the thick cloud of dust. There was a noise in the smoke, and Din's eyes widened in surprise. Immediately after, he turned his head and pushed the other to back. Viradin, confused, shouted, Hey Jean. A sharp dart shot towards him while he was still disoriented. What are you doing? The three of them lay flat on the ground, dodging the rain of darts attacking them. Immediately after, a dart hit the wall, then another hit the roof, making a clattering sound. In the smoke, a footstep emerged. An assassin swung his blade at him. Jean also sensed it and stared in astonishment. He tilted his head back and stared. The white-robed assassin, seeing this, also widened his eyes in surprise. Immediately after, he stabbed his dagger down, and he raised his scabbard to block it. The assassin was astonished, his eyes wide. He can sense my presence. From behind, Viradin quickly created a blast of ice magic energy. He stared at the assassin. Immediately after, his face was frozen over. Beside him, Dana also turned and praised cheerfully. You did well, Viradin, Viradin. On the other hand, frowned proudly. All right, now just leave this guy too. But Jean interrupted him, his expression cautious. We don't have time. Viradin jumped and followed him. The person in the ice glanced at them, and the ice also cracked. Immediately after, the ice layer was shattered to Viradin's astonishment. Huh? The assassin took the heart in his hand. Immediately after, he flew towards the three people. Help! Jin, in front, quickly used his sword to block. From behind, Dana grabbed Viradin and fled. Ziliak looked back at the two and announced, if we stay out here, we might. If we stay too long, the assassins in ambush will come here. We don't have time to fight them one by one. Dane looked at him with urgency, his feet still running non-stop. I understand, Jin shouted. Run now, to our target location, yes. Viradin, on the other hand, was still frowning and provoking the other group. Hehehe. The Nameless Society isn't as strong as the rumors say. Several assassins relentlessly pursued the three of them. Jean and Dana ran frantically while Viradini, being dragged by Dana, was busy boasting. You call yourselves assassins and you can't even catch me. He glanced back at the assassins, his brow furrowed in suspicion. Strange. Why are they keeping their distance and not chasing us closely? Don't tell me. Immediately after, the ground cracked and something shot up. He was horrified by the sharp knife that was stuck straight up in his face. He threw his head back, his face contorted in terror. The assassin emerged from the ground. His hand spun the sword, gripping the hilt tightly. Immediately after, He slashed several times, forcing him to retreat, and the ground also cracked and broke. Below, more and more holes appeared, and the assassins emerged, surrounding them. Jin turned his head towards Varadin, and he was flustered. I didn't know things would turn out like this either. He shouted at him. Stop talking nonsense and get ready. They looked at him and reminded him, and he was still stunned. Quick, use your strongest magic. Seeing that, he also stepped down and laughed. Haha. Varadin raised his staff high and confirmed, help me by 10 more minutes. And Sang appeared in the air, causing the assassins to look up. Two opposing magic streams created a fire vortex in the middle. Varadini was confident. Alright, I need to concentrate to prepare this magic. This is the myriad fire annihilation, unified body. He smiled confidently and narrowed his eyes. The flames continued to curl up. A person in the group of assassins raised his head and exclaimed, "What a terrifying magic! This is bad." On his side, he also widened his eyes and looked up, no less surprised. Myriad fire annihilation. Did he really learn it? The previous head of the Zippo family. The one who received the title of Magic Queen 200 years ago. This is a spell that Lion Zippo only used once in his life. Suddenly, Varadin called him, Jean, causing him to snap out of his thoughts. An assassin approached and attacked him, while he cried for help. Help me. The magic above his head was still being cast. The assassin swung his blade down. He also quickly came to block him. He looked at the assassin and wondered, just one person. Immediately after, his eyes darted around again. Impossible, so the rest of them are. On the other side, Dante was surrounded by a group. He calmly grabbed the hilt of the sword on his back. He shouted in worry, Dante. But he just knelt down. Then the sword behind his back was drawn, and a blue light also flashed. A gust of wind swept by. The insignia of the two heron. The assassin's expression contorted in surprise. A protective circle surrounded Dana, causing the assassins to be swept up and lose their balance. He used the imperial sword, heart sword armor. An assassin's weapon was broken, and a piece of the sword was embedded in him. One had his thigh cut by the wind and blood spurted out. Pathetic screams echoed. The assassin fighting him also looked over in surprise. Then he glanced at him again, his eyes bulging, and he didn't hesitate to slash down at his arm, but he managed to dodge it. Immediately after, he turned his head to look at Dana in astonishment. I've never seen that sword technique before. His sword ki was gradually weakening. Dana was in a ready-to-fight stance with his sword. He wondered, did he use mana to create that? A secret technique that can not only defend but also counterattack, Jean praised. Since our last meeting, he must have trained very hard. And Dante stood confidently within the circle of sword ki. On the other side, Varadin's flames were still swirling. He was secretly happy. Not only Dante, but Varadin has also become much stronger. He reached out, his hair flowing with every movement of his mana. Jean praised. At his age, can he really control such a large amount of mana? On the other side, Varadini bared his teeth and smiled. He wondered, can he do it? He can use the legendary secret technique that has been passed down. He called him, What is this, ma'am? It was only now that Jean snapped out of his thoughts. His expression was embarrassed and comical as he glanced at him. Sorry, I think I messed up. He was confused, but immediately after, the flames also died down, and Varadini stood there frozen in the dust. His eyes bulged, and he stood frozen. The assassins also froze stiff. The fire gradually died down, causing Dante to frown, speechless. He looked towards Dante and decided, run now, which startled him into confusion. He shouted an order, I'll hold off the assassins, so grab Varadin and run, Dante. Immediately after, Dana grabbed Varadin and ran, struggling. Varadin looked at him with affection. I'm sorry, Jean. He also turned to look at him. He, with wide, innocent eyes, coughed up blood from his mouth and explained, It's been a long time since I used it, so I must have made a mistake. Oof. I made a mistake. I can feel that I'm about to overload on mana. My brother. He angrily reprimanded, shut up. Don't spit blood everywhere, he said to Dante. Dante, don't stop, just keep running to the place I told you. He, while running, replied, understood. Several assassins also stared and shouted, don't let them get away, even if we die. We have to catch them. If we let them escape tonight, he paused for a moment. Then he reminded the others. Then Iona will train us herself. The whole group's faces darkened like the bottom of a pot as they looked at each other in fear. The cheers echoed in the quiet moonlit night. On the other side, Iona tilted her head innocently. Al crossed his arms, confused. What's wrong? She just pointed at her cheek and shook her head. Lord Owl, I'm asking you. What's wrong? She questioned. Did you help them? His face froze in confusion. And Iona lost her patience, her eyes as if wanting to kill someone. Is that true? She narrowed her red eyes and looked down below. How strange. How did they know? They should have run to the safe zone. The three of them stood outside the safe zone gate, leaning against the wall and panting. This is the center of Samuel City, where the special forces and families of the assassins and the nameless live. Dante, while panting, looked at the group of assassins. It's true. He sheathed his sword and looked to the other side. The assassins have stopped attacking us. Unless an enemy invades or a similar emergency situation arises, the assassins of the nameless. One of them clenched his fist in anger. The whole group looked on, unable to do anything. No matter what happens, they will adhere to the tradition of not using weapons there. Veradin was still coughing up blood and looking at him. Hey Jean, how did you know about this? Is this a test? He narrowed his eyes and looked outside. Something like that. Veradin complained. Oh, that's ridiculous. On the other side, Iona was still wondering if no one revealed it to them. How would they know about that place? Al, on the other hand, crossed his arms and chuckled. Ha. What are you talking about? That's not possible. Then he changed the subject. Anyway. Have you finished writing your self-criticism about the destruction? But she interrupted. My. You're a terrible liar. Her face darkened. Iona questioned. You're the one who didn't keep your promise first, right? Al, on the other hand, did not refute. She pulled up her scarf to cover her face, so. Immediately after, her hair and eyes widened as she walked away. Next, it's my turn. Al, the king of the Nameless, the strongest assassin organization. He was large with spiky white hair. To him, Iona was more precious than a daughter. She possessed a sublime talent that no assassin could match. People have given her many nicknames. For example, born to be an assassin and the god of slaughter descended. The places she passes through are left with only cold-blooded, bloody corpses. The few who have witnessed what slumbers in her body have said so. A blade steeped in chaos. Iona's eyes narrowed in confirmation. As I said, I will fight them myself. She had said it. She repeatedly reminded Al, which made him frown. You broke your promise. So you're not allowed to interfere. He confirmed. I understand. He was filled with anxiety. Now I'm at my wit's end. I can't stop her anymore. At the end of the sky, the sunset had fallen. Al thought to himself, I can only hope that Jean Zandel can help the next family heads of Huron and Zippo get out of here. Iona cheered with excitement. Look, Lord Owl, it's getting dark. It's time for the two who came with my little brother to die. She turned to ask Owl, will you go with me? He darkened his face and hesitated. He's very smart, so he'll follow my orders. Because he also understands how serious the situation is. I feel sorry for him, having to face Iona. But there's no other choice. Then he replied to her, yes, let's go. Welcome. In the darkness that enveloped the village below, torches were lit. Owl thought to himself, maybe Iona will go easy on him. She likes her little brother. And I could have prevented all of this from happening in the first place. The two of them stood on top of a house. Observing the scene below, they observed a certain house. Owl thought, if he had listened to what I said. There was not a single sound inside the house, which made them curious. His eyes widened in confusion. It was him standing by the window, and the other two were sleeping as soundly as if they were dead. Al looked at Veradin's glowing potion bottle and wondered why they were still asleep. Iona laughed excitedly. Her. It's great that they're all gathered in one place. I can kill them so easily. Al, seeing that something was wrong, quickly stopped her. Wait, Iona. Wait a minute. Her eyes narrowed like a bloodthirsty beast as she cursed. Those damn bastards. How dare they talk and laugh with my little brother right in front of me? I haven't even had a chance to talk to him yet. She lost her composure. I'll kill. He was fumbling for something under his coat pocket. Her eyes widened as she regained her senses in astonishment. Immediately after, she took off her scarf, angrily turned to Owl, Lord Owl. Don't you dare interfere in this matter anymore. He, on the other hand, still didn't understand anything. Huh? She angrily pointed at the window and questioned Owl. Don't pretend you don't know. Above the window, a flash of light appeared. She continued to scream. Its light is shining on the window frame. Inside, he held up a piece and it was glowing. Iona muttered, the thing my little brother is currently holding in his hand. She looked at the ivory dragon claw in her hand. That's the claw of the silver dragon. Inside, he raised the dragon's claw and said in confusion, why aren't they reacting to this? Do you know? He remembered the appearance of the other two and rolled his eyes. If things go as I expected. Then after seeing this, the assassins should have spoken up. The noise startled him, then he looked over. No matter how many times I've been through it, it still gives me the shivers. Two people stood behind him, all with his arms crossed. And Iona had turned her face away, pouting. Jean assessed. We're standing in the same place. But I can't feel anything. Then he also greeted them. You're here. He looked at her, still pouting. Long time no see, my dear Iona. And he was interrupted. Then he looked up at Owl. I am very honored to meet you for the first time, 85th Nameless King. He, on the other hand, also looked at him without speaking. He looked at him smiling and assessed. I knew he was smart. I replied to him. That's right. You're also quick-witted. To have recognized me. Then he looked over at the two sleeping soundly like the dead. HMPH. It seems you knew we were coming. You gave your friends sleeping pills. He confirmed, yes. Because it's not good for them to know too much. Owl's eyes narrowed. Well then, I'll ask you straight. Where did you get the silver dragon's claw? He explained cautiously. A silver dragon I met during my travels gave it to me as a gift. Owl assessed. I see you were holding it high and waiting like that, so it seems you know how to use it. He looked at the aura of the silver dragon's claw. If you show this to an assassin of the Nameless, then no matter the situation, you can survive. Beside him, Iona also glanced away and interjected. That's right. Because our motto is that there is no one in this world we cannot kill. All paused. Iona. She turned her head away and pouted. HMPH, he, on the other hand, was frustrated and rubbed his forehead. That's right. If you give it to us, you'll be able to save your life. He seriously proposed. Before I give it to you, there's something I want to ask. Owl looked at him. What is it? Jin continued. I'm curious why the ones chasing me are real assassins and not cadets. Iona's eyes widened in astonishment. He wondered if Sister Iona didn't trust him because he was from the Candon family. She shook her head repeatedly, flustered. No, Before she could explain, Owl stopped her. Stop. Let me explain. He darkened his face and stared at him, complaining. This bastard is unbelievable. I told him not to let Iona know I helped him. He explained to him. Actually, Iona and I made a bet. I bet that your friend could survive, and Iona bet the opposite. And thanks to you, I won the bet. He gritted his teeth. And the fact that I didn't tell you this was not for your benefit. He then confirmed. So, from now on, no assassins will follow you anymore. He pointed at him, and he looked on calmly as if he already knew everything. And all the assassins of the Nameless, including me and Iona, will not harm the three of you. He added, which also stunned him. We will keep this promise for the next 10 years. And as long as your family does not attack us, this decision will not be revoked. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed in his heart, 10 years. Then Jean smiled. A big variable has been eliminated. I don't need to worry about the Nameless Society assassinating me while I'm at war with my siblings. He added another condition. Besides, since you've obtained the silver dragon's claw, I will reward you. He closed his eyes and bowed his head sincerely. Thank you, sir. Owl affirmed. We will discuss the reward you want later. And now, he placed his hand on his shoulder, and he also felt a force pressing down. Owl quickly left, leaving him and Iona behind. You two siblings must have a lot to talk about. Since you came to Samuel, this is the first time you two have met. Owl reminded them. Talk as much as you like. Then disappeared into the wind. And he was staring intently at her. She was flustered, her hands fidgeted, clapping together. Her expression was flustered as she peeked at him, her mouth stammering. Hello, my little brother. In another area within the village, someone's voice, a temporary prodigy of the Candon family, was being friendly with the next heads of the Zippo and Highland families. The robed man reported to the one sitting and holding a sword, while the others stood guard. Perhaps even Lord Joshua couldn't have predicted this. The one holding the sword confirmed. That's right, and there's even more good news. He tilted his head back in his armor and said to himself, there's definitely some connection between Iona and the temporary prodigy. If it's already been discovered, then there will soon be more evidence. Their discussion, the rank of the assassins targeting a temporary prodigy is gradually increasing. We don't know the specific reason, but it seems to be a type of high-intensity training. One of them issued a warning. The master is warned that the temporary prodigy must not die. Everyone, pay close attention to this matter. Elsewhere, Owl was leaning against a wall, eavesdropping on them. A chorus of voices shouted, yes, sir. At his feet was a piece of debris. And Benson, Yonazum, well then, little brother, I don't want to control you, really. He crossed his arms and stared at her coldly. Iona tried to explain. Actually, I want to help you get stronger. And he asked back. So you sent out a few dozen assassins. She didn't dare to look at him directly, clenching her fist in embarrassment and denying. It's not like that. As if remembering something, she looked to the side. That's right. Now that I think about it. Who are they? He also turned to that side, looking at the two sleeping soundly like the dead on the bed, Barat and Zippo and Dante Heron. Iona assessed. So that's it. A member of the Cannon family being close to people from the Zippo and Heron families. You're truly one of a kind. Suddenly he asked, do you regret not being able to kill those two? She thought for a moment, and then nodded. Maybe. But the silver dragon's claw is more important, so. Then he asked again, so it seems you'll report to the family that I'm close to them. Iona looked at him in confusion. Why would I do that? If I say this, you might get hurt or even die. He was bewildered. Isn't that your goal? She became even more flustered. Her face contorted in confusion, then questioned. If not, you wouldn't have sent those assassins out. Jin was very serious. I'll ask again. Why did you do that? His shadow cast over Yona, making her scared. I just wanted to play with you. His face grew colder and more angry as he looked at her. So you see me as a toy? Her eyes widened. Hazy, no. Or then clenched her fist and shouted loudly, no. She sobbed, and he also widened his eyes in surprise. Hey sis. Iona stammered through her tears. No. She raised a hand to wipe her face, crying pitifully. No. It's not like that. Jean stood frozen in place while she continued to sob. He was confused. What's this reaction? Does she really think she's playing with me? He asked. Are you crying? But why? On the bed, Viraden, as if hearing a noise, put his hand to his ear and yawned. Iona was shy. I don't know. The tears just started falling on their own. Then he added, aren't you the best assassin? You must have been trained to control your emotions. Iona opened her eyes and looked at him with frustration. I didn't learn that. Iona recounted in a broken voice. At the Nameless, when I was first brought here, our mother said I was so good at killing that I didn't need to learn that. Hearing that, he also paused for a moment. His eyes were filled with astonishment. So you killed people before coming to the Nameless? He was bewildered. When you were sent here, weren't you only 12 years old? She calmed down, wiped her tears, and looked up at him. At that time, I was about 8 years old, I think. At the Thunder Arena, there was a cousin who kept bothering me, so I killed him. After that, the nanny in charge of my education disappeared. On a rainy day, she stood alone by the window. Iona continued to recount. Although at home and at the Thunder Arena, I had my siblings, but I was forbidden to eat or live with them as a cadet. So at that time, I thought that killing my cousin was wrong and I was being punished. Immediately after, she became more cheerful, but it wasn't like that. Here, I was given the task of killing people. His face also became more and more unsightly, biting his lip and thinking. Her innate talent for assassination. He paused, and then remembered the scene of his sister alone by the window, holding a human head with a corpse beside her. The reason father sent away everyone around Iona. Perhaps it was to prevent the younger children from being killed. Suddenly, Iona laughed excitedly, pulling him back to reality. Her. She was radiant and tilted her head up. But it's really great that I can talk to you like this. Then she lowered her face and wiped her tears. Even if I was sent somewhere, I wouldn't care. But actually, I was sad that I wouldn't be able to see my siblings again. He stood silently, just as I thought. My sister is not normal at all. It seems she doesn't feel any guilt when she kills people. But that doesn't mean she doesn't have emotions. He remembered his father, who had pushed his sister away. At that time, perhaps this was father's only choice to protect his other young children. Then his hand clenched in anger. But is it really right to abandon your own daughter like this? Iona also felt it. Immediately after, she was disappointed. Little brother, are you angry with me too? Her words startled him out of his thoughts. Jean affirmed, not at all. Then he asked her, have you ever thought that this is very unfair? But Iona was naturally confused and didn't understand. What's unfair? Jean explained, ever since you were a child, you've been treated like a killing tool. She also crossed her arms and widened her eyes. So that's bad, Jean confirmed, which made her flinch. That's right. She approached and patted his head cheerfully. I see. So you haven't killed anyone yet. When you were fighting, I got the feeling you were trying not to kill anyone. She asked herself helplessly to his stunned astonishment. I was born this way. What can I do? He wondered. You said you were born this way. Are you a contractor with a god? But she was confused. Not at all, Jean questioned. Then what do you hold? Iona brushed it off. You don't need to know. She stepped back and smiled, sizing him up. You have your own secrets too, don't you? Below his feet, The dark power was exposed before her. Does she know about my dark aura? Iona reminded him. Let me give you a hint. I'm very wary of the power you have. Come on. She placed her hand on her chest and smiled. Or rather, there's something in here that's afraid of you. Ever since I first saw you, there's been something in here crying out to me. The desperate calls echoed in her mind. Iona laughed maniacally, saying, Kill him. He makes me very confused. Her eyes were lifeless, but her mouth was smiling. Let's just say I like you so much that I'm suppressing my instincts. She looked at him. So I hope you like me too. He was also gloomy. There are no memories between us to form a sibling bond. HMM. The conversation between the two continued. If so, then I'm threatening you, okay? You have to like me, or I'll kill you. What if I do that? He was bewildered. Usually, we'll just drift further apart. She laughed excitedly. HMM, how about I give you the 100 poisons antidote? After all, that's the only reason my siblings come to see me. She leaned in and asked him again, Didn't you come here to find me because of it? I don't need it. So you take it. Jin's refusal made her freeze in confusion. I don't want it. His face darkened, but he smiled and explained, Even if you give me the 100 poisons antidote, my answer won't change. She clenched her fist in anger and shouted, Then what do you want me to do? What do I need to do for you and me to get closer to our family? Dai gently calmed her down. The moon in Samuel is very bright, which made her look up in surprise. Then he reached out his hand in a friendly manner and suggested, Shall we go for a walk? Because through conversations like this, we can build a bond between us as siblings. She paused and looked at him in surprise. Then she happily took his hand. Yes, and Jin thought, I need some time to organize my thoughts. They arrived at a lush green flower garden, and he was still lost in deep thought. This pitiful and irresponsible sister of mine. The blue petals flew in the night wind. He wondered, how should I treat her? The moon in the sky shone brightly. Under the ruined houses in the village, the footsteps of Jin and Iona echoed. He spoke first. There's no one here. She replied, Yes, he explained. Because now is the time for us siblings to play together. So they're on lockdown. She pointed to a nearby building. Over there. That's the place I like. You want to go see it. Actually, guests aren't allowed to visit that place. He confirmed. Okay, huh? The two of them stood before a barrier. Iona put her hands behind her back. We're almost there. We just need to climb over that. He raised his head and asked, What's up there? She replied, Flowers in a cliff. He smiled playfully. I'm feeling a little dizzy already. She, beside him, also peeked out and chimed in. Haha, you think I'm going to push you down? Why would I do something so meaningless? The two of them were playing with each other as they crossed the barrier. Even if you fall from a high place like this, you won't die. Just kidding. The sound of rustling leaves. In front of them was a forest and a green flower garden, shining brightly in the night. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he looked at the roses blowing in the wind. The flowers glowed brilliantly. He was bewildered. Are these blue roses? She also replied, That's right. They are often considered weeds. But when they absorb the moonlight, they look very beautiful. She approached and picked the petals. I like them the best. He silently watched her actions. Even if they are trampled on, or not watered regularly, they can still survive. And even if they die, new flowers will soon grow in the same spot. Iona held the flowers out in front of him. Here. She was very happy, smiling as she stood in the middle of the blue roses. A gift for you. Her hand holding the still glowing petals made him pause. This isn't the first time I've received blue roses as a gift. He remembered his past life when he saw the blue roses outside the window. In this life, I've also received them a few times. He remembered those roses. Then he remembered the conversation with Julie, and I have forgotten that in my past life, someone had sometimes left blue roses in my room, to flowers on the same stem. He added, even on the days I was tortured by my siblings, and Iona still sincerely offered the flowers to him. He bowed his head and smiled shyly. I hope these flowers will make you happier. You not only didn't die, but you also opened your third eye. Jin remembered more, and on the day I was kicked out of the sword garden, now he's just realized. While I was in trouble, they were in my white coat pocket. His hand clutched the two flower stalks. Was it her? He wondered. Did she already have a connection with me? Then he raised the flower to admire it and praised. They're very beautiful up close. She was proud. You think so too? I only give them to people I like. Her. But sis, what's wrong? He asked Han to Yona's surprise. How have you been lately? Jin's face was gentle and he smiled. The conversations we couldn't share. He was sincere, but she was still confused. Please share with me. The flower petals flew around the two of them, the space silent. Yes. They were telling stories back and forth. Jean pressed. Did you plan to kill the nameless king? She affirmed again. Yes, probably when I was 14. Did you kill the king? I was scolded harshly by Lord Owl and had to write a self-criticism in my room. After that, I tried to more times and failed both times. He was confused. You did that because he scolded you? The two of them were sitting on a patch of grass. She confirmed. That's right. I failed back then. But if I want to try now, I might succeed. Jean praised to stand against the king of assassins. As expected of my sister. She also wondered, but hey, who is Ingon? Who gave you the claw? Are you too close? He affirmed. Yes, we are. She smiled cheerfully. I'm going to kill that dragon. I'm going to pull out all its claws to use. Really. Seeing this, he also stopped her. Please treat my friend well. They can also become your friend. Hey. I was just kidding. Suddenly, Iona muttered, startling him. You're really not afraid of me, are you? Iona bowed her head and looked into the distance. Besides father and Lord Owl. This is the first time I've talked so comfortably with someone else. But he laughed comfortably. I think you're more suited to be a florist than an assassin. Iona's eyes widened in surprise. A florist? Jean suggested. How about you learn about flowers from now on? If you open a flower shop in my territory, I'll visit often. She also agreed. That's not a bad idea. Next, Jean propped himself up on his knees and stood up. Of course, you can't kill your customers. His face was full of excitement as he smiled at her. Well then, I'm off to see the nameless king. She widened her eyes threateningly. Where are you going? If you go, I'll kill you. He was bewildered. All right, that's enough. Go. Suddenly, she remembered something and clapped her hands together. All right, I also have a mission today. Jin asked again. What? A gust of wind blew past the two of them. Iona jumped down from the cliff with the flowers. She smiled brightly at him. Well then, I'm leaving first. You can take your time. Immediately after, his body fell with a cheerful face. See you later. She fell off the edge of the cliff as he watched. Diane sighed. His hand was still holding the two blue roses. On the other side, Owl was smoking and looking into the distance. You're here. He assessed as he stood behind. It seems you finished talking with Iona. And you also know I'm waiting for you. He replied. Yes, I'm sorry for being late. He stubbed out his cigarette. Before we start the game, I've prepared what you requested. Then Al put his mask back on and continued. Although you didn't do as I said. The two future family heads are still alive, and I received a silver dragon's claw. Everything went smoothly. So I listened to your request. He looked at him and commented, I didn't expect you to be so boastful. He paused. Sometimes you also go too far. You think you can be arrogant just because you're close to Iona? His eyes narrowed with determination and vigilance. I was a bit disrespectful because I also want to get close to you. Because I believe that you and I both want the same thing. Diane negotiated. At least 5 years. I can delay Sister Iona's return to the family for that long. He paused. He explained. I'll make up an excuse, here. He looked at him and asked, can a temporary prodigy like you do that? Can you take responsibility for your words? He raised his head with determination. Of course, the nation will help. Owl was confused. And what's the reason? He licked his lips. Then he muttered, which made him pause and look at him. She's very suitable to be a florist. But as everyone knows, a person with too many emotions like her is not suitable to be an assassin. She's simply more talented at killing than others. Instead of being used by the family when she returns. The image of her holding a bouquet of flowers, full of joy, Jean affirmed. I want her to be with people who can understand her. And I think that after she stops being an assassin, she will be more suited to be a florist. Owl's eyes were filled with astonishment at his words. I want her to be happy. He paused and then frowned in understanding. All right, you've disappointed me twice already. You must have thought of a plan this time. Then he questioned him. What do you want? He replied, just once. I want to receive your help when needed. He calmly placed his hand on his chest as Jean Grey, not as Jean Zandel. Jin bowed respectfully, and I will also leave Samuel. I will bring Dante and Veraden with me. So from today onwards, we will not cause you any more trouble. He looked at him thoughtfully. Finally, he sent him away. Quickly get out of my sight. A week later, in a barren, rocky land, Casm was being led somewhere by Khan. He frowned and silently assessed. This is the Dark Sea. It's very chaotic. But this area is strangely clean. Did someone clean this area? Khan stopped and announced, which also startled him. We're here. In front of them were 3 more familiar people, A woman's voice said. What is this? Talaris's face darkened and she raised a fan to her face, asking, why is the married man here? Beside her, Chiron also had a dark, annoyed expression. Casm grimaced and forced a smile. I'm done for. He looked over at Talaris and then assessed Casimir and the nameless king. Now, talking about the children's marriage will be very awkward. Then he looked at Owl, the Ice Palace Master, and the Sword Demon. Now, if I mention Jean and Iona, it will be difficult. He looked around awkwardly and thought, Lord Talaris must have come to talk about the marriage proposal. And who is the other person? Tai Lion tried to sing, He reached out with a serious expression. Sit down, Casimir. I'm very sorry for calling you here and giving you such a poor reception. Seeing this, he also sat down. Karen reminded him, Talaris, the uninvited guest in this gate is not the Sword Demon, but the person with the owl. Kazma also looked at them in confusion and thought to himself, Owl, is that the owl of the nameless? Did something happen to young Master Jin? He looked at him and considered. But wait, young Master Jin has only been in Samu for a short time. What on earth happened in this short period of time? Owl frowned. It seems you already had an appointment, didn't you? Karen looked over at Kasm. I called you here to have a drink together. But we'll have to wait until these old friends leave. I hope you understand. He was also startled and replied, Understand, sir. I don't mind at all. Lord Chiron asked, That's right. Is the youngest all right? I replied to him. When I came here, young Master Din had also gone to Samuel. His reason was to train in preparation for encountering assassination and poisoning. Beside him, Talaris, covering her mouth with her fan, was confused. Why does that kid only go to dangerous places? If he keeps going around like that and ends up losing his life, what will my daughter do now? Beside him, he was also very serious. Actually, I came to see you because I have something related to him to tell you. Only the masters were looking over in confusion. Owl hesitated, but this matter shouldn't be discussed in front of the Ice Palace Master and the Sword Demon. Seeing this, he also crossed his arms and affirmed, Go ahead and speak. The Ice Palace Master is one of the few people I consider a close friend. Karen, looking at him with a serious expression, also affirmed. And the Sword Demon is also very tight-lipped, so there won't be any problem. All right, my lord. Then, I'm sorry. After he finished speaking, he laughed with great interest. So the silver dragon's paw, Interesting. It's understandable that you didn't expect it. Then he seriously crossed his arms and asked, So, what request of the youngest did you listen to? Al said honestly, he asked me to erase all records of his visit to Samuel. His eyes narrowed with gravity. To be more specific, except for the residents of the small kingdom, along with the cadets and assassins of the nameless. He said he doesn't want anyone to remember Jean Grey or Jean Zandel. So, the soldier was stabbed by a dart in pain. The soldiers died like flies, while the others were confused. Where are they attacking from? Don't panic. They're just assassins. Everyone, hold your formation. The pathetic screams. A man died instantly. Captain. The drum. And the other guy was holding his sword in fear. He was sweating profusely. How dare you? Aren't the nameless afraid of retaliation from the Kandin family? The blue-clad assassin approached and put his weapon to his neck. I don't know why you're doing this, but the patriarch of our Kandin family. Before he could finish, his head was chopped off. Blood flowed under the feet of the white-robed assassins. On the castles, the figures of assassins were densely appearing and disappearing. Below were the corpses lying still. Al reported, We have killed all the guards who were chasing the temporary prodigy. It seems that the youngest prodigy had realized their presence and made such a request. Kylan also crossed his arms and closed his eyes in understanding. Was the boy worried that I would make him take responsibility for them? He confirmed. It's a bit embarrassing, but that's what happened. We didn't just kill 1 or 2 guards. Karen rubbed her chin with interest. Ho, I see. Then he closed his eyes and exclaimed, So that kid has seen the purge, huh? Don't worry. If that's the case, even if you kill 100 people, it won't be a problem. Al bowed his head. Thank you, sir, for alleviating the worries of this junior. He wondered, is he proud of me suddenly? Al continued, But Sir Chiron, I still want to talk about one more thing, he said. Hearing that, he also looked up. What is it? Then he took a piece of paper out of his coat and handed it to Kirill. Please read this piece of paper, he added when he left Samuel. The temporary prodigy left it behind. Chiron read it and frowned. Al reminded him. This matter really can't be revealed to the Ice Palace Master or the Sword Demon. His eyes narrowed. This is. On his side, Tati, Viratin, and Dana were still lying flat. These two were sleeping as soundly as the dead. His eyes bulged as he looked at them in frustration. I only came here to get my sword before going to see the Nameless King. And their snoring is getting louder and louder, which makes me confused. Did I use the wrong amount of medicine? Jean also closed his eyes and sighed. Whatever, just get some rest. As soon as you got here, you had to work hard, so of course you'll be tired. He fumbled in his coat pocket and found something. It was a piece of paper and a vial of medicine. His eyes widened and he quickly read the letter. Could it be? The content of the paper left by Iona was, "Hello Jean, my little brother. This is the 100 poisons wine. If you drink it and completely open your third eye, no assassin can kill you alone. Even I would find it difficult." The image of her, full of mischief, appeared in his mind. When that day comes, I won't be able to give you a surprise gift like this anymore. It's a pity. Well then, see you later, Jean. Take care. Bye. His eyes widened as he read the last line. "And happy birthday, my dearest sister." Diane was stunned. My birthday. That's right. I'd forgotten while I was here. Then he took out a pen. Although it's still a bit early, I'll also give you a gift. Sister. He fumbled with something on the table. Currently, the letter he wrote with the content. To the Nameless King, Sister Iona has given me the 100 poisons wine. So please secretly negotiate with my father, because it is an item of equivalent value to the 100 poisons wine. This is enough to request a postponement of Sister Iona's return to the family. Although this method is not very honorable, I have kept my promise this time. So I hope that you, the Nameless King, will also fulfill your promise to me. Had reached Kieran. He frowned in anger. A moment later, Lean asked again, "Is this true?" Al affirmed, "Yes, sir. If Iona really wanted to hide, even I would have a hard time finding her. And I also accidentally discovered that my things had been stolen." He frowned. Besides what was written on that piece of paper, I was also surprised by him a few more times. But before he could finish, Kieran raised his head and laughed with great amusement. Then he shouted with excitement, "An innocent child like him managed to trick you? Don't tell me you're the one who planned this because you wanted to keep Iona." All was calm. I wish it were that simple. Only the masters were stunned. He glanced over. "Not just you, but I also have a stake in this. I will officially send you an invitation. So please come and visit the Sword Garden soon. We will discuss this matter again." Al replied, "Yes, sir." Then he looked over at him. "Casimir, I also want to hear the news you brought." He also reported in confusion, "Yes, sir. This news is about the death of the great mage Kistadhun some time ago." He announced, "I want to inform you that this was caused by young Master Jin." Hearing that, Al was also stunned. Dalaris, beside him, also widened her eyes and lost her composure. Kieran's hand raised the bottle. "I see." He slammed it hard on the ground with gravity. "Now, the uninvited guests should leave. I want to have a drink with the sword demon." Al stood up. "Well then, this junior will leave first." Beside him, Talaris also complained. "I can stay, right? I already know everything." Gay Rung seriously shooed the guest away. "No, you go too." She complained. "Hey, come on." Finally, she said resentfully, "I'm going to spread rumors about the power your son uses." Kieran's brow furrowed in seriousness. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry back." On Jean's side, he also angrily shouted, "Stop talking nonsense." Mardana and Viridin came closer and stared with dissatisfaction, in unison, "No." He was helpless before these two mouths. "Oh my god, don't you to ever get tired?" Viridin swung his arms angrily and pouted. "It was hard enough to find you. After finding you, it was even more tortuous. If you have any conscience, you should go with us for a few more days." Dana agreed. "That's right." And he sat at the table, holding his head, frustrated. "Huh? In the end, I was just helpless. You to do whatever you want." The shouts of the two echoed through the house. "Aye. With the beer mugs full on the table, he asked in confusion, "Hey, aren't you to the heirs of your families?" His face contorted with annoyance at them. "Is this the time to be wasting time? Why are you hanging around here?" But Viridin, with a determined expression, shouted, "That's exactly why." He waved his arms and legs in frustration. "Once I become the family head, I'll be so busy we won't be able to see each other anymore. And besides, my family and yours will be at each other's throats. That's the end of it." He also looked at him and said nonchalantly, "Why don't you worry about becoming the family head first?" Viridin threw his arm around Dante, who was drunk on beer, and explained, "What's there to worry about? My position is so secure that no matter what I do, I'll still become the family head. And Dante here has the personal support of his grandfather, who is also the head of the Heron family," he confirmed. That's right, my brother. He closed his eyes in frustration as they announced, "Oh, but unfortunately, unlike you two, I'm very busy." Viradin asked him, "Oh, that's right, didn't you kill Kid Hun a few months ago?" He also denied it. "Who knows? I said I wasn't the culprit." Viradin was dissatisfied. "Why are you drawing a line between us again?" And Jean reminded him, "Have you ever thought that you're too nosy?" Viradin shouted back in anger, "Hey, how long are you going to be so mean?" Only Dana silently drank his beer. Then he asked him, "When you become a prodigy, we won't be able to see each other often, right?" And he just stared with wide eyes, Viradin also confused. He said no. He looked at the beer with a sad expression, but his mouth still curved into a smile. Just as Brother Viradin said, "Once we become family heads, we won't be able to see each other anymore, especially you, Dajin." Viradini laughed with excitement. "Well then, before that, we just need to have fun together." Dana also tilted his head and looked at him. Viradini added, "To become a prodigy, you need a reputation, right? If you've already said you didn't kill Kid Darthorn, then let's just drop it." But his brother just closed his eyes and sighed. Dana and Viradin put their arms around each other excitedly. "Let's go somewhere together. We'll help you build your reputation." Dana turned to discuss with Viradin. "Oh, how about we go help other people?" He also agreed. "That sounds good. Let's go hunt some notorious villains." Only he narrowed his eyes at them like they were demandmen. Viradini made a suggestion, for example, the Marmite Kings or the Insane Golem in Western Vermont and the remnants of the Dark Magic Society. And he just closed his eyes and sighed at the excitement of the other two. Dana added, "Or Wyrick, the destructive knight of the Van Keela region, although that place is very far from here." "Ah, that's right, and the Hokim tribe." He raised his beer mug, breaking their excitement. "You want the three of us to go on an adventure?" "Stop talking nonsense." Viradin slammed the table and shouted. "Great idea," he suggested. "Let's go on an adventure together." His face was also bewildered. He raised his beer mug in front of him. Dana, beside him, also did the same and affirmed, "The three of us are friends. Let's go together." He looked down at the beer mug. Then he smiled indulgently. How silly. Waking up, a bewildered expression on his face as he lay in bed. He raised his head and looked around in confusion. Huh? When did I fall asleep? To remember the two beer worms lying dead on the chairs. I'm sure we were being forced to drink by Viradin. They were dreaming. Adventure. Let's go on an adventure, ouch. I don't want to go home. And he said to the delivery person, "Please send both of them to Vermont." He silently reassessed. After that, I threw both of them into the teleportation gate, and I only remember up to the point of returning to Tychon. After that, he said to the delivery person, "Please send both of them to Vermont." After that, I threw both of them into the teleportation gate, and I only remember up to the point of returning to Tychon. Then he sat up and supported his forehead, bewildered. What happened? And why does my body feel strangely comfortable? There was a noise from the side. "Ah, young Master Jin, you're finally awake." He looked at the little girl, and she rubbed her sleepy eyes. "Enya," she asked, "how are you feeling, sir? Have you absorbed all of the 100 poisons antidote?" He also asked, bewildered, the 100 poisons antidote. Memories appeared. He stood before the priceless container and drank the medicine. Jean regained his composure and asked Karen, "Did I pass out after drinking the 100 poisons antidote?" She confirmed, "That's right. I thought you were dead." Her face flushed. Then she wiped her drooling mouth. "After you passed out, every few minutes your body would turn dark, and then return to normal. But even this side of you is so cool." Outside the door, Queen Canthel entered, startling Karen. She looked at him. "You're finally awake." Jean Zandel, he also looked at her with a dark face. "Queen Canthel, how long was I unconscious?" She calmly replied, "You slept for 5 whole days. Usually, after drinking the 100 poisons antidote, you need at least a month. But it seems that thanks to the Cannon family's innate physique, you woke up sooner." He smiled at her. "I'm glad I woke up early, just think of it as a few days off." He looked at the vase of blue flowers in the room and wondered, "Did anything happen while I was sleeping?" She replied, "Not much, only Lord Casimir returned shortly after leaving here." Karen added, "Oh, Julie was also away for a bit. I heard there was an urgent summons at the family. So she used the teleportation gate to go to the Cannon family this morning." Jean was confused. "The family?" Karen stood up. She said she'll be back soon. "So it's probably nothing serious." Immediately after, he smiled and walked out the door. "Well then, I'll go, then let everyone know you're awake." He looked at the thick purple liquid boiling in the clay pot. Her expression was full of bewilderment. "So, you want me to drink this?" Beside her, Quai Canthio sighed while Moroccan laughed excitedly, baring his teeth. He frowned and smiled cheerfully. This isn't anything strange. Just consider it a celebration of the kid's healthy recovery. So drink up now. Hurry up. He also lifted the bottle and complained, "Teacher." Immediately after, he drank it down. Moroccan cheered. Oh, and he just frowned. Hey, what is this? He was impatient. So how are you feeling, kid? Chan, on the other hand, suspiciously furrowed his brow and glanced at Moroccan, his hand resting on his lower abdomen. It's a little hot here, but that's it. But hey, what was that just now? Moroccan propped himself up proudly. It's just a little poison I told that bastard to buy from the black market. It's a deadly poison. Anyone below the 7th star would die immediately, just from drinking a sip. He frowned angrily. What did you give a person who just woke up to drink? Why, beside him, also reprimanded, that bastard Moroccan's joke was very stupid, but thanks to that, it has clarified one thing. The 100 poisons antidote has been absorbed by you quite completely. Seeing that, he also darkened his face in panic. Then she looked at him and affirmed, "Congratulations. There is no longer any poison in this world that can kill you instantly." While he was still bewildered, she repeated, "That's right. Well then, it's time for you to keep your promise," Jean confirmed. "Yes, in exchange for your claw, I promised to help Enya train, right?" Access the song. Antel looked at him. "That's right. Enya is trying very hard to practice, but I only help her with theory, so she lacks practical experience." He bit his lip. Then she said with confidence, "There will come a day when she needs to defeat her opponent. But right now, Enya has too little experience to prepare for this." He raised his head and asked her back, "Do we have to make Nya do that?" But Kwai Kentel had already interrupted. "What are you talking about?" She reached out and affirmed again, "Jin Zandel, everyone here is your companion. That means that in the future, when you fight with your siblings, we will fight alongside you." Then she asked him a question. "Even then, you still think Enya doesn't need to fight?" He smiled. "It sounds like she's shooting me, but..." Outside, they noticed Kyron eavesdropping on them. Maybe she's also telling Enya. Kwai Theo was rambling. Enya has to become stronger. Only then can you call her a companion. He interrupted. "Don't worry. I've already decided on my next destination," Kyron said. Then he made a suggestion. "I'm thinking of improving my flow magic by fighting with mages. So bringing Enya along is also a good idea." Her eyes lit up and she burst through the door. "Oh, whoa. To go alone with young Master Din." Her face was filled with infatuation. "Isn't this a date?" Kwai Theo reminded her. "I won't tell you to act with a little dignity, so please don't go too far." Meanwhile, in the Sword Garden, using a bedroom to place a bedroom, someone's voice from inside the building. "I've just heard something quite interesting happening in Samuel. Inside the guarded office, if you have anything to explain, say it now." Kyron flexed his arm. Joshua, in front of him. He was silent, unable to explain. Kyron growled each word. "I'll ask you again." Behind him were Al and Julie. He exposed himself. "Because of you, Iona had to postpone her return to the family." Kyron's hand calmly removed his gauntlet. "Do you have anything to say?" He still had his hands clasped behind his back, unable to explain. Then he closed his eyes and stammered, Then he defended himself. "I was only acting in the best interest of the family." At that, Kyron's hand, which was holding the iron gauntlet, froze. He punched his son straight in the face. He was stunned by his father's blow. He, while pointing at his wrist, questioned, "What are you doing?" His eyes were filled with anger, his voice like it came from hell urging, "Stand up straight." Turtle, thank you for watching this video. Can stand up straight, showing a serious, cold demeanor. Then Kyron punched him again, causing blood to spurt out. He became even angrier and punched repeatedly. A punch straight to the face caused both cheeks to swell and blood to spurt out. Outside, I'll also listen in silence while Julie closed her eyes and covered her mouth, her hand clenching to suppress her nausea. Inside, Karen looked at Joshua crawling on the ground and ordered, "Take off your black armor. You are no longer worthy to wear it." He quickly took off his shirt. The armor inside was exposed. Then he placed it on the table, that black armor. Kyron was furious, a second prodigy of this family, and yet he was defeated by the youngest, who was only a reserve prodigy. Moreover, "I definitely warned you and all the others." And he stood with his head bowed, listening. His eyes narrowed. "What did I say? Now what?" Joshua opened his mouth with difficulty, his mouth full of blood. "Iona, don't touch Iona." Karen's foot lifted up. He punched him straight in the stomach, causing him to bite his lip and not cough up blood. Immediately after, he clutched his stomach in pain and knelt down. Ugh. Outside, Al was also suspicious. I didn't expect this meeting to be because of Joshua. The clan leader has punished him too harshly. Inside, all could see how angry Chiron was. He thought to himself, this is a warning that Lord Chiron is giving me. If something similar happens to Iona again, then regardless of whether it's the eldest son or even me, all those involved will not escape. His face was expressionless as he looked at the armor. I know you have no intention of disobeying my orders. That's why the armor your mother gave you 17 years ago is still intact. Karen commented, cowardice, that's what you did. Hearing that, Joshua also froze. His eyes were cold as he took my words. If there comes a day when I have to summon you to the Dark Sea. Chiron hung his hands and looked down at his son, and he was kneeling in pain. He reminded him, then at that time, I will strip you of your prodigy status. Then he softened his tone. Go. Leave. It was only now that he propped himself up on his knees and stood up. Joshua stepped outside, and the two guards quickly helped him away. Mary stood leaning against the wall outside, her arms crossed, watching the show. She sneered as he walked past her. She snorted, which made Joshua pause. His face contorted, and he gritted his teeth in humiliation, his face bruised and pathetic. Karen suddenly called out, Julie. This startled her. Yes? She entered, and he was putting on his iron hand again. Is my youngest doing well in that assassin village? She asked cautiously. Yes, he is. He just left Samuel not long ago. Then she added, he drank the 100 poisons antidote that I got there and is currently resting. Chiron's arm paused slightly. He picked up the armor. Take this, and Jolie Kinga. Chiron's face was cold and he frowned as he instructed, his hand holding the dark armor. And tell him everything that happened today. That's why I called you here. She bowed respectfully. I will tell him everything for the good of the Candan people, for the good of the young master. Returning to the present, he widened his eyes in surprise. The nameless king was also there. Wait a minute. More importantly, he wondered, did father punish Joshua himself? Come on. She recounted excitedly. At the end, it was a hook punch. That's right. It was very fierce, but also very satisfying. Then she looked at the armor on the table. I can't believe it, can you? Young Master Joshua will have to reflect on his actions for a while. And you have received the black gold armor, young master. He also looked at it and remembered, 30 years ago, the legendary blacksmith P. Cole Minch created this peerless armor. It was a trophy that Uncle Z brought back after the victory. Against the 5th magic tower of the Zippo family, Jin covered his face and looked at the armor. That's a test. Julie was confused, a test. He averted his eyes and explained, my father, he wants me to be different from Joshua. As a reserve prodigy, I need to return with armor that is almost destroyed after fighting these strong opponents. Not only that, I'm sure it's also a warning to the old man, and Bo said. His eyes seemed to convey, don't use Iona to negotiate with me anymore. And he remembered his sister's smile. If my father is not satisfied, he can do anything that even the old man can't stop. This is also something that I and all the other prodigies must pay attention to. Then he confirmed, I'm probably on my father's warning list too. Seeing this, Julie also covered her mouth in surprise. Oh my, so everything the clan leader does has a purpose. His eyes were filled with caution as he thought deeply. However, why did he have to go to this extent? Was it because he felt guilty for his pitiful daughter? Everyone has their own secrets, right? Iona's words appeared in his mind. Could it be? His eyes narrowed. Sister Iona, is there more you're not telling me? Julie spoke up, pulling him from his thoughts. Speaking of which, I heard you've decided on your next destination. He replied, yes. I'm planning to go to a place with magic. I want to exterminate the rebels of the Dark Magic Association. She remembered the black masked figures with their magic staffs, the Dark Magic Association. The group that was defeated and thought to be completely destroyed 200 years ago. He confirmed. That's right. Although there aren't many members left, the association still exists, and I will help us. This was his question. This is a good opportunity for me to test the new flow magic I've learned. Julie hesitated, but that place is a wonderful thing. They arrived at a village in the southern region of Beamond. Iron had disguised himself with a beard and was excited. Ho ho. This place brings back old memories. She was completely covered and exclaimed, I never thought I'd be back in Beamond. Then she turned her head and asked him, so what do we do now, young master? Before she could finish her sentence, he pulled her into an alley. He angrily pressed the little girl against the wall, causing her to be flustered. Hey sir. Young master. Why are you suddenly? Diane reminded her. Have you forgotten why we came here? She was sweating, yes. His eyes narrowed and he smiled gently. Then remember not to use my real name. You understand, right? He called her name, Enya. Her face flushed red with infatuation, and she stammered. Well. Then he let go, and she slid down, startling him. She replied weakly, yes. Then he was also speechless as she collapsed, her nose bleeding from excitement. He tried to call her Enya. The Dark Magic Association, an organization that reached its peak 200 years ago, was led by a witch with a group of monsters behind her, true to its name. This organization worships magic from the dark world, the red and black dark energy, and during its peak of power, their influence on the entire 6 continents caused everyone to fall into a state of fear. The one who disbanded this organization was Ryan Zippo. The first and last time that woman used the myriad fire annihilation, Mana Devourer, unified body, the woman who used the sky-high red fire magic, the attack that rained down on the leader of the association, was to kill the leader of the Dark Magic Association. Ryung Zippo was Soderith's previous contractor, and in my past life, Soderith wanted me to follow in her footsteps. Soderith looked at him and instructed, after you become stronger, go and meet the Madriun. And he stood there silently looking at him. But only if you can overcome the challenge she left behind. A cough brought him out of his thoughts, and he looked over. Cough, cough, cough. Chiron was flustered. Young, oh no, brother. She, while walking, announced. The remnants of the Dark Magic Association are all bad people, after hearing the rumors. It seems they are kidnapping children and making people wonder if this place is really Beamond. She looked at the expressions of the people and affirmed. Perhaps the reason everyone here has such a gloomy expression is because of them. He explained to her. Actually, it's possible it's because of those nobles. Karen was confused. What do you mean? Then he remembered the scene of the citadels and tried to explain. You've lived in the capital. So, you probably know very well that no country has better security than ours. Although they can solve crimes quickly, they deliberately ignore organized crime. The little girl was still wondering, but why? He glanced around and explained. Both criminals and victims want to take advantage of the nobles' way of thinking. The two of them were walking and talking. The reason I think Beeman hasn't wiped out the Dark Magic Association is to give the mages from the Academy a chance to act. She gasped in surprise. The Academy? So that means the Academy is on its way here. He replied. It's also possible, but those old folks are notoriously lazy, so it'll be a while before they. A scream interrupted Jin. It's a mudge from the Academy, thinking he'd been discovered. Chiron was startled. A procession of carriages galloped by. The shouts. It's a mudge from the Academy. The nobles have arrived. The carriage stopped. From above, someone stepped out. It was Motto, along with the mages from the Academy. The commoners, seeing them, also cheered. It's the mages. The capital has finally sent mages. In the crowd, followed the situation. They acted faster than I thought. I have to get as far away from them as possible. Continue. The screams of the commoners made Motto frown. They came to eradicate the bastards from the Dark Magic Association. They're done for. Hooray. He looked over at the arrogant group led by Chip. Anyone from the Academy is extremely arrogant. So if I get involved with them like in my past life, things will get complicated. The other commoners cheered. Hooray. The Academy will last for 10,000 years. Jean calmly muttered. All of them will die. Which made Chiron look at him in confusion. His eyes narrowed with gravity. They can't possibly wipe out the Dark Magic Association. Then they went to eat. Chiron was excited about the food on the table. Oh my god, no way, brother. Can we eat such expensive food? He reminded her. Austin, almost all of my friends are as rich as I am. And she was flustered. But I'm not rich. Now what? Din slowly ate his food and instructed her. Between the Central Bank of Tychon, the Iron Dragon Bank in the 6 continents, and the Van Keela Eternal Treasury. Choose one and open a personal bank account. I'll give you some spending money. Chiron was so moved she cried her eyes out. Thank you, brother. Her heart screamed. Young Master Din is so cool. Suddenly, she asked again. But brother, what did you mean by what you said earlier? I don't know. He also turned to look, confused. She repeated that all the cadets from the Academy would die. He also said calmly. That's exactly what I mean. All those cadets are too young and weak. She, while chewing on a piece of meat, was worried. But those mages have already been highly trained. They're probably all 4-star mages. So, dealing with those remnants shouldn't be a problem. He rolled his eyes. That's exactly why. The bastards from the Dark Magic Association are all experienced people who have lived a life of evil, while those cadets have no real combat experience. He thought of the leader who had held several of those cadets in his hands and then contemplated. According to the investigation of the 7-colored rainbow, The association currently has about 50 members, and their average level is 4-star. Moreover, we saw about 30 cadets. Even if both sides have high-level mages, the Dark Magic Association still has a great advantage. Suddenly, a noise interrupted their conversation, making him look over. Ugh, I'm going crazy. The arrogant brown-haired man was disgusted. Listening to the flattery of the lord of this region makes me lose my appetite. The man in the newspaper rubbed his hands, his face oily and mocking. Her. Watching him wring his hands like this and beg, plus that pig-like face, is truly wonderful. Chip went first, go. The three of them sat down at a table, the brown-haired man still dissatisfied. Whatever. The seniors said the food here is delicious. Hey, boss. He thought, just one look, and you can tell they're cadets from the academy. Jean turned his head. Let's go, Austin. It's not a good thing to be noticed by them. And she bowed her head, not daring to look up. He stood up and took his coat, but she didn't move. He called out, Austin. Austin. Her face was pale with fear. The memories of being beaten black and blue. And she was tortured by a name in the corner of the academy. They laughed savagely. Jean shouted, Austin, pulling her back to reality. Then he was worried. Austin, could it be, is it them? She raised her head and looked at him, stammering, young, no, brother, well, she confirmed, yes. They are the ones who bullied me when I was at the academy. His face contorted in annoyance, those damn bastards. Well then, that's all the more reason we shouldn't let them notice us. Suddenly, Chip spoke up. Hey, who are you? That made the other two also look at him. He frowned in annoyance. Why are you looking at us like that? You don't look like servants. Then he lost his patience. Hey, answer me now. Why are you on guard against us? Don't tell me you're a member of the Dark Magic Association. And he looked over at the trembling Chiron, speechless. His face also lost patience as he asked him back. Why do you want to know? Seeing Chip being scorned, the fat man chuckled. Chip lost his patience and stood up. You commoner. How dare you? All right, I admit I was rude. I'll ask again more politely. Then he quickly approached and pointed his staff at him, questioning. What organization are you from? Why are you acting so slowly? Beside him, Chiron was still trembling with fear. He looked at the magic stone on it while Chip was still showing off. Answer properly. Otherwise, I'll drag both of you out of here for interrogation. The hesitant innkeeper ran out and advised, Oh my, sirs, please calm down. They told me they are just travelers, and instead of fighting in here, please go outside. The Chip poked the innkeeper with his magic staff. He was angry. How dare you interrupt me? The innkeeper was knocked down, clutching his stomach. Ugh, he said arrogantly. It seems the southern territories don't know how to treat their superiors. His hand gripped the sword at his side impatiently. Chip was still arrogant, today. I'll punish these country bumpkins again. His hand clenched tightly. Then he threw a punch straight from his chin, surprising him. The other two also jumped up. Hey, what are you doing? He turned and walked away. The other guys approached Chip. The brown-haired man looked at him and shouted, stand still. Are you trying to run away? And he locked the door. This action made the fat man and the brown-haired man also widen their eyes in confusion. He introduced the Special Task Force of Beam It, Team 1, Group 3. Hearing this, the fat man was astonished. He glanced at them coldly. Cadets. So you all know their names. His face was filled with a cold aura as he ordered, stay still. Hearing that, Chiron also asked in confusion, the Special Task Force. What is Sir Jean talking about? The brown-haired man muttered, You. What nonsense are you talking about? The Special Task Force. Team 1, Group 3. His eyes widened, and the fat man was already so scared his legs went weak, and he leaned on the table. He shouted, loudly, You madman, how dare you impersonate them? And Han quickly channeled his mana and sighed. Immediately after, he hit each of them once, causing them to stand frozen in confusion. The flame gradually burned, causing the brown-haired man to be in pain. The two of them were burned by the fire and collapsed to the ground, groaning, ugh. He seriously looked at them, also writhing. The brown-haired man, his hand clutching his throat in agony, begged, help me. He was also a bit confused. Just a little magic like that and you're already having a backlash. He looked at Chiron who was comforting the innkeeper. Just a small sign of a backlash and you're already overreacting. These useless bastards are bullying you. His eyes were cold as he glanced at them and ordered, Get up. His face was emotionless, but the flame had gradually died down. If you guys keep overreacting like this, I'll drag you to the interrogation room. Not only did you disturb innocent civilians, but you also interfered with the work of the Special Operations Unit. Jin threatened them. What if this news reaches your families at the academy? Chip was horrified. Please give us a chance to redeem ourselves. I will do whatever you want. So please don't tell our families. Then he muttered, redeem ourselves? All right, I'll give you a mission. The opportunity is over. He knelt on the ground, confused. What mission? The other two were still being controlled by him. Jin made up a story. We were sent to supervise the process of eliminating the Dark Magic Association. Beside him, Chiron was also startled. Jin added, because a mistake was made. I have no choice but to borrow your help to complete the mission. He proposed a plan. I will pretend to be one of the attendants and observe the situation from right beside you. The other three, upon hearing this, widened their eyes in confusion. Taeyeon once again used his blue fire magic, his face darkening as he threatened. Answer me now. The three terrified men shouted in unison. Yes, sir. He reminded them. All right, now go and pack your things and return to the base. Chip stammered, thank you, sir. Then he called Kieran, hey, Houston, which startled her. What is it? He pressed close to her and then asked, how was my acting? She also glanced at him, surprised. He pointed his finger at the three behind him and smiled, urging, go on, it's your turn now. Lady Enya. Her face flushed red at this action. Then she nodded. Get out, she shouted, causing the three of them to stand up with pale faces. These bastards still haven't woken up yet. Her hands and feet flailed wildly. Hurry up, you guys, we're busy. They turned and ran. We're sorry, sir, she shouted a reminder. Quickly apologized to the innkeeper here and clean everything up. The men said in unison, we're sorry, sir. And he stood to one side, holding his sword, and also breathed a sigh of relief. Chiron gave money to the innkeeper. This should be enough, right? He took it. Yes, sir. I haven't had any customers today. 5 days later, on October 22nd, 1790, Mato's voice echoed with instructions to the mages lined up neatly. Follow my orders, my lords. Now we will begin the comprehensive purification mission. The cadets must understand and follow the orders of the leading mage of each team. That is all. The cadets whispered among themselves. Hey, I heard they have a 7-star mage. Do you think it's okay? The other guy replied. They're just remnants of a fallen organization, right? If anything happens, Lord Orton will take care of it. Chip, on the other hand, looked at him and Chiron with suspicion. He, on the other hand, assessed the situation. There are nearly 50 enemies hiding in the forest, but they're still so relaxed. The situation is not good at all. Continue. The cadets, holding their staffs, waded through the grass. He thought, still no sign of them. The members of the Dark Magic Association must be very confident. Normally, we would send scouts to test the enemy's strength. An ear-piercing scream echoed, we're being ambushed, which made him also widen his eyes in confusion. In front was a green monster holding a club. Someone recognized it and shouted, us. Mato reached out and directed the fleeing cadets. Don't panic. Team 1, use attack magic. Team 2, quickly erect a protective barrier. Immediately after, a person swung their magic staff, and ice magic attacks appeared. Immediately after, it shot straight towards the green monster. It was quickly defeated. Mato stroked his chin and closed his eyes and thought, so they've tamed these ORCs. They're so weak. The cadets behind them were happily discussing. Is that all? Maybe the Dark Magic Association isn't such a big deal. Mato made a decision. We'll rest here for a bit. Hearing that, he was also stunned and asked himself, is he crazy? Resting here? He approached and whispered to Chip, Cadet Chip, tell him we can't stop here. This place is very easy to ambush. He jumped and stammered. What? I have to tell him? His eyes were icy as he pressed closer and threatened, interrogation room. Hearing that, Chip quickly roared out of control. Thank you, Odin. And he narrowed his eyes and scornfully advised, stop talking nonsense. If you're worried, you can erect a protective barrier and then rest. He closed his eyes and sighed. He didn't agree. He also started to have doubts. Something's not right. He looked at the dead monster on the ground. It's clear that those weak URCs were clearly just used to make them let down their guard. But he chose a large, open place like this to rest. Even a 7-star mage can't pay attention to everything. Chip asked him suspiciously, is Lord Orton suspicious? He, while carrying his things and following, reminded him, don't talk so politely to your attendant anymore. I'll kill you. Brownhair rolled his eyes, but come to think of it, I saw him eating meat this morning. Chip's face was also confused. What's wrong with eating meat? He reminded him, he's a vegetarian. The bank, hearing this, was also confused. Batu ordered the group in front of a cave. In front of us is what is believed to be their main base. All cadets must be prepared to erect a protective barrier at any time before entering. Then he turned to another group leader, Captain Archie. Wait here with teams 4 and 5. Then join the other teams and follow us. He confirmed. Yes, sir. One day later, the teams following Motto lit their torches and entered the cave. The chatter of the fearless cadets. I heard they have about 50 people, but they managed to build such a large place. Are they planning to build a magic altar or something? Or are they hiding some secret weapon in the cave? A person sneered, whatever it is, Lord Otan will take care of it. That's why he's here. Suddenly, the area behind him exploded, confusing the entire group. Someone's face went blank, and they stammered. One. He couldn't form the words. The green monster had roared and flattened him. The screams of the others. An ORC burst out from behind the wall. It's an ambush. A young soldier looked at Motto and asked him, Sir Orton, what should we do? Please direct us. But he just calmly stepped forward. What are you guys doing? Behind that person was a group of monsters and people from the Dark Guild. Motto laughed deceitfully. Just be quiet and become our test subjects. The cadets' faces turned pale with fear. The incessant screams made him laugh with delight. Run. He swung his staff and ordered the green monsters. Capture them, kill them all. On the other side, Kyron looked at him with confusion. Brother, we should go too. And he remained silent, not answering. Motto was smug. The people from the academy are really stupid. They don't even recognize their own teacher. The man muttered. Oh no. The sculptor's ability is what's truly astonishing. Suddenly, a blue light flashed, confusing him. It's a giant magic circle. Motto raised his head and looked at it. He screamed in panic. What? It can't be like this. Could it be? He put down his bag and reminded Kyron, hey Anya, from now on, the situation will be a little difficult. The little girl behind him looked on in confusion. He shielded her behind him, his hand gripping his sword tightly as he instructed. Remember to stay close to me. A ferocious vortex suddenly appeared before his eyes, stunning Orton. He shouted his speculation. Kid darts flow. The vortex violently swept away everything around, including the roaring monsters, in a flash. Cadet Chief was also frozen by the horrifying scene before his eyes, with no chance to react. Diane calmly stood amidst the streams of aura, looking at them with sharp, cold eyes. Each person confined. The tip of his sword flew up like a rocket. A shocking explosion echoed, causing the heavens and earth to tremble violently. Jin swung his sword, and the swarm of monsters was incinerated in a flash. He showed an amused expression, a corner of his mouth twitching. There are still a few who can withstand it. Jin suspected. It seems the rank of the two of you is Paddingji. The person he was referring to was Orton and Ranju, who were standing in disarray with torn clothes, looking as if they were about to collapse. A desperate scream echoed. Orton died instantly and collapsed to the floor. The scene made John's jaw drop, his heart filled with a chilling fear. His face pressed to the ground. Tan's face contorted. He roared, You're a disciple of Kish Dadhan. How can you use flow? Why? Hearing this, Jin just sneered sarcastically. You recognize the flow. You have a good eye. Vaughn opened his mouth wide and shouted to express his frustration. You got the jump on us. So you feel smug, don't you? Don't be so cheeky. I've already realized you're only a 7-star. He was still very arrogant and challenged Jin. My name is Rong Zhu. I'm sure you've heard my name before. I'm not someone as 7-star trash like you can judge. Hello. Din switched his sword hand and thought to himself. He's gone too far. He replied to him. I have indeed heard of the half-brother of Miss Dai who has mastered earth magic. As he walked towards him, he exclaimed, This man-made cave must also be your work. It's truly wonderful. Von Koi Kai laughed loudly. You've realized it, haven't you? His eyes bulged as he shouted. Threatening, in the Dark Magic Association, there are 9 more mages like me. Even if you're lucky enough to escape, my comrades will hunt you down for the rest of your life, Von Koi Kai. Von suddenly lowered his voice. But I am a generous person. Since you are talented, I will give you a chance. He suggested, join the Dark Magic Association. Von smirked smugly. It seems you're so surprised you can't say anything. If you submit to me now, you'll soon become an important figure in the association, gently. Jean said nothing and just silently snapped his fingers. A powerful vortex appeared above Ron's head, causing him to lose his balance and cry out, What? 2 seconds later, a shrill sound echoed. Enya clicked her tongue. He looks like a pretty strong midge. But, in the scene where he was already close to death and still screaming like this, Vaughn, despite being on the verge of death, still feigned strength. mixing other energies to increase the power of the counterflow. He screamed in disbelief. That black shadow-like energy stream, don't tell me you're Ro guessed, a disciple of Kidithern, an Ormage who was made a pact with Sordareth, and his disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin swung his sword, causing him to collapse to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. He said coldly, "You're only an 8-star mage in name." Suddenly, a noise from behind made Jin turn his head in surprise. 2 Aros monsters were baring their teeth and growling as they advanced towards him. He let out a familiar sigh. Oh my god, not the orcs again. He moved as fast as lightning, sending them to the western paradise, and didn't forget to remind Enya, "Be careful, Austin." In a flash, the orc monsters were chopped into many pieces by him, and were lying scattered on the ground. Now what? Di worriedly called out, "Austin." The little girl stepped out and kindly asked him, "Brother, are you alright?" Jin smiled and said, "Yes, I'm fine." Enya, as if a weight had been lifted from her heart, let out a sigh of relief. The orcs suddenly started moving, so I got startled. Jin smiled and thought to himself, "Enya, I'm glad she's doing better than I thought." Her hand gripping the torch, the little girl raised her head and asked excitedly, "Brother, what do we do now?" Jin was momentarily surprised and thought to himself, this is probably the first time she's witnessed something like this, but instead of being scared, she handled the situation very well. His ear twitched strangely, as if his body had already sensed something unusual before his mind could react. Without a single warning sign, the ground suddenly shook violently, as if something enormous was awakening beneath it. The sound of cracking water filled the thick air. A giant foot appeared. It turned out to be Gontip. He stood proudly, his weapon slung over his shoulder, in front of Jin and said, "What's this? This place has become a mess." Gontip opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and roared, "Damn it, even Ron lost." "This is crazy," he asked curiously. "Hey, you nameless human, did you do this?" Enya, standing next to Jin, felt a chill and cried out, Brother, that is." He thought to himself, "It seems today is the day Enya has to go through one surprise after another. Goodbye." Gontip didn't know what he was thinking, but he laughed heartily. "Although you're just a mage, your eyes are sharp. Shouldn't you show a little fear?" Dai raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. "After hearing your name, I'll decide whether to be scared or not," he said. Coming from the White Orchid tribe, a large rock fell, sending dust and fine particles flying everywhere. Gontip stretched and cracked his knuckles. He roared, "Excellent. You are completely different from the ones I killed at the cave entrance. I like you." Enya, terrified, trembled like a leaf and hid behind Jin. Gontip pointed at Jin and introduced himself. "My name is Gontip Abelev." He challenged him. "If you've heard my name, you must fight me," Gontip said smugly. "But before that, I will give you a chance to survive." Jin smiled contemptuously and replied, "If you're going to say the same things as that other guy, then just stop." But when he heard Gontip's invitation, join Kinzello, then Jin stood frozen for 2 seconds. He wondered, Kinzello? Isn't this the cave of the Dark Magic Association? Gontip scratched his face and pondered. How should I put this? The Dark Magic Association is a small branch of Kinzello. Kinzello only accepts knights. He continued to convey, so the mages are in the Dark Magic Association. Jean Damsel thought. Now that I think about it, the White Wolf tribe members I encountered when I was a cadet were also members of Kinzello. Is there some connection between the White Wolf tribe and Kinzello? Gontip, with his eyes half closed, negotiated. So I'm telling you to join the Dark Magic Association under the name Kinzello. You've already killed Zongj, so I'll give you a slightly higher position. Jean replied with a contemptuous tone. So Kinzello is really lacking in members, huh? You can just give someone a high position like that if you want to turn this world upside down. No matter how many people you have, it won't be enough. He sneered, but since you've invited me to hold such a high position, we can negotiate a bit. Enya jumped and called out silently. Hey, young Master Din, kill. Din lowered his voice. But what should I do now? His eyes blazed with a murderous aura. I can't work under someone weaker than me. Gontip, upon hearing this, clenched his teeth in hatred. Unable to immediately send him to the ancestral altar to gaze at naked chickens, he gripped his weapon tightly. Then he swung it forcefully at Jin, but Jin quickly blocked it. Diane stared at him confidently, and Janib spoke. I see. He flew into a rage and challenged. I won't go easy on you anymore much. Gontip Lankrel, in a rage, continuously hammered Jin with his hammer while shouting. How long are you going to hide behind that shield? Show me your power much. The torch in Enya's hand burst into flames, accidentally. Gontip grabbed the flame without any harm. The flame quickly turned blue. Enya was trying her best to control the flame. Jantip, on the other hand, used his sharp teeth to bite through the flame. The scene left the little girl dumbfounded. Vantip taunted, "Your abilities are terrible, just like your disguise. I have no interest in you. Little girl, I'll kill you later, so don't interfere, that's for sure." He raised his head high and shouted provocatively, "Step out from behind that shield and prove yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword flew by with the speed of light, leaving him no time to react. Gantip's eyes widened in astonishment. A stream of blood shot out, dyeing the entire sky red. Dai looked at him with sharp, cold eyes. "Oh, you're surprised it's a sword, huh? Wasn't that a staff?" He seemed to have realized something and said, "I see. So it's a magic sword." The two bright lights of the car shone like headlights. A magic sword. Things are getting more interesting. "I won't kill you. I want to bring you before the leader." Diane smiled contemptuously and reminded him, "Don't let your guard down and just charge in, you wolf. It's been a long time since I've fought someone from the White Orchid tribe, so I want to have a good fight, no." The space seemed to shatter as they both charged forward. Remember to subscribe to the channel to watch the next video. The rapid clashes between sword and hammer made the space resound, like the war drums of dueling warriors. In contrast to Jin's calm image, Gantip showed a panicked expression. He opened his mouth wide and cried out in pain. His hammer had been split in two. Gantip could only stare with wide eyes in that fateful moment. Jin used his strength to press Gantip's hammer down, causing him to fall face first. He used all his remaining strength and propped himself up with his hands. "So that's it. You still have a lot of tricks up your sleeve," Gantip confessed. "The aura I sense from you is only at the 7-star level, but the strength and fighting spirit in that small body of yours far exceed that. Among humans, there are those who can reach this level." He was stunned as if he had just discovered a national secret and shouted, "The Kandin family. You carry the bloodline of the Kandin family." Gantip sneered, "Now at least you have to tell me your name, you Zandel bastard." "Let's bet our family names on this battle," Jin calmly replied clearly. "You from the White Orchid tribe. I am Jin Zandel." The light from the clashes of sword and hammer shone, making Jin's face pale. Gantip emphasized, "Warrior Jin, the lamp of the lamp. Hold." Jin let himself fly backwards as Gantip attacked relentlessly. He roared his declaration, the sound echoing like an earthquake. "From now on, Gantip Habalebtad, I will bet the honor of his entire clan to face Jin Zandel. You will be reborn as nutrients for Javier's soul." With a heavy stomp that cracked the earth, Gantip roared in fury, "You will fight for honor." He spun his hammer and unleashed a deadly slash, distorting the entire space. Jin stood frozen in place and thought to himself, "Even though I've swung my sword tens of thousands of times, slashing through everything as if for the first time." He slowly raised his sword. The blade caught the light, reflecting the image of Gantip in his final moments. The explosion echoed like a final bell. The cave shook violently, and rocks and earth rained down. Jin made a compromise. "If I spare your life, will you agree to tell me about Kinzello?" Gantip, his hands bound by stone rope, burst out laughing. "It seems you don't know the laws of the White Village tribe." He sneered, "A traitor has no honor." Jin was curious, "The laws of the White Wolf tribe?" He sneered back, "Heaven, though the law is more precious than your life." Gantip roared in a bloody rage, "In the White Orchid tribe, there are no cowards." He questioned Jin, "Why did you insult the warrior who competed with you, Jin of the Kandin family?" After hearing that, he was just silent. Then he raised his sword. "All right," Jin said calmly, "from now on, if I meet someone from your tribe, I will treat them with respect." At this time, his entire body was surrounded by strange black streams of aura. Jin growled, "So I hope you will understand my rude actions this time." Goldaf showed a stunned expression as Gi emphasized, "So I will remember you, Goldaf Hablev." He gritted his teeth, and the blood from the wound on Gantip's eye continued to flow endlessly. With heavy breaths, Gantip stood up with what little strength he had left. "I will also remember you when I return to Javier's side, Jin Zankanen." And then, like the last falling leaf, his body collapsed onto the cold ground. Amidst the desolate ruins, Jin stood motionless as if time around him had stopped. He was startled and glanced back when he heard Enya's call, "Brother, brother." Jin quickly asked Han, the little girl, "Austin, are you scared?" Enya's eyes sparkled like stars as she cried out, "That was amazing. I respect you so much." Jin humbly replied, "It's not a big deal." He thought to himself, "I don't know how big the power difference between the members of the White Orchid tribe is, but he's definitely stronger than the one I met when I was still a cadet." Dai looked at the sword in his hand without blinking. Even so, the battle just now wasn't too difficult. Then he reached out and took the sword sheath from Enya's hand. "Austin, Is this the first time you've seen so many people die? The little girl huddled, bowing her head in reply. Yes, I actually feel a little dizzy, but I think this incident has once again made me realize what kind of people my companions are, and what I need to do to not become a burden to everyone. She gently advised Austin, if you still feel hesitant, you can continue to not fight. Nearby, Chip slowly sat up and groaned. He was covered in injuries and pleaded, Sir, Special Agent, please save me. I will never harm the people again. Jin was a bit surprised. Chip is still alive. Jean was surprised when Enya approached him. The little girl called out, Pascal Chip, and he looked up with a miserable expression, begging for help. Enya, while opening her hooded cloak, asked, You remember me? Chip was stunned. Enya, he was dumbfounded. How did you? Enya asked back. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it a long time ago. You know that, don't you? The little girl Jondi, remember this. Chip Pascal, the one who saved you is Jean Grey. And Enya, the future Great Mage, is the one who made a pact with the god of time. Unta and more and more. I will not only help trash like you. Jean said nothing and just stood and observed. Enya seriously declared, but from now on, I will also help my precious companions who have reached out to help me. The scene shifted to a closed room. Orton was suddenly doused with a bucket of cold water. He was startled awake. Orton was now bound hand and foot to a chair by someone. He looked around in a panic and struggled in surprise. What? What is this? Orton was trying to find the reason. I remember after tricking the dregs from the academy, I lured them into the cave. The terrified image of the cadet appeared in his mind. Orton seemed to have discovered the root of the problem, counterflow. He remembered the vortex that had appeared that night. Returning to reality, Orton roared, asking the person sitting opposite him, Are you a disciple of Kidithern? There seems to be a misunderstanding here. Kidithern is with us. Why did you ambush us? The other person nonchalantly used a knife to file their nails, their cold voice echoing, Ambush. Orton's face was drained of blood, and he looked up at the other person with fearful eyes. The other person stood there in front of him and sneered, I thought you were so capable. But it turns out you're just a trash who likes to kill people and hides in a small, weak country. Under the dim light, Elise's face was gradually revealed. She continued, Someone who wants to use the Academy's cadets as test subjects shouldn't be saying things like that. Orton's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open when he heard Elisa mention his true identity. The serial killer of Hedgeson, Mattel Becker. Even though he was in this situation, he was still very arrogant and threatening. I don't know how you found out my identity, but you're making a big mistake. If you touch a single finger of mine, the association will not. But before he could finish his sentence, a large hand grabbed his face and held it tight. Elisa, while raising her knife, growled, You talk too much. The gleaming blade stopped right in front of Autumn's eye, a hair's breadth away. Tears started to well up in his eyes. Elisa sneered, You just need to answer my question. Very slowly, while experiencing the pain of those you have killed, she just let out. A crazed scream erupted as if torn from the depths of hell. At this time, on Jin's side, everyone was gathered and discussing. Everyone was stunned when they heard Elisa's presentation. According to rumors, the headquarters of the Dark Magic Association is in Oterium. Moroccan shouted in astonishment, Isn't that the capital of Vankila? Elisa glanced at him and replied, Yes. It was the old capital about 500 years ago. She added, While you were sleeping, the Holy Land of Vankila changed its capital. Moroccan was completely shocked. Oh, why? What happened? Quigania spoke up. They were invaded by the demon tribe. Moroccan was taken from one surprise to another and cried out, What? Since its founding, Vankila has housed a demon holy land for many generations. The invasion was to retrieve Jito's eye. At that time, the Kandon and Zippo families sent knights and mages to support Vankila. The Holy Land War, the only war where the Kandon and Zippo families joined forces, ended with Vankila's victory and the expulsion of the demon tribe. There was no way to rebuild the devastated land, where mountains had been leveled and the sky torn asunder. Tanio said grimly, So after that, Vankila moved their capital. And Oterium is still a place where monsters live. Biting his fingernail between his lips, his mind swirled with unanswered questions. The legacy of Leon Zippo that I need to find is also there. The secret book of the Magic Queen's myriad transformations of 10,000 flowers. Things have gotten complicated. How could they have occupied that land? He wondered, when did they build their headquarters there? Someone replied, Probably 50 years ago. Elisa's eyes were wary as she added, And the Dark Magic Association should no longer be called a remnant. We have confirmed 3 9-star mages among their ranks. She began to list the great elders of the Penman Academy: Fagran Hansard, the patriarch of the Lilistar family; Susan Lilista, the great mage of Indu, and his uncle Tadulo. Casm was a little confused. This is crazy. I didn't expect so many 9-star mages to be gathered there. Jin bit his finger lightly, his eyes thoughtful. If the Dark Magic Association has become so strong, then we won't be able to do anything to Cancelo, their mastermind. He thought to himself. Now I understand. The reason why my family, the Zippos, and Bemin just stood by and watched while Cancelo committed these crimes in my past life. There were too many famous people involved, so they couldn't be touched. Elisa expressed, and it might sound a bit unbelievable, but it seems Cancelo has a shapeshifter. The one who transformed Motto Becker into Orton Melson. She introduced him as Bubba Gustin. Yes, Jin seemed to have anticipated this move. Finally, he's mentioned. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Wait, Bubba Gaston. Casm speculated. Isn't that the name that came up when you asked me to investigate Pisco Iveliano? Jin immediately replied. That's right. Murakam still felt like something was wrong. Are you sure it was a complete transformation and not a disguise? He didn't transform himself, but someone else. Quigantail said, Hortle. This is also the first time I've heard of a human who can change their appearance. I thought shape-shifting was a blessing reserved for us dragons. Elisa recounted, even that Motto Becker doesn't know the details. After drinking the anesthetic and waking up, his appearance had already changed. He looked thoughtful and shared, but come to think of it, when I was a child, on the day I left the Thunder Arena, there was a time when the radical followers of Zippo transformed into guards and targeted me. Murakam was surprised. Oh, hey. Jean stood up abruptly and explained, I think we should go and see Bubba Gaston ourselves. Casm asked, you want to go alone? Jin replied with interest. Don't worry, sir. I'm planning to bring someone with me, he suggested. Please send the 7-colored rainbow to investigate the relationship between the White Orchid tribe and Kinselo, Lord Kashmir. The mothers nodded. I understand. Time flies, and a week later, cut to the Hyran family's residence. John Hyran, the head of the Hyran family, was sitting majestically on his throne, listening to a report. The remnants of the Dark Magic Association have been wiped out, not long ago. The Academy went to the southern lands, and as a result, nearly 20 cadets died. The bootlicker bowed his head and continued to 6-star mages and 1 7-star mage died. Jin was stunned. Oh my god, did their plan fail? Cottenham replied, not only that, sir. Chuethut Lai, according to the testimony of the surviving cadets, to mysterious people disguised as guards, Jean Grey and Austin Grey. They said it was those two who defeated the Dark Magic Association. As soon as he heard the name Jean, Danny's eyes widened. Cottenham continued his presentation. It seems the older one, Jean Grey, used magic, while the younger one, Austin Grey, used a sword. Dana listened and imagined their battle scene. John was curious. So the reason you came to see us is the nation. Button glanced behind him and signaled. After receiving the signal, the soldiers carried something up. John looked inside and asked, what is that? Dana's eyes widened in surprise. Konem introduced, this seems to be a piece of a weapon used by the White Orchid tribe. If you look at the cross-section, you can see that this is a high-level swordsman. Young Master Dana Heron, do you see anything? Dana didn't answer his uncle, but burst out laughing inexplicably. Cottenham called out in surprise, Young Master. Yes. John shared, Danny's swordsmanship is very high and also extremely talented. But the boy can't create such a clean cut. It seems only an 8-star knight can do that. Dane pretended to agree. That's right, you heard him. I haven't reached that level yet. Your trip here was a waste of time. Cottenham bowed his head and replied, I understand. Thank you for your cooperation. We will be leaving now. Dana smiled and thought, Jin, you've gotten so strong already. Now I have more to discuss with Veradin. Cottenham still seemed dissatisfied. He had just left when he began to analyze silently. Austin Grey. Small stature, loud, clear voice, and uses high-level swordsmanship. Quite a guy. The predicted age is between 10 and early 20s. A person who can perfectly slice through a White Orchid tribe's talisman at this age. The only person who completely fits the description is Dana Hiron. He's hiding his abilities. He grimly ordered the soldiers to monitor Dana Heron's movements outside the family. The time and space shifted to October 30th, 1796, at the teleportation gate of the Kingdom of Hun. The announcer's voice echoed, the teleportation gate will open soon, passengers. Please wait at your designated positions. A person approached and asked Jean, excuse me, can you move your bag to another spot? Diane quickly moved his luggage to one side to make room for that person. As he flipped through the book, he thought, I heard Bubba Gaston's workshop is in the territory of Duke Curano. Diane thought to himself, I've wanted to find that guy for a long time, but I didn't have a good reason. Investigating the Dark Magic Association has given me the perfect opportunity. The other person tilted their head and propped up their chin nonchalantly, their eyes sweeping over Jean with a scrutinizing gaze. Then a faint smile curved the girl's lips, showing her interest. After some time of travel, Jean was standing in front of a wooden house. He silently wondered, is that Pubayu's workshop? I'm late because I had to stop by other workshops to avoid being suspected by Cancelo. According to other workshop owners, he is the best among the talented sculptors. Isn't he just a shape-shifting image? Jin clicked his tongue at the statue of a man, with the inscription art as an explosion below it. All of his pupils were filled with indignation. Genius sculptor. Should I blow it up? Diane approached the door and knocked repeatedly. The bands of sound echoed everywhere like an unforgiving warning. Buba kicked open the door from inside the house and yelled, Stop it, you bastard. After getting a clear look at his opponent, he was surprised and shouted loudly, huh? Bubba's jaw dropped as he cried out, Din Din, the lamp of the lamp. Jean Bin then exchanged greetings. Long time no see, Buba Gaston. But as soon as the words left his mouth, a handful of salt was thrown straight into his face, leaving him with no choice but to close his eyes and endure it. Buba expressed his confusion. How dare you come here? Jin questioned. Throwing salt at people is rude. I came here today as a guest. Buba reacted violently. He strained his neck and roared, A guest? My ass. I don't entertain your kind. Jean sneered, Didn't I save you once? Is this how you treat your benefactor? Puba, as if not believing his ears, repeated, Benefactor? Jean calmly shared, If my siblings had heard the ridiculous things you were about to spew at the party, you would have been killed on the spot. But luckily, it was me, so you escaped. But Buba at this point could no longer listen to those words. He, while throwing a punch, shouted, Shut up. Diane quickly responded. He punched Puba hard in the face without missing, sending him flying backwards. Then he rolled a few times and lay still, flat on the ground. Bisco asked from inside the house, Buba, is everything okay out there? He turned to the door and saw Jean standing there. The two of them stared at each other. Bisco was stunned and exclaimed, Young Master Jin. Jin was just as surprised at this point, Brother Bisco. Bisco was curious. What brings you here, young Master Din? Aren't you a reserve prodigy now? Buba, who had been beaten to a pulp, pulled on Bisco's robe and wailed pitifully, Lord Bisco, kill him. He insulted me too much at the party, and now he's here causing trouble again. Bisco stared at him and silently cursed, This filthy piece of trash. That's what he is. He tried to explain. I'm sorry, Buba. I don't know what happened. But young Master Din is not the kind of person who would do that without a reason. Buba was still very stubborn and shouted, Why? It's true I attacked him first, but he deserved it. Diane, at a loss, let out a sigh and spoke up, I'll apologize. I came to ask you to make a bust for me, but now you've put me in a difficult position. Bisco replied, I see, a bust, huh, he exclaimed. But it's strange. To apologize for such a reason. You're different from the young Master Din I know. You came here with another purpose, didn't you? Jin cursed silently, damn it. But on the surface, he calmly replied, Yes. Actually, I came with a less than pure intention. The person I wanted to see was not Buba, but you. Bisco. Bisco jumped and asked back, Me. Don't tell me you're planning to fight me as a reserve prodigy. Jin thought to himself. He knew right away, a corner of his lips curled up slightly. It's shameful, but that's right. I can't go to the Ibriano family without an invitation with my current status. So I came to see Puba, who is currently with you. After hearing his presentation, Bisco didn't think much and answered immediately. I refuse. I came here to rest. He commented that he was very rude. Young Master Din slowly uttered a single word, but a flash of light streaked across Jean's vision, making him momentarily go blind. Bisco turned and walked away, expressing his disappointment. If you can't react to a surprise attack like that, how can you face me? Leave now. Jin narrowed his eyes. That was dangerous. I almost counterattacked. He said, I understand. Then he turned to leave. Well then, I'm leaving. Buba, the boar, stood at the door and roared, Jin Zandel. You think having the Zandel name means you can have everything. No, your place. If you keep being so arrogant, you'll be killed before you even become a. Without letting him finish his sentence, Jin had already swung his sword. The metal blade flew like a flash of lightning, cold and absolutely unforgiving. Bisco screamed in terror. Young Master Din, the edge of the people. The gleaming sword was held close to Bubba's neck, reflecting his panicked eyes. Jin bowed his head. Brother Bisco, I admit I was rude and arrogant, but insulting the name of the Candon family is another matter. He questioned back. Would you stand by and watch the Ibriano name be insulted in front of you? While Bisco was choked up and could only utter a single word, Jin said decisively, I wouldn't. Bisco drew his sword. Then I have no choice but to stop you, young Master Jin challenged. Do it, Bisco killed. If Cisco opened his mouth wide and growled, young Master Din, you might die. Jin shouted back, even if I die, I will protect the name of the Candon family. Bisco at this point just wished he could immediately send Buba to the ancestral altar to gaze at naked chickens. He's not kidding, damn it. I should have stopped Bubba's reckless mouth. I want to kill this pig right here and now. But to finish the job, I need his abilities. He ordered, I'll count to 3, Buba. In the meantime, kneel down and apologize. Then he started counting, 1, 2. But Buba, although sweating profusely, stubbornly asked, why should I? What did I do? The veins on Bisco's neck bulged. His face darkened and he emphasized, kneel, Buba. Buba seemed to have realized the gravity of the situation. He fell to his knees and cried out, I'm sorry. Buba gritted his teeth and expressed his resignation, the people. Jin spoke up, if it weren't for Bisco, you would have died after apologizing. That's what you get for daring to insult the name Jiang Kanden. He placed his hand on his stomach and suggested, Brother Bisco, your subordinate was very rude. If you like, you can beat me until you're satisfied, Bisco. Disco pulled his own hair and let out a sigh of relief. It's fine, your actions were not wrong. Young Master, please leave now. Young Master Jin. He said goodbye to them and walked away. Buba probably still felt resentful. Why did he come here? That damn bastard. Bisco, from behind him, called out in a low voice, Buba. His face was grim as he ordered, quiet. Buba, although feeling a bit surprised, still obediently agreed. Bisco furrowed his brow, turned around, and sighed. Come inside. There's still a lot I have to say. After both of them went inside, he began to present. The leader has declared that he will cut off the alliance with the Zippo family. So the rest of our civilization that we receive from the Zippo family will also be reduced by half. From now on, collecting the rest of the Grim Reaper will be more difficult. But according to the terms of the alliance, we will get back a portion of the products we give to the Zippo family. Buba reacted excessively. The compass, we have to get the compass back. With it, we can find the living gods and use them as ingredients. Bisco calmly replied, all right, I understand. We will definitely get it back. A flash of something flew by, startling Bisco and making him glance back. He shot to his feet and flung open the window behind him. Damn it. Miss Disco looked around but saw nothing unusual. When Buba curiously asked what had happened, he replied that it was nothing. Bisco thought to himself, it seems it was just my imagination. Then he said to Buba, let's end our conversation. A cut to a forest. Jin walked slowly with a calm expression. Suddenly, a flash of steel from above, a blade descending from the sky like lightning, aimed at his neck. Dian sneered and swung his sword to block the attack. The person who ambushed Jin was the one who asked him to give up his seat at the airport. Dian spoke up. Even though there's no one in this forest. He questioned the other person, but there's no need to make such a scene, right? Jin laughed mockingly and called out, my dear Iona. He asked Han. It seems the favor I asked of you went smoothly, didn't it? Iona, while taking off her wig, replied, since you asked, of course I had to do it. It was very difficult to pretend I didn't know you. She, with her cheeks flushed, laughed coquettishly. Little brother. Rewind to a few days ago, when Iona was sitting and enjoying the breeze on the city walls. Al came and called her. He handed her a piece of paper and said, this is your letter. Iona quickly snatched the letter. After opening it and looking, she cried out with joy. Please. She turned and announced to Al, I'll be out for a few days. He asked with concern. Are you planning to go just like that? If Lord Chiron sees you with your brother, he'll die. I'll put a red wig on her and instructed. Don't get caught. Be careful on the road. Your people. The message in the letter she received was, Sister Iona, I'm planning to go see a sculptor named Bubba Gaston. So, I need information about him. Even if it's just things he mumbles to himself or says to others. Can you eavesdrop on him? After the two of them had returned to the resting place, Iona shared. Cancelo has ended its alliance with the Zippo family. Jean gave a thumbs up in praise. As expected of my sister. In such a short time, you found more information than the special documents of the Candon family. Jean placed her hand on her chest to express her gratitude. With this news, I'll be able to find out what they're planning, thank you. Iona suddenly changed her attitude. But that fat bastard, Jean wondered. You mean Puba? She nodded, yes, that's him. Iona speculated. It seems he's the same kind of person as me. Jean still couldn't grasp what Iona really wanted to say. The same kind of person. What does that mean? Iona immediately turned her face away and refused. I can't tell you that yet, little brother. You also have a secret, now. Jean had no intention of hiding it. He revealed his secret and asked, my secret? Are you talking about this? Iona immediately reacted to that. She seemed to be in a trance, a bloody corpse hitting her eyes like a punch to the heart. Iona trembled and hugged the bloody head. Tears streamed down like rain. The sight before her eyes nearly drove Iona mad, and she cried out, no. Jin clenched his teeth. What a terrifying killing intent. Did she react to the aura? Iona hugged herself and trembled, crying out, no matter what happens later, don't use that power in front of me again. Jin quickly agreed and apologized to her. Iona wondered why he had shown it to her. I thought you would continue to hide it until you became a prodigy. I never gave you a reason to trust me, and I'm not a sister you can rely on. Jin explained. I have no reason. I also had the same thought. I was going to hide this power. Jia remembered the moment Iona had placed her trust in him and said, until you gave me that blue rose, Iona had told me not to remember. Iona's eyes widened in surprise. He confided to me, the blue rose is a flower that brought me great comfort when I was in trouble, and also a symbol of trust. That's more than enough for me. So from now on, I won't hide anything from you. Iona bit her finger and stammered, but if I have the same reaction as just now, what if it's not a situation? Tin immediately reassured her. Don't worry. He smiled with crinkled eyes. I'll become so strong that no matter what we do, you won't be able to kill me. Iona laughed heartily. You're exaggerating again. Well then, now you'll play with me, right? Suddenly, Karen's warning to Jean, never take advantage of Iona again, appeared in his mind, causing him to involuntarily step back. Well then, that's a bit. Iona called out excitedly. Let's go play. Jin played along and called out, sister, sister. On Karen's side, he was curious. What have those two been up to for the past 2 days? Khan reported with a lack of confidence, my lady, it seems she was just playing around. Karen wondered, did the youngest ask for or ask Iona for any help? Khan replied, according to what the guards have confirmed, no sir. The clan leader has directly warned him, so he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Karen exclaimed, that kid doesn't know what fear is. I was almost killed by Iona a few times. Even Luna stays away from that child. The youngest is truly interesting. Han raised a piece of paper with both hands and presented it. And this, sir, is a letter from Casimir. Karen, after reading it, let out a cold HMPH and summarized the letter's contents. The youngest defeated Gantap Habaleb, a warrior of the White Lang Habaleb tribe. It's been a long time since I've heard that name. You know that person? Khan curiously asked if he knew who that person was. Karen recounted, the leader of the Harpalep, a white orchid tribe, once came to challenge me. He was a strong and unforgettable enemy. When he fought me, he lasted for 5 whole hours. The Haplev warriors all have superior abilities to the average person of the White Orchid tribe. For the youngest, this victory is quite significant. The letters also mentioned, and it seems that young Jean muttered some words about a sword that split Gontup's hammer. I think this is just a habit of his. Chiron was stunned. That's not just a habit. It's exactly the same as what was recorded. The incantation, the sword in the dark aura, the light sword, the clock. A secret technique that has not been used for 1,000 years. It is also the sword technique of Lord Decima, is the first patriarch of the family. Is it true that the boy has become a stronger magic swordsman than me? I want to fight him once. Cut to Tychon, Casimir's residence. Casim propped his chin up, his eyes distant, as if he were deep in a labyrinth of thought with no way out. The Zippo and Cancelo families being allies is already very surprising. But you're saying that the reason this alliance ended is because the divine magic stone that Andre Zippo possessed was broken. The battle scene was recreated. The images were blurry but clearly showed the thit. Returning to reality, Jin replied, that's right. And the one who made the copy of the divine magic stone was Buba. He used the relics of dead gods and the ruins of an ancient civilization, along with a special ability called sculpting, to create dangerous holy relics or transform others. Elisa speculated that was the core of Cancelo, and Geen nodded in agreement. That's right. Moroccan propped his chin up, his gaze deep as if he were deciphering a profound secret. The relics of the dead gods, are they things like the tears or blood of numerous Now I understand. He glanced at Jean and said, "Hey kid, there's actually something I haven't told you yet." Murakami asked, "I went to the territory of Duke Kurano once to help the cadets of your faction." "Is that so?" Jin agreed. "That's right," he revealed. At that time, a cemetery giant that had been hiding for 2,000 years appeared, and has secretly dealt with him. As Murakami spoke, he remembered the scenes that had happened that day. He told everyone the knot that had been in his heart for a long time. "I still don't understand why a cemetery giant appeared there, but now I think it was probably the work of this Bubba." Kwaiken Theo, after hearing this, guessed, "It seems he has some relationship with WL, the god of carving." Yes. Jean was surprised. "The god of sculpture, WL. This is the first time I've heard of him." Murakami replied, "That god has disappeared from the flow of history. Of course you don't know." Cantel explained, WL was the being who contributed the most when the gods created the primeval stone. But as time passed and the primeval stone was destroyed, he also lost his status as a god and was turned into a human. Murakami added, "And the golem that WKL created to protect the tomb were the gods who were exiled to become humans. Rest is the cemetery giant, but our dragon kind has exterminated all the cemetery giants." Cosmo's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. "You mean Puba Gaston made a pact with that dead god?" Kwaiken Theo lightly bowed her head and looked down at the ground. "It can't be like that. But if it wasn't VKL, there's no way to explain what happened." Jin spoke up. "Not only that, among the holy relics he created, it seems there is also an item that can find the person who has made a pact with the god." Murakami was dumbfounded. "What are you talking about? Unless the pact directly reveals its power, no one can know about the pact." Alyssa was surprised. "Don't tell me you found Uria too." Jin replied, "That's right. It seems they call that thing a compass. Luckily, it seems the function of that compass is not yet perfect, because they captured the dragon guard Lakai instead of Yuri." Kwaiken Theo crossed her arms and presented, "I see. They will definitely use the compass to find the contractor first, then use the divine magic stone to absorb them now. And this is also the reason why we have to get that compass. Next June, the Zippo family will return the compass to Kenzello." And Link looked up. "That time is our chance. We have to get the compass." Casmat this time curiously asked, "What do you want to do?" G answered seriously, "Until the Zippos return the compass, they will try to find as many fake packs as possible to investigate the matter. To be on the safe side, I should go to a safe place." Casm, after hearing this, immediately agreed. He's right. Holding 3 fake packs that don't belong to any larger army in Tychel is very dangerous. Kwaiken Theo suddenly spoke up. "We should leave here before the compass finds us." Jean agreed. "Yes, I will request the palace to protect us." "Well then, let's meet again in March at Bellado Manor. After that, we'll infiltrate the pirates' territory where they trade." Then Casm asked again, "So, where will you be in the meantime, Jin?" The Dark Dragon, sitting beside him, answered for him, "This kid has to go his own way." "Is there any place safer than the palace?" Casm exclaimed in surprise, and he let out a smug smile. "Of course, the safest place in the world." Rewinding a few hours earlier, the Dark Dragon had made a suggestion. "Kid, go to the land of the royals. I was planning to take you there anyway, so it's perfect timing." Jin was extremely surprised. The land of the royals. Julie sat stroking the black fur of Lord Cat while wondering, "The royals? Isn't that the legendary tribe that defeated all the beasts?" He replied with a satisfied expression, "That's right, Ban Rao." But Julie frowned with worry. "But they declined 5,000 years ago." Jean was also a bit suspicious. "How can I go to a land that has fallen into ruin? Does that place even exist?" Now the Dark Dragon jumped down to the floor with seriousness. "It still exists somewhere in the Micha Desert, the territory of the Beastmen. Oh my. When the 1,000-year-old pact is made, no one can go there. Even if a god descends, they can't." As if not understanding, Jean immediately said, "Explain it in a way I can understand." The Dark Dragon's face was proud. "Just understand that there is a pact between Soderat and the royal family. That is the land born only for the Kandon swordsman. A place that anyone who wants to become a true swordsman must visit. Go there." Very quickly, the scene shifted to the southern border of the Kingdom of Don, which lies between the border of the Beastman's territory and where I carried out my first mission. As a cadet to reach the Mitra Desert, I have to cross this mountain. But of course, if I risk climbing the mountain, I'll run into trouble. Jin had appeared here, observing his surroundings and thinking, although we're not close, should I try asking for their help? They are kind, but their instinct to avoid hunters is second only to that of the cat people. The Taivi tribe, those are the round and very cute Taivi. At this moment, a Taivi exclaimed in surprise, "You're the one from before. Poor thing. I remember at that time, when the kids met the three of them, Jin immediately said with pity, "You guys look like vagrants." Poor thing. Eat this, it's a gift, human. That Vi naively asked, "Huh, are you hungry again?" Jin immediately replied, "No." Jin held up the fish and the bag of food and smiled cheerfully. Bao said, "This time I've come to return the fish from last time." When he thong truck lamb fell silent, the Taivi gathered together and then slowly inched closer to Jin. A second later, the fish in Jin's hand had been moved back to its original position by them. After taking it, the Taivi tossed the fish into the air while cheering incessantly. After a while, Jin also spoke up and asked, "Is there a path that only you guys use to get there?" At this time, Jin and a Vi were walking in a tunnel. The surroundings were lit by glowing fluorescent stones. The two Vi asked and immediately replied, "The desert, Mitra, that place, where is it, do you know?" Jin said, "I've heard of it before. I'm planning to go and see." Hearing that, the Taivi paused, then with tension, "That place if you go, you'll lose your life. If it were me, I wouldn't go." Jin still decided to go and replied, "Thank you for your concern, but I can't just hide forever." The little Taivi at this point immediately said, "Go a little further. A large place will appear." "You're right. Did you guys dig this?" In front of the two of them now was a small waterfall and a magical cave. The little Taivi immediately replied, "No, the cat people dug it." Before the waterfall, he spoke in a broken voice, "Get water. Go through, and you'll reach the desert." Hearing this, Jin quickly took out a water bag and held it under the clear stream. After getting it, the two continued to walk in the cave. A moment later, they came to a place with yellow lights. Jin and Taivi stood amidst a group of mice sleeping soundly at the right time. His nose was a bubble. "Is this the Golden Dust tribe? This is the first time I've met them." At this time, a mouse was annoyed and questioned, "Hey, what are you doing? Why did you bring something like that here? We agreed that this path was only for us to use. You're breaking the rules. Why did you promise to keep your word, right, you?" "Oh, don't you think that's wrong? I know this is the first time, but Seeing the two little ones questioning each other, couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "They're so cute." At this time, the Taivi was a bit reluctant, but still gritted his teeth and took out a gold coin, saying, "Trust me, my friend. Here, he gave it to you. Take it, he's going to the Micha desert." As soon as the mouse received the gold coin, its eyes immediately lit up, and its face changed in an instant. "Wow. I believe him. Oh my god. You should have said so sooner." Then he quickly jumped 3 steps and 1 towards the gate with excitement. "I didn't realize a distinguished guest was coming. I will escort you," Jin curiously asked. "Does this door lead outside?" The Taivi started spelling again. "Yes, the door open. You will arrive at the grocery store. Outside is the market, Yuka. The Golden Dust tribe will lead the way, but they're very dirty, very dirty. Never mind. They're very reliable, honest, and don't cheat. I'll see you off here. Goodbye." After saying that, he turned and walked away. To watch him with a grateful expression. "Thanks for everything. Before we part, can I ask for your name?" He quickly turned back and replied, "I am the Dark Fire. I am happy to repeat, the Dark Fire of the Taivi tribe I am." But before he could introduce himself, the Dark Fire had already said, You don't need to say anything. I know Jean Zandel before, the cloak Vancanio. I've seen it before. You are the leader." Din happily continued, "Really, you won't tell anyone, will you?" The Dark Fire affirmed, "Don't worry, the Dark Fire is very tight-lipped." Then Jin placed his hand on his chest with reverence. "All right, then the next time we meet, as a Kandan citizen, I will repay you." After saying goodbye, Jin stood there waving as the Dark Fire walked away. A moment later, Jin entered a room and was warmly welcomed by a mouse. "Welcome, sir, to the Mitch's desert. I can guide you." He entered and replied, "I can go alone. Thank you for opening the door." At the same time, his hand nimbly flicked a gold coin into the mouse's hand, causing its eyes to light up again. After coming out the other side, the mouse bowed before the generous guest and said, "Please come again next time." And Jin walked straight on, putting on his scarf and thinking, the Tao Phut tribe is truly reliable and honest. A moment later, he entered a market and heard shouts of vendors. Come on. The Yuka market has everything. To the tall customer over there, "Please come in and take a look." And Jean had noticed a person leaning against a wall in a dark alley. The other person was also covered in a scarf. He spoke up, "I'm going to the Mitra desert. I need a reliable guide." Found it. Guy's blue eyes looked up and asked. At this moment, the dog's head appeared. It looked down arrogantly, silently. Then it cut to another scene, this time in a vast desert. Under a scorching sun that felt like it was peeling off people's skin, Jin and the person he just met were standing before the entrance to the Great Mitra Desert. Jin at this point was wrestling with his dog's head and said, "Thank you. Thanks to you, I arrived quickly and safely." A moment later, after completing his mission, the dog's head turned and went back, leaving only Din to continue heading forward, towards the land of the royals, the place where the swordlight is passed down. If I die here, even the authorities won't be able to find me. Then he walked alone on this lifeless path. The Great Mitra Desert. The vast desert surrounds the center of the land of the beastmen. Long ago, somewhere in this mysterious underworld, there were countless gold, civilizations, and resources. This was once a place that explorers always wanted to conquer. However, even the native monsters could not find this underworld, and stepping through the Great Mitra Desert is suicide. Seeking death, the most remote place on the continent. Moreover, no one has ever survived after setting foot in this desert. Jin walked alone in the hot desert, still calmly calculating. The sword's shadow is here. The guardian of the shadow sword, the Myeongwang clan, 5,000 years ago. They were the mythical tribe that maintained peace for the monsters during the Golden Age. Cut to a conversation between Jin and the Dark Dragon. What? They disappeared in one night. He immediately replied, yes, they were very arrogant. They did not believe in the power of the gods, so they made a mistake in challenging the holy gods. You've witnessed the power of the demon stone, right? Di frowned and affirmed, yes. An old, fake primeval stone, just as strong. The power of the primeval stone was created by a god, strong enough to slaughter them in just one day. Hearing that, Diane exclaimed in astonishment, impossible. The Dark Dragon continued, but not all the gods turned their backs on them. There was one god who took pity on them. Julie at this point also chimed in, he is Sodaret. The Dark Dragon quickly changed his expression. With a serious face and a cute expression, he rubbed against Jin and praised. Exactly, Ban Rao. You're so knowledgeable. After that, he continued. Sodaret saved a few people from the Myeongwang clan and made a pact with them. I don't know what that pact was, but besides them, you can't learn how to use the shadow sword from anyone else. Tima also learned from them. Jin was once again shocked by this truth. Tema, the lamp of the lamp. Although he was the first head of the Kandin family, very few records of him remain, because the Zippo tribe wiped them out. Of all the records about Tima, he was the founder of the family and the greatest hero. But he doesn't even have a tombstone in the Sword Art Garden. If I meet the Myeongwang home clan, maybe I'll get to hear stories about the first family head. Returning to the present, Jin was walking alone in the desert, calculating. Very quickly, it was already dark. Jin took shelter under a giant skeleton, made a fire, and rested. A day had passed. The next day, he continued his solitary trek across the hot, sandy expanse. 2 days had passed, and then another night fell. Jin bit into a piece of dry food to keep his strength up. Then quickly to the next day, he continued on his way. I can feel the desert air on my entire body. It's probably easier to fight a strong opponent. Walking alone through this desert requires a lot of courage. In this place, there's only me and nature. I'm fighting with myself. Very quickly, a month had passed. On December 1st, 1796, I haven't eaten or drunk anything for a while now. Finally, I realized that death here is also a natural thing. The dry skeletons were half buried in the sand. Jin at this point had become more gaunt and a little worry rose. My footprints are also disappearing. I can't even go back. Then he reassured himself. I have to endure it. I've never felt so desperate. Suddenly at this moment, two people appeared behind Jin and spoke in unison. We finally see you. Jin, stunned, glanced back with tired eyes. In the midst of the sandstorm, the dark figures spoke one after another. You don't know how much I wanted to see you. Like you. Our time at the main building is clearly boring. Diane quickly gripped the sword at his waist. The two who appeared were the twin brothers. Both of them had a playful expression and continued in unison. Long time no see, little brother. He was suspicious of the truth before his eyes. The Tona brothers. Am I hallucinating? All right, Detona, holding a knife, excitedly charged forward and challenged. Show us your skills. The blade of his sword cut deep into the sand. Detona's face was like a demon's as he used all his strength to swing his sword at Jin. He quickly raised his sword to block. The two large and small swords clashed, and Jin couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This sword strike is so heavy. While Jin was having a hard time fighting with Detona, another sword had already struck. He followed with an arrogant voice. You're surprised, aren't you? Dai, seeing that blade sweep by, gritted his teeth and leaned back to dodge it. My instincts can feel it. If I don't block or dodge it, I'll definitely be cut. Heitona's face was also contorted just like his twin brother's, a demonic smile on his face. We waited until you were exhausted to realize something was wrong. This isn't a normal illusion, Songhin, while trying to fight the two of them, spoke up. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, so it has to be like this. My brothers. As he spoke, he jumped far away and fled. These two brothers, while chasing after him, replied, It's precisely because we haven't seen each other in a long time that we're like this. Little brother. At this time, the tip of the sword had almost reached Jin's neck. They're too fast. Jin swung his sword and deflected the other attack. Why aren't you happy? Immediately, Detona went crazy and swung his sword down. Heath, I'm over here. Dai quickly glanced back with sharp, cold eyes. He immediately fell back and dodged the sinister sword strike. Mayan simultaneously unleashed a counterattack. After a few exchanges, Jin analyzed in his heart. They coordinate very well, compensating for each other's weaknesses. But that's all there is to it. Then a sword strike was unleashed, followed by a stream of hot blood. My brothers. At this moment, a weapon was about to swing down on Jin's neck. But Jin had already swung his sword back and knocked the other attack away. Suddenly, that whip wrapped around Jin's sword blade. He thought further. There's no strong move. He used all his strength to swing. Friends, try to create a powerful sword for me. Haitona was extremely panicked as she was swung through the air by Din's strength. Jin remembered the past again. Were they this strong back then? Damn it, even though these two are so weak, I still have to kneel before them. Remembering those unhappy memories, Jin felt a surge of indignation and threw a punch. I've always wanted to knock them both out. Immediately, a powerful blow was struck down. A large sand explosion on the desert of Fapja. A moment later, as the faint smoke cleared, the twin brothers were struggling pathetically in pain. When the two of them saw the person standing before them, they were extremely panicked. But why? Jin stood there, holding his sword with a deep expression. Haitona, sweating profusely, was terrified. You, little brother. Both of them tried to beg. Wait, I'm sorry, spare us this time. Jin questioned himself again. Am I being lenient? He remembered the happy memories from before, when the two brothers had happily welcomed him when they saw him appear. Little brother, are you okay? Why did you do that? Father said he would spare you. Could it be? Do I hope this relationship will be different from my past life? Din bit his lip and looked down, not knowing what to do. But he still made the cruelest decision. His sword-wielding hand emitted a stream of dark aura. But I have to cut them. Then it will get better. Jin swung his sword high, because swirling around him was that dark aura. Detona, seeing this, roared in fury. You bastard. Heitona also added with hatred. How can you accept our little brother? Damn it. And Jin continued. I carried the blood of the gradually lamp blackened. Then he decisively swung his sword down. Some time later, the sun had gradually set. A muttering sound echoed, disappear. Jin stood there with a rare, bewildered expression. Why? His lips were dry and gradually losing their vitality. It was the two corpses of the twin brothers, unclear whether they were illusions or real. Still lying there, Dian questioned himself. Why haven't they disappeared yet? A day has passed, and my brothers still haven't disappeared. Perhaps they are not. Akarazak, Jin, after a while of waiting, decided to build two graves. Songin carefully held, placing the long weapon down. The story is over. Dian turned and walked away towards the horizon. Suddenly at this moment, someone appeared with a strange dark aura. The person was shrouded in that dark aura and spoke. That's right. Killing your own flesh and blood is a very painful thing. But how many of your siblings will suffer like you now if you don't do it? The person touched the weapon stuck in the grave. Immediately, the sword gradually disappeared. You made a very wise decision in choosing a child like that. The day after the red. After that, the person disappeared again into the deadly desert. Everything returned to normal. Very quickly, the net had been hung high. Jin sat alone, leaning against a rock. He sat there silently, looking extremely gaunt. Suddenly, a scorpion crawled near Jin's foot. He opened his eyes and looked down below. Then he decisively picked up the giant scorpion. Without a moment's hesitation, he put it in his mouth and devoured it. If it weren't for the 100 poison-resistant wine, eating this would be very dangerous. I wonder if Sister Iona is all right now. My other siblings. The confused image of the twin brothers appeared in Jin's memory. Suddenly he coughed, cough, the most disgusting thing in the world. Then Jin tilted the water bag down again. But what flowed out was only a tiny, shimmering drop of water. His eyes gradually closed as if he had lost hope. The next morning, Jin threw the water bag and then continued on his way. There's really nothing. At all. December 11, 1796. I wonder how much time has passed. I don't know. Jin just trudged aimlessly through the desert. I just walk and walk. But what's the point of walking? I can't even remember why I'm here anymore. From the beginning, did I come here just to kill my siblings? Then finally, both of Jin's knees gave out. Suddenly, at this moment, someone's footsteps appeared and approached. The person came before Jin, holding a staff in one hand and a water bag in the other. The person held out the water bag in front of Jin, but Jin suddenly grabbed the other person's wrist. His movements were still nimble as he pulled out a small dagger and held it to the other's throat. Then he questioned, "Who are you?" This person also quickly spoke up. "The first time we met, you also greeted me with a knife. You still haven't changed at all." This voice, Din, after hearing it, froze in astonishment. Impossible. The person at this point took off their hooded cloak and continued, "But of course, your skills at that time were nothing compared to now." Dai realized this and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Master Valeria." Valeria smiled gently and sweetly. "Hello, my disciple. This is Valeria to Esther, the sole heir of the 2 Esther family, a 7-star mage, and my master in my past life. She was the first to tell me, the most foolish of the Candon family, that I had talent. She was the one who helped me continue to live. She was my savior and my trusted companion. The first time I met my master was when I was wandering everywhere. After the Candon family had exiled me, Jean really couldn't believe what was before his eyes. But that was all that happened in my past life. I had never met her in this life of mine. How? Then suddenly, Jean looked around again. When did I get here? He was extremely confused as he found himself in a place full of life with lots of grass and trees. The hot, deadly desert scene from before had disappeared. Then Jean took a deep breath to calm down. No. The master's appearance now is the same as the last time I saw her in my past life. She's 2 years younger than me, so this doesn't make sense. After calming down a bit, Jean began to speak. Valeria, no, master. I think you're the second illusion I've seen. Valeria didn't deny it and continued. Yes, it seems so. Then she handed him the water bag and said, Here, drink. But Jean decisively refused. No, master. If I want to drink that water, I need to fight you. Valeria still threw the water bag to Jean, but with contempt. That's right. You're planning to fight me in that state. My first blow alone is more than enough to kill you. Jin was extremely helpless and exclaimed, Why does it have to be you and not someone else? Is there really no other way? Valeria remained calm and smiled in praise. You should know better than anyone else. You've become stronger after your rebirth. Your will is even stronger than mine, my disciple. So drink up. You should be ready to fight me. As she spoke, she seriously released her own power. But on the side, Jean, while pulling the plug on the water bag, asked himself, What am I to you? Valeria nonchalantly replied, You are my only disciple. I hope you will not disappoint me. Jin replied without any expression. If it really was you, would you also say the same thing? She narrowed her eyes with a bit of annoyance. If it really was her, she would love you even more than this. Maybe she would even kiss your forehead. He who had now drunk the water continued, It's like listening to myself say it. So, I don't really feel very comfortable. Hearing that, Valeria's eyes narrowed dangerously, and she reminded him. Well then, don't ask anymore. Defeat me and move forward. You can use anything you want. Sword, dark energy. But Jean had already slammed his sword into the ground and refused. I don't need a sword, do I? Valeria calmly said, You have become more arrogant since the last time we met. You will regret this. Jin just silently replied, I would regret it even more if I used a sword to defeat you, a stranger. You taught me all my magic, and you will continue to do so. Jin's dark power also began to surge violently. Jin, stop releasing your power like a god of death. You taught me all my magic, and you will continue to do so. At this moment, a giant pillar of lightning erupted from Valeria's direction. Well, I really like this reckless side of you. You should prepare yourself, my disciple. She raised her scepter as if summoning her power. Bolts of lightning, large and small, rained down one after another. Those bolts of lightning were all targeted and shot in one direction, while people looked up at the sky. Before that surge of power came crashing down, Jin quickly dashed to another side to dodge. But at this moment, those lightning bolts transformed into a strangely shaped spear. That spear relentlessly chased after Jin. Is that a thunder spear? She really wants to kill me, he thought. Then gritted his teeth and reached out to create a magic circle, but even so, He couldn't completely avoid the impact of that spear. I've sparred with Master over 100 times, but I've never won once. Even so, there's never been a time when Master truly wanted to kill me. While thinking, Jin tried to withstand those deadly attacks. Valeria, on the other side, was still calmly creating lightning spears and spoke. You're good at dodging. Meanwhile, he calmly analyzed. Each of those spears contains the power of 7-star magic, but with Master's current mana, she won't be able to continue using them. Then Valeria seemed to realize it, looking at his eyes. It seems you finally decided to fight seriously, haven't you? Are you analyzing how much mana I have left, disciple? This is your last chance. Pick up your sword, or you will really die. But then Jin took out a glowing object in his hand and replied, whether the first die or not, we will only know after this battle is over, Master. Valeria's eyes narrowed dangerously upon seeing that object, mana reflux. It seems you found a new master. Then she became furious, unleashing her power as if to interrogate him. You said I was your only master. Yet this is all you can do. Jin replied with a cold expression, I have nothing more to say to you. Then he pursed his lips and thought to himself, she's intentionally saying those things to hurt me. That's right, she's that kind of person. Once she's determined to kill someone, she'll stop at nothing. With my current reflux burst, I can't even absorb the mana from one of those thunder spears. Then Jin spoke up, you won't be disappointed, while inwardly figuring things out. The only way is heavenly reflux. I need to buy time. I will use the methods you taught me to fight. He reassured himself. I have to hold on. Valeria waved her hand dismissively. I'm looking forward to it. Immediately after, another pillar of power struck the spot where Jin was standing. Luckily, he had quickly jumped to another side to dodge it. I need 3 minutes to complete the heavenly reflux. Of course, Master will be several steps ahead of me. She just kept launching those spears. But I am also your disciple. Jin was having a hard time dealing with so many attacks. Master will launch her next attack. Jin dug his foot into the sand to maintain his balance. At that moment, Jin suddenly leaped away. Because Valeria had created a golden magic circle. Inside were flames and crisscrossing chains, looking incredibly powerful. Jin was now sliding across the sand to dodge, but couldn't help but be alarmed. The magic circle can reach this far. Damn. Then finally, unable to escape, Jin was caught by a chain from the magic circle. Then his hands were also caught. She can't possibly have enough mana to both cast such a large magic circle and maintain those 5 spears. Jin screamed in agony as the binding chains burned him. Gakf. So that's how it is. Among the 5 spears, the number that actually contained mana at that moment, the sharp spears shot forward. But just then, a blue stream of power appeared. There must be only one. Valeria saw the stream of power and the sparkling feathers floating by and exclaimed with excitement, wow, it's Tess. At that moment, Tess appeared majestically beside Jin. The chains on his body had also cracked. Valeria spoke again, but disciple, in your current state, how long do you think you can hold on? Jin, now enveloped in Tess's cool power, thought to himself, that's right. With the mana I have left, I can't last much longer. But I just need a little more time. Having made his decision, that surge of power swirled once again. That stream of power enveloped Valeria's magic circle. Before the clash of the 2 powers, Valeria smiled gently. Tess was temporarily bound by those red chains. She was just tied up like that, and then struggled for a long time. A moment later, Tess transformed. A more powerful form of energy. Jin was still in control. He silently uttered, thanks, Tess. That blue power coiled inward, together into a swirling vortex. Valeria looked up. A moment later, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, then she spoke, you probably know this. Mana reflux. It only happens to those who aren't good at controlling mana. What are you hiding, disciple? The aura around Valeria became dangerous again. Jin looked even more haggard than before and replied, I'm not hiding anything. I've lost. There's nothing more I can do. Just think about it. Right now I'm also using a huge amount of mana. How can I withstand heavenly reflux while using as many types of magic as you? You're right. No one else could do it. But don't come any closer. You're definitely still up to something, she said while creating spears wrapped in chains. Over here, Jin's feet were being burned to the flesh in that lava flow. You know, I've never lied to you, not once. Valeria saw him approaching and shouted loudly, stop. If you take one more step, I will have to attack with my full strength. Following that were swirling sigils forged from power. Her power appeared in the air. Jin was still reaching out with a trembling hand, pleading, Valeria, I want to see you one last time. A sharp sword tip pierced straight into Jin's chest, accompanied by a shout. I told you to stop. Jin gritted his teeth, his heart set, just one chance. He tried to duck to avoid the heavenly reflux orb. Just a tool, the monsters in the air. The sky seemed to be gradually swallowing Jin's reflux stream. To find the real spear, at this moment those dragons shot forward. In their mouths was the spear Jin was searching for. The whole group rushed towards Jin to attack. He had now transformed into his combat armor. He used his agility to weave and dodge. But because there were too many, Jin couldn't avoid being chased, hitting a few spots, with both strong and weak blows. A moment later, a dragon holding a particularly vicious spear appeared. Valeria had her arms outstretched, pouring her power into this attack. A brilliant slash came down. She looked like a god of death determined to kill Jin. The dragon grew larger and larger, its power becoming even greater. At this moment, Jin took out the item, a small sword containing a dark power. Rin decisively swung once into the air. He threw that sword straight ahead towards his opponent. Valeria's eyes widened in shock. The reason I said I wouldn't use Bradamani, this final attack. La Vidin. I imitated Master's method of deceiving the opponent and making them lower their guard at all costs. She was pierced through by the power of the sword. Fresh blood flowed endlessly from Valeria's body. This is my way of showing you respect, Master. On this side, Jin gritted his teeth, having to make such a decision. After that final attack, a large cloud of smoke erupted into the air. On Valeria's side, she was in pain, clutching her wound and asking, "So this is why you didn't use a sword from the beginning, huh?" Jin bowed his head to rest and replied, "Because I know you very well." Valeria continued, "You've gotten stronger. I'm proud of you, my beloved disciple." Suddenly, Jin froze as he sensed something. Valeria had now released a power that surrounded her body. Jin quickly knelt down to steady his body, the surge of power making his cloak flutter. "Ever since my power returned, I've been able to feel it. All of that was just an illusion. In my past life, she and magic were all I had. I was very serious in that finishing blow, because if I wasn't, I wouldn't have been able to win. That's why I'm in a million times more pain." Jin suffered, tears streaming down his face. "I killed my only master with my own hands." A moment later, he was transported back to the desert. Everything that had just happened had vanished. The scene changes to another space, where Jin slowly opens his eyes. He was astonished to see himself standing in a place filled with swords. Is this just another illusion? In the distance, a beam of light appeared, and within it was a human figure. Jin tried to stand firm against the surge of power. "Father? No, that's not my father. That's..." The aura from that person grew thicker and thicker, this incredible pressure. Jin also gathered his dark power, but against the other person's immense power, he still struggled to fight back. In the end, Jin was still suppressed by that power and forced to his knees. His pupils contracted as he exclaimed in shock, "He's too strong." His cheeks puffed out as if he were holding something in his mouth. "How come?" Jin spat out a large mouthful of blood, feeling like just a tiny creature standing before a god. Is he trying to make me kneel? If I were going to do that, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. You're just a human like me. Jin used all his strength, wanting to get up until he reached that place. I just need to keep moving forward, and take him down. He finally managed to stand up. Luckily, he grimaced due to the immense pressure. This is my purpose, yet Jin still tried to push forward. The other person was still standing there, witnessing his struggle, and gave a slight smile. Suddenly, a woman exclaimed in shock, "The Zyrma. Did you just smile?" She observed the person through a white screen. "Did you really just smile?" The woman emerged from the white screen and touched Zyrma, but couldn't. Her entire body passed through Zyrma. Zyrma continued to stand there. "No, for sure. You just smiled. I haven't seen that smile in 1,000 years. I have longed to see it." "Why? Why did you smile at that kid?" On this side, Jin was still pushing through the pressure, taking one step at a time. "I'll cut him down. I'll cut him down. I will cut him down," he kept telling himself. Suddenly, the woman's voice rang out again. "That child. That's right. I also think that child is worth looking forward to. His will is incredibly strong. When he killed his own brothers with his own hands, even though he is killing his own master with his own hands." He was sad, but no hesitation at all. She turned to look. "Hey Zyrma, he's good. Stop testing him." The sword stuck in the sand was now lifted. Immediately, countless sword energy slashes were unleashed like arcs, all aimed at Jin. Jin, who was full of fighting spirit, was knocked back by that overwhelming power. The woman was terrified. "Zyrma, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill him?" "The test is over." She tried to speak up for Jin. "Zyrma, sir." Zyrma had also turned to look and smiled. The woman turned back in astonishment, then saw a footstep that had crossed the barrier. Then there was the image of Jin gritting his teeth in pain, trying to push through the white screen. Now she finally exclaimed, "I understand. You think he's like that person, don't you? All right, I'll continue to observe." The woman gradually faded away. "The child that made you smile. Let's see how much he can grow." Zyrma now raised his hand, creating a surge of dark power. Immediately, those swords were pulled up by that power, creating a tremor. Those swords were drawn by Zyrma, flew into the air, then headed towards Jin. As soon as Jin stepped through the white screen, he was met with a rain of swords. The swords flew past Jin, making him unable to defend himself anymore. His body thrown back by that surge of power. Even though he was in so much pain that he was covered in injuries, he still stubbornly shouted, "I won't stop. I will go there to defeat you, even if it means I have to kill my brothers and my master." Jin regained his balance and continued to walk forward. Jin roared in fury, "No matter who they are, they would do the same. That is my will." At the end of the scream, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Jin. The thing that allows the first and last swings to be identical, even after 10,000 times. Jin's eyes turned white, veins popping on his face as he swung his sword down. "I am a member of the Cannon family. No matter what stands in my way, then I will destroy it." Jin decisively cleaved with that powerful sword strike. When he brought that old axe down, space seemed to want to split in two. But when it was over, Jin couldn't see Zyrma anymore. Did he disappear before I could cut him? Zyrma, he still gritted his teeth. He bit down so hard that one of his teeth shattered and fell out. Da. Jin threw his head back and roared at the sky, "I'll take you down." Suddenly, Zyrma's voice spoke, startling Jin. "Wrong. Think carefully. The reason you are here." Hearing that, Jin wondered again. "The reason I'm here, huh? Hey kid, go to the royal territory." He remembered those words and then realized with a start, I came to meet the royal family and learn the aura sword." But where did that sound come from? Was it also an illusion? He looked around in confusion. Then he remembered Hook Long's reminder, "When the third illusion ends, release your dark energy. If you do that, you will meet the royal family." I forgot. He thought back to it again. In the recent battles, the illusion of teeth, along with the twin brothers, and my master, had to appear 3 times. Well, while crossing the desert, I couldn't stay conscious. Since the third illusion had ended, he brought out the dark energy in his hand. I have to release my dark energy. Will I get to meet the royal family? After telling himself that, Jin's body relaxed and he released that dark power. The scene changes to some time later. Everything is still as quiet as before, leaving Jin confused. It's been a while, but nothing has happened yet. Was it just a legend? No. There's no way Murakami would give me false information. Could it be the voice I heard earlier? Was that not an illusion? He stood up and headed in one direction. It came from somewhere around here. Jinzer still held the sword firmly. Then he raised his hand and swung the sword again. Immediately, another sword stroke split the space in two. After the sword strike split open, a figure appeared on the other side of the curtain. Jin quickly looked up cautiously. That person spoke with a playful expression. "Oh, Solo Direct's contractor doesn't disappoint me." "You passed," he said, giving a thumbs up as a sign of praise. Jin exclaimed in confusion, "What?" Tanio then explained, "I don't know what Soderets was thinking, but the only condition for recognition is to show fighting spirit until the very end. But you did more than that. You even cut through Soderets' barrier. This is truly surprising." Tantheo laughed excitedly while patting Jin's head. Jin continued, "So, are you playing with me?" He swung out an attack in anger. The sword energy slashes were unleashed not like an arc. "I like this the most." Tanio didn't hesitate to express his fondness. "You are completely different from the humans in my memory. My name is Tanio. I've been waiting for you for 1,000 years. Child of Soddard. Welcome, I am Prarosa." After the introductions, the two of them fought for a long time. At the end of the fight, Tan followed Jin to a fortress. Jin was utterly shocked when he saw the scene below. This is the territory of the royal family. Tanel smiled and handed over a water flask, saying, "La Prarosa. This city is considered a dark place by humans. You tried very hard to get here." Du was momentarily at a loss for words, so he temporarily took a swig. A moment later, he spat out everything he had just put in his mouth. "What the hell is this?" "This is alcohol." He was obviously very annoyed. Tantal was still smiling brightly and teasing. How about that? Wide awake now, right? That's crystal liquor made from refined diamonds. It helps you recover your spirit and physical strength. At this point, Jin's body had also transformed, emitting a faint healing aura. He could also feel it himself and marveled inwardly. It's true. It feels like my head has been cleared. Parental spoke cryptically again. You should recover your energy before going to see your brothers. Hearing this, he asked with the question mark, brothers. A while later, the two of them entered the city. Jin observed his surroundings and thought, the city and its inhabitants have such a high standard of living. No one would think it was built 1,000 years ago. I understand why so many adventurers search for this land. The golden buildings are splendid and luxurious, and every door was studded with jewels. Then Jin asked curiously, Tanio, what kind of gems are those on your chest and on the door decorations? Tantheo touched the stone on his chest and kindly explained, they are not just decorations. They are our hearts. If the owner of the house is still alive, the gem attached to it will shine. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, hearts, now that I think about it. Even though we've walked for a while, I haven't seen anyone from the royal family except for Tanteo, and none of the gems are shining. Then Jin asked again, how many royals live here? Tanteo thought for a moment, then answered, 77, including the war god and the 12 head kings. Jin was surprised once again. So few. The god of war and the 12 head kings. Tano laughed again and said, they are the ones who will pass on the Aura sword to you as Sword Red's contractor. Everyone is waiting for you. Kimura. Jin was lost in confusion at this. Finally, the two arrived in front of a magnificent structure. Tanel introduced, we're here. This is the temple of the war god, where the Aura sword will be passed down to you. True to its name, it symbolizes the god of war. Jin felt the pressure from it and couldn't help but be shocked. What terrifying energy. The pressure is similar to when I stood before Zaire Ma. If I hadn't overcome the 3 illusions, I wouldn't be able to move. At this moment, Tanel spoke up to remind him, if I could give you one piece of advice before you step inside, you should be careful with your words to your brothers. Unlike Soddard, they don't care about you. He showed a rare seriousness. At that moment, a burst of light erupted. He's here. Then a voice rang out. The people inside greeted him one by one as they saw him appear. Haha, you look cute. How old are you? Have you eaten yet? What's your favorite food? What do you think of La Perosa? Tantheo smiled and replied, haha, brother, come on, I've told you so many times you shouldn't. Suddenly, a girl dressed, or boldly rushed towards Jin, curious, oh, it's you. Our disciple has arrived. This muscular girl's expression was incredibly excited. It's been 1,000 years since Zaire Ma left, 1,000 years. Jin was utterly shocked by this chaotic atmosphere. He was startled as the muscular girl lifted him onto her shoulder. Wow, she's so strong. While the girl's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, you can't go see the war god with this dirty body. Who will bathe the second disciple in history? Hearing that, Jin exclaimed in horror. What? Who needs you? I can do it myself. But everyone was already clamoring excitedly to volunteer. Me. Let me do it, me. Give me a chance. But the muscular girl came up with another game. Let's use rock, paper, scissors to decide. The last one standing wins. Therefore, from outside the building, shouts of rock, paper, scissors could be heard. Scissors, again, rock, paper, scissors. Very quickly, no longer in that noisy space, Jean was bathing alone in a small, simple bath. Remembering that time, Belize said excitedly, a human who knows how to bathe cleanly. It's hard to believe, but I'll choose to trust you this time. You have to wash out every single grain of sand from your body. Jean couldn't help but rub his forehead in frustration, thinking, just what era is their perception of humans stuck in? I was almost. Oh well, 1,000 years since the era of Lord Zaire Ma, huh? People from that time really wouldn't know what bathing is. Then he leaned back against the edge of the tub and continued to ponder. But are all the members of the royal family this big and strong? Bodies blessed by the gods. It's not for nothing that they are called the warrior race. The scene changes to outdoors. Jin has finished bathing and is wearing clothes appropriate for the culture here. A voice of praise rings out. Very good, you've bathed very cleanly, and our traditional attire suits you well. The one who praised him was Tanel. For a moment, he felt speechless and thought to himself, I never thought I'd be praised for knowing how to bathe myself. Tanel then said, you won't need the clothes you were wearing before, so we burn them all. Jin spoke up, so now I'll get to meet the war god and the king of combat, the ones who will pass the aura sword to me. Tanio turned around and gave a sly smile in response. Now we're going to the temple. The brothers of the fighting kings you met earlier are also waiting there. You can't bring weapons in there, so remember to give them to the brothers. They'll hold them for you. After walking and talking for a while, the two of them entered the main hall. As Jin walked, he observed the person next to him. Tantio's heart is shining more brightly now. Before, when he was with the other members of the royal family, it didn't shine as much. Is it because of the influence of the war god in the temple? The two of them now stood before a large door. Tanteo put on his playful demeanor again and reminded him, once you've entered the temple, you can only answer what you're asked. The brothers of the war god only need to say one word to send you back. You have to be careful with your words and actions. This time it's for real. Jin couldn't help but feel a little helpless. You're saying that again. Alright, just open the door. Then the door slowly opened, and a brilliant light from inside shone out. And appearing inside were the brothers and sisters from earlier, standing there, lined up on both sides, with a glowing figure seated in the highest position in the middle. Jin silently exclaimed in his heart, so this is the source. A power I felt while standing outside the war god's shrine. 12. Then the names of everyone were gradually listed. 7th Fighting King Belize, 8th Fighting King Gammon, 9th Fighting King Baba, 3rd King of Combat Palam, 2nd King of Combat Limora, 1st King of Combat Banirok, the King of Combat and the 10th King of Combat who rules souls, 11th Fighting King Nada, 12th Fighting King T2, 6th King of Combat Danfia, 5th King of Combat Borax, 4th King of Combat Linfa, and the person sitting in the highest position is the war god, who looked smaller than the other members of the royal family, but when his essence completely overwhelmed the 12 head kings. That's right, this is the true successor of the aura sword. Jin was standing below, his body emitting a dark aura, when suddenly a voice rang out. How strange. The war god looked down at Jin and remarked, your appearance is completely different from Zairma, but your energy is very similar to his. At this moment, 1st Fighting King Panirok spoke up. It must be so. His energy is similar to Zairma. 2nd Fighting King Lumora also added, but I wonder if he can become a greater warrior than him. 11th Fighting King Nada looked disdainful. It's hard to find a warrior who can satisfy us like Zairma did. Shouldn't we not expect much? But the 7th Fighting King Belize cheerfully interjected. But anyway, after 1,000 years, only he has made it here, so that means he's a qualified Vestal. Jin stood there being judged by everyone, pursing his lips and thinking, is that the Fighting King I met earlier? Is she speaking up for me? I'm grateful to her. But it seems most of them just see me as Zairma's shadow. That's understandable, but I have no intention to let myself be treated as a substitute. After thinking for a moment, Jin spoke up. Don't you all think you're paying too much attention to my ancestor? My name is not the heir, but Jin Junkanen. The 10th Fighting King Kaio, upon hearing him say that, became fierce and shouted, you disrespectful brat. You are not to speak unless addressed by the brothers of the war god. But the war god at this time reached out her hand to interrupt. Enough. Immediately, the 10th Fighting King Kion pursed his lips and fell silent, his heart glowing. Then she said to Jin, that's right, you are Jin Zankanden. We have talked too much about things that happened in the past and forgotten that. There is a new heir here. My name is Ban. We don't use honorifics like humans, so you can just call me Ban. But until everyone in the royal family recognizes you, only then can you become one of our brothers. Dying calmly replied, I understand, while calculating in his mind. Just by looking at their faces, I know they will never acknowledge me. Those who have already shown their attitude will be easy to deal with. The problem here is the Fighting Kings that I can't read. Get their emotions. The war god was the same. Ban just looked down with a cold expression. Then she continued, the succession ceremony will begin tomorrow. Before then, you are not allowed to use your sword here. Instead, use this sword, she said and threw the sword down. Dai looked at the falling sword in astonishment, exclaimed in my heart, the war god's sword. He quickly raised his hand to catch it. A sword used by a war god looked so ordinary. Suddenly his eyes showed clear focus. It's absorbing my spiritual energy. He was extremely confused as his power was continuously being drained. You again, he explained, it's called the aura draining sword. You've probably never experienced the feeling of having your aura drained from your body, have you? Jin gave a thrilled smile in response. This feeling is indeed very strange. While marveling inwardly, the more I try to make it stop, the more fiercely it absorbs my spiritual energy. You went on, your ancestor, Zairma, overcame the soul-devouring sword quite quickly. You'll be able to do it too, won't you? Just like when you proudly declared your full name. Jindu Thing Kim still wore a sly, confident smile and said, I'll show you the results soon. Though he couldn't help but worry inwardly. This is trouble. That's enough for today. Everyone go back. After finishing, Ban dismissed everyone. Suddenly, the 7th Fighting King Belizer stayed behind to offer a suggestion. War God, I think it's still too early for the second heir to face the aura-draining sword. You asked back. Why do you think so? Colleen explained. After mastering the first step of the aura sword, Zyrma was able to overcome the soul-stealing sword, and at that time he was already over 20 years old. But the 8th Fighting King Gammon refuted. That's enough, Belize. I understand why you want to protect the first heir to appear in 1,000 years. But do you think the war god doesn't know that? This is completely inappropriate. 7th Fighting King Belize was about to argue angrily, but Baleen interrupted. It's been 1,000 years since he passed away. In this land, time has stopped, but in the outside world, that is not the case. We are the heirs with the duty to pass on the aura sword. It is also our duty to check whether the bloodline of the Zenkenden clan has grown stronger than it was 1,000 years ago. Very quickly, the next day arrived. Jean was holding his sword with a haggard look when a voice called out, "Sleep well." Jean Lankenden. He had huge dark circles under his eyes and didn't look happy. Because my spirit energy was drained, I couldn't sleep a wink all night. Being tormented by the soul sword is so tiring, there's no spirit energy left in my body. The person who appeared was the 8th Fighting King Gammon. He introduced himself. I am the 8th Sword King, Gammon. I will be the first to teach you. Diane just plainly said, "Oh, you're the one I met at the gate." Ong Talin said, "That's right, I heard you bathed by yourself. It seems a lot of time has passed. You look very clean, although you don't look so good right now." Hearing these words, Jin couldn't help but feel speechless and didn't know what to say for a moment. Then Bato, Vuong Gammon continued, "Before we begin training, there's one thing I need to confirm. I still haven't acknowledged you, Jin." Once again, he asked a question. A while later, the two appeared in the training arena. Gammon ordered Jin, "Swing this sword 10,000 times. Can you swing this sword 10,000 times?" His tone was extremely strict. "Prove it to me. If you can't do it, then you can't learn anything from me." Jin just chuckled after hearing that. Some time later, the counting grew louder and louder. 2,000, 2,500, 3,000. Zin continuously swung his sword while counting like that. Then, in a flash, the count reached 5,000 again. The sword swings were incredibly powerful. 6,500. Look. At that time the Fighting Kings had already looked down. 7,400. Everyone on guard had to be amazed at this. Hey. 8,000. The whole group that was training had to stop and look down. Really? It's already the 8,000th time. No way, it looks like you're really going to do this. Below, Jean was still diligently swinging his sword 9,001 times. The curse from my previous life, when I was untalented in swordsmanship, has been lifted. And now, in this life, I am reborn into a family of swordsmanship. Use the eyes in your mind to see. For those who live by using the blade, remembering Luna's reminder, achieving the mind's eye is more important than anything else. Absolutely do not open your eyes. With the teachings from Sister Luna, the moment Jin trained with that iron ball, this is the pure training that any pure-blooded Lankenden must go through. It is training to ensure that every slash is like the first. 10,000. He used all his strength for this final blow for me. This is just a normal test. If the purpose was to scare me, then you were wrong, 8th Sword King Gammon. Gammon witnessed this scene and couldn't help but sweat profusely, marveling in his heart. I didn't expect you to actually do this. Even for a Lankenden, it's rare for someone to complete this perfectly. I never thought of this situation. Cheers also rang out. It's really like that. How did you do it so fast? You are truly the successor after 1,000 years. Now Jin's eyes are tearing up to relieve the pressure as he speaks. Gamoon, are you there? Why aren't you saying anything? Gammon stroked his beard and laughed with satisfaction. Ha, that's amazing. Not only did you swing the sword with the same force, but I also didn't expect you to finish so quickly. But Jean bluntly said, "No. What I want to hear is not such half-hearted praise." He then asked seriously, "So what do you want me to say?" He then replied, "Admit that I am ready to receive your teachings." Upon hearing this, King Gammon was momentarily bewildered. Then he crossed his arms and declared, "Very well, I admit it. You will learn from me, Gammon, one of the 3 sword kings of the clan, the Underworld King. You are ready to learn the secret of the soul sword." The cheers from the kids continued. Amazing, truly magnificent, 8th Sword King. As expected, 8th Sword King, 8th Sword King, 8th Sword King. He turned his back and reminded them, "All right, everyone, let's go. We will start the official training session now." Then Gamon reached for the handle. Teen TM Kuiviyuki. He picked up a giant sword and said, "Now we begin the serious training." Denayan seriously asked, Is this a sparring match this time? Hearing that, he laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha, you really overestimate yourself. Sparring can only be done when both sides are on the same level. Jin also got straight to the point. What is the difference in our combat strength? Gammon gave a mischievous smile. How much? You can't even lift my sword. But before he could finish his sentence, Jin had decisively thrust his sword forward. The tip of his sword struck Gammon's giant sword. The two forces ground against each other, creating sparks. Gamuni's eyes narrowed, looked at each other with a dangerous expression. What are you doing? Jin smiled brightly and replied, I just tried because you said I couldn't lift your sword. But that's not the case. Songman said arrogantly, that's not what I meant. I meant, no matter how many times you strike, you won't make my sword move. He then laughed innocently. So that's what you meant. I don't know why. I feel like something is wrong. In his heart, he sighed. You are truly an interesting person. After getting serious again, Gammon swung his sword out and ordered, now this time, use all your strength to strike my sword. Jin also regained some strength and replied, understood. Heeding his words, he swung his sword towards him. His sword struck Gammon's sword, creating a shower of sparks. And Jin's face froze for a moment. He was knocked back by the force. He exclaimed in his heart in astonishment, what is this? It feels like I'm striking a city wall. It's not just about strength. His expression is quite serious. Gammon spoke at this moment. I told you, you can't lift my sword. Dai quickly regained his composure and said, I'll try again. Gammon openly replied, feel free. Then Jin once again raised his sword. The spiritual energy could not be focused into sword energy. This is a technique that cannot be used in actual combat. During the time the enemy is concentrating their spirit, he began to analyze and use a different technique. Can you wait? Then Jin decisively slashed down with great force once again. After that slash was unleashed, everything around was shaken, and a cloud of dust rose up, obscuring the view. The floor beneath his feet began to tremble and crack. Gammon's body was covered in gruesome veins. The one who slashed, Jin, was now also gritting his teeth, enduring this surge of power. Then he couldn't help but be thrown backward. His hands scraped hard on the ground to steady his body. Ugh, Jin couldn't help but be horrified by this truth. Is the difference in power really this great? So what kind of being are you? Gammon was still standing firm, his body rippling amidst Jin's dark power. On the outside, he seemed fine, but inwardly he had to admit, the pain was as if my hand was about to be torn apart. Hasn't it been 1,000 years? This power is a level 8. I had estimated it to be level 7. Was it thanks to the unique power of the Zenkanden clan, and the achievements gained after crossing the Great Desert, so strong, to reach this level even after having his spiritual energy stolen? Truly something to look forward to. But I can't let the fighting king Garamon praise you right now. After a moment of admiration, Gammon appeared with a blackened face and glowing eyes, exclaiming, Jin Zenkanden, I'll give you a week. Complete a strike so powerful that it makes the great sword tremble. Jin bluntly asked, You're not going to show me how? He seriously stated, the 3 illusions have already made it clear. Faith, the belief that nothing in this world is impossible. Converting that belief into spiritual energy is the focus of this training session. So that's how it is. Jin continued to ask, how long did it take my ancestor to succeed? Gammon was momentarily surprised by this question, then gave a mischievous smile. 2 days. Jin's eyes were cold as he faced the upcoming challenges. Very quickly, 3 days passed. Jin, as if cultivating, unleashed deadly sword strikes. Another tremor rang out, a blinding flash of power burst outwards, making it impossible to see the situation inside. A moment later, a large piece of metal flew out. Jin's hand quickly caught the piece of metal. A figure stood amidst a thick cloud of dust. It was Jin. He was in a low stance holding his sword, one hand catching the piece of metal while counting, 7,560. Gammon, who was also smoking, had to be silent for a long time. There was a large chip on his giant sword, which was the piece of metal from earlier. King Gammon just stood there without saying anything. As for Jin, he looked down at the piece of metal and said, It took me 1 day longer than Tema. If I had focused a little more, I would have succeeded yesterday. Gammon was now sweating profusely, thinking, Actually, I thought a week was fast. So I had planned for a month. I never expected it to be completed in just 3 days. Of course, it's still slow compared to Tema. But if Tema had the Holy Fire Sword and participated in the training, could he have completed it in 3 days like Jin? No need to tell Jin, but this is truly an extraordinary achievement. Meanwhile, Jin was still not very satisfied. What a pity, indeed, as the brothers of the war god, Ban, said at the time. We must confirm whether the candle are stronger than they were 1,000 years ago. That is our mission. Vinkenden has become stronger than 1,000 years ago. Perhaps there isn't much more that needs to be taught. After thinking for a while, the 8th Fighting King Gammon laughed cheerfully. Second successor. Jin Zankenden, you have finally moved me. Jin swung his sword down confidently and asked, has Duane acknowledged me? Gammon smiled and replied, that's right. I think even those who previously kept their distance from you will open up, because they can't help but feel the pure and powerful soul of a warrior. Now Jin opened his closed eyes, satisfied. It's good to hear that. Suddenly, Gammon's cheeks flushed as he said, and there's something I'd like to ask of you. Dean asked in astonishment, a request? He shyly proposed, could I be the first to taste the achievement you've attained? Hearing this, he was confused. Taste the achievement? What are you talking about? Gammon urged excitedly, answer me. Jin held out the metal fragment and smiled. I'm not sure what it is, but please go ahead. The man then stepped forward, took the fragment and said, thank you, then if you'll excuse me. Then Gammon decisively put the piece of metal in his mouth. Immediately his body radiated a new, golden power. When Jin saw this, his eyes went white. This was beyond his comprehension, and it made him freeze. Are you chewing on a piece of a sword? Meanwhile, as soon as he finished eating, he exclaimed with great satisfaction, indeed, indeed. This flavor suits raw prasa very well. Jin was still panicking and exclaiming in his heart, what's wrong with his teeth? Finally, Gammon joyfully exclaimed, Jinkenden, well done. The next training session will be tomorrow. Very quickly the night sky fell. Here is a sky with magical colors. Jin sat observing from his gun and thought, because I was so focused on training, I didn't get a good look at Raprasa at night. It's beautiful. How can this place exist in this dimension? The land prepared exclusively for the legendary swordsmen of the Kandon people. Those who made a pact with Sondrith, and me, the successor after 1,000 years. Am I worthy of this position? Suddenly, someone appeared and said, Jin, what are you blaming yourself for? The first training session seemed very difficult, didn't it? When Jin saw him, he replied, Tentheo, what's so difficult about it? It was manageable. Tentheo laughed and said, manageable? I heard you didn't sleep and train for 3 days straight. Now Jin punched his back and complained. Actually, it hurt like hell. If I had some energy in me, it would probably be a little easier. At this moment, Lean brought out a piece of something and said, but that is a lesson that must be overcome. Eat this. When Dian saw it, his eyes widened in surprise. Then he remembered the past few days and asked to be sure. It's not liquor like last time, is it? I'm looking right at it. Dantheo laughed as he tossed the piece into his mouth and explained, that time, I only had alcohol, but this time it's a traditional cake of ours called cactu. Although it's not as good as a purple gem, it has a restorative effect and also helps reduce swelling. Oh, if that's the case, then now Jean carefully put it in his mouth. After eating, Jean couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, this cake is actually pretty good. It really has a restorative effect. Raprasa has many strange things. This cacti cake, I have to bring some with me when I return. All right, Tannel gladly agreed, but Jin then inquired, by the way, what is the ranking order of the war kings? Does a lower number mean stronger? Tannel immediately refuted, no. The number in front is simply the order in which they became war kings. The principle is that besides the 2 war gods, there is no ranking, although we use honorifics with them as a sign of respect. But even the war kings are on the same level as warriors like us. After hearing that, Jin said in surprise, that's surprising. This is a pretty egalitarian system. Suddenly, Tan Theo's expression changed. That's right, unlike humans or other beastmen, we have never drawn swords against each other, so there's no need for a complex hierarchy. Jean stared in amazement at the strange phenomenon beside him. He hastily jumped back to get away. His hand was already on the hilt of his sword, ready to fight. What is it? Who are you? But the person who appeared was the 5th Fighting King Boris. He pushed Jin's sword back into its sheath, bent down and asked, what startled you, Jin Kandon? Jin had to marvel in his heart so fast. The 5th Fighting King Boris was still smiling and said, that's a good kind of tension. Then he pointed to himself and introduced himself proudly. I am a war king, my name is Boris. Jin remembered Boris's arrogant look at that time and replied, you were also the one I saw at the entrance with Pan de Vuong, Garamund. Boris immediately said, that's right, you have a good memory. Suddenly, Boris seemed to realize something. He bent down and grabbed Jean's chin, questioning him. Hey Jean, why are you missing a molar? Jean's mouth was forced open for inspection, but he continued to marvel so fast. He was right in front of me, and I didn't even react in time. Then he quietly answered, "It's broken." Boris asked curiously, how did that happen? Jin raised his hand in front of his face, closed his eyes in recollection, and then recounted. In the final test to get here, I used all my strength to cut down the illusion of the hentima. But just before the sword touched, the illusion disappeared. Because of my frustration, I gritted my teeth and endured it to the point of breaking a tooth. Boris laughed loudly at that. That's really something. I didn't expect you to be so tough. The teeth of the Kandin family are stronger than most magical beasts. It looks like you need a new tooth. Jin exclaimed in surprise, a new tooth immediately. Boris decisively pulled a tooth out of his own mouth. The tooth was still bloody, but he laughed loudly and said, "Hey, look at this. This is the tooth that our royal lineage is proud of. It can crush stone, steel, and even diamonds." Jin looked at the cell with a mixture of confusion and horror, while Boris continued, Of course, you need to have a strong enough bite, and you're strong enough. Now I will grind this tooth and insert it into the place where your molar is missing. Sound good?" Boris said excitedly as blood flowed incessantly from the wound where his tooth was pulled. Looking very horrifying, Tannel and Jean stood there, just looking at this incomprehensible character in horror. Jean's eyes once again went white before something that surpassed his understanding. Crazy. He's crazy. Then, before anyone could react, Boris suddenly disappeared, leaving only a sentence behind. "So I'll do it right now," leaving the two of them facing each other in confusion. Song Jin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "The royal family's teeth are really hard," as seen when the king of Bantu, Garaman, chewed up the fragments of the sword. "But to implant it in my own, Tantu, has this ever happened before?" Tenthio could only sweat profusely and reply, "No, this is the first time." Then, the next morning, Jean went out into the alley alone. Suddenly he looked down. "Yesterday I didn't notice, but the floor here looks incredibly hard. How hard is it?" he thought, then began to prepare to draw his sword. He decisively swung out a powerful slash. But when the smoke cleared, only a faint scratch was visible on the floor. Not that it was normal. Perhaps it's as hard as the ancient iron used to make iron. To save the Bradamante sword and black armor. On this hard ground, there are many sword marks. I wonder what kind of harsh training they have gone through. Especially that mark. The traces of sword marks were so numerous that they covered the entire training ground. Please pay attention to the long, large, and deep sword mark in front of you. This sword mark is definitely. Suddenly, Gammon appeared from behind and said loudly, "Even though it was the same training ground yesterday, but now you can see the marks on the ground. That's great. It means you were very focused on your training. That sword mark was left by your ancestor." He answered the question in Jean's mind. He had also realized that, as expected. He then seriously encouraged, "If you master the first form of the spirit sword, you can do the same, but I'm not sure if you can leave such a large sword soul." Diane gave a cold look and questioned, "You think I can't do it?" Gammon smiled playfully as if provoking him. "That's right." De seriously replied, "This time I will surpass the first form of the spirit sword." Gammon quickly assumed a teacher's stance. "Good, we'll start right away. The first form of the spirit sword is called Soul Rend." Jin exclaimed in surprise, "Soul Rend." Gammon began to teach. "That's right, Soul Slash is the beginning and end of the spirit sword." Instead of explaining, "It's faster if you watch. Don't be surprised. Look carefully." After saying that, he performed a slash to demonstrate for Jean. "Before that, how was it? What do you think?" Diane, as if not having seen clearly, asked in confusion, "See what?" Gammon laughed again. I also use spiritual energy. Aren't you surprised? Look. My spiritual energy is very dense, isn't it?" Jin now felt a little helpless against Hong. "Garamund, you said I would learn the first form of the spirit sword, right? If the person teaching the spirit sword can't control spiritual energy, then how can they teach? I thought you received power from Swordard." "Show me the Soul Rend already," Gammon, no longer leading, replied. "All right, he's even colder than Tema." Then he began to release that power. "Then I will show you the real thing." Everything happened in a flash. It wasn't clear, but Jean's eyes showed his astonishment. First form of the spirit sword, Gammon unleashes a series of magical Soul Rend strikes. A dense and powerful force surrounded the user. He was affected by that aura and looked even more ferocious. The smooth sword strokes never stopped, and the pressure from them grew even stronger. A moment later, he had bought himself a mysterious space filled with waves of sound that echoed far and wide. Jean was also pulled into Gammon's sound domain, looking utterly astonished. Soul Rend, then another of his sword strikes will create that space. And the blade was brought down powerfully onto the floor. Gammon dragged a line across the ground. creating a large crack with a considerable tremor. Jin tried to keep his composure and observe those movements. He exclaimed in his heart, "This is Soul Rend. It's like Sister Luna's slash. With the red moonlight, the power may not be equal, but it's much faster and seems to consume less energy. If I can use Soul Rend continuously, warriors below level 7 will have absolutely no way to deal with it. I must master this technique." After thinking, he stood there with determination, ready to learn that technique. After a display of the power of the first form, Gammon was satisfied, slung the sword over his shoulder, and asked arrogantly, "So, how did it feel to see the first form of the spirit sword?" Jin also admitted quite frankly, "I was very surprised. It was fast, spectacular, and powerful." Despite that, Gammon said, "That's right. Actually, what I just showed you was only about 50% of its power. Therefore, even the soul sword is only a part of what's left that Tema left behind." Jin was quite curious. "Have you ever heard that Soul Rend is the beginning and the end of the spirit sword? If so, is leaving a soul sword the size of this training ground the limit of the spirit sword?" Gammon also admitted that, if you only master Soul Rend, then that's right. However, when you reach the pinnacle of the martial art called Spirit Sword, it will no longer be swordsmanship, but can become a power. Through Gammon's words, Jin immediately realized the crux of the problem, power. Gammon continued to explain the name of the first form. "Why is it called Soul Rend? You know, the reason the first form is called Soul Rend is that it means it cannot be dodged or blocked. That means that even if the opponent has absolute power, as long as their will is weaker than yours, then you can take their life at any time." After listening to the explanation, Jin fell into deep thought. It can indeed be called a power. To perform Soul Rend, I should start from the beginning. Gammon took the sword and demonstrated how to perform Soul Rend. First, you must feel the sensation of your spirit and sword becoming one. At this moment, Gammon's sword was enveloped in a swirling black aura. Seeing Gammon demonstrate, Jin had a sudden thought. Spirit and sword, a sense of becoming one. I have a feeling I'm already familiar with this. Gammon was quite stunned. "What did you say?" Jin thought for a moment. The feeling when spirit and sword become one. If it weren't for the sword-sucking spirit, I think I could imitate it similarly. Gammon was quite surprised by Jin's thought. "Oh, is that so? Try explaining it to me." Jin remembered a few times he had experienced that feeling. "The first time I felt that sensation was when I fought Muron Zippo, when he used the Demon King Ogun's soul entry curse to open the gates of hell. Something like a curse appeared in my head. Even if you swing the sword 10,000 times, the final result will still be the same as the beginning. Gathering all my will, remember to press the pressure point on the sword. Yes, ladies and gentlemen." Then, when he slashed the handle of the gourd, the White Orchid tribe called it Gontapabalep, and even when slashing the illusion of the great Tema in the Mitra desert, I felt the union of spirit and sword, along with faith, and the slash. After hearing Jin's explanation, Gammon's face completely lit up. "That's right. That's the feeling." As expected, because Jin often faces fierce battles, it seems he has accidentally achieved the first form of the spirit sword. But the way of changing the belief in slashing into a mantra. After a moment of thought, Gammon decided to try again. "That's right. Let me show you one more time." Jin was stunned. "Huh?" Gammon quickly drew his sword and merged it with the command. And sword then combined with the mantra. "I will cut it. I can cut it." Gammon, this time. This attack used all his strength into this one slash. Immediately after, from the rock layer of the set of the training ground was sent flying again. The training ground was almost split in two. "Remember to show me through the training ground to the location of the stands above." It can be seen that this attempt was much more powerful than the last one. The terrifying power was also increased like a tiger growing wings. Gammon stood looking at the deep crack he had just cut and froze for 5 seconds. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to freeze. It wasn't until a while later that Gammon woke up from his dream, his eyes sparkling, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Oh, this power is really even greater than before. This is it. I finally understand." Gammon raised his sword high and laughed heartily as if he had a bountiful harvest, because he had finally realized the true power of Soul Rend. Jin stood to one side and sighed, thinking back. Something wasn't right here. Shouldn't you be the one teaching me? It seems like things have been reversed. Hearing that, Gammon shyly scratched his head and turned his face away. "No way. It must be just a feeling, Seeing this guy's shifty face, had to feel fed up, Gammon. You clearly just said, 'Now I understand.' Anyone can see that you just realized something." Gammon saw that he could no longer hide it, and the old man had to be honest. "The thing is, actually, I'm more used to using the underworld sword, so I almost never use the spirit sword. Because for me, using spiritual energy in the spirit sword is too inefficient. Jin was angry. He felt like he had been set up. What do you mean by that? Are you my master? Gammon quickly smiled and made peace. If I'm stronger, isn't that good for my disciple too? So, don't be too angry. Concentrate on overcoming the spirit-sucking sword. Once you overcome that, you'll easily complete the first form of the spirit sword. After that, we'll start training immediately with the legendary Sachiking. Jin said with a bitter look, I feel like I'm at a disadvantage. In that case, please show me the underworld sword that you said you're familiar with. Gammon immediately refused. No way, Jin said arrogantly. Why not? Gammon said bluntly. Because you are not yet our sworn brother. And anyway, the underworld sword can only be used with our hearts of light, so even if you see it, it will have no effect. Dai quickly retorted, who said I was going to use it. I'm just curious to see it. Although he said that, he thought, the reason I want to see the underworld sword is different. The night before, Tandil had a talk with Jin. After you finish training with the Sato King brothers, we will start sparring matches with the regular warriors every day. Before that, it's best to convince Gammon to let you see the underworld sword at least once. Jin asked him, but wouldn't it be easier if you just showed me? Tanteo immediately refused. Don't make it so hard for me. If the brothers find out about this, I'll be in big trouble. Only the Sachivan brothers won't have a problem after this. Seeing the matter before him, Jin rejoiced inwardly. I was originally going to wait for a suitable opportunity, but it seems the opportunity has come. Jin then threatened Gammon with what had just happened. There's no other way. If you don't show me the underworld sword, I'll spread a rumor that you're not qualified to be my teacher, and that I've learned the first form of the spirit sword. Hearing that, Gammon shouted angrily, You dare threaten me? Gammon of the War King clan. Jin was not afraid either. Yes, this is a threat. What are you going to do? Gammon, the heir of the spirit sword. Seeing Jin's lack of fear at his threat, Gammon had to accept the offer. However, just this once, Jin replied with a firm tone. Once is enough. Gammon immediately took the opportunity to show Jin the power of the underworld sword. Good. I will show you the most basic aspect of the underworld sword. Gammon activated the power of the heart of light on his chest and explained. First, we must control the flow of energy within our bodies. Just when he thought everything would go according to plan, Boris unexpectedly appeared out of nowhere, showing off his achievements from the previous night. Look, Zin, I've adjusted it to suit you. Suddenly seeing Boris appear made Jin freeze in astonishment and fall backward. He said helplessly under his breath, Boris, while silently lamenting the missed opportunity. Again at this time, Boris excitedly held up the carefully crafted tooth and boasted, Jin, you'll definitely like it. Looking at the tooth, which was plated with gold and sparkling gemstones, Jin worried. How can I possibly use this? Before Jin could even process what was happening, his mouth was quickly grabbed by Boris. Just watch, you'll understand. It'll be over soon. Jin was held tightly by Boris Boff's jaw. He thought to himself, as expected, I'll need to learn how to move from Boris later. Boris inserted the replacement tooth for the one that was lost. Alright, let's see, Jin thought. Anyway, even if it's been carefully crafted, receiving something that was once someone else's tooth like this, is it okay? At this moment, after a while of struggling, Boris finally successfully inserted the tooth into the missing position. It's done. Jin felt the new tooth and immediately noticed something was wrong. Ever since this tooth was implanted, my whole body has been. Jin seemed to receive an immense surge of energy. Jin guessed this was a type of memory transfer magic. Countless images immediately appeared in his brain. Like a slow-motion film, it was like a movie, part of Borax's memories. The footage shows Boris activating the film, the Heart of Light, to summon the underworld sword along with martial arts techniques. After flipping through the films in his head, Jin now understood that what had just happened was inheritance magic. I had heard about it from my master in my previous life. When he asked her about it, she explained. Inheritance magic. That's an impossible field for modern mages if it's memory erasure magic. That's still possible. However, according to what Valeria said, in the Hister family's land of inheritance, there is a memory transfer tool, but it is an exclusive item created by their ancestors. However, now none of that matters anymore. Din, as if bathed in the light of knowledge, was enlightened. But now, information about the underworld sword has appeared in my head. It turns out, the underworld sword is not just a simple swordsmanship, but all the martial arts used by the underworld king's lineage. After that series of information, Jin bluntly asked Boris, O2 King Boris, What magic did you put on the tooth you gave me? Boris smiled smugly. It's a secret, but it's not magic. Jean was confused. If it's not magic, then what is it? At this moment, Gammon, who was nearby, spoke up to explain that the power that you humans call magic is indeed like that, however. For us, there is no concept of a much like other races. Instead, those who know how to control magic all become blacksmiths like the brothers of the O2 King. Jean was surprised. Boris is a blacksmith. Gammon continued. That's right, in the history of the Underworld King's lineage, the brothers of the O2 King were the greatest blacksmiths in the past. All the sworn brothers would line up to receive items from them. Boris stood beside them with a bright, dazzling smile. They excitedly reminisced about old memories. That's right, that's right. It was like that back then. That was before our time stopped. After time stopped, peace came, and there was nothing left to do. Gammon laughed as he recalled. That's right. Maybe that's why my body keeps itching. I don't know what you did with the fang, but seeing Jean so surprised, it seems you haven't shown your talent in a long time. Boris stepped forward and clapped Gammon on the shoulder, laughing cheerfully. That's right. And so, the two of them, one following, one weaving, to the helplessness of the third person, Jin. It seems their magical power is strong, but their gossiping skills are no less impressive. As for Jin, he finally understood the reason why this civilization once challenged even the gods. It was magic. Far beyond all imagination, the magical civilization from 500,000 years ago was still far superior to the magic of the present world. They could challenge the gods not only because of their legendary feats. De seriously thanked him. Thank you for the gift, Lord Boris. I promise to use it well. Boris smiled with satisfaction. If you receive, you must also give. Isn't that right? I've given you this tooth, so you give me your second achievement. Jean didn't quite understand Boris's meaning. Achievement. I don't know what achievement I will attain, but I will do my best. Vorak shouted excitedly. That's the spirit. Let's start training right away. January 20th, Year 1, Tanteo 9 Tanteo. A month has passed since Jean started his training. During that time, he learned how to perform Soul Ren from Gamon of the Fan clan, and learned how to use his body more effectively from Bo Rak of the O2 clan, how to lighten the body to become more flexible, how to control your power in battle, or even creating power, surpassing one's own limits. The martial arts of the Underworld King's lineage, Mabarasan. Adam was both wild and mystical. During training, I achieved many amazing things. That is to form an energy heart similar to the Kwang Tam Trong of the Underworld King lineage, although it is only half. And then, finally, Jean succeeded. True summon the Underworld Sword. Now is the time to try it. Jinny moves it for the second time. For the first time, to Boris's surprise, although this time it failed. Boris shouted in regret. Oh no. What a pity. Jean held the sword in his hand and sighed. It's not easy. Boris Arn said, of course. It would be strange to succeed on the first try. Furthermore, it's truly unexpected that it was possible. It's amazing, Jin. You formed a jewel-like heart like ours with Arya's power, and are trying to use the Underworld Sword. Even Tema couldn't have thought of this. That makes things even more interesting. Jin thought to himself, perhaps Tema hasn't received the memories from the O2 King. If I didn't have the memories from the Fang, I probably wouldn't have thought to try this. While Jean was thinking, Boris warned him, but Jean, the things you're doing now must be kept secret. If the brothers who haven't acknowledged you find out you're using the Underworld Sword, there will be people who oppose it. Jin agreed on the surface. Yes, I understand. But he thought differently. Once I've practiced it, I see no need to hide it. Creating a shape domain from Maria is something that anyone who has reached a certain level of falling can do. But the question is, can it perform the same function as the heart of the Underworld King's lineage? The Underworld King's lineage is born with a heart of light from Maria, so they can use Aria's power freely. If calculated by human standards, all members of the Underworld King's lineage are at least level 9 or higher. In other words, from birth, they are a weapon. So is it impossible for a human like me to use the Underworld Sword? Just then, Gammon approached and asked O2 King's brother how the training was going. Boris happily said that Fan King's brother had arrived at the right time. My training is over soon. The Sachi King brothers will be here shortly. Gammon was surprised. He didn't expect Jin to be able to train so quickly. Is it done already? Boris pointed at Jean and said confidently, I was originally going to call him after he completed the Soul Sword test, but watching Jean train, I thought there was no need to wait. Gammon asked again with some uncertainty. Really? He thought to himself. He seems to want to quickly achieve Jin's accomplishments. Jin also wondered about that fighting king. What will I learn from the Sato King brothers? Gammon quickly explained. From the Sato King brothers, you will learn the second part of the soul sword, following the first form that I taught you. Jin was quite expectant. The soul sword part 2. I'm so curious. Boris also added, oh, and also, the Sachigarden brothers can't talk. Jin was quite surprised. Can't talk. Seeing this, Gammon immediately explained, Brother O2 King, don't let Jin misunderstand. You have to explain it clearly. Brother Sato King is not unable to speak, but is practicing the art of silence. We don't know the reason why, but it's been a long time. It started when the time of Rafflerosa stopped. After listening for a while, Jin roughly understood the situation, the art of silence. I understand, but there is one thing he wondered. Then how can he teach me the second part of the soul sword? The three of them were talking when the main character appeared. Boris pointed towards the side. Ah, he's coming over there. He was the one who left a very deep impression on Jin, because that king was the one who showed no emotion at all during the mythological battle. The two people I learned from were both quite easygoing. Gammon is easy to get along with. Boris was friendly to me from the start, so he was easy to approach. But after seeing Sachiv and Din, he immediately knew, this doesn't seem easy. Just as he finished that thought, he spoke up to introduce himself. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Jean Junkerton. However, before Jean could finish speaking, a gust of wind appeared right in front of him, and two words appeared on the training ground floor. Jin was stunned by Linfa's speed, so fast, and so was Boris. This speed is extremely difficult to follow with the naked eye. Jin saw the words written on the ground. Chin. Is that his name? Gammon spoke up, sounding somewhat surprised. Brother Sachiv Wong. Isn't this the language of the mainland? I don't know what he's been doing cooped up in his room lately. I didn't expect it was to prepare for the second air. Just as he was in the middle of his sentence, a series of lightning-fast actions occurred right behind him. Jin Seohai felt a terrifying power before his eyes. Since when? But why? I don't know since when. Before a series of Chin's actions, Jin still stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. After the dust cleared, Gamon struggled to his feet with his body injured. On his forehead was also a hole that was spouting 0. But then very quickly he also picked up his greatsword. Thank you for watching, and see you again. The power of the underworld sword formed a circle surrounding Linfa. However, Linfa quickly jumped up high, successfully dodging the attack. Linfa relied on his incredible speed and once again intended to attack Gamon. The sharp sword tip was aimed straight at Gamon and thrust forward. Seeing that the situation was not very good, Boris, watching from the outside, also did nothing. Also quickly appeared to prevent this from happening. He quickly kicked away the self-esteem and gave him a punch that sent him flying straight to the ground. The shockwave was so strong that the surrounding rocks and earth were also poured out down a patch like a big explosion with terrible destruction. Below, Jean was still amazed by what was happening before his eyes. He stood frozen. Is this a battle at the level of a fighting king? Everything happened in just a flash, and of course, he could barely keep up with their movements. Boris spoke to mediate. Seriously, is the Sat fighting king planning to duel with the Bat fighting king? Linfa blushed shyly. Boris continued to advise. Be patient when you look at the face of the winner. Linfa immediately shook his head repeatedly. He was not happy. Boris added, the mouth of the 8th fighting king only knows how to cause trouble. It's nothing new. At this point, Linfa's anger also subsided, and it seemed he had let the matter go. Gammon also looked apologetic. I just said I was wrong. Linda also didn't want to continue arguing and quickly put away her sword. Boris could now also relax and leave with Gammon. Anyway, our work here is done, so I'll leave it to the Sat Huven brothers. He also didn't forget to tell Jin to try and save his own life. As for Gammon, he couldn't understand. Why would being discovered learning the human script make Linfa so ashamed? This is called being beaten without even knowing the reason. Jin was shocked to see Gammon beaten to a pulp. Is it okay for brothers to fight like this? After a moment of thought, then found Linfa familiar. How can you be so Muslim? Look so much alike. So I have to treat this new teacher like Sister Yona. At the same time, somewhere near the Mitra Desert, the person who was just killed, Jin mentioned that he was still busy dozing off, but he felt like someone was mentioning him. Little brother? She turned to see the adorable, plump black fire also dozing off and spoke in a cute, whiny voice. A little music. Mitcha happily hugged the black fire and rolled around on the sand. I don't think I misheard. In the land of the underworld kings, the training with the Sat Huven Linfa has begun. To be more precise, Only Jin was the one training. Jin did not ask the Sat Hyuvan about the second form of the spirit sword. Since I didn't ask, I wasn't taught. Jin started to get confused, maybe because of that, just like the first time my own sister did. He treats me like an interesting new toy he just met for the first time. As for the training, every time I focused on using my energy, then he suddenly appeared, showed the second form of the spirit sword, and then disappeared again. Or when I performed Soul Rend, he would look at me with a dissatisfied expression. Sometimes he swings his great sword. Don't come at me with that sword and hit me. Just like that, every time my body endured the pain as if it were being crushed. The Sat Hyuvan would smile with satisfaction. I don't know if it was because he was satisfied with his own blow or because I was good at blocking, that he found it interesting. However, I know this very well. If I hadn't realized the mind's eye, this head would have been chopped off 5 times already. But I never once asked him why he did it. People like Iona's older sister have to let their curiosity be satisfied before they approach me, because I don't want to pay attention. Just like that, the day passed quickly. Underneath the training ground, Linfa had written a line, quite curious as to why Jin hadn't made any request regarding the second form of the spirit sword. Dean answered honestly, "It's not that I'm not curious, but before that, can you tell me the reason for the ban on the source? I heard that you haven't spoken for a long time. Something that even your brothers don't know the reason for. But these past few days, I've noticed you still communicate with me frequently as such. I also see you often. Can this be called forbidden source training? In my opinion, practicing a vow of silence must have a clear purpose and completely cut off communication with others, so that when others look at it, they can consider it an exemplary model to be meaningful. So if that's not the case, then what you're doing is simply not talking. It can't be called practicing a vow of silence." At this moment, Gammon and Boris were also sitting from afar listening to the story. Gammon nodded in agreement. It seems Jin has hit the nail on the head. Boris was eating popcorn while watching the good show. It sounds reasonable. At this moment, under the training ground, Jin was facing Shin directly. You ask why I haven't mentioned the second form of the spirit sword, right? Simply because I don't want to learn anything from someone who only has a superficial appearance. So I don't ask, and I'm not curious. If you are a true master of the spirit sword, instead of engaging in meaningless training that no one knows about, please put your heart into teaching the way Gammon and Boris taught me. Outside, the other two were wide-eyed with astonishment when they heard Jin speak so frankly. Gammon was extremely surprised. I never thought Jin would dare to speak so directly to the Sat Hyuvan. Boris was still engrossed in eating popcorn. Is this really okay? After saying everything that needed to be said, Z quickly bowed his head and sincerely apologized. If my actions were excessive, I hope you can forgive me. After saying that, he immediately turned away. If that's the case, I'll go back to training. Unexpectedly, King Linfa, the king of combat, spoke for the first time in thousands of years since time stopped here. Don't do that. It's not like that. Seeing Linfa speak, the popcorn box in Borax's hand fell straight down to the ground along with the admiring gazes of the 2 spectators outside. Gammon's eyes widened and his mouth hung open in astonishment as he cried out, "Brother Sat Hyuvan." At the same time, Boris, who was chewing on popcorn, also said in unison, "Brother Chin." Ignoring the gazes from the other two, Linfa said indifferently, "I will sincerely teach you. I will show you something amazing." After Linfa agreed to teach Jin about the second form of the spirit sword, he didn't say the words and immediately displayed the second form of the spirit sword. Each movement he swung was accompanied by the power of spiritual energy in every sword stroke. Each movement was as gentle as when burning on the water's surface, gracefully and skillfully. Each sword stroke was like flowing water and drifting clouds, gentle and graceful, yet no less powerful. Just like that, after only a few short seconds, Linfa showed Jin the beauty in every move, which was also everything he would learn. After seeing these movements of his opponent, Jin was so astonished he couldn't speak. The sword slash that Gammon had demonstrated was completely different. Each time the sword, imbued with essence, was swung, and each intersection was like a reflection in a mirror. A slash was created from 2 directions at once, something only a dual-wielding swordsman could do. Whether from left to right or from bottom to top, the result was similar. The great sword formed from spiritual energy, and the great sword that Linfa was constantly swinging intersected. This is it. Ling Kim. Second, when committing a spiritual offense, as soon as she finished thinking, immediately those who passed by outside, people like Boris and Gammon continuously clapped and praised. As expected, the Sat Hyuvan Linfa always shows this move. It's truly surprising to witness the second form of the spirit sword, the weapon of the Sat Hyuvan brother, after so long. Linda walked over and asked Jin how he felt after seeing the second form of the sword. Jin praised him sincerely. It's amazing. It's both powerful and beautiful. And it seems like you've never shown it properly before. Seeing everyone's praise, Linfa was also a little shy. That's right. After Jin spoke, Gammon also wondered, that promise, is it okay, my sworn brother Chin? He was referring to Linfa's vow of silence. Linfa let out a long sigh. It's all right, brother, so don't make a big deal out of it. If that's the case, I'll go inform the other brothers, Gammon said excitedly. Boris, who was next to him, was just as happy. Yes, so that before the successor leaves, they can talk to him. We couldn't say a word when Tema was there. The two, Boris and Gammon, attached motors to their legs and ran at full speed to inform all the other sworn brothers of this news. Suddenly, Linfa turned to look at Jin Gai. Jin also turned to look at him with a confused expression. What? Linda added, the name of the second technique you just saw is Gai, Jin Lin praised. A very fitting name. It's surprising that the blade formed from spiritual energy intersects like a pair of scissors. This is a technique I have never thought of or seen before. If so, can you imitate it? Linfa quickly asked again and was told by Jin that such a technique is not easy to imitate. After just one look, Jin sighed in frustration. Then he picked up the sword again to examine it. The sword also has a problem. It continuously absorbs spiritual energy, causing the first form of the spirit sword to remain stagnant. Hearing that, Linfa put his chin in his hand and thought, a sword that absorbs spiritual energy not only absorbs it, but is also a sword that helps to clear the spiritual energy. Jin still didn't quite understand Shin's meaning. Clear the situation again later. Linda quickly answered, that's right. I don't know if you can understand. To put it simply, you can think of it as a scabbard, just like drawing a sword from its scabbard. You will draw spiritual energy from this absorbing sword. In short, if you've been using spiritual energy haphazardly before, this sword will help you control it more effectively. I believe you can do it. Overcome this spirit-absorbing sword. And when you hold your own sword again, remember to subscribe to the channel to receive notifications. You will be able to control your spiritual energy more freely. Linda spoke with a very serious and excited tone, which made Jean burst out laughing. Sato Vuongchen, unlike Gammon, you are very talented at explaining. You are very suited to the role of a master. So why did you choose to practice a vow of silence? To that question, Linfa replied, as you said, it's not practice but punishment for me. Jin was quite surprised by this statement. Punishment. You didn't tell the sworn brothers, which means it must be. There must be a reason why you couldn't tell your brothers. You must have had a very hard time all this time, alone. Even though I'm not your brother. If you feel comfortable, tell me your story. A few hours later, the sunset dyed the sky of the land of the underworld kings golden, sparkling, but carrying a sad story. Basically, Jin learned the reason why the Sat H even practiced the vow of silence. So that's how it is. You warned them not to challenge the gods, but no one listened. De thought to himself, carrying the responsibility for the destruction of the underworld emperor clan. So he blames himself for not being able to stop his sworn brothers. Should this be called arrogance or his purity? No. Perhaps that's just the thought of a member of the underworld emperor clan. Linda felt more at ease being able to voice the thoughts she had kept in her heart. She looked up at the sky. Like you, my punishment has ended, surprisingly easily. Jin turned back to look at Chin. Do you have any regrets? Linda stood up as if she had shed a burden she had been carrying for a long time. No. I feel incredibly relieved. Thank you. You seem to have a power that moves others. Jin was also very happy. I'll take that as a compliment. Just then, the other sworn brothers who had heard the news also came over happily. Everyone's face was beaming with joy for Chin. They surrounded Linfa, asking all sorts of questions. Sworn brother, king of combat, sworn brother Chin. You finally ended your vow of silence. What happened? I thought you couldn't speak anymore. Seeing Linfa being cared for and asked about by his brothers, and also felt happy for him. Normally, if people don't listen to you, they will often blame others. I think from now on he will be easier to get along with. While lost in thought, someone suddenly approached and called him. Hey Jean. Boris happily stepped forward to praise him for making his sworn brother Linfa speak. I'll take the credit for that, as promised. Zin was quite curious. The second achievement, even though the other sworn brothers don't know. But Boris, did you know about it from the beginning? Boris asked seriously. What are you talking about? Jin didn't hesitate to speak frankly about the reason. Why the Sat Huven had to endure a vow of silence, and that he was not a member of the royal family. But it was I who initiated the conversation for the distant fighting king. After hearing Jin speak, Boris did not deny it. He smiled in place of an answer. In the following days, after finishing the process of forbidding the source of combat, King Linfa helped Jin a lot in his training, not only helping him overcome the spirit sword and consolidated the first form of the spirit sword, but also taught Jin how to perform the second form of the spirit sword perfectly. In less than 2 weeks, he had learned the technique of that move. Of course, Jin only learned the method and was not yet completely proficient, so it was natural that he had to continue practicing non-stop. Proficiency with the spirit sword is only a matter of time. February 1797, Jin saw Tanteo holding his sword. Now that I've overcome the spirit-sucking sword, you should return my sword, right? You said you wouldn't need to use your sword here anymore, right? Tanteo happily returned the sword to Jin, but from today on, you will need it. After you finish training with the Situ Vuong brothers, you will start sparring with the regular brothers. Jin put away his sword and said calmly, "That's right, starting from today, right?" Tanteo reminded him, "Yes, this afternoon everyone will gather to watch the match. I'm sure the first Fighting King brothers are choosing the first opponent now." After hearing this from Tan's mouth, he became excited. Finally, the match with the Underworld clan is here. From the first day I came here, I've wanted to have a good fight with them. But Tanel thought differently. He worried, "To be honest, I think it's still a bit early." Jin was quite confident. "It seems you think I'm definitely going to lose, don't you? Are the ordinary warriors of the Underworld clan on par with the White Orchid clan?" Hearing these words, Tan Theo couldn't help but laugh out loud. "The Bok Lang clan? We are far beyond the average of the Sichhokua, and the first Fighting King brothers don't like you, so they will probably choose a tough opponent for you." Hearing Tan Theo's words, Jin remembered. That's right, the Underworld King clan, by human standards, are mostly 9-star and above, so there are no easy opponents. Even so, Tanel would still side with Jin, but I'll still be cheering for you. Tanel brought up the previous matter. "Have you followed my advice?" Jin asked back. "What advice?" Tanel reminded him. "The thing I told you about, that you should see the Underworld sword at least once." Jin replied, "Yes, I've seen it. Of course, it was just a memory received from Borax, but I'll get to see it live from this match." After giving instructions, Jin Tan immediately left. "Good. In that case, rest in the waiting room until this afternoon." "I understand, Tan Theo." Jin watched as Tan followed and left, then rested to prepare for the upcoming match. A few hours passed, and the time for the first practical sparring match was drawing near. In the distance, Gammon and Boris arrived. They were curious about Jin's preparations. "Jin, are you ready?" Jin turned to see the two of them eagerly approaching and quickly replied, "You've arrived. Actually, there's nothing to prepare for. Isn't it that when the opponent is chosen, my job is just to fight?" Gammon thought for a moment. "All right, you're strong enough. No, he's truly amazing. To the point where it's unbelievable that he's just a human boy. So don't be discouraged. It's okay." Boris was quite worried. "I'm just worried." Jin seems like the type of person who would be deeply hurt after a big failure. Linfa suddenly appeared from nowhere. People who are always successful tend to be like that. "But Jin, you also have to learn to get up after you fall." The more Jin listened, the less he cared. Jin's dissatisfaction was evident. "Why is everyone like this?" Taneo said, "I would lose. Now everyone is looking at me as if I've already lost." Boris said seriously, "Actually, we're just worried you'll become like Tema." Hearing Boris mention that day, Jin was surprised. "Tema?" Gammon added, "That's right. Tema had never lost a match out there, but here in La Frasroca, he was constantly defeated." Jin also asked about Tema's strength at that time. In the first match with Tema, what was his skill level compared to mine? Boris gave a serious assessment. "He was a little stronger than you are now, but he couldn't beat a normal warrior for a long time." Even after the first match, Tema went on a long hunger strike and fell into a deep depression. "I think you're like Tima in that regard." Hearing these words, Jin just smiled lightly. He thought to himself, "It seems they've misunderstood something. What's the big deal about losing once? Unlike Tema, good luck, until here, has experienced many failures, and also in the previous life." After thinking for a while, he replied bluntly, "If so, then don't worry. I won't be like Tema." The three of them saw the confidence on Jin's face and looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what was happening. A few minutes later, at the arena, amidst the cheers of the Underworld Kings, the first match in thousands of years finally returned. Of course, there was no shortage of betting on this match, and the focus was on how many moves it would take for Jin to be defeated by his brother. For the first time in 1,000 years. How can there be no betting? Brothers, how many bets have you placed? I bet within 10 moves. Me too. Me too. Come on, place your bets. Betting on how many moves the match with the undefeated warrior will end in. Most numbers did not exceed 10 blows. Diane looked at them with a bored expression. What a bunch of gamblers. At the same time, the underworld king chosen for the battle also gradually appeared. It was Saku. The climax of the battle, the cheers from the stands echoed loudly. Saku, Saku. Saku faced Jin with full confidence. Undefeated warrior, are you ready? In response, Jin made a request. No need to be ready, just if you can. Attack me with the real intention of killing me. Those words were somewhat surprising to Saku. It was the first time someone had dared to say such things to the underworld kings. Saku thought Jin was challenging him. Huh? As for Jin, he had already quickly drawn his sword. If you only see this as a sparring match, you'll lose focus. You'll think, no matter how I fight, I won't die, right? Saku burst out laughing. Anyway, I have to admit your confidence. But it's too much. In this world, there is rarely anything more annoying than a human who doesn't know humility. A sharp glint appeared in the bottom of his eyes. If that's the case, you'll soon acknowledge other things as well. Without a second word, Jin immediately activated Ban Kwang Tam's heart, gave up his turn to Saku's and the other underworld king's astonishment. His eyes widened in surprise. You? What is that? The king's sword. Who taught you the king's sword style? This time, Jin decided to use the underworld sword to fight another underworld king. Jin quickly applied everything he had learned and rushed straight into 11. Without needing to know who taught him. I only know that your sword is amazing. Saku was still wondering who had taught that brat the underworld sword technique. This is impossible. The underworld sword technique cannot be used just by learning it. That's right, as Saku said. The underworld sword is a technique that only the underworld king clan can use, even if Jin has created the mind's eye. But just that alone is not enough to use the underworld sword technique. But I found it in Boris's memories. The most important thing to use the underworld sword technique is the attribute that can activate the mind's eye. I believe the thing I received from Borax is the key to that. Just like that, every day after training, I would repeat and practice it like crazy. Never give up. The only thing I can do is. That's all. An explosion appeared after the first touch of the stream. Jin and Saku before the photo. The shocked eyes of the fighting kings and war god. Perhaps they didn't think Jin could cause such a big commotion. A human who can use the underworld sword. Yet after the dust settled, Saku was seen easily blocking the sword strike. Hen screamed for a while. Brother Atu was engrossed in the fun when his name was called, startling Borax. And Saku asked, your special fusion skill is still there, right? Boris said nonchalantly, of course, and after receiving Boris's answer, he quickly said, I understand. Saku took a deep breath and activated his eyes. Cared about the opposite along with the practical. The sharp aura that stood from a distance can also be clearly felt. True to its name, Pinnacle, Saku has unleashed the true attribute of the underworld king. His power was like a bomb just waiting for the right moment to explode. I will make you pay for daring to use the underworld sword so carelessly, undefeated warrior. As for Jin, with his half-light heart already activated, he knew that. Intending to quickly summon the Blue Phoenix test to counter the underworld sword style of 11. But in the next second, before his surprised eyes, Jin discovered that he couldn't call on Tet anymore. Why is it impossible? Is it because this is another dimension created by Sodarat? Opposite, Saku saw Jin's bewildered look, and immediately it seemed things were not going smoothly. He quickly rushed forward with the power of the underworld sword in his hand, and swung a slash straight at Jin's body. Fortunately, Jin reacted in time to this, quickly ducking and successfully escaping. He continued to hold the sword in his hand and ignore the fact that he couldn't summon the test. Jin continuously swung extremely fast sword strikes towards Saku in an attempt to retaliate. However, all of his attacks were easily parried by Saku. Jin seemed unable to break through the protective layer of the underworld sword style on Han's body. Even just by activating the power around his body, Saku could easily knock Jin's asa back. The two of them continuously separated and then rushed in with the extremely fast speed of the underworld king's power. Just 10 minutes. The selection was instantaneous but not to be missed. So many kicks was directed towards the bottom, towards the opponent in just a brief moment. Dainayan took Saku's sword slash, thinking to himself, this isn't just pure speed. Moreover, the sword couldn't even penetrate the outer protective layer, so there were no openings to be found. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. If that's the case, then aiming for a weakness that humans cannot train. Jin poked Saku straight in the eye. But perhaps Jin himself, have forgotten that the underworld kings are not human. They are insane beings from the moment they are born. His eyes were fine, but Jin's finger, due to the excessive force of the stab, was shattered. Jin gritted his teeth and cried out in fear. What is this? Saku at this point had clearly shown his killing intent, wanting to send Jin to his grave. Ada forgot to mention that we have eyes as hard as our hearts, didn't you know? Jin was now utterly helpless. Saku was like an impregnable fortress with no weaknesses. Truly the strongest race that ever existed. Before their extinction, they had thousands and thousands of people like this, a terror to all creatures on the continent. While Jin was still sweating, not knowing what to do, Saku in front of him had lost patience and wanted to stop playing around. If you're done warming up, then now I'll show you something interesting. Real streams of power began to pour out from the light core on Saku's chest, while Jin could only stand there waiting, with no other choice as all his attempts had failed. At this point, Jin had started to break out in a cold sweat, and the sword he was holding in his hand also began to shake. Saku suddenly appeared in front of him, and prepared to deliver a powerful punch to Jin's body. He laughed with amusement. How about it? Even holding the sword is difficult, right? This is called normal suppression, a technique that creates a suction force on the sword, and makes the opponent unable to control the sword as they wish. Saku punched with all his might, and, with great difficulty, he managed to block it with his sword. Taking that opportunity, he was immediately knocked back by the force of Saku's punch. Jin thought to himself, if I get too close, I won't be able to use my sword accurately. By all means, maintain maximum distance. The thought had just formed when his body immediately moved, but Saku, on the other side, was not going to let Jin achieve his goal so easily. He also quickly gave chase with the speed. The incredible speed, to be precise, was even faster than Jin's. He secretly calculated to fast. But I have to find a chance to perform the first form of the spirit sword. I have to find a way to be faster, to go further. The moment he found a suitable position, the sword in his hand immediately moved. Spirit sword first form. Touch the soul. I thought it would be a beautiful move that would finish Saku off immediately. But it wasn't what Jin expected. Do you think I'll give you a chance to use the first form of the spirit sword? The sword in Jin's hand was easily blocked, while Jin's body was also taken by the demon. A quick grab, and then the finishing blow for this life or death battle. A supersized fist was swung straight to his body. He fell backward with a whoosh. Without giving Jin a chance to get up, Saku immediately grabbed Jin's leg to give him more love. If you want to use the underworld sword, then you should also taste my fist technique. The underworld king has a perfect choice. Just like that, Jin's unconscious body was continuously hit by a dozen punches and kicks, beaten to a pulp. After a comfortable beating, it got heavy. Saku made a decisive blow. He swung it on the ground. This has been really strong. Manhwa Ding caused him to stick straight into the wall, headfirst into the training ground. Next is a white kick, directly in the stomach, sending the opponent flying far away. Saku grabbed Jin's neck. At this point, he had nothing. There was no strength left to resist. He raised the sword in his hand and looked at him coldly, as if he were an ant as promised. This time I will cut off all your limbs. In the next duel, I hope you will have a more humble attitude. At this moment, standing on the brink of life and death, with a face covered in blood and a bruised body, Jin was not afraid at all. He smiled. Perhaps he knew that was all he was capable of. The cold-blooded Saku then cut off Jin's limbs. Pieces of flesh and blood were scattered all over the arena. It's unknown how much time passed and how things unfolded after that. In a daze, Jin heard a few faint voices. All right, brother, you two. While healing the chosen one, please transfuse my blood to him, like this, brother battle god. Humans won't be able to withstand the blood of a battle god. Just a small mistake, and they will die. Along with those ringing sounds, he also gradually and groggily woke up. Before him was none other than Boris, who was talking to a rather mysterious person. And as mentioned before, Boris was the one who treated Jin, and he had no choice but to follow orders. Usually, if the battle god brother has spoken to that extent, then I have no right to refuse. The mysterious person quickly extended his hand. Then let's proceed with the blood transfusion. Now that everything has been arranged, there is only one thing left to do, and that is to pray that Jin's body can withstand the blood of the war god. A stream of fresh red blood was transfused into Jin. He could feel a powerful stream of energy flowing into him. This power made Jin feel as if every cell in his body that had been lost was once again being restored. The power of regeneration was like an endless stream, causing his body to recover quickly. Jin didn't know how long he had been unconscious. He seemed to be lost in another space, surrounded by the sea and a dark sky. Jin didn't know where he was, what time it was. There was only him and the sound of the waves. Jin heard a few voices ringing in his ears. Jin couldn't hear Sodlet's voice anymore. Something was wrong. If Jin cannot withstand this drop of blood and dies as the war god brothers said, then yes, perhaps the death of this child could lead to the extinction of our entire race. But even if you die, that's also a reason. It's also our destiny, and yours as well. The thing will end here. Jin now seemed to be falling into a deep lake. Around him was a strange darkness. But then, as those words kept appearing in his head, another stream of memories cut across. He remembered Iona's sister once telling him, "That is the 10,000 poisons wine. If you drink it and awaken your mind's eye to its limit, then no assassin will be able to take you down. That thing is still a challenge for me. At that time, I won't even be able to give gifts like this anymore. What a pity, anyway. See you again, Jin. Remember to take good care of your health." Suddenly, a will to survive awakened. Jin gritted his teeth, wanting to escape from the dark lake. He seemed to be enduring a physical pain. Jin awakened with a resilient will. Who dares to determine my fate? I still have much to do, and many things to protect. My destiny. It will be decided by me. Jin's will was like a source of energy flowing throughout his body. Thanks to it, Jin's heart of light also lit up once again. It seemed to emit a powerful light, marking a new beginning, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. March 16th, Year 1, Tantheo 9, Tantheo. After about a month of being in a continuous coma, Jin finally woke up. When he saw the morning sun shining on his face, Jin was happy to realize, I've overcome it, haven't I? It seems about a month has passed. Jin sat up after a long coma. The wounds on his body had healed, but a few long scars were still visible. Time passes too quickly. I must return in May. If it weren't for the myriad poisons, I might never have woken up. As the thoughts of his coma passed, Jin suddenly noticed something different about his body. But what is this? This light energy and the feeling of overflowing power. Could this be the complete heart of the Underworld King clan? But what the hell is going on? Could it be that a person who receives the blood of a war god will gain a royal heart? Amidst those thoughts, the war god suddenly spoke from behind. You're awake, the chosen heir. Jin sighed. He was incredibly grateful to them for saving him. But now he didn't know what to do to repay this life-saving favor. War god, I don't know what to say. Boris gave me his fang. And now, thanks to your blood, I have a complete Underworld King's heart. You didn't even bother to ask for my opinion on this. Ba looked at him. So you want to refuse it? Jin sighed in frustration. Do I have the right to do that? But you should have told me I would have my own Underworld King's heart, shouldn't you? You knew I was awake before the blood transfusion. Ban saw that he had fully recovered. She didn't pay much attention to Jin's words and just spoke briefly before quickly leaving. If you're not satisfied, then I'm sorry. Jin felt a little remorseful. I didn't say it to get an apology. I was just surprised by the sudden appearance of the heart. I will try to understand that I have made a pact with a god. And you are also called a war god, right? Ban walked over and opened the window. The morning sunlight and the cheerfully chirping birds made the room's scenery beautiful. What a surprise. I thought you would be angry and question me. Diane was frank. If you were my enemy, I probably would have. But possessing this heart doesn't mean I've become one of your brothers, right? Maybe some of the Underworld King clan have feelings for me, but people like 11, who don't like me, will probably protest vehemently. On Ban's hand was a small canary. She looked at the bird on her hand and said leisurely, perhaps so. When she saw the war god nod, Jin asked for permission to ask one last question. Actually, if I hadn't had your help, would I have been accepted by everyone during my time here? She looked at Jin with a sharp, cold gaze. Asking this question took all the courage Jin could muster. Veins bulged on his tightly clenched fist. She looked at him seriously. If the answer is yes, you intend to destroy this heart. Because this is a power you did not earn for yourself, isn't it? Jin now understood, and a look of determination finally appeared on his face. You see right through me. But this heart is still something I earned, even though it's not what I truly wanted. If I hadn't met the standard, I wouldn't have received your recognition. The war god replied, I only see this as a method of succession. If you consider it your own, then why do you still want to destroy it? Jin stated bluntly, if it truly belonged to me, I could destroy it and recreate it whenever I like. But this was obtained through someone else's kindness and doesn't completely belong to me. To put it simply, Jin believed that while he had earned the heart through his efforts, it wasn't completely his own. Because it came from the war god's blood, he couldn't just destroy it as he pleased. Ben added, even without my blood, you still could have been recognized by the brothers. Jin finally regained his confidence. then I will make the best use of it. And one more thing. This May, I absolutely must return, as I have important business to finish in the outside world. I can come back here when it's done. So, can we please adjust the training pace? Ban looked up at the sky. So we have 2 months left, huh? Alright, in the mornings. You will train with the 7th Fighting King, Belize, in the afternoons. You will spar with Brother Saku. Just like that, another 49 days passed. As expected, after obtaining the heart, some members of the Underworld King clan showed hostility towards Jin. But since this was the war god's choice and not something he wanted, their harsh reactions gradually softened. The Underworld King clan was incredibly strong. If only I could close the gap between us now that I have the heart. Jin had fought Saku 49 times and had been defeated all 49 times. However, instead of being discouraged by each loss, he only wanted to spar again sooner. Because the more he fought, the more he realized his perspective was changing every moment. After 10 matches with Saku, Jin thought he had to be as strong as his sister, Luna. But after 20 matches, he began to doubt his own assessment of her being as strong as Luna. By the 30th time, I completely refuted that idea. By his 40th match, Jin was confident he could at least sever one of Saku's arms. The finish line was beginning to appear, as the gap between them slowly closed. Jin's own progress was terrifying. Therefore, I was always excited for my sparring matches with Saku, even though every time I had to ask Boris to heal my severed limbs. At some point, the members of the Underworld King clan stopped mentioning Tema's name in front of me. As usual, Jin stepped into the arena today, preparing for another decisive battle with Saku. Everyone wanted Saku to finally taste defeat. Jin, you have to win today. Teach Saku a lesson. Go on, go on. As soon as he stepped into the ring, Jin saw Saku standing there with a grim look on his face. Why do you look like you just swallowed a fly today? Are you sick of fighting me already? Saku sighed gloomily. Of course not. It's just, through these daily sparring sessions, I've grown fond of you. It's becoming more and more awkward to have to slice you up. Hearing that, Jin didn't soften at all and immediately drew his sword. I've told you so many times. If you face me with such half-hearted feelings, it won't do me any good. Get serious. I understand how you feel. Saku sighed in frustration. Alright. As the war god watched the match from above, Tanteo approached. Brother war god. Ben looked at him and asked, "What is it, Brother Tanteo?" Tanteo spoke to her seriously. I heard the successor is about to leave La Perosa, as others are beginning to accept him as a sworn brother. I think we should give everyone a chance to spar with Jin. Saku has had his turn for too long. Another fighting king agreed with Tanel's words. That's right. The brothers who truly cherish the successor have only been able to watch from afar. Let's give the other brothers a chance too. Hearing this, Bam pondered for a moment. Even so, I still need everyone's consent. After a moment of thought, the war god spoke up. Everyone, listen up. The chosen one will be leaving in 2 weeks, so that everyone can fight him. We should accept him as our brother. What do you think? If any brother objection, speak up. A fierce-faced fighting king thought, although I don't want to admit it. He helped Gamun comprehend the first form of the spirit sword, Soul Rend. Boris gave him his own fang, an unprecedented event in the history of the Underworld King clan. The fact that he completed Linda's vow of silence is also clear. Despite being recognized by the war god, he is not arrogant. Even with his limbs getting cut off daily, he never flinched, persevering to the very end. And despite failing again and again, he never once fell into despair. The royal fighting kings began to buzz with discussion. Only one person remained silent from beginning to end. Then the silent atmosphere erupted into a roar after he stomped his foot. I, the first fighting king Vantirik. I recognized Jin of the Kandin clan as our sworn brother. The most difficult of the fighting kings to persuade had been convinced, which was a good start. Next up was the 5th disciple, the fighting king and the 8th fighting king. They stomped their feet forcefully, clearly showing their support. We, the 1st king and the 5th king, also recognized Jin Dan Kanden as our brother. Farewell. The gatekeeper of La Flerosa and I, Saku the Thunderclap, also recognizes Jin Kanden as our sworn brother. A thunderous cheer erupted. Jin stood there, before the recognition of everyone. One by one, the members of the Underworld King clan agreed with that call. When everything was agreed upon, the war god stood up and shouted, "So all the sworn brothers have agreed. We declare, from this moment on, Shin of the Kandin clan is officially our sworn brother." Since becoming a member of the Underworld King clan, everything moved very quickly. The brothers who wanted to spar with Jin had to play rock, paper, scissors to decide the order. And once the order was set, the battles continued one day after another. Then two. Right away. From the morning. From noon until morning. I'm fighting with them. The king's battle continued non-stop until early morning. In his final match with Saku, he wanted to give him a good beating, but the moment the blow grazed him, he shouted, "I lose," which was basically just taking a dive. Although it felt bitter, there was no other way. After being defeated by all the other underworld kings, defeating Saku meant nothing. So instead of getting angry, Jin decided to calm down and everything ended. Now, with only 9 days left in his training here, Jin decided to postpone his duels with the fighting kings and chose to train more instead. Finally, 74 matches with Hanoi, with the Underworld King warriors has come to an end. That night, the Underworld Kings closest to Jin gathered at his residence. Tantheo held up a bottle of liquor excitedly. "Jin, sworn brother, good grief. Let's have a drink." Seeing the bottle of liquor, Jin grimaced and refused. "Isn't that the gem liquor you gave me on the first day?" "No thanks. That stuff is way too strong." Then, with Tantheo's insistence, he handed Jin a sparkling glass of liquor. "Hey now, don't be like that, just try it. It tastes different this time." Jin reluctantly took the glass. Skeptical, really? On the outside, it looked no different from before. Yet when he tasted it, everything was exactly as Tanio had just said. A sweet liquor taste, yet still very rich. "This is a different kind of liquor, isn't it?" Hearing that, Boris said it was still the same gem liquor as before. However, many people have obtained the light heart, so the taste you perceive will be different. Jin was quite surprised. It's different because of the light heart. How miraculous. Less than a second later, Father Saku appeared out of nowhere. "Of course. Then have another drink with me." Jin flashed a mischievous grin. "You're on, Saku. Just a few days ago, you were chopping me to pieces, and now you're acting all friendly." So the two of them kept pouring back and forth, drinking several glasses in a row. Jin continued to be invited by the other fighting kings. Everything was poured into a large basin. "Jin, my brother, over here too, me too." Jin didn't hesitate and drank it all from Gammon to Boris to Linfa. The liquor he was offered had to be held in a basin. Regular cups and glasses were no longer enough. Jin was tossed into the air by everyone, accompanied by countless cheers. Everyone clapped and cheered as if they had never had a drink before. Linfa, a lightweight, passed out after just a few glasses. He fell flat on the ground, while Gammon and Boris stood to one side, laughing heartily. The merry laughter and chatter continued late into the night, after everyone was tipsy. Jin finally had some time to go outside for fresh air. He gently opened and closed the door. Sighing softly, "I'm pretty beat." Just stepped out onto the balcony when suddenly before his eyes, an old fighting king appeared in front of Jin. That person was the 7th fighting king, Belize, who had been teaching him the spirit sword recently. Jin approached. "Beliger, why haven't I seen you all evening? What are you doing out here?" Belize turned around and, seeing Jin, smiled cheerfully. "Jin, you seem to be having a lot of fun." "I was just looking at the sky," Beliger said. "Although this place was recreated by Soderbergh, it looks exactly like the place I used to live." Jin asked her, "Is that so? Then have you ever wondered what the outside world is like? Since I came here, no one has asked about that." In response to that question, Belize said, "Simply because everyone knows that since our time stopped, we can never return to that world." Jin was quite confused. "Then shouldn't you be even more curious?" Beliger said sadly, "Perhaps so, but what's the use of wanting something unattainable? Since I started reminiscing, none of the brothers I loved are there anymore." Jin sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry, I was being thoughtless." Belly didn't seem to mind much. "It's okay, it's just that a brother once mentioned that." Jin was quite curious. What was it? Belize explained that the outside world had gone through millennia and perhaps at some point, they would develop a type of magic or tool to get us out. Jin showed that he understood. But then he thought to himself, "Unfortunately, as far as I know, there is still no way." That's understandable. When even the fire realm, where the immortal phoenixes live, cannot connect to the mortal realm, except for the summoning of phoenixes by mages. All magic related to other worlds is forbidden by the Magic Association. They are all classified as dark magic and are unlikely to be developed. Jin asked Belize, "So, is there really no way for the Underworld King brothers to get out on their own? Didn't Tannel go out on his own to pick me up?" Beliger looked at Jin expectantly. That was only when a successor appeared in the Great Desert. "So, I have a request. If it's not too much to ask, could you find a way for us to return to the outside world? To seriously consider this issue. Of course, when I leave here, I will definitely find a way to get everyone out." The next morning, Jin continued his daily training routine, remembering the mission he needed to complete. The mission to reclaim the compass is fast approaching. I have to seize this opportunity. The fact that Sister Iona was able to obtain information about the treasure from Puba's workshop is a sign that there is unlikely to be a second time. I must succeed. While lost in thought about the upcoming mission, someone approached from behind. The person who had just arrived was the war god of the underworld king. You seem to have a lot on your mind, Brother Jin. Is something wrong? Seeing her arrive, Jin greeted her, Lady Ban. I was just about to find you to discuss the important matter we mentioned. You asked about what you said you had to return to in May, right? It was serious. Yes, I have to go back to carry out a mission with my comrades. But I'm not sure if my current strength is enough. Ban was baffled by Jin's words. How ridiculous. Do you know who the warriors you fought against were? Jin was still very worried. I know that. They were warriors who had reached the divine realm, but I've never won against any of them. Also, if I get injured while carrying out the mission, it's not scary. But I'm quite worried about my comrades. Among them, there are those who are weaker than me. She said to him, so you still don't understand yourself, do you? That's why you're wavering. Is also the wavering of the entire Underworld King clan. As she spoke, the war god handed Jin a sword. I came here to give you the sword. Jin held the sword in his hand, its body radiating a sparkling flame. This sword is the twin of the Sickman's sword, my sword. Also, Boris has reforged it so you can use it. For the remaining time, let's train directly together. After giving the wind and thunder sword Sigmund to Georgian, Ban requested, let's train directly together. Use the remaining time to fight me. Dean was startled by this offer, fight you? But right now, I still haven't finished my training with the Fighting King brothers. Ben got Dean. Didn't you say you don't have much time left? I will pass it on to the Fighting Kings. In the remaining time, I will help you strengthen your will, reduce your anxiety, and train you, so that you can see yourself correctly. In front of me, you only need to draw your sword when you feel you will not die. Dai looked at the sword in his hand and wondered, just pull out Sichmun. At first, Jin didn't understand the meaning of that sentence. But when he faced the war god in the arena, he understood immediately. Just standing still, the power radiating from him that day. At the moment of drawing the sword, I knew right away that I was going to die. I had even thought of all sorts of tactics and skills that could be applied, but find a way not to die. Quick? Impossible. It seemed impossible. I couldn't find any of the opponent's weaknesses, as well as all the paths for me to avoid death. If I draw my sword, no. All possible outcomes lead to the same result. I know if I draw my sword, I will lose my life immediately. So, how do I find the path to open this door? On the 5th day, I finally have a chance to help. The Zichmun sword. For 5 days, I died 90,000 times. Just create one. The only chance to attack. Yet all his efforts were easily thwarted by the war god. She easily blocked that sword strike with just one finger, without any effort. Bam praised, a pretty good move. You could have used it from the beginning. But why did you hesitate? Jin was now exhausted, sweat pouring down like rain. I drew my sword because I felt I wouldn't die this time. It seems it's still not enough. Jin was quite disappointed because it still wasn't as effective as he had hoped. Don't despair. Brother, he said. Before time stopped, there weren't many people who could hit us even once. 5 days ago, you could have used this move to fight with me. You have enough strength, but because you don't understand your own abilities, you've lost faith. That's why you've had to endure thousands of failures. After the war god's words, Jin sighed. He seemed to understand now. Believe in yourself. This match was for me to realize that again. When I stood before the illusion of Lord Tema, I realized it, but then forgot. She said seriously to Jin, that's right, worrying makes us lose ourselves. If you hadn't finally realized yourself and couldn't pull out the Zichmet, I was going to take back the sword. Jin finally regained the faith he had lost. He clenched his fist in determination now. No matter how many times I try, I can only share one move with you, because you have confirmed that it is possible. In the remaining 4 days of training, which passed quickly, Jin learned a special technique from the war god. This was a skill that only the war gods, masters of the divine sword segment of the Underworld King clan, could learn. Finally, the day of departure arrived. Jin sheathed his sword. Now, all that's left is to meet my comrades again. That's right. I hope next time we meet, you'll be able to share your techniques with me. The brothers are waiting for you in front of the Fighting King's hall. Just greet the brothers and come back. Jin bowed his head deeply in gratitude. War god, thank you. Ben reached out and touched Jin's face. Raise your head. There are no scores to settle between us brothers. The sworn brothers will remember the achievements you have made here and will be waiting. A good journey, sworn brother. Ben blessed Jean with her words and wished him a safe journey ahead. Jean also gladly accepted it and was grateful for everything. Yes. May 17th, Year 1 Tanteo 9 Tanteo. After saying goodbye to all the sworn brothers, Jin left La Perosa with a promise to meet again. Strangely, except for the Underworld King clan, he could bring other materials out of the outside world. Jean brought Boris's tooth and the cloak he made, along with a lot of wine and cakes. He returned by the old path and crossed the Mitra Desert. I don't know if it was because the training at La Perosa was like a dream, or because of the precious gem heart, but I didn't feel tired at all despite the harsh sun. In just 3 days since leaving La Perosa, I reached the place where I was separated from my guide. May 2nd, Year 1, Tanteo 9 Tanteo. After more than a week in the desert, I finally came across a few black fires. They shouted, "Oh, a human, have you crossed the desert?" Seeing them, Jin approached and inquired, "Black fire? What a coincidence. Are you well? Why have you come here?" "The ones who set up the campfire have completed the transaction with the Jumpsian tribe in the west. I will return to Yucca." They rejoiced. Not dead, lucky human. Everyone was worried, heartbroken. Did you get through it? Jin pondered. I've overcome it. I can't explain it all, but it was truly a valuable experience. It's lucky we're heading in the same direction. How about we chat on our way back? The Black Fire tribe immediately shook their hands in fear. No, I'm going straight to Iuca Yucca. Jin asked again. You can't. They quickly explained. We said it a few days ago. The Sichho tribe is dangerous. Go back. Go through Mecha Mecha. Use the fee to pass through the market, Jin asked worriedly. The Sichho tribe. How long will it take to get back? The Hook Hoa tribe calculated. It will take 3 to 4 days. Jin raised his eyebrows. No. That will be too late. I have urgent business. Is there no secret path of yours here? Hick Hoa shook his head. Not on this side. Jin stopped thinking. Then let's just go. Hook Hoa was worried. Be careful. They might pick a fight. They might kill you, human. Dian hoisted his bag and stepped forward confidently. Don't worry, Black Fire. I'll take care of it. At this moment, Jin and the Hook Hoa tribe had reached the guard post where the Sich Ho tribe was stationed. Hook Hoa sat on the horse-drawn carriage, worrying incessantly. UGH, we're in big trouble. Human, what should we do? If we pay, we'll be fine. As for you, probably not. Jin observed them. I'll follow behind. You go in first. All right then. See you later. As he walked, Hook Hoa trembled with fear. He thought to himself, be careful, human. At the guard post, a Red Tiger clan member said with a laugh, oh, the Fishtail clan. The tribute is very generous. All right, just pass through. Suddenly, Jin appeared out of nowhere. While I'm still speaking politely, return everything you've stolen from the Beastman tribes until now. After Jin appeared with those threats, the 2 Sich Ho tribe members immediately felt that something was wrong. What the hell is on him? What kind of aura is this? It's too dangerous. A sense of danger immediately surrounded him, but easily. Then he also rushed forward after that thought. If I can't kill him right here, it will be very dangerous. But his body hadn't even reached the place when, with just a glance, the Sichho soldier's eyes went white with fear. He cowered and shivered. He couldn't even breathe normally when he got near the other guy. The other one was surprised when he saw his comrade lying flat on the ground. I don't know that guy's name, but his dangerous aura is real. But who would have thought it would be this terrifying? So without a second's hesitation, he kotoed repeatedly and sincerely. Oh my God, please spare my life. If you don't get him out of here by the time I count to 3, you're all dead. As he spoke, Shin began to speak. 1, 2, 3. He had only counted to 2 when the shadows of the Tizichu tribe members were almost gone. They grabbed their companion and ran for their lives. We're leaving now. As mighty as he was, he ran just as fast. After dealing with them, Jin turned to talk to Hook Hoa, handing him a few of the fish they liked best. Here, the fish you worked so hard to get. Hick Hoa took the 2 fish, his eyes sparkling. Thank you, human. He then stammered a few words, something like inviting Jin to the Hook Hoa tribe's place for a party. One day, more, rest, let's go, human, fire, Watertail tribe, party. Jin also quickly declined the invitation, although he really wanted to go. Sorry, but I still have urgent business to attend to. Then he continued to point at the pile of treasures that the Sich Ho tribe had left behind. The belongings and money have been recovered. Please return them to their rightful owners. Be careful. See you next time. Well then, eat and go. Here, grill it and eat it right away. The whole Hick Hoa group shouted, looking like they had all their tools ready to deal with this pile of fish. Seeing their enthusiasm, Jin didn't refuse. That's great. I was getting a little hungry myself. About an hour later, Jin and the sailors began a feast. Jin also took the opportunity to ask Hook Hoa about a few things. Oh right, Hook Hoa. At the yucca market, do they have dye? Hook Hoa asked while eating. Why ask about dye all of a sudden? Jin stated his purpose. Actually, I need to disguise myself to go somewhere. Then use the disguise of the Golden Snow Tribe. It's even better than dye. Hook Hoa said quickly. Just like that, after asking about the necessary things and finishing the meal, everyone set off. A few hours later, the group quickly returned to where they had started a few months ago. The greeter was still none other than the mouse of the Golden Thread clan. Oh, you've returned safely. Thank goodness. I heard you need a disguise, right? Well then, first let me introduce a few types of dyes. The Temple Master spoke as his hands quickly pulled out a product introduction board. Although the price might seem a bit expensive to you, our dyeing technique is completely different from that of other races. We use natural essences from countless plants and flower extracts, not only providing a variety of colors but also a captivating fragrance. Once you use it, you won't be able to resist. Stop bragging, old man, the nearby black fire fumed, introducing my friend, the one who defeated the Sicho tribe. Look here. We have recovered everything the Red Tiger clan stole from the beastmen. Black fire. Why didn't you tell me anything? You made me waste my breath just now. Do you know that makes me look like a money-grubbing rat? I almost became a greedy merchant exploiting a benefactor. The rat heard that and angrily scolded him. The mouse knocked the black fire almost unconscious, then turned to thank Jin very sincerely. So, you are the benefactor who defeated the Red Tiger tribe. Thank you. The Yuka merchants will be very happy with this news. Of course, I will do it completely for free, so the benefactor can take his time. We will perfectly disguise you with the special disguise technique of the Golden Snow Tribe. Afternoon of the last day of May. Year 1. Tanteo 9, Tanteo. On the southern island of the Duchy of Bellado. Jean walked in while looking around. This land hasn't changed at all, has it? A young man with striking blonde hair was walking in the port area, of course. It was none other than a disguised Jin. A place full of drug-addicted mercenaries and homeless people, most of whom had lost everything after participating in the arena. In contrast to this place, the northern part of the island is a completely different world. A place disguised for the young, wealthy nobility to gamble in secret. It is also the place where the compass will return tomorrow. I wonder if everyone has arrived on the island safely. While thinking, a person in the distance slowly approached while constantly smiling. I guess he also just went crazy after coming out of the arena. Then the man suddenly appeared next to him, much to his surprise. He thrust something into his hand while constantly begging for money. Oh my. Please give me just one coin. Jin jumped. He had recognized who he was. What the hell? Is that really Z? Upon contact, Jin immediately recognized his old friend, but didn't forget to toss him a few silver coins. You'll be blessed. Although in his past life they were sworn enemies, it was clear. Recruiting him was the right thing to do. The setting is perfect for blending in. In the letter that Z just slipped into Jin's hand was a long unseen code, representing the nailed-down board under the bed in room 203 at the Bird's Beacon. At the Bird's Beacon, after stepping inside, the manager immediately told Jin, "We're full. Find another place." Jin immediately spoke the code. "Long time no see. Boo." When he heard those words, his attitude changed slightly, and he took out a key. "Go to room 203. In room 203, as written in the letter. Jin quickly found the mentioned location. Jin thought to himself, "It's well hidden." Inside the box was another letter. Let's see what the current situation is. "Sir, it has been a long time. The other comrades have arrived and settled in at various inns. It seems Cancelo and Jibo have not yet discovered anything. This is the confirmed information so far. On Cancelo's side, there is an archmage named Chunko of Anzu, along with 5 other mages predicted to be 8-star level. There are also 3 raid captain level warriors from the White Orchid tribe. Along with that, it seems there are not a few archers, marksmen, and other talented individuals. As for J-Paul, there is no specific information yet. It seems they will only reveal themselves on the day of the plan's execution. However, it is possible that Jibo's masters have also been hiding here for a while, like Cancelo. The planned execution time is still 10 p.m. on June 1st. The location is the casino in the large mansion on the north side of the island. Please bring the admission ticket placed in the red wooden box accompanying this letter. After completing the mission, please escape to the pre-designated location. The locations where the comrades are hiding are written on the back of the letter. Additionally, accompanying Lord Kashmir and Murakam, Lady Cirrus of Bangsa Castle will also join this operation. With her experience in espionage, assassination, and guerrilla warfare, she will be a formidable ally to you, sir. As for me, I will return to Tikan after completing the mission of delivering the letter to you. I will send your regards to Miss Julie. Good luck. After reading the letter, Jean began to think. A 9th level archmage, 5 8th level mages, and 3 raid captain level warriors from the White Orchid tribe. Zippo will surely bring a comparable force. Tomorrow night, this filthy pirate playground will turn into a battlefield of the stars. The next evening at the casino, a beautiful girl holding a cat smiled sweetly. I've won again, my lord. A man sitting on the opposite side also smiled cheerfully. My lord, are you all right? It seems you've lost about 1,000 gold coins. Jean continued to play cards quietly, his face showing no expression. On June 1, 1979, the casino at the Grand Mansion on the north side of the island was bustling with excitement and joy. The man, dressed in a mysterious black suit, entered through the main door and instantly attracted the attention of everyone present in the large space. A woman among them took notice. Look. The woman next to her also looked in that direction, and after a quick glance, couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my, it's the first time I've seen such a handsome young master." Jean walked in coolly with an expressionless face. The black suit paired with the long sword in his hand added to his mysterious aura. Wherever he went, whispers followed. Who is he? Should I try to approach him? I really want to go out with him tonight. That's right, just looking at him makes me drool. The woman in sunglasses casually leaned back, her hands gently and lovingly stroking a black cat. Her whole being exuded an aura of mystery, and even her voice was half hidden, half revealed. I am Zelia. But from the first glance, Jean recognized the person in front of him as Cyrus in disguise. Jean had a slight suspicion. The black cat in her hand is Muricon Hua Chang Thin. If it wasn't from Muricon, I almost wouldn't have recognized it. If you're going to act, you have to act the part. Greetings are also an indispensable step. Jean also understood this principle, placing his hand on his chest and bowing politely. It's a pleasure to meet you, he thought to himself, although it can't compare to Puva's makeup artistry. The disguise technique at Bangkok is also truly amazing. Zelia smiled, continuing the conversation gracefully. If this is your first time here, would you like to try playing a game? This is the most popular game here. Actions under disguise also require intelligence. The two of them were using code in their words to transmit information. Does that mean the other allies are at the BK table? Thank you. But I'd like to look around a bit more before deciding. Zelia smiled and praised him discreetly. You are very careful. All right, let me show you to another place first. The two of them went to a round table where a large crowd had gathered. Zelia quickly mentioned, are you familiar with sick bow and dice? Go to that left corner and take a look. The hidden meaning in her words was that on the left was where Zippo and the Kinzello members were, in disguise. Zelia led Jean to the table area and, preparing to leave, hinted at another sentence, if you think of me while you're playing, come to the billiards table. Her meaning was to tell him to look around and then come back. Jean received the signal and replied immediately, all right, I'll be there. Before leaving, Zelia also reminded him, it's almost dark, don't be too late. She wanted to remind him to prepare carefully so that no one would suspect him. Hurry up. Diane smiled shyly. I understand, miss. The sick bow table was bustling with excitement, with people rolling dice and cheering everywhere. Jean swept his eyes over the scene and confirmed a few things. Just as Jet reported, Kinzello's side is in disguise and waiting. However, something he hadn't hoped for still happened. It wasn't just Kinzello. Zippo had also prepared quite elaborately. His gaze fell upon the well-dressed men who were playing with the gamblers in their hands. As if they were worthless, inanimate toys. For a moment, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Those notoriously arrogant people are willing to disguise themselves as gamblers like this. Behind him, in a corner of the room, the hideous, hairy members of the White Orchid tribe stood gathered, talking to each other. Jean stood in front, silently observing the situation. It seems it's not much different, as expected, all top-tier players. Unfortunately, one of the two of them noticed something unusual and immediately composed himself. The glass of water in his hand was also slammed down on the table without mercy. Just as Jean turned to leave, the man called him back. Hey, you there, come here. Diane turned his head in annoyance and looked at him out of the corner of his eye. He beckoned him closer with his hand. Come here. Jean began to waver slightly. Could he have sensed the aura of the Underworld King clan? I thought I had concealed it completely. Fortunately, Jin reacted in time. After a few seconds of composing himself, he thought of a way to resolve the White Orchid tribe's suspicion. He turned back with a broad smile. as if they had been close for 3 generations. "Oh my god, isn't this the White Orchid tribe? I never expected to meet you here." As soon as he finished speaking, Jean rushed over to him, touching and squeezing his six-pack abs, and even looked at him with eyes full of long-standing desire. He kept spouting exaggerated words. "I have long wished to speak with the White Orchid tribe. My goodness. The fur is as magnificent as the rumors say." The White Orchid clansman started to get annoyed at being touched. He threw his head back and growled a warning, "Hands off." At that moment, Jin realized this guy wasn't actually a threat, just a fool. "I thought I smelled danger." After realizing this, Songjin immediately clasped his hands, bowed his head, and smiled apologetically. "I have offended you unintentionally, I'm truly sorry. But did you call me for something?" Jin's respectful attitude managed to fool the foolish White Orchid tribesman. He waved his hand and turned to leave immediately. "It's nothing, I was mistaken. You can go." Diane also politely bowed in return. "Have a nice day." On the surface, it seemed that way, but it wasn't. The person hadn't even stood up straight yet, but Jin's eyes had already skinned upwards, following the large, shadowy figure that was leaving, silently letting out a sigh of relief. That was almost a problem before anything even started. In this mission, I must wipe out all the beastmen. Enough wandering around. Time to go back. At the billiards table, the sound of laughter and chatter echoed continuously. The atmosphere was truly lively, with people cheering and marveling. "Won again? Just watching is fun." Jin approached from a distance and called out, "Miss Elia." She also turned her head at the call to look. As soon as she saw the familiar person, Celia immediately stood up. "My lord, you have arrived. Did you come back because you miss me?" Zelia gracefully and coquettishly stepped closer, caressing Jin's sharp jawline, and spoke in a sweet voice. "Come to think of it, I only told you my name earlier. Won't you tell me yours?" But Jin wasn't paying attention to this formality. Only paid attention to the piece of paper in the mouth of the cat Murakam was disguised as. The main content is that the goods will be exchanged at the card table, on the second floor of the central area. Confirming that the other party had received the information, Murakam immediately swallowed the piece of paper, to avoid suspicion. Jin also took the opportunity to pet Murakam's cheeks. In his cat form, he even exclaimed, "What a cute cat." Jin respectfully bowed and kissed Celia's hand as a polite Western greeting, gallantly introducing himself. "My name is Ba Men, my lady. Now then." Zelia led him to Bambai, right near where the allies were gathered. "Come on, Prince Baman. Let's play with everyone here until evening." It was just that upon first meeting, Jin was a little surprised. His suave and elegant demeanor had vanished. His face was now filled with surprise. The 3 people sitting in front of him, he couldn't believe they would disguise themselves like this. They are all disguised with ice palace masks. That's good. Knight Casimir, a talented young man with a not unpleasant appearance, disguised himself as an old, one-eyed, one-handed pirate with more than half of his hair turned silver. Enya, famous for her lively, energetic blue hair, disguised herself as a shy, quiet brown-haired girl who was always holding a notebook and writing in it. Or even Alyssa, who is normally a bit strict. Her appearance, except for the long scar that ran across her left eye, was not bad overall. But she disguised herself as a middle-aged man, with a shy demeanor, always using a robe to hide her tall figure, and with a bushy beard. Zelia took a few silver coins and started. "Well then, place your bets." Next, the marbles on the round table began to spin in a spiral of fate. No one could be sure of the outcome of this game. The marble rolled and stopped on the number 17. Yayu leaned back in her chair and said, "Oh my, what should I do? I've won again, my lord." Hearing that, Casimir added a few words of fun, "My lord, are you alright? It seems you've lost up to 1,000 gold coins." Jin sat opposite on the other side of the round table, having lost a considerable amount of money on his first time at the round table. It was hard not to be bewildered. For a moment, his face showed 3 dots of speechlessness. "If this continues, it won't be good," Din suggested. "It's a bit embarrassing to end like this and go back. How about we switch to another game?" Zelia smiled and looked up. "Are you more confident with another game?" "Alright then, this time. You choose the game, my lord." Finally having a chance to shine, Jin immediately suggested, "Let's play cards if it's cards. My lady won't be able to beat me." Zelia naturally agreed. The 2 of them skillfully maneuvered and coordinated to carry out the mission discreetly. "Cards on the second floor. Please follow me." The surroundings were constantly buzzing with lively discussion. They were eagerly anticipating this competition. "This is so intense. I can't miss this drama." The Kashmir group declined to go along. "We'll continue to have fun here. See you later." Also informed Zelia and Baman that they would stay behind to monitor the situation on the first floor. After all, Enya had lost so badly that she was dejected, wondering if there was any way to win big once. Zelia had received the signal and also relayed the meaning. Alright, I'll be back before 10 o'clock. Remember to prepare the next game. She wanted to remind them to be ready to start the plan before 10 o'clock. The atmosphere on the second floor was much more lively. The clock was about to strike 10. But the people inside didn't seem to care much about it. I thought Jean would salvage a little from the card games. But he lost so badly that people had to ask if he was okay. Hey, my lord, are you alright? It seems you've lost again. Even the hand holding Jin's cards was unconsciously trembling, and a curse had to escape his lips. Damn it. In the end, Jean had to admit defeat, helplessly bowing his head and folding his cards. I've lost. I can't beat you, miss. The people watching the dramatic card game let out a few sighs. Lost everything, huh? What a pity. It was truly a mistake to go up against Miss Zelia, who is famous around here, without knowing anything. As for Zelia, on the opposite side of the round table, she stroked the black cat in her arms and smiled, continuing the conversation. What a pity. My lord, I'm getting bored too. Tsao had also won a large sum of several stacks of silver, enough to equal a person's fortune. She decided to let him off the hook for this round. She stood up to leave the table. Then be careful. On your way back. The spectators also dispersed, leaving one by one. Let's go too. Yes, let's go. As she passed by the recorder, she quietly reminded him, don't be too anxious. Everything will be alright today. At the same time, 2 or 3 people from the next table also stood up. Only one person was in the open, while the other two wore hoods that covered half of their faces, making them look mysterious and unpredictable. It's unknown what will happen next. The clock struck 10 o'clock sharp. It was time to carry out the mission. This opportunity will not repeat itself. I must succeed. The man at the opposite table slowly pushed up his glasses and said a few words in a language no one understood. He continued to speak nonstop in a particularly low voice, like a whisper. However, besides Jin's group, no one cared what he was saying. Immediately after, he reached into his bag and rustled around for a while, seemingly looking for something inside. Jin's eyes immediately tensed, his alertness level raised to the maximum as he prepared for action. It's here. The compass he needed has appeared. The magic power was immediately unleashed. The nimble feet took off and glided past. It's time to act. The plan to reclaim the compass officially begins. 10 minutes ago, Chukan had appeared at the casino with 2 subordinates. He gradually approached the round table in front, the prearranged meeting place. On his way, Chukan passed by Jin, who was scratching his head in frustration after losing several hands of cards to Zelia. Karen had been waiting for him for a long time. Seeing him arrive, she warmly greeted him. You've arrived? It must have been a long journey for you. Karen Zippo is a member of the Zippo clan, and today she is the representative from Zippo. To complete the mission, Chukong kept his hands behind his back, looking very relaxed. But his frown and attitude were not very friendly. Skip the pleasantries. Why is it so noisy here? He was the representative from Cancelo, the absolute master of the Anzu Plains on the northern continent, Chukong Total. Karen was too lazy to explain. She closed her eyes and went straight to the table to sit down. Perhaps to him, the two of them were forever equals, and there was no need to be more respectful to one than the other. He just said a few words. Casually, aren't all casinos like this? Don't mind it and sit down. Chukong was naturally suspicious, and coupled with his age, he was very cautious about everything. He flopped down in his chair, his arms crossed in front of his chest like a stubborn conservative. His suspicion was easily seen in his words. I'm old, so everything bothers me. But isn't this a robber planted by your side? Karen, if you explain. What are you talking about, Lord Chukong? This has absolutely nothing to do with us. They're just gamblers. If we were going to take back the item, we wouldn't need to do something so troublesome. We just have to not return it, and that's it. How could this kind of thitch be seen through by an experienced person like Chukong? It was just a case of teaching a fish to swim. He continued to press. Stop showing off. Karen Zippo, even you guys have to be careful, so you set up this charade, right? Chukong read the Jibo clan like a book. If they officially returned it, wouldn't it make the Kanding clan suspicious? And if they didn't return it, we would leak the information to the Kanding clan and our side. Karen Zippo's intentions were seen through, but there was absolutely no fear or change in her attitude and expression. She even had the mood to praise her opponent. You're very sharp. Chukong's eyebrows furrowed, his expression very unpleasant. It seemed he didn't have a very good impression of the Depot clan either, not even sparing Karen from his social remarks. Your side broke the alliance terms first, and yet there's not a word of apology. How shameless. It's hard to guess what your father is plotting. Karen's face remained impassive. She didn't even glance at Chukan, and was even in the mood to joke. If you have the chance, go ask him yourself. But I'm not sure you have the guts to find my father. Chukan was not a patient person, and he didn't like this kind of time-wasting, formal socializing. So he got straight to the point. That sounds lovely. It's time. Bring out the item. The moment Karen was about to prepare the goods was also when the clock struck 10. Jin, in a corner of the room, had been waiting for this moment all day, having prepared meticulously for it. Chukan said a few sentences in a strange language, perhaps it was, is to prevent others in the room from hearing their transaction. But this is an opportunity Jin cannot miss. He must succeed. Just as the goods reached Chukan's hands, he reached into the black bag and rummaged around for a while. Now is the time to act. Jin knew the time was ripe. It has appeared. The compass they needed has appeared. The magic in his hand had been brewing for who knows how long. He had gone through countless nights of training for this moment, and this moment only. Jin jumped up, his hands carrying the magic with a single purpose. From now on, the campaign to reclaim it. The version will begin. The stream of light from the magic originated from behind Chukan, making him unable to resist a curious glance. His eyebrows were still furrowed together, knowing that things wouldn't go smoothly. By the time he realized the actual situation, his eyes had already widened in shock. This plan to reclaim the compass had been clearly laid out by Din, with every move and step coordinated with Muraken's group. As soon as I see the compass, I will use ancient light magic. At that time, Mo Khan, upon hearing Jin's decision, was restless and strongly objected. Isn't ancient light magic just a flash of light? What good will emitting light do? Kasm was a little calmer, speculating on Jin's choice, since the opponent is a mage. You want to block their vision, right, Master Jin? Actually, Jin's choice of that plan was not entirely unreasonable. He had considered the worst-case scenarios. That's right. There will definitely be a 9th level mage at the transaction scene. All of them are protected by defensive magic, which even 8th level mages or warriors would find difficult to penetrate. From his perspective, choosing to attack was not the smartest solution. If we attack directly and trigger the defensive magic, we risk being counterattacked before we can even get the compass. This is the only way. And the reason he chose to use light magic was because after the flashbang detonates, no one will be able to see for 10 seconds. In those 10 seconds, we must retrieve the compass. At present, those 10 seconds have officially begun. The entire area of the second floor was enveloped in light, and no one could see anything. The 10-second countdown began. Jin pushed off with his feet, taking off like a shot, taking advantage of every rare opportunity. The space began to descend into uncontrollable chaos, with both sides of the transaction continuously crying out, "Lord Chukan, what kind of trick are you trying to pull, damn it?" Only 5 seconds left, then for seconds, but the compass was still in Chukan's hands. And even at his whiny mouth, "Karen Zippo, you really dare?" With 3 seconds left, Jin reached out, stretching his body to its full length to grab the compass. It's right in front of my eyes. The compass is right in front of my eyes. But there are only 2 seconds left. Jin's entire mind and body were focused on the important object before him. So much so that even his pupils dilated. Life and death in this venture all depended on these last 2 seconds. In the final second, everyone on the first floor of the casino noticed the sound of the explosion and the blinding flash of light from the upper floor. Someone shouted loudly, while others craned their necks to watch as if enjoying the show. Zelia and Murakan, who had just left a few steps away, turned their heads to look in the direction of the shocking sound. A pang of worry rose in their hearts. She and Murakan immediately rushed up to the second floor, their feet stopping on the staircase landing, which was already filled with smoke and dust from the magic. However, they couldn't tell what had happened to Jin in his current situation. Only saw a stream of light in the center of the second floor, almost completely obscured by smoke and dust. Perhaps that was the main scene. From within the thick, dense smoke, the golden, radiant front compass was thrown out, flying like a storm. Zelia strained her eyes to see. She couldn't believe it had been this easy. We did it. Zelia immediately spread her hands to catch the goods, and the surplus compass was now nestled in Zeliako's small, strong hand. The 3 allies below were already in position, having prepared in advance, just waiting for Zelia to bring the goods down so they can complete the rest of the plan. Everything is ready. Zelia is sick up front. You from the second floor to the first floor. In the chaotic space of terrified screams, Enya had received the compass from Zelia. Once the goods changed hands, Nia immediately looked for an opportunity to leave. A few people, probably casino staff, rushed out with knives and swords, threatening to kill. There's an ambush, block the exits, kill all suspicious individuals. Zelia and Enya were still in the thick smoke, so they weren't discovered by them for the time being. It's just that Zelia still had to be a little wary. Although it wasn't part of the plan, this was enough to cause chaos. Zelia chose a central location to exert her power. Jama Fab so that the two allies. The rest will take care of the other guys. In a moment, the names that were called out. Thou, who was determined to cut and kill at any time. They were all neatly in their hands. It wasn't until now, when the compass had disappeared, that Shuken's group finally calmed down. The white smoke around them had not yet completely dissipated. They all cursed and searched in a frenzy, wishing they could chop the troublemaker into 100 pieces. Damn it. Where are they? After pushing the compass into Zelia's hands, Jin could finally let out a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the standard fist technique of the Underworld King royal family, it would have been too late. Chukan just now realized the compass was missing. He hastily called for his subordinates to find it. The item has been taken. The top priority is to recover the item. Jin sheathed his sword, speculating on the next turn of events. It won't be long before they fully recover their vision. Of the two swords on Jin's person, only one is being used. Next, the second one will also be deployed, because his plan was not to let a single one of them escape. If so, I should finish this before that happens. Chukan couldn't contain his anger and ran to grab Karen's collar, tormenting him. You Zippo people dare to pull this stunt? It hurt Karen so much that he had to use all his strength to deny the blame. Lord Chukan, this wasn't us. Look over there. KAIF. There's lightning. Lightning. Chukan unconsciously looked behind him at Karen's words and indeed saw lightning in the thick smoke. Lightning. What? Suddenly, a wolf's paw slammed down on the floor, causing a considerable tremor. It seemed someone from the White Orchid tribe had arrived. Sure enough, he was followed by 2 to 3 more members of the White Orchid tribe, all carrying combat weapons. The one in the lead shouted loudly, "Chukan, are you all right?" However, there was something that surprised him even more. So surprising that his already deep-set eyes widened to the point where his pupils were about to pop out, and his large mouth stammered incoherently, "That is, an old acquaintance has returned to declare war on them." Jin, exuding a dark aura, stood before them like a declaration, leaving them bewildered. It's the aura of that fool. This is also the Sigmund Moffop Wind Sword, exclusive to N, using lightning as its power, sword energy as its controlling medium. Nothing is unsubmissive. Without giving them time to react, Din swung the sword in his hand, and a circle of lightning swept through the space, giving them no chance to survive. The Underworld King's sword unleashes its first form, releasing millions of lightning forces, gathering all the wind and lightning in the heavens and earth, struck down their small casino, burying them all alive in an instant. Dian summoned his power, the Underworld King's sword's first form, Lightning Force, a golden stream of light with the power of attack. A powerful attack was summoned by Din, causing the surrounding rocks and earth to tremble. The stream of light shot straight up into the sky, created a large hole on top, named the casino roof. This surge of power made those present retreat in fear. Seeing his companion like that, Gonip roared in fury, "Get a grip, you fools. The opponent is only one person." Then he turned to look at Jean with eyes full of resentment. "State your name, human. My instincts are telling me I must have an honorable duel with you." Hearing that, Dian took slow, deliberate steps towards him. His footsteps emitted a golden light like a lightning bolt. Dai looked at Gontip and said coldly, "That instinct didn't tell you to run away." The closer Jin got, the more Gontip felt an immense surge of power that sent a chill down his spine. Even though this is the first time I've felt this aura, I'm still sure. Gontip now knew what fear was. His whole body trembled, watching Jin, enveloped in a golden aura, slowly advance with his sword in hand. Struck fear into Gontip. This pain was surely a memory etched deep within his blood. Is a white wolf species that has lived as a predator. We cannot possibly know the fear of death. Jin raised his sword high, summoning his magic power, the ultimate technique of the Underworld King's sword. A stream of light erupted from the sword like a great bolt of lightning. He brought his sword down, a judgment like a great burning fire. That surge of power was aimed straight at Gontip and his companions. Watching the stream of light gradually approaching him, Gontip stood motionless. This isn't something that can be blocked by any hammer. Gontip Galen, Du Ko Ra, Mo Ltu, Tran Ra. He intended to step forward and take the blow for his comrades. This move of Jin's turned his two companions into 2 streams of black smoke. He was horrified, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened before his eyes. His mouth stammered, Dukora, Multo. This isn't real. This can't be real. Woontip suddenly remembered something. He looked up, Chukan. Looking at Churan, who was being hampered by the smoke and dust. Jin is gradually approaching Chukan. Gonip angrily gritted his teeth. I will fulfill my duty as a white wolf warrior. Without much thought, Gontip leaped towards Jin. He swung his hammer forcefully, aiming straight at Jin. Jin also noticed Gontip attacking from behind. Jin reacted quickly, turning around and swinging his sword. Under World King's sword fist technique, a series of sword swings were unleashed, aimed straight at Gontip, causing him to fly far away without being able to resist. With difficulty, he managed to stop himself on the ground. Gontip looked at the hammer in his hand, which was almost destroyed. His eyes widened in shock. A warrior's hammer. What kind of monster is this? On the side, Chukan, after regaining his balance, could see through the layer of smoke and dust from before. His eyes widened at the sight before him. Jin was now holding his sword, pointing it straight at Chukan. Seeing that, Gontip roared, Chukan, it's dangerous. Ignoring Gontip's shouts, Jin held his sword and charged straight towards Chukan. A protective magic shield was quickly deployed by Chukan. Gontip at this time also roared and picked up his hammer, aiming it straight at Jin. He swung the strongest blow he could at Jin. But this move of his had no effect on Jin. On the contrary, it caused Gontip's hammer to shatter in a burst of lightning. Gontip cried out helplessly in despair. Be careful, Chu-kan, as he finished speaking. Gontip was also deprived of his life by that large surge of power. The strong light from Jin's sword shot straight towards Chukan. Chukan was also struggling to maintain his shield, watching as cracks gradually appeared in his defensive magic layer. He was bewildered. Impossible. My defensive magic is cracking. Could he have reached level 9? This is a national danger. Then Chukan quickly activated another defensive magic. Only then did he successfully block the surge of power from Jin's sword. Looking at the fragments from the defensive magic layer in front of him, he thought in a daze. If it's myriad ice, it could be Talari's of Bai Kung. If it's the tyrannical sword or the mind sword, one could speculate it's a Black Knight of the Kandon or Luna. But the thing he used was lightning. As far as I know, no clan uses lightning. The Hister clan was once an exception, but they have long since died out. Could this be the complete version of the demon that the V-men are experimenting with? It's really incomprehensible. He could only grit his teeth and say loudly, why are you doing all this? Reveal your identity and where you belong. Jin replied coolly, you want to know? Chukan waited. Hearing Jin call his name with a provocative attitude, Chao-kan became even angrier. It's been a long time since I've felt this annoyed. The opponent knows me, but I don't know the opponent. Magic swordsman Trang. Jindup, whether I'm a magic swordsman or whatever, it doesn't mean anything, because today you will all die. Hearing these arrogant words made Chukan furious. This guy is full of it. I don't know where you got your information, but return what you stole, otherwise, you won't die an easy death. Suddenly a clap was heard. You approached and stood next to Chukan. I like your fearlessness in charging forward. Ancient light magic. Reveal yourself. Magic swordsman. Moreover, you've even defeated a captain level white orchid warrior and forces from level 7 and above. What an amazing powerhouse. Seeing you speak up, Chukan turned to look at him, confused. What are you doing, you? He paid no attention to Chiron's words, placing his hand on his chest and bowing. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kak Zippo, master of the for magic arts of Zippo. I will be blunt. Whatever you want, I guarantee I will give you more. Become a member of Zippo. Faced with this offer, Jin remained silent. As for Chukan, when he heard these words, the nerves on his face suddenly popped out and he shouted angrily, Kak Zippo. To this mold. You covered your ears in annoyance and turned to look at Chukan. Please don't shout so loudly. My lord Chukan, calm down a bit. Hasn't the compass already fallen into his hands? Killing him to silence him is reasonable, but look around, to be honest. I don't think I'm capable of dealing with him. Instead, reconciling and bringing him to our side will be more beneficial. These words of yours did not reach Chukan. He angrily frowned and shouted, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? You can see that Chukan still disagrees with my opinion. He turned to look at Chukan with a clear attitude. If you find it unpleasant, my lord Chukan, why don't you try to recruit him to your Cancelo side? Jin, on this side, heard the conversation between you and Chukan and was not pleased with a single word. He interrupted, how ridiculous, Zippo, a place full of pride, now resorts to recruitment instead of using force. Does that mean there are no more white light Kozak airships around here, right? I was stunned by Jin's words. What? How do you know about Kojak? Unconsciously, you people realize something. Reduce the love. Then look closely at your helmet. I remember now. You're the one who killed and destroyed half of the oil well. The testimonies of Mito Iener along with the mages of the White Light at Cologne. That same look as you. He was now extremely furious, having lost his initial composure, and gripped the staff in his hand tightly as he roared. Why did you come to Cologne at that time? Just how much do you know? As he spoke, you used your staff to chant and create a magic circle. Countless pieces of ice were created from each other, from the magic that is enveloping the Great Hall. Seeing this, Jin very calmly raised his sword, then looked away. I have no reason to tell you. Then he turned to look at Chukan. Chukan stood there. Now is the time for you to choose. The table is no longer here and your companions, including the White Orchid clan, are all dead. It must be a difficult situation. If you're not a fool, you should understand what I'm implying. Hearing this, you seem to understand that Jin's meaning is referring to him. He angrily swung his staff. What kind of trick are you playing, Dai? Hundreds of ice shards fell towards Din. Seeing this, Dai calmly swung his sword lightly, caused those ice shards to shatter. DCN jumped in front of you and pointed his sword at him. I never expected a Sunday. The personnel of the Magic Tower are so incompetent, or were you taken by surprise? One of your arms, just like that, and retreated from the body in front of his eyes. Kin's scepter shattered into 100 pieces on the ground. It hurts, he said, staring at the screen. It's cold. Jin turned his back on them. Don't despair too much. If you activate the dung character, you'll be in trouble yourself. Is that right, Chukan? Chukan frowned at Jin's words. You've saved me a worry. If the Jung character is activated, the Magic Tower's reinforcements will swarm in, and both the Kandeo and Bai Mong will smell you. You really see through my mind. But you are still just a novice. The scepter is only a last resort. Without it, he can still use magic. As the master of Depot's Magic Tower, you have underestimated him too much. He clutched his severed arm and looked at Jin with eyes full of resentment, roaring, You bastard. I'll make you pay for daring to underestimate me. Struggle in the eternal flame until your entire body is completely incinerated. Jin's body was now enveloped in a large, blue flame. Seeing this, all of you. Both Chukan's eyes widened, the expression on his face immediately changing. Isn't that? The ruler of the blue flame is the true master of the fire element, Tet. Chukan's whole body trembled with fear at the sight before him. Someone who possessed both a strange lightning sword, a sharp intellect, and now Tess as well. Who was he? You are no different from Chukan. He panicked and screamed. You? What are you really? Lord Chukan, are you just going to stand there and watch? Before he could finish his sentence, a line of fire shot through him, causing him to fall to the ground and scream in pain. You used what little strength you had left to look at the person who had just struck you, and he shouted in fury, Chukan, why? Chukan looked at you with a sharp, cold gaze and replied, It's only natural. Our alliance ended the moment the compass disappeared, and weren't you just about to backstab me? I'm simply returning to you what you've done. Hearing this, you glared as if you wanted to kill Chukan right then and there. He roared, Chukan. Diane moved to another side, stepping heavily on him, stepping heavily on another. Then looked at Chukan. As expected, the cooperation is very smooth. As expected of the leader of the Grasslands, so sharp. At this moment, everyone took their last breath. Chukan approached. We'll support the body. It's just mutually beneficial. Zindap, as expected of an experienced person, couldn't waste 5 months. Who knows? Your leader might prefer to catch the Zippo rather than the compass. Chukan raised his eyebrows. You even know of the leader's existence. You're truly not an ordinary person. Just as he said, the mission to retrieve the compass had completely failed. We lost all 3 members of the White Orchid tribe and 8 high-ranking level 8 members. At the very least, we have to capture the depot to save face with the leader. Anyway, the other pupa goods have been loaded onto the ship at the port. This was just an unexpected incident that no one could have foreseen. Compared to Zippo, who lost everything, we're still lucky. They'll understand. The future matters will be handled by the leader. When he hears the report, he will surely find a way to win that person over. I have gathered enough information to track him down later. Suddenly a voice spoke up. Kid, our work here is done. See you next time. The kid has seen everything. Just how strong have you become? Moroccan excitedly asked Chajin. Moroccan patted Jin's head. I'm so moved I could cry. If Strawberry Pie saw this, she would have cried for sure. Jin tried to escape Moroccan's embrace. He replied, Yes, Moroccan. You've suffered quite a bit in a cat's body. You were a great help. So what about being friends? Murakam excitedly turned Jin to face him. A fan of yours has carefully protected it and taken it safely off the island. Zindab, the efforts of the past half-year were not in vain. What about Cyrus, Lord Kashmir? And Alicia? Didn't we agree to regroup when everything was over? Murakam rubbed his head and said hesitantly, actually, the situation is a little unfavorable. Jin was worried. What do you mean, is anyone hurt? Murakam raised an eyebrow. No. The three of them are distracting the other forces. Jin was puzzled. Other forces? What do you mean? Murakam pointed out the window. Look over there. There are many boats heading towards the castle. Seeing that, Jin's eyes widened in horror. That is Murakandab, yes. Is the Candle People, the secret special forces team, and also warships from the vassals of Balado, accompanying the nations. Diane raised an eyebrow. This is truly insane. In the dark night of the arena, a voice rang out. The birds around were frightened and took flight in fear. With quick, nimble steps, the man ran hastily while shouting, Captain. Cosmos was dozing off with his arms crossed, drooling on his chair, when the pirate's voice rang out again with a fearful tone. Captain. Lost in his dream, Cosmos was still not awake. The pirate shouted louder. Captain. We have a big problem. Cosmos woke up with a start. He complained. Why is it so noisy? The customs officer looked terrified, fearing something was about to happen. His eyes widened as he said loudly, the warships of the vassal Balado. The warships are coming in droves. When Mr. Tang heard this, he lowered his head, looking annoyed. What? But right after that, he looked up and laughed loudly. This laugh, along with his joyful expression, he crossed his arms. Finally, has the time come to execute our plan? At this very moment, in the bay, the ships and boats quickly turned on their lights and left the island in the middle of the night. The ships carrying the noble children have all left. Good. Now don't let anyone else leave this island. 2 men in iron armor, moving high in the sky, had received information that illegal forces were gathering on the island. Before the warships of the vassal Balado arrive, find evidence or the person behind it. One person on the side immediately replied, yes. In a dilapidated house in the middle of the night, a conversation took place. He's a knight of Vincandle. That's right, look at the speed of their actions. It seems the news was leaked early, and they were waiting nearby, taking advantage of the chaos at the casino to intervene. Muraka looked down and said, luckily Enya got the compass and retreated safely, so they won't know the contents of the transaction. Jin replied immediately, now we just need to retreat without revealing our identities and we'll be fine. A series of pirates stood under the building, shouting and yelling, attack. There are only 3 Jung Candle Knights. We must protect the ship no matter what. The ship is our life and soul. We would rather die than let it fall into their hands. The pirates ran back and forth, attacking the enemy. Murakam and Jin stood above, looking down. Jin asked, do you think you can win against the Jung Candle Knights guards? Cyrus Adoma and 2 men pushed open the door and entered. Jin, are you safe? Jin smiled at Ceres. Everyone arrived just in time. Jin turned his back, raised his hand and said, looking at the situation, I'm sure everyone understands the escape route is blocked. The man with Cyrus Edomar spoke up. But it's not like. There's no way. What if we move to the other port before the warships surround the island? Jin immediately stepped forward, pushed open the door, and walked out. I think so too. Let's go immediately. A large explosion occurred, a loud cry echoed and a fire blazed. Continuous explosions, everything around was destroyed. A loud explosion rang out, the wooden walls were instantly shattered, the fire burned continuously, like a rolling wave. A series of pirates were blown away by the fire, flying far away. Everyone was terrified and ran in chaos. Muraka was horrified to see that, but they're destroying the entire ship. Jin also looked up and replied, they're planning to destroy all the ships so no one can leave the island. The man with the black beard said calmly, if this continues, we won't even be able to reach the other port, no matter how fast we are. It will take at least 30 minutes. Before that, the port and the ships will all be destroyed. Muraka said loudly, there's no other way. The only way is to fly with me. We've already agreed on that as the last resort. Jin was calm, but if you reveal your form, even if you escape, all the powers will pursue you. Murakan, however, immediately prepared to transform, but we have no other choice. The man's voice rang out again. Wait, don't transform. Murakan turned back and asked, huh? Murakan was angry. What did you say, you lowly thing? The man looked up, afraid. Look at the sky. In the sky now is another boundary. The whole island has been covered by the chain barrier of Ba Men. Murakan Gaku has a chain barrier. What is that? the man replied. This is a type of barrier magic developed by the mages of the Bowmen Royal Guard to deal with flying dragons or magical beast. Mr. Blackbird was also calm. That's right, when the barrier detects a flying creature, it will release thousands of red light beams. Cyrus Adoma was cold. Hook long. Even if you can withstand the barrier, we can't. Master Jean, please give up the air route. Jean was annoyed, damn it. Diane suddenly saw something. His eyes looked up curiously, looking towards the pirates. Jin thought to himself that it was the pirates from earlier, who were agitated about protecting the ship. Jin was curious. Where is Tao that they are here? It's really suspicious. Jin turned around and said, Everyone, follow me. But when they entered the pirates' place, there was no one there. Huck Long spoke up. They're gone. Looking down the well, the man who was with him said, It seems they've gone down this well. Jin looked down. We'll go down too. Under the well was a tunnel. Everyone jumped down. The man was also curious. There's a tunnel in here. Jin's eyes were cold. I don't know what these pirates are, but they've definitely prepared something down here. Everyone, let's keep going. Deep inside the tunnel, a large group of pirates were gathered, talking and exchanging loudly. The sound of Jean and the man's conversation echoed deep inside. How many people are there in total? The pirates heard the noise and turned around curiously. Jean and the other men approached as expected of pirates. They're gathered here plotting. The pirates warmed up. Who was the last one to enter? We've been followed. Luckily, there aren't many of them. What should we do now, Captain? First, kill them all. Cosmos said loudly. Silence. Cosmos walked and talked. That guy's voice, it's familiar, very familiar, Din said coldly. Are you the captain? When he heard Jean's voice, he jumped up, his face showing clear anger, his veins popping out. That's right, that voice, Jean Grey. You bastard. I found you. You bastard. Jean tossed his hair, smiled, and replied, Jean Grey, who is that? Cosmos went crazy when he met Duckin again. You think I would forget this voice? Thanks to you. I'm still drowning in debt. The customs officer who had just spoken loudly, startled, remembered Jean Grey. Wasn't he last year's champion? Cosmos had been depressed since that first match, damn it. The cursed nobles, the curious pirate said. Is he the one who made the captain fall into debt? He asked angrily. Annoying. That's right, his winning odds were 1 in 3. Yet Berard and Jippo bet a whopping 100,000 gold. Then Gatamose went mad, his whole body seemed to be on fire, angry. That devil regularly comes to collect his debt, not missing a single time. Hearing that, Jin laughed with delight. He's just that kind of person. Well, there's no need to hide anything. Jean continued. I won't say much, Cosmos. You probably know the situation outside. De looked at him with sharp eyes. The fleet of the Bellado Petty Kingdom is surrounding and destroying every ship. How do you plan to escape? Cosmos, hearing that, looked annoyed and said loudly, Shut up. You think I'll help you? Attack. Attack. Kill them all and we'll escape. Hearing that, Jean didn't stand still anymore. He unleashed his move. Teleporting immediately closed to him. In just a moment, Jean's fist was right in front of him. Cosmos couldn't possibly block the speed. It was too fast. He was hit and immediately fell down. Jin stood there coldly, his fist still smoking. He was hit and coughed up blood. Ugh. Seeing that, the pirates got goosebumps, trembled, and worried. Captain. Captain. Jean approached him and grabbed Cosmos's collar. Why are you being so harsh? Who said I had to give free lessons? This is a deal, Cosmos. De watched him in pain and whispered, If you help us get out of here, I'll pay off all your debts. And give you a bonus too. Not bad, right? He still didn't agree. You think I'll believe that? Don't even dream of it. You could kill us right after we escape this island. Jin leaned in close, whispering into Gotamotsu Mahathurtham's ear. That won't happen. I swear on my honor and my family's name, I am Jin Jankanden. The Jankanden clan always keeps its word. Cosmos, upon hearing that, was stunned. Run, Kanden, not Baumit, but you? Jean said quietly, That's right, Palmik is Dante Heron. Do you think it was a coincidence that I and Dante Heron met in your arena? Cosmos thought back and pondered. I've long wondered why G.Po supports the condemned people. Now I understand. If it was to save Dante Hiram, then it makes sense. Moreover, if they are the Kandon people, they certainly have credibility. Cosmos leaned on the pirate next to him to stand up, happily. All right, I accept that offer. Follow me. In his heart, he still told himself, this is a good deal. Deeper into the tunnel, a rock wall appeared before them. In front was a ship incredibly large, capable of holding an entire fleet. Cosmos stood to one side. Jean spread his arms wide and proudly. This is our secret weapon, our soul. He laughed with delight. This is the order ship No. 7. We will use it to escape from here. Jin turned to ask, so, how do we get out of here? Jin raised his hand curiously. There's no way to move it. But just a second later, Jin was slowly sinking with the ship, not knowing what was happening. It was too sudden. The boat is rocking on the waves. There are some people holding the boat's steering wheel. Jin stood to one side, afraid, and shouted, "Hey Godmiss, are you sure this is okay?" He said confidently, "Just trust me." A series of people followed Dai's lead, the one who cried out, because it's the first time experiencing this feeling. The black dragon, transformed into a cat, also angrily cried out, "Hey, you damn thing." In a large cave and a very large ship, Kap Ma Jiangte looked out at the sea and laughed loudly. "This is our secret weapon, our soul. Order ship number 7, we will use it to escape." Jin heard that, raised his hand to his chin, and said, "So, how do we escape? It doesn't look like something that can be passed down." Cosmos waved his hand towards the ship. "Just get on, you'll know once you're on." The soldiers transferring supplies onto the ship were also whispering and talking loudly. "Hey, be careful, hurry up and load the supplies. We're about to set sail, hurry up." Sat said, "Young Master Jin, can you really trust these pirates? The water here isn't enough to lift the ship, and besides, how do you float a ship from such a deep basement?" Jin replied, "They must have a way we didn't expect. They have to live too. First, let's get ready to board with everyone else." The soldiers on the ship shouted, "Captain, we're ready." Cosmos replied, "Very well." Jin asked with a skeptical expression, "Cosmos, are you really okay?" Cosmos looked at Jin and smiled. "Don't worry, just watch." Gotmot shouted, "Detonate, push back." A subordinate of Gotmot immediately responded, "Yes, Captain." A booming explosion echoed through the sky, blowing up the rocks behind. The sea water flowed in with a roar. The rocks were all shattered. The people who were there witnessed this scene with great shock. Jin was also very surprised to see that seawater is gushing out from that place. "You want to meet again? Hold on tight. The ship is on fire. Rush forward quickly." Before, Jin was scared and immediately said, "Aha, didn't panic D. Cosmos, is this really okay?" Cosmos replied with a confident expression, "Just trust me." Everyone shouted, with a worried look on his face. Butterfly was also made to be frightened. "My goodness, this guy." With a thud, the ship landed safely on the sea. Cosmos' subordinates shouted in unison, "Amazing." The ship just glided quickly. He glided smoothly on the water's surface. Cosmos happily said loudly, "This is the feeling of creating an order ship. Let's fly." Order ship nitrogen monoxide. 7. Cosmos' ship just flew up into the air, leaving the witnesses utterly astonished. The expression on Cosmos' face showed his naturalness, self-excitedly enjoying this wonderful feeling. Jin shouted, "Flying is not a good idea." Cosmos still smiled brightly. "Don't worry, this isn't flying, so it's not affected by the Empire's magic. Instead of being bad, the ship is sinking. Hold on tight." The ship gradually descended to the sea surface. Suddenly, a captain with a bad beard shouted, "The pirates have started searching. Don't stand so far away. Turn the ship around immediately." Cosmos smiled contemptuously at the other guy. "Out at sea, not just the feudal states. Even the Empire's fleet can't catch up to us. The whole bum is out." Cosmos stood on the city bum and said loudly, "It's not for nothing that I'm called the Pirate King. See you later." June 18, 1797, Free City, TT Can. Julie and Enya ran out of the castle and shouted, "Young master." Dai looked at Julie. "Jinli, is everything all right?" Jinli's eyes filled with tears as she said, "I'm so glad you've returned safely." Ji gently replied, "Enya, you've worked hard too." "What about Laban?" When Enya heard Jin say that, she was as happy as she could be. "Had arrows of love piercing through me." Enya was right. "I kept it very well. Come in, DM will show you." Into the castle. Da looked at the compass and said, "While waiting for Master Jin, I tried to study how it works. It's no different from other artifacts, just channel magic power into it to activate it." Jin activated the compass with his magic power, causing it to glow. Inside the compass was a triangle. The light from the compass projected a map onto the ceiling. The magicians, seeing this, said in astonishment, "Could these red dots all be contract holders?" Zindab. "It seems so, Lord Kashmir. Clearly, most are concentrated in Zippo and Bayman." Moroccan frowned and said loudly, "But why are there no red dots in Taikan? This place has 3 contract holders gathered yet." Enya pushed up her glasses and interrupted Moroccan. "I've tested it and found that, for some reason, the positions of the contract holders in Taikan are all hidden. However, Master Jin, even before he came to Taikan, was not discovered. Moroccan replied. That's obvious. Jin has a contract with the god of darkness. Enya's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. How wonderful, truly the pinnacle of chop. Even Laban can't detect young Master Jin. Kaikantheo said coolly. Jin aside, but even Enya and Iria were not discovered. It seems there is something special about Tycho. Jin replied. Could it be due to the source of magic power? Moroccan, hearing this, turned to look at Jin in surprise. You mean that incense burner? Kaikantheo adapt, indeed. That mirror carries the sealing attribute of both the god Malaklam and Swordard. Enya said. Thanks to young Master Jin's grace, Tycho is also safe. How touching. Hearing that, Katmi burst out laughing. Anyway, now we can rest assured. Once the plate is in our hands, we won't have to worry about a surprise attack from the enemy anymore. It entered from the outside of the door. Have you seen today's newspaper? You've become a celebrity now. Enya excitedly grabbed the newspaper and sang. Here, one copy for each of you. In the edition, it is written, a mysterious figure appeared on the pirate island belonging to the vassal state of Bellado. A mysterious figure wearing a black magic hat appeared and wiped out the pirates. According to eyewitness accounts, this person's name is Barman, a young man with golden hair and a mesmerizingly handsome face. This person uses the power of lightning and is believed to be the new contractor of the storm god Fethel. If he is indeed the contractor of Fethel, then this will be the first time in 288 years that a storm contractor has appeared. With the birth of a new star stirring up the entire continent, his next move is being watched with anticipation. Moroccan raised an eyebrow, a contract with Faithio. How ridiculous. Katmi, seeing Moroccan's reaction, burst out laughing and replied. The media always talks nonsense like this, which is good for us. Moroccan replied. Is that so? Moroccan replied. Burkhan laughed loudly. Ha, kid, you're a rising star. The rising young man replied. I think the rumor spreading is unavoidable, but this is too embarrassing. Enya happily picked up the edition and cut out Din's picture from the newspaper. Dai looked at the version and suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, on the compass, it seems there is also a contract holder at Huffister, Moroccan Dap. Zicker. That's right, I can't see the exact location, but it points somewhere in Huffister. The scene changes to the condemned people's mansion, the black magic hat and the power of the lightning. Jitsua looked at the newspaper on the table and then spoke. What do you guys think? Kyan remained expressionless and replied. I think it's possible that it's the Soderbergh contractor we're chasing. VRIS continued, or just like the newspaper wrote, it could also be the contractor Theo. This kid is just a fake. The storm contractor has appeared. Yulian remained silent and bowed his head. After hearing these words, his face darkened. He looked up at VRES with a sharp gaze. And Vriss didn't hesitate to look back, her eyes shining with provocation. Seeing the cat scratching, Ruo Jua angrily shouted, Enough. His shout was loud enough to startle Yulian, who bowed his head in fear. Then Joshua's eyes darkened, and he said sternly, Yulian, can you take down the 3 captains of the White Orchid clan in an instant? Yulian trembled and bowed his head worriedly. No, I can't. Vress next to him let out a satisfied chuckle. Hearing that, a fierce look also appeared on Rachwa's face, his voice low. If that's the case, perhaps it's time to strengthen your power. Hearing that, Yulian's mind tensed, his eyes widened, and he was drenched in sweat. And I also didn't know what was waiting for him ahead. At that moment in H2, it was still the familiar scene with the scheduled dragon carcasses lying on the ground. It was still Chiron's voice, probing after reading. I heard the story about the barman is causing quite a stir outside. Have you heard anything? The voice of the young servant next to Chiron replied. Yes, that name was mentioned in the meeting of the High Clan. I heard he killed 3 White Orchid captains on an island of the vassal state Bellado. It's possible he's the one who contracted with the thunder god Theo. Siren smiled, his voice full of pride. If people knew that was our youngest son, they'd be completely shocked. It was clear from his tone that he held great affection for his son. Jean Junkerton. His joy and happiness revealed the unexpected killer of the 3 White Orchid captains. This also caused Chiron's close servant to open his eyes wide in surprise and exclaim, What? But then Chiron quickly reminded him to keep this matter a secret, and also to do something so that the knights don't pay too much attention to this matter. Kang nodded slightly as you command. Karen looked at each line of the letter, her mind racing. Cassimi. He didn't write the reason why the youngest didn't come to the island. After all, he's his person, not mine. Then he continued to scan through the letter, stopping at one line and looking closely. HMPH. Suddenly, he burst out laughing with delight and satisfaction. Khan, seeing this, asked in confusion, You seem happy, master. Karen didn't hide his joy and handed the letter to Khan. You won't be able to help but laugh when you read this part. Cao took the letter and read it carefully. Dear Lord Chiron, last night, Master Jin said something while drinking. Now I can spar with my father. Reading this sentence, Khan was a little startled but continued to read silently. Huh? This is truly an amazing and wonderful thing. Khan's face darkened slightly as he said in a worried tone, Demon Sword. It seems he's finally gone mad. If the young master really said that, then. Before he could finish expressing his thoughts, Chiron interrupted him, Han. Have you ever heard of the Underworld King clan? Hearing this familiar name, Khan looked up and asked, What? The Underworld King clan? Isn't that the mysterious monster race that was defeated by the world 500,000 years ago? Aaron spoke slowly and began to recount. That's right. It seems the youngest has met the Underworld King clan through a trial given by Soders. Among them, he mentioned a war god. Jin said that the war god's power was on par with mine. Because he has dueled with that person, the boy thinks he can do the same with me. Hearing that, Khan quickly said, Perhaps the young master is still inexperienced in martial arts. That's why he said that. Should we invite him back to Hook High? Chiron would smiled and grinned. No need. I'm very curious this time. Will the boy be able to take responsibility for his words? Immediately after, he gave an order. Send a letter to the Intep mountain range. Khan quickly replied, Yes, I understand, my lord. On the morning of July 21st, 1797, at a port in the free city of Tikan, there were still bustling people and sailboats, all busy transporting goods. In a row of luxurious white houses, a golden sound was heard. To Lord Kashimi. An old butler entered the room to report, There is an old woman who wants to support us. You should meet her directly because she seems unusual. Another voice rang out. What do you mean? Unusual. Looking at Kashimi, he asked with a bewildered voice. The butler described, Well, she brought a large sailboat loaded with gold here. Hearing that, Kashimi jumped to his feet. Annie, where is she? Lead the way. Elsewhere, when I suddenly turned my head back. What was that? This uncomfortable feeling. It's clearly similar to what I once felt in the Annie Mountain Range. Jean asked curiously. The Annie Mountain Range. Quike and Theo didn't hide anything and recounted. That's right, about 40 years ago. Ko Hoi Tuan recalled the image of a woman sitting sadly on a chair. An event where the dragons near Mount Annie were slaughtered. Just by a single person after that. The dragons never dared to come near the Antei Mountain Range again. Suddenly, Hook Long entered from somewhere and shouted in surprise. Did that really happen? Who could do such a thing? Quike and Theo only said briefly, Vanessa Olsen. To the dragons at that time, Quike and Theo's voice still echoed back to Kasmi's place. A clog gradually lowering its foot to the ground. An elderly woman stepped down from the carriage in a noble manner. She exclaimed, The smell of dragon's blood still lingers around my mansion. She was known as the Terror of the Antei Mountains. As soon as Mrs. Vanessa Olsen stepped down, Kashimi quickly ran out to pay his respects. Please come in, madam. I am Kashimi Anfrian, leader of the Rainbow Tie. And this is my wife, Alicia. As he spoke, he gestured towards his wife and introduced her. Alicia also politely bowed her head in a formal manner. It's a great pleasure to meet you, madam. Vanessa exuded an air of authority and introduced herself. I apologize for coming without prior notice. I am Vanessa Olsen. Then she turned her eyes to Alicia and praised her. Your wife is truly beautiful. Receiving a compliment from such a charismatic woman made Alika shy. Thank you, Mom. Quike and Teo stood in the room, looking down at Kasmi's group and confirmed there's no mistake. This aura. Looking down below, Vanessa also seemed to be looking back at them. Quike Cantel continued to assert. It's been a long time, but this is the terror of the Annie Mountain Range. It turns out she's still alive. Moroccan, hearing that, spoke in a provocative and amused tone. She's not here to target us, is she? Is that gold a toll for the afterlife? Quike and Theo crossed his arms. His eyes still fixed on Mrs. Vanessa, he refuted Moroccan's statement. No. If so, she would have attacked long ago. I have never heard of her killing anyone herself, even at her peak. Moroccan's heart was filled with anticipation, his fist clenched. I really want to try fighting Modi once, besides Tema. Is there anyone else who can take down the dragon? Quike and Theo hearing that immediately turned to. She said coldly, Moroccan, you should forget the memories of your peak. With your current strength, you wouldn't be able to fight Vanessa even if you died and came back to life. As she advised, Moroccan didn't listen. He replied with arrogance, who wins and who loses? You have to fight to know. Right, kid? Jin trustedly advised Moroccan. Quike and Theo never talks nonsense. Listen a little. Seeing that no one had faith in him, Moroccan said angrily. Kid, even you are like that. Wait until I recover my strength and see if you dare to say a word. Jin knew he couldn't reason with that stubborn person. He turned his head and looked out the window. Who knows? Seiya might be the person my father sent to test my strength. Jin wondered if Lord Kashimi had recounted the story of the duel on the pirate ship to his father. Jin was lost in thought, but the butler's call cut through the atmosphere in the room. Sir Jin, please come out to the garden. Mrs. Vanessa, our guest, is looking for you. Jin turned to the side. If that's the case, then this is real trouble. Under the cool green trees in a cool campus, Kasimi and Alicia were still enthusiastically chatting with Mrs. Vanessa. Alicia introduced the desserts while waiting for Jin. This is tatlika cake decorated with water chestnuts, green grapes, and walnuts. I heard that recently people have to queue up in front of the bakery to buy this dish. I hope it suits your taste. Vanessa sipped her tea and smiled in reply. It's like I can enjoy this rare dish so easily at the Haofang market once. Alicia replied sweetly. We can only thank you for your generosity. Vanessa heard that and replied kindly. Don't be so formal. As long as it's useful for rainbow tie, I'm satisfied. Then she turned to Kasimi politely. By the way, Lord Kasimi, could you let me and Jean talk in private? Alicia looked at her husband, who had already nodded, and replied nervously. Yes. Of course. Immediately after, the couple bowed to Mrs. Vanessa to give her some private space with Jean. Please, feel free. Thank you. Very quickly, Jean was sitting and chatting with her. Vanessa spoke up to start the conversation. Lord Karen sent me a letter, telling me to come and see you. Jean didn't seem too surprised and replied calmly. So you were really sent by my father? Even though you're fighting for power, I can still feel your extraordinary aura. How come I've never heard of someone of your stature, someone so strong? Vanessa smirked and replied in the style of someone who has been through a lot. This world is very big, Dina. That's why people like you exist, right? Swordsmanship, magic, and even spiritual energy. Jean had already guessed what was happening. Coldly, it seems my father trusts you very much. He told you everything. Vanessa slowly lifted her teacup and replied. Lord Siren trusted me enough to entrust his life to me. Hearing her say that, Jean was also startled. He probed to ask, so that rumor is true? Don called you the terror of the Annie Mountain Range. Vanessa smiled and repeated, the terror of the Annie Mountain Range. I remember the time I was called the Black Knight of the West. More than that mediocre nickname. Mrs. Onsen turned her head to listen. So that rumor is true. The Dong species really calls you the terror of the Annie. That statement made her a little skeptical. The terror of the Annie, huh? The heart of the singer. I prefer the old days when people called me the singer more, compared to when people called me by my childish nickname. The Black Knight, when someone becomes black. The swordsman of the Candle clan. They erased their existence and dedicated themselves to the clan. The clan acknowledged their contributions as glorious achievements, to the point of carving their names at the clan's temple in the history of the Cannon clan. The previous Black Knight was the strongest Black Knight. The people who helped the Black Knight and his father conquer the Black Sea were the strongest people in this world. Mrs. Vanessa Olsen was one of them. Jin suddenly dropped to one knee and spoke clearly. The provisional flag bearer of the Cannon clan requests an audience with the great sword of the family. Mrs. Onsen turned to look at Jin, smiled, and replied, It seems you know some etiquette. Pick up your weapon. On my way here just now, I saw a very beautiful island, so I will punish you there. The scene changes to the island mentioned by Mrs. Olsen. The single boat on the shore rocked due to the sea waves. Jin stood firm, to sword strapped to his hips. The punishment is a duel with you. Mrs. Onzi looked at Jin seriously. That's the plan. On your way here, did you think about what your crime was? Jin replied calmly. I don't know. I like your frankness. But it seems I will punish you for that frankness. Then she laughed softly, her tone laced with a hint of warning. Do you really think you can hit Lord Chiron even once? Hearing this, Jin closed his eyes, his face slightly flustered, thinking to himself. I knew it. Kashmir told my father about that. Mrs. Onzi gently drew her sword. The way to prove your innocence is very simple. She threw the scabbard behind her and said loudly, Show me your strength and take responsibility for the arrogant words you spat out. Dai narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, so she's really verifying my skills. Then he replied, Don't tell me the condition is that I have to defeat you. Hearing Jin say that, she suddenly burst out laughing. I don't even think that's possible. By what means or how? It's impossible if your sword touches me or my clothes. Before he could finish his sentence, Jin suddenly lunged forward. The lightning bolts from Jin's attack were blocked. Mrs. Olsen calmly finished her sentence. I will acknowledge this. At the end of the sentence, Jin was completely knocked away by Mrs. Olsen. Jin landed safely, but slowly gained momentum. Another surprising leap. Jean's sword was at Mrs. Onson's neck, but she remained calm and asked, "So, you can sheathe your sword yourself. Did you use the underworld sword just now?" She turned around, swinging her sword to deflect Jean's attack, and smiled, very interesting. "I'm very curious about your dark energy and magic." Jin said loudly, "It seems father told you everything. I didn't expect you to know about the underworld sword. Didn't I tell you? He trusted me completely." Jin started to look annoyed as all his attacks had no effect. "I knew this wouldn't be easy, but I didn't expect her to be able to deflect the underworld sword so easily." The island is now full of clashing sword paths. Jean seems to be struggling while Mrs. Olsen remains calm as if nothing is happening. She swung her sword continuously while observing Jean and smiling. The Underworld King's sword is a swordsmanship that can control lightning, a unique power that only those of the pure-blooded Dan lineage can use. Suddenly her eyes changed, no longer gentle, but replaced with a sharp look. She raised her sword to block the attack. With Jin's dark power, Mrs. Ensen smiled lightly and then commented to herself, "He knows how to fight. Very good. He will let me have it. See what's next." Jin rushed forward, and Mrs. Ensen followed, flying back towards the river. Jean began to cast magic. Mrs. Onsen observed and thought to herself, "Light magic. I've never seen this kind of magic before. Interesting," she said, flying up, looking very focused. "He can eat at night. Cut down most of the 7-star knights." Jean flew straight up and thrust his sword at Mrs. Olsen's position. She dodged to the side very gracefully. Bai still calmly thought to herself, "Now I know why." Leaving just a small opening, Jean was attacked head-on by her. Jean was completely knocked away. Kyron sighed again. "I like him that much already," Mr. Shin silently acknowledged. Jin landed, the force of the attack sending him flying, so far that he had to use his sword to stop himself. Mrs. Olsen also landed, looked at Jean struggling, and asked, "You said you were 17, right? I can't believe you're so talented at this age. Talented enough that I can compare you to Luna when she was your age." Jin struggled to sit up, wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Did Sister Luna ever hit our father when she was 17? Mrs. Olsen replied, "No, but she did it when she turned 18. Hearing that, Jean sighed in frustration. "So this test is also to compare me to Sister Luna. If I can't prove my skills to Mrs. Vanessa, I'll have to prepare to lose an arm." Jean stood up, leaning on his sword, and began to concentrate his power. "Come to think of it, this isn't the first time I've lost an arm or a leg. I just need to prove myself to Mrs. Vanessa." Mrs. Onsen stood watching, and when she saw Ginny performing the move, she couldn't help but smile. Around her now were a series of long, yellow lightning bolts. However, there was still no sign of flinching. "If that's your trump card, you need to use it carefully." Jin looked at his creation and then smiled softly. "Please take your time to admire it." The fourth form of the War God's sword technique. Jin used his hand to switch networks, and the magic into the sword's body. And the magic moved slowly. The entire sword was thrust straight into the ground. The surrounding heads began to show golden circles on the ground. Jean looked up at Mrs. Onsen and smiled confidently. "The lightning bolts will dissolve the sky." A creeping invasion. Underneath the ground, electric pillars emerged around him. He gripped a sword that was stuck in the ground. His face was full of confidence as he looked at her, lightning bolts shooting from his sword. "I have many more things I want to show you." The pillars of books are connected to each other for full use. Immediately after, it spread out in a spherical shape. Vanessa saw him and also looked down at the lives. Small iron, transferring lightning power to the ground. She narrowed her eyes and remarked, "This feels more like magic than swordsmanship. I thought I would witness the technique of those who once ruled the world 5,000 years ago. But it turns out to be just a trick like the mages often use." She approached the small pillar and said, "If this is all there is, it's truly disappointing." Above, an attack was rushing towards her. Vanessa sensed it and moved back one, causing the blow to be planted straight into the iron pillar. But he smiled and glanced at it with great interest, thinking, "He's playing an interesting game." On the other side, he flew like a bolt of lightning, his whole body wrapped in dark energy. A magic circle was still spinning nonstop. She commented, "Compared to what the War God brothers once displayed, this power is nothing." He ran like the wind, and above his head was Tet, who was also on fire. His eyes were full of determination, but he still needed to show it clearly. Dai jumped up for a direct attack on Vanessa. The Lord on the ground also flared up. Under the ground where she was standing, a dense pillar of judgment immediately appeared. Jean jumped again, thinking to himself, "Even if it's a black night, when dodging this blow." Above his head, lightning bolts continuously rained down, aiming straight for Vanessa. and even Tessa's claws swooped towards her. He thought, there will definitely be an opening. Seeing his attacks, she smiled with great interest. Did you think I would dodge? He was also momentarily surprised by her reaction. Vanessa swung her sword back, accompanied by swirling magic, and smiled confidently. Lightning power, you're getting me interested. His eyes widened as he watched Tessa's feathers shatter, his mind in turmoil. Are you planning to block this entire attack? Immediately after, she unleashed a series of slashes, slashing through En's lightning bolts, accompanied by large and small explosions. Tet tried to breathe fire but was quickly interrupted by the blow. The fire was slashed away by her. The blow slashed straight ahead, cutting through everything. Inside the blue flame, Din was revealed, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword in astonishment. And a hook high bok thank you. The sword swung back again. Vanessa was also surprised by his action and looked up. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and she praised him in her heart. It seems he knows how to use his head. If I had known, I would have brought a better sword. His eyes were full of killing intent as he prepared to swing his sword. The dark magic flowed around him, around the sword and body. Jin swung a sword strike forward and Nessa quickly dodged the slash that carried sword energy. Her body was surrounded by a dazzling round energy shield, and his slash was also blocked by it. The sword in her hand gradually cracked, then the fragments scattered everywhere. Overhead, the vortex also began to disappear, and Nessa stood motionless, holding her sword in a ready stance. As for him, he knelt on the ground, leaning on his sword and panting heavily. She looked at him, her face full of pride, and praised him. Very good. Your father told me to punish you. On her face was a cut that was bleeding slightly. Vanessa determined, but with this result, I'll have to give you a reward instead. He stood up, looked up at her with a smile, his body still trying to catch its breath. After that, they built a fire on the beach, each holding a large can of liquor and chugging it down. She put down her glass first and praised him. You're quite good at drinking this poisonous liquor. I heard you've drunk the poison of life. Jean Halley wiped his mouth and smiled modestly. You're too kind. Compared to Vanessa, I'm still far behind. He was calm. Can I ask you something? She also closed her eyes. Go ahead. He got straight to the point. How did you meet the master? Hearing that, Vanessa was also slightly startled. She put down her glass of liquor. It's been a long time. Her face was serious as she looked at the fire. This is a long story, but I will tell you. She began to reminisce. I was an orphan, living with my only younger brother. Until one day, a flock of fire dragons attacked the village. The fire dragons stood in the flames it had created. The villagers were chained, and my brother was brutally killed. In the flames were screams of agony. To get revenge, I wandered throughout the Annie Mountains where the fire dragons lived. The sky was thick with flying dragons. I slaughtered every dragon in the Annie Mountains, but I still couldn't find the one that killed my brother. I stayed there. If a dragon came, I killed the dragon. If a human came, I killed the human. Her eyes were vacant as she looked at her hands, the firelight illuminating her. I was gradually going mad. No, actually I had already gone mad. I killed over 100 dragons, but that fire dragon never appeared. 15 years passed like that. In the cave, someone stood on the dragon's body. Vanessa added, then Lord Siren came to me. An overwhelming power, the two of them fought. Chiron looked down, full of killing intent. That day he was the first person to defeat me in 15 years. After subduing me, he led me to the fire dragon's lair. The large dragon stared at them. Firelight radiated around it. It turned out to be of Cardoon's bloodline, Zippo's guardian dragon. Cardoon was also there to protect his lineage. Lord Siren held off Cadet so I could focus on fighting the fire dragon. His slashes made the dragon scream in pain. Meanwhile, Cadet was seriously injured by Lord Siren's sword and was forced to retreat. As for Vanessa, she quickly chopped off the fire dragon's head. Thanks to that, I was able to defeat the Fireheart. After that, I became a knight of Lord Siren. She wore mysterious black armor. Back to the present, his face was full of empathy. I see, Vanessa replied. It's all in the past now. Immediately after, she took out a scroll and handed it to him. But I said I would reward you. And yet I've been rambling on for so long. Take this map. Lord Siren gave it to me and told me that if any of his descendants were worthy, I should give it to them. His face full of astonishment, he opened the map. Something so precious. I'm so grateful. Jin saw the red symbol on the map and wondered. But this map is, she explained. That is the map of the Black Sea. He looked up in astonishment, his hand still clutching the map. The Black Sea? I heard that's where magical beasts swarm like a flood. No country has been able to map it. Even Dippo wouldn't dare to think of it. Her face was full of pride as she smiled and informed him, but the canon people did it. This is also a top-secret mission from Lord Siren Vada. You will use this map to overcome the new trial. He stared at the map and muttered, if it's a new challenge, there must be something in this red-marked area. Vanessa confirmed, that's right. You just need to destroy the magical beast there. In the gloomy forest, a creature was waiting for him. Vanessa added, I heard it's a creature that the witch Hologram once raised. In a windy canyon, a dragon skeleton guarded a house. Behind it was a cave. On the path, a person was moving. It was Vanessa. She frowned and looked grimly ahead. The door has been picked open. She opened the door and walked in calmly. Inside, someone was calmly drinking tea. Vanessa smiled calmly and teased, you're getting better and better at scaring people, aren't you? It's one thing for the letter to be a surprise. She looked at Chiron, who was sitting on the chair with his eyes closed, drinking tea, and complained. This time you even came in person without any warning. He asked calmly, how is the youngest brat these days? Bifa approached, pulled out a chair, and replied with a cheerful smile. It seems you've really aged, to be this impatient. Karen looked at her and remarked, you two must have been talking for quite a while, haven't you? Then his mouth curved into a cheerful smile. Looking at the bruise on your face, I understand. She closed her eyes and sighed, pouring herself a glass of water. Well, all right. I've given him the map. Chiron frowned, looking puzzled. I didn't think you would actually hand it over. Vanessa retorted. Didn't you anticipate this would happen? He calmly rested his hand on the table and reminded her, who knows? But anyway, if you've given the map to the youngest, then you've completely given up hope on Luna. But she just remained silent and didn't answer. You, me, and the entire Black Knight Order. She remembered the image of Luna holding a sword for her, and the ruins and the corpses once placed their hopes in Luna. If you paid a little more attention, she was isolated from her brothers. Vanessa added, Luna did not give up her position as head of the family. She sobbed, but her mouth still smiled as she said something. Back to reality, she asserted. Then we can entrust the family's affairs to the little girl and just focus on our own work. Maeve Chiron frowned, unable to say anything. Vanessa's eyes also narrowed. I'm just making sure Jean doesn't follow in Luna's footsteps. She remembered Rajua and calmly announced, Rajua seems to be changing, following Jean very closely and also preparing many things. Hearing that, he also frowned and seriously affirmed if it really needs protection, I wouldn't even bother. If it can't control the family on its own, then don't expect it to be able to fight the enemy. Vanessa calmly asked Chiron, but what if Jean also becomes a second Luna? His face contorted, he smiled sharply, isn't that the reason you gave it the map? On another side, his hand gripped the map tightly as it fluttered in the wind. He sent it on Moroccan's head while looking at the map and announcing, we've arrived. He replied while flying, yes. They arrived around August 15, 1797. Moroccan stopped flying and looked down at the thick black and purple gas on the ground, asking him, this is the Black Sea. He flew down at the ground and saw a glowing gem. He confirmed, the pillar is marked on the map. But he denied, no. That's not the pillar, kid. On the other side, the monsters surrounded the pillar. Moroccan stood to the side. That is the nest of the flying monster Gonchia. The bird, seeing them, also let out a murderous cry and charged forward to attack. Moroccan looked up, his eyes shining as he looked down at them. HMPH, you're really brave. After that day, he brought up a topic. The fire caused the monsters to scatter in disarray. The ones that were burned to a crisp by the fire screamed in agony, and the ground was also beaten to a pulp of gravel. His eyes widened in admiration. Moroccan, it seems you've regained quite a bit of your strength. That day he squinted, it's nothing compared to the speed of your growth, you brat. But he retorted, to be able to recover to this extent after having your heart broken. That's pretty good, isn't it? Immediately after, Moroccan flapped his wings and landed on the ground, Fan Nan. But the recovery speed is still too slow. I have to find a way to regain my strength faster. His feet landed on the ground, causing it to sink. Next, he bent down for him to jump down. Moroccan affirmed, we could only fly this far. After that, he looked up at the purple clouds filling the sky. Those poison clouds can melt even a dragon's scales. He wondered. They touched the poison clouds just now and were still fine? Moroccan transformed back into his human form and explained. The monsters in the Black Sea have poison flowing in their blood. Just assume that all living things here are poisonous. The poisonous flower on the rock was wilting. They walked according to the map, surrounded by a forest of poisonous flowers. Moroccan praised. Your father is really something, to have come all this way to draw a map. Even the dragons are afraid of this place. While following the map, he marveled. It's really true. I wonder what he was doing in such a dangerous place. He walked beside her, his hand behind her back, glancing at her with a puzzled look. It's strange, though. Why do I have to kill the monster that Hellerim raised? That damn woman is nothing but bad luck. He caught the main point and glanced over. You know Hellerim? Muraka frowned and said honestly, of course, I know. Even 1,000 years ago. She was famous as the one who was pampered by all the evil gods. He put away the map and asked, the books all say that all the disasters in history were caused by Hellerim. Is that true? Murakan affirmed, yes, she looks like a human, but in reality, she is a half-demon, with a lifespan comparable to a demon's. She herself is a curse. Her body was shrouded in darkness when Hellerim awoke. Even the gods wouldn't dare to rashly choose a successor. Back in reality, Muraka grimaced and added, when the demon beast king organified all curses to be with Hellerim, I really had to admire him. Even though you and I are both immune to curses, it's best not to get involved with her. The light footsteps of some animal were observing the two of them. Murakan was still chattering away. Whoever angers Hellerim will never have a good end. He was also surprised. This is the first time I've heard you show fear of revenge. Murakan angrily retorted. When did I ever say I was afraid? The monsters observed them. Murakan kept defending himself. I just said that if you get involved with Hellerim, you'll have bad luck forever. It's better to be careful. A pack of one-horned wolves stared at the two of them, and he ignored them. All right, I get it. But what I'm more concerned about is, he interrupted and put the map into his coat. My father and the Black Knight knew the location of this monster, but they didn't kill it and just marked it on the map. Murakan also shouted in confusion. I don't know either. The wolves rushed towards the two of them. He calmly drew the sword at his side. Behind is a special. 8 special seconds are coming. Jin didn't smell the Kemda. A series of sword paths when it made them fly thin. The wolves' blood splattered on the cliff. Immediately after, they were corroded. Murakan excitedly pointed at the rock. Look, I just said the blood of the Black Sea monsters also contains poison, right? But I didn't think the extent would be this serious. They came to a forest of thorny vines. He looked at the map while observing his surroundings. This is the place marked on the map, Murakan. You wait here. This is a challenge for me. He frowned and looked ahead. All right, but are you sure you'll be okay in there? It's full of sharp thorns. Jean calmly entered the thorn cave while Murakan stood outside. I'll be fine. I'm going in. And Leng cautiously entered, observing a purple butterfly flying by. Its wings sparkled with light. In front of him was a cluster of glowing plants. Then observe the bright face. Inside, there's a completely different feeling than outside. Above, the moving wires made a sound. He looked at it moving with a puzzled expression. A thorn wire. Why is it so big? Above, a hand reached out. Then in here is a puppy with a black face looking at him, its 2 legs stepping on a thorny ball. His eyes widened in surprise. The space fell silent. The large puppy stood on its 2 front paws on the thorny ball, staring at him while he stood frozen, staring back at it. The beast looked down at him with curiosity. As for him, he also looked up at it and thought, this is the magical beast I have to defeat. It looks more like a mascot than a magical beast. Its large, round eyes looked at him. His eyes also softened as he remarked, it's quite cute, so calm. Hello, kid. Suddenly it looked at him. Then he turned his head and ran away on the thorny branches, which startled him and made him look after it, wondering, running away. Jean calmly approached the thorny ball and touched it lightly, confused. A body as big as a mountain is afraid of me. Is this really a magical beast? Immediately after, he also jumped up. Let's try chasing after it. Jin observed while following the magical beast's tracks. Where did it go? Suddenly his eyes widened and he froze like this. The giant thorny ball kept rolling down. They rushed towards N. As for him, he stood silently. The sword energy paths were slashed out. The thorny balls were cut in half by him. Above, something else is rolling down. His face was full of horror as he looked up at it. My face was hit by it, and I fell backward. The third animal also jumped up to the bridge. After throwing a thorny stone at N, it landed on the ground and looked up at him cheerfully. He was knocked into a thorn bush by it, but it didn't give up and jumped up again. Jin sat in the pile of thorns, holding his sword, and used them to stand up, observing. What a disastrous start. This guy isn't running away, he's taking full advantage of his territory. He stood up, his body covered in bloody scratches, and affirmed that he couldn't give up halfway. At first, I was worried about how to defeat such a cute creature. Taeyeon reached out and summoned fire magic. It was a needless worry. Just let it come out on its own, and directly summoned the Jade Phoenix fire. The flames quickly burned the forest, causing the magical beast to flinch and retreat. It looked up at the fire with annoyance. The thorny vines were burned to a crisp. The fire blazed even more fiercely. Tae was still summoning fire to threaten it. You better come out now before I burn down this entire forest. It reluctantly stepped out. Then he reluctantly stood in front of him. He also looked over there and asked, "Are you showing your face?" Next, he drew a sword from his door with great excitement. "Then let's fight seriously." The third animal bent down and looked at him with pleading, watery eyes, but he shouted at it, "Don't act pitiful." Its face was as droopy as a steamed bun soaked in water, its eyes looking at him. Then it stood up on its two legs towards him. He assessed that there was a problem. "It seems you're finally ready to fight properly." The magical beast's eyes glowed purple. His eyes also lit up in resonance. The memories of the incident. Being bullied in a past life. www.gmail.com. His eyes seemed to be hypnotized, hazy. Frightening memories flooded his mind. Back in reality, the magical beast swung its arm, crying out, "Meow," and then attacked in. As for him, he quickly dodged. Then he turned around in annoyance and reminded it, "I hate illusions. This half-baked spiritual magic won't work." The third object was slashed once, but then quickly healed. His eyes glanced at it, thinking to himself, "Rebirth. I've heard before that some high-level magical beasts possess this ability, but this time." He stepped back, swinging his sword up, his heart pounding with excitement. "Let's see how you regenerate when I finish this in one blow." Mio Lan was also surprised to see that. Immediately after, it calmly looked up at the lightning bolt striking it. It raised its claws. Then he angrily broke each section. A bolt of lightning struck the fur, causing it to. It was confused. Meow. Then he raised both hands high and was struck by lightning, revealing even his colored bones, and roared, "Meow, meow, meow." On his side, he also drew out his sword and got into a ready stance. As for the cat on the other side, it was struck by lightning and smelled burnt, and Vung slashed, emitting the dark energy of Hung's technique. Along with the first soul stone, he slashed straight towards it. His face was full of confidence as he looked up. Rest in peace. The magical beast that could be cut into quickly reattached itself. His eyes widened in astonishment and confusion. Impossible. No matter how powerful the ability to regenerate is, it's impossible to piece together a torn body. Behind, the forest was still burning, and the cat was healing itself while looking at him. Jean stood frozen. What was father thinking when he told me to defeat something? The cat quickly returned, and he also realized that it couldn't die. He regained his composure and thought to himself, as far as I know, even the creatures called the kings of the Black Sea don't have such regenerative abilities. He remembered Kwaiken Theo's further assertion, even the Ontane Kwaiken Theo dragon species, despite having the absolute recovery ability of time travel, has its limits. Perhaps this is not a power or ability at all. In the sky, the poison clouds rumbled. The poison rain quickly fell and sheathed his sword, his expression grave. "You're not regenerating." The thorny vines grew incessantly, and he affirmed, "But you are cursed." The thunder in the sky rumbled incessantly. Suri wiped the water from her face, her body trembling with fear, crying her heart out. Jin understood. The witch Hellerim, your master, has placed an immortal curse on you. His eyes narrowed, his face soaked with rain as he asked it. "That's why you can't die, right?" It lowered its head sadly, tears streaming from its eye sockets, as if confirming with a low growl. He looked at it with empathy. "Have you been abandoned here for a long time? You don't seem to have any will to fight anymore." Jin stood silently, watching the rain extinguish the fire, and said to the despairing Suri, "This forest has also burned down. Where will you go now?" Its eyes were full of sadness and drooped, not knowing how to answer. He frowned again and looked at it with pity. "I'm sorry. I came here to complete the challenge my father gave me." He added, "The descendants of the Kanden family cannot defy the orders of the head of the family." Suddenly, its hand shook. Immediately after, he regained his strength and stood up straight to look at him, Mayan. While he looked at it with a confused expression, it cried out excitedly, "Meow, meow, meow." His face also forced a smile as he reminded it, "Sorry, but I don't understand cat." The cat turned and walked away, calling out as if to call him, "Meal." He also followed it. "You're telling me to follow you." A person and a cat arrived at a cave. It shook itself and walked away. He looked around and asked, "This is your home?" Suri confirmed, Mayang. Deep inside, there was a premonition. He looked over there in confusion. Premonition. The light from the wine jar flashed, and he also realized that this was the wine of the Ka Vuong. "So this is the reward that my father prepared for this challenge." Jin pulled the cork from the bottle. Next to him, Suri also approached and sniffed. He looked over at it and asked, "Are you curious about this?" Then he explained himself. This is a type of wine brewed by the descendants of the fairy clan. When you drink it, the message that the master of the wine wants to convey will echo in your head like a song. Next, he took a sip, and in his heart he also understood. It means Father has left a message for me in it. Luna's and Suri's past life memories appeared in his mind along with some voice. The person's fate has been sealed, only waiting remains. The two, a cat and a master, are in perfect harmony. When Luna Zankinden, daughter of Siren Zankinden, arrives, that will be the time you meet her. The wine will be poured onto the blue lotus petals. He also understood. So, in the beginning, Father left this behind, eyes closed, sensing, to save for Sister Luna. The kitten next to him was also curious, meow. He offered it the wine bottle, smiling. You want to try too? Then Suri opened its mouth, and he followed suit, pouring a little for it. The cat's eyes lit up, and a compelling voice began to appear in its mind. Follow the person of the Dan Kanden lineage who has come to you. Around it was an endless, sun-drenched prairie. Outside, fireflies filled the sky, and Moroccan, in his cat form, was lazily sleeping on a tree. He called Moroccan, causing him to wake up in a daze, huh? When he saw Suri and him coming out together, he was also startled. What's up? I thought you'd take a long time. Moroccan landed on the ground with a bored look, so the monster was Surisao. He approached the kitten. This kid is Suria. How do you know Suri? It also responded cheerfully. Meow. Moroccan approached. How could I not know? Helleram's blood jade cat Suri is very famous. Suddenly, the cat swung its claws at him. Immediately after, he grabbed Moroccan and held him close. He struggled in despair. This isn't a monster, it's the spirit beast, the blood jade cat. Hey, let me go, won't you? Organ. The Beast King gave it to Helleram because she couldn't ride a horse. It seems it has been lonely for too long. He looked at them intimately, and then asked in confusion, but why is it called the blood jade cat? Moroccan was held so tightly by it that he recoiled, only managing to stick his mouth out to explain. Kid, have you never seen its blood jade? He cursed. Let me go, you fool. Then explain further. I thought it had recognized you as its new master, so it was obediently following you. His eyes widened. Blood jade. Suri just remembered now. It released Suri Jama and approached in. Then it bowed and spat out a red gem. He took the gem with suspicion. This thing. Moroccan confirmed. That's right. When you channel magic power into this gem, you will become the master of the blood jade cat. His hand quickly channeled magic power into the gem, causing it to also emit a resonating magic power. The mark on Suri's body lit up. Next, it was sucked into the gem. Moroccan stepped forward and reminded him, it's done. Now you possess the blood jade, which means you can summon Suri at any time. Try channeling magic power into the blood jade again. Moroccan was summoned from the red gem in horror. As for him, he looked up at it in bewilderment. Or am I seeing things? Why does it look like? He looked at Suri in front of him, who was only slightly taller than him, and wondered. She's smaller than before. Moroccan explained, the size of the blood jade cat changes depending on its master. Without a master, it will be as big as a house, but after making it contract, it usually shrinks. It seems it has accepted you as its master. It approached him and rubbed against him excitedly. Ma Nian. And he also happily pressed his face against it, stroking its chin and praising it. You're much cuter when you're smaller. All right, from now on, you'll come with me. Jin named the cat like you. It's Suri Dan Kanden, thanks to you. It also excitedly stretched and replied, meow. The sky was filled with swirling lightning bolts, and from the sky, bolts of lightning struck down. This is the Thenhai Archipelago, island number 32. The sea waves are surging. Somewhere in ruins, a person was tied up with chains. It was Julian. He cried in agony. On the lightning gate, he was hung by many chains. His body constantly struck by lightning under the watchful eye of the turtle. A powerful electric current shot down and struck the loved one. You immediately made him scream in pain. Only the turtle at the bottom had his hands in his pockets, looking up expectantly. At some mansion, Quiganio asked him about the results of his trip to the Black Sea. He stood in the middle of the courtyard with Moroccan, Enya, and Yuli, and confirmed, that's right. I also want to show everyone. Enya exclaimed excitedly. You must have brought back something great. A rare weapon, for example. Jin took out the blood jade orb containing his energy. Enya awkwardly took Julie's hand, while Julie covered her mouth in surprise. Only Moroccan smiled proudly. Kwaikan Theo of Ingeng AC. This is Helleram's little red jade cat. Mio the Great Suri smiled cutely and greeted everyone. Julie stammered, easy. Then both Enya and Julie looked at each other with admiration and said in unison, so cute. They were excitedly petting the cat. He also explained, At first I thought it was a monster. But according to Moroccan, this is a spirit beast. Kwai Kanteo crossed his arms and looked at him, observing, that's right, about 2,000 years ago. It was a famous spirit beast. It wasn't very common back then. But if you had connections with the demon clan, you could still encounter it. Moroccan also used to raise a little red jade cat. Hearing that, he also turned to look at him. You used to raise a little red jade cat. No wonder you understand the contract so well. Why didn't you say anything? Moroccan just replied coldly. What's the point of saying it? It has already lived its full 100 years and crossed the Rainbow Bridge long ago. Kwai Theo Chen said, it must be hard to say, because he valued it so much. He imagined the scene of Moroccan playing with his pet, and Kwai Theo chuckled. Only Moroccan covered his face when she pointed out his weakness. Actually, Moroccan's current cat form when he transforms is based on the little red jade cat he used to have. The tears of that day wouldn't stop falling as he recalled it. He looked up, his hand covering his nose to keep from sobbing. Jin marveled. What is this? Moroccan. So, you're a sentimental person after all. Suddenly her face fell, and she became serious. Anyway, I thought the little red jade cat had gone extinct after the decline of the demon clan. On the other side, Enya and Julie were still petting the cat, making it lie on the ground with excitement. Quigontail added, Suri has been cursed to be immortal. Even if it wants to die, it can't. Perhaps that's why it's still alive. She touched her chin and thought grimly, who else but a witch would cast such a wicked curse? It's possible that one of the disasters Hellerum caused was to cast an immortal curse on Suri. He looked up in confusion. What do you mean? Her eyes were full of hatred, her eyebrows furrowed as she explained, to create an immortal curse. The number of people used as catalysts, she emphasized, at least 1 million. His eyes froze in horror. Moroccan regained his composure, but was still very annoyed. Moreover, the fact that the curse is still in effect to this day. They looked over at Suri, who was teasing the other two, which made it look back. Morocco observed. It proves that Hellerum is still alive somewhere. He was confused. If she's still alive, then why did she abandon Suri in the Black Sea? Moroccan muttered, and even broke the contract. This made Suri whimper and roll over, dropping Enya. Seeing it sad, he got angry. Moroccan. He was also startled. Sorry, I spoke out of turn again. I approached it with empathy, stroking its cheek to comfort it, in Suri's dwelling. I found the divine pearl that my father left behind. I don't know the reason, but it seems my father discovered that Suri had been abandoned. So he prepared it so that my sister Luna could take it with her. It also closed its eyes and enjoyed the stroking. Moroccan laughed heartily. But in the end, you were the one who passed the test and brought Suri back. Doesn't that mean you've been recognized as the successor? While petting Suri's cheek, he complained, who knows? My father always loved my sister Luna so much. But after she gave up the throne, he completely ignored her. His eyes were full of dark, negative thoughts. I could be abandoned just like that at any moment. He remembered the words of expulsion at the family's door in his previous life, Jin Zenkanden. From this moment on, I officially expel you from the family. The verdict was handed down. Considering your efforts, I will not kill you. He looked up in despair. Jin fell to the ground, his hand clenched tightly. Julie called him, young master, which startled him and made him open his eyes wide, leaving his memory behind. She looked at Suri and caressed it. This humble servant dares not speculate on the master's intentions. But it seems the master has never truly disliked Lady Luna's gentle nature. His face showed a little surprise as he looked over at her, her hand gently stroking it. This child has been cursed to be immortal, right? On the surface, she expressed great sympathy and affirmed, according to the original plan, Sister Luna was supposed to be the one to overcome the challenge. But if so, how would she be able to subdue this child? She petted Suri's cheek and thought, perhaps the head of the family wants the successor to be someone who can gently care for this child who can never die. He remembered the time Suri, and he hugged happily through Julie's voice, just like the young master did. Another memory of my uncle came back. I confirmed it must be. Then he put his hand on Suri's fur. It's quite possible. It was petted to the point of bewilderment. Meow. Poor thing. Then at Chasms in Jin's study, he looked at the map and the planet's position in front of him and announced, recently, Laban has detected some unusual signs, so I came to report to you. My lord. He sat opposite. What is it? Hearing that, he also seriously pointed out on the virtual map one, red. A contract holder has been continuously crossing the Thantuk archipelago of the Huppister Federation. The 7-colored marquee team has conducted a search of the entire archipelago and has determined the exact location of that person. As for him, he listened seriously. Where is he? Kemi pointed to a spot on the paper map here. Island number 32. Through investigation, this island belongs to the family of one of the guards of the Kandan people. He looked down there in surprise, and Captain's face gradually became serious. Considering that guard is a close confidant of Joshua, it can be considered that this island belongs to him. He frowned and looked up angrily. Joshua, he's hiding a contractor on a deserted island. On the map, a red marker flashed. Jean decided, I have to go there myself and see. Judgment and the swirling sea. The target was struck from the sky, hitting the boat on the sea. Moroccan, who was seasick, staggered and cursed. What the hell is this? The weather is really acting up. Casm, standing behind, explained. The sea around the Thantuk archipelago is always like this. He added, there are constant storms, swift currents, and lightning often causes fires. So this is not a suitable land for humans to live in. As for him, he looked around. Jejua must have a reason for hiding the contract holder in a place like this. He closed his eyes and sighed, quickly going over to ask Moroccan, are you alright? How can a dragon get seasick like this? He was in the middle of vomiting when he raised his hand to wipe his mouth in discomfort. What can I do? It's probably a side effect of regaining my strength. By the way, if you meet the contract holder, what are you going to do? His face was serious. It depends on his attitude. He pointed towards the island that was being continuously struck by lightning and announced, we've arrived. This is island number 32 of the Thantuak archipelago. But the sea is too rough. It will be very dangerous to continue. Moroccan's face was grave as he struggled to ask, kid, get the fur ball out. It can get us through there. He flashed a look of surprise. Suri can swim. Moroccan wiped his mouth and smiled proudly. Of course. It can cross waters like these as easily as anything. Diane summoned Suri. Suri, can you take us to that island? Moroccan, however, lay down with a disgruntled pout. So he tilted his head and cried out, meow. He grabbed Suri and climbed onto its back. Immediately after, he jumped up and sat straight on Moroccan, while Suri quickly dove into the water. With a splash, they plunged into the sea. Suri swam in the water with great enthusiasm, much to his surprise. The speed also made him wide-eyed. Even though it's the sea, it's still moving incredibly fast. Suri trembled behind him. I told you so. Immediately after, it flew at the speed of a prayer. Moroccan reminded, hold on tight. They quickly came ashore. Suri was busy shaking the water off her fur. Jin looked up. So the contractor is here. He took out the gem and channeled his magic into it. Suri, you go inside. Don't get caught up in the battle. Moroccan looked at his vibrating sword and reminded him. Kid, one of your swords is vibrating. Seeing that, he also grabbed the hilt of his sword, confused. Right? Why is it like this? Jin drew his sword. On it was a strange, glowing blue flower. This is a flower. He rubbed his chin in confusion. This different station, I've seen it somewhere before. Is that right? No. It's a little different. The sword pointed towards the place where the lightning was most dense on the island and vibrated. Sigmund is resonating with something. It's moving on its own. The lightning struck, and at the same time, the sword stopped shaking. His eyes narrowed as he looked in that direction with little goodwill. There's something on the other side. The two of them quickly moved away. He pushed aside the leaves and looked up. That is. Moroccan was also horrified. What? Is it the tomb of a god? He was confused. The tomb of a god. He confirmed, that's right, the tomb of the thunder god Graham. In front of them was the gate to the tomb of the thunder god. He squinted, thinking to himself, the living god Graham. He remembered what Ba had told him, brothers of the same blood. Zich Mun is called the wind and thunder's sword for what reason? Because it contains the aura of the thunder god Graham. So Zich Mun was given by Graham. She denied it. No, the sword was suspended in judgment. Ben affirmed that it was the sword that had sealed its power after killing Jake Graham. Back in reality, and calmly looked up. I didn't expect to encounter the greatness of the underworld royal family in this place. Moroccan, on the other hand, shielded his eyes to get a better look. I know he's dead, but I didn't think I'd be here. His eyes narrowed in confusion. But why did Joshua hide a contractor here? An arrow was drawn, and behind the light of the bow, it was aimed straight at the two of them. The arrow was shot out, carrying with it a blue lightning bolt. Then a whirlwind also coiled up. Moroccan realized and looked behind him. He did the same, squinting his eyes to see. The arrow shot towards him like this. He quickly slashed it away. Moroccan also knocked away the approaching tornado. In the dust, the dim figures appeared. Din thought to himself, an arrow made of lightning, a sword with poison and wind magic. A man holding a wine-element sword stepped out, with a girl next to him. He said, "I didn't expect to see you here. You have no idea how long we've been waiting for this moment." He glanced at them as expected. "Are the hunting dogs of Tame and Marius?" The two of them looked at him with a murderous aura, their faces dark with anger. After the wet nurse died, did the turtle bring them back? And someone was running like crazy. Jin realized that person was the contractor. Murakami confirmed. "That's right, kid. Look at how he uses lightning." He looked at Julian, who was standing on the ground with a lightning bow and arrow, looking at him with a Chamsum, the brother of the thunder god Graham, the contractor of the storm god Theo. Purple Hair angrily ordered, "Julian, aim for the human first, the guardian dragon later." Immediately after, Julian also jumped up. He rushed towards Murakami, Purple Hair getting even angrier. "Where are you aiming?" "Aim for Sandre's contractor first." As for Murakami, he was full of excitement, grinning and reminding him, his body radiating a murderous aura. "After a while at my peak, all sorts of things dare to rush up." That day, he slammed his fists together, his aura flaring as he shouted at him, "Kid, hurry up and deal with them. I'll teach that guy a lesson." Yulin is still drawing and selling. Murakami's body weaved through the arrow as he shouted mockingly, "A mere contractor dares to charge at a guardian dragon." He grabbed his head and screamed like a madman, "I will teach you a proper lesson." Immediately after, the body moved, was immediately slammed to the ground. He lay there, his mouth agape in pain. Murakami was smug, just a small fry and you dare to charge in, and his body was still gaping. Immediately after, it electrocuted Kion again. He glared and swung his sword with resentment. "The enemy of my mother." While slashing, he screamed frantically, "Today, I will tear you to shreds to comfort your vengeful soul." He calmly parried the blow and asked him, "Joshua told you that I killed Tai Musao." He questioned, "And you believed every word of it?" His eyes grew even more furious as he growled each word towards him. "Shut up." His eyes looked at him with pity, the two swords still scraping against each other. How funny. The ones who killed her were assassins disguised as executioner knights of the Kandin clan, and on their swords was your poison. He knocked him back and reminded him, "Listen carefully. Kuzan, Joshua Dunkartle is my big brother." Hearing that, he was also wide-eyed with surprise. "Could it be? You are Jin Zenkin Desao." He confirmed, "That's right." Purple Hair from the side. Above, he also rushed to attack. "Hush." He dodged her furious slash. "Shut your mouth," he reminded them. "You're being deceived by the turtle." She swung her sword and shouted back, "Nonsense. Kujion, don't listen to him. It's all lies. He's just talking nonsense to survive." While he dodged gracefully, Jin returned the blows with his sword and explained sharply, "Joshua sent Taimon to curse me. He killed Taimon to silence him because he was afraid the truth would be revealed." Purple Hair was beaten to the point of crying, and he added, "Moreover, he also knows that I am a magic swordsman, a contractor of Sandra. If he had nothing to fear, he would have told the truth about me." She was knocked back. Kuya's face contorted in anger. "Impossible." He was also helpless. "If you don't want to believe it, then I don't need to explain further." He clenched his teeth. "You just want to believe that I'm the killer, because of your guilt for not protecting your mother." Purple Hair was on the ground, panting. He growled each word, "Or maybe you don't have the courage to face the real culprit, the turtle." She gritted her teeth, blood flowing from her mouth. With a face full of anger, he unleashed a furious wind magic. "I want to go." Her body was surrounded by a massive amount of wind energy. She screamed wildly, the energy in her body surging out of control. Seeing that, Kuzan also panicked and tried to stop her. Burst. On this side, he also followed the situation with a fierce look. Faithal's lightning slash. "Aren't they allies?" Murakami gritted his teeth and informed him, "Kid, there's a bit of a problem here." He looked over, confused. "What's wrong?" On the other side, Julian was floating in the air with explosive energy. Murakami explained, "I only hit him a little, and he's already transformed into Theo." His body flew up towards the immense electric current that was spreading around. He was confused. "Transformation? What do you mean?" He explained, "You've seen a similar situation before, haven't you?" He remembered a certain god transforming into a human and added, "When the god descended into the Sanus's body to destroy her. It was just like when Faye followed and landed on his body." His eyes were full of astonishment as he looked over at him. In the sky, a bolt of lightning struck down, and with it, the body. Yulian's body flew up, on before everyone's eyes. The voice of a god rang out, "Theo, you damn brother, how dare you descend right at my tomb?" His face was full of horror and surprise. "This is the remnant of Graham." The sword in his hand trembled, radiating divine power. Jin understood. I don't know what happened between the gods, but this sword is angry. If this continues, everyone will be in danger. He turned to look at Kuyan and Purple Hair and shouted at them. Kuyan, Marius, choose. Do you want to die a useless death here, or will you run away? Kujian embraced the heavily injured Purple Hair. He advised them, if you truly want revenge, you must first survive. He gritted his teeth reluctantly. Immediately after, he carried Purple Hair and ran away. The god's sword Lu rose up along with the seals and divine power. The judging lightning also struck his sword. Moroccan was confused. What's wrong? Kid, have you gone crazy too? He frowned at the glowing sword, its divine power raging, and replied, no. That's Gramps' wrath against Fethel. Is there a way to stop him? I'll do my best to fight them. Speak quickly. Moroccan looked up at the descending god and affirmed, since this isn't a complete descent, there's still something we can do, but I need time to gather my spiritual energy. In the meantime, can you hold out? Taean swung his sword, and a lightning bolt followed, his face full of cool confidence. I have to try. Moroccan stood watching a body contorting in a stream of energy, his eyes fixed. Strong right in the middle of the sky, not yet a complete landing. There's still a chance to try. But in return, I need time to concentrate my spiritual energy. Until then, can you hold on? Along with the earthquake, Jin held his sword and boldly challenged. Let's see. The black dragon's outburst also burst forth, releasing a source of dark purple energy. Get ready. Brat. From the high heavens, a powerful source of energy poured down. The space gate is about to open. A strange white hand appears. A fluffy scarf and a cloak that covered his mouth. The strangeness rose with this sudden appearance. This is the incarnation of Fatal, with sharp, piercing eyes. That hand was clutching something in the accompanying power. His voice was low. I feel the foolish power of my big brother. A slender finger pointed forward. He stood suspended in the air like a god, his words very low. Is that you? He raised his eyebrows, his lips pursed, his expression serious as he faced him. In his heart, he also thought, even though he's not fully formed, he's still a descended god. Just looking at him makes it hard to breathe. The beautiful goddess and the broad back of the man in the large cloak is still a lopsided comparison, but compared to my father or the war god brother, it's nothing at all. His feet touched the ground and he lightly kicked the debris below. That's it. I'll hold my strength and deal with it. To that incarnation, he widened his eyes, glaring menacingly. Where do you think you're going? He quickly unleashed a move, shooting a line from above. Jean, with his nimble movements, moved to dodge. He continuously created a series of attacks. This time it was a large array of round spheres. That person silently controlled them to attack in. With the very fast speed of the technique, Jean had to be very focused. Please focus on avoiding everything. But it was difficult. A fab Zimp beam grazed his temple, making Jean grit his teeth and glance away in fear. Immediately, a red lightning bolt struck him, causing him to be hit for the first time and cry out. Cack! A blast right as it was cast, a blue power released as soon as it hit the target. The incarnation of Theo looked on with a contemptuous expression, seeing the person before him as nothing more than an insect. I don't know how you got that sword. The black fragments flew through the hazy, dusty space. He was still arrogant. But don't think that just because you have a little bit of my big brother's mediocre power. But Jin, standing tall and shirtless, held the glowing golden sword, still thinking that finishing things off would make him as glorious as a true king. But his eyes seemed to be frozen by a nerve. That is, right in the middle of his chest, nestled within the firm muscles of Jin's abdomen. A rhombus-shaped gem was glowing, the sword of the underworld king. Jin coldly pointed his sword at Han. This is the fighting style and wants to use. I received this sword directly from the one who killed your brother. Have you ever heard of this name? He was stunned when he heard that letter. The image of that person came flooding back, causing him to freeze on the spot. War God Band, impossible, that's a lie. Tachibu's spaces flashed by, one appearing and disappearing. Jin's hand held the hilt of the sword tightly, raising it up, using even more Kai-Fab. Then you must also understand this power. A golden vortex was created from En's sword. He was furious and screamed, "Stop floating up there." He fiercely struck out with a slash. Come down here and fight. He was caught off guard by the pressure of that technique. Grew. A powerful lightning bolt counterattacked from En's side, and Kujian's side was also affected, which made him turn around with wide eyes, a real monster. Could it be that the one I met at Doki was him? Jin had been breathing heavily, his eyes cold and ruthless. Listen carefully. Kuchan, that person, Joshua Zankanen, is my big brother. Joshua sent Timon to curse me, but because he was afraid the truth would be revealed, he killed Timon to silence him. He witnessed that powerful technique descend from the high heavens. His vision so blurry that he couldn't even see what had been destroyed. He could only worry. If that's true, then what will VRES and I do? Jin still held his sword tightly in the same posture and slashed even more powerfully. Die. In his eyes, besides the outburst, there was only madness. The person in his eyes didn't even flinch, his ruthless power out of control. Maybe I don't even need Moroccan. I can still win. A torrent of golden kai rained down. The black-clad figure screamed in agony as it was hit by the earthquake. The lightning bolts convulsed violently. He regained his footing. Not so easily defeated. A person like you dares to insult me. Just because your attack had a little effect, you're already getting cocky. Also, because he was provoked by him, he flew into a rage. In his hand, he pulled out a white bow as large as his body. His hand drew the bow and aimed at him. You insect. Pay the price for your arrogance. His two eyes opened wider and then froze. A beautiful phoenix appeared immediately. Episode 3 for you. It, with its sharp blue eyes and its taloned feet, charged towards the side. Towards the incarnate. Why are you here? A terrifyingly numerous god. What a spectacle, disappear. So it quickly spat out a blue flame aimed at him. He seemed to be crushed by the sudden attack. His face turned white and he could no longer see clearly. His entire body was consumed by this attack. He was engulfed in the blue flames, flickering, unable to escape. Dian took the opportunity to rush forward and strike again. His whole body seemed to be blocked, his mouth hung open in pain, but he couldn't make a sound. Jin didn't look back, silently letting the debris fly past. Lord Tet's true form is in the fire realm. Just a gentle breath is enough to wipe out the gods of this world. Wielding a terrifying pale blue power, he was named and respected. A god, no matter how arrogant, would tremble in fear. Jin clenched his fist tightly, looking back at the desolate battlefield. It's over. Once he has descended into a physical body, the one who maintains that power is just a human. But he couldn't believe his eyes. In an instant, he was startled when he heard that voice again. I acknowledge. Before his eyes, right in the midst of that powerful blue flame that seemed to be swallowing him. That low voice still rang out. You're a rather interesting insect. He absorbed that thing, and then stepped back into the battle, his face as cold as money. He walked over. But I am an evil god. The small lightning cluster struck. Even if I'm torn into 100 pieces, I'm still immortal. How can a mortal like you understand? Jin gritted his teeth, his eyes showing unease, his heart filled with a vague sense of foreboding. This is beyond my expectations. I didn't expect another person like Suri to appear. He looked at his expression, and with one hand he conjured a magic orb above him. What's wrong? Disappointed. Come here. Continue to fight with an immortal god. A streak of light like a large claw emerged from behind the dark clouds in the sky. It descended from the sky. A powerful magic weapon accompanied by lightning bolts created by that incarnate. If you have a relationship, just look up. But then the black things of another power rushed forward. What immortality! It quickly flooded in. He was still breathing lightly after the trial. Struck down a very powerful blow. He stood with his feet on the ground. Your brother is rotting in his grave. What immortality is there? Moroccan appeared, majestic and calm. Now it's my turn to play with you. At that moment, he was startled. Moroccan ferociously raised his giant claws, his two eyes spitting smoke. You little brat of a Faithio incarnation. Above, black. Below, white, a glowing, ethereal mist in the dim space. A creature with two bright blue eyes in the darkness. Standing tall in the surrounding mist from behind, a low, wide sound. Standing before the tomb where your brother is buried and talking about immortality. Jin stood there, his eyes frozen as he saw it, his strong body motionless at that moment. This is Moroccan's spiritual energy release. The memory of when he was a boy, Jin had already heard. Alright, I'll show you a little bit of what spiritual energy release is. He even played with the spiritual energy in his palm, Under his feet, the black shadows stretched across the floor. The air was dark and gloomy. Spiritual energy, in the end, is something that originates from darkness. The dim lamp's flame flickered. The candle's body was even clung to by the dark, evil aura. And a clear voice rang out. All the darkness in this world is born from the wind of sunrise. Then those black gases split into many branches and quickly surrounded the covering walls, dyeing the space with a sinister color. The black shadow rushed to the foot of a pillar and clung to it. That voice was still slow. Therefore, Sandra is the master of all darkness. Jin started to panic and worry as he saw the black shadow under his feet was about to completely cover the white of the floor. He was called by that person, and he was the only one who had made a contract with Sandra. That long streak was like an ink line drawn on the floor. The hanging lamp above was also covered by that dark thing. Everywhere in the mansion, from the walls to the floor, was covered in that moving black shadow. From a large black room, it shot out in many directions and split into many smaller branches. That voice still rang out, in other words. The person controlling everything was pitch black from top to bottom, calmly emphasizing, "You can also become the master of all darkness." That was Moroccan. He smiled and looked up with great interest. This is spiritual energy release. A flicker of anxious thought. And this isn't even half of his true power, so at his peak, how strong was Moroccan? He transformed into a pure black dragon from now on. "I'll play with you for a bit." Just those words, and the person standing at his feet was startled. Moroccan's eyes spit smoke, his sharp claws ready for a fight, the incarnation of that Theo. That person was an incarnation of Theo and got angry, his whole body lit up. And he quickly attacked first, daringly. That guy was also ready to fight, his tone showing no fear, a creation of Sandre Marzim. The empty eye of that person turned white as if startled. What? Seeing the black horn was still durable and firm without any damage, which made that guy startled. Why? Why not? Fiethel's incarnation was tiny in the space at the foot of the black dragon, impossible. Moroccan was calm, but his tone was contemptuous of the other's reaction. Just because you can't use a little bit of your smallest divine power. What a panic. You've lost all dignity. He lifted one leg slightly, his eyes glowing with a cold light. You said that even if you were torn to pieces, you wouldn't die, right? So, you've never been hit by spiritual energy before. Alright, I'll let you know what it feels like to be hit by spiritual energy. He refused to be looked down upon, his two white eyes glared and he cursed, "Get out, get out." He screamed loudly, and from behind his legs a strange black shadow stretched out. "Don't come near." The name jumped up high to perform an attack. He was in a state of unleashing a powerful technique, his eyes also changed. But he still had to remind himself, "Ugh, I just need to reincarnate, and it's over. I can't see what's inside that eye." Fatel's incarnation was startled and reacted slowly when something was trying to hurt his stomach. What is this? The thing across his stomach gnawed deeper, causing him to roar. Don't. In a flash of work, the hand of the measurer played with, not knowing what to grab onto. Both blue and white clashed until they disappeared, leaving only a piercing scream. Stop. His hand was spread wide, all 5 fingers stiff, paralyzed by the convulsing lightning. The small pink holes were twitching because of those small lightning bolts. Stop it. The scene exploded and burst, nothing else was visible. A foot was firmly planted on the ground, the marks of the lightning strike still visible on it. Moroccan was weary. Oh my, he's as tough as a tick. So, how does it feel to be hit by spiritual energy? You don't know what just hit you. It's so confusing, right? He casually leaned on his hand, preening his claws, while looking at the tiny creature. The baby below was trying to rush over at lightning speed. Don't do that. Even if I only descended as an incarnation, I am still a god. His reply was indifferent and to the point. Yeah, I know. You're a god, so you're immortal. He clenched his fist on the ground, his face angry. I swear in the name of the storm. If you let me retreat, I will. Moroccan's sharp gaze pierced him. You were so arrogant just now, and now you're begging a creation of a god to spare you? I told you. Maintain your dignity. Immediately after those words, the man's eyes suddenly widened, feeling the pain from the sharp, pointed rays, and then he roared. Not yet. In the darkness, a new conversation began. Moroccan was fed up. This is boring. A small source of light radiated out. Good work. Moroccan. Is he dead? He replied with 3 short words. He's not dead. The sharp, cold blue light twisted and moved. Then the blue stream clearly revealed a 5-toed foot with claws. But he will have to endure endless, repetitive pain. The life force of the incarnate screamed, his eyes bulging with fire, and when he falls into madness, the incarnation will be dispelled. A body of flesh and blood, as if dead and brought back to life, devoid of life force. Fethel's soul was pushed out. That body sat naked, looking up at the sky, escaping from its shell. He would return to being a normal contractor. A light appeared, tearing through the black darkness. The peaceful light shone down on the dark abyss. The light grew larger, illuminating every spot. In the shining light, the person's head was nodding down. The main body of the Theo was limp with a dirty, bare body. The black dragon also transformed back into its human form. Is about to land. It's been a long time since I've had a serious fight. He twisted and turned to stretch his muscles, complaining while the other person was approaching Theo. The incarnation has been completely dispelled. Kid, he won't wake up for at least a week. Oh my back hurts. A pure black and strange hand reached out to gently support that person's face. All right, still alive and well. Jin calmly considered and was just about to gently say the next step when something fell behind him. Now I just need to check if Kuzen and Berries are still alive. He quickly turned around, startled to see Moroccan's large body fall to the ground with a thud. Moroccan. The veiny, sturdy hand raised a thumbs up as if to say it was still fine. I'm fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's just that I used a little too much strength, so my body couldn't keep up. That's what he said. But in reality, he was exhausted. Yet Jean still teased him. You're exhausted, aren't you? You don't look fine at all. Stinging his pride, Moroccan immediately went into a rage. I said I'm fine. I'll rest here for a while. Get the fur ball out now. Jin had to laugh and then complied with his words. All right, just rest here. The large, black-furred cat appeared and hugged Moroccan's tired body tightly. It was amused, meow. As for him, he was in agony. Get rid of the fur ball. How can I rest like this? It hurts. Stop licking. It's true that you get what you deserve, that day. He couldn't escape and was even held tightly by the cat. Even if he cried for help, he couldn't. Take it with you. But Jean's reply was indifferent and uncaring. I'll go find Kuzen and Barrett and then come back. In the grove of trees in another scene, yet another conversation, Kujian then said, while wearing a bunch of old, tattered clothes and walking around searching berries. After walking for a while, he came to a cliff and looked down at the strong, flowing current. He was worried. Have they already left the island? But when he looked in another direction, he narrowed his eyes. A small boat with its sails furled was still bobbing on the water. A boat, but this boat is too small. It doesn't belong to those two. A noise caught his attention, causing Jean to glance over to check. Surrey. That black cotton ball threw Maraca onto the ground. Then he rushed in one direction. The person behind is a stranger. A mysterious man appeared, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Julian and the little brat's guardian dragon. The little brat came all the way here. It turned out the cat had already sensed this presence and rushed forward. But that person didn't have to. A special reaction. I have no interest in killing lowly creatures. Where is your master? The cat suddenly stopped and stood still when Jin suddenly returned and appeared right in front of it. An unwelcoming gaze sent a blunt question. What are you doing here, brother? The sunset-colored eyes of that person narrowed. I'm the one who wants to ask, kid. The white-haired Theo lying motionless was what that person wanted to ask. What is a swordsman apprentice like you doing here? De looked at that person and carefully examined him. The boat from earlier. Was Rotjua with him? Looking at the size, it seems no one else was with him. It was the turtle. He was majestic. One hand in his pocket, calmly chatting very naturally. Anyway, it's been a long time since we've met. I have a lot of things I want to talk to you about. Diane said bluntly, we've already had a confrontation. Stop pretending to be innocent. His eyes, which were not at all simple, looked both innocent and strange when he heard that sentence. Annie. Around him, a dark, unfriendly atmosphere rose. His resentful eyes didn't want to be comfortable either. Just as you know my secret. I also know all the tricks you've played on me. Joshua smiled and looked up, continuing the story calmly. You seem quite bitter. It's not that I don't understand, but that attitude isn't very appropriate. A line of words flickered on the wall, both mysterious and dark. The two of them tore off their shirts and separated. I received the message you left in Ketahal's laboratory. Now he closed his eyes as if nothing had happened. A rather impressive message. The news is spread everywhere, but no forces discover that Jean Grey is the person. The round red object held tightly by the chains was remembered by him. Jin didn't need to say much more and got into a ready stance to draw his sword. You should have killed me then, Roswa, right when you cursed me. A source of dark purple power was released from that powerful sword. If you had killed me then. His entire body was now covered in that black power, Din ready to challenge. If you had pointed the tip of your sword at him, you wouldn't have had to suffer this humiliating defeat today. Receiving Jin's action, Joshua also shivered and listened intently. Cotton M. Rascal's face darkened, his red eyes glaring as he confirmed, is that spiritual energy? Originally, that power should have been mine. Jinjiang can see with eyes as sharp as a knife, with contempt. What a delusion. His voice was full of challenge. If you want it, just try and take it. A black, shapeless shadow glided by as fast as the wind. He followed his sword and charged forward powerfully, mockingly asking, when you welcomed Sister Luna, shouldn't you have brought a few knights with you? He didn't hesitate and used all his strength to slash straight at the opposite side. With a single blow. Going alone is not your style. He looked down from above at his attack first, think later style, and reminded him, "You're misunderstanding. Just because you have the power of Soderlek." Uncle's two hands drew the sword at his side and asked contemptuously, "And you thought you could face me?" Seeing the sword in his uncle's hand, he was involuntarily surprised. The silver-handled sword. His eyes were fixed on it, and he quickly realized the problem. It's not the favorite sword that you always carry. As soon as his uncle's blow landed, he struck, had quickly jumped out of the way like the wind. His uncle's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, only concerned with how to destroy the person in front of him. Just as he was about to counterattack, the spot where his uncle was standing exploded, sending dust and sand flying everywhere. Unexpectedly, after this thick cloud of smoke and dust, his uncle appeared in front of him, was still in the posture of Tuan Kong, striking a blow towards Anne. "Kid, do you think I always use tricks and keep people by my side?" Suddenly his uncle's eyes turned red, always proving it. Up and looking at him, he asked, "Is it because I'm weak?" Uncle raised the sword in his hand, his eyes unblinking as he asked, "Is it because I can't become an absolute martial artist like my big sister?" The two swords clashed, creating a storm that pushed back everything around them. He said firmly, "Completely wrong. If I wanted to, I could catch up to my big sister at any time." He didn't waver at all, gritting his teeth to withstand the technique from his uncle, thinking, "A knight is still just a knight." His uncle raised his sword, his eyes as sharp as a knife, looking at him. "Kid, do you know? In the world you've never experienced." His uncle bluntly slashed down his sword. "The things that are hiding in the darkness." Because of this one blow from his uncle, his mouth immediately filled with blood. His feet moved as fast as the wind, accompanied by a smug voice. "Even with my father there, why do the Kandon people?" His uncle kicked him away several meters. Met then asked, "Can't you overcome Zipphoni again?" Immediately after, his uncle used a speed faster than the wind to catch up to his position and asked again, "Why? Even though I disappointed my father, he still didn't eliminate me." His uncle's face was gloomy, his expression unclear, even though he wasn't satisfied with me. He saw his uncle's figure approaching him, his eyebrows whereupon tightly, gritting his teeth and thinking, "I can't avoid it, I have to accept it." From behind his uncle, a surge of power carrying a red glow of fire, accompanied by a gloomy, indistinct voice, "The one who is always wary of the enemy in the sword garden, more than anyone else, is me." He also quickly struck back at his uncle. The two swords clashed, and the surge of power spread out into the space, pushing everything around them away. A giant surge of power was created from our strength. Of the two people formed a large tornado, and the ground shattered. Smoke billowed. In the hazy smoke and dust, his figure flickered with a murderous glint in his eyes, thinking, "It's not that I underestimated Rotrua, it's just that as a successor, he's still lacking." He looked at the unscathed and arrogant figure in front of him and guessed, "If it weren't for Big Sister Luna, there wouldn't be all this gossip now." My uncle smiled and glanced at him, praising, "Just now. Was that the technique of the spirit sword? Not bad at all." The smoke cleared, and next to him appeared a large, sharp-toothed cat, baring its teeth at his uncle. He turned to it and gently stroked its fur to comfort it. "It's okay, Suri, protect Murakam." It replied softly, "Meow." Jinsan closed his eyes and sighed. What a touching scene. His uncle stood silently, looking towards the smoke and dust that had not yet completely dissipated, and asked, "Do you really think that when I face you, I have to take that helpless black dragon as a hostage?" He looked at his uncle's collar and replied, "You're the kind of person who would do that." His uncle looked straight into his eyes, which had been glaring at him for a while now. "Aha. Now I understand. The reason you're acting so arrogant." A murderous aura began to radiate from his uncle. "Kid, you're sure I can't kill you? Because if you die, I can't take the contract." His eyes were as cold as ice as he constantly observed his uncle, thinking, "Just as I thought. He already knows there's a way to transfer the contract, just like Zipfin and Cancelo did." His uncle's face was dark as he looked at him, tilting his head and speaking in a cold voice. "You've deduced that much. You deserve some praise, but that doesn't change anything today. You will become someone who can never hold a sword again. For the condemned people, that is worse than death." His hair covered half of his face, his expression unreadable as he replied, "Punishment. That's right. Rajua is gradually condemned. I'm sure you can't kill me, but that." He raised the pure black sword and said firmly, "It doesn't mean you have to spare me." From the sword, a series of green and black smoke trails emanated. "Predicted because my reinforcements are coming soon. Change of orders." The sword he held, he pointed straight up at the sky, creating mysterious black dots. His uncle's eyes involuntarily looked at him with suspicion. Without hesitation, he raised his sword to continue the fight. His uncle asked, "What are you doing?" His uncle flew towards Am with an immense surge of power. But unexpectedly, the surge of power that approached him was completely absorbed. The surge of power his uncle released was thus completely absorbed, not a single bit left. His uncle's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked ahead, thinking, the sword energy is being absorbed back. He pointed his sword straight up at the sky. But the light from the sword continued to form a veil that covered the entire sky. His voice deep and resounding. I told you, you should have killed me when you had the chance. A special move from Manhung. Summoning the black sword light, a large door formed behind his back. He slashed a line, and the door opened. When the door opened, the first thing that appeared was a blinding golden light, a figure flickering in and out of view between the doors. His uncle's eyes widened in surprise, thinking he used the spirit sword to summon it. From behind him, a shadow, a giant appeared. Sensing that what he needed had appeared, he smiled happily and thought, summon the black sword. No one knows who will appear. What if it's not a fighting king? But it seems that's a needless worry. He slammed his sword into the ground, and the person behind him spoke up. Long time no see. Brother Jinjuan. He smiled and glanced at the person behind him politely. I apologize for the sudden summons. His voice echoed. Brother Gamon. Gamon chuckled and replied, there's no need for formalities between brothers. He stood behind, displaying his power and authority, and asked, how can I help? His eyes were sharp, unwavering. Kill him. Looking at his uncle's strong figure in front of him, he finished his sentence. The person in front of me. Hearing that, he smiled with satisfaction. He slung the blade over his shoulder, displaying his strength, and introduced himself. I am Gammon, the 8th fighting king of the great underworld king clan. Having accepted the request of my sworn brother, my duty is to destroy the enemy of my sworn brother. From him radiated a murderous aura that enveloped the entire space. A reminder. If you have any last words, say them now. His uncle was no simpleton either. His entire being exuded death as he speculated. A wind soul of a race that was wiped out 5,000 years ago. I don't know what you've washed, but draw your sword, because I will kill you, then punish my brother. Kum wanted to look at him and smiled mockingly. You're not a warrior, but you're acting like one. My uncle was no less. His eyes lit up and he charged forward. You're not of the same blood as that brat, yet you pretend to be his sworn brother. The shadow of his uncle's eyes widened. The pressure and the general said of him, it seems there's nothing more to say, appeared right behind his uncle. Before turning his head to his uncle, keep fighting, rest in peace. He struck a powerful blow straight at his uncle's body without any mercy. O enemy of my brother. This is the end. Please comment Jin below if you want next part.